You were the only quasi-earthly powerhouse in the Nine Heavens continent. Just as you were about to break through to the Supreme Realm, you suddenly felt a trace of bloodline power. You then looked directly into the depths of the starry sky, sensing the aura of the blue star and the local bloodline. At that moment, a hint of excitement finally appeared on your face. You thought you would never return to your hometown in this life, but unexpectedly, you felt the aura from the blue star just as you were making your final breakthrough. But what was that bloodline about? You were an orphan in the blue star. Where did this bloodline come from? Could it be that my irresponsible parents created a secondary account? Forget it. When I return, everything will naturally be revealed. Then you took a step forward, and in an instant, a brilliant ancient starry sky energy shot out, instantly shocking all living beings on the continent. Ancient powerhouses also awakened at this moment. Looking in the direction you disappeared with expressions of horror. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star Tianhai Academy, thousands of students were taking their talent tests in the square. A man and a woman in the audience were nervously watching the stage. As it was about to be their turn, the girl was named Yi Xiaoyu, and she was stunningly beautiful. At that moment, she suddenly felt the blood within her burning, as if some terrifying bloodline was awakening. As time slowly passed, only a dozen people from Yi Xiaoyu's class remained who had not yet participated in the test. Hearing the words of the testing teacher, everyone's gaze seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, slowly shifting to Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu? Could she be from the Yi family? A student looked at Yi Xiaoyu, his tone revealing some uncertainty. Indeed, Yi Xiaoyu is the daughter of Yi Wudao, the current head of the Yi family. She has an older brother named Yi Xiaohai, who is the boy beside her. A student with some knowledge of the Yi family explained. At that moment, the testing crystal on the high platform suddenly trembled, and then a brilliant golden light burst forth, capturing the attention of everyone present. The president of Tianhai Academy, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up, looking at the boy in the testing center, his face filled with excitement. 7-star talent. It's actually 7-star talent. Our Tianhai Academy has finally produced a genius with 7-star talent. The president, who had lost hope, could not hide his excitement at this moment, overwhelmed with joy. Wang Hu actually has 7-star talent. It is said that those with 7-star talent can become powerful beings in the Nirvana realm, and such strong individuals can become generals in our Huaxia nation. With the emergence of the 7-star talent, everyone in the arena was shocked. Yi Xiaoyu looked at Wang Hu in disbelief. He actually had the 7-star talent, while Yi Xiaohai's face darkened at that moment. All along, Wang Hu had been at odds with them, often harassing his sister Xiaoyu, but because the two families were of similar strength, the other side did not dare to act against them. However, now that Wang Hu possessed the 7-star talent, he would definitely gain the attention of the country, and this would put the Yi family at a disadvantage compared to the Wang family. What if Wang Hu takes the opportunity to attack the Yi family and forces Xiaoyu to marry him? Just as Yi Xiaohai was still shocked by Wang Hu's 7-star talent, the teacher in charge of the testing called out again. Next, Yi Xiaoyu. Upon hearing the teacher's words, everyone's gaze shifted from Wang Hu to Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu, feeling nervous, slowly walked towards the high platform, coincidentally meeting Wang Hu, who was coming down from the platform. Xiaoyu, did you see? I have the 7-star talent. As long as you agree to marry me, I will definitely treat you well. Wang Hu said with a grin to Yi Xiaoyu. You are simply daydreaming. Yi Xiaoyu snorted coldly and walked straight towards the testing crystal. Wang Hu looked at Yi Xiaoyu's back, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Now you have no choice but to agree. Yi Xiaoyu walked to the testing crystal, took a deep breath, and then slowly placed her hand on it. In an instant, the testing crystal glowed, first flickering green, then blue, purple, until a sudden red light appeared. Wow, it's actually a 6-star talent. I didn't expect this seemingly delicate girl to possess a 6-star talent. When the many students present saw that Yi Xiaoyu's talent was 6 stars, they were once again shocked. However, comparing it to Wang Hu, everyone felt it was not particularly special, as a 6-star talent's growth limit is only that of a Grand Master, while the Nirvana realm corresponding to a 7-star talent is like the difference between heaven and earth. Not bad, keep up the good work. The testing teacher looked at Yi Xiaoyu, a look of relief appearing on his face. Just as the teacher's words had not yet finished, he was astonished to see Yi Xiaoyu's body suddenly tremble. Immediately after, the testing crystal, which had been fixed in red light, began to change again, transforming from the fixed red light into golden light, and then miraculously blossoming into a rainbow of colors. How is this possible? Could Yi Xiaoyu be an 8-star talent? The golden light symbolizes a 7-star talent, which is extremely rare in the entire Huaxia country, with perhaps 1 in 100,000, while talents above 7 stars, such as 8-star and 9-star, are even more scarce. Who would have thought that today at Tianhai Academy's talent test, an 8-star talent would emerge? What a shocking event this is. At this moment, the light of the testing crystal continued to change, dazzling with 7-colored and 9-colored brilliance. Everyone was astonished, staring at this scene, finding it hard to believe that what they saw was indeed reality. The 5-colored light represents 8-star talent. The 7-colored light represents 9-star talent. So what does the 9-colored light signify? Every person from Huaxia knows that this symbolizes a revered one. 10-star talent. Yi Xiaoyu actually possesses 10-star talent. This news struck like a thunderbolt, resounding in everyone's hearts. Throughout the long history of Huaxia, 10-star talents are as rare as shooting stars in the sky. Seldom seen. The last extraordinary talent with 10-star aptitude emerged over 150 years ago in Kyoto, and at that time, their fame swept across the nation like a hurricane, causing a nationwide sensation. Who would have thought that, more than 150 years later, the second 10-star talent would appear in Wudianhai City? As the core of the event, Yi Xiaoyu was also in a state of confusion. She didn't know what had happened. Clearly, she had tested as a 6-star talent, so how could she suddenly transform into a 10-star talent? Just now, Yi Xiaoyu felt a tremor throughout her body, as if something within her had awakened, and then the scene unfolded before her eyes, making it hard for her to believe. You must be Yi Xiaoyu, right? This is truly unexpected. You already possess a 10-star talent. Don't worry, I will report your situation truthfully right away. Once the country learns of this, it will surely invest all its efforts to cultivate you, helping you become a top-tier powerhouse in the shortest time possible. The dean approached Yi Xiaoyu with a kind smile, confident that once the country became aware of Yi Xiaoyu's astonishing talent, it would spare no effort in nurturing her, allowing her to quickly rise to the ranks of the revered. Don't be fooled by the current peace in China, which seems stable and prosperous. In reality, there are undercurrents in the international situation, and the war between humans and alien beasts has never ceased. The revered ones of the Huaxia nation are mostly engaged in a life-and-death confrontation with alien beasts abroad, with only a few remaining to guard the homeland. It is precisely because of these ancestors silently bearing the burden on the front lines, building a defense with their flesh and blood, that we have exchanged for the appearance of peace in the country. However, just as the atmosphere was slightly easing, a loud bang sounded, and the test crystal unexpectedly exploded. How could such a strange event occur? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound, and was astonished to find that the test crystal, which carried countless hopes, had turned to dust. In an instant, the scene was like boiling water, with people whispering to each other, all faces filled with shock and confusion. The explosion of the test crystal has never had a precedent in the long history of the Huaxia nation. What could have caused this sudden change? The director's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of white paper. This test crystal is the treasure of Tianhai Academy and the key to testing students' talents. Now that it has been destroyed, how will we test the students' talents in the future? Where should the academy go from here? This unprecedented situation happened at Tianhai Academy, leaving him filled with doubt. The dean couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Yi Xiaoyu, who was clearly very nervous at the moment. The explosion of the testing crystal had greatly frightened her. It seems we can only hope that the Guardian Lord can clarify our doubts. Any further speculation at this moment is futile. The dean can only wish that the Guardian Lord can unveil this heavy fog. And coincidentally, Yi Xiaoyu's special situation can also be reported to the Guardian Lord. With the thunderous explosion of the testing crystal, this originally significant talent test was unfortunately declared over. Under the organization of many teachers, the students began to disperse. Yi Xiaohai and Yi Xiaoyu also hurried towards the Yi family's direction, as they wanted to inform their family of Yi Xiaoyu's 10-star talent as soon as possible. After all, this was the first 10-star talent in the Yi family. Meanwhile, in a bustling city of the Huaxia kingdom, a young man strolled leisurely through the crowded streets. With long flowing hair and dressed in a white robe, he stood out starkly among the modernly dressed crowd, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Blue Star, I have finally returned. With the revival of spiritual energy, the flourishing of martial arts, the emergence of void wormholes, and the invasion of myriad races, in just 10,000 years, Blue Star has undergone such tremendous changes. Yi Lingpian only needed to sense a little to grasp the current state of Earth thoroughly. The Huaxia kingdom still exists, unlike other countries that have been destroyed by foreign races. After more than 10,000 years, most of the over 100 countries on Blue Star have disappeared into the river of history. But the Huaxia kingdom still stands proudly, which is undoubtedly good news for him, as the Huaxia kingdom is his long-cherished hometown. And how could he bear to see it vanish like other countries? At that moment, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he instantly locked onto the direction of Tianhai City. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he vanished without a trace, for there he sensed a familiar bloodline aura. At this moment, in the Yi family of Tianhai City, Yi Xiaohai excitedly said to everyone, "Dad, Xiaoyu's talent test is done. Can you guess how many stars of talent Xiaoyu has?" Yi Wudao, upon hearing this, laughed and scolded. "I thought it was something important. It's just a talent test. Look at how excited you are. He then turned his gaze to Yi Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how many stars of talent did you get? Yi Xiaoyu stepped forward and said slightly nervously. Well, it seems to be a 10-star talent. A 10-star talent. Nice. Wait, how many stars did you say? At first, Yi Wudao didn't feel anything, only to suddenly react. What did he hear? 10-star talent? Really? Yi Wudao stared closely at Yi Xiaoyu, wanting to see if he had misheard or if Yi Xiaoyu had said the wrong thing. Yi Wu Xia, who was on the side, also looked at Yi Xiaoyu with a shocked face, unable to believe what he was hearing. Hey, Dad, you heard right. Xiaoyu is the 10-star talent. Seeing that his dad and second uncle both looked shocked, Yi Xiaohai suddenly heatedly smiled. Xiaoyu, is what your brother he said true? You really tested out a 10-star talent? Yi Wudao was still in a bit of disbelief that his own daughter had tested out with a 10-star talent. His Yi family had produced a genius with a 10-star talent? That's a 10-star talent. How many are there in the entire Chinese capital? That a 10-star talent would appear in his Yi family was something that he couldn't even dare to think about. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe that test crystal in our academy is broken. For the 10-star talent that he tested, Yi Xiaoyu was also a little bit in disbelief, and thought that the test crystal was broken. After all, in the end, that test crystal was exploded, and it was really possible that the test crystal was out of order. Yes. I didn't expect my Yi family to be able to give birth to a 10-star gifted genius. Truly the heavens have blessed my Yi family. Upon receiving the confirmation, Yi Wudao immediately let out a loud laugh, his heart excited beyond measure. That's a 10-star talent. As long as Yi Xiaoyu was given a little time, his Yi family would definitely be able to become the top family in the Chinese country. At that moment, who would dare to underestimate their Yi family? Just before, he was still worried about the future of the Yi family because yesterday, the Wang family brought Wang Hu to his Yi family to propose marriage. Wanting Yi Xiaoyu to marry Wang Hu, Yi Wudao naturally politely refused. What kind of person Wang Hu of the Wang family was, the entire Tianhai city was basically clear. How could he let his daughter go and marry this kind of person? The rejected Wang family naturally had nothing good to say about the Yi family, and their words were a threat to the Yi family. And ever since the Yi family's sea fixer, Yi Hong, who was also Yi Wudao's their grandfather, was killed in a beast-tied battle 100 years ago, the Yi family's strength and prestige and so on had plummeted, and now it was no longer a rival to the Wang family at all. If the Wang family made a move against their Yi family would really have a bad time, but now it was better. The appearance of Yi Xiaoyu's 10-star talent could definitely bring his Yi family to the next level, and as for the Wang family, there was already no need to worry about it at all. As for Yi Xiaoyu's comment that there might have been a problem with the test crystals, Yi Wudao didn't care at all. Can something go wrong with testing crystals? Since the 10,000 years since the void wormhole descended and the invasion of the 10,000 races, nothing had ever gone wrong with the test crystals, so naturally he didn't think that Yi Xiaoyu's test would have any problems. Wu Xue, immediately gather everyone in the Yi family, no matter what they have on their hands. They must all return before tonight to participate in the family feast to celebrate Xiaoyu. Yi Wudao directly commanded to Yi Wu Xie. Yes, big brother. The excitement on Yi Wu Xie's face had not yet faded, and when he heard his elder brother's words, he hurriedly answered, then turned around and went to inform the rest of the Yi family. On this day, the entire Yi family was immersed in joy. From the older generation of Yi family members, that is, the father of Yi Wudao's brothers, Yi Xiaoyu's grandfather, Yi Xiaode, down to the Yi family servants, all of them treated Yi Xiaoyu as if she were a pearl in the palm of their hand. That night, everyone in the Yi family gathered together in a rare moment. Yi Xiaode, nowadays the Yi family's highest-ranking person. Martial arts cultivation is also the Yi family's highest, is the realm of martial arts grandmaster. Next was the four siblings of the Yi family, Yi Wudao, Yi Wu Regret, Yi Wu Hong, and Yi Xian. Chapter 7 Kyoto Shock. As the Yi family gathered to celebrate Yi Xiaoyu, on the other hand, the Dean of the Heavenly Sea Academy had also arrived at the home of the town's guardian. Dean Feng, why are you free to come to my place today? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man, the very same Tianhai City's Xinhua envoy, Lu Zhenghua, who was also the highest executive officer of Tianhai City. In today's major cities of the Huaxia country, they are equipped with town guard envoys as well as town guard troops to guard them, just to ensure the safety of the city from the foreigners. The strength of the town guardian envoys was also assigned according to the rank of the city. Like Tianhai City, although it was not comparable to those first-tier cities, it was still considered the best of the second-tier cities. Therefore, Lu Zhenghua, who can serve as the town's guardian here, is naturally not weak in terms of martial arts strength, and is a genuine Heavenly King realm powerhouse. The status is comparable to the rank of Major General in the military. Lord Town Guardian, my Heavenly Sea Academy has tested out a genius today. and I've come to report to Lord Town Guardian. As Dean Feng said that, he also took out a piece of information in his hand. Lord Town Councillor, here is her information. Please take a look. Genius? A hint of curiosity flashed in Lu Zhengguo's eyes as he reached out and took the information and began to read it. Yi Xiaoyu? 10-star talent? Testing crystal explosions? The more he looked, the more Lu Zhengguo's heart shook. And when he saw that the test crystals all exploded because of the test, he was even more shocked. He looked at Dean Feng and asked with a serious face, Dean Feng, is what this information says true? The tone of his voice was filled with gravity as well as shock. The 10-star talent of Yi Xiaoyu was already enough to shock him. After all, it had been more than 100 years since such a genius had appeared in the country of Huaxia, and the test crystals exploding in the back. This was even more unbelievable to him. Dean Feng didn't know what the explosion of the test crystals meant, but as a town envoy, he was very clear. The test crystals were jointly manufactured by the top echelons of the country in order to be able to better detect the talent of these scholars. Under normal circumstances, even if it was used for 10,000 years, the test crystals could not possibly explode. But now the dean of Tianhai College was telling him that the test crystals of their Tianhai College had exploded when they gave Yi Xiaoyu a test. There was only one possibility for this situation, and that was that Yi Xiaoyu's talent was far more than simply a 10-star talent, and the test crystals exploded precisely because they couldn't withstand Yi Xiaoyu's talent. Over the past 10,000 years, the strongest person that had appeared in the Huaxia country was the Zunshi realm, and also the limit of what they knew that a 10-star talent could grow to was the Zunshi realm. They were all clueless about the realms above the Zunshi realm and the talents above the 10 stars, and naturally, they were unable to create talents that could be tested above the 10 stars. Although it was impossible to create test crystals that could test talents above 10 stars, they all knew that once the test crystals appeared to explode due to the test, it was unquestionable that the other party's talent was far above 10 stars. This is why Lu Zhengguo is so concerned. 10 stars or more of talent. Since the recovery of the Earth's aura, there had never been one in the entire country of China. If this was true, then this Yi Xiaoyu could be the first person ever in their country of China. It was very likely that she would become the first person to surpass the exalted realm in the Chinese nation, leading the Chinese nation all the way through this era of mutation. Lord Town Councillor, it's all true. How dare I panic to you about something so important? Dean Feng thought that Lu Zhengguo was shocked about Yi Xiaoyu's 10-star talent and quickly assured him, where is this woman now? Lu Zhengguo also knew that Director Feng could not possibly dare to talk nonsense on this matter, only that the matter had shocked him too much and asked out of habit. Confirming that this was indeed the case, Lu Zhengguo also asked where Yi Xiaoyu was now. Because of the explosion of the test crystals, I had them all go home first to wait for news. At this time Yi Xiaoyu should be at the Yi family, Dean Feng said uncertainly. Yi family? For the Yi family, Lu Zhengguo also knows. After all, the Yi family is also considered a big family in Tianhai City, and the ancestor of the Yi family even produced several heroes who were martyred in the battle with the foreigners. I will report this matter to the top, so you don't have to worry about this. As for the test crystals of your Tianhai Academy explosion, I will apply for another one for you with the top. Your Tianhai Academy has produced a genius like Yi Xiaoyu. The above will surely reward you heavily as well. Go back and wait for the news. Yes, thank you, Lord Town Councillor. Upon hearing this, Dean Feng immediately revealed a hint of excitement. His purpose of coming here this time, besides reporting to Lu Zhengguo about Yi Xiaoyu, the most important thing was the matter of testing the crystals. To know, the entire Chinese country has not been any college has occurred test crystal explosion. Only he Tianhai College encountered. He is really afraid that the above will blame him for not keeping the test crystal. As a result, he didn't expect that Lu Zhengguo not only didn't blame him, but even had to apply for another one for his Tianhai Academy, which was simply a great news for him. How could he know that the people above have been waiting for the news of the explosion of this test crystals, have not known how many years, and now is finally waiting for, and how could blame him? After Dean Feng left, Lu Zhengguo did not hesitate for a second and immediately decided to spread the news to Kyoto. That night, a piece of news traveled to Kyoto, shaking all the top brass within Kyoto. With the arrival of this news, the entire Kyoto hierarchy surged. Kyoto, a group of gray-haired old men gathered in a courtyard covering thousands of square feet, and at a glance there were at least a dozen of them. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've all received the news coming from Tianhai City side. An old man with a head full of white hair spoke. Received is received, just don't know if the news is true or not. As this old man finished speaking, another old man on the side also frowned and spoke. This news was too important to them, and even too important to the entire country of Huaxia to allow them to be a little sloppy. All along they had been expecting this news to appear, yet when it did, they were a bit incredulous. It should be true. This news is coming from the mouth of Lu Zhengguo, the town envoy of Tianhai City. This person used to be a general under my command. He wouldn't joke about something like this. Another old man opened his mouth. He felt that this matter was in all likelihood true, because Lu Zhenghua, this person was a soldier under his command before, and he was also the one who sent him to Tianhai City to serve as a town envoy. He believed that Lu Zhenghua would not pass out this news in a haphazard manner. What should be done about it, do you think? The white-haired old man who was the first to speak before, looked at the crowd and said again, I'll make a trip to Tianhai City. If that Yi Xiaoyu really possesses a talent of 10 stars or more, then we must not let anything happen to her. I will bring her to Kyoto to train her as a personal disciple. An old man on his right stepped forward and said, Old man, you're thinking beautifully. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. As soon as the old man's words fell, someone immediately objected. Humph, if I'm going, it's me who's going. I'll take this personal disciple. Why should you go? With your strength you want to be someone's master? I think it's more like it for me to go. Humph. For a while, all the people present, except for the white-haired old man at the head of the room, were all arguing, from not believing in the authenticity of this news, to now even in the red-faced fight over who will be this Yi Xiaoyu's master. That look which is like what strongman, completely without a bit of strongman style. Alright, stop arguing. Looking at the several people fighting over the red faces, the white-haired old man smiled helplessly and opened his mouth to interrupt. Senior, just you go, but this person is, after all, the first 10-star or above talent ever in my Huaxia country, and several of us old guys are not much qualified to be someone's master. So after we bring her back we'll cultivate her together and try to have her break through to above Zuni in the shortest time possible. These old guys of theirs, it was estimated that they would be trapped in the Zunshi realm for the rest of their lives, and they had no understanding of the Zunshi realm above. So how could they talk about becoming Yi Xiaoyu's master? They could only do their best to cultivate Yi Xiaoyu together. They only hoped that Yi Xiaoyu could break through to above the Zunshi realm as soon as possible. Only then would their Huaxia country not be overthrown like those other countries. Although today's domestic China seems to be calm and peaceful, only they know how the war on the border is going. If the country of Huaxia didn't appear to have a top powerhouse sitting in their midst, they would sooner or later follow in the footsteps of other countries. Chapter 8 Yi Family Feast. Tianhai City. The Yi family. That night, everyone in the Yi family was back except for Yi Jiao, who was in the military, which was Yi Wu Xia's eldest son. Yi Family Hall. Yi Xiaode, the Yi family's old master, was sitting on top of the first place, and on his left and right sides were the four siblings, Yi Wu Dao, Yi Wu Regret, Yi Wu Heng, and Yi Xian, as well as the wives of the three Yi Wu Dao. Further down were the younger generation of Yi Xiaoxue, Yi Xiaohai, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Wu Heng's youngest son, Yi Xiaofan. Yi family has always been not very prosperous. The entire Yi family is only Yi Xiaode, this line of grandparents and grandchildren for 3 generations. Of course, it wasn't because Yi Xiaode didn't have any siblings, but 100 years ago Tianhai City encountered a wave of beasts that would not be encountered for 100 years. At that time, Tianhai City could be considered to have suffered a lot of deaths and injuries, and several of Yi Xiaode's siblings also died tragically at that time, because Yi Xiaode was still young at that time. He was desperately protected by his father and several older siblings, which allowed Yi Xiaode to survive. It could be said that the current Yi family existed until now solely because of Yi Xiaode. Without Yi Xiaode, the Yi family would have ceased to exist 100 years ago. Big brother, what exactly is so urgent that I have to come back now? The one who was the first to speak was Yi Wu Dao's third brother, Yi Wu Heng. Yi Wu Heng had also chosen to join the army since the end of high school, and now his martial arts cultivation had reached the first level of the Zongshi realm, and he was also a captain of 1,000 in the army, belonging to the rank of major. In today's Daxia country, the rank of major was already considered a mid to high level official position. Further up was the 10,000 commander, a level that was already at the true top level, where martial arts cultivation had to reach the Grand Master realm before one could take up the position. After receiving Yi Wu Dao's message, Yi Wu Heng was returning from the Southwest War Zone overnight. Yes uncle, our academy has business tomorrow. If there's anything, just hurry up and say it. I still have to rush back in a while. Yi Wu Heng had just finished speaking when Yi Xiaoxue, who was on his side, also complained and opened her mouth right after, obviously still a little upset about being called back so suddenly. Alright, this time I called you all back. Naturally I have something important to tell you. Yi Wu Dao waved his hand and said with a smile, Wu Heng, Snow, and Xiaoyu have graduated from high school and just tested their talents today. Xiaoyu's talent will surely amaze you all. Yi Wu Dao had a smile on his lips. After all, this was her daughter with 10-star talent. Anyone would be thrilled. The Yi family's old man and Yi Wu Xia's few people were also wearing smiles on their faces. In the entire Yi family, only Yi Wu Heng and Yi Xiaoxue who were outside were still unaware of Yi Xiaoyu's talent. Uncle, you made me rush back from Dongyue City for just this matter. Hearing her eldest uncle's words, Yi Xiaoxue was instantly filled with impatience. It's just that Xiao Yu tested her talent. As for making her come all the way back from Dongyue City, it should be known that although Dongyue City was not very far away from Tianhai City, even if it was by warplane it would take 4 or 5 hours, and this round trip would be almost 10 hours. Big brother, how many stars of talent did Xiao Yu test out? Although Yi Wuhan was also a bit puzzled, but if it was just a test of talent it shouldn't be enough to make his big brother call him back from the war zone overnight. Then there was only one possibility, Xiao Yu's talent must not be low, which would make big brother treat it so carefully. Wu Hong, Xiao Yu, she's a 10-star talent. At this time, Wei Shu Hong, the wife beside Yi Wu Hong, whispered to Yi Wu Hong. What did you say? 10-star talent? Yi Wu Hong instantly stood up from his seat with a miso, his face full of incredulity. He wondered if he'd heard wrong, and Yi Xiaoxue froze in place on the spot. What did she hear? His own sister? Xiao Yu was actually a 10-star talent? Is this true? Ha ha, my Yi family has finally produced an extraordinary genius. This is the blessing of the ancestors. At this time, the Yi family's old man's loud laughter also came out, affirming Wei Shuhong's words. You error, old man, I thank you on behalf of my Yi family's ancestors. Thank you for giving birth to the child Xiao Yu for my Yi family. Saying that, Yi Xiaodi actually bowed deeply towards his wife beside Yi Wudao. Dad, this can't be allowed. You error, that is, Yi Xiaoyu's mother, full name Shuiyu, saw this and hurriedly got up to support Yi Xiaode. She, a junior, could not afford this salute from Yi Xiaode. Dad, I am the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Your daughter-in-law, giving birth to Xiao Yu for the Yi family, this is what I should do. You can't discount me like this. Hearing this, Yi Xiaode didn't bother to insist anymore, but the smile on his face was unable to hide the joy in his heart right now. He had accomplished little in his generation, and the only thing he was proud of was that his 3 children had all married good daughters-in-law, not competing for fame and fortune. Since marrying into the Yi family, she has always taught her children and honored the old and the young, leaving him with no way to be picky. Now, Yi Xiaoyu's appearance was even more delightful. Even if it meant letting him die now, he had no regrets to speak of. This, father, is this true? Xiao Yu, is she really a 10-star talent? Yi Wuhan looked at his father and asked in shock. Of course, or else your big brother would have had to call you back from the war zone all night. This time, having you all come back is for you all to deliberate together. What should Xiao Yu's future path be? After the crowd was seated again, Yi Xiaode looked at the crowd and spoke faintly. Down the road? At those words, the crowd looked at each other. This was the first time their Yi family had a 10-star talent, and they themselves had no idea how they should be able to cultivate a 10-star talent genius. Grandpa, I think we should let Xiao Yu go to Kyoto's Kyushu University. With Xiao Yu's 10-star talent, going to Kyushu University will definitely not have any problems. There, Xiao Yu will definitely be able to get the best training. Yi Xiaoxue opened her mouth and suggested. Kyushu University is now China's best university. Can be in the Kyushu University students are all gifted people. The worst a student are 6 stars of talent. 7 stars, 8 stars of talent students are everywhere. That is, 9 stars of talent is also not a few. Father, big brother, I think we should let Xiao Yu join the army. The only way to develop faster is to be in the army, and the martial arts strength will advance faster. Yi Wuhong also spoke his thoughts. He felt that the only way out for a person who wanted to be strong quickly was to join the army, and what he learned in the middle of the academy was always just theoretical knowledge. Join the army? No, this is the hope of my Yi family, and Xiao Yu is still a girl. The path of joining the army is not suitable for her. Yi Xiaode directly negated Yi Wuhong's words. Although joining the army was the fastest way to advance the martial realm and develop, it was undeniable that joining the army was also the most dangerous. Basically every day he was dealing with those horrible foreign beasts and alien races. In case of any accidents, Yi family could not afford the result. It was so hard to produce a 10-star talent, but it turned out that he died in the war with the foreigners before he could grow up. Not to mention Xiao Yu, she's still a girl. For a while, the crowd began to talk about Yi Xiao Yu's future, and in the end, they felt it was most reliable to go to the University of Kyushu. Just as the crowd was discussing, a youth had unknowingly arrived at the Yi family's compound and appeared in front of the crowd. Your ancestors, who are they? Chapter 9, The Source of the Yi Family? Your ancestors, who are they? The clear and cold voice resounded in the Yi family's hall, causing the Yi family's crowd to tremble. Who? Yi Xiaode's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked at the entrance of the hall, only to see a youth was standing there quietly looking at them. Who was it if not Yi Lingtian? Who are you? Why did you appear in my Yi family? Yi Xiaode's face sank as he stared at Yi Lingtian and coldly drank. Although his Yi family is not a big family, but not everyone can come and go as they please. There are underlings guarding outside the door, and this person even appeared here silently, making him a great master. not even notice it in the slightest. Obviously this person was not that simple. Yi Ling Tian did not say anything and moved his feet gently. Swish! Before anyone in the Yi family could react, they realized that Yi Ling Tian had unexpectedly appeared in front of Yi Xiaoyu, and one hand had even rested on Yi Xiaoyu's shoulder. What are you doing? Let go of Xiaoyu. Seeing this scene, Yi Shoude as well as Yi Wudao's crowd were immediately startled and hurriedly shouted out angrily. Yi Shoude's face even changed wildly because he didn't even realize how Yi Ling Tian disappeared and appeared beside Yi Xiaoyu again. He's in the Grand Master realm. Even he couldn't detect a single movement of this person. So how strong must this person be? Nirvana? Or is it a Heavenly King realm powerhouse? However, he didn't remember that his Yi family had offended such a strong person. Why did this person come to the Yi family? And it looks like it's coming for Xiaoyu? Is it because of Xiaoyu's talent? Heavenly Emperor bloodline? How? Yi Ling Tian ignored the angry shouts of Yi Shoude's several people. The moment he was in contact with Yi Xiaoyu, his heart was completely nonplussed. Because the bloodline within Yi Xiaoyu was clearly his Heavenly Emperor bloodline. Although only less than 1/10,000th of it had been activated, it was indeed his Heavenly Emperor bloodline. He had thought that this Yi family with his bloodline might have been left behind by his irresponsible parents. But now, he knew it wasn't at all. Because if this Yi family was the bloodline left behind by his parents, then at most, these people were just carrying the same Yi family bloodline as him, and there was no way they would inherit his Heavenly Emperor bloodline. But now, this woman had clearly inherited his Heavenly Emperor bloodline, which meant that these people were his offspring? But how is that possible? In the beginning, when he accidentally crossed the other world, he was an orphan, and he hadn't even gotten married yet, so where did he get his offspring? What the hell is going on? At this moment, Yi Ling Tian was completely confused. Even now that he had become a Heavenly Emperor, he could not comprehend in the face of this current situation. He had been alone until now, but now he found himself with so many offspring? Seeing Yi Ling Tian suddenly fall into a daze, Yi Shoude's eyes also flashed with a fierce color, and his hands were secretly storing up power. Die for me! Suddenly, Yi Shoude let out a loud shout. Only a flash of his figure was seen as he slapped his palm towards Yi Ling Tian's chest. The energy whistled. The full force of a great master's strike. One could imagine how powerful this palm was. Even a Nirvana realm powerhouse couldn't possibly receive it unharmed under a wandering mind. However, he was not facing any Nirvana realm powerhouse with this strike, but Yi Ling Tian. Who is Yi Ling Tian? The first of the Chaos realm. The first palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace. 9 heavenly emperors, Yi Ling Tian. And how could Yi Shoude, a grand master, be able to injure him? When Yi Shoude's palm struck Yi Ling Tian's chest, the imagined scene did not appear, but was like a stone sinking into the sea without provoking the slightest ripple. How possible? Yi Shoude had a look of disbelief. His own full force strike didn't have the slightest effect on this person? Who the hell is this guy? What realm of power is it again? Yi Shoude's attack was also what made Yi Ling Tian pull back his thoughts. He just lightly shook and Yi Shoude's entire body retreated back to its original position, but it was not injured. No matter what, at least now these people were his offspring from the information he knew. There was naturally no way Yi Ling Tian would harm them. What? Taking a hard slap from your father and yet you're unharmed? How is that possible? When the Yi family's crowd saw this scene, they were immediately shocked and didn't know what to say. Their grandfather was in the Grandmaster realm. Even a Nirvana realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to take a hard hit from his father like this, right? Could it be that this person was a powerhouse above the Heavenly King realm? Father, are you alright? Seeing this, Yi Wudao's few people rushed forward to support Yi Shoude and asked worriedly, I'm fine. Yi Shoude shook his head, then looked at Yi Ling Tian and said once again, Your Excellency, who exactly are you? And what is your so-called business here in my Yi family? From Yi Ling Tian's actions just now he also sensed that this person should have no hostility towards them, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be unharmed right now. Just what exactly the other party's purpose was, until now he still wasn't sure. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I came here just to solve an answer in my mind. What is the name of your ancestors? Yi Ling Tian's words made the Yi family members puzzled. They looked at each other. Neither of them understood what exactly Yi Ling Tian meant. Why would he ask about their ancestors? Could it be that this person was acquainted with one of their Yi family's ancestors? Halftime. It was still Yi Shoude who stepped forward, to say that he knew more about the Yi family's ancestors. I'm afraid that no one in the room would know more than him. Our Yi family's ancestors are naturally all surnamed Yi. My father's name is Yi Hong, my grandfather's name is Yian, and my great-grandfather's name is Yi Fei. Too recent, what I want to know is long ago, who your Yi family's ancestors were 10,000 years ago. Yi Ling Tian frowned. The person Yi Shoude was talking about was only a few hundred years away from now at most, and was not the least bit useful for him to give him an answer. This, 10,000 years ago? The Yi family's crowd instantly froze. Who remembers something so long ago as 10,000 years ago? Not to mention Yishiode. I'm afraid that even Yishiode's grandfather, great-grandpa and the others are still alive. It's impossible for them to remember, right? Your Excellency, aren't you making things difficult for us? How could we possibly know about something that happened so long ago? 10,000 years ago. Yishiode laughed bitterly. If he didn't know that this person was too strong, he was not an opponent at all. He would have wanted to curse his mother. Isn't that sick? How dare he, a man who was no more than 100 years old, come to ask him about something that happened 10,000 years ago? It's just uncalled for. Hearing Yishioda's words, Yi Ling Tian also reacted. This is Earth, not the Chaos Realm. Here, the average person has a lifespan of only 100 or so years per capita. And even if the aura is now revitalized to allow for the cultivation of martial arts, it is only an increase of a few hundred years of lifespan. It's really impossible to know anything about what happened 10,000 years ago. By the way, I remember when I was a child my great-grandfather said that our Yi family was able to exist because of the wife of one of my Yi family's oldest ancestors. It is said that the earth had just undergone a mutation at that time, and this old ancestor of our Yi family died in the hands of those foreign beasts. And if it wasn't for the fact that this old ancestor's wife gave birth to an heir to perpetuate my Yi family, the current Yi family would probably have long since ceased to exist. If this is true, it's been thousands if not 10,000 years from now. This matter, he only knew from his great-grandfather's mouth once by chance. As to whether it was true or not he had no idea. However, when Yi Ling Tian heard this, the entire body, however, shook violently. His thoughts also instantly returned to Earth 10,000 years ago. Chapter 10e, is that you? 10,000 years ago, he was an ordinary college student on Earth, living an ordinary life that couldn't be any more ordinary. While going to school he also has to work part-time to earn money to pay for tuition. After all, he grew up as an orphan. If he did not try any harder he could not have survived until now. Luckily for her though, she met a girl in college and the two of them got to know each other well and hung out a lot. Over time, the two naturally fell in love, after which they settled into a relationship. At that time, it could be said to be Yi Ling Tian's happiest time, and the first time he tasted the sweetness of love. One night the two had sex, and just as they were looking forward to the future, the girl's parents found Yi Ling Tian. The purpose was self-evident, to make Yi Ling Tian leave their daughter. It was also at this time that Yi Ling Tian finally knew the girl's family background. Her father was actually the governor of a province, and her mother was the president of a group of companies with a market value of 100 billion. It could be said that the girl and him were not in the same world at all. He was an orphan, and the other's parents naturally could not see him. Snap, leave my daughter and the $10 million is yours. The girl's mother slammed a check down heavily on the table and turned away after dropping this in a pompous manner. Yi Ling Tian's eyes were lost in thought, and the struggle within him made him unsure of what to do. In the end, Yi Ling Tian picked up the check and casually tore it up. He decided, complete the girl's parents and leave the girl, because he knew that the girl wouldn't be happy following him for the rest of her life. Who made him a good-for-nothing orphan? He can't give the girl happiness at all. In the following days, Yi Ling Tian left the city where he had lived for 20 years. He didn't know what would happen to the girl after he left. He might be sad, but he guessed it would only be sad for a few days at most, and the girl's parents would surely be able to comfort the girl as well. After all, the two had only been together for a few full months. Just a few days after Yi Ling Tian left the girl, he crossed over to the other world because of an accident, and this matter has been buried in Yi Ling Tian's heart without thinking about it. Until now, when he returned to the earth 10,000 years later and discovered his offspring, the scene from 10,000 years ago also suddenly surfaced slowly in his memory. Is that you? Yi Ling Tian muttered, and there were also a few tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. He had thought that after he had left back then would surely find a family to marry and have children, but he didn't realize that after they had sex that one time had his child, and even gave birth to it, continuing his bloodline to this day. He could imagine how helpless was during that time. He wondered if had married someone else after he left, and if she had, how she had brought up their children to adulthood. If she hadn't married, would have been left alone with the baby? I'm afraid that the heartache of this is something that no one but herself can appreciate. I'm sorry, I'm home late. At this moment, Yi Ling Tian's heart was as if there was a nameless anger, not directed at anyone, but a kind of anger towards himself. If he'd come back sooner, or if he hadn't chosen to leave in the first place, would not have suffered so much? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. It was now 10,000 years since the beginning. Are you okay? Seeing that Yi Ling Tian suddenly became silent, and also had a look of sadness as well as a hint of anger on his face, Yishiode also became a bit at a loss for words. He didn't know what had happened and why Yi Ling Tian was like this. I'm fine. Yishiode's words interrupted Yi Ling Tian's thoughts. He looked around and realized that everyone in the Yi family was looking at him nervously at the moment, as if they were afraid of what he would do to them. Yes. Seeing the situation, Yi Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I didn't realize that I had descendants. Although he had lived for 1,000,000 years in the Chaos Realm, to these people on Earth, he was an old monster, but in his heart, he had always thought that he was still a teenager, and to suddenly learn that he had so many descendants, and that he didn't know how many generations apart, was Yi Lingtian's heart was also twisted. You're the person with the highest seniority in the Yi family now? Yi Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaoda and asked. Back to senior. Exactly. They are all my sons and daughters and grandchildren. Yi Xiaoda hurriedly returned. Well, come here. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly, signaling Yi Xiaoda to come over. Although Yi Xiaoda didn't know what Yi Lingtian wanted to do, he didn't dare to resist Yi Lingtian's words and could only obediently walk towards Yi Lingtian. Buzz! Only Yi Lingtian reached out and pointed at Yi Xiaoda's forehead. A white light instantly disappeared into Yi Xiaoda's body, and as the white light entered his body, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yi Xiaoda's body, shocking Yi Wudao's several people back and forth. What happened? Yi Wudao's several faces were shocked as their gazes tightly stared at their father. Only Yi Xiaoda's martial arts cultivation had unexpectedly increased crazily at this moment. Peak Grand Master, Nirvana Realm, Peak Nirvana Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Emperor's Realm, Venerable Realm, Peak of the Zuni Realm. In an instant, Yi Xiaoda's martial cultivation had risen to the peak of the Zunshi realm, reaching the highest realm in the Chinese nation today, and Yi Xiaoda's appearance was also visible to the naked eye as it rapidly rejuvenated from the state of an aged old man, although it didn't go back to the way it looked when he was 20 years old, but now it looked just like 30 or 40 years old, and it was completely impossible to see that this was a 100-year-old old man. It was fortunate that only these few people from the Yi family were here right now, or else if this news got out, I'm afraid that the entire country of China would be abuzz with it. To make a great master break through to the peak of the exalted realm with the wave of a hand, how appalling was that? Those Zunshi realm powerhouses that hadn't cultivated for hundreds of years to reach it, but as a result, they couldn't even withstand a wave of someone else's hand now. This is the exalted realm? Still at the peak of the exalted realm? Seniors? Yi Xiaoda was dumbfounded. He had broken through to the peak of the exalted realm? The Zunshi realm that other people could only dream of reaching themselves was reached so easily? I can't believe it. Father, you became a Zunshi realm powerhouse? Father, you've gotten so young. Grandpa, you're looking younger than my dad, Uncle Sam and the others right now. The Yi family's crowd exclaimed in shock. What was happening now had completely overturned their perceptions. Senior's great kindness. My Yi family is unable to repay it. Yi Xiaoda, who had reacted, also hurriedly knelt down towards Yi Lingtian. He didn't know why Yi Lingtian would help him and the Yi family in this way, but this act of Yi Lingtian was a heavenly favor to his Yi family, making them simply unable to repay him. Why don't you all kneel down and thank Senior for his great favor? After saying that, Yi Xiaoda was again scolding the several people behind him. Yi Wudao, the Yi family's children, thank you for the great kindness of Senior. When Yi Wudao's several people heard their father's words, they also all knelt down and said sincerely. His father's breakthrough into the Zunshi realm had allowed his Yi family to go from a third-rate family to the top family in the Chinese country overnight, which was a heavenly favor to all of them. P.S. Originally the heroine was set to be named Qinger, but it was changed to Yi at someone's request. Chapter 11, Leaving the Yi family. All rise. Yi Lingtian just gently waved his hand, and Yi Xiaoda's crowd felt an irresistible force lifting them up from the ground, allowing the crowd to have a deeper perception of Yi Lingtian's power, especially Yi Xiaoda. One should know that he had already broken through to the Zunshi realm now, yet when facing Yi Lingtian he could clearly feel how small he was. There was absolutely no comparison with Yi Lingtian. However, thinking about it, being able to make him break through to the Zunshi realm with a wave of his hand, Yi Lingtian's power was not something they could understand. Just now, in addition to raising your realm to the exalted realm, I also passed on a technique I cultivate within your mind. You only need to go and quietly meditate on it to feel it. Yi Lingtian said indifferently to Yi Xiaoda. This technique, you can also pass it on to them, but you have to remember that it can only be passed on to the Yi family's children. If I find out that this technique has been passed on, don't blame me for being unforgiving. This technique that Yi Lingtian had passed on to Yi Xiaoda was the technique that he had been majoring in, called the Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Technique, which the system had tailored for him. Yi Lingtian also relied on this technique to cultivate to the current Heavenly Emperor realm, and it could be said that he had already cultivated this technique to its great completion. Before this technique had not been passed on to anyone other than himself. That is, his 9 personal disciples, he had not passed it on to them. It wasn't that Yi Lingtian was hiding, it was entirely because this was tailored by the system for him, and only he himself could cultivate it successfully. As for the Yi family members, they were all his descendants. flowing with his bloodline, so they thought that there should be no problem cultivating this technique, but what level they could ultimately cultivate to would depend on their respective talents. Senior, don't worry, apart from the Yi family's children, we will never circulate this technique. Although he didn't know what level of Gongfu Yi Ling Tian had passed on to him, but with Yi Ling Tian's strength thought that it couldn't be too low, at least it was also a heavenly class existence. In the country of Huaxia, there was also the existence of Gongfu and martial arts, which were categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. As for above the heavenly rank, he didn't know if there was one, because with his previous strength he couldn't even touch the heavenly rank, let alone above it. Elder, may I ask you a question? Yi Shouda looked towards Yi Ling Tian and said carefully, ask, that is, why would Senior help our Yi family so much? As the words fell, Yi Shouda nervously looked at Yi Ling Tian. Even Yi Wudo and the others were looking closely at Yi Ling Tian. Not only Yi Shouda, it was they who were extremely curious as to why Yi Ling Tian would help their Yi family in this way. They didn't remember that their Yi family knew such a terrifying existence. Why help you? At those words, Yi Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Because, my last name is Yi. The air was instantly quiet. Yi Shouda and the others were also filled with astonishment, just staring at Yi Ling Tian in stupefaction. They were all shocked by Yi Ling Tian's words. Because, my last name is Yi. Could it be that this senior in front of them was a certain old ancestor of their Yi family? What else would he mean by that? However, he didn't remember that any old ancestors existed in his Yi family, at least those old ancestors within 1,000 years. He knew that there was no such thing as this person in front of him. Is it an old ancestor from 1,000 years ago? It's still a real possibility. After all, with this senior's strength, I'm afraid that living for thousands of years wouldn't matter at all. The lifespan of the Zunshe realm possessed about 1,000 years, and this senior's strength far exceeded the Zunshe realm, so even if he lived for 2,000 or 3,000 years it was probably not a problem. Former, senior, are you a certain old ancestor of my Yi family? Yi Shoude asked nervously. How he wished to hear yes, because if his Yi family could have an old ancestor like his predecessor around, then his Yi family could definitely become the #1 family in the country of Huaxia. Everyone knows that the strongest person in today's Huaxia country is only in the Zunshe realm, and there is not a single existence above Zunshe, and it goes without saying that the senior in front of him is the #1 person in today's Huaxia. It is not the time for you to know who I am. Yi Ling Tian just smiled faintly and was not prepared to tell them his identity. For one thing, even if they said it they probably wouldn't be able to understand it. The second natural thing was that Yi Ling Tian felt that it was completely unnecessary. After all, to Yi Shoude and the others his identity was too distant. So distant that there was absolutely no semblance of kinship between the two. Yi Ling Tian helped them, but only because they were his juniors. That was all. To say that there was something else, it was that these people were his and Yi's offspring, and even for Yi's sake, he would not hesitate to help them. You guys, come here. Afterwards, Yi Ling Tian looked at the several children of the younger generation of the Yi family, Yi Xiaoxue, Yi Xiaohai, and Yi Xiaofan. When Yi Xiaohai's trio heard Yi Ling Tian call them, they also came to Yi Ling Tian's face in a well-behaved manner. Senpai. The three of them called out respectfully to Yi Ling Tian at the same time. Aha! With a light Yi Ling Tian once again put his hands on the shoulders of the three of them. A moment later, Yi Ling Tian withdrew his hand with a bit of disappointment and sighed inwardly. It seems that the three of them didn't inherit my heavenly emperor bloodline. Of course, Yi Ling Tian was only slightly disappointed and did not care too much. After all, this was the heavenly emperor's bloodline. How could it be so easy to inherit? Not to mention the fact that there were so many generations between them, and to have one inherit his heavenly emperor's bloodline had already shocked him quite a bit. Not inheriting the heavenly emperor bloodline didn't mean that one didn't inherit Yi Ling Tian's bloodline. The entire Yi family had inherited Yi Ling Tian's bloodline. Only that Yi Xiaoyu was the only one who had inherited Yi Ling Tian's heavenly emperor bloodline. With a heavenly emperor bloodline, the chances of being able to break through to the heavenly emperor realm in the future would be a lot higher than an ordinary bloodline. This one's for you. Yi Ling Tian took out a ring and threw it to Yi Shoude, saying, this is full of some cultivation resources that you guys can use. Cultivate them well. The Yi family's bloodline isn't that simple. After saying that, Yi Ling Tian's figure also slowly disappeared. Seniors? Before Yi Shoude could react, Yi Ling Tian had already left. He still wanted Yi Ling Tian to stay in the Yi family. I didn't expect to leave it like that. No one is allowed to say anything about tonight, or the family law will be applied. Yi Shoude suddenly drank at Yi Wudao's several people. Yes, father. A few people froze slightly, then hurriedly responded. It was that if Yi Shoude didn't command it, there was no way that they would talk about this kind of thing outside. Well, you guys go and rest first. I'll pass it on to you guys after I transcribe the gongfu that senior passed on to me. just as the crowd was about to disperse, but he realized that Yi Xiaoyu, who was originally standing on the side, had disappeared. The Yi family members were immediately shocked. This child has good talent. He will follow me in the future. You don't need to worry. The appearance of this voice also caused the tense hearts of the Yi family members to relax. So it was Senior who took Xiaoyu away. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Xiaoda's face as he said, being able to follow Senior, it's considered Xiaoyu's good fortune. Dad, but Xiaoyu she. Yi Wudao wanted to say something. Okay, I know you're worried about Xiaoyu, but do you think Senpai would hurt her? Maybe the next time we meet, Xiaoyu's strength will have surpassed yours. That's it. All disperse. Chapter 12, A Visit from Kyoto. Elder, where are you taking me? People come and go in the busy streets. Yiling Tian took Yi Xiaoyu and just walked aimlessly through the streets. Yi Xiaoyu's gaze looked towards Yiling Tian and asked apprehensively. She didn't know where Yiling Tian was taking her, nor did she know what purpose Yiling Tian had. However, she could sense that Yiling Tian did not have any malicious intent towards her. You should call me Laozu. Yiling Tian smiled faintly at Yi Xiaoyu and said, Elder ancestor? You are really the old ancestor of my Yi family? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu immediately showed a shocked expression. Although she, as well as everyone in the Yi family, had suspected that Yiling Tian was their Yi family's old ancestor, but Yiling Tian had not admitted it, and they did not dare to go up and identify each other haphazardly. But at this moment, hearing Yiling Tian's words, Yi Xiaoyu was instantly shocked. Without a doubt, Yiling Tian's words had undoubtedly shown his identity. Not bad, the Yi family exists precisely because of me. Only, my time is so far removed from yours, so far removed that you no longer even know my name. Yiling Tian had a smile on his face, as well as a hint of remembrance. When he first left Earth, it was still a peaceful time, yet the changes now were saddening to him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had experienced so much in the other world, I'm afraid that anyone else would not be able to accept what was happening right now. Long time ago? Former ancestor, what year are you from? Yi Xiaoyu asked in surprise. To know, her Yi family's ancestry is recorded in the record is 1 or 2,000 years ago the old ancestor is recorded. However, in front of this old ancestor is half of the information is not. And what year did this old ancestor actually exist? Me. My time was still a time of peace and hundreds of countries still existed around the globe. It's almost 10,000 years from now. Yiling Tian's gaze was deep, as if he had fallen into deep memories. A million years? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu was dumbstruck, her heart filled with incredulity as well as a hint of disbelief. Really? Is there really anyone in the world who can live this long? Even a strong person of the Zunshi realm's lifespan was only 1,000 years. Survive for 10,000 years? What realm of martial artists can do that? Yi Xiaoyu didn't know. Not to mention Yi Xiaoyu, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Great Summer Kingdom knows about it. Yiling Tian looked at Yi Xiaoyu's shocked gaze and smiled faintly. 10,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. To Yiling Tian, 10,000 years was indeed nothing more than a snap of the fingers. One must know that he had survived in the Chaos Realm for 1,000,000 years. Although the universe where Daxia was located had a different flow of time from the Chaos Realm, this was indeed the time that Yiling Tian had actually experienced. Xiao Yu, old ancestor, I have created a clan. Would you be willing to worship under my clan? Inheriting Yiling Tian's heavenly emperor bloodline, Yi Xiaoyu's talent was needless to say. Definitely the strongest demon in this universe. It was unrivaled in the endless universe. Among the Chaos Realm, even Yiling Tian's personal disciple, Jian Wuming, who was revered as a sword venerable, could not be compared to Yi Xiaoyu. Former elder ancestor, you even created a clan? Is it one of the 10 great sects of my Great Summer Kingdom? Yi Xiaoyu's face showed excitement. In her opinion, with the strength of the old ancestor, how could the clan he created not be weak? At worst it had to be one of the top 10 clans in the Great Summer Country? If her old ancestor's clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Great Sia Country, then her Yi family would be able to hold a place in the Great Sia Country. Looking at Yi Xiaoyu's excited expression, Yiling Tian shook his head with a smile and said, it's not one of the top 10 clans of the Great Summer Country. Old ancestor's clan is not in the Great Summer Country. As for where it is, you'll find out later. Regardless of whether it was the endless universe or the Chaos Realm, it was an incomprehensible existence to the current Yi Xiaoyu, so Yiling Tian wasn't prepared to say too much to her right now. When it was later, Yi Xiaoyu would naturally know. Not in Daxia? Hearing what Yiling Tian said, the shock in Yi Xiaoyu's heart increased even more. One must know that on the earth today, other than the Great Summer Country, all other places have been occupied by various foreign beasts as well as foreign races, and there is simply no place for the human race. Under such circumstances, old ancestor was even able to create a sect outside of the Grand Xia without being destroyed. Just how strong was old ancestor's sect? In Yi Xiaoyu's perception, what Yiling Tian said was not in the middle of the Great Summer Kingdom. She thought it was above the boundaries of those foreign races. So, old ancestor, disciple is willing to join your sect. Even if the old ancestor's clan wasn't one of the top 10 clans in the Great Summer Kingdom, how could it be weak if it was able to entrench itself on top of a foreign race's territory? What's more, there was still the old ancestor sitting in the town. So I'm afraid that even the 10 great clans of the Great Summer Country couldn't compare to it. Let's go. Next you'll follow the old ancestor and cultivate properly. After saying that, the silhouettes of the two disappeared directly into the city, as if they had never appeared. Day 2. A special airplane arrived directly at the residence of the town councilor of Tianhai City. An old man slowly walked down from it, followed by a man and a woman behind him. Below, Lu Zhenghua, the Tianhai City's Xinhua envoy, was already waiting quietly, and when he saw the old man's arrival he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Tianhai City Xinhua Lu Zhenghua. Meet Elder Wang. Lu Zhenghua came to the old man, respectfully saluted a military salute, and opened his mouth. Elder Wang was none other than the third elder of the Council of Elders who came from Kyoto, Wang Ming. Zhenghua, you should know the purpose of the old man's visit, so without further ado, hurry up and take me to see that girl. Yes, Elder Wang. Who is the girl in Wang Lao's mouth? Needless to say Lu Zhenghua also knows, besides that Yi Xiaoyu who tested out 10-star talent, who else can make Wang Lao personally visit Tianhai City? At that moment, Lu Zhenghua led Elder Wang as well as a man and a woman behind him. A group of 4 people headed towards where the Yi family was. At this moment in the Yi family, after last night's incident, all the Yi family members were full of joy, and they were all full of expectations for the future of the Yi family. The third oldest member of the Yi family, Yi Wuheng, had already returned to the war zone early in the morning. After all, he had come back from a temporary leave of absence, and still couldn't stay at home for a long time. Yi Xiude, the Yi family's old master, chose to go into seclusion that night after being elevated to the Zunshi realm by Yi Lingtian to stabilize his realm. After all, he had been forcibly elevated up to the realm by Yi Lingtian, and he himself was completely unfamiliar with this realm, so if he didn't go into seclusion, it would be impossible for him to exert the strength that should be expected from the Zunshi realm. Family master, Lord Jinsho is here. Just at this moment, the Yi family's butler came to Yi Wudao's bedroom and reported to him. Lord Town Councilor? At those words, Yi Wudao was inwardly shocked. How did the town guardian come to his Yi family? His Yi family was nothing more than a second-rate small family in Tianhai City, and he couldn't get along with the town guard envoy. However, very quickly, Yi Wudao figured it out in his heart. I'm afraid, it's for Xiaoyu, Yi Wudao secretly said. The 10-star talented Yi Xiaoyu would definitely be valued by the country. After all, this was able to become the top pillar of the country. However, when he thought that Yi Xiaoyu had been taken away by his seniors, Yi Wudao just burst into a bitter smile. What does that make him? Chapter 13, the third elder of the Council of Elders Wang Ming. Greetings, Lord Town Councilor. I, Yi Wudao, the head of the Yi family, did not know that Lord Jinghua had descended, so please forgive me if I have missed the welcome. Yi Family Hall. Yi Wudao arrives and arches his hand at Lu Zhenghua. Yi Family Master is polite. This time I'm accompanying Elder Wang. Lu Zhenghua let out a faint smile and took a step backward, giving way to Elder Wang's figure. Elder Wang? Yi Wudao was inwardly shocked. Who is this old man Wang? How dare you keep the Tianhai City's town envoy company? Although Tianhai City was only a second-tier city, but to be able to become the town guardian envoy of Tianhai City, the strength of his strength naturally needed no introduction. He was definitely an existence of heavenly king or above. Yet, it was such an existence that still needed to personally accompany this Elder Wang in front of him? So who is this old man Wang, and what realm of power? Yi Wudao meets Elder Wang. I wonder if Elder Wang my Yi family is, Yi Wudao said with a respectful arch to Elder Wang. Although he didn't know the identity of Elder Wang, but he could make the town envoy of Tianhai City personally accompany the little cutie. Could all think that Wang Lao's identity must not be simple. There is no need for Family Master Yi to be courteous. The purpose of my coming here must be clear in Family Master Yi's heart. Elder Wang smiled amiably and said. At those words, Yi Wudao's heart moved slightly. Obviously, Elder Wang's words were already self-explanatory. It was definitely for his daughter Yi Xiaoyu. Just, Elder Wang, is this for your daughter Yi Xiaoyu? Although he had already guessed the purpose of Elder Wang's visit, Yi Wudao still asked. That's right, Old Me is precisely here for Yi Xiaoyu, the daughter of the Yi family master. Elder Wang nodded slightly and continued. Yi family master, you've given birth to a good daughter. A demon that surpasses the 10-star talent has never appeared in our entire Great Summer Kingdom since the Earth's aura has been revived for 10,000 years. In the future, she will definitely become the top pillar of my Great Sia Kingdom, and can even save my Great Sia from the fire. From Wang Lao's words, it was easy to see how much hope he had placed in Yi Xiaoyu. Nowadays, The Great Sia was already at a precarious point in the face of the invasion of the 10,000 races, and the peace and tranquility in the country was nothing more than an illusion. There is strife everywhere outside the borders, especially in the north. Just before he came to Tianhai City, the Elder Council had received urgent news from the Northern Realm. The Feather Race, one of the 10,000 races, had launched a major attack on them, and all 10 of the Great Zunsha realms stationed in the Northern Realm had already lost 3 of their number, and the remaining 7 were also more or less injured. According to the news coming from the Northern Realm, if no one supported the Northern Realm, the entire Northern Realm would fall in 3 months at most. If the Northern Realm fell, it would be an absolutely devastating disaster for the Great Sia Kingdom, and no one would be willing to see this scene. Therefore, the entire Council of Elders had high hopes for Yi Xiaoyu, who had suddenly appeared. It was because this was the only one in the Great Summer Kingdom in 10,000 years who had surpassed the talent of more than 10 stars, and the only existence that had any hope of stepping into the realm above the Zunsha realm. As long as Yi Xiaoyu was able to step above the Zunsha realm, then all the crises that the Great Summer Kingdom was currently facing would be solved. It was a long time coming, but as long as there was hope, they would not give up. A talent beyond 10 stars? Hearing Elder Wang's words, Yi Wudao was instantly shocked. Xiao Yu Shi, isn't it a 10-star talent? How did it become a talent beyond 10 stars in Elder Wang's mouth? Elder Wang, ISNT Xiao Yu her, 10-star talent? Yi Wudao asked in a trembling voice. Beyond 10 stars of talent? What kind of demon is that? He simply didn't dare to think that his own daughter would be beyond a 10-star talent. Yi family master, your daughter is not a 10-star talent, but more than 10 stars. In the history of the Great Xia, there hasn't been a talent above 10 stars, so the highest talent that can be measured by the test crystals is 10 stars. However, it is indisputable that once the test crystals explode, it means that a talent above 10 stars has appeared. Elder Wang said patiently. This was Yi Wudao. After all, he was Yi Xiaoyu's father. If it were anyone else, it was unlikely that Elder Wang would have said so much. Yi Wudao was shocked. He didn't expect the test crystal explosion to represent a talent of 10 stars or more. He also knew that Xiaoyu had tested the crystal explosion during the test, and Yi Xiaohai had told him about it. It was just that all of them thought that there was something wrong with the test crystals, and none of them thought that it was actually because Xiaoyu's talent surpassed more than 10 stars? Yi family master, I am Wang Ming, the third elder of the Elder Council. After the unanimous decision of our Elders Council, I hope that Yi family master will allow old master to bring the child Yi Xiaoyu back to Kyoto for cultivation. Don't worry, Yi family master. We will definitely train this child Xiaoyu as a personal disciple, and strive to have her break through above the level of an exalted as soon as possible, and become the number 1 person in my Great Xia country. Seeing Yi Wudao's shock, Elder Wang directly stated the purpose of his visit. Presbyterian? Yi Wudao was truly surprised that this Elder One was a member of the Elder Council. As a Daxia person, how could one not know about the existence of the Council of Elders? This was the pinnacle of power in the Great Xia Kingdom, and everything in the entire Great Xia Kingdom was ruled by the Council of Elders. Although there was still a State Lord on top of the Council of Elders, even if the State Lord had any major decisions, they could only be implemented with the unanimous consent of the Council of Elders. This was enough to illustrate the status of the Council of Elders in Daxia. Just upon hearing the purpose of Elder Wang's visit, Yi Wudao was momentarily at a loss as to how to answer. If it was before, and this happened to his Yi family, he would definitely be thrilled. Being able to be nurtured by the Council of Elders is not something that anyone can have this opportunity. But now, Xiao Yushi has already been taken away by that senior. Even if he wants Xiaoyu to go back to Kyoto with this Wan Lao, he can't do it. Elder Wang, Xiao Yushi, is no longer in my Yi family? Yi Wudao said apprehensively. Not in your Yi family anymore? What does that mean? At those words, Elder Wang's brows furrowed. There was a hint of displeasure hidden in his heart. Could it be that this Yi family didn't want him to bring Yi Xiaoyu back to the Council of Elders because she was too talented? If that was the case, then this Yi family really did not know any better. What is the Presbyterian presence? This was the pinnacle of martial arts in the Great Xia country, and with a demonic talent like Yi Xiaoyu, who else but the Elder Council could give her better training? This Yi family was so selfish to such an extent that it was unbelievable. Yi family master, you should understand that with your daughter's talent, the only way to get better is to be in my Elders Association. I hope that your Yi family won't make any mistakes for themselves. In Elder Wang's words, Yi Wudao could completely hear that the other party was already a bit displeased. Elder Wang, don't misunderstand. It's not that my Yi family doesn't want Xiaoyu to travel with you to the Elder Council. It's just that, Yi Wudao said with a bitter smile. Just what? Xiao Yushi has been taken away by a senior. As for where she went, even I don't know. Yi Wudao could only tell the story of Yi Xiaoyu being taken away by Yi Ling Tian. It couldn't be helped. He didn't really know how to face this Council of Elders if he didn't tell the truth. Chapter 14 Yi Xiaodi appears shocked. Elder Wang. Taken? Who is it? Elder Wang's face gradually became gloomy. This was a demon beyond the 10-star talent that had appeared with great difficulty in his Xia for 10,000 years. And this Yi family had let someone else take it away just like that? Sorry, Elder Wang. We don't know who that senior is either. But you can rest assured, Elder Wang, that senior is powerful. Xiaoyu following the other party will definitely not bury her talent. Yi Wudao knew that Elder Wang's concern was nothing more than the fact that he felt that the only way for a talent like Xiaoyu's to get the best development was to be nurtured by the Elders' Council. If it was before last night, it was Yi Wudao or even the entire Yi family who had this idea. But after last night, he knew that not to mention one Elder Council, even 10 Elder Councils would not be better than Xiaoyu following that senior. Although the people in the Elders' Council were all Zunsha realm powerhouses, belonging to the peak of the Great Xia, that was all they were. That senior had made his father break through to the peak of the exalted realm with a wave of his hand, so with such strength, what would the Elder Council compare? Powerful? Simply nonsense. Hearing Yi Wudao's words, the anger in Elder Wang's heart increased. If the other party was more powerful, could it still be compared to his Elder Council? Is it as good as the whole of Daxia? This Yi family, just letting someone take Yi Xiaoyu away like this, was simply burying this demonic talent of Yi Xiaoyu. This was not only a loss for the Yi family, but also a loss for the entire Grand Xia. Of course, this was only his thoughts. As for what the Yi family thought, that was only known by the Yi family people themselves. Yi family master, I advise you to better hurry up and call Yi Xiaoyu back, or else you'll only bury this 10-star or above talent. By now, Elder Wang hadn't even given up, and underneath his grave tone, he was full of solemnity. Elder Wang, I'm really sorry, even if I wanted to call Xiaoyu back, there's no way to do so. That senior didn't leave any contact information, and I simply don't know how to contact the other party. What Yi Wudao said was not unreasonable. The entire Grand Xia, even those in the 10,000 races, if Yi Ling Tian didn't show up, it would be impossible for them alone to find Yi Ling Tian. Simply incorrigible. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang was instantly enraged, and an aura uniquely belonging to the exalted realm overflowed unnaturally from his body. Bang! Facing Elder Wang's chi, Yi Wudao's entire body was instantly sent flying. Wang Lao, please also calm down. Right at this moment, Tianhai City's Xinghua envoy Lu Zhanghua spoke with a horrified expression. Facing Elder Wang's aura, not to mention Yi Wudao, he was a bit unable to withstand it. Luckily, the aura was only a flash and was quickly collected by Elder Wang. Otherwise, with Yi Wudao's martial realm, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Ahem, Elder Wang, I'm really sorry for making you come all the way here for nothing. Yi Wudao staggered over, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Just now, in the face of Wang Lao's aura, he felt like he was suffocating in general. If not for Wang Lao's fast convergence, he felt like he would have died under this aura by having his organs and bowels directly shattered. In the meantime, the backyard of the Yi family, the residence of Yi family's old master Yi Xiaodi. At this moment, Yi Xiaodi was in seclusion, familiarizing himself with his current realm as well as figuring out the gong methods Yi Ling Tian had taught him. The more he fumbled, the more shocked Yi Xiaodi was. The gongfu Yi Ling Tian had imparted to him was just too powerful, completely beyond his scope of understanding. Just by cultivating for a while, he clearly felt that all his realms were now solidified, and he even felt that as long as he cultivated according to the laws of this gong method, he would be able to break through the Zuni realm and reach above Zuni in less than a year's time. Above the Honored One. What kind of concept is that? The entire Great Summer Country had never been reached by anyone since the Aura Revival 10,000 years ago. And now, after just one night of cultivation, he felt this exalted one's barrier loosening. How appalling was that? This technique that senior passed on to me. What level is it, to be so terrifying? Although he hadn't cultivated a heavenly rank technique, he was certain that this technique Yi Ling Tian had passed on to him was by no means comparable to the heavenly rank. Although heaven-ranked techniques were precious, it wasn't as if Daxia didn't have them, but Daxia hadn't given birth to a single Zun sure above it in the past 10,000 years. With this alone, Yi Xiaodi could be certain that this gong method Yi Ling Tian had passed on to him was far above the heavenly rank. Right at this moment, Yi Xiaodi's face changed violently. This is the aura of an honored one? How could a Zunsha realm powerhouse appear in my Yi family? The current Yi Xiaodi himself was a peak Zunsha realm, and was naturally very familiar with the aura of the Zunsha realm. The moment Wang Lao's aura appeared, although it was only for a moment, Yi Xiaodi could be sure that this was a Zunsha realm, or the peak of the Zunsha realm like him. Without being able to think too much, Yi Xiaodi hurriedly headed towards the Yi family hall. This was the exalted realm. If the other party came with hostile intent, there was no way Yi Wudao and the others would be able to withstand it. If it wasn't for Yi Ling Tian raising his realm to the peak of the Zunsha realm last night, Even if he was opposite a Zunshur, it would be nothing more than a mole cricket. At the moment, inside the hall, although Yi Wudao was shocked by Elder Wang's aura and was a bit angry inside, he didn't dare to voice it out at all and could only keep apologizing to Elder Wang. If Yi Xiaoyu doesn't grow up, your Yi family will be the sinner of my Grand Xia. It was not easy for De Xia to have a demon above 10 stars, but as a result, it was just destroyed by this Yi family. How could Elder Wang not be angry in his heart? Although in Yi Wudao's mouth, the person who took Yi Xiaoyu away was very strong and would definitely cultivate Yi Xiaoyu properly. But so what? Even if the other party was at the peak of the exalted realm, that couldn't possibly compare to the cultivation of the Great Xia's entire nation. Who is your honor? I wonder what the reason for coming to my Yi family is. Right at this moment, a cold voice resounded in the middle of the hall, and as the voice fell, Yi Xiuda's figure slowly appeared in front of the crowd. Dad, what are you doing here? Seeing Yi Xiuda, Yi Wudao hurriedly went forward and asked, Wudou, how are you? Seeing the injured Yi Wudao, Yi Xiuda's face was also gradually gloomy. If I don't come, won't my Yi family be demolished? This friend, I don't know where my Yi family has offended my friend to have you, a Zuni powerhouse, come in person? Saying that, Yi Xiuda's gaze also slowly looked towards Elder Wang. Peak of the exalted realm? How is that possible? When Yi Xiudi appeared, Wang Lao was completely nonplussed. This Yi family actually has a venerable? Or the peak of the Zunshur realm? Was he hallucinating? Or had the world changed? Tianhai City was only a second-tier city, but it would actually possess an exalted existence? I really didn't expect that your Yi family would have an exalted existence. It is indeed an eye-opener for me. Wang Lao suppressed the shock in his heart and said to Yi Xiude, What? Honored one? Lu Zhenghua behind Elder Wang, as well as the man and woman were all equally stunned when they heard this, especially Lu Zhenghua. As the Tianhai City's town envoy, he didn't say that he knew Tianhai City like the back of his hand, but he still knew what kind of strength the Yi family had. Wasn't the strongest person in this Yi family a Grandmaster Yi Xiuda? When did a venerable even pop up? Chapter 15 Yi Xiaohai tests his talent. Are you, the old man of the Yi family? Lu Zhenghua looked at Yi Xiuda. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. A closer look, this is not the Yi family's old man Yi Xiuda? Although Yi Xiuda was much younger now, he still recognized that this venerable member of the Yi family was the Yi family's old man. So it's Xinqiu Lu. At this time, Yi Xiude also saw Lu Zhenghua. Town Guard Lu. I wonder what this means. And who is this person? Yi Xiude asked in a deep voice to Lu Zhenghua. He didn't know Wang Lao, but Lu Zhenghua was after all the Town Guard envoy of Tianhai City. Although the current Lu Zhenghua was nothing in his eyes, but the other party was after all an official, and he couldn't afford to do too much before figuring out the ins and outs of the matter. Dad, this is the third elder of the Council of Elders, and he's here today because he wants to bring Xiaoyu back to Kyoto. Before Lu Zhenghua could say anything, Yi Wudao had already stepped forward to explain to Yi Xiuda. So it's the third elder of the Council of Elders, old man Yi Xiude. Meet the third elder. After listening to Yi Wudao's explanation, the anger in Yi Xiude's heart was also instantly calmed, and he arched his hand at the third elder. The Council of Elders. This represented the pinnacle of martial arts in the Great Summer Kingdom. Even if he was now at the peak of Zunshur, he wouldn't dare to go and fight the Council of Elders. What's more, it's all thanks to the Council of Elders that the Great Xia is now at ease. And it's not too much to say that for the sake of the people of the Great Xia, the people of the Council of Elders can be said to be devoted to their work and die until their last breath. In this situation, how could Yi Xiude not go against the Elder Council? Otherwise, what was the difference between that and treason? Third elder. It's not that my Yi family doesn't want this child Xiaoyu to head to the Elder Council with you. It's really that Xiaoyu, she's been taken away by a senior. Even I don't know where this senior is. I'm really sorry. Yi Xiude said apologetically to Wang Lao. Elder Yi, I don't know who exactly is this senior you are talking about. With your peak Zuni strength you still need to address the other party as a senior? The senior in Yi Xiude's mouth made Wang Lao good and strange. It was even if Yi Wudao addressed the other party as senior. After all, Yi Wudao was only at the Zongshi realm. However, this Yi family's old man, Yi Xiude, was a peak Zunshur. It could be said to have stood at the pinnacle of the Grand Xia. Who in this world could make a peak Zunshur address a senior? Third elder. Who this senior is that I don't know. But the strength of the other party is completely worthy of me addressing him as a senior. Yi Xiude smiled bitterly. He didn't know what realm Yi Ling Tian was in, but the other party was able to make him a peak Zunshur with a wave of his hand. Just based on this, who dared to say that Yi Ling Tian was not worthy of his title of senior? He didn't know how strong the Council of Elders was, and he wasn't very clear about how strong the entire Grand Xia was, but the one thing he was certain of was that even the entire Grand Xia combined would not be a single enemy of Yi Ling Tian. Elder Yi is exaggerating, isn't he? You are at least a peak Zunshur. How much stronger can the other party be? Is it possible that the other party's strength is still above that of a Zunsher? Obviously. For Yi Xiuda's words, Wan Lao was not too convinced to make a peak Zunsher revere the other party so much, unless the other party was in existence above Zunsher. However, no one in the entire Great Sia Kingdom had stepped into that realm in 10,000 years, and he simply didn't believe that anyone in the folklore would step into this realm. Third Elder, although I'm not sure of that senior's exact realm, I'm certain that that senior's strength is definitely above that of an exalted. There's no doubt about that. Although Yi Xiuda knew that the third elder would not easily believe what he said, but this was his own personal experience. Whether the other party believed it or not, he himself was convinced anyway. Above the honored one? Ha! Upon hearing this, Elder Wang sneered. Obviously, he was not at all convinced that this folk would be able to break through above the level of an exalted, and even if there was, it would only be born in his elder council. Forget it, since that girl child has been taken away, one can only hope that the person who took her away will cultivate her properly. Otherwise, no matter who the other party is, my elder council will never let him go. Elder Wang said coldly, a demon that surpassed the 10-star talent. This was his great Xia's hope, and the elder council would never give it up easily. He had already decided that when he returned to Kyoto, he would immediately convene a meeting and launch a carpet search for the other party throughout the country. After saying that, the third elder was ready to leave. He had to return to Kyoto as soon as possible to tell the council of elders as well as the state lord of the country about this news. Third elder, wait. Right at this moment, Yi Xiuda spoke out and called out to Wan Lao's few people who were ready to leave. Is there anything else for Master Yi? Elder Wang turned back to Yi Xiuda and asked. I know that third elder came from Kyoto this time specifically for Xiaoyu, even though Xiaoyu had no way to follow third elder to Kyoto. But Xiaoyu also has an older brother who hasn't tested his talent yet. I think that since Xiaoyu has a talent of 10 stars or more, as Xiaoyu's older brother his talent, even if it's not as good as Xiaoyu's, I think that it shouldn't be as bad as that. I wonder what the third elder thinks. Because of the explosion of the test crystals, Yi Xiaohai hadn't tested his talent until now. Originally, he was prepared to wait for Tianhai Academy's notification, but now since the Elder Council's people were here, it was just the right time to have this third elder of the Elder Council come and personally give Yi Xiaohai a test. It wasn't expected that Yi Xiaohai would be able to share the same talent beyond the 10 stars as Yi Xiaoyu, but the two were after all siblings, or twins, and Yi Xiuda felt that Yi Xiaohai's talent shouldn't be much worse than Yi Xiaoyu's. Upon hearing this, the third elder said after a slight silence, good, since I've come for a trip, I don't want to return empty-handed. Let's hope that this Yi Xiaohai you're talking about can possess a 10-star talent. Wu Do, go get Xiaohai here. Seeing that the third elder agreed, Yi Xiuda hurriedly said to Yi Wu Dao, compared to cultivating disciples, the Elders' Council was definitely higher than his Yi family by an unknown number of levels. If Yi Xiaohai could be seen by this third elder, it would definitely be much better than staying in the Yi family. Soon, Yi Xiaohai, who had received the news, came to the hall. Third elder, this is my grandson Yi Xiaohai, and Xiaoyu's own brother, Yi Xiuda said, then looked at Yi Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, I haven't met the third elder yet. Kid has met the third elder. Although he didn't know who this third elder was, but his grandfather had said so, Yi Xiaohai also hurriedly saluted the third elder. You're welcome. The third elder waved his hand, then took out a palm-sized bracelet and handed it to Yi Xiaohai, saying, wear it and you can test your talent. It's a test bracelet. Same effect as the test crystals. Yes. Yi Xiaohai respectfully received the bracelet and then put it on his hand. Relax your mind, close your eyes and don't think about anything. Yi Xiaohai did as he was told. Yi Xiuda, Yi Wu Dao and several others were also staring closely at Yi Xiaohai, although Yi Xiuda had thought in his mind that Yi Xiaohai's talent shouldn't be bad. After all, Xiaoyu had tested out above 10 stars, but how it really works is anyone's guess, and the only way to find out is to test it. Chapter 16 King Grade Talent Yi Xiaohai's Choice. As Yi Xiaohai began to test, the bracelet that was worn on his hand began to change. The green, blue, and purple glow flickered and reached a golden glow in just a moment. This was not all. Soon the golden light dissipated, and what appeared was a multicolored light. Colorful light. It meant that Yi Xiaohai's talent was at least 8 stars. Although it was not as much as 1/10,000th of Yi Xiaoyu's, the 8-star talent was considered a genius in today's daxia. Alas, although the 8-star talent isn't weak, how can it be compared to Yi Xiaoyu who surpassed the 10-star talent? The third elder let out an exclamation. The thought of Yi Xiaoyu being taken away by an unknown powerhouse, with the future still unknown. The third elder's heart burst with anger. Only 8 stars? Yi Xiuda stared tightly at Yi Xiaohai, and a trace of disappointment flashed within him. If it was in the past, it would be an ancestor manifestation for his Yi family to have an 8-star talent appear. But now, with Yi Xiaoyu, an existence that surpassed the 10 stars, he was actually a bit unable to look at the 8-star talent now. However, Right at this moment, the bracelet in Yi Xiaohai's hand suddenly flashed a hot white light, instantly drowning out the rest of the light. This? The third elder instantly looked at Yi Xiaohai in shock, a flash of ecstasy flashing across his face. 10 stars or more king level talent? 10 stars of talent or more is exactly what belongs to the king level. In addition to the king level, there was also the emperor level as well as the imperial level. This level was known to no one in the whole of Sia except for those in the Council of Elders, because this was something that the Elder Council had learned after countless years as well as from the information of the 10,000 races, and it had never been passed on to the outside world, because there hadn't been any king-level talents born in the Great Sia in the past 10,000 years. This information had been kept in the Elder Council's high level of secrecy. King-level talent? Is this the talent that goes beyond 10 stars or more? Hearing the third elder's words, Yi Xiaoda was also shocked. He had thought that Xiaohai's talent might not be weak, but he hadn't thought that Xiaohai was actually beyond the 10-star talent just like Xiaoyu, which made him excited inside. He, the Yi family, had produced 2 gifted individuals who surpassed the 10 stars or more. How appalling was this? With Xiaoyu and Xiaohai both around, his Yi family's future would definitely become a top family in Xia. Even the Elder Council probably wouldn't dare to easily offend their Yi family. There was just one thing that Yi Xiaoda was a bit confused about. Since Xiaohai was also talented beyond 10 stars, then why did that senior only take Xiaoyu away and not look at Xiaohai? Could it be that Xiaoyu's talent was even stronger than Xiaohai's? How could he know that Yi Xiaoyu had awakened Yi Lingtian's heavenly emperor bloodline? Although it was only awakened by less than 1/10,000%, but it was a heavenly emperor bloodline. Even if it was only awakened less than 1/10,000%, Yi Xiaoyu's talent was at the emperor level, and in the future, as more of the heavenly emperor bloodline awakened, Yi Xiaoyu's talent would only get stronger and stronger. As for Yi Xiaohai, he hadn't awakened the heavenly emperor bloodline, and the talent he was testing out right now was all due to Yi Lingtian's ordinary bloodline. In fact, not to mention Yi Xiaohai, right now any random Yi family member who came to test their talent would not be lower than 10 stars. After Yi Lingtian broke through the heavenly emperor realm, the bloodline in their bodies that belonged to Yi Lingtian had been activated. There were strong and weak, but any weaker ones would not be below the level of 10 stars. Ha ha, yes, this Yi family, old me really didn't come in vain. After the third elder was shocked, he let out a loud laugh. Although he had missed a Yi Xiaoyu, but now a Yi Xiaohai had appeared. It was really a case of regaining what was lost. At this moment, Yi Xiaohai also had a bewildered look on his face. He had never thought at all that his talent would be so high. A talent beyond 10 stars? He couldn't even think about it himself. But now, with the facts right in front of him, he just had to believe it even if he didn't. Xiaohai, good job. I didn't expect you to be as talented beyond the 10th star as your sister. In the future of my Yi family will depend on you too, brother and sister. Yi Xiaoda came to Yi Xiaohai with an excited face and patted his shoulder. On the side, Yi Wudao also had an excited look on his face. The fact that his own son and daughter both possessed talents of 10 stars or more was simply God's greatest gift to him. Elder Yi, how about I bring this child back to the Elders Association for cultivation? Don't worry, with Xiaohai's king-level talent, my Elders Association will definitely do everything in their power to cultivate him, so that he can break through to above the level of an exalted at an early date. The third elder said to Yi Xiaoda. Third elder, although I also want Xiaohai to be able to go to your council of elders, it still depends on Xiaohai's wishes. My Yi family isn't going to force Xiaohai, and I hope that your council of elders won't force it either. Hi, what do you think? Do you want to go to the elder council? Yi Xiaoda then looked at Yi Xiaohai and asked. Seeing this third elder and his grandfather both looking at him, Yi Xiaohai was a bit stunned for a moment. Son, you dare to say where you want to develop. We will absolutely give you the greatest support, the third elder said amiably. As long as Yi Xiaohai could accept the country's arrangement and become a member of the country, then the third elder would be able to accept it regardless of whether Yi Xiaohai went to the council of elders or not. I want to join the army, Yi Xiaohai affirmed. Join the army? At those words, the third elder was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yi Xiaohai to want to join the army, although joining the army was very helpful for the martial path and fast for the realm. After all, people in the army fought against the 10,000 races and foreign beasts every day, so their progress naturally flew by. However, it was also the riskiest, and could fall at any time. If a talent like Yi Xiaohai were to fall in the military, it would be a loss for the entire Grand Xia. Therefore, he did not want Yi Xiaohai to go to the military. Boy, how about another one? Although joining the army is a great help to martial arts, the risk is also huge. You are only at the 8th Hotian realm now. There is a risk of falling at any time in the army. Look, why don't you follow me to Kyoto, and I'll arrange for you to enter the best school in my dasha. How about the University of Kyushu? The third elder patiently advised. No, I don't want to go to college. I want to join the army. Yi Xiaohai said decisively. This, Elder Yi, why don't you persuade? Unable to do anything about it, the third elder could only turn his gaze to Yi Xiaoda. He really didn't want a talent like Yi Xiaohai to join the army. After all, it was too dangerous. Third elder, let him join the army. This is also the boy's dream since he was a child. Yi Xiaoda laughed. He had known about Yi Xiaohai's choice for a long time. After all, joining the army was Yi Xiaohai's dream since childhood. Well then, since that's the case, then you should return to Kyoto with me first. I'll arrange for you to go to the war zone when we get to Kyoto. There was no way around it, so the third elder could only compromise. However, he was prepared to arrange Yi Xiaohai in the Western Realm war zone, which was part of the Great Sia's Great Rear and would be relatively safe compared to the other 3 war zones. Third elder, I want to go to the northern battlefield. To the north? No, the North Realm, where it was now in a time of war. Yi Xiaohai going to the North Realm now was a complete death sentence. Chapter 17, Target, Northern War Zone. Son, if it were any other war zone I could arrange it for you, but the Northern War Zone, decidedly not. The third elder said decisively. Nowadays, the Northern Realm was in a state of war. Even the strongest of the sovereign, Grand Sovereign Realm couldn't guarantee their safety in the Northern Realm, let alone Yi Xiaohai, a mere Hotian 8th level martial artist. Why? Yi Xiaohai revealed a puzzled look. Regarding the situation in the north today, no one knew about it yet except for the top brass of Xia. After all, this kind of situation would definitely cause unnecessary panic if it was spread to the country. So naturally the news about the Northern Realm was all blocked, and the Yi family members as well as Yi Xiaohai were naturally unclear. Alas, the situation in the North Realm isn't good right now. The Feather Clan doesn't know what kind of madness they've gone through. They started to frantically attack the North Realm a month ago, and the millions of warriors in the North Realm have already sacrificed as many as 100,000 of them. The 4 major war zones of the Great Summer Kingdom, each of which had millions of soldiers stationed there, in order to guard against the invasion of the 10,000 races. Normally, there are some small fights, but they don't make much of a difference. But this time, it was not known what kind of madness the Feathered Clan had gone through, but they had crazily launched an attack on the northern border war zone, with the appearance that they would not stop until they had broken through the northern border. In just 1 month, the number of warriors sacrificed in the north had reached as high as 100,000 people. If it wasn't for the fact that half a month ago, the Council of Elders had sent 4 leaders of the Dragon Group to the Northern Realm to stabilize the situation for the time being, there was no telling how many warriors would have to be sacrificed by now. The Dragon Group was composed of the most elite group of geniuses in the Great Summer Country, and every member of the Dragon Group was at least an 8-star gifted existence. They are all the hopes of Daxia. What? The Feather Clan actually attacked the northern battlefield? Hearing the third elder's words, Yi Xiaoda's few people were immediately shocked. This Feather Clan, how dare they act so recklessly? Lu Zhenghua also said with an ironic face. Although he was the Heavenly Sea City's town envoy, he was only a Heavenly King realm martial artist. If it wasn't for the third elder telling them at this time, it was he who didn't know that the Northern Realm had actually erupted into such a great war right now. Feather Tribe, they naturally know, is the first to enter the earth of the 10,000 tribes. The earth just by their destruction of the country are as many as dozens of many. The strength of the powerful incomparable. If the Feather Clan came out in full force, I'm afraid that even the entire Northern Realm wouldn't be able to withstand it. How can this be? Lacquer is in the northern battlefield. Yi Xiaoda's face was ugly. Yi Jiao was his eldest grandson. Before Xiao Yu and Xiao Hai both tested their talent, he had great hopes for Yi Jiao. As a result, it was now that he had learned that the Northern Realm had suffered a great disaster, killing and injuring over 100,000 warriors, which made him worry about Yi Jiao's current safety. Are they at peace with each other? Or Father, will he be in danger? Lacquer? Yi Wudao also looked at his father with a worried expression. Yi Jiao was his second brother's son, and he was Yi Jiao's eldest uncle. So naturally, he was also very worried about Yi Jiao's safety. I don't know. I hope lack of children he is okay. Elder Yi, why is it that your Yi family still has disciples in the Northern Realm war zone? The third elder guessed in his heart when he saw the appearance of several people. That's right, my grandson Yi Jiao went to the Northern Border war zone 3 years ago. I just didn't expect the Northern Border. Today alas. Yi Xiaoda sighed slightly, his face filled with worry. At those words, the third elder was also silent for a while, not knowing what to say. We will notify the families of the fallen warriors in the north one by one. Since you haven't received any news, it means that your grandson should be fine now, and Elder Yi doesn't have to worry too much. After a moment, the third elder still turned to Yi Xiaoda and comforted him. Third elder, the matter of the Northern Realm. I wonder what your elder council is planning to do about it. Yehoshua asked. This matter was a matter of national security, and if the northern border fell, the entire Great Xia would be in crisis. This is a situation that no daxia person wants to see. We've already dispatched 4 exalted realms to the northern realm, and we've sort of stabilized the situation for the time being, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. The third elder hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. These things shouldn't have been told to them, but at this moment, not only had the Yi family produced 2 king-level talents, but the Yi family's old man had even reached the peak of the Zunshi realm, with such strength, to the point that it could also share some of their elder council's worries. After saying that, the third elder once again looked at Yi Xiaohai at the side and said, "Child, the current situation in the northern realm has been told to you by old man. Now do you still want to go to the northern realm?" At this moment, Yi Xiaohai was still in a daze. The situation in the north really shocked him. "But, go! I'll just go to the northern war zone," Yi Xiaohai said decisively. "What? You're still going to the north?" The third elder looked at Yi Xiaohai with a bewildered expression. "After all I've said, you still want to go to the north? So I've said all this for nothing? Hi! Change the war zone. The north is too dangerous." Yi Xiode and Yi Wudao both started to persuade Yi Xiaohai as well. Yi Jiao was already in the northern realm. This was something that had been finalized and they couldn't change it. But Yi Xiaohai, they really didn't want him to go to the north. Otherwise, in case something happened to Yi Xiaohai, it would not only be a loss for his Yi family, but also a loss for the entire daxia. After all, this was a king-level talent, the future of Great Sia. "No, Dad, Grandpa, I've decided, I'm going to the northern war zone." Although the northern realm is dangerous, it's only in that kind of environment that I can make my martial arts progress at a rapid pace and become a strong person at an early date. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to go to the northern realm again after knowing the situation in the northern realm. But now, after knowing that he was a king-level talent, Yi Xiaohai's mind changed. He wants to be strong, the strongest in the world. His sister had already been taken away by that mysterious senior, and with his sister's talent, she would definitely be much stronger when she returned. And as an older brother, he was not willing to lag behind his sister. Also, Big Brother is in the north. I'm going to look for him, Yi Xiaohai said firmly. Yi Xiode and Yi Wudao looked at the determined look in the eyes of their grandson and son, and in the end, they could only turn it into a sigh and did not say anything else. Obviously, there was nothing they could do for such a determined Yi Xiaohai. The boy has been like this since he was a child, but when he decides something, no one can stop him. Third elder, just let him go to the northern realm. Elder Yi, are you sure? The third elder was still a bit reluctant. No one knew the current situation in the northern realm better than him. Okay, Yi Xiode nodded heavily. Okay, since your Yi family has agreed, I can't say anything more. Old me. Even if the third elder had a lot of reluctance in his heart, there was nothing he could do but agree to Yi Xiaohai's request to travel to the northern realm. After all, this was Yi Xiaohai's own decision, and it was not good for him, an outsider, to forcefully stop it. Come back to Kyoto with me first. I'll arrange for a special plane to take you to the north at that time. After all was said and done, the third elder didn't stay too long and took Yi Xiaohai on a direct journey to Kyoto. Chapter 18, The Shock and Anger of the Council of Elders. Father, is it really possible to just let Xiaohai go to the northern realm? With the few third elders gone, only Yi Xiode and Yi Wudao were left in the hall. Yi Wudao looked at his father and asked with a frown. He couldn't figure out why his father would agree to Xiaohai going to the northern realm. After all, the situation there was known to be like that from the third elder's mouth, and Xiaohai was only a Hotian 8th level martial artist right now. This strength was nothing more than a mole in the eyes of both the Fey beasts and the 10,000 races. He has his own ideas. Yi Xiode sighed slightly and said, let him go. But, Yi Wudao wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Yi Xiode. Alright, I know what you want to say. It's nothing more than worrying about Xiaohai's safety. This time I will also be traveling to the northern realm. With me, I won't let anything happen to Xiaohai as well as Lacquer. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudao was startled and quickly asked, Father, you're also going to the northern realm? That's right, now that I'm at least at the peak of an exalted, I wouldn't have the right to not care when the country is in trouble. If it was before, with only the cultivation of a great master, even if he went to the northern realm, he would just be one more cannon fodder. But it was different now. The current him was at the peak of an exalted, a strength that stood at the top no matter if it was in the Great Xia or in the foreign races. These 10,000 races from the stars, although no supreme powerhouses above the Zunshi appeared, their Zunshi realm was several times more than that of the Great Xia, causing the pressure on the Great Xia to multiply. If the northern realm had one more peak exalt, the pressure to face the Feather Clan would naturally be much less. Wudo, after I leave for the northern realm, the Yi clan will be left to you and Wuxue. This is the gong method that Senior passed down to me last night. I've copied it down, cultivate it properly. Saying that, Yi Xiode also took out the transcribed gungfu and handed it to Yi Wudao. Father, don't worry, we will definitely cultivate well and won't let you down. Yi Wudao took the gungfu and said seriously, Kyoto. It was the same quadrangle. Somewhere in a large conference room, the several great elders of the Elders' Council had once again gathered together. The Council of Elders, the supreme adjudicator of the Grand Sia, was jointly ruled by the 10 elders, which were all Pixunsha realm martial artists, each of whom had killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They bowed and died for Daxia. The only regret was that none of them had been able to break through above the level of an exalted, and they were also filled with worry about the future of the Great Sia. Since the recovery of the Earth's aura to the 10,000 tribes descended so far has been 10,000 years long, for the origin of the 10,000 tribes is completely unclear. Only know that they come from the stars. However, after 10,000 years, they did have a certain understanding of the strength of the 10,000 races' advent. In these 10,000 years, every 1,000 years the 10,000 races would descend a batch to Earth, and one batch was stronger than the other. The first 10,000 races that descended were 9,000 years ago, and the strongest of them were merely at the true martial realm. Yet by now, on their 9th descent, they had already reached the exalted realm, and more than 990 years had passed since the last descent, as far as they knew. In other words, there were less than 10 years until the next descent of the 10,000 races. No one knew if the next descent of the 10,000 races would see the emergence of a supreme powerhouse above the level of an exalted, and if it did, then the Great Sia would truly be in danger. Has the oldest arrived? Conference Center. Sitting at the first place was none other than that white-haired old man, the Grand Elder of the Elder Council, Long Tianba. On each side sat the remaining few elders. Grand Elder, I just received news that the third elder has already arrived in Kyoto and is rushing towards this place. I estimate that he should arrive in another half an hour. A middle-aged man standing behind the Grand Elder immediately spoke. Half an hour? Then we'll wait a little while for the oldest, the Grand Elder said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the remaining few elders didn't say anything and just waited quietly for the third elder to arrive. They all knew that the main figure of this meeting was still with the third elder, and without the third elder's arrival, this meeting would not be able to start. Soon, half an hour passed. The third elder was also on time in the conference room. Behind him, there was a teenager. It was Yi Xiaohai. Grand Elder, I'm back. The third elder spoke to the Grand Elder and sat down in the seat that belonged to him. Well, Lao San, is this the kid with the king-level talent? The Grand Elder let out a soft hum and looked at Yi Xiaohai with a hint of anticipation in his gaze. The gazes of the remaining few elders were also all looking towards Yi Xiaohai, with anticipation, skepticism, and disbelief. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiaohai couldn't help but become nervous. Regarding what the identity of these old grandfathers in front of him was, the third elder had already told him on the way here. These are all the pillars of Daxia, the pillars of the country. If it wasn't for them, I'm afraid that Daxia would have been destroyed in the hands of the 10,000 races. They are all heroes of Daxia, Daxia's guardians. How could Yi Xiaohai, a teenager, not be nervous when faced with so many big names? Grand Elder, gentlemen, this child's talent is precisely at the king level. Only I personally tested it will never be wrong, the third elder said solemnly. Third elder, it's not right. Didn't I remember that the information coming from Tianhai City said it was a girl named Yi Xiaoyu? How did it become a boy? It was questioned. Sixth elder, you're right. The message said that it was indeed a girl named Yi Xiaoyu, while this child is Yi Xiaoyu's brother, Yi Xiaohai. Both of their siblings are of king-level talent. The third elder smiled faintly. He knew the news would be absolutely nothing less than a bombshell for the crowd. Just the thought of Yi Xiaoyu being taken away by a certain powerful person caused a moment of silence in his heart. What? 2 king-level talents? As expected, when the crowd heard this news, each of them had their mouths wide open in disbelief. In these 10,000 years, the entire Great Sia had never produced a person with king-level talent, but it turned out that there were 2 of them at once now. Was this really true? Lao San, are you telling the truth? What about the girl? Why didn't you bring her? The Grand Elder looked agitated. Right, Third Elder, where is that girl? Hurry up and call her over so we can take a look. The group of elders also rushed to speak out. Ha, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. The third elder smiled bitterly. He then told the crowd all the things he had encountered and heard in the Yi family. When they learned that the Yi family's old man was actually a Pixunsha realm, everyone was shocked, and if it wasn't for the third elder seeing it with his own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was even a Pixunsha hidden in Tianhai City, a second-tier city. When they heard that Yi Xiaoyu had been taken away by the mysterious powerhouse, the crowd also revealed a look of anger. Nonsense! It's just nonsense. It's not easy for my Great Sia to produce a king-level talent. How can it fall into someone else's hands? If this person has bad intentions or doesn't have that ability to teach, wouldn't this be spoiling the king-level talent? Fine, no matter how much it costs. We must find this person and bring Yi Xiaoyu back. Voices of anger rose up. Chapter 19, Above the Suns, the Sages of Wudao. Alright, Yi Xiaoyu is definitely going to be retrieved, but the fact that someone from this Yi family has actually reached the peak of Zunshi, this makes me quite curious. Lao San, according to what you said, this Yi family isn't very strong. That Yi family's old man was merely a grand master before this, so why did he suddenly become an exalted? Have you guys ever wondered why that is? The Grand Elder opened his mouth to interrupt the crowd's thoughts and asked rhetorically. This. Upon hearing this, the third elder frowned slightly. This was something he had also thought about, but was unable to think of any reason at all. Yes, a small family suddenly came out with an honored one. I'm afraid there's some secret behind this. If this Yi family is willing to share this secret, maybe one of us will all be able to break through to above the level of an exalted. At that time, even if the 10,000 races really descended and an existence above the level of an exalted appeared, our great Sia would not be powerless. A few great elders began to talk at once. In their opinion, this Yi family's Zunshi must have gotten some kind of miraculous encounter, or heavenly treasures or something, or else how could he have jumped from the Grand Master realm to the Zunshi realm in a single bound? Of course, although this thought of theirs might not be very good, it couldn't be helped. The next descent of the 10,000 races was already less than 10 years away, and during this period of time, if there was no strong person above the level of a Zuni born in the Great Sia, then the Great Sia would truly be in jeopardy. Okay, this isn't the time to talk about that. Let's talk about the kid first. This was, after all, the first time a king-level talent had appeared in Sia, and they still attached great importance to it. It was just that, even if it was a king-level talent, it was still a bit unrealistic to want to cultivate it into an existence above a Zuni in 10 years. After all, time is just too short. If it was 100 years, they would still have that confidence, but 10 years, it was really too hard. Grand Elder, this kid he wants to go to the northern battlefield. The third elder said, to the north? No. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder as well as the crowd rejected it outright. The current situation in the North Realm is clear to everyone, not to mention that he's only a Hotian martial artist now. Even if he's in the Zongshi realm, going there would just be sending him to his death. The third elder could only smile helplessly and bitterly at the situation. How could he not know about the situation in the Northern Realm? Even he had told Yi Xiaohai as well as the Yi family, but this child had refused to listen to advice and had to go to the Northern Realm. What could he do? Child, from now on, you'll follow the side of us old guys, and we'll personally guide you in your cultivation, striving to break through to above Zunshi at an early date. The Grand Elder smiled amiably at Yi Xiaohai, and the rest of the few people hurriedly agreed. That's right, don't worry kid, follow us. Your martial realm is definitely no worse than in the military. Gentlemen, the boy is determined to go to the north, and I have promised him. For a while, the crowd argued again. Other than the third elder who agreed to Yi Xiaohai going to the northern realm, there was no one else who agreed, but it couldn't be helped. With Yi Xiaohai's repeated insistence, they just couldn't disagree. Never mind, since you insist on going to the northern realm, then let's go to the northern realm. Old Fifth, there's nothing in your hands at the moment, so you'll be the one to take this child to the northern realm. It just so happens that manpower is needed over there as well, so for the time being, you'll be stationed in the north realm. Everyone knew the meaning of the Grand Elder's words. Yi Xiaohai was only a Hotian martial artist after all, and it was simply difficult to defend himself when he went to a place like the northern realm. Having the fifth elder stay there was naturally to protect Yi Xiaoyu's safety. It was not easy for Great Xia to have a king-level talent appear. They did not want it to die before it could grow. In the end, the Council of Elders still agreed to Yi Xiaohai's request, and the fifth elder personally sent it to the northern realm. As for the third elder, he once again traveled to the Yi family in Tianhai City. The birth of the Yi family's exalted one made them all think that the Yi family must have some secret, and they naturally wouldn't give up easily on this matter. It was just that the third elder's trip was probably going to be in vain. At this moment Yi Xiaode had already traveled to the northern realm, and even if he hadn't, it was unlikely that the third elder would be able to obtain any secrets, because Yi Xiaode's Zunshi realm was completely forced up by Yi Lingtian. This kind of thing he was afraid that even if he told the third elder, no one in the entire elder council would believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable and completely beyond their comprehension. How could a person forcefully raise another person to the peak of an exalted? What kind of strength would be needed to do that? Old ancestor, I've broken through. Da Xia, the top of a certain mountain. Yi Lingtian brought Yi Xiaoyu here to cultivate. 7 days had passed since leaving the Yi family, and during these 7 days, Yi Lingtian had been teaching Yi Xiaoyu, popularizing many cultivation matters for her. Yi Xiaoyu did not fail Yi Lingtian's teachings. In just 7 days, she had already cultivated to the peak of the empty realm, and just a moment ago, she even broke through to the empty breaking realm. No, just after breaking through, he ran to Yi Lingtian's face to invite the palace. It's just a breakthrough to the sky-breaking realm. What's there to be happy about? Yiling Tian's complexion slumped and said indifferently, "It's not too late to be happy when you break through to the Saint Realm." Oh, Yi Xiaoyu's face was drawn. He had thought that breaking through to the sky-breaking realm would shock the old ancestor, but it turned out that the old ancestor didn't take it seriously at all. One must know that she had spent just 7 days to break through to the sky-breaking realm, which if it were an ordinary person even a few years would not necessarily be able to do. If others were to know Yi Xiaoyu's cultivation speed, they would have been shocked and wouldn't know what to say. This could no longer be described with the word demon. Of course, there must be Yiling Tian's guidance unavoidable in this, but there was no denying that Yi Xiaoyu's talent was indeed demonic, worthy of being the successor of the heavenly emperor's bloodline. Saint? What realm is this? However, after hearing the Saint realm from Yiling Tian's mouth, Yi Xiaoyu was also slightly stunned. She hadn't heard of this realm before, and it seemed that there was no such realm in the entire history of the Great Sia. Do you know what realm the strongest person in Daxia is today? Yiling Tian replied. Is it an honored one? This wasn't a secret in Daxia, as long as a Daxia person basically knew that the pinnacle of martial arts today was a Zunshur. That's right, the pinnacle of the Great Sia's martial arts nowadays is the Exalted, and above the Exalted is the Saints, Sage of Martial Arts. Listening to what Yiling Tian said, Yi Xiaoyu's face immediately revealed a hint of yearning. Then, old ancestor, you must be a saint, right? Yi Xiaoyu asked expectantly. In her opinion, the old ancestor's strength was definitely above that of an exalted, and since above an exalted was a saint, it went without saying that the old ancestor must be a saint. Old ancestor, I am not a saint. Yiling Tian touched Yi Xiaoyu's head and said with a smile, you will naturally know when you reach this realm in the future. Chapter 20, The Sleeping Saint of Martial Arts. So there's still the realm of saints behind Zunus. I don't know if my Great Xia has any powerhouses in this realm nowadays, Yi Xiaoyu said with emotion. The entire Daxia thought that the Zunshur realm was already the pinnacle of martial arts. Or else how come no one in Daxia had broken through to saints for so many years? It was the 10,000 races that descended that did not have any characters above the level of an exalted peer. Until now. From Yiling Tian's mouth, Yi Xiaoyu didn't know that there was a martial saint above the exalted. Daxia doesn't have a martial saint, Yiling Tian said with a gentle smile. On the day he returned to Earth, he could be said to have a clear picture of the current situation on Earth. Not only was there no martial Dao saint in the Grand Xia, but there was currently no martial Dao saint among the 10,000 clans, because today's Earth is not enough to give birth to martial arts saints. Earth's aura recovery is only 10,000 years ago. Such a short period of time to want to give birth to a martial arts saint is obviously impossible. However, from what Yiling Tian had observed, the distance to the birth of a martial Dao saint should also be fast, not more than 10 years at most. Without a martial saint, I'm afraid it will be too difficult for us humans to resist the invasion of the 10,000 races. After knowing that there was no martial saint in Daxia, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but get a little worried. In the face of the invasion of the 10,000 races, the Great Xia's exalted were already inferior to the 10,000 races, and in the absence of martial saint, could the Great Xia really withstand the 10,000 races? Xiaoyu, are you worried about Daxia? Yiling Tian laughed. Yes, old ancestor, our Great Xia has been oppressed by the 10,000 races for so long. We really don't know what will happen if we continue like this. As a native of Daxia, how could one not worry about the future of Daxia? In history, Daxia didn't know how many people had died at the hands of the 10,000 races. Don't worry, Daxia is not as simple as you think. Besides, isn't old ancestor me back now? If you want to overthrow my Grand Xia, you still have to ask old ancestor me if I'll agree. Yiling Tian was naturally aware of the current situation of the Grand Xia. The reason why he didn't make a move against the 10,000 races was naturally because the tiny 10,000 races simply didn't deserve his hand. Moreover, he could sense that Daxia wasn't as simple as he used to know. Today's Daxia was in the midst of a recovery, and the only way to awaken was to fight against the 10,000 races. And if he made a rash move, this soon-to-be awakened dragon might fall into a deep sleep once again. Yeah, although Great Xia doesn't have a martial Dao saint, but you, old ancestor, surely possess the strength of a martial Dao saint. And if old ancestor is willing to make a move, this 10,000 races won't be able to pose any threat to my Great Xia. Hearing Yiling Tian's words, Yi Xiaoyu also reacted. This old ancestor in front of them could be a martial Dao saint. They could completely not need to fear this 10,000 clans. Yiling Tian smiled and shook his head. Although he wouldn't watch the Great Xia be overthrown, it was unlikely that he would take it easy unless the Great Xia reached the point of life and death. Okay, Drizzle, now that you've also broken through to the hollow-breaking realm, a bitter cultivation is ultimately limited to the realm's enhancement. So next you'll have to go outside of the country to experience the road ahead. If you want to go farther in the cultivation path, you definitely can't do it by relying on bitter cultivation alone. The only way to realize more is to experience battles and fight against the strong. These are the ways to go if you want to be strong. Good. I'm bored to death staying in the middle of this mountainous area all the time. Hearing that his old ancestor had let him go out to practice, Yi Xiaoyu instantly smiled happily. Although she had only been here for 7 days, she was a teenager after all, and staying in this environment must have been difficult to adjust to. Old ancestor, where are we going to practice? Not us. You go. I'm not really going to be with you this time. It's all up to you. As far as where to go, just go to the north. War is breaking out there nowadays, and it's just right for you right now. Saying that, Yi Ling Tian flicked a stroke into the void. At that moment, amidst Yi Xiaoyu's shocked gaze, he only saw that an opening had appeared in the sky, as if it had been torn apart. Get in there. The end there is the north. Yi Ling Tian said indifferently. This, old ancestor, can this go in? There won't be any danger, right? Hearing that Yi Ling Tian had asked himself to go into this rift, Yi Xiaoyu was inwardly apprehensive, fearing that there would be some danger. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. We'll reach the north soon. With that, Yi Ling Tian directly lifted Yi Xiaoyu up and then directly threw her into the crack. Ah, old ancestor, why are you like this? I'm not ready for this. In the middle of the crack, Yi Xiaoyu's miserable cries were heard. As Yi Xiaoyu was thrown in, the crack slowly disappeared. A soon-to-be awakened martial saint? Suddenly, Yi Ling Tian's gaze looked straight to the ground, as if he had passed through the layers of the earth and looked straight into the ground. In his vision, a transparent crystal coffin was standing in the underground space. Inside the crystal coffin, a man in white was lying quietly in it, seemingly breathless, as if he was dead. However, Yi Ling Tian knew that this was not some dead person. The saint's aura that was faintly emitted signaled that this person was sleeping for some unknown reason, and that this person would awaken in a few years at the latest. Da Xia, it really isn't that simple. Who is this person? I wonder, and what makes him or her sleep here? Yi Ling Tian muttered. The reason why he had brought Yi Xiaoyu to this mountain upside to cultivate was precisely because he had discovered this person sleeping beneath the bottom of this mountain. Moreover, apart from here, all over the country he had found similar people in slumber, and although he had not probed carefully, there were no less than 10 that he had found alone. Now that Xiaoyu had traveled to the northern realm to practice, he wanted to see who this sleeping person really was. Yi Ling Tian's figure shifted and directly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared he had already arrived in front of the crystal coffin. A crystal coffin made of purple and gold? That's quite an extravagance. Yi Ling Tian laughed dumbly. Purple gold stone, that is in the endless universe, can be regarded as a superb weapon practicing material. That is, the transition stage powers will be moved. Did not expect that on this earth there will be people who will use it to build coffins. This, if let those cultivators know, will not be angry to death. It is simply a storm of heavenly goods. It won't take you more than a few years to awaken anyway. In that case it's better to awaken now to enlighten this emperor. Whispering, Yi Ling Tian lightly tapped at the crystal coffin. Bang! At that moment, the crystal coffin as thick as steel instantly burst open. If you don't wake up now, when will you? A soft cry was heard, directly into the ears of the slumberer. As the crystal coffin ruptured, a powerful aura filled the air. The sleeping white man snapped his eyes open and sat up. He looked around, his eyes revealing confusion and bewilderment. When he saw Yi Ling Tian standing in front of him, the man was instantly alert. Who are you? Why are you here? The man stared at Yi Ling Tian and coldly drank. Chapter 21, The Green Lotus Sword Immortal Li Bai. Don't be nervous, this emperor has no ill will towards you. Yi Ling Tian smiled faintly and asked, why are you sleeping here and for how long? Why am I sleeping here? At those words, the man's eyes were confused. Since he had just awakened, his current memory was still a mess, and he couldn't remember anything at all. Ryoko, how many years is it now in Daxia? The man asked. 12,024 years. I can't believe it's been over 10,000 years? Hearing Yi Ling Tian's words, the man was shocked. I didn't realize that more than 10,000 years had passed in a single slumber. More than 10,000 years have passed? You're from before Earth's aura revived? Now, Yi Ling Tian was also a bit surprised. He had thought that this person was at most a few thousand years old, but this man's words clearly indicated that he was a character from more than 10,000 years ago. However, it had only been 10,000 years since the Earth's aura had been revived. So how could a martial arts saint have appeared in that era 10,000 years ago? Is the aura reviving again? It seems I awakened just in time. A hint of excitement appeared on the man's face. The revival of the aura, which represented the imminent arrival of a great world. And the reason why he had fallen asleep was precisely because of this. In his time, the Earth still had an aura that existed, but it had just gradually gone into decline. Even before he fell asleep, the Earth's aura had all but dried up, making it unsuitable for the existence of cultivators. As a last resort, he could only choose to put himself into a deep sleep until the arrival of the next great world. Although this choice was dangerous, and it was possible that they would not be able to wake up for the rest of their lives, they had no choice at that time, and if they didn't, all that awaited them was the end of their lifespan, until death. Luckily for him, he made the right bet. Now that the Earth's aura had once again begun to revive and he had awakened, although more than 10,000 years had passed, it was completely worth it to him. Thank you for waking me up. My name is Li Bai. I don't know your name? The man clasped his hands and said to Yi Ling Tian. Only, the name that was uttered caused Yi Ling Tian to be slightly stunned. Li Bai? This man is Li Bai? Is it the same name? Or is it, your name is Li Bai? Yi Ling Tian stared at the man and asked in surprise. Precisely I am. Do you know me? The man. That is, Li Bai also revealed a hint of surprise. This era was more than 10,000 years away from his time. How could anyone have heard of his name? Am I so famous? Li Bai thought involuntarily. No, of course this emperor knows. Just don't know if this Li Bai of yours is the same Li Bai that this emperor knows. Yi Ling Tian laughed dumbly and continued. The Li Bai that this emperor knows is known as the poetry immortal Li Tai Bai, numbered the Green Lotus Dweller and the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. I wonder if it's your excellency. False name, just a false name. Ha ha. Hearing Yi Ling Tian address himself in such a way, it was Li Bai who was a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Yi Ling Tian was also certain that this Li Bai was the same Li Bai he knew, if not for the fact that he was also considered a character from 10,000 years ago. I am afraid that if it were anyone else, they would not know Li Bai at all. Take the current country of Daxia. There is no recognition of Li Bai is not really certain. After all, time can make people fade away a lot of things, even if the history of Daxia will be lost in the river of history because of time. Only, Yi Ling Tian was also puzzled that Li Bai possessed the strength of a martial saint. It seemed that people in ancient times were far from what he knew before. It seems that your era was also a time when martial arts were rampant? Yi Ling Tian looked at Li Bai and casually asked. However, Yi Ling Tian was still quite curious about the ancient times. He remembered that in his modern society, although he had quite a bit of research on the ancients, he didn't have half the information related to martial arts. I don't know if it was hidden by the state at that time or if they really didn't know. Alas, it is a long story. Although I possessed martial arts in my time, I was already at the end of my rope. The aura had already started to dry up by that time, and it was difficult for ordinary people to be stepping into martial arts, and they could only do something to strengthen their bodies. If it wasn't for a strange encounter in which I accidentally obtained an ancestor's technique, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this realm now. It's just that by the time I broke through to Martial Saint, it was already obvious that it would be difficult to inch any further because the aura had completely dried up. A hint of regret appeared in Li Bai's eyes, sighing in his heart. A Martial Saint, normally, had a lifespan of at least 5,000 years, but that was if there was an aura nurturing them. At that time, the Earth's aura had already dried up. Even if Li Bai was a martial arts saint, without the aura to nurture it, it would only be a little bit more than the life of an ordinary person. Want to survive for 5,000 years? That is completely impossible. At that time, I knew that my path of martial arts had come to an end, and that if I continued like this it would be nothing more than living some more years. Therefore, I was very unwilling. It was so hard to reach the realm of a martial saint. How could it end like this? In the end, I chose to fall asleep, hoping to see the aura revive again when I awaken in the future. Anyone who was able to cultivate to the level of a martial saint could not be willing to wait for death, not even Li Bai. After hearing Li Bai's narrative, Yi Ling Tian also expressed his understanding. If it were him, that's how he would have chosen to slumber. At least this way, there is a silver lining. It seems that the earth in ancient times was also a radiant great world. Li Bai, who belonged to the Tang dynasty period at that time. It seems that the drying up of the earth's aura was during the Tang dynasty, and before the Tang dynasty, it must have been a time when martial arts were rampant, and there might even have been cultivators. What's next for you? Yi Ling Tian asked. Nowadays, the Great Sia is facing a tough time to resist the invasion of the 10,000 races, and Li Bai's arrival may be able to alleviate a considerable amount of pressure for the Great Sia. After all, the current Li Bai could be said to be the number one person in Daxia, the only one who was a saint of martial Dao. Of course, this was without counting Yi Ling Tian. Intend to? At those words, Li Bai fell into silence. He had just awakened and was completely unaware of what was going on out there right now, and he had no idea what he was supposed to do next. Ryoko, Li Bai said, since the aura has been revived, I naturally want to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Say it. Li Bai also felt the aura flowing in the air. So thin? Without feeling it, Li Bai was instantly speechless. This aura is too thin, isn't it? With this level of aura, not to mention pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, he couldn't even go further in the realm of saint. Before he fell asleep, he was at the early stage of saint. With this current aura is to want to break through the early stage of saint or still don't know how many years it will take. Chapter 22 Conspiracy of the 10,000 Races? Li Bai emerges. It's only been 10,000 years since the recovery of aura today, so naturally it's still in a very thin state. Yiling Tian knew the thoughts in Li Bai's mind and smiled faintly, but it is estimated that it won't be more than a few years until the next aura tide comes, and when it does, it will naturally be suitable for saints as well as those above saints to cultivate. In the past few days, Yiling Tian could clearly feel the changes in the earth. Although it wasn't obvious, he knew that it wasn't far from the next aura tidal wave. This situation was all too familiar to Yiling Tian, because when he crossed over to the other world 10,000 years ago, he had only appeared in a small world. At that time, that small world happened to be in the precursor of aura revival, and basically every once in a while, a tidal wave of aura would occur to enhance the quality of the world. And today's Earth is not exactly the same as that small world back then, but it's not too far off. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Li Bai nodded in understanding. Only then he suddenly remembered. It should be reasonably impossible for a martial saint to be born at the current level of aura, right? I wonder how you managed to break through this realm. Li Bai was curious as to how Yiling Tian had reached his current realm under such circumstances. Although he couldn't feel Yiling Tian's specific realm, it was certain that Yiling Tian's martial realm was definitely and not weaker than his, and was even above that of a saint, or else he wouldn't have been able to discover him in his slumber. Me? Yiling Tian smiled faintly and said, this emperor's situation is very special. That's not for you to know. The emperor? It was only at this time that Li Bai was the one who realized that Yiling Tian had called himself this emperor. Could his realm be a martial emperor above a martial saint? Fellow Daoist, are you in the martial emperor realm? Ah Wudi. As far as he knew, a martial emperor was the pinnacle of the martial Dao, and it was in his time that no one had ever reached this realm. It was only in more distant times that the existence of a martial emperor had appeared. He didn't expect that the first person he saw when he awoke would be a martial emperor realm powerhouse. Ha! Martial emperor? Yiling Tian smiled disdainfully. Is Emperor Wu worthy of being compared to him? Although both had the word emperor in them, the difference between the two could not even be described as a world of difference. However, Yiling Tian was too lazy to explain. He wouldn't understand even if he said it. Well, the situation of Sia is not very optimistic nowadays. Since you have awakened, then go and share the pressure for Sia. Subsequently, Yiling Tian also told Li Bai about the current situation of Sia. An invasion of all races? This damned foreign race. I didn't expect that it would still be invading us even now. After hearing what Yiling Tian had said, Li Bai burst out in anger. What do you mean by that? Could it be that there was an invasion of the 10,000 races in your time as well? Yiling Tian frowned as Li Bai's words shocked him. He thought that this 10,000 races was the first invasion of the Great Sia, but now Li Bai was saying that there were already foreign races in his time? That's a lot of information. If the 10,000 had already invaded at that time, then why was there no news of it when it came to his modern society? You know, that modern society of his could be all a bunch of ordinary people. There was no martial arts at all, and it was impossible to resist the 10,000 clans. But at that time, human beings were spending hundreds of years of comfortable life, and had never heard of any 10,000 races at all. This was something that even Yiling Tian couldn't figure out. There was no invasion of the 10,000 races in my time, but there was one before that, and we humans suffered heavy losses at that time. But fortunately the 10,000 races were repelled in the end. I reckon that it was because of the invasion of the 10,000 races that the aura dried up, and when they realized that the Earth's aura had begun to dry up, they probably weren't interested in the Earth anymore, so they haven't invaded since. It's just that I didn't expect that this time when the aura revived, they would come again once more. There was a hint of anger in Li Bai's eyes, the anger towards the 10,000 races, whether it was in ancient times or now. It was estimated that there was no one who didn't hate the 10,000 clans as long as they were from Daxia. It seems that this is someone in the dark staring at Sia. Is it because you don't want the great summer to rise? Yiling Tian thought secretly in his heart. But, with this emperor here, no matter who you are, you can't stop the rise of the Grand Sia. If he didn't come back, I'm afraid that Sia would really be in a bad way this time. And even if he wasn't exterminated, he would probably become a primitive society. But sadly, he's back, that manipulator behind the scenes, who wanted to block the rise of the Grand Sia. Would have to ask him, Yiling Tian, if he would agree. Since you know about this 10,000 clans, it's good to know that the strongest person of the 10,000 clans today is merely at the Zunsha realm, so go and teach them a little lesson. Yiling Tian looked at Li Bai and said indifferently, any more Zunsha realms were nothing more than ants to Li Bai, a martial saint, and even though Li Bai was only an early saint, he was more than capable of dealing with a group of Zunsha. Exactly. Li Bai smiled blandly. In ancient times, he hadn't crossed paths with the 10,000 races, and was quite a bit sorry about it. I didn't expect to encounter the invasion of the 10,000 races right after this awakening. Then let his name as the Green Lotus Sword Immortal resound through the 10,000 tribes. Fellow Daoist, what about you? Li Bai asked. He was puzzled in his heart. Since the 10,000 races didn't have an existence above the saints, then why didn't Yi Ling Tian make a move to finish off this 10,000 races? He believed that if Yi Ling Tian had made a move, there was absolutely no way that this one clan would be so arrogant. It's not good for adults to intervene when a bunch of kids are fighting. In Yi Ling Tian's eyes, these 10,000 races that had appeared now were nothing more than ants, and he wasn't that idle to take action against them. Even if they were to strike, it would be at the people behind them. Li Bai was speechless. The mortal enemies of the human race were just a bunch of small children in Yi Ling Tian's eyes? Is this what a martial emperor powerhouse thinks? However, it was also true that to a martial emperor powerhouse, a group of 10,000 races whose strongest strength was no more than the Zunshi realm were indeed no different from ants. Even he, a saint, could easily deal with it, let alone Yi Ling Tian. If it wasn't for the fact that Great Sia was unable to resist against the 10,000 races now, even he couldn't afford to raise his hand against a group of exalted. In that case, fellow Daoist, in going down as well. As the words fell, Li Bai's figure disappeared. It seems that it is necessary for this emperor to go to the other side of the void wormhole. After Li Bai left, Yi Ling Tian whispered. Originally, Yi Ling Tian was not at all concerned about the origin of the 10,000 races as well as their purpose. But just now, he had learned from Li Bai that the 10,000 races had already descended in ancient times, which made him interested in the 10,000 races as well. He wanted to see what was behind this 10,000 races and who was plotting against Earth. Think about it. Yi Ling Tian also disappeared into this underground space with him. Chapter 23, Outbreak of the Great War in the North. Northland. At the border, two large armies are facing each other. One of the parties was none other than the million-strong army of the northern border war zone of the Great Sia Kingdom. But of course, today, the million-strong army of the northern border had sacrificed as many as 100,000, and there were only more than 800,000 troops here now. On the Great Sia side, the leader was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of the peak Zunshi realm. This person was none other than the commander of the northern war zone, Ji Tianming. Behind Ji Tianming were four other men and women, precisely the four leaders of the dragon group who had come from Kyoto to provide support, each of them at the peak Zunshi realm. In addition to these 5 people, there were more than a dozen other exalted realms, only that they were all at the middle to late exalted realm. These people, all of them, are generals from the northern war zone. On the opposite side of Ji Tianming and the others, there was a million-strong feather race army. The leader of the feather clan was also a peak Zunshi, named Fei Meng. Aside from Fei Meng, there were still 6 peak Zunis in the feather clan, as well as nearly 20 mid to late Zuni powerhouses. It had to be said that the feather clan's strength was indeed powerful, and just one northern realm alone could not be compared to it. Though the entire Great Sia would naturally not be a problem against a feather clan if they gathered all their battle forces together, but it is important to realize that this feather clan is only one of the 10,000 clans. The 10,000 races that descended on Earth were not many, but there were a whole 10 of them, and the strength of each one of them was not too far from the feather race. Facing a feather tribe Dasha have to go all out. If the 10 tribes are all on Dasha, with the current Dasha is really difficult to resist. Yu Meng, could it be that your feather clan really wants to go to war with my Grand Xia? Ji Tianming looked at Fei Meng as well as the Fei clan's army on the opposite side and shouted angrily. Going to war is not so bad, but this northern realm, from now on I feather clan want it. Either you Great Xia can lead your army to retreat, or all of you can stay here. Feathermon smiled disdainfully. The Great Summer, even he, the feather clan, didn't put it in his eyes, let alone the 10,000 clans. If it weren't for the fact that the powerhouses above the Zunis were still unable to descend to this place, the Great Xia would have been destroyed by them long ago. Although it wasn't a problem for all the 10,000 races to unite to overthrow this Xia, the Xia's desperate resistance would certainly also cause them to lose 800 of their own lives. And so up until now, the Xia were still existing in the world. Humph, you feather clan have such a big appetite. The northern realm is our Great Xia's territory. If you want to occupy it, you can't do so unless you step over our corpses. Hearing Fei Meng's words, Ji Tianming instantly became furious. The northern realm, being the northern border of the Grand Xia, could not be easily ceded no matter what. If the northern border fell, then no matter if it was the 10,000 races or the foreign beasts and ferocious beasts, etc., if they wanted to enter the inner road of the Great Xia, then it would become very easy. At that time, the entire Great Xia would be thrown into chaos. It was something he would never allow, and something all northern warriors would never allow. In that case, let's fight. Icy cold words came out from Yu Meng's mouth, as if all these Dasha people in front of him were like ants in his eyes, including all the feather clan warriors behind Fei Meng. There was an icy cold glint in their eyes. Ji Tianming, let me try your strength as the Northern Realm commander. As the words fell, Fei Meng appeared in front of Ji Tianming's eyes as if he had flashed. the two of them just less than 100 meters apart. Afraid of you, Ji Tianming let out a cold shout and leapt into the air, facing off with Fei Meng. Behind the two of them, all the Zunshe realm powerhouses all erupted with terrifying auras, and for a time, the entire Northern Realm battlefield was filled with the aura of Zunshe realm powerhouses, causing people to shudder. Today, the Northern Realm shall be honored by my Feather Clan. With a loud shout, Yu Meng instantly swooped towards Ji Tianming. A cold aura flashed in his hand, and a long spear that was not known to be cast from anything emerged, slashing straight towards Ji Tianming. The powerful spear aura flashed in the void, causing even Ji Tianming's face to change. Ji Tianming's figure flickered, instantly dodging Fei Meng's attack, and then with a light wave of his hand, a green-colored longsword appeared. Void Chop, Shasta. A green-colored sword aura surfaced in the void, as if it was tearing through the void, carrying an unparalleled intimidation as it chopped towards Fei Meng. Sculpture, Imperial Thunderstrike. With a cold snort, Fei Meng slashed out once again with his lance in hand. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the two men's attacks collided in the void, erupting in a shockingly loud sound. As Ji Tianming and Fei Meng fought, other exalted ones from both sides also erupted into intense battles in the void. The four leaders of the dragon group who had come to provide support were each facing off against the four peak Zuni realm powerhouses of the Feather Clan. Zuni mid-late stage against Zuni mid-late stage. However, the Feather Clan side, regardless of whether they were peak exalted or mid to late exalted existences, all of them were more in number than the Great Sia side. The great battle had only begun, and the Great Sia side had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Fei Fan, go help Fei Meng decapitate this Ji Tianming, and I'll deal with the other venerable masters of the Great Sia. A peak Zunist of the Feather Clan said to another peak Zunist beside him after casually decapitating a mid-Zunist powerhouse of the Great Sia. Good, a quick battle. This northern realm must be taken today. Fei Fan nodded and directly rushed towards the battlefield between Fei Meng and Ji Tianming. Ji Tianming, suffer death. Bang! Caught off guard, Ji Tianming was directly struck by Fei Fan's attack, and his entire body instantly flew backwards, spitting blood furiously from his mouth. Ahem! Feather Clan, you guys are really despicable. Ji Tianming stood up with great difficulty, looking at Fei Meng and Fei Fan in front of him, as well as the other battlefields, and his entire heart instantly sank to the bottom. Could it be that today, my northern realm will really fall? Ji Tianming was extremely unwilling inwardly. The fall of the northern border. Not only their warriors of the northern border to die in the hands of these 10,000 tribes, is the northern border behind the Daxia inner road? Countless Daxia people will be poisoned by this. How could Ji Tianming not understand the cruel methods of these 10,000 races? But what could he do even if he knew? Facing the strong attack of the Feather Clan, he North Realm is simply unable to withstand it, and there is simply no way to come to support from within the Great Sia today. Die! Right at this moment, a word of death resounded through the Northern Realm battlefield, and Ji Tianming turned his head to look, his face instantly unsightly. Earth Team Leader, Ji Tianming cried out sadly, only to see a leader of the Dragon Group, under the siege of the two-peak Zunshur of the Feather Race, was directly blown out of his body, and the roiling void was as if a rain of blood had descended upon it, which was bleak and incomparable. Earth Team Leader, Earth Team Leader. The death of the Earth Group leader also caused the remaining three group leaders as well as the Great Sia's exalted masters to be incomparably angry. However, they are clueless. At this moment they are caught up in the siege of the Feather Clan strongmen, simply cannot get out of the body, and even their own want to retreat in one piece is very difficult. Ah, Feather Clan, I, Great Sia, am at loggerheads with you. Ji Tianming roared angrily. His aura violently erupted, as if he was a crazy beast rushing straight at Fei Meng. Kill, even if I die today, I will make these Feather Clan pay a painful price. Kill, kill. For a while, the shouts and killings shook the sky, and all the Daxia warriors rushed into the Feather Clan's army without any regard for life and death. Chapter 24, The Powerful Fifth Elder. Daxia, North Cheong City. Beicheong City was a large city in Daxia, with a permanent population of 30 million people, and it was also the closest city to the Northern Realm. If the North fell, the first city to suffer would definitely be North Cheong City. Therefore, this was the reason why Ji Tianming and the others fought to the death to guard the Northern Realm. They would never allow these 10,000 races to set foot within the city of Beicheong, or else the damage caused would never be something that the Great Sia could withstand. The moment, a special airplane from Kyoto descended on Beicheong City. An old man and a young man came out from inside the special airplane. It was the two of them, the fifth elder of the Council of Elders and Yi Shaohai. Grandpa Fifth Elder, is this the Northern Realm? Yi Shaohai looked at the fifth elder and asked. This is not the North, but the closest city to it. The fifth elder smiled back. Trying to travel directly to the North Realm is not an option, so you can only arrive in North Cheong City before you can reach the North Realm. At those words, Yi Xiaohai nodded, although he didn't know why. Since the fifth elder had said so, there was no need for him to ask more. It'll only take about half an hour to get to the north from here, so let's go. After saying that, the fifth elder grabbed Yi Xiaohai and flew towards the distance like the wind. Although what Daxia cultivated nowadays was the martial way. If one wanted to achieve flight, one only needed to reach the Heavenly King realm, not to mention the fifth elder, who was at the peak of the Zunshur. When the fifth elder brought Yi Xiaohai to the North Realm camp, there was no one he was looking for, not even a single figure. What's going on? Where is everyone? The fifth elder was puzzled and had a bad feeling in his heart. Right at this moment, a powerful aura fluctuation came from the border, causing the fifth elder's face to change violently. Not good. This feather clan has actually started a war against my northern realm. Hi, stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back. Giving a sharp command to Yi Xiaohai, the fifth elder ran towards the battlefield without any stops. Feather clan, even if you kill all of my northern realm's warriors today, it's never going to be possible for you to set foot in my great Sia's borders. Ji Tianming roared out angrily. At this moment, Ji Tianming was already heavily injured under the siege of Two Peaks Zunis. Even one of his arms was broken, and his entire body was drenched in blood, looking creepy. However, even so, Ji Tianming didn't give up, including all the Dixia warriors, and was still struggling. There was only one belief in their hearts. They must not let the people of the Feather Clan take over the Northern Realm, even if it meant death. At this moment, on the Great Xia side, over 800,000 troops had been killed or injured by more than 300,000, and the generals of the Zunshur realm had been killed or injured by most of them. Even the 4 leaders of the dragon group had fallen, 3 of them, leaving only the leader of the heavenly group still holding on bitterly. Meh, Amir Daxia wants to stop my Feather Clan? A cold smile appeared on Featherman's face. These people in front of me really don't know how to die. They are already in this state, but they are still trying to show off their words. It made him want to laugh. Since you guys are determined to seek death, I'll give you a ride. Kill all the Daxia people without leaving a single one. Fei Meng shouted loudly and killed towards the severely injured Ji Tianming. As Fei Meng shouted, all the exalted as well as the army behind him also killed once again. For a while, the great battle erupted once again. Looking at the scene in front of him, although Ji Tianming was angry inside, there was nothing he could do. The difference in strength is just too great. They simply couldn't resist the Feathered Clan's attack. Dying? As Fei Meng's attack descended. At this moment, Ji Tianming was also powerless to resist and could only obediently wait for death. Stop! Just as Fei Meng's attack was about to hit Ji Tianming, a sudden bellow came from the distance. As the drink fell, a figure also instantly appeared in front of Ji Tianming's body, blocking Fei Meng's attack. The visitor was naturally the fifth elder of the Council of Elders who had come from Kyoto. With the appearance of the fifth elder, a powerful aura also swept across the entire battlefield, causing both sides of the great battle to stop their hands and look at the fifth elder. Is this our reinforcements? When the group of warriors from Daxia saw the fifth elder, they showed excitement and thought that it was their support that had arrived. Fifth elder! It was Ji Tianming who also shouted out in excitement. Only then, Ji Tianming was all bitter smiles. In the face of this situation in front of him, even if the fifth elder came, it would be useless. Although the fifth elder was a peak venerable, he was only one person. And the feathers? Although the Feather Clan had also lost a peak Zunshur in the previous battle, there were still 5 peak Zunshur present. The fifth elder alone will not be able to solve the situation at hand, and it is even possible. Even the fifth elder will fall here, unless the entire Council of Elders descended on this place in order to resolve the Feathered Clan in front of them, but obviously that was impossible. Fifth elder, you should go. Go back and tell the Grand Elder that the Feather Clan has declared war on my Grand Xia. Make sure you're prepared. Ji Tianming shouted at the fifth elder. Feather Clan, do you really want to go to war with my Grand Xia? The fifth elder ignored Ji Tianming's words and instead looked towards the Feather Clan's army in front of him, questioning Fei Meng. The Great Summer Elders? You alone want to stop my Feather Clan's army? Idiot! Feathermon sneered, and the long spear in his hand violently powered up and swept out horizontally. A spear on suddenly appeared, heading straight for the fifth elder. Oomph! With a cold snort, the fifth elder raised his hand and slashed out with a palm. Immediately, a huge palm print emerged in the void, suppressing towards the gunblade. Boom! A violent and loud sound came out, and the entire void was shrouded in light. A moment later, as the light dispersed, the crowd only saw Fei Meng's body violently retreat 100 meters, and his face paled slightly. There was a hint of shock on Fei Meng's face. He didn't expect the sudden appearance of the Great Summer Elders to be so strong. Both of them were at the same peak Zunshur realm, but they couldn't even resist the other's strike? No wonder the people in his clan told him not to fight with the people of the Great Summer Elders Association alone if he encountered them. This battle power was truly terrifying. Every single one of the people in the Great Summer Elders Council had been killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and they were not only geniuses when they were young, they were also demons. Battling across the ranks was nothing more than a family affair for them. Without that kind of strength, it's unlikely that he would have become a Presbyterian. Although at the level of peak Exalted One, it was difficult to want to do so again to cross the ranks, but those who were able to defeat them in the same realm had not appeared as such amongst the 10,000 races so far. Retreat now, and this elder can treat this matter as if it didn't happen. Or else, the fifth elder said coldly. At those words, Fei Meng's face was also gloomy. He knew what the fifth elder meant by this. If he didn't retreat, even if they took the northern realm today, he himself was afraid that he would die at the hands of this fifth elder. But, although I alone am no match for you, I'm not the only one from my feather clan who was here at the peak of Zunshur. Ha ha, Fei Meng let out a loud laugh and his gaze went cold. Fei Fan, Fei Quan, Fei Yi, the three of you come with me to learn from the elders of this Great Summer Elders Association, to see if the people of this Great Summer Elders Association are really that strong. The three people Fei Meng called out from his mouth were precisely the other three peak Zunis of the Feather Clan. Yes, the three of them answered and instantly appeared beside Fei Meng. Boom boom boom. Several powerful auras erupted from several people's bodies, pointing directly at the fifth elder. For a while, the battle situation on the scene was once again incredibly tense. Chapter 25, The Might of a Sword Levi appears. Facing the four peak exalted masters of the Feather Clan, even the fifth elder's face changed slightly. He was powerful though, and in a one-on-one situation he wasn't at all afraid of any peak Zuni of the 10,000 races, but against four peak Zunas, it was he who was afraid that it would be difficult to win. But, although he couldn't win, his opponent wanted to defeat him, but it wasn't that easy. Since you, the Feather Clan, insist on going to war with my Grand Sia, then let's fight. The fifth elder let out a loud roar, and an even stronger aura than the four of you Meng suddenly erupted out. Brush! The fifth elder's figure abruptly disappeared, instantly appearing behind a peak Zuni. Feathers, be careful. Bang! Without waiting for Featherwing to react, the fifth elder slammed his palm out towards Featherwing's back. Boom! Featherwing's entire body was instantly blasted out like a kite with broken strings, looking for death. Seeing this, the three of them, Fei Meng, were shocked and furious. The shock was the strength of the fifth elder, and the anger was naturally the arrogance of the fifth elder. Facing the siege of the four of them, this person even dared to take the lead, simply not putting them in his eyes. Kill! Under the angry roar, the four of them directly charged towards the fifth elder with killing moves. For a time, the void was filled with residual shadows, and the exchange of blows between several people caused the entire void to tremble. Peak exalted. For today's Earth is the strongest existence. This kind of existence, but wherever the full force, is the Earth's space is difficult to withstand? The engagement in the void did not affect the rest of the battlefield below. On the ground, the two armies also only paused for a little while before starting the battle again. Only, at this moment, there were already only about 500,000 Dacia generals, and more than 300,000 had already been sacrificed in the battle with the Feather Clan. The Feather Clan army, on the other hand, was still 1,000,000 strong. If this goes on, the fall of the Great Summer will only be a matter of time. Fortunately, however, the fifth elder alone held up four of the opposing party's peak Zunis, while the remaining peak Zuni was dealt with by the Dragon Group's heavenly team leader, which caused the pressure on the Great Sia side to plummet. As for Ji Tianming, at this moment, he had already been seriously injured, with only one breath left hanging, and was simply unable to participate in the battle anymore. The battlefield became more and more intense. Facing four peak Zunis, it was the fifth elder who was also a bit overwhelmed. Now can only be able to resist, and looks like this continues. Is the fifth elder defeat, but also just a matter of time. Boom! The fifth elder knocked back a peak Zunshur with a palm strike, while he himself took a shot from Fei Meng, and his entire body instantly flew backwards. The Great Summer Council of Elders. It's nothing more than that. With a blow that flew the fifth elder, Fei Meng spoke in a cold voice. He was also shocked. In the face of the four of them joining forces, this fifth elder was able to stalemate for such a long time, and even injured one person. It was really a bit terrifying, and that was just one person from the Great Summer Council of Elders. As far as he knew, in the Great Summer Elders Association, there were at least 10 people who possessed such battle power, and the Great Elder among them was even more terrifying. He remembered that decades ago, that Grand Elder had fought alone against the 10 peak Zunis of the Lin clan outside of the Northern Realm, and not only did he kill 4 of them, but he himself even retreated in one piece. Although he himself was severely injured, no one dared to ignore such a terrifying battle. This was also the reason why Great Sia was able to hold out until now during the invasion of the 10,000 races. There was not a single mediocre person in the Great Sia Council of Elders. Have the ability to come one-on-one with Lao Fu? That's all you Feather Clan can do. the fifth elder sneered. Relying on 4 people was only a draw with him. How dare you look down on his council of elders? I admit you're strong, and one-on-one I'm really no match for you. But right now, we're in a life and death battle. Who's talking to you about morality? Ha ha. As the words fell, Fei Meng's face suddenly turned cold, and his silhouette was like lightning as he rushed towards the fifth elder once again. The lance in his hand was waved, bringing up streaks of thunderous flashes. Thunderbolt. In an instant, the void changed color as terrifying thunder power surrounded and raced towards the fifth elder. Blazing air palm. The fifth elder was calm and collected his strength with his hands together, then let out a fierce shout. Immediately, a huge palm print carrying a scorching hot color surfaced and ruthlessly suppressed towards Fei Meng. Heaven rank martial skill, blazing air palm. Boom boom boom. In the void, a deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and dazzling light pierced the void like fireworks in bloom. Pust. With one strike, both of their bodies were simultaneously sent flying out, turning into an arc in the air. Go to hell. Right here and now. The two of them, Fei Fan and Fei Quan, who hadn't made any movements originally, took advantage of the moment when the fifth elder was distracted to fiercely send out a fatal strike towards the fifth elder. Fifth elder, be careful. Fifth elder, Ji Tian Ming, as well as all the Zunis on the Great Sia side, suddenly changed in color and shouted. It was conceivable that if one was hit, even if one didn't die, one would be seriously injured. Damn. Facing the sudden attack of the two, the fifth elder was also not expecting it. He didn't expect this feather clan to be so shameless, even if it was enough to fight with the many. Now they were even engaging in a sneak attack. However, thinking about this now was no longer of any use. The two men's attacks were already as far as the eye could see, and at any time, they could take his life. Ah, this is what you're forcing me to do. Only to see the fifth elder suddenly look up to the sky and let out a roar. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he was about to perform some secret technique. Just right then, a sword light flashed out of nowhere. Pust. The two people who were killing the fifth elder suddenly spat blood from their mouths. Air. The two men's gazes froze and they slowly looked down at their necks. There, a sword chi wound that went deep into the bone was clearly visible. This sudden scene caused everyone to be stunned. Even the fifth elder, who was just about to fight to the death, stopped his hand movements and stared dumbfounded at the scene happening in front of him. Bang! In just an instant, the two peak Zunis of the Feather Clan were killed by the unknown sword chi and fell towards the ground. Dead? Two peak Zunis died just like that? Regardless of whether it was the people of the Feather Clan or the people of Great Sia, looking at this sudden scene they were all in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. No one knew what happened. They only saw a sword chi suddenly appear, and then the two peak Zunis of this Feather Clan died. Yufan! Yufan! Returning to his senses, Fei Meng's face changed drastically as he roared loudly and angrily towards the void. Who is it that dares to kill my Feather Clan's honored one? Come out if you have the guts. Fei Meng's roar echoed in the void, and everyone could feel Fei Meng's anger, and even a hint of trembling as well as fear. Everyone could understand about Featherman's fear. A mere sword chi had killed two peak Zunis, and he himself was only a peak Zuni. No one could remain calm in the face of an unknown existence capable of killing two peak Zunis in seconds. You wanted to see me? An elegant voice came from the void, and although it was not large, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. As the words fell, the crowd also saw a figure slowly appear in the air. This person was dressed in a white coat, the corners of which moved with the wind, and held a green-colored long sword, just like an immortal descending to the earth. Needless to say, the crowd knew. The powerful sword chi just now came from the sword in this person's hand. Who could this person be if not Li Bai? Chapter 26, The Sword of the Great River comes from heaven. You're the one. Who wanted to see me? Li Bai looked at Fei Meng indifferently, not caring at all about Fei Meng's man-loving gaze. Who are you? Li Bai's appearance caused Yu Meng and all the people of the Feather Clan to be instantly disorganized, although they didn't know how strong Li Bai was. But looking at the two of them, Fei Fan and Fei Quan, they could imagine that this person was by no means something they could deal with. Li Bai smiled indifferently and did not reply to Fei Meng's words. Instead, he gently waved his hand at Fei Meng. Immediately, a terrifying force directly shook Fei Meng away, leaving him with no power to fight back at all. Commander! The people of the Feather Clan were shocked when they saw Fei Meng, who had been sent flying. Everyone did not expect that this Li Bai who had suddenly appeared would be so terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, their commander did not have the slightest resistance. So strong. The fifth elder looked at Li Bai with a grave expression on his face. He didn't recognize this person, and had never heard of Dixia even having such a terrifying existence. This strength, I'm afraid that even the Grand Elder can't compare to it, right? Fifth Elder. Who is this person? Ji Tian Ming, as well as the last Sky Team leader of the Dragon Team, also came to the front of the Fifth Elder and asked with a shocked face. It was really because Li Bai had shown too much strength. It was completely beyond their comprehension. I don't know, and I've never seen this person before. The fifth elder shook his head. Even you have not seen this man? At those words, Ji Tianming's few people were shocked. Who is the fifth elder? This was an elder of his Great Sia Elder Council, already standing at the top of the Great Sia. How can there be people who don't even know him? This person's strength may have completely exceeded the realm of an exalt. The fifth elder let out a bitter smile. He had thought that the people who had gone the furthest in Sia were the several elders of their elders association, and although they had not yet broken through to above the level of exalted, each of them could easily be invincible in the same realm. However, at this moment, Li Bai's appearance let him know that there were people outside of people, and there was a heaven outside of heaven. Fortunately, this person is from my Grand Sia. If he was from the 10,000 clans, then my Grand Sia would be in real danger. The fifth elder was secretly happy in his heart. As long as it was someone from his Sia, then the stronger this person was, naturally, the happier he was. With Li Bai's presence, he, Da Xia, wouldn't have to be careful when facing the 10,000 races. You are a martial arts saint. The face of Fei Meng, who had been sent flying by the shock, changed abruptly. He pointed his finger at Li Bai and spoke tremblingly. How could it be possible? How could a martial Dao saint appear in today's Great Sia? His heart, at the moment, was filled with fear. This is a martial arts saint. The people of Sia might not know what realm a martial Dao saint was, much less how strong it was, but as a member of the 10,000 clans, he had come from the stars. For the strength of a martial saint, it was clear as day. It was no exaggeration to say that with Li Bai alone, he could easily wipe out the entire feather clan they were present with, without any resistance. Not to mention him being a peak Zunshur. Even 100 peak Zunshur would not be a match for a martial Dao saint. Between an exalted and a saint, although there was only a difference of one word, the strength between the two was worlds apart and could not be confused at all. A martial arts saint? The fifth elder's few people were slightly stunned when they heard Fei Meng's words. They hadn't heard of this realm at all, but looking at Fei Meng's terrified appearance, it was clear in their hearts that perhaps this martial saint was the realm above Zunshur, right? Otherwise, Feathermon wouldn't have been so terrified. I didn't expect that this person would actually break through above the level of an exalted. It was still just a guess, but now Fei Meng had confirmed Li Bai's martial realm. Martial saint. It was the fifth elder who was also excited. Since this person was able to break through to a martial saint, what about him? And the rest of the elders of the Presbyterian Church? The elders of their council of elders had long since gone to the peak in the realm of Zunshur. It was because they suffered from the subsequent lack of knowledge of how to cultivate and couldn't find a way to move forward that they had been trapped in the peak Zunshur realm. But at the moment, since someone had already stepped out of the way, why couldn't they? On the other hand, Li Bai smiled disdainfully when he heard Fei Meng's words. It was indeed impossible for today's Great Sia to give birth to a martial Dao saint, but he's not from this era. However, Li Bai didn't bother to explain to Fei Meng that the people of the 10,000 clans were everyone's fault. 10,000 races, the debts of the last era. Today, I, Li Bai, will come to collect them from you. With a whisper, Li Bai moved. Only Li Bai slowly drew out the sword in his hand. Buzz! As the green lotus sword was sheathed, even the void trembled, emitting a buzzing sword sound. The sword of the great river comes from the sky. A sword in the sky. One sword comes out. 10,000 swords appear. In an instant, countless sword-ons appeared in unison from above the dome of the sky, heading towards Fei Meng and all the people of the Fei clan below. Don't kill me, Commander, help! 10,000 sword chi came out in unison, and countless people of the Feather clan died miserably, screaming continuously. And Yu Meng, who was the commander of the Feather clan, was unable to fight against this terrifying sword chi, not to mention the rest of the Feather clan. Just a moment, all the people of the Feather clan all fell under Li Bai's sword chi, and only Yu Meng survived. This was still the reason why Li Bai had stayed his hand, otherwise it would have been impossible to resist with Fei Meng's strength. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Fei Meng's heart was dripping blood. These are his feathered warriors. 1 second they were fine, only to all die in the next second, dying under this terrifying sword chi. Even if you are a martial saint, so what? It won't be long before my clan's saints descend, and at that time, your great Sia will surely die. Fei Meng knew that at this moment, he was defeated, completely defeated. No one had expected that this great Sia would possess the existence of a martial Dao saint. This great Sia was hiding really deep. Wait, when my clan's saint descends, what happens to my Feather clan today will be what happens to your great Sia in the future. Feathermon roared loudly. He knew that he would definitely not be able to survive today, so he might as well vent out the anger in his heart, and he had no hope of surviving in the face of a martial saint. Wait until the Holy One of your clan descends. Li Bai smiled coldly and said, don't worry, I won't kill you today. Go back and tell your Feather clan saint that I, Li Bai, am here waiting for him to come. Come one and I'll kill one. Come too and I'll kill too. After saying that, Li Bai didn't pay any more attention to Fei Meng, but turned around and prepared to leave. Hearing that Li Bai unexpectedly did not kill himself, Fei Meng froze. When he reacted, he turned away directly after taking a deep look at Li Bai. If he could stay alive, he naturally wanted to live. Elder, wait. Seeing Li Bai about to leave, the fifth elder hurriedly called out to stop Li Bai. What's the matter with you? Li Bai paused and looked at the fifth elder. For these Daxia people, Li Bai was still very kind. After all, they could be said to have given too much for Daxia. If it wasn't for them, there was no telling what would have become of Daxia today, and he might have been found or even destroyed by the people of the 10,000 clans before he even awakened. Chapter 27, Brother and Sister Meet. Senior. I don't know if Senior has broken through to above the level of an honored one? The fifth elder asked carefully. Although Li Bai looked young and his face was just around 30, but he wouldn't dare to really think Li Bai was young just because of that. To be able to break through to above an exalted, he estimated that he had survived for at least 1,000 years. Not bad. Today's me is indeed at the Saint Realm. Li Bai nodded faintly. At those words, the fifth elder and the others immediately showed excitement. It's true. It was surprising that someone from their great Sia was actually able to break through to above the level of an exalted. Although they already knew the answer from Fei Meng's mouth before, but now that they heard what Li Bai said in person, the excitement could no longer be held back. Senior, I'm sure you're well aware of what situation the great Sia of today is in the face of the invasion of the 10,000 races. All of us elders of the Great Sia Elders Association have been stuck at the peak of Zunshur for many years, and have never been able to make a breakthrough. So I wonder if Senior can point us in the right direction? If we all break through to the Saint Realm, then this 10,000 clans won't be a problem for my Grand Sia at all. The fifth elder said eagerly. He very much hoped that Li Bai would be able to give them some pointers on how they could break through to the Saint Realm, which would be a great opportunity both for them and for Great Sia. As long as their council of elders was able to break through to the Saint Realm, then with their strength they would no longer have to fear the existence of the 10,000 races. Although your idea is good, it's a pity that I don't have a way to be able to make you guys break through to the Saint Realm. The current you guys don't have any way to break through either. And that's not to say that your talent is bad, but because the time hasn't come yet. How could Li Bai not be clear about the thoughts of the fifth elder? It was just that to break through to the Saint Realm was simply impossible with this concentration of aura today. Then why you, elder? Hearing what Li Bai said, a trace of disappointment appeared on the fifth elder's face. He thought that Li Bai was unwilling to instruct them, that was why he said that. Why would I break through to the Saint Realm, is that right? Li Bai smiled gently and said, because I myself am at the Saint Realm. After saying that, Li Bai turned around and drifted away, while a voice also reached the ears of the crowd. If you want to break through to the Saint Realm, there are only two ways for you currently. The first is to wait for the aura tidal wave a few years from now, at which time you will naturally break through to Martial Saint. As for the second, there is a senior who can help you break through to Martial Saint right now, but whether or not that senior will help you is not something I can know. Besides, you won't always be able to find him. As the words fell, Li Bai's figure also disappeared in front of the crowd. Aura tides? Seniors? Li Bai's words echoed in the ears of the fifth elder and the others, causing them to look at each other. Aura tides. For this they naturally knew. Since the Earth's aura had been revived for 10,000 years, it had experienced several aura tides, and each time they had gained a huge boost. It was also clear in their hearts that if they wanted to break through to above Zunshur, that is, I'm afraid that Martial Saints would really have to wait for the next aura tidal wave to arrive before they could do so. It was just that Li Bai's appearance made them feel that perhaps they didn't have to wait for the next aura tide, and they could possibly break through to Martial Saints. For now, it seemed that it was better to just wait for the next aura tide. As for that senior in Li Bai's mouth, what kind of existence would have to be an existence that could make Li Bai, a martial arts saint, address his senior? They don't know and can't imagine. Everything they had seen and heard today made the fifth elder and the others feel as if they were in a dream. It had been thought that their elder council had stood at the peak of the Great Sia. As a result, now, first, Li Bai, the saint of martial Tao, appeared and overthrew the Feather clan that had come to violate the Great Sia with a single sword, and then from Li Bai's mouth, he learned that there was even an even more powerful predecessor than Li Bai who existed in the Great Sia. It all felt so surreal to them. The five elders. Ji Tianming looked at the fifth elder, not knowing what to say. Alas, go back. The fifth elder shook his head helplessly and said to Ji Tianming, command down that no one is allowed to disclose the slightest bit of information about this senior to the outside world, or else the military law will take care of it. Also, give a good burial to those warriors who died in battle. They are all heroes of my Grand Sia. After saying that, the fifth elder also turned around and left, heading in the direction he came from. Yes, fifth elder. Hearing the fifth elder's command, Ji Tianming respectfully saluted a military salute and began to command the people below one by one. Northland Camp. Yi Xiaohai is alone here alone in a daze. The fifth elder disappeared after bringing him to this place, and facing this unfamiliar northern realm, Yi Xiaohai was also a bit at a loss. Ah, old ancestor, you've gone too far. Right at this moment, a woman's cry suddenly came, causing Yi Xiaohai to faintly freeze. When Yi Xiaohai, who had regained his senses, hurriedly turned his head towards the direction of the sound, only to see that a rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and a woman was falling down from the rift. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaohai was inwardly shocked. There was a crack in the sky, and people were falling from it? This unimaginable scene was simply too much for him to believe. Yi Xiaohai hurriedly ran towards the direction where the woman had fallen. He wanted to see who this woman who had fallen down was. Moreover, that voice gave him such a familiar feeling. Drizzle? When he arrived in front of the woman, Yi Xiaohai froze. This woman who fell from the crack in the air was actually Xiaoyu, his sister. Yi Xiaoyu? Hearing someone call out to him, Yi Xiaoyu hurriedly stood up from the ground and turned around just in time to see Yi Xiaohai's shocked gaze. Brother? Why are you here? When she saw Yi Xiaohai, Yi Xiaoyu was first shocked. She also did not expect to see her brother here. What followed was an excited run towards Yi Xiaohai, and a jump into Yi Xiaohai's arms. Brother, I miss you so much, and mom and dad in them. In Yi Xiaohai's arms, Yi Xiaoyu seemed to have become that petite and doting girl again. Xiaoyu, how did you appear in this northern realm? Moreover, it's still from that. Yi Xiaohai wanted to say how Yi Xiaoyu had fallen out of the air rift, but he just didn't know how to say it again. It's not even the old ancestor. He even threw me out of this crack alone. The next time I see the old ancestor, let's see if I spare him. Humph. Thinking about this, Yi Xiaoyu's heart was a burst of anger. Even throwing her, a girl, into the cracks like this, not afraid of anything happening to her. Elder ancestor? What old ancestor? Aren't you being taken away by that senior, Xiaoyu? Yi Xiaohai asked suspiciously. Brother, in fact, that senior is the old ancestor of my Yi family, and the old ancestor told me this himself. Chapter 28. Shocked fifth elder confused Yi Xiaohai. It's my Yi family's old man? At those words, Yi Xiaohai was shocked in his heart. Was that senior really his Yi family ancestor? But what even grandpa and the others don't know about this old ancestor? As the person with the highest status in the Yi family nowadays, it was reasonable to say that his grandfather should be very clear about his Yi family's ancestors, but for that senior, it was his grandfather who was also completely unrecognizable. Old ancestor said that his era was too far away from us, and it's normal that we don't know about him. As if knowing what Yi Xiaohai was thinking in his mind, Yi Xiaoyu opened her mouth to explain. Okay. Seeing this, Yi Xiaohai didn't bother thinking too much. Regardless of whether that senior was his Yi family's ancestor or not, there were only benefits and no disadvantages for their Yi family anyway. By the way, Xiaoyu, why did the former old ancestor let you come to the North Realm? Yi Xiaohai asked. From the mouths of the Elder Council, he already knew how bad the situation in the North Realm was nowadays, and he chose to come here because he wanted to train here. But Xiaoyu is still a little girl. How could the old ancestor be relieved to let Xiaoyu come to the Northern Realm alone? The old ancestor said that keeping my head buried in bitter cultivation isn't very helpful to the martial Dao, so he let me come here to train. Yi Xiaoyu said helplessly. She didn't know what was going on in the North Realm today, and Yi Ling Tian hadn't told her about it, so she didn't take it seriously in her mind regarding this Northern Realm experience. After all, the current her was at the cultivation level of the hollow-breaking realm, and some ordinary adventures really couldn't be difficult for her. If it was before, even if Yi Xiaoyu was at the hollow-breaking realm cultivation, the danger in the Northern Realm was still there. But now, the Feather Clan's army had been overthrown by Li Bai, and what was left was nothing more than a few stragglers. It wasn't really that easy to pose any danger to Yi Xiaoyu of the Skybreaking Realm. Perhaps, this was the reason why Yi Ling Tian had awakened Li Bai in advance. After all, he himself would definitely not make a move against the Feather Clan, but if he didn't, it would be difficult to solve the Feather Clan with the current strength of Daxia. So it seems that awakening Li Bai is one of the best solutions. Since that's the case, you can follow me from now on. We'll cultivate together. Yi Xiaohai touched Yi Xiaoyu's forehead and said with a smile. In his heart, Yi Xiaoyu was still her petite and lovely sister, still the one who needed his protection. If Yi Xiaohai knew Yi Xiaoyu's current realm, he didn't know how he would feel. Hi, why are you here? Just then, the fifth elder returned. The fifth elder who returned from the battlefield could be said to have instantly tightened his heart when he realized that Yi Xiaohai had disappeared. At that moment, they looked around in a hurry. Fortunately, Yi Xiaohai is not in trouble. Fifth elder, you're back? Seeing the fifth elder, Yi Xiaohai also responded with a smile. Back, and this girl is? The fifth elder nodded and looked at Yi Xiaoyu, who was at the side, and inquired. Fifth elder, this is my sister, Yi Xiaoyu. Your sister? At those words, the fifth elder's heart was shocked. Why is your sister here? Wait, You're saying she's Yi Xiaoyu? That Yi Xiaoyu who has the same king-level talent as you? At first, the fifth elder was puzzled as to how Yi Xiaohai's sister could be here, only for him to be shocked when he reacted. Yi Xiaoyu? Wasn't this the Yi family's king-level talent that had been taken away by a mysterious powerhouse? How did she end up in the north? Still with Yi Xiaohai? Yes, fifth elder. This is my sister with the king-level talent. Seeing the shocked fifth elder, Yi Xiaohai was also happy in his heart. How could he not be happy for his own sister who possessed a king-level talent, even though he himself was also a king-level talent? Yes, yes, ha ha. Receiving Yi Xiaohai's affirmative answer, the fifth elder burst out laughing in excitement. Today, it's still a really good day. Not only was the Feather Clan's army destroyed, but he, Da Xia, had even produced a martial saint above a Zunshi. And now, this Yi Xiaoyu who possessed a king-level talent had unexpectedly appeared in front of him as well. How could he not be excited about this? He realized that ever since Yi Xiaoyu, a king-level talent, had appeared, everything in Da Xia was moving in a good direction. Wait, you broke the sky realm? Asterisk 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 asterisk? The fifth elder looked at Yi Xiaoyu with a smile on his face, and suddenly he just froze, and a sentence came out of his mouth. What did he find out? This Yi Xiaoyu was actually in the sky-breaking realm? How is that possible? He remembered that when Yi Xiaoyu's information was transmitted to the Elders' Council, it hadn't been more than 10 days since then, right? This Yi Xiaoyu's martial arts realm stated in the message was merely the 8th level of the Hotian, the same as Yi Xiaohai's realm, yet it had only been a few days, and this Yi Xiaoyu was already a hollow-breaking realm martial artist? Even Yi Xiaohai, a king-level talent, had only just reached the 9th level of the Hotian in these few days of cultivation. Sky-breaking realm? The fifth elder's words caused Yi Xiaohai to freeze, and then turned his face to look at Yi Xiaoyu with a mute expression, as if to say, really? You've already broken the barrier? Surprised, the fifth elder grabbed Yi Xiaoyu's shoulder and with some sensing, it's really, surprisingly true, hollow-breaking realm, a 10 or so year old hollow-breaking realm? The fifth elder froze, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, a 10 or so year old at the hollow-breaking realm. What kind of concept is that? Since the recovery of Aura in Great Xia, the youngest one recorded in history to have reached the sky-breaking realm was also at the age of 25. And now, this Yi Xiaoyu had actually reached this realm at the age of 10 or so. Moreover, it was likely that he had broken through all the way up from the Hotian realm in the past few days. This is simply unthinkable. It made him not know what to say, but only a line. Xiaoyu, you. At this moment, Yi Xiaohai felt lost. He also thought that in the future, he must protect Xiaoyu in this northern realm and never let her suffer a little bit of harm. As a result, now, it was to discover that his sister was already a hollow-breaking realm martial artist. Does Xiaoyu really still need his protection? 9 Hotian protecting a sky-breaking realm martial artist? That's odd as hell any way you look at it. Yi Xiaoyu protecting him was more like it. At this moment, Yi Xiaohai was incomparably confused inside, and was even all a bit inferior. How did you manage to break through to the sky-breaking realm in just a few days? The fifth elder asked in shock. If Yi Xiaoyu had started cultivating from a young age and reached the current realm, he would still be able to accept it a bit, although it was also very demonic, but at least it was still within his understanding. But to break through to the sky-breaking realm in a few days? How he couldn't understand it anymore. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu was also a bit overwhelmed by the fifth elder's question. She also knew that breaking through from the Hotian realm to the sky-breaking realm in a few days would definitely shock many people. It was just that, under the old ancestors' teachings, she really felt that this realm breakthrough was so easy. Is it really as hard as they think? If the fifth elder knew what was going on inside Yi Xiaoyu's mind at the moment, he would probably have the heart to curse his mother. Realm breakthrough simple? That's quite an idea you've got there. If realm breakthroughs were simple, would he, Great Xia, be oppressed by the 10,000 races like this? Chapter 29 Mother Earth Awakens. Ji Tianming. The Feather Clan's army has been destroyed. They won't be able to turn any waves for a short period of time. You only need to pay attention to guarding against the Lin clan for now. I'll go back first. Inside a large conference hall, all the high-ranking generals of the north gathered here. The fifth elder sat on top of the first place and said to Ji Tianming beside him, "Don't worry, fifth elder. All warriors of the northern realm are always ready." Ji Tianming solemnly responded. The Lin clan, also one of the 10,000 clans that had descended on earth, was in this northern realm along with the Feather clan. It was only that the relationship between the Lin clan and the Feather clan wasn't that good. So when the Feather clan attacked the northern realm, the Lin clan didn't make any moves. The Lin clan's thoughts were simple. With the two clans fighting, there were bound to be major losses, and no matter who won in the end, it would be a good thing for his Lin clan. Sandpiper. Well, by the way, the two children who came with me will be practicing in your northern realm in the future. They are the hope of my Great Xia. the only two king-level talents. We must not let anything happen to them. The fifth elder nodded and said with a grave expression, king-level talent? Hearing the words of the fifth elder, Ji Tianming, including all the generals present, were in shock. Yi Xiaohai and Yi Xiaoyu they had already met. They had only thought that they were just the descendants of the fifth elder, but they didn't expect that they were actually king-level talents. They didn't know how terrifying the potential of a king-level talent was, but thinking about these people in the Elder Council, they could probably guess a thing or two. Each of the 10 elders of the Elders Council was a genius with a 9-star talent, and among them, the Grand Elder was even a demon with a 10-star talent. The fact that they were unable to break through to Martial Saint now was not due to a lack of talent. It was entirely because the Earth's aura was not enough to support the breakthrough of a Martial Saint. From the strength of these elders, it was easy to see how strong Yi Xiaohai and the others, who had king-level talent, would be in the future. And to say that they were the hope of the Great Summer was not an exaggeration at all. Don't worry, fifth elder. We will never let these two children be in any danger, Ji Tianming said solemnly, a demon with king-level talent. There was no way he would let Yi Xiaohai and the others go deeper into danger no matter what, even if they died. There was no way he would let anything happen to the two Yi Xiaohai. Well, there's no need to be too protective. It's time to practice, just don't let anything happen to them. Nodding lightly, the fifth elder continued, after all, geniuses and demons are all meant to undergo the trials of blood and fire before they can grow up. What the fifth elder said, the crowd also agreed with the words of the fifth elder. Even if a person is a genius or a demon, if he or she doesn't work hard then it's all for nothing. Well, it's time for me to leave, so I'll leave the northern realm to you. Waving his hand at the crowd, the fifth elder turned to leave. With the destruction of the Feather Clan, the departure of the 5 elders, the war in the north was also finally calming down. It was a big battle that came and went quickly. Aside from the people of the northern realm and a group of leaders in Kyoto, no one in Sia knew about this, much less that the northern realm was about to fall just a little bit short. The next day, Kyoto Presbyterian Church, a martial arts saint? I didn't realize that today's Grand Sia even has an existence above a Zunshur, a martial saint? After the Council of Elders and the others heard what the fifth elder had said about the northern realm, each of them fell into silence. The appearance of the martial saint caused them all to feel a hint of a bad premonition. It might not be long before the status quo between his great summer and the 10,000 races was broken. Do we really have to wait until the next aura tide to break through to Martial Saint? The Grand Elder whispered, his heart filled with helplessness. The rest of the elders were also silent. They all knew that the next aura tide was only a few years away, but they really couldn't afford to wait. This was because the arrival of the aura tides represented that the 10,000 races would once again descend a large number of powerful people to appear on top of the earth. And among them, there was certainly no shortage of martial Dao saints. By that time, Zunis would no longer be the peak powerhouses, and I'm afraid that only saints of the martial Dao would be able to take their place. As for them, even if they broke through to martial saint at that time, they would only be at the early stage of martial saint, and it would still be hard to resist against the 10,000 clans. Old 5. Where did that martial saint senior go, and did he say anything? The Grand Elder looked towards the 5th Elder and asked with a bit of urgency. Now, all their hopes could only be placed on Li Bai. After all, this was the only martial saint in Xia today. However, since the northern border, Li Bai has disappeared without a trace. They can't find it even if they want to find it, and there is no place to ask what they want to ask. A martial saint, if they didn't want them to find it, they wouldn't be able to find it even if they searched through the Great Xia. I don't know where that senior went. The 5th Elder let out a bitter smile. How could he possibly know where Li Bai was going? However, this senior said that if we want to break through to Martial Saint, besides waiting for the arrival of the aura tides, there is another person who might be able to help us. Who is it? The Grand Elder asked in a hurry. The person Li Bai was talking about was naturally Yi Ling Tian. Only, they didn't recognize Yi Ling Tian, and it was even more impossible to find him. Who it was the other side didn't say, and I don't know. The 5th Elder shook his head, his face showing bitterness. Ugh, what difference does it make if it's said or not said? At those words, the crowd was helpless. Although the population of Dacia is not as large as before, but now there are hundreds of millions of people. Want to look for an unknown name in so many people? How difficult. Forget it, take a step. At least, my Grand Xia still has the existence of martial saints, and I'm not defenseless in the face of the 10,000 races. Void wormhole? Over the North Sea, a figure slowly emerged. It was Yi Ling Tian. The North Sea, a sea around the northern realm, was also the habitat of the Feather race and the Lin race. After separating from Li Bai, Yi Ling Tian came to this place and also witnessed what happened in the northern realm. Only he didn't make a move, because he knew that Li Bai would definitely show up. Looking at the void wormhole in front of him, a hint of contemptuous smile appeared in Yi Ling Tian's eyes. It's just a portal. How dare you make it so mysterious? the so-called void wormhole was nothing more than a portal made by the 10,000 races. In order to do so, the strongest of the 10,000 races were transported from the stars to above the earth. It was just that this current void wormhole was limited in the amount of power it could withstand, and could only teleport Exalted and the 10,000 races below Exalted. And as for above Exalted, they were currently unable to descend. Let this emperor see what kind of world is behind this void wormhole of yours. Thinking of this, Yiling Tian no longer hesitated and took a step towards the void wormhole. Although this void wormhole could block the entry of powerhouses above Zunshi, in Yiling Tian's eyes, it was nothing more than child's play. Trying to stop him is simply impossible. Only, just as Yiling Tian was about to step into the void wormhole, there was suddenly a mysterious force in the earth that went straight towards Yiling Tian, wanting to stop Yiling Tian from entering the wormhole. Yiling Tian slightly froze and looked towards the source of the mysterious power, Mother Earth. When he felt the source of this power, a hint of surprise appeared on Yiling Tian's face. Though he had never seen Mother Earth and didn't know if there was a so-called Mother Earth on Earth, but the appearance of this power made him certain that it was the power of Mother Earth. The awakening of Mother Earth was actually to stop him from entering the void wormhole? Chapter 30 Aura tidal wave breaks out early. You want to stop this emperor? Yiling Tian didn't speak, but instead, a thought was transmitted directly into the earth. Dangerous, can't, go. In just a moment, a response from Mother Earth came from Yiling Tian's mind. Dangerous? The corner of Yiling Tian's mouth rose, revealing a disdainful smile. Is there anything else in this universe that could be dangerous to him? There is no such thing as danger with this emperor. Yiling Tian arrogantly returned and directly stepped into the void wormhole. That so-called resistance could not affect Yiling Tian in the slightest, as if it did not exist. Alas, as Yiling Tian entered the void wormhole, a sigh came from within the earth. The danger I'm talking about is not you, but, Daxia. With a helpless sigh, the earth also regained its calm once again. The universe and the stars are filled with 10,000 races. There were ancient lineages that had existed for thousands of years, powerful clans that had been passed down for several eras, and cultivation shrines where true immortals sat. In short, the mighty among the stars was far beyond what could be imagined by Daxia on Earth. East Star Domain, Scorpion Star System. A void wormhole suddenly appeared in a certain starry sky, and as it did, a silhouette stepped out of it. It was Yiling Tian. To think that there are still true immortals in existence. It seems that this starry sky 10,000 races isn't as weak as imagined. As soon as he appeared, Yiling Tian sensed that there were actually true immortals existing in this universe, and he also had to sigh. One must know that in his original endless universe, the strongest person in the mortal realm like this was only a martial Dao emperor. Immortals, they simply can't exist. And this universe where Daxia was located, immortals had appeared in just the mortal realm. So it seemed that the order of this universe was a level stronger than the endless universe. I just wonder, how does the highest realm of this universe compare to the chaos realm? It's possible to go and take a look sometime. Yiling Tian lightly laughed and did not think anymore. Just then, the void wormhole in front of him suddenly trembled, and a large amount of aura surged into the wormhole. What's going on? In this scene, it was Yiling Tian who froze a bit, not knowing what was going on. When Yiling Tian's mind sank into the wormhole to sense it, his face changed slightly. The aura tide is ahead of schedule. Yiling Tian was a bit helpless. He didn't expect that an unintentional move of his would cause the aura tides to erupt prematurely. Originally, the next aura tidal wave was still at least a few years away, and since there was a Mother Earth's prohibition in the void wormhole, there wouldn't be any problems for a few years. Only, no one had expected that just because of a curiosity of Yiling Tian, the Mother Earth's prohibition would be broken, allowing the aura tide to advance. The aura tides were advanced, which also meant that the martial arts saints of the starry sky races, or even existences above the martial arts saints, could descend onto the earth in advance. It seems that it is because of this Mother Earth that the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races have been delayed from descending to earth until now. At this moment, Yiling Tian finally made it clear that the Mother Earth clearly existed, but why she had been in a deep sleep, for he has used his full power for all the nations. It was he who had used all of his strength in resisting the descent of the 10,000 races martial Dao saints, to buy the great summer time to develop. Originally, there were at least a few more years for the 10,000 races martial saints to descend, but now, because Yiling Tian had broken the prohibition of the void wormhole, the power of the Mother Earth had collapsed. Now, this void wormhole was no longer able to isolate the martial saint. Is this the danger he was talking about? It is not this emperor who is in danger, but the great summer? Yiling Tian was clear that when the 10,000 races martial saints descended on earth, it would definitely be a huge disaster for Daxia. This was because at this moment in Daxia, there was not a single martial arts saint other than Li Bai. Li Bai, on the other hand, was only at the early stage of martial saint. Even though they were powerful, It was unlikely that they would be a match for all the 10,000 races martial Dao saints. It's pretty much a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yiling Tian smiled helplessly and bitterly. Such a situation could be said to have been created by him, and if he didn't do anything about it, the future of Daxia was in jeopardy. Since that's the case, let's seal you all off for a year. It's just the right time to give Great Sia a year of peace and quiet to develop. Thinking of this, Yiling Tian no longer hesitated, and with a flick of his hand towards the void wormhole, an invisible prohibition was instantly formed. Now, that's a no-brainer. This prohibition served no other purpose than to stop the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races from entering, and would not affect the outbreak of the aura tides. This would be just enough to allow Daxia to grow by leaps and bounds between the years. A year later, when the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races descended, the Great Sia would not be without the slightest resistance. After everything was taken care of, Yiling Tian also left this place. He would go to those so-called immortals and ask them who was behind the counting of the Earth. As a matter of fact, Earth is just an ordinary planet that can't be ordinary. So why would it make the 10,000 races pay so much attention to it and invade the Earth at the drop of a hat? In the meantime, Earth, as Yiling Tian entered the void wormhole, all the void wormholes on the entire planet had a large amount of spiritual chi pouring out, which was dense to the extreme as far as the naked eye could see. This kind of phenomenon quickly caught the attention of the 10,000 races as well as the Great Sia. What's going on? How come the aura tides have erupted early? Shouldn't it still be a few years away? Eastern Daxia, East China Sea area. Here is one of the most powerful of the 10,000 tribes that have descended on Earth, the Sea tribe. Even Daxia didn't know how strong the Sea clan was, only that the rest of the several clans were obedient to the Sea clan's words. It was obvious that the strength of the Sea race was far above them. At the bottom of the East China Sea, there was an existence similar to the Dragon Palace, which was the habitat of the Sea race. At this moment, all of the strongest people within the Sea clan were gathered in the Dragon Palace, and at a glance there were at least hundreds of them. All of these people were at the Zunshi realm, and there were no less than 20 peak Zunshi alone. No wonder the Sea race was able to order the rest of the few 10,000 races for such strength to completely crush them. Just the Sea race that descended on Earth had such strength. One could imagine how strong the Sea race in the stars was. Can someone tell me what's going on here and why the aura tides are advancing? The Sea race commander looked at the surrounding crowd and said in a deep voice. Hearing the commander's words, the crowd all looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Because of this situation, they don't know what the reason is. The elders within their clan had clearly said that the next aura tidal wave would not erupt for at least a few more years, but now it was ahead of schedule. Commander, although we don't know why the aura tides broke out early, perhaps this isn't a bad thing for us. That's right, Commander. Since the aura tides have started to erupt, it means that all the martial Dao saints within our clan can descend. It's time for this Great Sia to be destroyed. That's right, we've been fighting with Daxia for so many years. It's time for a result. For a while, many strong Sea race members opened their mouths. In fact, although the 10,000 races that they had descended here only had 10 clans, it would not be a problem at all if they were to unite to exterminate a Great Sia. However, the people above them were instructing them that it was fine to suppress the Grand Sia, and never to think of destroying it, and that it would be the end of the Grand Sia when the Sage of the Martial Way was able to descend. Even though they didn't know why they were commanded to do so from above, they complied. Therefore, although they had been suppressing the Grand Sia all these years, they hadn't thought of destroying it. And now, with the imminent arrival of the Martial Saint, this Great Sia could finally be destroyed. Chapter 31, The Great Summer Will Fall? The 5 Tiger Generals Awaken. You guys are really right. It's just, the Sea King Commander frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, this aura tidal wave suddenly erupted ahead of schedule, and I don't know if there will be any accidents. Ever since the recovery of aura tides have only erupted every 1,000 years, never earlier. This time it was suddenly brought forward, and he also felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Commander, why don't we contact the clan? Maybe the elders will know what the reason is. It was suggested. Good, I'll contact the clan now, so all of you go down. Keep an eye on the changes in the void wormhole at all times. Yes, Commander. The crowd respectfully responded and then left this dragon palace one after another. After the crowd had left, the Sea Clan's commander also contacted one of the clan's elders at the first opportunity. Only, he didn't get any useful information from the elders, and didn't even know that the aura of this place had begun to erupt. Always pay attention to the changes in the void wormhole. This elder will go to the wormhole now to take a look. After the Sea Race elder said this to the Sea Race commander, he directly cut off the connection. Even the elders don't know about this change. Is there really some unknown situation? The Sea Race commander couldn't help but become more worried in his heart. At the same moment, the other 10,000 races that had descended on Earth were also holding various meetings in response to the early outbreak of the aura tides. Feathers, lin, bugs, beasts, etc. Although the Feather Clan army was destroyed by Li Bai, it did not become extinct, and still has a small portion that survives in the North Sea. The Feather Clan's commander, Fei Meng, who had survived, also contacted their clan at the first opportunity, informing the Feather Clan of everything that had happened. Elder, what I said is true. A martial saint has really appeared in Great Sia, and my Feather Clan's army has been completely destroyed by the other side. Fei Meng reported to one of the elders within their clan with a serious face. Only, the Feather Clan elders on the other side clearly didn't believe Fei Meng's words. It's simply nonsense. Now that there are still a few years before the aura tides break out, how could Xia possibly give birth to a martial Dao saint? The earth at this time is simply unable to support the birth of a martial saint. Fei Meng, why don't you tell us truthfully how exactly my Fei Clan army was destroyed? The Feather Clan elder snapped at Fei Meng. Elder, why don't you believe me? What my subordinate said is true. A martial Dao saint has really appeared in Xia. And just now, the aura tides have already erupted ahead of schedule. Don't you know that, Elder? Feathermon explained anxiously. What did you say? The aura tides broke out early? At those words, the Feather Clan elder was immediately startled. Old me will go and take a look now. If you dare to deceive old me, the consequences should be clear to you. Humph. After saying that, the Feather Clan elder also cut off the conversation with Fei Meng, and then directly rushed towards his Fei Clan's void wormhole. Not only the 10,000 clans, but also the Great Sia had discovered the early arrival of the aura tides. Kyoto, Presbyterian. The great elders gathered together once again. Gentlemen, I've just received news that the aura tides have erupted ahead of schedule, and all the void wormholes outside the borders have large amounts of aura pouring in. The Grand Elder looked at the crowd and spoke slowly. The aura tides are coming early? How is that possible? In all these years, the aura tides have never erupted in advance. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the crowd initially expressed their disbelief. However, the Grand Elder's affirmative tone was something that they had to believe. The aura tides erupted early. The news has been confirmed to be true, and a large number of warriors have already broken through the realm and the major war zones along the border. Several warzone marshals have even vaguely touched the threshold of saints, and may break through to martial saints at any time. The Grand Elder said gruffly. The outbreak of the aura tides was a hope and a disaster for his Great Sia, because, although they could break through to martial Dao saints with the help of the aura tides, the martial Dao saints of the 10,000 races would also descend. Even, there might be an existence above the martial Dao saint. That kind of powerhouse, even if they all broke through to martial Dao saints, they probably wouldn't be its opponent. At this moment, none of them knew that although the aura tides had erupted, the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races were not able to descend. At least, it couldn't descend within this year, which was actually the 1 year of development time Yiling Tian had given to Daxia. With this year's time to develop, when the 10,000 races did descend in the future, Great Sia would have nothing to fear. Then it seems that we should also head to the border as soon as possible, in order to break through to martial saint at an early date. The third elder on the left side opened his mouth. Regardless of what kind of powerhouses would descend from the 10,000 races, their priority right now was to break through to martial saint. The faster the better. In this way, at least there was still a chance to fight the 10,000 clans. The Daxia country was too far away from the border, and it was unknown how many days it would take for the aura tides to reach the Daxia country. Instead of that, it would be better for them to make a trip to the border themselves, which would, in turn, shorten their time considerably. At this very moment, the faster they broke through to martial saint, the best choice for them. That's right, old 2, old 3, old 4, old 5. You guys go ahead and make a breakthrough at the border. I'll sit in Kyoto. The Grand Elder looked at the 4 people on the side and said, No, big brother, you are the strongest between us. To break through it is also for you to go first. As for Kyoto, for the time being, there won't be anything going on. It will be fine for me to sit here. The second elder refused. In his opinion, the Grand Elder was the strongest amongst them, and it was definitely necessary for the Grand Elder to break through to martial saint first. Alright, you guys go ahead and come back to replace a few of us after you break through. The Grand Elder waved his hand to interrupt the second elder's words and said in a way that could not be refused. Since Big Brother has decided, let's go ahead. The remaining few saw this and stopped pushing. At that moment, after arranging some matters, the people set off towards the border. At this moment, not only the Great Sia Council of Elders, but also clans from all over the Great Sia, or martial artists from all over the world who were at the peak of Zunshur, were all rushing towards the border. They had only one purpose, to break through the martial saint and defend against the 10,000 clans. The moment has come. After all, the will of the earth, once again, came. The great summer is about to fall. How long will you sleep, like the others? He did not realize that the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races had not yet been able to descend, so he sent a direct thought into those who were sleeping throughout the great summer. It was only when these sleeping people awakened that there was a slight possibility of resisting the 10,000 tribes anymore. When the Mother Earth's will came out, the entire Earth trembled slightly, and several breaths that were strong to the extreme came out abruptly, shocking everyone. What is it? What a terrifying aura! How can someone in this world possess such a terrifying aura? Is this a powerhouse beyond the Zuni realm? However, anyone with a low realm was prostrate under this terrifying aura, unable to move. Only a strong person above the level of Grand Master could manage to resist it. The breath was just a flash, and soon it was dissipated. The great summer will fall? In the vast land, whoever dares to violate my dasha, I, Changshan Zhaozilong, will be the first to say no. After sleeping for 10,000 years, I wonder if anyone still knows the name of my martial Saint Guan Yu? Yenren Zhang Ida is here. If you dare to violate my dasha, you will be executed even though you are far away. I, Ma Chao, was born without fear, and will fight until the final chapter, and will die for the great summer. Although I, Huang Zhong, am old, I can still be at war for dasha. Chapter 32 Crisis from the Immortal World? For a while, there were people awakening from their slumber all over the Great Xia, and although the number was not large, every one of them was incomparably powerful. There was no shortage of strong people who had reached the peak of martial saint existence among them. For example, Changshan Zhaozilong, martial Saint Guan Yu, and a few others were at the peak of the saint realm. In the middle of a small bamboo forest courtyard, Li Bai, dressed in white, was leisurely drinking a small wine. Suddenly, several powerful auras came. I didn't realize that there were even people like me who chose to fall asleep in this great Xia, Li Bai muttered, and was surprised in his heart. He had thought that he was the only one who had chosen to sleep in this way to survive, but he hadn't thought that there were so many similar people. There was even the existence of a peak martial saint. Peak saint, this could be said to have stood at the pinnacle of the martial Tao, and one step further could be the realm of the Saint King of the martial Tao. The Saint King of martial Tao was the king of the saints, and this realm was a rare existence even in the previous era. I also wonder what era these people are from and if I recognize them. Li Bai laughed lightly and muttered to himself. The era he lived in already belonged to the end of the last era, and the strongest martial powerhouse at that time was only an early stage saint like him. And among the people who awakened this time there was an existence at the peak of the martial saints, so it didn't take much thought to realize that it was from an era even longer ago than him. Yiling Tian was not aware of the changes within the Great Summer. At this moment, he was sitting in the middle of a splendid palace, while across from him stood a trembling old man, looking sideways, as if this old man was afraid of Yiling Tian. His entire body was trembling. If someone who knew this old man was here, they would be shocked, because this old man was the old ancestor of the East Star Domain's overlord, the East Victory Holy Land, the East Victory Old Ancestor Old Ancestor Dongsheng was a living true immortal, and at this moment, he would actually be afraid of this young man in front of him. How could this not be shocking? It was a pity that no one else saw this scene. No, I don't know if this senior, coming to my East Victory Holy Land is something? Old Ancestor Dongsheng carefully looked towards Yiling Tian and asked in a low voice. You can't be too careful. Even now, his heart was still trembling. Just thinking about Yiling Tian's terror, he couldn't stop his fear. As if remembering, when Yiling Tian had just appeared in front of him, that terrifying aura directly pressured him to kneel on the ground, unable to move a bit. Such a terrifying figure, not to mention the Eastern Star Domain. He had never heard of it in the entire known universe, let alone seen it. Now, such a terrifying figure had appeared right in front of him, so how could he not be afraid? Facing the terrifying aura emitted by Yiling Tian, it made him not dare to have the slightest bit of resistance at all. Answer a few questions for this emperor and live with satisfaction, or else you don't need to exist in this East Victory Holy Land, Yiling Tian said indifferently, completely not placing this Eastern Star Domain's overlord and this old ancestor Dongsheng in his eyes. However, it was also true that to Yiling Tian this whatsoever Dongsheng Holy Land was nothing more than a mole cricket that was a bit bigger than an ant. As long as he wanted to, what East Victory Holy Land, or this entire universe was not in his eyes. I don't know, senior, what do you wish to inquire about? As long as I know, I will definitely answer truthfully. Yiling Tian's words caused old ancestor Dongsheng's heart to tighten. What someone like Yiling Tian didn't know, would he really know? If you can't answer, won't the entire East Victory Holy Land be finished? When he thought about this, old ancestor Dongsheng's heart just couldn't stop trembling. Let's just hope that he knows about Yiling Tian's problem. Earth, you know? Yiling Tian asked the first question. Earth? Back to senior. I wonder if senior is talking about that small blue planet whose aura has just been revived for no more than 10,000 years? Old ancestor Dongsheng hurriedly responded. For this Earth, although he didn't know it very well, he had still heard of it. Yes, it's that blue planet, just so you know. The corner of Yiling Tian's mouth revealed a smile. Now that I know, it's a good thing. Let this emperor ask you, Why did the starry sky 10,000 races invade this one small planet? Logically speaking, Earth is nothing more than a small planet whose aura has just been revived. How come it shouldn't be targeted by the 10,000 races? This was not only Yi Ling Tian's doubt, but also the doubt of the entire Daxia people. It was not at all clear to them why the 10,000 races had invaded Earth. It's not like there's anything on Earth that would attract them, right, Elder? About this point I don't know the exact reason, but I do understand a little. Speaking of this, old ancestor Dongsheng paused for a moment, recalling in his mind before continuing. It seems that 10,000 years ago, someone from above suddenly descended to the realm, contacted the several dominating forces of the 10,000 races at the time, and gave them an order to invade Earth. As for why they invaded Earth, that's not for me to know. After all, at that time, the people above contacted the several dominant forces of the 10,000 races, while he was only a minor character at that time, and was not within the scope of the contact, and these were only what he heard later. The people up there? You mean, the fairy world? At those words, Yi Ling Tian's brows were even more furrowed. Surprisingly, even the immortal world was involved. Earth was obviously just a mortal planet, so how could it have attracted the attention of the people of the immortal world? No, this Earth doesn't seem to be just an ordinary mortal planet. Yi Ling Tian suddenly remembered his previous encounter with Mother Earth stopping him when he traveled to the stars. I hadn't thought much about it at the time, but now that I think about it, how could an ordinary mortal planet give birth to a Mother Earth with a will? Moreover, in retrospect, Yi Ling Tian realized that the strength of this Mother Earth was not simple. Being able to discover his existence and wanting to stop him from leading to the void wormhole, his strength definitely exceeded the level of an immortal, only that he didn't know what caused his current strength to be damaged. That's right, it's exactly the people of the immortal world. Old ancestor Dongxing nodded his head. Who is this man of the immortal world? Do you know? Since he knew that someone was deliberately targeting Earth, then Yi Ling Tian had to find this person out anyways. This little man does not know. Old ancestor Dongxing smiled bitterly. 10,000 years ago, he hadn't even become an immortal yet, but was just a small person, so how could he possibly know about those immortals? However, although the little man does not know, someone else does. Old ancestor Dongxing was afraid that Yi Ling Tian would get angry and hastily added, "Who?" Yi Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and asked, "The demon god of the southern star domain." 10,000 years ago this person was one of those who were contacted by the upper realm, so I think he must know. The demon god of the southern star region? Yi Ling Tian snorted. What a big name. A small mortal universe, even dared to call itself a demon god. Very well, your answer is quite satisfactory to this emperor. You East Victory Holy Land will continue to be the overlord of your East Star domain. However, any matter concerning Earth, you Dongsheng Holy Land had better not get involved, or the next time this emperor descends will be the end of your Dongsheng Holy Land. After saying that, Yi Ling Tian didn't talk nonsense with old ancestor Dongxing anymore and directly disappeared. Elder, don't worry. East Victory Holy Land, will never be involved in any matter concerning Earth from this moment onwards. Seeing the departing Yi Ling Tian, the heart hanging in the air of old ancestor Dongsheng was finally put down. As for Earth, his East Victory Holy Land had never participated in the invasion in the first place, and at this moment, with Yi Ling Tian's warning, it was even more unlikely that his East Victory Holy Land would touch the mold. I also wonder who exactly the senior is that he cares so much about that one tiny Earth? Old ancestor Dongxing muttered in his heart. Chapter 33, Descending to the Temple of the Demon God? Human Race? When Yi Ling Tian reappeared, he had already arrived at the Southern Star Domain. The cosmic starry sky, as it is known, is roughly divided into 5 major star fields in the southeast, west, north, south, and center, each of which can be said to be as large as it is boundless. Even if a true immortal wanted to fly from the Eastern Star Domain to the Southern Star Domain, it would take an unknown number of years, and even if they were to take the interstellar teleportation array, it would take several months. However, this was not a problem at all for Yi Ling Tian. Wherever his divine thoughts reached, Yi Ling Tian could arrive in an instant. A demon god? It should be the strongest person in the Southern Star region, right? Yi Ling Tian murmured and whispered. The Southern Star Domain was stronger than the Eastern Star Domain, and in the Eastern Star Domain, only one of the Eastern Shang old ancestors was at the true immortal realm. Instead, in this Southern Star Domain, he found that he possessed 5 true immortal realms, a strength that could completely crush the Eastern Star Domain. Among these 5 true immortals, there was even a peak true immortal, so I think it should be the demon god that old ancestor Dongxing was talking about. To be able to break through to the peak of true immortality in the mortal realm universe, it had to be said that this demon god's talent was indeed a bit of a demon. If this person had been born in the immortal realm, he would probably have achieved the realm of immortal king by now. I hope you won't let this emperor down. Thinking that, Yi Ling Tian's figure directly disappeared into the starry sky. The Temple of the Devil. As one of the 5 hegemonic forces of the Southern Star Domain, it even possessed the first person of the Southern Star Domain, the Devil God, sitting in the town. It could be said that in the Southern Star Domain, the Devil God Hall stomped its feet and had to tremble 3 times in existence. The Devil God Temple was situated at the top of a mountain in the center of the Southern Star Domain. In it, the immortal air was floating and the clouds and mist were dazzling, just like a fairyland on Earth. Under such an environment, if the great Sia people were allowed to cultivate here, breaking through to a martial Tao saint would definitely be incredibly easy. At this moment, the Devil God Temple was quiet, a group of disciples and elders cultivating and doing things so comfortable. Just then, a shocking aura descended from the sky and covered the entire Demon God Hall. Good powerful aura. What's the situation? Could it be that a true immortal ancestor has come to attack my Demon God Palace? My Demon God Palace has the Lord Demon God at its helm. Who dares to offend my Demon God Palace? In an instant, with the descent of this terrifying aura, the entire Demon God Hall, from the elders down to the disciples, was thrown into panic, just thinking that his Demon God Palace had a Demon God Lord in attendance. The crowd soon calmed down. If he dared to come to his Demon God Palace to spread wildness, even a true immortal ancestor would have to be put to death. Who dares to come to my Demon God Temple to act recklessly? Deep in the hall, there were 6 silhouettes that leapt out, looking into the void and loudly rebuking. 4 men and 2 women, all with a white-haired appearance. They were none other than the 6 great supreme elders of the Demon God's Temple, with incomparably powerful strength, second only to the Demon God of the Demon God's Temple. The Supreme Elder has come out, with the Supreme Elder making a move. This person is not enough to worry about. Seeing their Supreme Elder appear, the uneasiness in the hearts of the group of disciples and elders of the Demon God Temple was finally put down. Although the Supreme Elder was not in the true immortal realm, he was still the strongest under the true immortals, and the 6 of them joining forces were true immortals who could also put up a fight. Let your Demon God come out. This emperor has something to question him. Yiling Tian's figure slowly emerged from the starry sky. How dare you? What kind of thing are you to want to see our Demon God Lord? When one of the old men heard Yiling Tian's words, he immediately shouted out angrily. The remaining few people also looked at Yiling Tian with a cold face. In their eyes, this Yiling Tian was undoubtedly already a dead man, daring to come to his Demon God Temple to act recklessly, and even specified that he wanted the Demon God to come and call him, and he didn't know who gave him the guts to be so arrogant. Although Yiling Tian's aura was very powerful and the 6 of them together might not be Yiling Tian's opponent, they didn't think that Yiling Tian would be a match for Lord Demon God. If you anger the Lord Demon God, even if you are a true immortal, your blood will be spilled. Yiling Tian's gaze instantly turned cold as he looked at the person who spoke. A cold aura instantly passed through this person's body, only to see that his body was slowly dissipating, about to disappear. He looked down at his soon-to-be dissolved body, and the look of horror in his eyes was unmistakable. In just a moment, this Demon God Hall's Supreme Elder who had angrily rebuked Yiling Tian just dissipated into the sky, his soul flying away. Pei Shi. When the remaining few people saw the instantly dead Pei Shi, their hearts were suddenly startled, and a look of horror was evident on their faces. Pei Shi, that is, the Demon God Hall's Supreme Elder who had spoken out against Yiling Tian. Although Pei Shi wasn't the strongest among the few of them, he was still a true immortal. Just one look, let Pei Shi's soul fly away. Even a true immortal realm powerhouse couldn't do this, right? Who the hell is this guy? Why is it so horrible? So-called Demon God, if you don't come out, this emperor doesn't guarantee that this Demon God Temple of yours will still exist in the world. Just as the crowd was shocked, Yiling Tian slowly opened his mouth once again. This time, no one was daring to say anything. They all looked at Yiling Tian with a comical look of horror. For a while, the field was incredibly quiet, Yiling Tian's voice still echoing in their ears. Ryoko, alas, who is your excellency? My Demon God Hall has not offended your excellency. A sigh came from the crowd, and they rushed to look, only to see that their Demon God Lord had appeared at some unknown time. Lord Demon God, see Lord Demon God. The crowd of Devil God Temple disciples and elders, including those 5 supreme elders, hurriedly bowed respectfully towards the Devil God. Yiling Tian looked at this so-called Demon God with a flash of surprise in his eyes, because he realized that this what's-his-name Demon God was actually a human. That's right, it's the human race. Although the demonic aura on this person was monstrous, there was no way he could sense that human aura wrong. A human, who has become the Demon God of the demon race. Is it that the demons don't know that this person is a human? Or do you know, but still recognize him as a Demon God? Your Excellency, your strength is very strong. I think I'm not your opponent, but is it not too much for you to kill my Demon God Hall Supreme Elder in my Demon God Hall like this? The Demon God's gaze was tightly fixed on Yiling Tian, as if he wanted to see something from Yiling Tian's face. His heart was also shocked. When did the Southern Star domain produce such a strong person? The opponent's strength, not to mention the Southern Star region, was feared to be at the top level even in the Central Star region where the group of immortals gathered. Excessive? Speaking out against this emperor, not destroying your demon god hall is already this emperor's greatest mercy. Yi Ling Tian laughed lightly, not placing this so-called demon god in his eyes at all. In that case, I would like to learn about your strength and see what your capital is to be so arrogant. Yi Ling Tian's words undoubtedly angered the demon god. Who is he? He was a demon god, an existence that had killed his way up from a mortal planet, breaking the pattern of the Southern Star domain and becoming a generation of demon gods. Even if this person is strong, so what? As a demon god, one never fears any strong person. Chapter 34, The Origin of the Devil God. Heavenly Demon Chop. Only to see the demon god let out a roar and instantly appeared in front of Yi Ling Tian. A halberd emerged in his hand and fiercely chopped towards Yi Ling Tian. An incomparably strong halberd aura shone in the starry sky, pointing directly at Yi Ling Tian. Clang! A crisp voice came, and when the demon god looked at it, he instantly froze on the spot. What did he see? Yi Ling Tian merely extended a finger and blocked the strike of his heavenly demon slash? It felt as if the person had not exerted himself in the slightest. Although this strike was not his full strength, even a true immortal could not possibly withstand it. And Yi Ling Tian even. The demon god no longer knew what to say. His heart could be described as shocked. He knew that Yi Ling Tian was very strong, and even he himself was most likely not its opponent. However, he could never have imagined that Yi Ling Tian would be this strong. The two were no longer above a level at all. Who the hell are you? And how can you be so strong? The devil god's face was horrified, and there was no longer the light-heartedness he had before. This emperor has come here with no ill intent. He just wants to ask you a question. If he strikes again, don't blame this emperor for being impolite. Yi Ling Tian said indifferently, although he had a good temper and didn't get angry that easily. If this demon god didn't know how to behave, he wouldn't mind destroying this demon god hall. As for the questions he wanted to ask, the demon god people were already here, and there were countless ways for him to know what he wanted to know as long as he wanted to. Hearing Yi Ling Tian's words, the demon god fell into silence for a while. No offense? Without malice you come up here and kill a supreme elder of my demon god temple? Although he didn't care about the deaths of the people of the demon god hall, killing the people of his demon god hall was a slap in his face. Okay, you're strong. I'm not as strong as you, so don't take this face. I don't know, senior. What do you want to inquire about? The demon god opened his mouth and asked. It was naturally better not to make an enemy of this person if you could. He was a demon god, and though belligerent, he was no fool. With such a disparity in strength, he didn't have a penchant for seeking death. 10,000 years ago, who was the person who made your 10,000 races invade Earth? Dasha? Upon hearing this, the demon god's face suddenly changed drastically. His gaze was dead set on Yi Ling Tian, and he didn't know what he was thinking inside. You actually know about Dasha? How could you possibly know about Dasha? There was a wave of uneasiness in the devil god's heart. Why did this person know about Earth? Still here asking for news about Dasha? It is this emperor who asks you again. Answer this emperor. An invisible aura instantly pressed towards the demon god, causing the demon god to be unable to move at once. The devil god was suppressed by Yi Ling Tian's aura, and his entire body was unable to move, but his eyes did not show the slightest bit of timidity. Even, there was a flash of madness. Seeing the expression on the demon god's face, Yi Ling Tian was also a bit unsure. Just asking for news about Dasha. Why would this person be like this? Elder, I can tell you the information you want to know, but you must also tell me why you are prying into this Dasha. If not, even if you kill me and destroy my demon god temple, you won't be able to know anything from my mouth. The demon god had a determined look on his face. Ha! Threatening this emperor? At those words, Yi Ling Tian smiled dumbly. He could now completely use special means to know everything he wanted to know from within the demon god's mind. However, this determination of the demon god made Yi Ling Tian somewhat appreciate this person. Thinking of this, Yi Ling Tian also withdrew the aura that was suppressing the demon god and said, Fine, this emperor can tell you, because, this emperor comes from Great Sia. As the words fell, the demon god suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Ling Tian. The look in his eyes was all but indicative of the shock he felt inside at this moment. This person is from Dasha? How is it possible that such a strong person can still appear in today's Great Sia? The demon god was secretly shocked in his heart. Obviously, he was very clear about the current situation in Dasha. It was because it was clear that he was so appalled. Because, no matter if it was the current Grand Sia or the ancient Grand Sia, no one as powerful as Yi Ling Tian had ever appeared. What you want to know, this emperor has already told you. Now, it's your turn to answer this emperor's question. Who was the person who wanted you to invade Great Sia 10,000 years ago, and for what reason? Ignoring the shock of the demon god, Yiling Tian directly opened his mouth and asked. Phew. After exhaling a breath to ease the shock in his heart, the demon god spoke. Senior, let's talk somewhere else. Although this was his demon god temple's territory, but after all, there were many people, and there were some people, or the less people knew the better. Yiling Tian stared at the demon god and slowly spoke. Good. To him, it was the same everywhere, as long as he knew why. The demon god nodded, then turned to look at the people of the demon god temple and droned. This matter ends here. Senior is not an enemy of my demon god temple. All disperse. After saying that, the demon god took the lead and disappeared, while Yiling Tian also followed behind the demon god. Soon, the demon god brought Yiling Tian to appear in a secret room, which was where he had been living in seclusion for a long time for many years. Well, now you can talk. Before I say anything, I would also like to confirm with Senior. Is Senior really a daxia person? The demon god looked at Yiling Tian with a grave gaze. Of course, this emperor has no need to lie to you. As a daxia person, Yiling Tian had nothing to hide. What's more, with his strength, there was no need to hide it. You seem to be interested in the identity of the Benti daxia people? The demon god looked deeply at Yiling Tian. To be honest, he was truly shocked in his heart. It was surprising that such a strong person could still appear in the current daxia. However, this was undoubtedly good news for him, because he is also from daxia. A bit indeed. Because I am also a daxia person. The demon god opened his mouth and said something that even Yiling Tian had to be surprised. What? Are you also from daxia? Yiling Tian was shocked. Are you kidding me? This demon god of the demon race, even though he was of the human race, how could he be a daxia person? Senior doesn't believe me? As if knowing what Yiling Tian had in mind, the demon god slowly narrated. As the demon god narrated, Yiling Tian was also forced to believe that this demon god was actually a daxia person. Only, it wasn't from this era, but from the ancient daxia. Back then, the Great Sia was at the point of running out of gas in the face of the invasion of the 10,000 races, and although the 10,000 races were ultimately repelled by us, we were also at the point of near death. In the end, there was no choice but for most of all of us to fall asleep, hoping to still awaken later, and I, Lu Bu, unwilling to fall asleep, chose to travel to the cosmic stars. Old Bu, this demon god, it's actually Lu Bu? How could Yiling Tian not have thought that the so-called demon god was actually Lu Bu from the ancient times of the Great Sia? How could Yiling Tian not know who Lu Bu was? Being a daxia person in the modern world? Chapter 35, Daxia, Enemy of the Universe. You're Lu Bu? Yiling Tian asked in surprise. The identity of the demon god did surprise him. This demon god who was famous in the Southern Star region, the number one person in the Southern Star region, could be that flying general Lu Bu from the ancient times of the Grand Sia? Who is Lu Bu? He was a famous general during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, and can be considered the first person in the Three Kingdoms. How could Yiling Tian not expect that those famous generals he heard about when he was a child would be able to see real people at this time? But think about it. Although these ancient masters had previously been passed down as nothing more than a little better than ordinary people, it now seemed clear that they were not. Either the country at that time concealed the truth, or even they didn't know that the ancient daxia possessed an extremely brilliant martial art. Exactly. Senior knows me? Seeing Yiling Tian surprised by his name, Lu Bu was also a bit surprised. In his thoughts, Yiling Tian's strength was so strong that he was most likely from an era even longer ago than him and should not know about him. Now it seemed that this senior even knew about himself? Flying General Lu Bu? Naturally, this emperor has still heard of him. Yiling Tian let out a light laugh. If he was still the same social youth in the 21st century now, he would definitely be shocked and excited to see Lu Bu. But for the current Yiling Tian, it was only a slight surprise. Senior is laughing. I didn't expect that with Senior's strength that he would still know Bu. It's flattering to Bu. Lu Bu slightly arched his hand towards Yiling Tian and laughed awkwardly. Yiling Tian's realm. He estimated that it was at least 2 or 3 realms higher than him, and to be able to reach such a realm, he didn't know how demonic the senior's talent was. The immortal Tao realms, as far as he knew, were earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, and Dala golden immortal. And as for the realm above the Dala golden immortal, it was he who didn't know. And 2 realms above him, Yiling Tian's cultivation realm was at least a great Luo golden immortal. The great Luo golden immortal. This was already the limit of what could be achieved in the mortal realm universe. And onwards, it was said that a breakthrough was only possible by traveling to the immortal realm. To date, no one had ever been able to break through above the great Luo golden immortal in the mortal realm. Alright, tell us about the person from the immortal realm who made you invade Daxia. Who exactly is this person? And why is he invading Great Sia? Yiling Tian also asked about the purpose of his trip. Actually, I don't know who that person is and what his purpose is. I only know that that person calls himself the immortal king of the underworld. 10,000 years ago, the underworld immortal king suddenly descended upon the mortal realm universe and summoned all of the hegemonic forces within the universe at the time, allowing them to invade against the Grand Sia, and I happened to have broken through to the true immortal realm at that time, and was summoned there as well. Lu Bu slowly narrated the events of that year towards Yi Ling Tian. As for why exactly that underworld immortal king wants to deal with Great Sia, no one knows. Ryoko. Lu Bu also told Yi Ling Tian all about what happened back then. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling Tian then fell into silence. The doubt in his mind increased. He was curious to know why this underworld immortal king wanted to deal with Daxia. The two were in the immortal realm and the other in the mortal realm, which by definition were two dimensions that could not be contacted at all. However, this underworld immortal king not only knew about Earth, but even Great Sia. It seems that if you want to know the reason for this, you can only make a trip to the immortal realm yourself, Yi Ling Tian secretly said in his heart. Although he was tempted to travel to the immortal world right now, Yi Ling Tian still chose to talk about it after some time. The Yi family was not strong nowadays, and he didn't want the Yi family to be gone when he returned. After all, this was his bloodline, the bloodline that Yi had left behind. No matter what, there was no way he would let anything happen to the Yi family. Not only that, he wanted to make the Yi family the strongest family in this universe, bar none. Shaking his head, Yi Ling Tian no longer thought much about it, but looked at Lu Bu and asked, the 10,000 races invaded the Great Sia, and there should be demons among them as well, right? Since you are a demon god of the demon god temple, you just let them invade the Great Sia? Anyways, you're also from Daxia. The devil god temple was composed of many powerful members of the devil race, and Lu Bu was the devil god of the devil god temple. It could be said that the entire demon race was Lu Bu's strongest. However, Lu Bu not only didn't stop the demon race from invading Daxia, he even ordered it himself, although he might have been threatened by that spectral immortal king. But as a Daxia person, don't you have any backbone at all? Thinking of this, Yi Ling Tian's eyes also gradually turned cold. If Lu Bu really betrayed Daxia, then he wouldn't mind cleaning up Daxia's mess. Senior, it's not what you think. Hearing Yi Ling Tian's words, Lu Bu revealed a bitter smile and complained to Yi Ling Tian, knowing that Yi Ling Tian must have misunderstood him. Although he, Lu Bu, was not a good person, it was impossible for him to do anything that would jeopardize Daxia. Although he had also sent people from the demon god temple to Daxia, he did not allow them to invade Daxia, but rather asked them to wait and see what would happen, and even commanded that they could help Daxia at the moment of necessity. Of course, due to the fact that the demon race that went forward were all a bunch of small people to him, the strongest of them were only at the exalted realm. He himself was not able to personally travel to Daxia through the void wormhole because of his realm, so he did not know if those demon race people would do his bidding or not. However, it was thought that those people would not dare to disobey him. Of course, wanting to travel to the Earth where Daxia was located wasn't only possible through the void wormhole, it is also possible to travel across the stars as long as you know the coordinates of where Earth is located. Only, for the people of the 10,000 races, they didn't know the coordinates of the Earth and had no idea how to get there. The void wormhole, on the other hand, was formed by the spectral immortal king by communicating the coordinates of Earth, in order to allow the people of the 10,000 races to travel to Daxia without having to cross the stars. As for Lu Bu, although he knew where the coordinates of Earth were, even if he wanted to travel across the stars from the southern star domain to Earth with his current realm, it would take at least 1,000 years. After listening to Lu Bu, Yi Ling Tian then fell into silence. He knew that what Lu Bu said might be true. Would those demons really listen to Lu Bu, the demon god? However, in the days that he had descended to Earth, he hadn't heard of any demon race in Daxia. Even Daxia didn't know that there was a demon race among the 10,000 races that invaded Earth. I hope what you say is true. This emperor believes you for now. What are your plans for the future? Are you just going to keep using your identity as a demon god of this demon god temple in the southern star region? Yi Ling Tian actually hoped that Lu Bu could return to the Grand Sia and fight against the 10,000 races with the Grand Sia. Moreover, Lu Bu's realm had already reached the peak of true immortality, so if he could return to Daxia, he would be fully capable of leading Daxia to rise. As for why he himself didn't go and lead the rise of Daxia, it was entirely because he was too lazy to care about such things. At the most, they will slightly step in at the moment when Daxia encounters a life and death crisis. Of course, the Yi family he would definitely still cultivate properly. The Grand Sia, too, would completely rise to the stars because of the Yi family's existence. On the bright side, even if I possess the peak realm of a true immortal, it will be difficult for me to help Daxia. Therefore, I can only choose to become a demon god of the demon god temple as well. At least this way, I can still help Daxia a little bit in secret. Lu Bu smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Great Sia, but if he dared to explicitly side with Great Sia, the people of the central heavenly planet region would definitely not let him go. The mid-heaven astral domain was one of the strongest of the 5 great astral domains, and there were countless great Luo golden immortals. All of these people, however, had been instructed by the immortal king of the underworld that whoever dared to help Daxia, the major hegemonic forces of the mid-heaven astral domain, would rise up in a group to attack them, completely independent of Daxia. Even Daxia themselves didn't know that they had become the public enemy of the entire universe. If it weren't for the limitations of the void wormhole, I'm afraid that at this moment, Daxia would have long since ceased to exist. Chapter 36 The Lin Clan's Movements. A small Daxia would attract the enmity of the entire universe, and it had to be said that the Daxia that hadn't even stepped out of the earth was surprisingly already famous in the entire universe. Yiling Tian knew that the main reason for this was still because of the person behind the curtain, the underworld immortal king. If it wasn't for the orders of the underworld immortal king, no one would even know about the existence of Daxia. Elder, now that Great Sia has you, I think we don't need to be too afraid of the 10,000 races. So Bu won't return to Great Sia for the time being. In this demon god's hall, maybe it will be of some help to the Great Sia in the future. In Lu Bu's heart, Yiling Tian was definitely a Dala Golden Immortal, and still a peak Dala Golden Immortal existence, or else it was impossible for him to not even be able to resist Yiling Tian's aura. It wasn't like he hadn't seen a great Luo Golden Immortal before, but there wasn't a single great Luo Golden Immortal that could give him such a powerless feeling, and it was only Yiling Tian alone. If it wasn't for the fact that in this mortal realm universe, the highest one could only break through to a great Luo Golden Immortal, he even suspected that Yiling Tian might very well have even reached above a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, thinking about it, he still felt that it was impossible. Since Yiling Tian was a Daxia person, it was obvious that he didn't come from the immortal world, so it was naturally impossible for him to cultivate above the Dala Golden Immortal in this mortal world universe. This emperor isn't going to get too involved in the development of the Grand Sia, but since you've chosen to stay in this demon god hall, this emperor naturally won't try to stop you from making your choice. As for the Grand Sia, you don't have to worry. Although this emperor won't be too involved in the Grand Sia, it's not that easy that the Grand Sia will be overthrown by the 10,000 races. Yiling Tian smiled bashfully. Ever since the Mother Earth appeared, Yiling Tian knew that Daxia was not as simple as he knew. If it really came to the moment when the Great Summer was going to be overthrown, even if he didn't make a move, he believed that Mother Earth wouldn't be able to just watch and do nothing. Alright, it's time for this emperor to return to Great Sia. The purpose of this trip was to lift the doubts in his heart, and now what he should know was known. As for more details, it was only when he traveled to the immortal world that he could know. As for when he would travel to the immortal realm, Yiling Tian felt that at the very least, the Yi family should have a true immortal sitting in their midst, so that he could travel to the immortal realm with peace of mind. Senior, perhaps you can make a trip to the mid-heaven astral domain. You might know something that even I don't know. Lu Bu suggested. The mid-heaven astral domain, the center of the mortal realm universe, where the immortal Dao flourished and there were countless great powers. Some of the hidden secrets they knew were by no means known to Lu Bu, a true immortal. The mid-heaven astral domain, the emperor will be there. As the words fell, Yiling Tian's figure also disappeared directly in front of Lu Bu. Earth, Daxia. A month had passed since the aura tides had erupted. In this month's time, Daxia's martial arts could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. The 10 great elders of the Great Sia Elders Association had all broken through to the martial Dao Saint realm, and the great elder had even broken through to the middle stage of the martial Dao Saint realm. They had been trapped at the peak of exaltedness for hundreds of years, and had long since reached the pinnacle of the peak of this realm. At this moment, the aura tides were erupting, and for them it was a thick and thin layer. Aside from the Council of Elders, all of the martial arts cultivators in Grand Sia had seen their realms soar during this period of time, and even the ones with the least amount of talent had broken through a few minor realms, and like those with 5 or 6 star talents, or even those with 7 or 8 star talents, they had even broken through a large realm, and it could not be said that they had not made much progress. Northern War Zone, a mountain range, a fight is breaking out. On one of the sides, it was a group of fighters from the Northern Border War Zone, not many in number, only about 10 people. On the other side, there were 3 monsters with hideous faces and human heads and fish bodies. Captain, what should we do? We're no match for these 3 guys. One of them looked across at the 3 monsters and asked in a deep voice to the one in charge, has the war zone been notified? The captain's face was grave, and his heart sank to the bottom. He was the strongest amongst them, being at the sovereign realm, while the others were all at some of the royal sky realm and skybreaking realm. Although he was only in the early stages of Zongshi, he was at least a Zongshi. It was just a pity that the 3 monsters on the opposite side were all at the Zongshi level, and it was simply not something they could deal with. The previous battle had already caused them to sacrifice a few of their companions, and of the original group of 15, there were now only 10 of them left. I've already notified, but it's estimated that it will take more than 10 minutes for the strongest people from the war zone to arrive. At those words, the captain's face became unsightly. 10 minutes or so. It seemed like a short period of time, but trying to hold out for more than 10 minutes at the hands of these 3 sec-level monsters was undoubtedly tough. These 3 monsters in their eyes were actually one of the 10,000 races that had invaded the Great Sia, the Lin race. If the other party wasn't deliberately playing with them, not to mention holding out for more than 10 minutes, I'm afraid they would have died in the other party's hands by now. Gah! Are you waiting for your strong men from Sia to come and support you? A Zhongshu Realm Lin clan member at the head of the trio let out a strange laugh and said eerily, "There's no need to wait. My Lin clan's strongmen have long since gone to block your Great Sia strongmen. Today, all of you will have to die." Jia. What? Hearing this, the captain and the others immediately changed their faces. He didn't expect that this Lin clan had sent someone to block the strongest of their war zone. If that was the case, I'm afraid that they would really be buried in the hands of these 3 Lin clan patriarchs today. Is this your Lin clan's desire to go to war with my Grand Sia? The captain shouted angrily. Jia. So what if we go to war? Do you think my Lin clan is afraid of your Great Sia? The 3 Lin clan patriarchs all let out mocking laughter. Humph. Don't forget what happened to the Feather clan. Beware of eating your own evil. The captain let out a cold grunt. Although he wasn't sure how the Feather clan's army was exterminated by their Great Sia, it was indeed a real thing. Since he, Sia, was able to destroy the Feather clan's army, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of this Lin clan. Ha, the Feathers? You guys think it's still the same as before? The aura tides broke out in advance, and although your Great Sia's strength has indeed risen quite a bit, my Lin clan's martial saint is about to descend. So what can your Great Sia withstand it? The Lin clan patriarch snorted in disdain. Obviously, the Lin clan hadn't realized until now that their martial saints couldn't descend to earth at all, or the Lin clan's higher-ups had found out. It was just that none of their minions knew about it. Too much bull *******. You can all go to hell. As the words fell, the 3 great sect masters of the Lin clan launched a steep attack against the captain and the others. Boom! The captain and the others didn't even have time to react before they were directly blown away. And one of the team members who was only at the early stage of the Sky Realm directly fell under the bombardment of these 3 great masters of the Lin clan. Ayo! Seeing this, the captain's few men shouted anxiously. Ah Young, the very same fallen team member. Even if you kill us all today, your Lin clan won't have a good ending. The captain said viciously to the 3 of the Lin clan. That's a lot of crap. Go to hell. Holy Lin Pong. In response to this person's words, one of the Lin clan's patriarchs had obviously become extremely impatient, and directly used his own heaven stage martial skill, the Holy Lin Pong. In the eyes of the crowd's horror, this strike was blasted directly at the captain, and seeing that their captain was about to be buried under this strike, the crowd immediately became furious. But nay, they were too weak to do anything, and could only watch the scene. Chapter 37 Ye Family Genius Ye Shao. Just as the captain was about to be hit by the other's attack, a sword light appeared abruptly, directly shattering the Lin clan patriarch's attack into nothingness amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd. Boom! A loud popping sound came, causing the crowd to tremble inwardly as they looked towards the direction of the sword light. Who? The Lin clan patriarch let out a cold cry and looked away coldly, only to see a white-clothed young man holding a long sword was slowly walking towards them. Yi Jiao, why are you here? When the captain's few people saw the visitor, they shouted out in surprise. Just as quickly, their faces dimmed, and they even began to worry about Yi Jiao. After all, the opposite side was the 3 patriarchs of the Lin clan. And Yi Xiao? Although it was a genius from their war zone and had been a member of his squad before, but now it was only a Zhongshu realm, so how could it be a match for these 3 people? Captain, are you guys okay? Yi Jiao came to the captain's side and slowly opened his mouth. We're fine, Yi Jiao. You're no match for them. Go quickly and inform the war zone to beware of the Lin clan, the captain said anxiously, and in the process, he also pushed Yi Jiao towards the back. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving, you're all going to die together. The Lin clan patriarch let out a cold laugh. Who did he think it was? But he didn't expect it to be just a brat, although this brat had a bit of cultivation, reaching the Zhongshu realm at a young age. But so what? Facing 3 of their Zhongshu, among which there was also a mid-Zhongshu, a tiny early Zhongshu was not even in their eyes. After saying that, the Lin clan patriarch began to explode. His aura in the patriarch realm directly erupted, instantly appearing in front of Yi Jiao in a lightning-fast manner. Give me death. The Lin clan patriarch's arm transformed into a horrifyingly sharp claw and directly grabbed towards Yi Jiao's head, as if he wanted to crush it. Yi Jiao's eyes were slightly cold as he slowly moved. Dang! A crisp sword strike sounded. Ah! The crowd only heard a miserable scream and realized that the arm of this Lin clan patriarch who had attacked Yi Jiao was directly chopped off, and green blood surged out. You This Lin clan patriarch had a horrified look on his face, and while covering his severed broken arm and retreating, he looked at Yi Jiao in horror, his speech incoherent. How could he not expect that this brat would be so powerful? It was obviously just the early stage of the Zhongshu realm. He didn't even see what movements he made, and his arm was chopped off by it. Lin Lu. When the other two Lin clan patriarchs saw this scene, they also froze for a split second, and then hurriedly shouted, "Lin Lu, how are you?" "I'm fine." The broken arm patriarch, also known as Lin Lu, shook his head with a pale face. "You guys be careful. This person's strength, it's very strong." This time, he no longer dared to underestimate this brat in his eyes. "Dare to kill my team members and injure the captain. You three will die today." Yi Jiao walked towards the three step by step, his eyes icy cold, not putting these three Lin clan patriarchs in his eyes in the slightest, confident beyond measure. If it was before, although Yi Jiao was a genius, he wasn't this demonic. But ever since Yi Jiao practiced the technique as well as the martial arts that Yi Ling Tian had passed on to the Yi family, Yi Jiao's strength could be said to have skyrocketed. Ordinary martial artists of the same realm were not even a match for him. Even if they were one or two small realms above him, he was not afraid. This was still the reason why Yi Xiao had just cultivated not long ago. What level were the techniques and martial arts that Yi Ling Tian had passed on to them? Which one is not a level above this universe? But if one cultivates for a longer period of time, not to mention crossing one or two small realms, even crossing one or two large realms is not a problem. Big talk. Facing the strong Yi Jiao, although the three people of the Lin clan were a bit scornful inwardly, their tone of voice was still strong and incomparable, although they knew that this Yi Jiao was very strong, but wanting to kill the three of them, in their opinion it was something that was simply impossible. Ha! Whether it's a big talk or not, you'll see in a moment. With a cold laugh, the sword held in Yi Jiao's hand began to dance. Vast sword chi. As Yi Xiao danced, thousands of fine white sword chi immediately appeared in the void, and millions of fine sword chi danced in the air, instantly converging into a supreme giant sword. The might emanating from it sent shivers down one's spine. This, how can it be? How can it be so strong? Before they even exchanged blows, the three people from the Lin clan had already been completely scared out of their wits. It was really the aura emitted by this sword chi that was too terrifying. In the face of this sword chi, they felt that they were as small as ants. Ignoring the panic in the hearts of the three members of the Lin clan, Yi Jiao slashed down with his sword. At that instant, the supreme giant sword in the air directly suppressed towards the three members of the Lin clan. "No, no, you can't kill us, and my Lin clan will not let you go." Looking at this scene, the three of them immediately roared in shock. Boom boom boom. The trio's shocked roar didn't affect Yi Jiao's attack. As the supreme giant sword fell, several loud rumbles resounded throughout the valley, and even the earth trembled slightly. When everything subsided, the crowd looked towards the center of the loud noise. Where was there any shadow of the Lin clan patriarch? Under the strike from Yi Jiao, the bodies of the three were directly blown apart and turned into fragments in the sky. Good strong. Yi Jiao's strength. When did he become so strong? The few remaining members of the team looked at Yi Jiao with a look of shock in their eyes. Yi Jiao, joining the war zone until now was only a few short years. When he joined, he was still just a little kid in the Hotian realm. Yet now that a few years had passed, not only had he become a sovereign, but even three sovereigns had been directly killed in seconds under his strike, including a mid-seniority sovereign. What is this appalling feat? Who would dare believe the scene if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Yi Lac, you. The captain looked at the teenager in front of him, who was more than 10 years younger than himself, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Are you even this strong already? In the end, it could only be reduced to this one sentiment. There have been some chances recently, or I wouldn't be this strong. Yi Jiao smiled faintly and said, "Let's go." Now that the Lin clan has also begun to launch an attack on my Grand Sia, it's possible to encounter the Lin clan's people at any time out here. Indeed. I didn't expect this Lin clan to pop up just after our great Sia destroyed the Feather clan's army. These 10,000 clans are truly abominable. The captain nodded, and then led the crowd about to head towards the warzone's quarters. Killing my Lin clan's people, and you still want to leave? Suddenly, a cold voice came out. At the same time, a terrifying aura descended upon this place. Amidst the shocked gazes of the captain's few people, a powerful Lin clan member with a golden blow descended from the sky. The king of the golden liners. The captain's face was horrified that it was the golden Lin king. This was a heavenly king realm powerhouse. How could he not have imagined that a battle between but a patriarch realm would cause a heavenly king realm powerhouse of the Lin clan to descend? Chapter 38, the second heavenly emperor's bloodline Yi Xiao. King Jinlin. Yi Jiao's face was incredibly grave as he looked at the appearance of the golden Lin king, and his heart fell to the bottom. Although he was powerful, and could even manage to cross the ranks, he was ultimately only a Zhongshu realm martial artist. and there was a difference of 3 great realms between him and the Heavenly King realm. The difference is literally a world of difference. What a human genius! Not only did he break through to the sovereign realm at a young age, he even crossed the border to kill the 3 great sovereigns of my Lin clan. A demon like you can't be allowed to survive, or else you might not be the next great elder of your great Sia. King Jin Lin looked at Yijio, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. How good it would be if this kind of demon was from his Lin clan, but it was a pity that the other party was from the human race. Then he must not be allowed to live. Die! Whispering, the Golden Lin King directly probed out a hand to suppress Yijio. The aura of the Heavenly King realm was also revealed at this moment. Under the aura of the Golden Lin King, even Yijio was suppressed and could not move, and could only watch the Golden Lin King who was attacking towards him. No, Yijio, haven't stepped into the peak of martial arts. How can I die here? Yijio was extremely unwilling inwardly and let out a roar. How could he die like this? Boom! It's too late. It's too soon. In the midst of Yijio's roar, the Golden Lin King's attack had already struck Yijio's body, and a shocking roar resounded throughout the entire mountain range. Surprisingly not dead? When the smoke and dust cleared, the crowd realized that Yijio was actually intact. The scarlet blood-colored light around him enveloped him, and a shocking aura suddenly erupted from Yijio's body. It is? This situation in front of him, even Yijio himself didn't know what was going on. He thought that he would die under that strike from the Golden Lin King, but it turned out to be unharmed. And looking at the situation, it seemed as if something was awakening in his body. This king doesn't believe that a mere little sect master would want to resist me. The Golden Lin King shouted angrily and once again launched an attack towards Yijio. This time, the Golden Lin King gathered all the power of his entire body, forming a super shockwave made of lightning in the air. Under the swinging of King Jin Lin's hands, it blasted straight towards Yijio below. In the eyes of the crowd, an incomparably huge ball of lightning completely enveloped Yijio, as if he would turn into ashes at any moment. However, just as the captain and the others were beyond worried and angry, a bloody silhouette suddenly emerged from the bloody light that wrapped Yijio. The silhouette's entire body was emitting a blood-colored red light, revealing a terrifying aura, and King Jin Lin's aura was as small as a mole cricket in front of this aura. This is, when the crowd saw the blood-colored figure that suddenly appeared, they froze. No one expected that a blood-colored silhouette would suddenly spring out from within Yijio's body, and it was also so terrifying. Even the Golden Lin King couldn't stop trembling at this moment when faced with the aura of the blood-colored silhouette. This aura was too terrifying. Even when he had faced an exalted or even a saint within their clan, he had never felt this way, only to see the silhouette just casually waving his hand. The lightning that was released by the peak Heavenly King realm's Golden Lin King instantly dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, a blood aura shot towards the Golden Lin King. No! Without waiting for the Golden Lin King to react, under this blood aura, the Golden Lin King instantly turned into nothingness, leaving no footprints behind. Hiss! What a fear! Horror as it is! Seeing this scene, the captain and the others were filled with horror. With just a casual wave of his hand, a peak Heavenly King realm powerhouse died just like that? Turned into nothingness? That's something even a Zuni realm powerhouse couldn't do, right? It was only possible with that legendary saint of martial arts. After killing the Golden Lin King, the blood-colored silhouette didn't care in the slightest, but slowly turned his head to look at Yijio, who also had a shocked look on his face. Not bad. I didn't expect that other than Xiaoyu. The Yi family would have another person who has awakened this emperor's heavenly emperor bloodline. That's right, this blood-colored figure was none other than Yi Ling Tian. Of course, it wasn't Yi Ling Tian's original body, but because Yijio had awakened the heavenly emperor bloodline, he had autonomously activated Yi Ling Tian's will within the heavenly emperor bloodline. Former, seniors, you are? At this moment, Yijio's face was full of confusion. He never knew that there was such a terrifying silhouette existing within him. Your bloodline is inherited from me. Who do you think I am? The corner of Yi Ling Tian's mouth slightly revealed a hint of a smile. The heavenly emperor bloodline. It could be said that this was what Yi Ling Tian valued the most, as it could be said to be the key to the heavenly emperor realm. Those ordinary bloodlines of the Yi family could be said to be 1 in a million if they wanted to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. As for the heavenly emperor bloodline, Yi Ling Tian could say that he was able to reach the heavenly emperor realm 100% straight. It was only a matter of time. Passed down to you? Senior, are you my Yi family's old ancestor? After a short period of confusion, Yijio also reacted. He was a member of the Yi clan, and his bloodline was inherited from this senior. So wouldn't this person be his Yi clan ancestor? Not too stupid. That's right, this emperor is none other than the Yi family ancestor. Yi Ling Tian let out a light smile and said, you are the second person besides Xiaoyu to inherit this emperor's heavenly emperor bloodline. When this emperor returns to Great Xia from the stars, you will follow along with Xiaoyu and cultivate by this emperor's side. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiao immediately revealed a look of excitement. Although he didn't know how strong this old ancestor was, he knew that it wasn't weak just from the strength the old ancestor had just displayed. Definitely an existence beyond the exalted realm. The sage of martial arts. This was the peak realm of Daxia today. It was no longer a secret amongst the great Sia that in the month that the aura tides had erupted, the pinnacle of the great Sia's martial Tao had already reached the martial saint from the Zunshi realm. Yes, old ancestor. Disciple will surely live up to old ancestor's high expectations. Yi Jiao bowed respectfully to Yi Ling Tian. Cultivate hard. Indifferently speaking, Yi Ling Tian's figure also slowly dissipated. The blood-red light that had originally illuminated the entire mountain range also disappeared in an instant. Mid-heaven starfield. On top of a continent that was thousands of times larger than the Earth, Yi Ling Tian was leisurely drinking a small wine in a restaurant, listening to the voices of the various living beings around him, revealing a faint smile. This kind of laid-back life was something he had longed for. Manhwa had been fighting in the chaos realm in the past, and he couldn't even think about this kind of leisurely life. Now that he was invincible after breaking through the Heavenly Emperor realm and had no more enemies in this world, it was time to let himself relax and unwind. Nurturing and cultivating the geniuses of the Yi family in the meantime was really quite good for him. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Yi Ling Tian's eyebrows raised as his gaze traveled straight through the starry sky and looked towards Daxia. Yi family, has another Heavenly Emperor bloodline come out? Yi Ling Tian had a smile on his lips. The appearance of a Heavenly Emperor bloodline Yi Xiaoyu had already made Yi Ling Tian extremely satisfied, not expecting that after only a month or so, the Yi family once again appeared with a Heavenly Emperor bloodline. It was Yi Ling Tian who was surprised. Chapter 39, Saints Unable to Descend? Desperate Lin Shan. Xiao Yu, did you cultivate with the old ancestor's side before? After Yi Jiao returned to the war zone from the mountains, he found Yi Xiaoyu at the first opportunity. This was because he clearly remembered that his old ancestor had said that he was the second Yi family member to awaken the Heavenly Emperor bloodline besides Xiaoyu. Yi family, besides Yi Xiaoyu there can't be a second one named Xiaoyu. Yes, big brother, how did you know? Surprisingly, you know about the old ancestor? Hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words, Yi Xiaoyu was stunned. She didn't remember telling her big brother about the old man, did she? Other than his own brother, Yi Xiaohai, there wasn't a third person in the Yi family who knew the identity of the old ancestor. Because, it was the old ancestor himself who told me. Yi Jiao revealed a hint of smugness. The old ancestor himself told you that? At those words, Yi Xiaoyu was shocked. With old ancestor's lazy nature, how could he still have this kind of leisure to talk to Yi Jiao about this? I told you Xiaoyu how your realm has risen so fast lately. You've even reached the Grand Master realm. So it's because of the old ancestor. A month ago, Yi Xiaoyu, who had just arrived in the northern realm, was only at the hollow breaking realm. Now that a month had passed, coupled with the outbreak of the aura tides, Yi Xiaoyu had also reached the Grand Master realm, one major realm higher than Yi Jiao. I'm not because of the old ancestor. The old ancestor threw me into this northern realm a month ago. How could it be because of the old ancestor? Yi Xiaoyu arrogantly said. Yi Xiaoyu was also right. It was true that Yi Ling Tian had not helped Yi Xiaoyu this month, but this did not mean that Yi Xiaoyu's current achievements had nothing to do with Yi Ling Tian. If it wasn't for the gongfu passed down by Yi Ling Tian as well as Yi Ling Tian's previous teachings, Yi Xiaoyu wouldn't have been able to achieve what she did now. See to it that you can. Yi Jiao smiled and touched Yi Xiaoyu's head, saying, old ancestor but said that when he returns he will let me and you cultivate with him. Really? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu immediately looked disbelieving. Even her own old ancestor hadn't taught her much seriously, and would even take in her big brother again? You'll see when the time comes. Yi Jiao smiled mysteriously. Lin Shan, is your Lin clan sure you want to go to war with my Grand Xia? Northern border. The Lin clan's army is pressing in. Ji Tianming was confronting the Lin clan with all the warriors of the northern realm. This time, when facing the Lin clan, Ji Tianming no longer had the same gravity that he had when facing the Feather clan. This was because at this moment, Ji Tianming was clearly already a martial Dao saint. That's right, during the month of the aura's outbreak, Ji Tianming, who was originally a peak Zunshi, had completely broken through to the martial saint realm. As a martial saint, even if he was the only one here at the moment, he would be able to completely wipe out the Lin clan's army, including the Lin clan's commander, Lin Shan. Aside from Ji Tianming, all of the warriors in the entire northern realm had made breakthroughs in their realms, and they were long gone from the past. In the Lin clan's army, the strongest people were only the 6 peak exalted masters led by Lin Shan. With such strength, Ji Tianming had completely disregarded it. Only, Ji Tianming did not reveal his strength, so Lin Shan and the others didn't even know about it, and thought that the current northern realm was the same as the previous northern realm. So what if we go to war? Lin Shan laughed coldly and said disdainfully. Ji Tianming, the aura tidal wave has erupted. You should be clear about what this means. My Lin clan's martial saint is about to descend. If you, the Northern Realm, surrender now, my Lin clan will still have the possibility of letting you off the hook. In the north, there are only generals who die in battle, not those who surrender. Ji Tianming shouted out coldly. In that case, there is no need for this Northern Realm to exist. Kill, all of them, every single one of them. With a wave of Lin Shan's hand, the millions of Lin clan troops behind him instantly charged. Kill, 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 kill. Deafening cries resounded throughout the north. With this ragtag group of yours, you want to destroy my Grand Xia? Ji Tianming sneered, and his entire body instantly rushed into the void. Instantly, a heavenly aura swept through the air, suppressing the Lin clan's army. Bang, 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 boom. In an instant, all of the Lin clan's armies that were charging were all subdued by Ji Tianming's aura and fell to their knees. What? Martial Wei saints? How is it possible that Ji Tianming has broken through to a martial saint? Feeling Ji Tianming's aura, Lin Shan, who was originally sneering, was suddenly dumbstruck. Are you kidding me? This Ji Tianming had broken through to a martial saint. How could they fight? Facing martial Dao Saint Ji Tianming, not to mention his Lin clan's army, even if all 6 of them were at the peak of their Zunshur, they wouldn't be a single match for the other party. Ji Tianming, you actually broke through to a martial saint? Lin Shan pointed at Ji Tianming and couldn't stop trembling. Ha ha, Lin Shan, you were right before. When the aura tides erupt, your Lin clan's martial Dao saints are able to descend. But don't forget that we are also able to break through to martial Dao saints. If your Lin clan's martial Dao saint has already descended, I admit that I'm definitely no match for your Lin clan's martial Dao saint. But unfortunately, it seems that your Lin clan's martial Dao saint has not yet descended at the moment, whereas I, on the other hand, have already broken through to a martial Dao saint. What do you take against it? With that, Ji Tianming violently slapped his palm out at the Lin clan's army below. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color and the wind howled. Terrifying power chi surged out and attacked the Lin clan's army. No, I don't want to die. All of a sudden, all kinds of miserable screams and pleas for mercy came one after another. Just an instant's effort, the Lin clan's 1 million troops had gone 1/3, and the rest, even if they hadn't fallen, had been scared out of their wits. Where would they have the guts to fight again? Quarterly, Tianming. Lin Shan growled through gritted teeth at Ji Tianming. The anger was clearly visible on his face. However, even if he was so angry, at this moment, he likewise didn't have the guts to dare to take a shot at Ji Tianming. After all, this was a martial Dao saint. Commander, news has come from within the clan. Right at this moment, a peak Zunshur behind Lin Shan looked at Lin Shan and said in a low voice, "What news? Is it that the clan's martial saint has descended?" When Lin Shan heard the words of the person behind him, the anger on his face instantly turned into surprise. In his opinion, at this time, news came from within the clan. What else could there be other than the arrival of his Lin clan's martial Dao saint? No, is not. No? What was that message? Lin Shan was obviously stunned. To think that it wasn't the clan's martial Dao saint who had descended? The clan says within the clan. I don't know what the reason is, but all existences whose realm reaches above that of a martial saint have been rejected by an inexplicable force within the void wormhole. Boom! Hearing these words, it was as if thunder was exploding in Lin Shan's brain. A martial arts saint being ostracized from a void wormhole? Wouldn't this mean that the martial saint of his Lin clan would not be able to descend at all? If that was the case, then what was he going to use to fend off this Ji Tianming? How come? At this moment, Lin Shan directly despaired. The martial Dao saint was unable to descend. Then they didn't need to think about their end. Chapter 40 Decision of the 10,000 Races Evacuate Earth? Ha ha, Lin Shan, it looks like your martial saint can't descend at all. Ji Tianming, who had already become a martial saint, naturally heard the conversation between the two clearly, although he didn't know why the Lin clan's martial saint would be rejected by the void wormhole. At the very least, this was definitely considered good news for him. Xia, if, like the Lin race, the martial Dao saints of the 10,000 races were all rejected by the void wormhole, then he, Xia, could even expel all of the 10,000 races and never have to be afraid of this 10,000 races again. Lin Shan's face was ugly, but he couldn't refute it, because what Ji Tianming said was true. As of now, the martial Dao saint of his Lin clan was truly unable to descend. Humph, Ji Tianming, don't get complacent too early. My Lin clan is just one of the 10,000 clans. Even if my Lin clan's martial Dao saints are unable to descend, by the time the martial Dao saints of the other 10,000 clans descend, your great Xia's end will have long been predetermined. Go. After saying that, Lin Shan waved his big hand and turned to leave. At the moment, he didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. He was really afraid that Ji Tianming would suddenly go crazy and go on a killing spree against them. They couldn't resist when a martial saint went crazy. Looking at the departing Lin Mountain as well as the Lin clan's army, Ji Tianming didn't stop them, but instead looked slightly deeper into the direction of their departure, not knowing what he was thinking. Ryoko, back to camp. When the Lin clan's army completely disappeared from sight, Ji Tianming also ordered the withdrawal of the army. The first time he returned to the war zone, Ji Tianming delivered a message to the Elder Council. The Lin clan's martial saint was rejected by the void wormhole and was unable to descend. There wasn't any excessive information, just this one sentence. However, just this one sentence is definitely more important to Daxia than anything else. It just remains to be seen whether this is true or not. East China Sea, the gathering place of the Sea peoples. On that day, the Sea clan summoned all the chiefs of the 10,000 clans that had descended on Earth, including Lin Shan of the Lin clan. Except for the destroyed feather race, all the 10,000 races that had descended on Earth had arrived. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've all noticed the abnormality of the void wormhole, right? The person who took the lead in speaking was none other than the leader of the Sea race, Halo, and below him were the leaders of the major races. As Halo's words fell, the faces of the few people below were quite grave. Just yesterday, they all received a message from their clan that their martial arts saints were rejected by the void wormhole for some unknown reason, and were unable to descend above the Earth at all. If it was in the past, this situation was normal because the Earth couldn't accommodate the existence of a martial arts saint. But right now, the aura tides had already erupted, and this shouldn't have happened at all. Commander Hai, what exactly is the reason for this? Why are the martial Dao saints within our clan being ostracized? Someone spoke up and asked. Yes, this has never happened in 10,000 years, so how could there be an accident this time? Over the past 10,000 years, the Earth had already experienced 10 outbursts of aura tides, and each of these outbursts had been able to raise the martial realm of the living beings on the Earth to a certain level, and they, the 10,000 clans, will be able to descend to the strongest of the strong with it. However, this time, the Great Sia's martial realm had been raised to the realm of the martial saint, so it was only logical that their 10,000 races martial saint would be able to descend as well. But now, they were rejected and unable to descend at all. Needless to say, how this was not good news for their 10,000 clans. One must know that the Great Sia had already begun to see the appearance of martial Dao saints, while their 10,000 clans did not have a single martial Dao saint. How else can they invade Earth and overthrow the Grand Sia? It would be good if they could not be overthrown by the Great Sia. Nowadays, the strongest members of our clan are inquiring about the cause, but there's not much progress so far. Hero looked grave and said in a low voice. The void wormhole repulsion and the inability of martial saint to descend had truly caught him off guard, leaving him at a loss for a moment. In the face of this situation today, there is only one thing they can do. What way? Hearing Halo's words, the crowd hurriedly asked. Nowadays, the Great Sia martial saints appeared one after another. To say that they weren't afraid was simply impossible. No one knew if this Sia would suddenly come against them and overthrow them. After all, they had been invading the Grand Sia for so many years, and had even overthrown every country on Earth except the Grand Sia. Although the relationship between these countries and Daxia was not good, they were all human beings after all, and those people were their compatriots compared to them. In the past, Daxia was powerless and had no way to take them, so it could only choose to protect itself. But now what? With the continuous emergence of Great Sia's martial arts saints, they were already completely no match for Great Sia. Evacuate Earth and return to the clan, Hero said in a hushed voice. Back to Earth? Hearing Hello's approach, the crowd fell silent. This solution is really a good one for them right now. Only, would their clan let them just withdraw? I know what you're worried about, but there's nothing we can do now. If we don't evacuate, are we waiting for Great Sia to destroy us? As if reading what was going on in the hearts of the crowd, Halo continued. Nowadays, there aren't just one or two saints of the martial Dao that Great Sia possesses, and what about us? There isn't even a single martial saint. It's impossible to fight against this Great Sia. Now that the martial saint within our clan is unable to descend, taking advantage of the fact that Sia doesn't know about it now is the best time for us to withdraw. Although Great Sia was now starting to give birth to martial saint, it didn't dare to start a war against them right now, because their martial saint was unable to descend. Sia did not know about it. It was because of this that even though Great Sia now possessed no less than 10 martial Dao saints, they didn't dare to attack them rashly. Commander Hai is right. The fact that Great Sia isn't waging a war against us right now isn't because he's afraid of us, but because he's jealous of the strong people within our clan. When Great Sia realizes that the strongest within our clan cannot descend, I'm afraid that they will come to exterminate us at the first opportunity. I agree with Commander Hai's approach, and the only safest thing to do now is to evacuate this place. After hearing Halo's explanation, the people present also reacted and agreed with Halo's decision. There was only one person, but his face was a bit ugly at the moment. It's none other than Lin Shan. Commander Lin, why don't you say something? Is there a better way? The silent Lin Shan also drew Halo's gaze. No, I don't have anything better to do. Being named by Halo, Lin Shan instantly had his entire body jolted and returned with apprehension. At this moment, his heart could be described as extremely unsettled. It was because just yesterday, he had actually spoken out in front of Ji Tianming because of a momentary oversight that the martial saint of his Lin clan was unable to descend. That's like cutting your own throat. Originally, because of the Sia who was jealous of the strong people within their clan, if they directly started a war against them because of his words, he simply didn't dare to imagine that consequence. Definitely not something he could afford. Chapter 41, Dragon Leader Long Ao Tian. Hi Commander. Lin Shan looked at the Sea Commander, wanting to say something. What's wrong, Commander Lin? There's no harm in saying what you have to say. This appearance of Lin Shan's was little cute. All knew that he had something to say. Not to mention the fact that all the people present were all Zunshi realm powerhouses. Yesterday, my Lin clan attacked the northern border of Great Xia. I'm sure you all know about it. After thinking about it, Lin Shan decided that it would be better to talk about it, so that it might at least be too late. If he didn't say anything, he couldn't really afford it if something really happened then. Not bad, we all know about this matter, and we were puzzled when you suddenly retreated from the army at the end. Commander Hai nodded his head and looked at Lin Shan. Originally, there was no way that those Xia warriors in the northern realm would have been a match for my Lin clan. Except that northern realm's commander-in-chief had actually broken through to a martial saint, directly catching my Lin clan off guard. I have no choice but to choose to retreat. With the presence of a martial Dao saint, our Lin clan is definitely no match. There was a flash of anger on Lin Shan's face. If it wasn't for Ji Tianming's breakthrough to martial saint, how would he, the Lin clan, be in such a sorry state? Another martial saint. Upon hearing this, Commander Hai as well as the crowd all grimaced. Was this Daxia man's talent really so terrifying? It had only been a little over a month since the aura tides had erupted, and so many people had broken through to martial saints. Just from what he knew, all 10 elders of the Great Summer Elders Association had broken through to martial Dao saints. In addition to these 10 great elders, there were also several people in the Great Xia's army who had broken through to martial Dao saints. There were also the folk of De Xia, and although he hadn't heard of anyone breaking through to a martial saint, he reckoned that there might have been someone who had broken through as well, but just hadn't revealed it. And now, the commander-in-chief of the northern realm of the Grand Xia had actually broken through to a martial saint as well. Each of the 4 major borders of the Great Xia had a commander-in-chief, and their strengths were not too far apart. Since Ji Tianming was able to break through to a martial Dao saint, did that mean that it was possible for the commanders of the other 3 realms to break through to martial Dao saints as well? If one did the math like this, the number of martial arts saints in this Grand Xia might have even broken through the number of 20. Thinking about this, everyone's faces were ugly. At this moment, they were no longer a match for this Daxia at all. If they didn't evacuate Earth now, then I'm afraid that their end would have been predetermined long ago, except for being overthrown by Daxia. It seems that Commander Hai's decision was right. We should evacuate Earth. It won't be too late to settle the score with this Daxia after the void wormhole stabilizes. The crowd said, since everyone has no opinions, let's go back to inform our own clans now and tell them of our decision. It is better to do this sooner rather than later, and try to evacuate as many as possible within 3 days. Hiro said in a hushed voice. Alright, we'll go back and inform the clan. Let's hope the clan agrees with our decision. With that, the people got up and were about to leave. Wait, Lin Shan spoke again, calling out to the crowd. Commander Lin, what else do you want? Hello looked at Lin Shan and asked suspiciously. Gentlemen, yesterday, due to an oversight, I accidentally spoke out about the inability of my Lin clan's martial Dao saints to descend. Most likely, the top brass of De Xia are meeting right now to discuss how to exterminate us. So the matter of evacuation is something I feel the faster the better, preferably all within a day. There was a hint of helplessness as well as apology on Lin Shan's face. Originally, if De Xia didn't know that their martial saints couldn't descend, then they definitely had plenty of time to evacuate. But now everything is no longer good enough. Therefore, for them now, the quicker they withdrew, the better, and it was best to leave this place completely before Daxia could react. What did you say? How dare you tell Daxia something so important? Lin Shan, you are simply a sinner of my 10,000 clans. Upon hearing Lin Shan's words, the crowd immediately cursed angrily. It was Hello, whose gaze was filled with coldness as he looked at Lin Shan. Rinzan, do you realize how serious the consequences of your negligence will be for us? In all likelihood, all of us present will die. Hello stared at Lin Shan and said word for word. I know, this matter is indeed my Lin Shan's fault, and if anything does happen, I, Lin Shan, am willing to take all the responsibility. But for now, You all better hurry back and arrange for the evacuation. Lin Shan let out a bitter smile and spoke slowly. You're in charge? If we can't evacuate this place, what are you responsible for? Humph. Voices of anger rose and fell, but they also knew that it was already too late to say anything, and the only main task now was to safely evacuate this place. At that moment, all of them left without any more nonsense. Commander Hai, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect this either. When everyone was gone, Lin Shan gave Hello an apologetic hug. Alright, it's useless to say anything after what happened. You also hurry back to arrange for the evacuation. Hero waved his hand and sighed. Isn't Hello angry? No, of course he's angry. Even because of this matter, all of them from the Sea clan here might be buried here. But he also knew that it was useless to say anything now, and the only way was to hurry up and withdraw. Rinzin nodded slightly and left with a hint of apology. Come on man. After Lin Shan left, Halo suddenly shouted to the outside of the hall. Soon, a Sea Race Venerable walked in. Commander. The Sea Race Venerable One bowed to Halo. Command that all the people of the Sea clan gather as soon as possible. Evacuate this place with the fastest speed and return to the clan. Hello commanded. Evacuate this place? Commander, did something happen? Hearing Halo's command, this venerable also revealed a puzzled expression. Why are you evacuating this place? There's no time to explain to you now. Hurry up and make arrangements. I'll talk to you when we return to the clan. Hero waved his hand and said, yes. Seeing this, the Sea clan venerable responded respectfully, although there was doubt in his heart. Since the commander said so, it proved that something was really wrong. He did not ask any more questions and turned around to go down to arrange for Hello's orders. Ugh, I hope it's in time. Hero let out a low sigh, but the uneasiness in his heart was growing. In the meantime, just as the 10,000 tribes were discussing the evacuation, in Dacia Kyoto, a meeting also unfolded in the Council of Elders. Exactly a meeting for all races. The news from Ji Tianming is that the Lin clan's martial saint was rejected by the void wormhole and was unable to descend. What do you think? Is this matter true or false? The Grand Elder looked at the people present and opened his mouth to ask. In addition to the 10 elders of the Council of Elders, there were also 3 other people present. These 3 people were all at the martial saint realm. Their status was also not low in Dacia. One of them was named Long Ao Tian, the leader of the Great Sia Dragon Group, with a status equal to that of an Elder Council Elder. The Dacia Dragon Group belonged to a special department that could only be mobilized by the Council of Elders and the State Lord as well as the Dragon Group leader. The Dragon Group is divided into 4 groups, the Heaven, Earth, Shenhuang and Yellow groups, all of which are held by peak Zun-Shur powerhouses. Among them, the Heavenly Group was the strongest, and the members of the Heavenly Group were at the lowest level of Heavenly King Realm powerhouses. Long Ao Tian, on the other hand, is in charge of the entire Dragon Group 4 groups. The status cannot be said to be low. Chapter 42 Eve of attacking the 10,000 clans. Yishioda is going to break through to Martial Saint? As for the other 2, one was the old ancestor of the Kunlun sect, the head of the Great Sia's 10 great sects, and the other was the Great Sia Marshal, the supreme commander of the military, Chu Tianxiong. Maybe, the news is true. As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, Chu Tianxiong directly opened his mouth. Oh, Tianxiong, why do you say that? At those words, the Grand Elder as well as the group of elders all looked toward Chu Tianxiong. I'm just guessing, but I think it's a strong possibility. You can think about it, it's been over a month since the aura tides erupted. If the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races could have descended, I'm afraid they would have already done so. But until now, we haven't found any of the 10,000 races martial Dao saints. So I'm afraid that it's not just the Lin race's martial Dao saints that can't descend, but all of the 10,000 races martial Dao saints and above. Chu Tianxiong spoke what was in his heart. Well, you're right, Tianxiong. This is indeed a big possibility. After hearing Chu Tianxiong's explanation, the Grand Elder nodded slightly. Obviously, he agreed with this idea of Chu Tianxiong's because he had also thought like this. In every previous aura tide outbreak, the 10,000 races were the most active and the first to descend. But this time, not being able to see a single martial Dao saint from the 10,000 clans for an entire month or so, there was definitely something wrong. Before that, he couldn't be sure. But now, with Ji Tianming's news coming in, he was already basically certain that it was the 10,000 races martial Dao saints who were simply unable to descend due to some unknown reason. Grand Elder, if this is true, I think we should do something about it. The third elder looked at the Grand Elder and said in a deep voice, that's right, nowadays my Grand Xia possesses more than 10 martial Dao saints, not to mention the martial Dao saints, even the Zun-Shur realm. There are quite a few breakthroughs in my Grand Xia this month. In the past, it was all these 10,000 races that found trouble with us. This time, I think it's time to make them pay a painful price. The fifth elder also chimed in. For so many years, their Great Xia had been oppressed by the 10,000 races, and the hatred in their hearts towards the 10,000 races could be imagined. As long as one was a citizen of the Great Sia, there was no one who didn't hate the 10,000 races. How many families have lost their homes, their fathers, their husbands and their children because of the vanguard? So what are your thoughts? The Grand Elder looked at the crowd and asked, gather all the powerful people above the level of Zunshur and immediately launch an attack on the 10,000 races. The second Elder's tone was decisive. Is that what you all think? The Grand Elder swept his gaze over the crowd and asked in a deep voice. Yes, Great Elder. On behalf of my Great Sia's 10 great clans, I, Kunlun sect, would like to be at the disposal of Great Sia. The old ancestor of the Kunlun sect also agreed. Although they were the top 10 clans of the Great Summer, their strength was actually not very strong. Each clan could possess 1 or 2 venerable realms were considered powerful. That is, the Kunlun clan was a bit stronger, possessing 4 venerable realms, and the old ancestor of the Kunlun clan had also stepped into the martial saint realm during the Aura tidal wave this time. There were countless clan disciples and elders of their clans who had died in the hands of the 10,000 clans, and their hatred for the 10,000 clans could be imagined. Since you all agreed to attack the 10,000 clans, I won't say anything else. Tian Xion, you immediately go and gather all the Zunshur or above powerhouses in the army. As for the clan powerhouses within the Great Sia, the Kunlun ancestors, it's up to your 10 great clans to go and notify them. Oldest 3, oldest 5. You'll be in charge of the Great Sia folk and clans from all over the land, gathering all Zunis and above. We will rendezvous in Kyoto early tomorrow morning to discuss plans to attack the 10,000 clans. The Grand Elder commanded a few words in a row to a few people. 1 hour later, this meeting dispersed, and the people went to carry out the tasks given to them by the Grand Elder. It could be said that this decision of Daxia was exactly the same as Lin Shan's guess. When the Great Sia learned that their martial saint was unable to descend, they decided to launch a counterattack against the 10,000 races at the first opportunity. The day, Chu Tianxiong, the Kunlun old ancestor, and the third elder and the fifth elder were the few who then gathered all of the strongest people above the Zunshur realm in the Great Sia. Over 200 in all. This is not a horrible amount. The 10,000 races that descended upon the earth totaled 10 races, and there were 9 races in addition to the annihilated feather race. Among these 9 clans, the Sea clan was the strongest, but the Sea clan's exalted realm was only about 20. Of the remaining 8 clans, the most one had was just over a dozen. This number was already completely outmatched by Daxia, not to mention that there were nearly 20 other martial saints in Daxia. Tianhai City, the Yi family. The third elder also stepped into the Yi family once more. Wudao has met the third elder. Yi Wudao respectfully arched his hand at the third elder. Yi family master needn't be polite. Old me came today to look for Elder Yi. I don't know if Elder Yi is here? The third elder smiled and waved his hand, saying, the Yi family's old man, Yi Xiude, was already at the peak of the Zunshur realm, so naturally, he was among his notifications this time. Third elder, my father is not in the Yi clan today. He left for the northern realm a month ago. Yi Wudao slowly said, traveled to the north? At those words, the third elder was slightly stunned. What is this Master Yi doing traveling to the north in good time? I wonder if Elder Yi is traveling to the northern realm. The third elder asked. Xiaohai, isn't he insistent on traveling to the northern realm? My father, he was uneasy, so he followed. Yi Wudao said. At those words, the third elder also let out a bitter smile, but he could understand that. At first, he had described the situation in the north as serious, so it was normal for Yi Lao to be worried. It was just that he also didn't expect that Elder Yi would personally travel to the northern realm. However, Elder Yi, who had traveled to the northern realm a month ago, should logically have known that the northern realm had already wiped out the Feather Clan, and that the crisis in the northern realm had naturally been lifted. But it's been a month, and Elder Yi hasn't even returned yet? In that case, I'll take my leave. Without seeing Yi Xiude, the third elder didn't stay too long and turned around to leave. In fact, just with the powerful people that Great Sia had assembled nowadays, they were already not afraid of the 10,000 races. It was just that Yi Xiude was, after all, an exalted peak, and it would be a great help to them if a powerful exalted peak joined them. However, since he hadn't seen Yi Xiude himself, the third elder didn't care too much. Just as Daxia gathered a group of powerful people, Northland, somewhere in a mountain cave, there was a hidden aura showing. The aura was powerful, only that it gave off a rather unstable feeling, as if it was about to dissipate at any moment. Inside the cave, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged at this place, and it was this middle-aged man who was emitting this aura. And this middle-aged man was no one else but Yi Xiude, the Yi family's old master. Ever since Yi Xiude was elevated to the peak of Zunshur by Yi Ling Tian, his state was getting better and better, and nowadays he looked just like a middle-aged man, completely unable to see that he or she was already more than 100 years old. Back then, when Yi Xiude came to the northern realm, he happened to bump into the Feather Clan's attack on the northern realm. Just as the north was about to be overwhelmed and he was about to prepare to strike, Li Bai appeared. with Li Bai's appearance, Yi Xiude naturally chose not to show up. With Li Bai's strike, Yi Xiude was also deeply shocked by Li Bai. I didn't realize that there were such powerful people in this world. After the Feather Clan was destroyed and the crisis in the Northern Realm was lifted, Yi Xiude then chose to return to the Yi clan. Who knew that Yi Xiude, who was still halfway there, happened to encounter a tidal wave of aura, and at that moment, the bottleneck of his peak Zunsha realm loosened, and he vaguely felt that he was going to break through to Martial Saint. Right away, Yi Xiude searched for a mountain range and began his seclusion. Who knew that this seclusion was for a month? And even now, he hadn't broken through to a Martial Saint, because Yi Xiude's realm was forcibly raised up by Yi Ling Tian. Yi Xiude, who was not even very familiar with this realm, naturally wanted to break through to Martial Saint very difficult. There was also the fact that Yi Xiude's breath was now very unstable. If the breakthrough failed, it might be difficult to maintain his peak Zuni realm. Chapter 43 Yi Xiude's breakthrough. Yi Wudao's shock. Just as Yi Xiude's breath was very unstable and was about to fail in his breakthrough, buzz, there was a fluctuation in the void and only Yi Ling Tian's silhouette slowly emerged. Haste makes waste. Seeing Yi Xiude's state at the moment, Yi Ling Tian's brows frowned. It was very clear in his heart that if Yi Xiude continued to break through like this, it was 100% that he would fail to break through, and it would be difficult for him to maintain even his current peak Zunsha realm. It was originally a cultivation level that he had forcibly raised up, and to think of breaking through when he himself hadn't even familiarized himself with this realm, this move was undoubtedly digging one's own grave. That's just it. It's also this emperor's fault for elevating you to the peak of the Zuni, only for you to feel the bottleneck of your realm during the aura tides. Yi Ling Tian's elevated Zunsha peak was not an ordinary Zunsha peak, but had reached the very peak of this realm. It could be said that the Zunsha realm had been consummated, and the next step to be taken was to break the bottleneck and advance to the level of Martial Saint. At this moment, Yi Xiude's battle power was definitely comparable to the several elders of the Great Sia Elders Association if one were to speak of battle power alone. Of course, it was the battle power they had when they were still in the peak Zunsha realm. If Yi Xiude had cultivated himself to this peak Zunsha realm, then breaking through to Martial Saint would simply be a breeze. It wouldn't take nearly a month at all. It was just a pity that his realm was not cultivated by himself, but was forcibly raised up by Yi Ling Tian. This led to Yi Xiude's current situation, facing the signs of going off the deep end. Yi Ling Tian shook his head slightly and gently waved at Yi Xiude, who was in meditation. At once, an extremely gentle breath surged into Yi Xiude's body, stabilizing Yi Xiude's chaotic breath. Yi Xiude, who was immersed in the breakthrough, was also abruptly startled. It is? Concentrate on the breakthrough and don't think about anything else. Yi Ling Tian's clear and cold voice entered Yi Xiude's mind. Its elder's voice. Yi Xiude was stunned, then reacted with a burst of surprise. I didn't expect that senior would know about his current state and personally come to help him break through. This senior, his kindness to his Yi family was simply too great, making him not know how to repay him at all. Thinking like this, Yi Xiude also entered into cultivation once again, breaking through at ease, because of Yi Ling Tian's strike. At this moment, Yi Xiude's aura was already very solid, and he was just a step away from breaking through to Martial Saint. With a faint nod, Yi Ling Tian's shadow then slowly dissipated. This was naturally not Yi Ling Tian's original body. It was merely a piece of will. As Yi Ling Tian's will dissipated, Yi Xiude's aura grew stronger. At some point, boom! A crisp ringing sound came from within Yi Xiude's body, and with that, Yi Xiude violently opened his eyes, and an aura that belonged uniquely to the Saint of Martial Arts also abruptly erupted from Yi Xiude's body, spreading outwards. Just as quickly, this aura was collected by Yi Xiude without anyone noticing. Is this the Sage of Martial Arts? Sure is powerful, Yi Xiude lamented. When he was in the Exalted Realm, the might of the Exalted Realm had already shocked him extremely. However, it was only now, after he had broken through to Martial Saint, that he realized how ridiculous his vision had been before. The Exalted Realm, in front of a Martial Dao Saint, was simply no different from a mole cricket. Ah, seniors? Yi Xiude suddenly let out a shout, and a reverberating sound resounded within the quiet cave. Gone? Not getting a response, Yi Xiude was slightly disappointed. He still wanted to properly thank that senior in person, but it turned out that when he woke up, that senior was already gone. If senior is taking such good care of my Yi family, even if it's not my Yi family's old ancestor, it's probably a close friend of one of my Yi family's old ancestors. Forget it, don't think about it, it's time to go back. Murmuring in a low voice, Yi Xiude also disappeared into the cave and sped towards the Yi family. Yi Xiude, who had already broken through to a Martial Saint, could not be said to have a fast flight speed. When he was still at the Zunsha realm, it took him more than 3 days to travel from Tianhai City to the Northern Realm. And now, he, who was already a Martial Saint, had returned to Tianhai City in just less than half a day. The gap between an exalted and a saint was simply a world of difference. Father, you're back? The Yi family. When Yi Wudao saw Yi Xiode, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Just as quickly, Yi Wudao's surprise was replaced by astonishment. Father, you. Yi Wudao looked at Yi Xiode with a face full of incredulity, because at this moment, Yi Xiode's face was exactly like that of a youth in his 30s, even looking younger than him. This was simply too much for him to take in for a moment. His own father actually looked younger than himself, which instantly caused Yi Wudao's heart to be mixed. What's the matter? My father has been out for but a month, and you don't recognize him? Yi Xiode laughed and joked. He naturally knew why Yi Wudao was like this. At first he was also very shocked, but then he also reacted. This was undoubtedly the extreme benefits that came from breaking through the martial saint. A martial artist of the Zunshe realm alone possessed a lifespan of thousands of years, and the lifespan of a martial saint who was above the Zunshe realm was even longer. Conservative estimates are thousands of years old. And him? It's only about 100 years old so far. 100 or so years old was nothing more than a fraction of a year to a saint who could have a lifespan of thousands of years. Naturally, at this moment, Yi Xiode looked incomparably young. As for those elders in the Presbyterian Church, why haven't they changed so much? That was because they had all survived in the exalted realm for hundreds of years, and some were even close to 1,000 years. At this moment, even if they broke through to martial saint, their changes wouldn't be too great. No. Father, how did you become so young? Yi Wudao's speech had become a bit sloppy. Regarding Yi Xiode's breakthrough to martial saint, Yi Wudao was not aware of it at all, nor could he feel it. After all, Yi Wudao's cultivation realm was too low. Even with the feedback from the tides of aura, the current Yi Wudao was only at the cultivation level of the Grand Master realm. It was simply 100,000 miles away from a martial saint. It's nothing, it's just a breakthrough to the martial saint realm, Yi Xiode said calmly. In his mind, it wasn't really a big deal. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yi Ling Tian's appearance, not to mention martial saint, he wouldn't necessarily be able to maintain his original Zunshe realm. A martial arts saint? At those words, Yi Wudao's gaze froze as he looked at his father incredulously. This went out for just a month and broke through to a martial saint above a Zuni? Should we be so dramatic? After this month of the aura tide, Sia had also made the realm of martial Dao saints thoroughly publicized, so Yi Wudao was no stranger to martial Dao saints. Only, how could he have never imagined that his own father would have broken through to a martial saint as well? How many great Sia martial saints are there today? Although Yi Wudao wasn't clear, he estimated that there definitely wouldn't be too many, and his own father, now, had even become one of them. Chapter 44, Goodbye Third Elder. By the way, father, the third elder of the Council of Elders just came to look for you this morning and left when he saw you weren't there. Yi Wudao, who had passed through the shock, also spoke up about the third elder's visit. Third elder? What did he come to me for? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiode's face was puzzled. There wasn't much between him and the Great Summer Elders Council, and there was only a one-sided relationship with this third elder. If it wasn't for the two children, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hai, the people in the Elder Council probably wouldn't even know about the existence of his Yi family. Did it say what happened? Yehoshua asked. No. Yi Wudao shook his head. Before he could ask, the third elder left. In that case, I'll make a trip to Kyoto, Yi Xiode said. The other party was a member of the Great Summer Elder Council no matter what, and since he had personally come to look for him, there might be something going on. After saying that, Yi Xiode didn't stop at the Yi family and set off on the road to Kyoto once again. Although Kyoto was also far away from Tianhai City, it was much closer compared to the north. That's why Yi Xiode only took about an hour to arrive in Kyoto. However, as to where in Kyoto the Council of Elders was located, Yi Xiode did not know, so he could only go to the town hall in Kyoto, trying to find out where the Elder Council was from the mouth of the Kyoto town envoy. Kyoto's town marshal wasn't comparable to Tianhai City's town marshal. The Heavenly Sea City's town guard envoy was merely at the Heavenly King realm, whereas the Kyoto town guard envoy was a peak exalted before the aura tides. Nowadays, although he hadn't yet broken through to martial saint, his strength wasn't something that could be compared to an ordinary peak Zunshe. Your Excellency has come to my townhouse. I wonder what is the purpose of your visit. The Kyoto town guard envoy was a middle-aged man named Long Ao Feng, who was a blood brother to Long Ao Tian, the leader of the dragon team, and the son of the dragon family head. The Long family was the top family in Kyoto, and the head of the Long family, Long Batian, was none other than the great Sia Kingdom Lord. In Kyoto, and even in Daxia, the Long family was the absolute pinnacle of power, and only the Council of Elders could separate themselves from the Long family. Of course, ever since the invasion of the 10,000 races, everyone in Daxia, whether they were the powerful and noble, or the children of the humble family, were united as one. So in today's Daxia, there is also no power struggle. Where is the heart for infighting when your own territory is on the line? Old man Yi Xiode, meet the Dragon Town Guardian. Yi Xiode slightly arched his hand at Long Ao Feng. Although he was now a martial saint and his cultivation realm was far higher than Long Ao Feng, Yi Shouda still maintained enough respect for Long Ao Feng, this Kyoto's town envoy. Your Excellency is polite. I wonder if there is something you came to see me about. Seeing how polite Yi Shouda was, Long Ao Feng also asked with a smile on his face. How did Long Ao Feng feel so awkward about Yi Shouda's self-proclaimed name? A person who looked at no more than 30 or so, even called himself an old man. If not for his appearance here, he would have thought that this person was some kind of gray-haired aged old man. However, to be able to come to his residence silently and not be discovered by him was enough to show that this Yi Shouda's strength was extraordinary, and one couldn't sense the other party's cultivation realm at all. One must know that one was at the peak of the Zunshi, and who else but a saint of martial Tao could be able to make one's cultivation realm that one couldn't even sense. Therefore, Long Ao Feng didn't say anything and didn't show any dissatisfaction in the face of Yi Shouda's arrival. After all, this was a martial saint. Jinguo Long. I've come to look for the third elder of the Elder Council. Only that I don't know where the Elder Council is, so I had no choice but to come and ask Jinguo Long. Yi Shouda stated the reason for his visit. Oh, so you are looking for the third elder. I don't know what your excellency is looking for the third elder for. I can pass it on for your excellency. It was naturally impossible for Long Ao Feng to tell Yi Shouda the location of the Elder Council. To him, this Yi Shouda was a stranger. He didn't recognize this person at all. The Elders Council's residence was the most secretive place in Sia. Not just anyone could travel to it. There's nothing wrong with me. I just heard that the third elder had looked for me in the morning, so I came to want to ask if the third elder was up to something. Yi Shouda told Long Ao Feng what Yi Wu Dao said to him as well. So it is. Hearing Yi Shouda's words, Long Ao Feng understood. Now that he, Sia, was about to launch an attack on the 10,000 races, he was gathering all of Sia's strongest men. Obviously, this Yi Shouda should be the person that the third elder needed to summon. It was just that the third elder hadn't seen Yi Shouda in person, and the other party had heard that the third elder had searched for him, and that's how he found his way here. In that case, your excellency will wait in my townhouse for a while. I will now send someone forward to inform the third elder. With that said, Long Ao Feng also had someone arrange for Yi Shouda to head to rest while he himself personally headed to the Elders Council to look for the third elder. This Yi Shouda was a martial saint. Even Long Ao Feng didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. It was better to hurry up and inform the third elder. Just under an hour had passed. Long Ao Feng and the third elder duo then arrived at the townhouse. Elder Yi, it's really you. I didn't expect you to have broken through to a martial saint as well. Seeing Yi Shouda, the third elder immediately revealed a hint of shock. When he came, Long Ao Feng had told him that a person named Yi Shouda had come to look for him, and this person was also a martial saint. The third elder originally did not believe it and thought that Long Ao Feng had sensed it wrongly, although he had only seen Yi Shouda on one side, but on this side, he sensed that although Yi Shouda was at the peak of the Zunshi realm, Yi Shouda himself was extremely unfamiliar with this realm, and did not look like he had cultivated himself up at all. Although he wasn't sure what the situation was, he felt that it was simply impossible for Yi Shouda to break through to a martial saint in this situation. But at this moment, when he really saw Yi Shouda, he realized that he was wrong. Yi Shouda had actually broken through to a martial saint. But how is that possible? With that state of Yi Shouda's, he shouldn't have broken through to a martial saint at all. The third elder's vision was naturally not wrong. But how could he know that there was another Yi Ling Tian behind Yi Shouda? If it wasn't Yi Ling Tian, then Yi Shouda's state could be said to be exactly the same as what the third elder thought. However, with Yi Ling Tian making a move, all impossibilities would become possible. Greetings, third elder. Yi Shouda respectfully arched his hand at the third elder. He could also see that at this moment, the third elder had also broken through to a martial saint, and his strength was even a touch stronger than his. I heard that the third elder traveled to my Yi family in the morning to look for old man, but naturally, old man wasn't at home at that time. When I got home, it was still no do who told me. I don't know if third elder is looking for me, but what's the matter? Yi Shouda asked in a slightly puzzled manner. There is indeed something going on. Elder Yi, come with me. Go to my elders' council first. Good. At that moment, the third elder led Yi Shouda towards the elder council's residence. Chapter 45. On the eve of the counterattack on the 10,000 races, when Yi Shouda followed the third elder to an empty square above. However, he found that there were already hundreds of people gathered at this place, and all of them were incredibly powerful. Surprisingly, none of them were below the exalted realm. Even the martial arts saints were as many as a dozen. It could be said that the Council of Elders at this moment had gathered all the peak power of the entire Great Sia. Third Elder, this is? Seeing this scene, Yi Shouda asked the third elder in puzzlement. The heart also vaguely knows that I'm afraid that this is going to be some kind of big move. Surprisingly, he had summoned so many powerful people. Could it be that he was going to start a duel with the 10,000 races? As soon as this thought came out, Yi Shouda hurriedly shook his head. he didn't think it was even possible. Although today's Dacia was already too much stronger than before after the aura tidal wave, he also knew that the strength of the 10,000 races must also be incomparably powerful. Even with Great Sia's current strength, it would be impossible to have a duel with the 10,000 races. He was unaware, however, that he was infinitely closer to reality with this idea. Elder Yi, wait and you'll see. The third elder smiled mysteriously and didn't rush to explain to Yi Shioda. Soon, the two arrived at the center, and the third elder led Yi Shioda towards the side of the grand elder and the others. In the center of this, there were only the grand elder and about 10 of them, and these people, all of them, were martial Dao saints. As for those hundreds of exalted ones, they all stood around, quietly waiting for the announcement from the Council of Elders. At the moment, none of them knew what was going to happen, and the Council of Elders had summoned them without telling them why. So now they are still very confused and don't know what is going on. Grand Elder, this is Yi Shioda, and the grandfather of the two children, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiaohai. The third elder introduced Yi Shioda's identity to the Grand Elder. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Yi Shioda was slightly startled, not realizing that the old man in front of him was the Grand Elder of the Great Summer Elders Association. Hello, the Grand Elder smiled amiably at Yi Shioda. I didn't expect you to have broken through to a martial saint, and you also have two grandchildren with king-level talent. It seems that your Yi family isn't simple either. The first time he saw Yi Shioda, he could tell that Yi Shioda had already broken through to a martial saint. To be honest, his heart was still quite shocked. A martial saint is not that easy to break through. As far as he knew, this Yi Shioda was only about 100 years old now, and he had even broken through to a martial saint. In terms of talent alone, it was he who was not as good as the other party. A martial arts saint? Hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the surrounding crowd looked over with a hint of shock. In today's Great Xia, Zunis were no longer considered to be a scarce battle force, but martial Dao saints were definitely a scarce resource, and the appearance of any martial Dao saint could sway any battle today. Great Elder is flattering. It was just a fluke. Yi Shioda smiled sarcastically. He was indeed a fluke. If He Ling Tian hadn't made a move, not to mention martial saint, he wouldn't even be a Zunsher right now. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, then gazed at everyone present and said in a deep voice, Gentlemen, I have gathered all of you together today because I have an announcement to make. A great matter that concerns the future of my Dacia. Swish swish swish. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone's gazes were swept towards the Grand Elder. About the future of Dacia? What on earth is it that all concerns the future of Dacia? Is something big about to happen? Concerning the future of the Grand Xia? It can't be that the 10,000 races are going to attack my Grand Xia in full force, can it? I'm afraid that the exalted realm gathered here is already all the exalted of Great Xia, and I'm afraid that the Council of Elders has summoned all of us, so I'm afraid that we're really going to start a duel with the 10,000 races. For a while, the crowd below was filled with various murmurs of hatred, anger, and worry. Quiet. Looking down at the commotion below, the Grand Elder suddenly let out a loud shout. As the Grand Elder's chorus fell, the crowd instantly quieted down. You guys are right in thinking that we do have to start a duel with the 10,000 clans, but it is not they who attack us, it is we, who attack the 10,000. The Grand Elder's aura surged as he said word for word, we, attacked the 10,000? Hearing this, everyone was once again shocked. It was Yi Shioda, who was looking at the Grand Elder with a shocked gaze, a bit incredulous. They Xia, actually want to attack the 10,000 races? Is this really not death-seeking behavior? Obviously. For the battle between Great Xia and the 10,000 races, even though they were all from Great Xia, they were not optimistic about Great Xia. It was really because facing the invasion of the 10,000 races for so many years had given them a hint of fear of the strength of the 10,000 races. Even if they were all at the exalted realm now, they didn't think that their Great Xia would be a match for the 10,000 clans. I know, you guys must think it's a little unbelievable. Think there's no way we'll be a match for the 10,000 clans, do you? The expressions of the crowd were all seen by the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, could it be that you think we will be a match for the 10,000 clans? Someone stepped forward and asked. Right, Grand Elder, will we really be a match for the 10,000 clans? Grand Elder, I think it's better to think about this matter in the long run. Although we are now much stronger than before, the 10,000 clans are not set in stone. None of the people who were able to cultivate to the exalted realm were weak, and they had all participated in battles against the 10,000 clans. Even more so, he knew that every time the aura tides erupted it represented the strength of the 10,000 races becoming more powerful. Wanting to defeat the 10,000 races had become an impossible reality in their hearts. I know what you guys are worried about, but I can safely and boldly tell you right now that the strength of the 10,000 races didn't grow in any way during this aura tide. Their martial saints simply cannot descend, or else why do you think the 10,000 races haven't attacked us until now? Though I don't know what for, and I don't need to know. What we have to do now is to overthrow all the 10,000 races on Earth and expel them all. Earth, the home of us humans, must not allow any of the 10,000 races to come and destroy it. The Grand Elder was also forced to speak this news out, or else these people would be cowed inwardly before they even fought the 10,000 races. This is not a good sign. What? The martial arts saints of the 10,000 races are unable to descend? Hearing this, the crowd was abuzz. If what the Grand Elder said was true, then it was really possible for them to completely wipe out this 10,000 races. After all, they had more than one martial saint sitting in their midst. Great Elder, is what you said true? Someone asked in a trembling voice, not out of fear, but out of excitement. He was originally from an ordinary family, and although he was from a family of martial artists, he was not very powerful. But in an invasion of the 10,000 races, his family was all killed by the 10,000 races, and if he himself had not been saved by a venerable member of the Huashan sect passing by in the end, he would have died long ago. So for the 10,000 races, his hatred could be described as incomparably deep. Now that he had become an exalted, he was always thinking about how he could avenge his family's death. He didn't have a chance before, but now, he saw hope. How could he not be excited? Chapter 46, Descent into the Sea Nation. Hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, everyone got excited. The martial arts saints of the 10,000 races were unable to descend? Then they still needed to be afraid of the 10,000 clans. Wasn't the reason why they were afraid of this 10,000 clan was because they were worried about the 10,000 clans' martial Dao saint? Since the 10,000 races didn't have any martial Dao saints in existence right now, whereas their side of the Grand Sia possessed more than a dozen martial Dao saints. With such strength, what can the 10,000 races resist? So what if the 10,000 clans had more Zunsha realm powerhouses than they did? One of their martial Dao saints could have taken care of all of the 10,000 races exalted ones. I agree. Yes, we agree. Great Elder, fight. It's time to teach this 10,000 races a painful lesson. For a while, the crowd all shouted, and no one stood up to object anymore. It's not a good idea to object at this point. It's just a way to get people angry. Very good. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the Grand Elder and the others revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. Since that's the case, all of you will listen to our arrangements next, and erase the tumor that is the 10,000 races from the earth. Yes. At that moment, the Grand Elder began to make arrangements for the crowd. There were a total of more than 300 people present, divided into 4 paths by the Grand Elder, with the Second Elder and Third Elder leading around 80 people to the Eastern Realm Warzone. The Fourth Elder and the Fifth Elder led about 80 people to the Western Realm Warzone. The remaining few elders were leading the rest of the people to the Northwest Two Realms Warzone. The 4 major border war zones of the Great Sia were all close to the 10,000 races' residences, and their purpose was naturally to defend against the 10,000 races. And the strength of these 4 war zones was also extraordinary, with the commanders of the war zones all crossing over into the martial Dao saint like Ji Tianming, and the Zunsha realm was not a few. Together with those venerable realms summoned today, by the time they arrived at the border, there would basically be close to 100 or so venerable realms in each war zone. 100 exalted, plus 2 or 3 martial Dao saints. With this kind of strength, what would the 10,000 races be able to withstand in the absence of martial Dao saints? After the crowd had dispersed, only 4 people remained in the venue. They were the Grand Elder, Chu Tianxiong, Long Ao Tian, and Yi Xiuda. 3 of you, let's take a walk to the Sea Clan. The Grand Elder looked toward the 3, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, the Sea race, considered to be one of the strongest of the 10,000 races on Earth today, was naturally much stronger than the other several races. So the Grand Elder, on the other hand, was prepared to make the trip himself. Good. The 3 nodded. The 4 of them then flew towards the territory of the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan, situated in the East Sea in the eastern part of Daxia, was also the farthest one clan from Daxia. However, this distance was just like that for the 4 Grand Elders of the martial Dao Saints, and in just a few hours the 4 of them reached the skies above the Sea Clan's territory. The moment, all the clansmen of the Sea Clan had been gathered together by Halo all together. Commander, all the clansmen have all arrived, a Sea Race Venerable said respectfully as he came in front of Halo. Aha! Hero nodded faintly, humming softly. Halo's gaze then looked at all the people of the Sea Race under the field. Clansmen, the situation has changed, and we need to evacuate this place as soon as possible, which is the reason for gathering you all together. Halo's words rang out amongst the crowd, instantly provoking many of the Sea Clan members to talk. Evacuation? What happened? And why is there a sudden need to evacuate this place? Commander, what has happened that requires us all to evacuate this place? A Sea people asked to Halo. This is what everyone in the room was wondering. Why are you evacuating this place for a good reason? They had been here for countless years, and some of the Sea people had even been here from birth. Although they all know that this is not their home, most of them have gotten used to living here. The sudden need to evacuate now still left many of the Sea people a bit reluctant. Quiet. Looking at the noisy crowd, Hello bellowed at once. I know you have a lot of doubts, but this is not the time for that. Hail! Immediately arrange for the evacuation of all the clansmen and try to return them all to the clan today. Halo said to the Sea Clan Venerable at the side. Yes, Commander. Hale responded respectfully and was about to go forward to arrange for the evacuation of these clansmen. The Sea People, who had descended to Earth for nearly 10,000 years. For so many years, although there were many dead Sea People, there were also many new clansmen born to them. The population of the entire Sea Nation, although not 100 million, had reached tens of millions. Trying to evacuate so many clansmen from this place within a day was definitely a difficult task to accomplish. The entrance to the void wormhole could only allow a maximum of 10 people to pass through at a time, and with a population of tens of millions, one could only imagine how long it would take to pass through all of them. Hello knew this too, but it couldn't be helped. No matter what, he definitely had to evacuate all of his clansmen before the Great Sia attacked. If not all of them, then most of them. Boom boom boom. Just then, a loud rumble rang out above Halo's and their heads. Halo's face suddenly changed, and he jerked his head up towards the water above. The place they were in was at the bottom of the East Sea, and with such a huge commotion, it was obvious that someone was sending out an attack above the sea. Is it someone from Dacia? How did it come so fast? Halo's face was ugly, and the uneasiness in his heart grew. He had only just decided to evacuate and hadn't even done much yet, and this great Sia's people were already beating down his door? Commander? Hale looked to Hiro, also unsure of what to do. You continue to arrange for the evacuation of the clan, and the rest of you follow me out to take a look. Saying that, Halo's entire body quickly rushed towards the water, with more than 10 Sea Race Venerables following closely behind him. Chapter 47, Destruction of the Sea Clan. Sun Hongxian, it's actually you. When Halo came above the water, he instantly saw the 4 people led by the Grand Elder, and the Sun Hongxian in Halo's mouth was the Grand Elder. Halo's face was cloudy. How could he not expect that Sun Hongxian would come in person? Although there were only 4 people, and he was not sure about the strength of the other 3, but he was clear about Sun Hongxian's strength. When Sun Hongxian was in the Zunshi realm, he was able to fight several peak Zunshi alone without losing, not to mention Sun Hongxian, who had now broken through to the Sage of Martial Dao. Hero, it's been a long time. Sun Hongxian lightly glanced at Halo and the group of Sea Race Venerables behind him, and there was a smirk flashing across the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the information they had received was indeed true, and the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races were indeed unable to descend. Otherwise the ones who appeared in front of them wouldn't be Halo. These honored ones. Humph. Sun Hongxian, what business do you have coming to my Sea Clan? Hiro grunted. Even though there was anger in his heart, he didn't dare to show it. Nowadays, they were not as strong as others, so how would they dare to disregard Dacia as they did in the past? Damn it, if my Sea Clan saint can descend, what is this great Sia? Hello's mind held back his thoughts. He had never been so stifled since coming to Earth. Facing Dacia had always been a lofty position. The grudge between my Grand Sia and your 10,000 races has been 10,000 years long, and today it's time to get some justice. You tell me. Hello. Sun Hongxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold aura flickered under his eyes. Are you going to start a complete war with my 10,000 clans? Hearing Sun Hongxuan's words, Halo's complexion changed violently and he drank in a low voice. Why ask knowingly? You, the 10,000 races, should never have appeared in our world. Saying that, Sun Hongxuan's aura instantly skyrocketed with killing intent, about to make a move against the Sea Race. Sun Hongxian, how dare you? Seeing this, Hiro hastened to yell in horror. Facing Sun Hongxian, who had already become a saint of martial arts, Halo knew that neither he nor all the people of the Sea Clan would be able to resist. What wouldn't the old man dare? Today is the time of your Sea Race's demise. The terrifying aura directly locked Halo as well as all the people of the Sea Race. Looking at Halo and the others in a cold sweat, Sun Hongxian did not have the slightest bit of compassion. Die! An icy cold voice came out from Sun Hongxuan's mouth. Ah, don't! Commander, help me! In an instant, those Sea Race exalted who were locked by Sun Hongxuan's chi instantly exploded into a shower of blood, leaving Helo alone in the wind. You! This scene directly scared Helo into moving. It's too strong. How can it be so strong? Just a single chi lock erased all of his Sea Clan's exalted ones. It wasn't like he hadn't seen martial Dao saints before. The total clan of his Sea Clan, not to mention martial Dao saints, were not a few martial Dao saints. Martial Dao saints, martial Dao great emperors above martial Dao saints. However, he had never seen such a strong martial saint before. This Sun Hongxian, was he really a martial saint who had just broken through? How many of us humans have been killed by you since you 10,000 races invaded Earth? In the past, we didn't have the strength to resist and could only defend ourselves. But now, it's your turn. Halo, old me will let you watch your Sea Clan people die one by one. so that you can experience what we used to feel. Sun Hongxian looked at Halo coldly. It wasn't that he hadn't killed Halo, it was that he wanted him to watch his people die one by one, and there was nothing he could do about it. He wanted Halo to experience the feelings of what had happened to their human race for so many years. Do it! As long as it's someone from the sea race, don't spare a single one. Sun Hongxian looked at Yi Shouda, Long Ao Tian, and Chu Tianxiong. The three looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Afterward, the three of them directly rushed into the seabed, launching an indiscriminate killing spree against the tens of millions of sea race people. Although the number of sea people was large, but in the eyes of the three martial Dao saints, even a large number was nothing more than ants, and a random attack was the death of thousands of sea people. The process was a bit brutal, but that was for people of the sea, like Hello, watching with his own eyes that his own people were being mercilessly slaughtered. One could imagine how much pain he was feeling inside at the moment. But for Chu Tianxiong, Long Ao Tian and Yi Shouda, cruelty? Compassionate? This is simply not true. The deaths of their great Sia at the hands of these 10,000 races were more than tens of millions. Over the past 10,000 years, the people who died in the hands of the 10,000 races in the Great Sia alone did not have 10 billion but also several billion, not to mention those countries that were exterminated. Therefore, for the 10,000 races, as long as they were Sia people there wouldn't exist an ounce of mercy. They hated to completely exterminate these 10,000 races. Sun Hongxian, aren't you afraid of the wrath of my Sea clan? Halo's face grimaced as he roared towards Sun Hongxian. Rage? Let's wait until you sea race saints can come to my Grand Xia. Sun Hongxian sneered. A martial saint couldn't descend to Daxia, so what was he afraid of from the wrath of the Sea clan? Not to mention the sea race, even the entire starry sky 10,000 races. As long as they couldn't come to Daxia, what did he have to fear? You. Hai Luo was furious and couldn't stop her hand from trembling as she pointed at Sun Hongxian. Yet he was not the least bit able to do anything about it, because what Sun Hongxian said was the truth. If the powerhouses of his sea race couldn't descend to Earth, why would Xia need to be afraid of them? While Hello and Sun Hongxian were raging, the battle at the bottom of the sea was nearing its end, and the tens of millions of sea race clansmen were completely defenseless in the hands of Yi Shouda's trio. In less than half an hour, there were already dead and wounded, leaving only a few Zunshi realms still struggling. Only, under one of Long Ao Tian's sword awnings, it was nothing more than a dying struggle. The population of this sea tribe is quite large. I'm tired of killing them. After exterminating all the sea races, Chu Tianxiong grinned. Great Elder, the Sea clan to be destroyed. The three of them came to the side of the Grand Elder, and Long Ao Tian arched his hand and said indifferently, Aha! Sun Hongxian nodded and looked at Halo. Commander Halo, how does it feel to watch your own people go extinct before your eyes? Sun Hongxian, don't be complacent. What you destroyed today is just a branch of my Sea clan. Even if we all die at your hands today, the strongest members of my Sea clan's general clan will surely avenge us, and sooner or later, your great Xia will be overthrown by the 10,000 clans. Ha ha! Halo laughed maniacally. His aura of the Zunshi realm erupted abruptly, and his entire body expanded rapidly. Not good. He's going to blow himself up. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianxiong's brows immediately furrowed. Self-destruct? That also depends on whether he has the ability to blow himself up. Sun Hongxian smiled disdainfully and slowly raised his hand to tighten his grip on Halo's body that was about to self-destruct. Instantly, Halo's swollen body quickly dried up like a deflated balloon, instantly turning into a puddle of blood. To this point, one of the 10,000 races that descended on Earth, the Sea race, was completely destroyed. Chapter 48, The 5 Tiger Generals Travel to the Stars. It seems as if Daxia doesn't need us. Indeed, the strength of the 10,000 races that descended this time is just too weak. There isn't even a single martial Dao saint. I don't know what went wrong with the void wormhole, but it was able to block the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races from descending. Could it be that the Mother Earth struck? Otherwise the martial saint of this 10,000 races should have descended long ago. I don't think so, or else Mother Earth wouldn't have awakened us now. Just as Sun Hongxuan's few people had wiped out the Sea clan, above 10,000 meters in the air, there were 5 people who were whispering in a hidden manner. These 5 were no one else but the ancient 5 tiger generals, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao as well as Huang Zhong. They had thought that Mother Earth had awakened them because the Great Summer had reached the point of survival. As a result, the reality was that the strength of the 10,000 races was simply unbeatable, and they were completely no match for Daxia, not even needing them to make a move. How about asking Mother Earth? Zhang Fei asked. Forget it. Unless Mother Earth reaches out to us, who are we to find it? Guan Yu shook his head and smiled. Although their strength was strong, it was just that for Mother Earth, and if Mother Earth didn't show up, it would be impossible for them to find it just by virtue of their lifetime. Also, Zhang Fei laughed nervously as he made a casual remark. Since the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races are unable to descend, There's no need for us to worry about Dasha. Why don't we head to the stars? Zhao Yun looked at a few people and opened his mouth to ask, to the stars? At those words, several people briefly fell into silence. A moment later, it was Guan Yu who spoke up. Good thing too. Although we chose to fall asleep in the beginning, there were still so many old friends who chose to travel to the stars, and I don't know if they are still around now. Guan Yu sighed. In his time, there were very few people who chose to slumber, and they were just the 5 of them. As for those who didn't die at the hands of the 10,000 races, most of them chose to head to the stars to develop. Now that so many years have passed, he'd like to see if any of his old friends are still around. Since that's the case, let's set off now before it's too late. It's just as well that we can pass through the Sea Clan's void wormhole. The universe and the stars were large and borderless, and they had never been out of the Earth in their lives, so the only way to travel to the stars was to use the 10,000 races void wormhole. Although they could also fly out of Earth to the stars on their own, that would undoubtedly be a needle in a haystack. Facing that huge universe of stars, they would completely lose their coordinates, and I'm afraid that they wouldn't necessarily be able to get out of the galaxy until they died. Good, but we have to be careful with this sea race. Who knows how strong the sea race in the starry sky is, and whether or not there will be a strong sea race member stationed inside the cave entrance, Guan Yu said cautiously. The other side of the sea race's void wormhole that led to it was naturally the sea race's territory as well. None of them knew if there would be strong people from the sea race stationed on the other side of the passage, but no matter what, they still decided to head to the stars, and as for whether or not they would encounter the sea race powerhouses, they thought that being careful shouldn't be too much of a problem. At that moment, the 5 of them came to the void wormhole without the slightest hesitation. With a single step, there was a fluctuation in space, and the silhouettes of the 5 instantly disappeared within the void wormhole. The moment Guan Yu's 5 people disappeared, Sun Hongxian in the distance suddenly frowned and looked over in the direction of the void wormhole. Could it be that there are still leaky fish that escaped through the void wormhole? Just now, he clearly felt a fluctuation coming from space, only he didn't see anything. A flicker of doubt flashed through his mind as well, thinking that it was a leak from the Sea Clan. But think of the impossibility. Even a sea race of the venerable realm would not be able to hide under his nose unless they were martial Dao saints. Obviously, it couldn't possibly be a martial saint, or else they would have shown up long ago. How could they just watch the Sea Clan be overthrown by them? It should be an illusion. Shaking his head, Sun Hongxian no longer thought much about it. Let's go. First to the north. Speaking to Yi Xiu to several people, Sun Hongxian led the way towards the northern realm, and Yi Xiu to 3 people also hurriedly followed when they saw this. Northland. A group of powerful men from Kyoto had already joined up with Ji Tianming and were discussing how to attack the Lin clan. In my opinion, with our current strength we can completely crush this Lin clan. There's no need for any discussion at all, a Zunshi realm powerhouse said. Indeed, if this Lin clan really doesn't have any martial Dao saints in existence, exterminating them with our strength would be as easy as a slap in the face. Commander Ji, give the order. The crowd had jumped on the bandwagon. You guys. Looking at the crowd's eagerness to try, Ji Tianming couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. But when he thought about it, these people were right. Not to mention the fact that they had upwards of 100 Zunshi realm powerhouses present, and that there were 3 martial Dao saints alone. The 2 elders of the Council of Elders, plus himself were both martial saint. With such strength, it was more than enough to exterminate a Lin clan. In that case, I won't say anything more. Everyone follow me. Target, Lin clan. With a wave of his hand, Ji Tianming was about to lead the crowd to the Lin clan. Just then, 4 figures suddenly descended, drawing the gazes of Ji Tianming and the others. Grand Elder? Marshal Chu? Dragon Leader? Upon seeing the faces of the several people, Ji Tianming was instantly shocked. Other than Yi Xiude who he didn't recognize, the remaining 3 people he couldn't be more familiar with. Great Elder, what brings you here? Ji Tianming stepped forward and asked. The Sea Clan has been destroyed by us. Come to see how things are progressing on your side. Sun Hongxian faintly returned. The Sea Clan is extinct? At those words, Ji Tianming and the crowd behind him were shocked. I didn't expect the Grand Elder's few to destroy the Sea Clan so quickly. This sea race is one of the strongest 10,000 races on Earth today. Even the sea race was destroyed by them. Then the other several races are even more unbearable in front of them. It seemed that the news that Ji Tianming had said was true, that the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races were truly unable to descend. Otherwise, it was unlikely that the Sea Clan would have been destroyed so easily. Although the Grand Elder had told them before they came that the sea race's martial Dao saints were unable to descend, but after all, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. So in fact, their hearts were still a little worried. But now, this hint of worry had been completely news, and what was left was a strong hatred for the 10,000 races. Grand Elder, you've come at the right time. We're just about to set off for the Lin clan. Well, we won't be going. It's been confirmed that the martial arts saints of the 10,000 races can't descend, and with your strength it's enough to exterminate the Lin race, so a few of the old me will go back first. The Grand Elder nodded slightly and said, good thing too. At those words, Ji Tianming didn't say anything. Without a martial Dao saint to sit in on the Lin clan, if he, the Northern Realm, still couldn't exterminate them, then he didn't deserve to be this Northern Realm commander. Chapter 49, Development of the 3 Yi family siblings. Grand Elder. I won't go back. My 2 grandchildren happen to be in the middle of this Northern Realm, and this time, since I've come to the Northern Realm, it's a good time to see how they're cultivating now. At this time, Yi Xiude suddenly said to Sun Hongxian. The 2 grandchildren in Yi Xiude's mouth were naturally Yi Jiu and Yi Xiaohai. As for Yi Xiaoyu, he didn't realize that Yi Xiaoyu was also here, and thought that he had been following that senior's side to cultivate. Well, that's good. Then you can stay in the Northern Realm, Elder Yi. Hearing what Yi Xiude said, Sun Hongxian also nodded his head in response. He also remembered. Wasn't Yi Xiaohai, the heavenly pride disciple with king-level talent who appeared some time ago, a disciple of the Yi family? It seemed like it wouldn't be long before this Yi family would become the top family in Xia. Not only did the family have Yi Xiude, an old ancestor who was a martial arts saint, but the younger generation even had 2 disciples with king-level talent. The rise of the Yi family was just a matter of time. In fact, he is still too conservative in his thinking. At this moment, the Yi family had long been different from the past. Since the moment Yi Ling Tian returned to Earth, the bloodline of everyone in the Yi family had been completely awakened, or else Yi Xiuhai's tested talent wouldn't have been at the king level. Although Yi Ling Tian's heavenly emperor bloodline was currently only inherited by Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiu, the rest of the Yi family members possessed could all be Yi Ling Tian's bloodline. Although it was only an ordinary bloodline, Yi Ling Tian was in the heavenly emperor realm, the existence of the universe supreme, the bloodline inheritance of the heavenly emperor realm. Even if it was just an ordinary bloodline, that was not something that Sun Hongxian and the others could understand. It was also that the rest of the Yi family did not go for the talent test, or else each of them would have surpassed the talent of 10 stars or more, and would definitely shock the crowd to their core. After bidding farewell to Sun Hongxian and the others, Yi Xiude then headed to where Yi Jiu was. At this moment, Yi Jiu was immersed in cultivation within his room. Ever since the last time after the battle with several patriarchs of the Lin clan and the descent of the Golden Lin King, he knew that his current self was still too weak, and that he had to be strong as soon as possible in order to survive in the hands of the 10,000 clans. Therefore, as soon as he returned to his residence, Yi Jiu entered into deep cultivation. After these days of cultivation, Yi Jiu's cultivation had also broken through to the late stage of the sovereign realm, but he wasn't satisfied. This time he was bound to cross over into the grand sovereign realm. Geniuses think differently. One must know that reaching the Zhongshe realm at his age is already an absolute genius in today's Xia, and it would not even be too much to say that he is a demon. And he was still not satisfied with his current realm, which would not make him angry if others knew about it. However, this idea of Yi Jiu was understandable. After all, by his side, there was an even more demonic genius than him, who was now at the peak of a grandmaster at just 18 years old. This person was no other than his sister, Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu's advancement speed, he had seen it in his eyes, from being at the hollow-breaking realm when he came to the northern realm, but now in just over a month he had already reached the peak of the grandmaster, just one step away from breaking through to nirvana. How demonic! When he compared himself to Xiaoyu, he felt like he was nothing, although he also knew that it must be because Xiaoyu was following the old ancestor. He was still struck. There was also Xiaohai, although the advancement speed was not comparable to him and Xiaoyu, but nowadays Yi Xiaohai had also reached the peak of the hollow-breaking realm, and his advancement speed was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. At this rate, he felt that it wouldn't take long for Xiaohai to surpass him. No, for a few days in a row, Yi Xiao didn't go anywhere, and just closed his eyes in his room to cultivate. Just as Yi Xiao was immersed in cultivation, Yi Xiude also arrived at this place. Good boy, to think that he's even in the late stage of Zhongshe. He's stronger than even your father. Yi Xiude, who came outside Yi Jiu's room, the first time he realized that Yi Jiu's cultivation realm had reached the late stage of Zhongshe, and was immediately shocked and surprised. Of his 3 sons, the strongest was Yi Wudao, who was only at the peak of the sovereign master today. Yi Zhao's father, Yi Wuheng, was only in the middle stage of Zhongshe, while Yi Xiao was already in the late stage of Zhongshe at this moment, having completely surpassed his father. Boom! Right at this moment, an aura surged out from within Yi Jiu's room. A breakthrough? Peak Patriarch? Yi Xiude's face was shocked. Good lord, this breakthrough was too easy, wasn't it? How old is Yi Jiu today? I'm only 25 years old. A 25-year-old peak Zone master. He had never seen such a young peak Zone master before. I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. However, the peak of Zhongshe master made Yi Xiude so shocked. If he knew the cultivation level of Yi Xiaoyu at this moment, what would he be shocked into? An 18-year-old peak Grandmaster? It seems that it's still a bit difficult to break through to Grandmaster. At this time, the sound of Yi Zhou's sigh came from within the room as well. Brat, your heart is quite big. You're still not satisfied after breaking through to the peak of the Sovereign Master. You still want to break through to the Grand Sovereign Master? Hearing Yi Lak's sigh, Yi Xiaodi immediately cursed with a laugh. Listen to this. Is this human talk? You've broken through to the peak of the Sovereign at the age of 25, and you're still not satisfied? Still want to break through to Grandmaster? If he hadn't met that senior, it was that the current him would only be at the Grandmaster realm. As a result, now, his own grandson was only 25 years old and was about to break through to Grandmaster? It had to be said that it was Yi Xiaoda who was a bit struck at the moment. Who? Hearing Yi Xiaoda's laughing and cursing, Yi Zhou inside the room was startled and hurriedly walked to the door and opened it. Grandpa, what brings you here? The moment the door was opened, Yi Zhou instantly saw the face with a hint of smile in its kindness. What? The old man can't come to see you? Seeing Yi Lak come out, Yi Xiaoda said with a smile. No, Grandpa, you can come to see me. My grandson is more than happy. Just a little surprised how you ended up in the northern war zone. Grandpa, Yi Lak asked in surprise. You have to know that this place where he is the northern war zone. Not just anyone can come in except the generals of the army, and his own grandfather. He seemed to remember that he was only a grandmaster, right? Not even a member of the military. How did he show up here? Yi Xiao had already stayed in this northern realm war zone for 5 long years, in which he basically seldom went home. And naturally, he did not know that Yi Xiaoda was no longer in the grandmaster realm that he knew. The two siblings, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiaohai, hadn't told him about this either. Therefore, he had always thought that his grandfather was still in the grandmaster realm. Just happened to be passing by and came to see you guys. By the way, where's Kai? Not with you? Yi Xiaoda didn't explain either, but asked casually. In this war zone, Yi Xiaoda didn't find Yi Xiaohai in Yi Xiaoyu's aura, and only sensed Yi Zhou's aura, so he came directly to find Yi Zhou. Xiaohai went out to practice with Xiaoyu the day before yesterday, and I didn't go because I had to make a breakthrough. Yi Zhou returned. So, wait, did you say Drizzle? Little Rain is also here in the northern realm? Yi Xiaoda first nodded, then suddenly reacted and asked in surprise. Xiaohai and Xiaoyu went out to practice? Wasn't Xiaoyu taken away by Elder? Why are you here in the north? Yes, Xiaoyu came to the north a month ago. Grandpa, do you know that Xiaoyu's talent is simply too strong? After coming to the northern realm for only a month, he is now a peak grandmaster martial artist. Saying that, Yi Zhou's expression was all agitated. Chapter 50, The Ancient 10 Imperial Swords, Phoenix Sword, Peak Grandmaster. Yi Xiaoda had a look of disbelief on his face. Are you sure it's the peak of a grandmaster and not the peak of a patriarch? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. How old is Drizzle? But having just turned 18 only, he became a great master peak? Even for himself, if it wasn't for the help of his seniors, he would only be at the early stage of the great master now. Grandpa, what I'm saying is true. Xiao Yu, she really has become a peak grandmaster. And she went out on an adventure with Xiao Hai this time to look for an opportunity to break through to Nirvana. Yi Xiao knew that his grandfather would find it hard to believe, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Anyone who told him that a young girl who had just turned 18 had already become a peak grandmaster, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Senior's strength is really terrifying. To think that he was able to make Xiaoyu break through to the peak of grandmaster in such a short period of time. Yi Xiaoda couldn't help but whisper with emotion. Of course he knew why Xiaoyu was able to break through to the peak grandmaster realm in such a short period of time. It must have been because of the cultivation and teaching of his seniors. Otherwise, no matter how demonic Xiaoyu's talent was, how could she not reach the peak of grandmaster in such a short period of time? But thinking about it, being able to casually create him, a great master, into an exalted, how could such a person not be terrifying? Grandpa, what did you say? Oh, nothing, it's just a bit emotional. I didn't expect a few of the old man's grandchildren's talents to be so demonic. It seems that the rise of my Yi family is expected. Yi Xiaoda laughed. The matter of that senior. Since Yi Xiao didn't know about it, he wasn't prepared to say much about it. This matter, in his opinion, the less people knew the better. Otherwise, if more people knew, there was no telling how many people would have bad intentions. I'm afraid it's impossible for even the official Daxia to be indifferent. He didn't realize that Yi Zhou had already met Yi Ling Tian and had even been internalized as a disciple by Yi Ling Tian. Of course, because of the seniority, Yi Ling Tian couldn't really accept him as a disciple. He would just train him as his own personal disciple. Just like Yi Xiaoyu. Do you know where Xiao Yu and the others went to practice? Yahad asked. He also hadn't seen the two children, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hai, for over a month, and was missing them a bit. What's more, Xiao Yu had now become a grandmaster, or the peak of a grandmaster. Thinking about this, he was a bit impatient to see Yi Xiaoyu. It seems like they went to the outer regions of the Lin clan. Yi Lak wasn't very clear about it either. He had only heard Yi Xiaoyu talk about it once in a while. What? The Lin? Upon hearing this, a hint of worry appeared on Yi Xiaoda's face. That's the territory of the Lin clan. Although Xiaoyu was now a grandmaster, how could she be a match for those from the Lin clan? If one didn't get it right, both of them could die a horrible death at the hands of the people of the Lin clan. The Lin clan, although not as numerous as the Sea clan, their strength could not be underestimated. Not to mention the Exalted Realm, the Emperor Realm, Heavenly King Realm and Nirvana Realm were definitely not in the minority. If Xiaoyu and the others encountered a powerhouse of this level, there was no way they would be a match. Moreover, now that the Grand Sia had officially started a war against the 10,000 races, at this time, if the Lin race found out about Xiaoyu and the others, they definitely wouldn't hold back in the slightest. No, I have to go to them myself, but go and don't let anything happen. Thinking about this, Yi Xiaoda couldn't even wait to say more to Yi Jiu, turned around and directly disappeared. Grandpa? Looking at Yi Xiaoda, who had suddenly disappeared, Yi Jiu had a dumbfounded look on his face, not knowing what had happened. Moreover, he realized that his grandfather seemed to have become so much stronger, not at all like a grandmaster. With this sudden disappearing speed, not to mention great masters, I'm afraid even Nirvana Realm powerhouses wouldn't be able to do it. Roar! In the middle of a forest near the Lin clan, the sound of a mournful roar suddenly came out. Fixing his eyes, he saw a huge tiger-shaped beast fall to the ground with a bang. A sword she won deep into the bone marrow was clearly visible at its neck, and its face was even more hideous. In front of this tiger-shaped beast, two young figures, a man and a woman, stood silently. The two were none other than Yi Xiaohai and Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu held the sword in his hand, his gaze calmly looking at the dead tiger-shaped beast in front of him, and this tiger-shaped beast, which died from the sword in Yi Xiaoyu's hand. The sword in Yi Xiaoyu's hand wasn't any ordinary item, but was a saber that Yi Ling Tian had personally selected for her, called the Feng Ming Sword, Phoenix Sword, one of the 10 great imperial swords of the endless universe of the ancient past, with a lightweight body and a phoenix pattern carved on top of the hilt. The Phoenix Sword was accompanied by the sound of a crisp phoenix chirping when it was unsheathed, which was like the sound of heavenly music. This sword was forged by fusing and casting the feathers of the phoenix, the blood of the phoenix, and millions of years of cold iron, and the sword contained the spirit of the phoenix. The phoenix, no matter which universe it was in, was a divine beast of heaven and earth, so one could imagine how powerful a phoenix sword crafted from the feathers and blood of a phoenix would be. The bearer of the sword is able to utilize the power of the phoenix to cast the fire of the phoenix, burning away all evil in the world, and at the same time, the phoenix sword can heal the bearer's injuries so that he or she can regain a new life. In Yi Ling Tian's opinion, this sword was the most suitable for Yi Xiaoyu. Only, the current Yi Xiaoyu was still too low in strength and could not even utilize 1/10,000th of the power of the phoenix sword. A Nirvana Realm foreign beast has even appeared here. It seems we're already close to the Lin clan's territory. Brother, let's go back. Retracting the phoenix sword, Yi Xiaoyu smiled at Yi Xiaohai, and at this moment, Yi Xiaohai was still in shock. The image of Xiaoyu killing the Nirvana Realm Fey beast with a single sword strike just now kept appearing in his mind, and his heart could be described as having mixed feelings. Yi Xiaohai, as his older brother, had always protected Yi Xiaoyu behind him, no matter when he was a child or at the academy. But now, when they were out of the academy, the status between the two was swapped. The current him could no longer protect Xiaoyu at all. Even he needed Xiaoyu for protection. For example, just now, if Xiaoyu hadn't been by his side, this Nirvana Realm Fey beast would definitely have been able to take his life. However, this foreign beast was so unbearable in front of Xiaoyu that it was killed by Xiaoyu with just one sword. The strength between the two of them had been pulling wider and wider. At this rate, he even felt like he couldn't even keep up with chasing Xiaoyu. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yi Xiaoyu didn't know what was in Yi Xiaohai's mind and still asked with an innocent look. In Yi Xiaoyu's heart, it was also impossible to think of this. To her, it had always been her brother who had protected her in the past, and now that she was stronger, it was only natural that it was her turn to protect her brother. It's okay, let's go. Yi Xiaohai shook his head and said with a smile. Only the trace of bitterness at the corner of his mouth showed the helplessness within him. Chapter 51, Coordinates Revealed? Earth in Danger. The two of them didn't dare to continue walking towards the depths, as the deepest part was the territory of the Lin clan. Nirvana Realm foreign beasts had already appeared even in this periphery, and if they continued to go deeper, in case they encountered Heavenly King Realm foreign beasts, or even people from the Lin clan, then the two of them would be finished. Although Yi Xiaoyu was at the peak of the Great Master and his strength was not weak, the gap between him and the Heavenly King Realm was still obvious. What's more, Yi Xiaoyu was only a young girl who had just turned 18 years old, and her combat experience was already insufficient. so if she encountered a Heavenly King realm powerhouse there was no way she would be a match for her. Hi, Xiao Yu. Just as the two were heading back toward the war zone, Yi Xiuda's figure descended from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the two of Yi Xiaoyu. Grandpa, what brings you here? Seeing Yi Xiuda appear, both of Yi Xiaoyu were a bit surprised. Is it really a peak grandmaster? Yi Xiuda didn't answer, but stared tightly at Yi Xiaoyu, his face full of excitement. Although Yi Xiaoyu hadn't deliberately revealed her aura, what realm was Yi Xiuda? The sage of martial arts. It was useless for a martial saint to try to sense Yi Xiaoyu's realm, even if Yi Xiaoyu tried to hide it. What's more, it was unlikely that Yi Xiaoyu would go about deliberately concealing his realm. Xiaoyu, how did you do it? Yi Xiuda asked in shock, although he had already heard Yi Xiaoyu's realm from Yi Xiaoyu. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so his senses were naturally not as strong. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xiuda was still shocked. An 18-year-old peak grandmaster. What kind of demon is this? Since the aura recovery 10,000 years ago, there had never been such a demonic genius. Now, such a demon had unexpectedly appeared right in front of him, and was also his granddaughter. What how? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yi Xiuda's shocked appearance made the two Yi Xiaoyu puzzled. What's wrong with Grandpa? What's all the fuss about? How did you manage to break through to the peak of Grandmaster in such a short period of time? Now, Yi Xiaoyu finally knew why his grandfather was so startled. So it was because he was surprised at his own realm. That's how I practiced and broke through. Yi Xiaoyu squirmed and said. Yi Xiaoyu could only say that, because she did just practice and break through, as if the bottleneck didn't even exist for her. Only, when these words were heard in the ears of both Yi Xiuda and Yi Xiaohai, it directly left them speechless. Listen to this. Is this human talk? Practicing and breaking through? Why can't I? For Xiaoyu to be able to break through to Grandmaster so quickly, it must have something to do with Senior. Yi Xiuda secretly thought in his heart. Although Yi Xiaoyu herself said that she broke through after practicing, Yi Xiuda knew that there must be a reason from her seniors. Since the appearance of that senior, his Yi family could be said to have undergone a sea change. Not only did he himself become a martial arts saint, but each of the several juniors of his Yi family had changed into an extraordinary talent, and had completely surpassed his own several sons. I also wonder when those sons of theirs will be able to compete. Alas. In fact, Yi Wudao and a few of their talents were not weak existences now. They might not be able to compare with Yi Xiaoyu and a few of them, but they definitely belonged to the heavenly pride level. It was only because the time was too short. The outbreak of the aura tides had only been just over a month so far, and Yi Wudao's few people basically didn't cultivate much during this period of time. That's why Yi Xiuda felt that his few sons were the ones who were so wasted. By the way, Grandpa, what are you doing here? Seeing his grandfather suddenly silent, Yi Xiaoyu then asked, isn't his own grandfather in Tianhai City? Why did you suddenly appear in the north? Oh, today I happened to pass by this place, so I came to see you guys. Originally I went to your war zone to meet Lacquer. It was Lacquer who told me that you guys were practicing here. Yi Xiuda did not think anymore and continued. By the way, my great Sia has officially declared war on the 10,000 races, so don't run around these days. Stay well in the war zone. What? Declared war with the 10,000 clans? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu and the two of them froze. How did the good old Xia suddenly declare war with the 10,000 races? Moreover, would Xia really be a match for the 10,000 races? You two don't underestimate the great Xia. Today's great Xia wants to overthrow these 10,000 races, but it's just a breeze. As if knowing what the two had in mind, Yi Xiuda laughed. It won't be long before the 10,000 races on Earth will be completely removed by us, and the 10,000 races will no longer be able to pose a threat to us. Grandpa, are you telling the truth? Is Daxia already this strong? Yi Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Naturally, now that all the powerhouses of the Northern Realm have already attacked the Lin clan's territory, and the rest of the 10,000 clans are being attacked by the other three realms of my Grand Xia, it won't be long before these 10,000 clans completely disappear from the earth. Well, you two come back with me too. After saying that, Yi Xiuda ignored the shocked gazes of the two and directly led them back towards the battle zone. Ji Tianming, what do you guys mean? Lin Shan looked at Ji Tianming and the others who surrounded them and drank with a gloomy face. How could he not have thought that this Ji Tianming would actually bring someone to attack their Lin clan, though he had thought about this possibility before. So the previous one was already gathering his clan to prepare for the evacuation. Only, before he could withdraw, this Ji Tianming had actually attacked. Looking at the group of strong men that surrounded them, Lin Shan's face could be described as gloomy to the extreme and terrified. It's too strong. In just over a month's time, the strength of this Daxia had changed drastically, not to mention Ji Tianming, a martial saint. Even the powerhouses of the Zunsha realm were several times more powerful than his Lin clan. Such a gap in strength filled his heart with despair. for 10,000 years, our human race has suffered from the oppression of your 10,000 races, and today, it's time for your 10,000 races to pay the price. Lin Shan, your Lin clan is not the first, nor the last. Any of the 10,000 clans that exist on Earth will be removed by us one by one today. Ji Tianming looked at Lin Shan coldly, his tone icy cold to the extreme. Ji Tianming, do you think you guys are going to win? Lin Shan sneered. He knew that he would definitely not survive today, including all the people of the Lin clan here. Inwardly, he was a bit scared, but the news from the clan was exciting. Ji Tianming, although my Lin clan will be destroyed today, your great Sia will soon come to accompany us. Ha ha, your human race, which is nothing more than the natives of a small planet, also wants to fight with my 10,000 races? Ha ha, Ji Tianming, I'll be waiting for you down there. Lin Shan suddenly laughed madly. The moment, death, had been completely behind him. What do you mean? Lin Shan's madness made Ji Tianming feel vaguely uneasy inside. There's no harm in telling you. The coordinates of your Earth have been found by my Lin clan's strongest. Isn't it in the Milky Way? It won't be long before my Lin clan's army descends, and there will even be other 10,000 clans that will descend one by one. And you, great Sia, will just wait to be exterminated. Ha ha, Lin Shan's laughter became more and more frantic, as if he had already seen what would happen to Daxia. Chapter 52, Removal of Dissenters. Earth coordinates exposed? Hearing Lin Shan's near-mad hiss, Ji Tianming's heart also instantly sank to the bottom. He did not know whether what Lin Shan said was true or false. If it was false, that was fine, but if it was true, then it was really as Lin Shan had said, and he, Daxia, was really in danger. All along, the 10,000 races had to pass through the void wormhole in order to descend to Earth, because of the various restrictions that prevented the 10,000 races' top powerhouses from descending, which gave the Great Summer some breathing time. But if one didn't go through a void wormhole, but came from among the stars, then all sorts of limitations wouldn't exist, and any strong person could descend on top of the Earth. As for why no 10,000 races had descended from the stars for so many years, it was because the Earth was located in a very desolate location, belonging to an incomparably remote corner, and the 10,000 races had not been able to find the coordinates of the Earth. And now, Lin Shan had actually told him that the coordinates of Earth had already been found by the strongest members of his Lin clan. This is absolutely disastrous news for Daxia. Tianming, don't believe his words. The 10,000 races haven't been able to find the coordinates of my Earth for so many years, and it's unlikely that they'll be able to find them now. The two elders from the Elders' Council who had followed them saw Ji Tianming's appearance and stepped forward to say softly. Although they were also worried that what Lin Shan said was true, they preferred to choose not to believe that it was Lin Shan who was scaring them. After all, after 10,000 years of not finding it, and finding the coordinates of Earth just when they were about to strike back at the 10,000 races, could there really be such a coincidence in the world? The two elders are right. This person's words must not be trusted. Ji Tianming nodded, then looked at Lin Shan once again and said with an icy gaze, Lin Shan, do you think I'll be afraid just because you say so? That I, Daxia, will fear you 3 times? Today, no matter how heavenly you talk, your Lin clan will definitely be wiped off the face of the earth by us. As the words fell, Ji Tianming's figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Lin Shan. Ji Tianming grabbed Lin Shan's neck, and the aura belonging to a martial Dao saint also directly enveloped Lin Shan, making him unable to move. Everyone listen to the order, but don't spare anyone from the Lin clan. Kill! Ji Tianming ordered to the group of Zunshi realm powerhouses behind him. As for Lin Shan, who had been strangled by Ji Tianming's neck, when he heard Ji Tianming's order, a look of incomparable despair appeared in his eyes. Only, before he could say anything, Ji Tianming's hands violently exerted force and directly sent him to hell. Yes, the many venerables responded in unison. Then they all rushed into the Lin clan's army and started killing mercilessly. Facing nearly 100 Zunshi realm powerhouses, the Lin clan's army was simply unable to resist, completely becoming lambs to the slaughter. Although there were also Zunshi realm powerhouses in the Lin clan's army, there were only a few of them, so how could they be a match for Daxia? The battle didn't last long, just half an hour was less than that, and all the people of the Lin clan had been completely killed. Instead of a war, it was a lopsided slaughter. Looking at the completely annihilated Lin clan, Ji Tianming's heart was anything but happy. Lin Shan's words were like a thorn in his heart, making him unable to let go of it at all. Regardless of whether what Lin Shan said was true or not, the threat of the 10,000 races was a thorn in the side of his Grand Sia, and even if the Earth's coordinates weren't found now, sooner or later, they would be found. When that day comes, how will Daxia face it? Previously, neither they, the commanders-in-chief, nor the group of elders of the Elders' Council had ever thought about this, but after Lin Shan said so, their hearts were lifted. They didn't know how strong the strength of the 10,000 races in the stars was, but from these 10,000 races that had descended to Earth, they could completely imagine that the strength of the other side was definitely far beyond that of today's Grand Sia. Is Dasha strong now? If one were to compare it to the past, it was naturally incredibly powerful, with the martial Dao saints alone possessing nearly 20 of them. But that's about it. Dealing with these 10,000 races on Earth was no problem, but wanting to fight against the 10,000 races in the stars was undoubtedly a bit of a fool's errand. Tianming, don't think about it, go back and report to the Grand Elder. Okay, back first. Ji Tianming nodded. Meanwhile, at the end of the battle between the Northern Realm and the Lin clan, the battles on the other three major borders are also nearing their end. Southland, Eastland, Westland. The 10,000 races around these three realms had 7 clans, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Only, in the face of the strength of the Great Summer now, their fate need not be said, and the Lin clan no also all be destroyed. Simply cannot resist the Great Summer's front. In just less than a day, under the initiative of the Great Summer, all of the 10,000 races on Earth were removed, and not a single 10,000 race could be seen anymore. At this moment, Great Sia was also ushering in the most glorious moment in 10,000 years. Humans no longer have to worry about the 10,000 races. Within 3 days, clear all the foreign beasts in the Great Sia territory. Never let these foreign beasts enter my Great Sia territory. An order was issued from the Council of Elders and spread to all parts of the Great Sia. For a while, Daxia mobilized once again. This time, their purpose was no longer the 10,000 races, but those various mutated alien beasts hidden within the Great Sia. The threat of the 10,000 races had been removed, so naturally these mutated foreign beasts were next. In the past, because of the 10,000 races, they couldn't spare much manpower to tackle these beasts, and could only send people to be stationed in the various cities, the so-called town guard envoys. The task of the town guard envoys was to be responsible for guarding these foreign beasts so that they wouldn't appear in the city and cause great losses to the Grand Sia. And now that the threat of the 10,000 races was lifted, the next natural step was to wipe out these foreign beasts. For 3 days in a row, there were fluctuations of battles coming from cities all over the Great Sia every moment, and every moment a large number of foreign beasts were eliminated. In the meantime, the 10,000 races in the starry sky also learned that their branches on Earth had been exterminated, and for a time they were all in a state of shock. Eastern Star Region, the Chiron Galaxy. This is the very base camp of the Lin clan. The entire giant crab galaxy was ruled by the Lin clan, whose strength could not be said to be unimaginable. In the Eastern Star Domain, there were countless galaxies, but there were only 12 of the most powerful of them, the very ones named after the 12 constellations. And of these 12 galaxies, the Scorpion Galaxy was the strongest. It was because the Scorpion star system had the presence of the East Victory Holy Land, the dominating force of the Eastern Star Domain. The East Victory Holy Land did not belong to the 10,000 races, as it was considered a form of clan, and there were both people of the 10,000 races and people of the human race within the Holy Land, and as long as they were heaven's prideful demons, the East Victory Holy Land would enroll them under their doors. However, in the Dongsheng Holy Land is still the majority of the human race. For the 10,000 races, Dongsheng Holy Land actually does not have much good feelings. It was because the oldest ancestor of the Dongsheng Holy Land, Old Man Dongsheng, was precisely born of the human race. Chapter 53, The Starry Sky Lin Clan's Anger. Since ancient times, the human race and the 10,000 races had existed in opposition to each other. The 10,000 races looked down on the human race and felt that the human race was weak and cowardly, and from time to time, great wars broke out with the human race. However, the human race wasn't weak, so it wasn't that easy for the 10,000 races to overthrow the human race. Of course, if all the 10,000 races were to all unite, it would still not be a problem to exterminate a single human race. However, although the 10,000 races had united their fronts in their stance towards the human race, it was still not very realistic to want them to completely open a war of extermination against the human race. Though, after all, the strength of the human race was not weak. How could they exterminate a few 10,000 races under a deathbed counterattack? And no 10,000 races were willing to become this victim. At this moment, on the giant crab star, the center of the giant crab galaxy, all of the Lin clan's powerhouses were gathered in a magnificent hall. Matriarch, Lin Shan and the others were destroyed by that Xia. An old man dressed in black stood out and said respectfully to a middle-aged man at the top. This middle-aged man was none other than the Lin clan's clan chief, Lin Xinghe. This Daxia is really looking for death, even daring to kill people from my Lin clan. It seems that this aura-tide outbreak my Lin clan didn't have a strong person to descend, allowing this great summer to swell up. As the black-clothed old man's words fell, each of the rest of the people in the field were furious. Although Lin Shan's status in his Lin clan was not high, and could even be said to be low, or else he wouldn't have been sent to Daxia. However, the status and how low that is also his Lin clan people, And the death can not only Lin Shan one person, there are also those millions of Lin clan army. These could be his Lin clan's clansmen, and to be exterminated by Great Sia just like this, how could they, as the Lin clan's top brass, not be angry? If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't step into the void wormhole, I'm afraid that they would have already descended to Earth to exterminate this Great Sia. Patriarch, this Great Sia is so arrogant, destroying millions of my Lin clan's army. We must not let them go. That's right, so as to destroy my Lin clan's army, then let this Great Sia completely disappear. At that moment, there were people speaking their thoughts to the Lin clan patriarch at the top. Okay, Lin Xinghe waved his hand slightly, signaling the crowd to stop. Daxia, naturally, cannot be spared. But before that, how to get to where Daxia is the primary objective. Hearing Lin Xinghe's words, the people present were silent. Yeah, even though they were angry at this Daxia, if they couldn't travel to the Daxia, it wouldn't help even if they were angry. The priority now was to figure out how he could travel to Daxia. They didn't want to go through the void wormhole. Even the saints of martial Dao were excluded, let alone them. Therefore, the only way to travel to Daxia now was to find the coordinates of Earth. Patriarch, didn't Lin to send word that he had found the coordinates of Daxia? The black-clothed old man who spoke earlier said again. Lin too, was sent out by Lin Xinghe 100 years ago to search for the coordinates of the Great Summer, and it was only now that the news had been sent back. That's right, Lin Tu did find the coordinates of Daxia. Lin Xinghe nodded. Yesterday, Lin Tu had sent this news back, and he was about to discuss who to send forward when the news of death came from Lin Shan's side, directly disrupting his plans. Patriarch, where is this Great Summer located? The black-clothed old man asked in a hurry. Galaxy. Lin Xinghe slowly opened his mouth and spat out 3 words. Galaxy? Words. The black-clothed old man was immediately thinking in his head, but after thinking for half a day, he couldn't figure out where this galaxy was. This galaxy is in our eastern star domain, only it's a very weak galaxy, and it's also incomparably far from us here, so none of us had ever heard of this galaxy before this. There were countless galaxies in the entire eastern star domain, and a small Milky Way galaxy would not have been able to catch their attention before this. Who would have thought that this Great Summer, which was able to startle people from the immortal realm to come down to the realm, would be in such a remote place? Alas, even I, wanting to travel to this galaxy, can't reach it without a few decades. Lin Xinghe let out a helpless sigh. The Milky Way was too remote. Even with his strength it would take decades to reach it. One could imagine how long it would take if someone else went forward. As for the interstellar teleportation array, how could there be any interstellar teleportation array in a place as remote as the Milky Way galaxy, where the only life form in the entire galaxy was Earth? What? Hearing Lin Xinghe's words, the crowd was stunned. It takes decades to travel to Earth even with the strength of the matriarch? What is their patriarch's cultivation level? That's the peak of heavenly immortal. Just one step away from becoming a true immortal existence. In the Eastern Star domain, true immortals were hegemonic-like existences that were extremely rare. The true immortals in the entire Eastern Star region might not even add up to a handful, and any true immortal stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Star region, and no power dared to easily mess with it. In the absence of true immortals, celestial immortals were the top fighting force in the Eastern Star region, not to mention that their clan leader was still a peak celestial immortal. This Daxia is located in such a remote place? The black-clothed old man's face shifted uncertainly, and his heart was also a bit helpless. Matriarch, what then? Are we just going to let it go? Forget it? Naturally, it's impossible to forget it. A cold aura flashed in Lin Xinghe's eyes as he said in a low voice. However, if you want to travel to Daxia in the shortest amount of time, the only way to do so is to take a level 3 or higher interstellar warship, a class 3 starfighter? At those words, the crowd was stunned. A level 3 interstellar warship, which was capable of emitting a terrifying power comparable to the true immortal realm, and its speed was even faster than that of a true immortal. If there was a third-class interstellar warship, traveling to Daxia would indeed be much faster. However, their Lin clan didn't have any third-grade warships, and merely had a second-grade warship. Matriarch, it seems that only the Eastern Victory Holy Land and the Sea Race and Insect Race possess third-grade warships. Does the Matriarch want to borrow from them? An elder opened his mouth and asked. I do have that in mind, and it's a way we can get to Daxia quickly. However, don't even think about the East Victory Holy Land. There's no way they'll pay attention to us. As for the Bug Race, they didn't invade Daxia, and there's no conflict with Daxia, so I guess they won't lend it to us either. So that only leaves the Sea Race. Lin Xinghe said slowly. The Sea Clan had invaded Daxia as well as his Lin Clan, and now that his Lin Clan's army in Daxia had been destroyed by Daxia, it was thought that the Sea Clan's encounters should be similar to those of their Lin Clan. As long as the Sea Clan knew that they knew the coordinates of the Grand Sia, they would definitely want to destroy this Grand Sia even more than they did. Second Elder, Make a trip to the Sea Clan and tell the Sea Clan about this matter and see what they mean. Lin Xinghao looked at one of the elders below and spoke faintly. Chapter 54, The Academy of the Nine Schools. With Lin Xingha's order, the Lin Clan's second elder, an early-stage heavenly immortal powerhouse, stepped on the order to head to the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan, situated in the southern magic scorpion galaxy of the Eastern Star Domain, was not too far or too close to the giant crab galaxy of the Lin Clan. It would only take a day or so to arrive by interstellar teleportation array. Although the strength of the Sea Clan was not as strong as the East Victory Holy Land, it was also an overlord-level existence in the Eastern Star region. It was because an old ancestor of the Sea Clan was also a true immortal powerhouse. Although it was only an early-stage true immortal, its strength was an existence that could not be underestimated. When the second elder of the Lin Clan arrived at the territory of the Sea Clan, it was already a day later. I wonder what the second elder of the Lin Clan is doing here in my Sea Clan. In the middle of a grand hall, the Lin Clan's second elder met the Sea Clan's patriarch. Hai Wuya. Lin Fong has met the Sea Clan chief. The second elder of the Lin Clan, also known as Lin Fong, bowed respectfully to Hai Wuya. The strength of the Sea Clan was even stronger than his Lin Clan, not to mention that the other party was still the Sea Clan patriarch. Even if he was a Lin Clan elder, he was still respectful when facing Hai Wuya. Spare me, tell me, you've come to my Sea Clan for something? Hai Wuya spoke faintly. There is nothing to be done. His Sea tribe and the Lin tribe did not have any relations. The Lin tribe elders suddenly came to his Sea tribe. To say nothing, he did not believe. Sea Clan chief, I have come to discuss a matter with the Sea Clan on the orders of my Lin Clan chief. The second elder slightly arched his hand and said, Oh, I wonder what your Lin Clan chief wants to discuss with my Sea Clan. The corners of Hai Wuya's mouth revealed a hint of an evil smile as he blandly asked, Clan chief Hai, my Lin Clan's army in Daxia has all been destroyed, so I guess the Sea Clan's branch in Daxia is the same as my Lin Clan's. Hearing Lin Fong's words, Hai Wuya's gaze immediately sank. Lin Fong was right. His Sea Clan's branch in the Grand Xia had already been destroyed, and even though they were as angry as they could be, it wouldn't help. You're right. My Sea Clan's branch in Grand Xia was indeed exterminated. Hai Wuya said grimly. Patriarch Hai, do you want to destroy this Daxia and avenge your clan? Of course I want to, but I'm sure you Lin Clan knows very well what the situation is now. Martial Dao Saints can't enter the void wormhole, so there's nothing we can do even if we want to take revenge. How could Hai Wuya not want to take revenge and destroy this Daxia? Only nay, they couldn't enter the void wormhole at all, so what could they do to take revenge? Hearing Hai Wuya's words, a smile flashed across the corner of Lin Fong's mouth as he slowly said, Patriarch Hai, this is the reason why the Patriarch sent me here this time. I, the Lin Clan, have found the coordinates of the Grand Xia and want to join forces with the Sea Clan to crush the Grand Xia together. I wonder what the Sea Clan chief thinks. Are you serious? Hai Wuya was startled when he heard Lin Fong's words, and a look of excitement flashed across his face. As long as one knew the coordinates of this Grand Xia, it would be a breeze to enter this Grand Xia, no longer needing to be restricted by the void wormhole. At that time, not to mention martial Dao Saints, even martial Dao Great Emperors and immortal realms would be able to enter this great summer at will. That's right, my Lin Clan sent people out 100 years ago to look for the coordinates of this Daxia, and just some time ago, the location of the Daxia was found. However, this place where Daxia is located is too far away from us all, and the only way to reach it in the shortest possible time is to use a tertiary warship. Lin Fong stated the primary purpose of the trip. So, your Lin Clan has its eyes on my Sea Clan's tertiary warships. Hai Wuya sneered. I told you how you Lin Clan could be so kind as to send someone to my Sea Clan in person to inform us of the news of the Great Xia, so it turns out that your aim is my Sea Clan's third-level warships. The Sea Clan chief is overly concerned, although my Lin Clan is wanting to ask you, the Sea Clan, to borrow a tertiary warship. The main purpose is still to join forces with the Sea Clan to overthrow this Great Xia. Although what Hai Wuya said was the truth, it was categorically impossible for him, the Lin Clan, to just admit it. Even if you know it by heart, it means something different when you bring it to the table. When do we leave? Hai Wuya asked. My Lin Clan is already in place. We're just waiting for the arrival of the Sea Patriarch's tertiary warships, so we can set off at any time. Good. Tomorrow I will have someone bring a tertiary warship to your Lin Clan, so you can go back. Hai Wuya nodded faintly. In that case, then the old immortal will take his leave. With a slight salute, Lin Fong exited the Great Hall and returned towards the Lin Clan. Patriarch, can this Lin Clan be trusted? After Lin Fong left, the void fluctuated. Then a silhouette whose entire body was hidden in darkness slowly emerged. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, as long as their message is true, that's all that matters. Hai Wuya laughed lightly. He naturally knew what the Lin Clan had in mind, which was nothing more than wanting to use their Sea Clan's tertiary warships to travel to Daxia. For this purpose, they could only share out the coordinates of Daxia to He Sea race as well. Otherwise, What's the point of just knowing the coordinates but not being able to go? Shadow, go down and gather your men, and head to the Lin clan on a third-grade warship tomorrow. In this matter, you are in full charge. Yes, matriarch. The Black Shadow responded respectfully. The conspiracy between the Lin clan and the Sea clan was not known to anyone other than the top echelons of the two clans. Naturally, Daxia had no idea that their crisis was imminent. If the two clans really came to Grand Sia through the coordinates, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Grand Sia. Although today's Daxia had greatly increased in strength, it was only a little more in the realm of martial saints. However, if the Lin clan and the Sea clan really came, it would never be as simple as just martial Dao saints. Daxia, the imperial capital. Kyushu Academy. Wang Yuan, 9-star talent, can be enrolled in the second class of the heavenly character. Roland, 8-star talent, can enter the first class of the earth character. Lu Kai, 7-star talent, can enter the second class of earth character. Today, it was the entrance ceremony for the new batch of students of the Daxia Kyushu Academy. Ever since the 10,000 races had been wiped out by the Grand Sia, the Grand Sia had also entered an era of peace after a long time. Naturally, the number of scholars who chose to enlist in the army had become less and less, and most of them chose to enter the Kyushu Academy. Although the war zone on the border still had a large number of generals stationed there, they were all veterans, and the number of new recruits was already dwindling. Yi Xiaohai, King grade talent, may enter the first class of the heavenly word. When Yi Xiaohai's name rang out in the square, everyone was in a brief shock. King level talent? What level is this? How come I've never heard of it before? Surprisingly, it's the first class of the heavenly character. Could it be that this king level talent is actually a 10-star talent? The crowd whispered. It was well known that the only way to enter the heavenly character class 1 of the Kyushu Academy was to have a 10-star talent. And this Yi Xiaohai, since he was placed in the first class of the heavenly character, could it be that this so-called king grade talent was actually another name for the 10-star talent? What 10-star talent? A king level talent is in existence above 10 stars. Right at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out in the middle of the field, drawing the gazes of all the people over. Chapter 55, The Fire Dance, the Temple of the Underworld. This king-level talent is actually overriding the 10 stars? The crowd was shocked when they heard this. All along, everyone thought that the 10-star talent was already the highest level, but they didn't expect that there would be a king-level talent after the 10-star talent. It's Chu Zifeng. At this point, someone finally realized who the speaker was. Surprisingly, it's Chu Zifeng. It seems that what he said was true, and that the king-level talent really overrides the 10-star talent. Who Chu Zifeng was? There was no one present who did not recognize him. This was the previous champion of the Kyushu Academy, the only existence with a 10-star talent in the Great Sia for 100 years. At the age of 20, he had reached the existence of the sky-breaking realm, becoming the only cadet in the first class of the heavenly character of the Kyushu Academy, and now he had even achieved the realm of the Patriarch, which no one had surpassed so far. Hello, my name is Chu Zifeng. Chu Zifeng came to Yi Xiaohai's front, extended his hand towards Yi Xiaohai, and said with a smile, "My name is Yi Xiaohai." Yi Xiaohai also slowly extended his hand and shook Chu Zifeng's. "From now on, we'll be classmates." Drawing back his hand, Chu Zifeng gently smiled. Before this, he didn't know Yi Xiaohai, and it wasn't like his dad had told him about it. He didn't even know there was this person, and his dad was no one else but the marshal of the Grand Sia, Chu Tianxiong. Because the 10,000 races had already disappeared from the earth and were no longer a threat to the Grand Sia, Ji Tianming let Yi Xiaohai come back. Yi Xiaohai was still so young. Without the threat of the 10,000 races, staying in the Northern Realm was purely a waste of talent. It would be better to come back and enter the Kyushu Academy to further his studies. Knowing that Yi Xiaohai was going to enter the Kyushu Academy, Chu Tianxiong had then told Chu Zifeng about Yi Xiaohai, with the purpose of naturally wanting Chu Zifeng to befriend Yi Xiaohai. After all, Yi Xiaohai was a king-level talent. His future achievements were definitely above all of them, and befriending such a heavenly pride would only benefit them and do them no harm. As for Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu, they did not choose to enter the Kyushu Academy. Yi Jiao, because of his age, is no longer suitable to enter the Kyushu Academy. Moreover, his talent is not known by others, and what is known is only the previous test. After awakening the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline, Yi Jiao's talent was so strong that it needed no introduction, only that no one knew about it. As for Yi Xiaoyu, her talent and age were both superior for the Kyushu Academy, but it was just a pity that Yi Xiaoyu's cultivation had already reached the peak of Grand Master. If such a realm still comes to be a student, how can you let those scholars still play? The two are not above a level at all. Therefore, in the end, Yi Xiaohai was the only one who chose to go to the Kyushu Academy. Thanks. Hearing Chu Zifeng's words, Yi Xiaohai merely smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His heart was still a little apprehensive. After all, he didn't know a single person here, and nervousness was inevitable. With the passage of time, the enrolled students had basically been arranged by the Kyushu Academy until the end of the afternoon, when this enrollment ceremony finally came to an end. In the JoJo Academy, there are only 4 classes in total. The first class of the Heavenly Character and the second class of the Heavenly Character, respectively. The first class of the Heavenly Character, which could only be entered by talents of 10 stars or more, was a symbol of status and honor. The second class of the Heavenly Character, on the other hand, were scholars with 9-star talent, and although they were not as good as the first class of the Heavenly Character, those who were able to enter the second class of the Heavenly Character were the top heavenly prides of the Great Sia. As for the first and second classes of Earth Characters, the first class of Earth Character, on the other hand, had an 8-star talent, and the second class of Earth Character had a 7-star talent. There were only 2 people in the Heavenly Character Class 1, and they were none other than Yi Xiaohai and Chu Zifeng. The second class of Heavenly Character also only had 5 people this term, and together with the 4 from the previous term, there were only 9 people. The number of people in the Earth Character Class 1 and Earth Character Class 2 was much larger compared to the Heaven Character classes, with over 100 people. It may seem like a lot, but it's not, because these people are from all over the country. In the entire Great Sia Kingdom, there were only 100 or so people with 7 stars or more talent, which was already extremely rare. Fire dance, hand over the stuff and we can still give you a whole body. Otherwise, in the middle of the starry sky, a woman of a wonderful age was running furiously at extreme speed, and behind her, there were 4 figures who were pressing forward at every step. Never mind, kill me if you can, but you'll never get that thing. The woman's eyes glowed fiercely. Her eyes were like burning flames as she roared at the 4 people behind her. Humph, since you're refusing to drink until you're forced to do so, don't blame us for being merciless. As the words fell, the 4 of them immediately erupted with a terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the woman in the center, making it impossible for her to escape. Fire dance, do you really think we can't do anything about you? If you hadn't wanted to see who was behind you, do you think you could have escaped until now? Surrounding the woman, the head of one of them said coldly. Looking at this scene, a hint of despair flashed in the eyes of the woman named Fire Dance. Dying? Fire Dance muttered in her mind. Willingly? Naturally, it's not a good idea. She hadn't avenged her pack yet, so how could she be willing to die like this? It was just a pity that every one of the 4 people in front of her was stronger than her, and there was not a single possibility of her surviving when the 4 joined forces. Although her strength was not weak, she had reached the middle stage of Golden Immortal at a young age, and she could even battle the late stage of Golden Immortal. However, these 4 people were all peak Golden Immortal existences, stronger than her by more than 1 level. Say it, who instructed you to come to my Underworld Divine Hall to steal the Star Pearl? The Temple of the Underworld? If anyone had been there, they would have been shocked beyond belief to hear that. This was because this Underworld Divine Hall was one of the 8 Divine Halls of the Mid-Heaven Astral Domain, which had been passed down from the ancient times. Although these 8 Divine Halls did not ask about the world, no one dared to underestimate them. I didn't expect that for the sake of a woman. This Underworld Divine Hall had sent the 4 peak Golden Immortals to chase after her. It was also unknown just how this woman had offended this Underworld Divine Hall. Ha, you think I'd tell you guys? Fire Dance sneered, not to mention that no one instructed her, and even if she had she wouldn't likely have said anything. She didn't say that she knew everything about the Underworld Divine Hall, but she still knew everything about how the Underworld Divine Hall acted. Since she had been captured by the Underworld Divine Hall, she had never thought that she would be able to live peacefully. If it was all death, why should she bother with more talk? Stubborn. Upon hearing Fire Dance's words, the leading man of the Underworld Divine Hall immediately let out a cold snort, only to see his face turn cold. He directly probed out a hand towards Fire Dance's head and grabbed it. What are you going to do? Fire Dance's face changed and she roared in shock. Do what? Since you won't tell me, I'll find out for myself. With that, this person's palm directly pressed on Fire Dance's head. Looking at its movements, it's clear that it's going to. Soul searching. No, don't. Seeing this scene, Fire Dance's heart finally became unsettled. Death, she wasn't afraid of, but to have her soul searched by this person, that was something she could never accept. Chapter 56 Yi Ling Tian appears the Underworld Emperor? The Temple of the Underworld? Regardless of whether it was Fire Dance or the 4 people from the Underworld Divine Hall, neither of them knew that there was a youth just a short distance away who was quietly watching them. The youth just watched silently, without any movement or the slightest intention to hide. However, even so, the 4 people from the Underworld Divine Hall just didn't discover this person's existence. The youth was no one else but Yi Ling Tian who had traveled here. The Spectral Immortal King. The Spectral Divine Hall? Is there any relationship between the two? Yi Ling Tian secretly thought in his heart. These 2 names were too similar, causing Yi Ling Tian to think more. Is the spectral immortal king from the spectral temple? Or was the temple of the underworld created by the king of the underworld immortals? Just as Fire Dance was about to have her soul searched by the people from the underworld divine hall, bang! An invisible force directly blasted this person out. Boss! Boss! When the other three saw their boss suddenly blown away, they didn't react for a moment. When several people looked in the direction of Fire Dance, but they didn't know when a young man suddenly appeared beside Fire Dance. Who are you? How dare you strike at us? When they saw Yi Ling Tian appear, the few people from the underworld divine hall immediately shouted coldly at Yi Ling Tian. The Pantheon? You guys, do you know the spectral immortal king? Yi Ling Tian didn't answer the words of the several people, but asked in return, the underworld immortal king? Who the hell are you? Hearing Yi Ling Tian's words, several people from the underworld divine hall were instantly surprised and asked, the underworld immortal king? They naturally knew. It was because the spectral immortal king was precisely one of the old ancestors of his spectral divine hall. How did this person know their old ancestor? In the ancient times, the underworld immortal king had already traveled to the immortal realm, and an unknown number of years had passed since then. It was reasonable to say that there was no way that anyone would even recognize the underworld immortal king in this era. It's really your old man. At those words, Yi Ling Tian could not help but laugh dumbly. I didn't expect to meet the descendants of the immortal king of the underworld in a random excursion, and I didn't know if these people knew about the orders that the immortal king of the underworld had given to the Grand Sia. Thinking of this, Yi Ling Tian made a gentle move towards the boss of the several people, and instantly this person flew towards Yi Ling Tian uncontrollably. Without any words, Yi Ling Tian directly launched a soul search on this person. Earlier, he tried to soul search someone else. Then now, Yi Ling Tian would let him taste what it was like to have his soul searched. What do you want? Seeing Yi Ling Tian's movements, this person was immediately scared out of his wits. Soul searching? That's not a good tactic. However, anyone who is searched for their souls, the heavy ones will have their souls scattered, and the light ones will also lose their cultivation and become a cutie as if they were walking corpses. General, Yi Ling Tian ignored this person's angry roar and directly began to search his soul. Miserable screams continued to emanate from this person's mouth, only for this person to soon be motionless. It was really Yi Ling Tian who felt that it was too noisy, directly causing him to faint. Damn it, let our boss go. When the other three saw this, they immediately shouted angrily at Yi Ling Tian. The three of them didn't have any nonsense, and directly rushed towards Yi Ling Tian, sending out their strongest strikes at Yi Ling Tian one after another. Boom! Yi Ling Tian just faintly swept a glance at the three, and a cold aura suddenly appeared, blasting the three directly into nothingness. When the Fire Dance at the side saw this scene, a heart lifted. She looked at Yi Ling Tian, and the shock in her gaze was self-evident. Who is this man? It's so strong? One must know that these four people were all peak golden immortal existences, with four people joining forces. It was the average early stage of a great Luo golden immortal that could fight off one or two of them. As a result, when facing Yi Ling Tian, the four of them unexpectedly did not have the slightest ability to resist, and were completely not at the same level. And just what realm is this person in? A large army of late golden immortals? Or the peak of the great Luo golden immortal? Or perhaps, an existence above the great Luo Jinxian? Fire Dance didn't know because she couldn't see through Yi Ling Tian at all. However, the realm above the great Luo golden immortal, she felt that it was still unlikely, because in this mortal realm universe, the peak realm that could be reached was only the great Luo golden immortal. The only way to break through to above the great Luo golden immortal was to travel to the immortal realm. The underworld emperor? It's really getting confusing. A few moments later, Yi Ling Tian's soul search ended and he also knew an unexpected news. This underworld immortal king was surprisingly just following orders as well. And the person he was ordered by was a person named Emperor Underworld that he knew from soul searching. Forget it, who cares why you're targeting the Grand Xia? Since this emperor is back now, it's destined that your plans won't be accomplished. Yi Ling Tian sneered. He didn't bother to think about it. It was all just a matter of getting out of the way. If it wasn't for the idle trouble, he would have traveled directly to the immortal world to correct this person behind the curtain, or head over to the River of Time to find out what it's all about. However, this was the mortal realm universe after all, and it couldn't withstand that much tossing and turning from him, or else it would surely disrupt the order of the entire universe. It didn't affect him much, but it still had quite an impact on Daxia. Shaking his head, Yi Ling Tian decided that it was better not to think about this. The ship will naturally straighten out when it comes to the end of the bridge. These things are still left for those descendants of the Yi family or Daxia to solve. He just needs to be at ease as a Taoist protector. Jade is not cut into pieces. If he fixes everything, how can he still let the Yi family and Daxia develop? At this time, only when he saw Yi Ling Tian withdraw his hand did Fire Dance open his mouth tremblingly and shouted at Yi Ling Tian. Aha! Yiling Tian nodded indifferently and was about to leave. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. My little girl is grateful. Seeing Yiling Tian about to leave, Fire Dance hurriedly opened her mouth to Yiling Tian and said gratefully, "There's no need to thank this emperor. It can only be said that this underworld divine hall's people were unlucky and happened to meet this emperor. If the other party hadn't claimed to be from the underworld divine hall, Yiling Tian wouldn't have even made a move. No matter what, Senior has ultimately saved my daughter's life. It's only right to thank Senior." Fire Dance could also see that this Senior didn't seem to have any good feelings towards this underworld divine hall. "If it wasn't for that, I guess I would be dead at this moment. Cultivate well. Your talent is quite good. There is still a great hope for you to become an immortal emperor in the future." After saying these words, Yiling Tian's figure also disappeared in front of Fire Dance. Immortal emperor? At those words, a trace of confusion appeared in Fire Dance's eyes. She did not know what realm this immortal emperor was in and how strong he was, but to be able to be hung up on by a senior, it should be a very strong realm, at least above the Great Luo Golden Immortals. However, the only way to reach above the Great Luo Golden Immortal was to travel to the immortal realm, and in this mortal realm, the end was doomed. Alas, don't know when I'll be able to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Fire Dance sighed softly, a little helpless inside. The only way to travel to the immortal realm was to break through to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and then communicate with the gate of the immortal realm in order to enter the immortal realm. Chapter 57, Sheep in a Tiger's Mouth? That's sheep to the sea. He himself was only in the middle stage of the Golden Immortal now, and it seemed that he was not far from the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, but in reality, it was not the case. Although there was only a one realm difference between a Golden Immortal and a Great Luo Golden Immortal, it was not that simple to break through from a Golden Immortal to a Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was no longer as simple as breaking through a realm, but a qualitative leap. 10,000 peak Golden Immortals would not necessarily be able to have a successful breakthrough, and most of them were trapped in the peak Golden Immortal realm for the rest of their lives, without any opportunities. It was undoubtedly a fool's errand to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. In fact, with Fire Dance's age reaching the current middle stage of Golden Immortal, even in the entire mortal realm universe it was considered a top genius. But even for a genius like her, she didn't have the slightest bit of confidence that she would be able to break through to a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thanks to that senior, at least the Star Pearl wasn't snatched away by the people from the Underworld Divine Hall. Fire Dance thought, Star Bead is a body like a star-like bead. Star Bead within the bead has a huge star power. With the help of Star Bead cultivation has a slight chance to sense the power of the stars. No matter who it was, as long as they were able to sense the power of the stars, they could become a disciple of the Star Divine Hall. And those with outstanding talent could even compete for the position of Divine Son and Divine Daughter. This was also the way the Star Divine Hall recruited disciples. The Star Divine Hall would randomly distribute 10 star beads to the outside world every 1,000 years, and they didn't care whose hands the star beads would fall into. They only focused on the results. After 100 years of distributing the star beads, whoever could cultivate the power of the stars would be able to go to the Star Divine Hall to become a disciple of the Star Divine Hall. And now, with just less than a year to go before the 100-year time, Fire Dance had no choice but to head to a branch of the Underworld Divine Hall to steal the star bead. As for why she chose the Underworld Divine Hall, it was because she only knew the whereabouts of this one star bead, and the remaining 9, so far, no one knew in whose hands they were. In order to join the Star Divine Hall, Fire Dance had also put up a fight, even daring to steal from the Underworld Divine Hall. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that he happened to meet Yiling Tian, I'm afraid that the Fire Dance at this moment would have already been a dead man. If you want to avenge your clan, you can only rely on this star bead, Fire Dance murmured. She was originally a princess of the Yanling clan, with a noble background and identity, living a carefree life. Nay, because of an accident, her Yanling clan accidentally offended a party of ancient clans. This ancient clan was incomparably powerful, with 2 great Luo Golden Immortal ancestors within the clan, although her Yen Spirit clan wasn't weak either, and also had a great Luo Golden Immortal ancestor. But how could it be a match for the ancient clan that possessed 2 great Luo Golden Immortals? Not to mention that one of the other party's 2 great Luo Golden Immortals was still in the middle Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. The result was obvious. The Yanling clan was exterminated, and only Fire Dance alone managed to escape under the desperate protection of the old ancestor. The Fire Dance who had escaped had cultivated like crazy in order to avenge the Inferno Spirit clan, and had utilized her talent to the extreme. In less than 100 years, the Fire Dance had reached the current middle stage of Golden Immortal from the early stage of True Immortal. Naiha, that side of the ancient race's strength is too powerful. Fire Dance knows that only rely on oneself to want to take revenge still do not know how long it will take to the end of the year and the month. This was what led to Fire Dance stealing the Star Pearl from the Underworld Divine Hall, wanting to use it to become a disciple of the Star Divine Hall, or even a Divine Daughter. She knew that the only way she would have a chance to avenge the Yanling clan was to become the goddess of the Star Divine Hall. Only, how could it be so easy to cultivate the power of the stars? Even with the assistance of the star bead, it was a bit whimsical for Fire Dance to want to cultivate the power of the stars within a year. No matter what, this opportunity must not be missed. There's still a year left. We must cultivate the power of the stars. Thinking so, Fire Dance also disappeared in an instant. She needed to find a retreat as soon as possible and then cultivate the power of the stars in peace. Eastern Star Region, Magic Scorpion Galaxy. There was a fluctuation in the starry sky somewhere, and then a void wormhole was seen emerging, and 5 figures leapt out from it. It was the 5 Guan Yu and Zhao Yun who had come from Dasha. Is this the stars? What a heavy pressure. It's actually a bit hard to even stand. As soon as they appeared, Zhao Yun and the others felt a pressure coming on, causing the ones who were martial saints to feel a bit uneasy on their feet. The place where they appeared was not on top of some planet, but the burgundy-free stars beyond the planet, and although one only needed to reach the martial saint realm in order to move freely in the starry sky, it was still possible for martial saints to feel the gravity coming from the starry sky. Only for martial Dao Saint Kings and existences above martial Dao Saint Kings, the gravity in the starry sky would have little effect on them. This was also why no one from Disya had traveled to the stars for 10,000 years, because with only the Zunshi realm, it was simply impossible for them to act in the stars, and there was even the possibility of falling. It was only the ancient Disya, those existences that had reached the level of martial saint or above, like Lu Bu, who were able to step out of the earth and travel to the stars to develop. Be careful. This should be the main camp of the Sea Clan, Guan Yu said in a deep voice to several people. They had teleported from the Sea Clan's void wormhole, so obviously the place where they appeared should be the Sea Clan's territory. But fortunately, they didn't find any people from the sea race stationed in the surrounding area, which also made them feel slightly more at ease. Where are we going next? Zhang Fei asked to Guan Yu. Zhao Yun and the others also looked at Guan Yu. Several people were tacitly treating Guan Yu as their head. Let's leave the Sea Nation's territory first. Otherwise, if they find us, they probably won't let us off easily. Saying that, Guan Yu sensed the surroundings and then selected a direction to run quickly. Zhao Yun and the others also hurriedly followed when they saw this. In this way, the 5 of them traveled forward among the stars for several days before finally discovering a planet that possessed life. When Guan Yu's 5 men arrived on top of this planet, they were the ones who realized that the people on it were actually from the sea race. Do we seem sheep into the sea? Zhang Fei swallowed hard. Guan Yu and the others looked at Zhang Fei speechlessly. What do you mean by sheep into the sea? That was clearly a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Well, this is indeed the land of the sea people, and it's not a stretch to call it the sheep's entrance. Be careful, try not to let them realize we're human. Saying that, a few people instantly concealed their auras, and then also dressed up as the sea tribe. The people of the sea tribe were actually not too different from the human race, only that they were born with a thick lin armor that wrapped their entire body, and their identity could be seen at a glance. As the 5 delved deeper, they realized that this place was actually the total clan of the sea race, the Devil Scorpion Star. Damn it, this place is actually the general clan of the Sea Clan. Guan Yu's face was ugly. If it was a sea race subclan, they weren't too scrupulous. After all, the subclan's strength was definitely not strong enough to go anywhere, and the 5 of them were all martial saints, so it shouldn't be so bad that they wouldn't even be able to deal with a sea race subclan. But the Sea General Clan, even if they were no longer conceited, they knew that there was no way that a few of them would be a match for the Sea General Clan. Now, they could be in real danger. Chapter 58, Mistake. All late-stage martial saints and above, all of them come to the plaza in the central hall to gather. Right at this moment, a chorus of voices resounded throughout the Sea Clan, and also clearly resounded in the ears of Guan Yu's few people. Is this the voice of the Grand Elder? What happened? How did the Grand Elder suddenly summon all the martial saint? Could it be that someone is trying to attack our Sea Clan? For a while, all the people of the sea race began to talk. This was in the past. The Sea Clan had never made such a big fuss, and this time when they were suddenly summoned, the crowd could not help but think more about it. Go and see and you'll see. Someone spoke to the companion beside him before flying towards the central square of the Sea Clan's Great Hall. It's probably because the Grand Elder has something important to command. Just go and take a look and you'll know. There were also those who did not believe that it was he, the Sea People, who had suffered the attack. In this Eastern Star domain, although he, the Sea Clan, was not the strongest, he was not someone that anyone could come and provoke. Other than the East Victory Holy Land, the Sea race had never been afraid of anyone, even the insect race, second only to the East Victory Holy Land. The Sea race had never been afraid of. Are we going to go? Zhao Yun looked at Guan Yu and inquired. Go check it out. Everyone from the Sea Clan is heading there now. If we don't go, we'll definitely arouse suspicion. Thinking for a moment, Guan Yu said, he actually didn't want to go there. because all the powerful people of the sea race were surely gathered there, and one mistake might expose his charming identity. But it couldn't be helped. Now that everyone had gone, just a few of them, if they didn't go, they would definitely arouse the suspicion of the sea tribe and become a target. You guys, why aren't you moving? Can't you hear the Grand Elder summoning us? Right at this moment, an Earth Immortal Realm sea race flew past Guan Yu's people, and when he saw that Guan Yu's people were unmoved, he immediately shouted out, "What do you care?" Zhang Fei was about to open his mouth in anger, but Guan Yu was the first to interrupt. "My lord, we're on our way." Guan Yu smiled faintly at this Earth Immortal Realm Sea Clan and said, "You guys hurry up, don't keep the Grand Elder waiting." After giving Guan Yu and the others a deep look, the man didn't linger any longer and flew towards the square. "Let's go. Let's see what this sea race is up to." By this time they had no choice but to travel. Soon, the five of them arrived in the middle of this central square. This square was incomparably huge, and at a glance it could accommodate at least millions of people. And at this moment, around the square, hundreds of thousands of people of the sea tribe had already gathered. Of course, not all of these people were above Martial Saint. Most of them were still below Martial Saint, and they were here simply because they wanted to see what exactly the Grand Elder had to announce. Although the Grand Elder had summoned powerful people above the late stage of Martial Dao Saints, there was no saying that people below Martial Dao Saints could not come. In the center of the square, there were four figures hovering in the air. The leader was the Great Elder of the Sea Tribe, and the remaining three were the Second Elder, the Third Elder, and the Fourth Elder. They looked around at all the people of the sea race, and a look of satisfaction surfaced on their faces. All those who have reached the late stage of Martial Saint or above, all come to the center. The Grand Elder shouted to the crowd. As the words fell, someone in the crowd instantly walked towards the center. Slowly, the crowd grew. Within a moment, there were already tens of thousands of Martial Saints appearing in the center, which naturally included Guan Yu and the five of them. Among the tens of thousands of people, the Earth Immortal Realm Sea Race powerhouses surprisingly all possessed 5 people. The Martial Dao Great Emperor Realm even reached as many as 50 people, and the rest were clear-cut Martial Dao Saints as well as Martial Dao Saint Kings. These people were still only some ordinary clansmen of the Sea Clan who had such strength, and if you counted the elite of the Sea Clan, their strength could not be said to be less powerful. At least with this kind of strength, it was simply easy to exterminate the present-day Great Sia. Sea Shadow, I'll leave the rest to you, the Grand Elder whispered into the void. As the Grand Elder's words fell, the void trembled slightly, and then a figure whose entire body was wrapped in darkness slowly emerged. Exactly, Shadow, troubled the Grand Elder. The Shadow appeared and gave a slight nod to the Grand Elder. The Shadow then looked down at the crowd below, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was seen waving a big hand into the void. Instantly, an incomparably huge warship floated into the air. This was none other than the Sea Race's third-class warship. "All hands, board the ship," the Shadow bellowed. However, the crowd did not half-react to Shadow's words and looked at the Grand Elder, because they didn't know this person and had never seen him before. As if the Grand Elder knew what was in the minds of these people, he immediately stepped forward and said, "This is the Matriarch's personal guard, Hai Ying, and even a heavenly immortal powerhouse. All of you will be at his beck and call next, and you must not disobey, and that's the Matriarch's order as well. Do you understand? The Matriarch's own guards? Celestial Immortal?" Hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone was dumbstruck and shocked. No one would have expected that this person whose entire body was shrouded in darkness would be a heavenly immortal powerhouse or the clan leader's personal guard. A heavenly fairy. This strength definitely belonged to the top powerhouses of their sea clan. What had happened that the Patriarch had sent out a heavenly immortal powerhouse? Yes, Grand Elder. Although puzzled, no one dared to ask. At that moment, these tens of thousands of people boarded the warships, and several of Guan Yu's men were forced to board the ship despite their disbelief. After everyone had boarded the ship, Shadow arched his hand at the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, farewell. Sea Shadow, I wish you a triumphant return." The Grand Elder said with a smile, regarding what Sea Shadow was going to do. As the Sea Clan's Grand Elder he naturally knew. The Shadow smiled without speaking, turned and entered the warship. To him, there was no difficulty in attacking Daxia this time, treating it all as an interstellar tour. Although he hadn't been to Daxia, he still knew what strength Daxia had, and the strongest person in Daxia right now was nothing more than a Martial Dao Saint. Not to mention him, even a Martial Dao Emperor could easily overthrow this great Sia. As for why he had led so many sea race powerhouses there, it was naturally to do it for the Lin race. After all, this time, he still needed the Lin clan to lead the way to Daxia, and he, the Sea Clan, did not know the coordinates of Daxia. This sea nation, what exactly does it want to do? Inside the warship, Guan Yu's 5 men were gathered together and were talking in whispers. This Sea Clan has summoned so many powerful people. Could it be that they want to start a war against some group? With such a large formation of Zhou, they had to think so. it had to be said that what they had thought was exactly right. Just how could they have thought that this time, the target of the Sea Nation would be them? Sia. Chapter 59 Yi Duan. 1 hour later, the warships of the Sea race arrived at the giant crab galaxy, the territory of the Lin race. Clan Chief Lin, my Sea clan has been invited. I wonder if your Lin clan is ready. The shadow landed in the middle of the Lin clan's main hall and said to the Lin clan's patriarch, "Thank you for coming, all of you from the Sea clan. My Lin clan is ready to go at any time." Lin Xing has stepped forward and smiled at the shadow. "I wonder which one of the Sea clan you are. It seems that I have not seen you before." With regards to the top echelons of the Sea Nation, Lin Xing didn't say that he knew all of them, but he was not far off. But Shadow, the man, he had never really seen before. The clan leader's own guard. "See Shadow," the shadow said faintly. "So it's the Sea Patriarch's personal guards, but I'm the one who's out of the loop." Lin Xinghe was quite shocked in his heart. A personal guard was actually a heavenly immortal powerhouse. The strength of the Sea clan was truly extraordinary. At least he, the Lin clan, couldn't do anything to have a heavenly immortal powerhouse as his personal guard. "Patriarch Lin, since you're ready then let's go." Shadow didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Xinghe here. It was better to hurry up and head to Daxia as the main objective. "Good. Third Elder, you lead the clan to board the ship." Lin Xinghe nodded and said to an old man behind him. This time, the one leading the team to Great Sia was none other than the Lin clan's third elder, Lin Feng, who was also a heavenly immortal powerhouse. And the Lin clan didn't have many clansmen traveling to Daxia this time. Only 10,000, even fewer than the Sea clan. However, the strength of these 10,000 people of the Lin clan is not weak. The Earth Immortal Realm occupies as many as 100 people, and the Lin clan at the level of the Martial Dao Great Emperor has about 1,000 people, and the rest are all Martial Dao Saints. Strength-wise it wasn't much weaker than the Sea race. As the people of the Lin clan boarded the warship, Shadow commanded the warship to once again advance in the direction of Daxia. The coordinates of Daxia were naturally unknown to Shadow, and the entire time, it was the Lin clan's third elder who was telling Shadow the exact location of Daxia. Galaxy? This location does have enough remoteness. No wonder we didn't find it for so long. After learning the specific coordinates of Daxia, Shadow also had to sigh. This Daxia was really remote. It was even so far away from them. If it wasn't for the fact that they were found by the Lin clan, they wouldn't have known when they would have discovered the exact location of this Daxia. With the speed of a level 3 warship, it would take about 7 days to reach the Milky Way. Shadow calculated the time in his mind and finally concluded that it would take about 7 days to reach the galaxy at their current speed. 7 days is a short time for them and perfectly acceptable. Without a tertiary warship, even a true immortal powerhouse crossing the stars would need at least a few decades to arrive. So these 7 days were completely negligible to them. Mid-heaven Starfield. A terrifying battle was erupting in the middle of an ancient giant city. Strong auras spread across the sky and collided in the void. Countless people were trembling and shocked. There were only 2 people on both sides of the battle. One was a middle-aged man in a green shirt, holding a green-colored longsword with a faint green glow all over its body, as if it contained the power of a giant dragon. The other person was dressed in black, making it impossible to see his face, and his entire body was shrouded in darkness. No one knows who the man in the green shirt is, but who the other one was, shrouded in darkness with a black coat, no one present knew. No one knew. It was because he was the temple master of one of the 8 divine temples of the ancient past, the spectral ghost. Who is this green-shirted man? Who could even battle the underworld hall master? When did such a character come out of the mid-heaven astral domain? The underworld hall master is the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This green-shirted man is not even the slightest bit outmatched. Such a character we've surprisingly never heard of at all. The peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal was already at the pinnacle of the mortal realm universe. There was no way they hadn't heard of any great Luo Golden Immortal, let alone a peak great Luo Golden Immortal. However, this green-shirted man, before this, they had not heard of it at all, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Spectral ghosts, 5,000 years. Today, use your life to honor my father's heavenly soul. The green-shirted man stared at the spectral ghost, and the coldness in his eyes was chilling. GGG, it's been 5,000 years. I didn't expect that not only did you not die, but you even broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Yi Chen, I have to say that your talent scares even me. The spectral ghost Jie laughed and revealed the identity of the green-shirted man, Leaf Dust. For this name, most of the people present did not recognize it, and it was only those old generation powerhouses who had lived long enough who vaguely felt that the name was familiar. Leaf Dust? Isn't this the name of that invincible heavenly pride that was famous in the mid-heaven astral domain 5,000 years ago? I didn't expect that this person not only didn't die, but even broke through to a great Luo Golden Immortal. A crippled old man thought for a moment in his head and instantly remembered who this person was. Grandpa, you know this person called Yi Chen? Beside the crippled old man, There was a little girl. Looking at her appearance was not big. It was the granddaughter of the old man. Hearing her grandfather's words, the little girl instantly asked, "Grandpa, I don't know this person, but his name Grandpa has heard of him." The old man smiled and touched the little girl's head as he began to narrate to her. 5,000 years ago, a human teenager suddenly appeared in the Mid-Heaven Star region, defeating all the Heaven's Pride demons in the Mid-Heaven Star region at that time with an unrivaled qualification, and became the number one in the Heaven's Pride ranking. The Heaven's Remarkable ranking was a list made to record all the Heavens Remarkable in the middle heavenly planet. This list only recorded 100 people, that is, 100 of the strongest celestial pride in the middle heavenly planet region. Back then, Yi Chen defeated all the heavenly pride on the Heaven's Pride list with an invincible momentum, and strongly topped the Heaven's Pride list at number 1, which could be said to have shocked the entire mid-heaven astral domain. It was the 8 divine halls of the ancient times that were moved by this, sending elders to come and communicate with Yi Chen, wanting to make Yi Chen worship under them, but it was obvious that Yi Duan did not join them, and one by one, they were rejected by Yi Duan. It was also this reason that caused Yi Chen to form a bond with the Underworld Divine Hall. The Underworld Divine Hall began to surround Yi Chen. In their opinion, if such a demonic person couldn't join them, then there would only be destruction. Not to mention that this Yi Chen was still of the human race, so it was even more important that he couldn't be left behind. After a chase, several times Yi Chen almost died in the hands of the people of the Underworld Divine Hall. In the end, Yi Chen's father showed up to kill all of the people from the Underworld Divine Hall who were chasing Yi Chen, and only then was Yi Chen saved. Only, the good times don't last long. Along with Yi Chen's father's appearance, the Underworld God Temple's Hall Master, Underworld Ghost, also appeared in person. As a result, needless to say, although Yi Chuan escaped, Yi Chuan's father still died in the hands of the Underworld Ghost. Up to this point, Yi Chen had also completely disappeared from the public's view, and everyone thought that Yi Chen was dead. That is, the Underworld Divine Hall also thought that Yi Chen was dead. Unexpectedly, in today's day, Yi Chen would strongly appear in the base camp of the Underworld Divine Hall, wanting to avenge his father's revenge from back then. Chapter 60, Yi Chuan vs. Underworld Ghosts. Yi Chuan, this Hall Master has to admire your courage to still dare to appear in my Underworld Divine Hall. The spectral ghost looked at Yi Chen and laughed ghastly. Is it hard for you to think that you will be a match for this temple master when you break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal? Or perhaps a match for my spectral god temple? Yi Chuan's move was undoubtedly a death-seeking behavior in his eyes. A mere Yi Chuan, not to mention just breaking through to the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even if it was the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he, Underworld Divine Hall, could make it come back with no return. Spectral ghosts, how will we know unless we try? The spectral ghost's words did not affect Yi Chen in the slightest, as the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Jie Jie, hearing Yi Chuan's reply, the Underworld Ghost once again let out an eerie laugh. Yi Chen, you are as arrogant and cocky as ever. A flicker of disdain and anger flashed in the spectral ghost's eyes. 5,000 years ago, I let you escape, and today, since you've sent yourself to the door, you're going to die. As the spectral ghost's words fell, a long black sword appeared in his hand, its body flickering with a dark light. Spectral sword chop. The spectral ghost let out a low cry, and his figure instantly pounced towards Yi Chen. His speed was extremely fast, like a black shadow cutting through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yi Chen. The spectral ghost waved the long sword in his hand, and a black sword chi cut through the air, carrying a stern aura toward Yi Chen. In the void, a large amount of underworld power surged and converged like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a huge and incomparable underworld sword, its body as black as ink, exuding endless coldness and deathly aura. This sword of the underworld was like a fierce weapon from hell, carrying an unrivaled might as it chopped straight down towards Yi Chen. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yi Chuan did not have the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead, he revealed a contemptuous smile. He slowly raised the sword in his hand, his movements elegant and calm. 9 Heavens Dragon Sword. With a low voice from Yi Chen's mouth, a powerful sword intent instantly erupted from him. Anon, immediately afterward, a stirring dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the surrounding air as if it was about to tear apart. In the sound of the dragon's roar, a brilliant sword uncut through the sky, shooting rapidly towards the underworld ghost like a shooting star. This sword contained an extremely terrifying dragon pressure, as if there was a real dragon roaring within it. Wherever the sword light went, everything was subjugated, and for a moment even the ghosts of the underworld were shocked by the terrifying pressure, and their faces changed slightly. Boom! In an instant, the two sword lights violently collided in the void, erupting into a heaven-shaking roar. Huge energy fluctuations swept through the surroundings, and even the entire ancient giant city trembled. Countless people were stunned by this scene as they stared at the battle in the sky with wide eyes and faces full of astonishment. Spectral ghost, your strength doesn't seem to be as hard as your mouth. After the strike, Yichuan coldly looked at the spectral ghost, a disdainful smile spreading from the corner of his mouth as he said mockingly, "How? Possible?" At this moment, the underworld ghost could be described as shocked inside. If not for the fact that others couldn't see his face, they would definitely notice that his entire face had turned a little twisted due to shock. He was very clear about how strong that strike of his, the underworld sword chop, not to mention that Ji Chen was only at the early stage of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Even the late stage of a great Luo Golden Immortal would not be able to receive this sword of his. However, this strike was actually disintegrated by Yichuan so easily. Was this Yichuan really only at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Although he had known for a long time that this Yi Chen was a demon, and that he had been able to defeat a martial Dao Emperor at the martial Dao Saint King realm 5,000 years ago. But regardless of whether it was a martial Dao Saint King or a martial Dao Great Emperor, they were all just mortal realms, and it was still understandable to be able to cross the ranks. But now they were all in the immortal realm, or the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Could this Yi Chen still manage to cross the ranks? The spectral ghost stared at Yi Chen in front of him with wide eyes, incredulously, his heart filled with doubts and incomprehension. He originally thought that his spectral sword slash could easily defeat Yi Chen, but reality slapped him hard. Not only did Yi Chen block his attack, but he didn't seem to have been affected too much. This caused the spectral ghost to begin to wonder if Yi Chen's true strength far exceeded his prediction. He couldn't help but think of Yi Chen's past glorious battles, having shown extraordinary talent and strength 5,000 years ago. Now that they had met again, Yi Chen seemed to have made a new breakthrough, which caused the underworld ghost to feel an unprecedented pressure. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner shock as he re-examined Yi Chen in front of him. He realized that he could no longer take this opponent lightly, and that he had to go all out to possibly defeat him. The specter was a bit incredulous, but the fact that it was right in front of him made him believe it. Yichuan, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for 5,000 years, you are still as demonic as ever. At the great Luo Golden Immortal realm you are still able to manage to cross over the ranks. I have to say that you are worthy of being the #1 demon of the mid-heaven astral domain. But you should never have come to my underworld divine hall at this time to seek death. But if you can hold back until the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal before appearing again, perhaps no one in my underworld divine hall will really be your opponent. The spectral ghost's voice was ice cold to the extreme, and the eyes that were filled with murderous intent were chilling, and the gaze that he looked at Yi Chen was as if he was looking at a dead person. Even though the strength Yi Chen had displayed had surprised him a little, it was not enough to make him fearful. It had to be said that Yi Chen's revenge mentality was too strong and overly arrogant. Daring to come and provoke his underworld divine hall just after breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm was undoubtedly asking for death. If he could hold back for some more years, and show up when his cultivation reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, perhaps at that time, his underworld divine hall might still have difficulty taking down this Yi Chen. Noisy! Yi Chen gave a low chorus while slowly raising the dragon sword in his hand. Dragon Bane, San Lan. As his words fell, on S loud sound, the roar of the giant dragon resounded through the sky. Immediately afterward, a brilliant golden light rushed straight into the void from the dragon's bane sword, forming a mighty dragon silhouette. Roar! The giant dragon let out a deafening roar and instantly lunged towards the underworld ghost as if it wanted to tear it apart. Looking for death. Seeing this, the spectral ghost coldly drank, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Underworld Soul Devourer. The door to the underworld is opened by devouring the soul, and all the spirits return to the underworld. In an instant, a large amount of underworld power surged forth, devouring the souls of all the surrounding beings, instantly transforming into a terrifying underworld. Boom boom boom. The two energies collided in the void, and a terrifying aura swept through the entire ancient city. Chapter 61, The Immortal King's Advent. In a single breath, Yichuan and the spectral ghost's figures were simultaneously shaken out. The two of them were actually indistinguishable under this strike. This Yi Chen is surprisingly so powerful. To use the early stage of a great Luo Golden Immortal to fight against the peak of a great Luo Golden Immortal without even losing a single step. Is this the top demon from 5,000 years ago? It's a pity. This Yichuan if it's the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This underworld divine hall is really likely to be seriously injured. Just now the underworld divine hall isn't just one peak Dao Lord Gold Immortal. The underworld ghost. The crowd of powerful people watching the battle below were all whispering. Yi Chen's strength had indeed shocked them, but to want to use it to shake the underworld divine hall, it was obvious that no one would believe it. After all, Yichuan was only at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even if he was able to fight the spectral ghost, the temple master of the spectral god's temple, it would not be of the slightest use, because, besides the underworld divine hall, which was a peak Dao Lord Golden Immortal, there was yet another peak Downlord Golden Immortal in existence. As long as the Underworld Divine Hall sent out all of its powerful men, Yi Chen would definitely become a turtle in a jar. Leaf dust. In the crowd, a young man was quietly looking at the two men confronting each other above, muttering in his heart, "This person's bloodline concentration has actually reached 90%. It can't be this emperor's grandson or great-grandson, can it?" Yi Ling Tian's face shifted and was rather strange. There was surprise and helplessness in his heart. The moment Yi Chen appeared, Yi Ling Tian sensed the bloodline of the Yi family flowing in this person's body. Needless to say, this was definitely someone from the Yi family. Only, when he came to this city, he actually discovered that the concentration of the bloodline in this person Yi Chen's body with his bloodline power had actually reached over 90%. What this meant, Yi Ling Tian knew very well. The relationship between Yi Duan and him was definitely very close. Definitely no more than 3 generations. One must know that although the rest of the Yi family was also flowing with his bloodline, but that bloodline concentration was completely negligible. That is, Yi Xiaode also only had less than 10% of bloodline concentration. There were only 2 people, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao, who had inherited his heavenly emperor bloodline, and their bloodline concentration had only reached a little more than 10%. There was absolutely no comparison to the 90% of Yi Chen's bloodline concentration. Yi Chen, this seed was truly surprised that you have grown to such a level nowadays. If I had known this, I would never have let you survive this far in the first place, no matter what the cost. The ghost of the underworld stared at Yi Chen and said viciously. At this moment, his heart could be described as shocked, and there was also a trace of scorn as well as regret. The shock was naturally shocked by Yi Chen's strength. In just 5,000 years, Yi Chen, who was only a martial Saint King at the beginning, had unexpectedly reached the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and his battle power was even more terrifying, so much so that he was able to fight him to a standstill. He is the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, is not an ordinary peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Unusual 2 or 3 peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal are not necessarily his opponent. However, now he is even a Great Luo Golden Immortal early stage cannot be taken down. Ask how can this not let him be afraid? Ha, Spectre, does it help to talk about this now? The cause of that year is the fruit of today. Yi Chen laughed coldly, his eyes flashing with a matchless ferocity. Back then, just because I didn't join your Underworld Divine Hall, your Underworld Divine Hall started a siege against me, and even because of that, even my father was buried in your hands. Underworld Ghost, today is the day of your death. The more he said, the more the coldness in Yi Chuan's eyes grew, and his inner anger towards the Underworld Ghost spilled out. Spectre, take your life. Boom boom boom. Yi Chen's roar spread across the void, and an extremely terrifying aura instantly invaded his body, enveloping everyone in it. Some people with low cultivation cannot withstand this momentum as directly kneeling on the ground, spitting blood, pale, only to see that at this moment, Yi Chen's body was revealing a golden light, and his body was even expanding, as if it was about to burst at any moment. Behind him, a huge silhouette manifested, which was another Yi Duan. The silhouette was like the giant leaf dust, condescendingly looking down at the underworld ghost as well as the crowd. It's like an immortal king coming to life. This terrifying vision instantly caused everyone's eyes to freeze. How? What's going on? This Yi Chuan hadn't even used his full strength before. Could this be his true strength? What a terrifying vision. How could this Yi Chen be so terrifying? The crowd was shocked, and it was simply unimaginable in their minds. The previous engagement with the underworld ghost, this Yi Chuan surprisingly hadn't even brought out his full strength yet. This was too terrifying. Could it be that now was Yi Chen's strongest state? Staged. The spectral ghost grunted coldly. Although he said so, it was not difficult to see from his eyes that the underworld ghost at this moment was also shocked by Yi Chen's actions. However, he wasn't going to sit around and wait for it to happen. Swish! The spectral ghost instantly disappeared from its original location and reappeared already in front of Yi Chuan's body. The underworld sword condensed by the power of the underworld in his hand chopped straight down towards Yi Chen. Bang! However, when the spectral sword's attack was less than a meter away from Yi Chen, it was instantly shaken away by a terrifying force, and even the spectral ghost's entire body flew backwards. Blood instantly spurted out of his mouth. The ghost of the underworld only felt a terrifying force coming at him head-on, and it was too late to react before it was shaken out, as if it was a kite with broken strings. How? Possible? The spectral ghost couldn't believe it. How could this Yi Chen be so terrifying? Just his aura alone shook him out, and got him hurt? Spectral ghost, die! Yi Chuan let out a low shout and took a step out. Along with Yi Chuan's movements, the giant silhouette also slowly raised its foot towards the ghost of the underworld and took a step out. Boom! When the giant silhouette's foot landed, instantly, the entire earth trembled, and a terrifying power instantly spread throughout the world, causing people to shudder. And as the target of giant Yi dust, The underworld ghost was unable to avoid under this kick of giant Yi dust, and its entire fleshly body was instantly trampled into pieces and turned into nothingness. Yi Chen, you seek death. A soul body instantly rushed out, looking at Yi Chen with a gaze filled with bloodlust. Spectral ghost, it is you who will die today. Yi Chuan's gaze was without fluctuation, looking at the soul body of the underworld ghost as if it was a dead person. In his eyes, the spectral ghost at this moment was a person who was about to die. Asterisk. You guys still don't show yourselves. Do you really want to see this seed die at the hands of this person? The spectral ghost was furious and roared steeply into the void. As the spectral ghost's roar fell, the void suddenly trembled, and then 4 terrifying auras surfaced and swept across the sky. Paul Master, you are at least a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. To be forced into such a state by a junior at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage is too much of a disgrace for my underworld divine hall. As the words fell, 4 figures also appeared at the same time beside the underworld ghost. Chapter 62 Solo Battle against 4 peak Great Luo Golden Immortals. 4 peak Great Luo Golden Immortals? Hearing those words, everyone looked at those 4 directions in shock, only to see 4 powerful auras rapidly approaching from the distance, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the crowd. This is the 4 great elders of the underworld divine hall. Someone whispered. The strongest person from the underworld divine hall had finally appeared. This Yi Chen was finished. Many people secretly thought in their minds, yes, even though this Yi Chen is no matter how heaven-defying he is, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to turn over the sky in the face of 4 peak Great Luo Golden Immortals. The crowd nodded in agreement. It's a pity that such a demon will be buried here today. Alas, someone couldn't help but sigh. As the 4 figures appeared, the crowd recognized their identities. The 4 supreme elders of the underworld divine hall. As one of the 8 divine halls of the ancient times, there was no doubt about the strength of the underworld divine hall. And naturally the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal could not be only the underworld ghost. The underworld divine hall possessed a total of 10 Taishan elders, and the 4 that appeared were also the strongest 4 out of the 10. And although the remaining 6 were not at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, they were still late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal existences. Although this person is only at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, his strength is not as simple as you think. The words of the Supreme Elder were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. The spectral ghost's face was grim, and he snorted coldly, but he did not retort, because he had to admit that the strength of this young man, who was only at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, was indeed beyond their imagination. In the underworld divine hall, the status of the Supreme Elder and the Hall Master were equal, and there was no difference between superior and inferior. Thus, when the Supreme Elder ridiculed the underworld ghost, he could only hold his tongue, even though they had been secretly observing and were well aware that Yi Chuan's strength was extraordinary. After all, Yi Chuan was only a cultivator at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, and the fact that the spectral ghost, as a powerful person at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, would actually lose in the hands of such a junior was simply a strange shame for the spectral divine hall. If this matter were to spread out, how would the other forces view the underworld divine hall? In particular, how would the remaining 7 great divine halls mock them? Then let a few of my old men come and learn about this person's strength. The 4 of them glanced at each other, their eyes filled with gravity and vigilance. Afterward, their figures moved and transformed into 4 streams of light, quickly rushing towards Yi Chen, surrounding him in the center. Kid, provoking my underworld divine hall like this, have you ever thought about the consequences? One of them chortled coldly, with a sense of majesty and oppression in his voice. They didn't rush to make a move, but first tried to deter Yi Chen through their words. After all, they could all sense that the vision displayed by Yi Chen at this moment was indeed very powerful, and they were afraid that they would not be its opponent in a one-on-one situation. However, they also clearly knew that this powerful means was bound to be unsustainable, and as long as they waited for the visions to disappear, taking down this person again would be a breeze. Consequences? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. The consequences are, you all go to hell. He knew what these people were thinking, but didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. With a movement of his mind, he directly commanded the giant leaf dust to launch a fierce attack towards the 4. Boom boom boom. The giant leaf dust waved his huge fists. Each punch contained endless power, smashing into the 4 people like a raging storm. The wind of the fist roared and the void trembled, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. The 4 people's faces changed drastically, and they cast out their respective stunts in an attempt to ward off this terrifying attack. Yi Chuan maneuvered the giant and bombarded the 4 with punch after punch. Each punch contained a terrifying power that the 4 supreme elders of the underworld divine hall could not hold back. This won't work. Let's make a move together to stall him. One of the supreme elders shouted in a low voice with a grave expression on his face. Yes, the other 3 responded in unison. For a moment, the four supreme elders simultaneously struck out, using their best efforts to try to control the giant's silhouette. As long as they could control this giant shadow, then Yi Chen would become unbeatable in their eyes. After all, at this moment, all of Yi Chen's strength was condensed on top of this giant's shadow. Once the giant's silhouette fell, Yi Chen would become a turtle in a jar and be slaughtered. A fierce and protracted battle broke out, with both sides going back and forth without giving way. However, no one was able to gain a significant advantage in a short period of time, and the battle was at a stalemate. This won't work. I can only hold out for half an hour at most. Yi Chen secretly sighed in his heart, feeling some regret. Originally, he thought that he was already strong enough to avenge his father's murder, but now he realized that it was still difficult to defeat the enemy. It seems that it was still too impatient. Yi Chuan could not help but reflect. Although he had long known that the strength of the underworld divine hall could not be underestimated, it was not until this moment that he truly realized that it was powerful beyond imagination. He originally thought that the underworld divine hall, excluding the underworld ghosts, would only have at most 2 Pic de Luo Jinxian, but he had no idea that there would be as many as 4. If it was only 2, he would have been able to cut down the underworld ghost even if he was severely injured. However, facing 4 Peak Great Luo Golden Immortals really caused him to be somewhat overwhelmed. That's just it. It looks like the only thing to do is to retreat first. Yi Chuan knew that if he continued to stalemate, when he was unable to support himself, it would be his time to die. With this in mind, Yi Chen no longer stayed in the fight, and after continuously blasting out 4 punches and knocking the 4 people back, he turned around and sped off into the distance. Trying to escape? Stay for me. Yi Chen's movements naturally could not escape the eyes of the 4 supreme elders of the underworld divine hall, and at that moment, the 4 of them launched a fierce attack on Yi Chen's disappearing figure. For terrifying rays of light attacked Yi Duan directly like a rainbow striking the sun. The terrifying aura coming from behind him caused Yi Chen's face to change drastically. Yet at this moment, he was unable to turn around to deal with it, or else he wouldn't be able to evacuate himself in that case. Unable to do anything else, Yi Chuan could only choose to resist these 4 attacks. Although he would be seriously injured, he would not be killed, and he would be able to evacuate peacefully. When the 4 saw that Yi Chuan had not paid any attention to it and chose to fight it hard, they were a bit incredulous for a moment. None of them had expected this Yi Chen to be so arrogant. However, just as these 4 attacks were about to fall on Yi Chen's body, they suddenly dissipated without a trace, as if they had never appeared. What's the situation? How is this possible? Upon seeing this scene, the 4 of them were dumbstruck, revealing a look of disbelief. How can a good attack suddenly disappear? They simply can't understand it. And when the 4 reacted, Yi Chen's figure had already disappeared from in front of them. Damn! What the hell is going on here? Could it be that secretly he has help? The 4 people's faces were unsightly. Apart from this one explanation, he really couldn't think of any other reason. How could the attack of the 4 of them suddenly dissipate in a good cause? However, if this Yi Chen really had helpers in secret, why couldn't even they discover it? No matter how much they think about it, they just can't figure it out. Chapter 63, Yi Chen's Shock. In just the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's figure disappeared like lightning. His speed was incredibly fast, as if it was a gust of wind, and he instantly left the spot. The powerful strength and unparalleled speed displayed by Yi Chuan, who was bent on fleeing the scene without any interference. Even the 4 supreme elders of the underworld divine hall felt out of reach in the face of such speed, not to mention that brief moment of disorientation. In just this instant of time, Yi Chen had long been lost, and no one knew exactly where he had fled to. Just as the others were about to give chase, the leader of the group suddenly spoke up. Forget it, it's already too late to give chase now, and there must be a strong backer behind this person, so it's better for us to be more careful. Hearing this, the other 3 nodded their heads in agreement and stopped chasing after Yi Chen. They knew in their hearts that the sudden disappearance of their attack on Yi Chen just now must have been because someone in the dark had stepped in to help. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have already been subdued by them. However, that mysterious figure hidden in the shadows was able to make them completely unnoticeable, and even after striking out, they still hadn't detected any traces of it, which fully indicated that the other party's strength was extremely powerful, and might even be more powerful than the 4 of them. If they went after him rashly like this, not to mention taking down Yi Chen, I'm afraid that they themselves wouldn't be able to retreat in one piece. They were still a bit puzzled in their hearts. Since the person in the dark had such strength, why didn't he show up to join forces with Yi Chen? If the person in the dark joined forces with Yi Chen, they would really not be able to deal with him. Yi Chuan was unaware of the thoughts of the several people from the underworld divine hall. At this moment, he only wanted to leave the territory of the underworld divine hall as soon as possible, so his speed was extremely fast, and he didn't even notice that the attacks of the 4 people behind him suddenly dissipated. However, Yi Chen's heart was also a bit puzzled. Strange, those 4 people's attacks actually missed me. In Yi Chuan's perception, he was unable to escape the attack of those 4 people, and he was prepared to be seriously injured. But when he escaped from the territory of the underworld divine hall, he realized that he had not been hit. This made him feel very surprised and puzzled. Could it be that the other party had deliberately spared him? Or was there some unforeseen circumstance that caused the attack to fail? Yi Chen was confused about this, but no matter what, the current him was at least far away from the territory of the underworld divine hall, and the most important thing now was to hurry away from this place and ensure his own safety. As for the other questions, you can take your time to think about them later. Forget it, don't think about it. Better hurry up and get out of here. Yi Chen shook his head and shook the thoughts out of his mind. Although this place is far away from the territory of the underworld divine hall, but with the cultivation of those 4 Pic de Luo golden immortals, to arrive at this place is just an instant. It is better to hurry to leave, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. At that moment, Yi Chen was ready to leave. However, just as he was preparing to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Who are you? Yi Chen was shocked inwardly. He thought that the people from the underworld divine hall had chased after him, but in the end, he actually realized that it was a young man that he didn't recognize at all. Could it be a strong person hidden in the shadows from the underworld divine hall? But why does this person give me a kind feeling? Yi Chen secretly thought in his heart. Needless to say, the person who appeared was naturally Yi Ling Tian. The reason why the attack of the 4 people from the underworld divine hall suddenly dissipated was naturally because of Yi Ling Tian's strike. Your name is Yi Chuan? Yi Ling Tian looked at the young man in front of him, who bore a slight resemblance to himself, and the corners of his mouth could not help but spread a smile. Although the tone was calm, Yi Ling Tian's heart was still a little excited, because Yi Ling Tian was already certain that Yi Chen was either his grandson or his great-grandson, although he had never met them. To Yi Ling Tian, this was the first relative he had seen when he returned to Earth. As for the Yi family, although it is also flowing with his bloodline, but after all, separated by too many generations, for them Yi Ling Tian does not have much affection. There is just out of the Yi family from him and brought feelings. Only Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao, who had awakened the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor, made Yi Ling Tian pay a little attention to them, but he only treated them as disciples. So what if it is? Who are you and why are you blocking my way? Yi Duan said in a deep voice. Yi Ling Tian gave him a feeling as if he was immortal, completely unable to feel a single fluctuation in his breath. However, Yi Chen knew that this person could definitely not be any mortal. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly appeared in front of him, leaving him unaware? Just based on this, Yi Chen could be certain that Yi Ling Tian's strength was definitely far above his. When did the underworld divine hall have such a strong person? Until now, Yi Chuan had thought that Yi Ling Tian was someone from the underworld divine hall. After all, he didn't have any other enemies besides the underworld divine hall, not to mention that the other party still possessed such strength. Relax, Ben. I don't mean you any harm. Yi Chen's nervousness naturally could not be hidden from Yi Ling Tian's perception. At that moment Yi Ling Tian just smiled helplessly and said, "Can't you feel that our bloodlines come from the same source? The same source?" At those words, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. It was not until this time that he carefully sensed it, and actually found that the bloodline in his body had a hidden boiling feeling, as if he had seen some relatives. You are also a member of my Yi family? Yi Duan asked in shock. Yi Chuan's heart at the moment was like a river turning upside down. In his memory nowadays the Yi family, in addition to himself, there is only Daxia still exists in his Yi family lineage. Moreover, since he had stayed among the stars for 5,000 years, he hadn't gone back to Daxia even once during that time. He wasn't even sure if the Yi family still existed to this day. And this person in front of him, who possessed a strength that even he was afraid of. The other party told himself that he was from the Yi family? When did the Yi family have such a terrifying figure? Although he was not the person with the highest seniority in the Yi family, he still knew exactly who was in the Yi family. Of course, this was not a big difference with his generation. Like the Yi family where Yi Xiaoyu was located within Daxia, Yi Duan did not recognize any of them, because there were too many generations apart. Yi Duan naturally would not think of Yi Ling Tian as that Yi family, because Yi Ling Tian's strength was too terrifying, and for Yi Ling Tian who could possess such strength, one could imagine how many years he had survived. Therefore, if Yi Ling Tian was really a member of the Yi family, then he should know him, but he did not know this person. So is what this man said true or not? If it's true, why wouldn't one recognize him? But if it was a fake, why did he feel so close to him and why did the blood in his body boil? Could it be Big Brother's son or grandson? In an instant, all sorts of thoughts surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. Kid, do you think your big brother is worthy of being this emperor's father or grandfather? Yi Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and cursed with a smile. Chapter 64, Recognition of Master and Grandson. The past is unpleasant to look back on. Yi Chen's heartfelt voice completely eluded Yi Ling Tian's perception, and he was directly made to cry and laugh. This kid actually dared to say that he was his elder brother's son or grandson. Really bold. You. Hearing Yi Ling Tian's laughing and cursing, Yi Chen directly froze. What was this situation? This person was actually able to know what was going on in his mind? This was too exaggerated. He was a great Luo Golden Immortal. One must know that even a powerhouse at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal couldn't easily pry into another person's inner world. However, this mysterious person was able to hear his heart so easily, which made Yi Chen feel incredibly shocked. Yi Chen could not help but begin to speculate about the identity and strength of the other party. To be able to know what was in the heart of a great Luo Golden Immortal, how powerful one would need to be able to do that. Yi Chuan didn't know, but what he could be certain of was that this person was definitely not an ordinary existence. Perhaps, his strength had already surpassed the great Luo Golden Immortals and reached a higher level. Thinking about this, Yi Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Facing such an unfathomable opponent, how should he respond? At this moment, he suddenly realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Between this heaven and earth, there were still many unknown forces waiting to be explored, and the person in front of him had undoubtedly taught him a deep lesson. What? Surprised? The corner of Yi Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Yi Chen stared at Yi Ling Tian with wide eyes and a face full of astonishment, muttering secretly in his heart, "Can you not be surprised? You even listened to my heart. This makes me not even dare to think nonsense." Yi Ling Tian seemed to have read Yi Chen's mind, and with a light laugh, he said, "All right, answer me a few questions. As for my identity, you will soon know." Leaf Dust took a deep breath and nodded. Yi Ling Tian smiled faintly and then asked, "Who is Luo Yi to you?" Hearing this name, Yi Chen's eyes became somewhat complicated. He lowered his head and remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Luo Yi, she is my grandmother." Luo Yi was the very woman that Yi Ling Tian had fallen in love with before he crossed over, and the current Yi family lineage was all left behind by Luo Yi for him. The reason why Yi Ling Tian inquired about Yi Chen's relationship with Yi Luo was because he wanted to figure out how his relationship with Yi Chen actually was. After all, other than Luo Yi, all other people were unfamiliar existences to him, even including the child he had with Yi, of which he had no impression and had never even known the name. Yi Chen raised his head and saw a trace of doubt pass across Yi Ling Tian's face. A feeling of curiosity could not help but well up in his heart, but he did not open his mouth to ask. He just quietly waited for Yi Ling Tian's next question, his thoughts going back to his childhood, when he was still very young, probably just a few years old. His grandmother died in the middle of a beast wave. At that time, he lived a carefree life in Daxia with his parents and his elder brother and grandmother, only to have the sudden outbreak of the beast tide bury his grandmother and his mother at the same time, and only his father escaped with himself and his elder brother. Since then, his father took him and his elder brother and started wandering around Daxia, practicing martial arts. Years later, he and his elder brother grew up, and their father's martial arts had reached the pinnacle of his time. Because he was unwilling to let the Great Summer keep facing the invasion of the 10,000 races in the Fae, his father set out on the path to the stars alone, leaving him and his elder brother behind in Tianhai City. The Yi family in Tianhai City was precisely the bloodline left behind by his elder brother, and he, himself, had set foot on the stars many years later. That was what gave rise to the heavenly pride Yi Duan, who had shaken the central heavenly planet region with his fame 5,000 years ago. As for his big brother, Yi Chen was now also not sure whether he was alive or dead, because after coming to the central heavenly star domain, until now Yi Chen had never returned to Daxia. 5,000 years ago, because of the fame of the central heavenly planet, was the major forces to pulling together not even want to destroy it, especially the underworld god temple is even more. His own father fell at the hands of the ghosts of the underworld to save him. For so many years, Yi Chuan had been living in hatred, and in order to avenge his father's death, Yi Chuan had held back for 5,000 years until recently when he finally broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As soon as he broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Yi Chuan couldn't wait and stepped directly onto the Underworld Divine Hall, wanting to kill the Underworld Ghost to avenge his father's death. Yi Dust was still very confident in his battle power, although he had just broken through to a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even the peak Great Luo Golden Immortal spectral ghosts were no longer in his sights. It was just a pity that he had misjudged the strength of the Underworld Divine Hall, not realizing that the Underworld Divine Hall had 4 peak Great Luo Golden Immortals in addition to the Underworld Ghosts. If it wasn't for Yi Ling Tian who happened to be at the scene, it was still an unknown whether Yi Chen could escape at this moment. Your grandmother? At those words, Yi Ling Tian fell silent, although his heart had already guessed the general, but when he really learned that the Yi Chen in front of him was really his grandson, for a moment Yi Ling Tian did not know how to face it. Who the hell are you? Why do you know my grandmother's name? Yi Chen looked at Yi Ling Tian and asked with a hint of doubt. At first, he thought that Yi Ling Tian might be his elder brother's descendant, but from the other party's words and the other party's strength, this idea he directly negated. If this person was truly a member of his Yi family, then the other party's seniority was definitely above him. It's his grandfather? Or is it great-grandpa? Since his grandmother only had one son, his father, it was categorically unlikely that it would be his uncle or anything like that. However, Grandma had once told him that his grandfather was an orphan, which meant that Yi Ling Tian would only be his grandfather? Don't you have the answer in your mind? Yi Ling Tian's gaze was a bit complicated and he smiled helplessly. Are you really my grandfather Yi Ling Tian? Yi Chen was shocked to the point that his eyes widened in shock, looking at the man in front of him with a face full of incredulity. Although he had never met his grandfather, his grandmother had been telling stories about his grandfather in his ears since he was a child. Thus, he was familiar with his grandfather's name, Yi Ling Tian. Not bad, I am Yi Ling Tian. Yi Ling Tian walked to Yi Chen's front and slowly raised his hand to pat Yi Chen's shoulder, a trace of guilt in his eyes. I know that in your hearts you are probably blaming me, hating me for why I left your grandmother back then, without saying goodbye. Yi Ling Tian's voice was low and hoarse, filled with endless remorse and self-blame. What happened back then had also been an indelible wound in Yi Ling Tian's heart. Even after so many years had passed, it still seemed as if there was a sharp thorn stuck in his heart, and whenever he thought about it, it made his heart ache and was hard to let go. Chapter 65 Yi City and the mindful Yi Ling Tian. Are you really my grandfather? Leaf Dust's voice trembled a little, and it was clear that there was still some disbelief. After all, a person who had disappeared 10,000 years ago, and everyone thought that he had died, only for this person to suddenly appear 10,000 years later. This matter was a bit hard to accept when placed on anyone. And not only was this person not dead, his strength had reached a terrifying level. Even as a great Luo golden immortal he could not see through it at all. How appalling was this? What? Still don't believe me? A bitter smile spread across the corners of Yi Ling Tian's mouth, and then he directly exerted the power of the bloodline in his body. As Yi Ling Tian's bloodline power manifested, the bloodline in Yi Chuan's body also instantly boiled, and was not at all under Yi Chuan's control, as if he had met a relative he had not seen in years. This scene directly caused Yi Chen to freeze on the spot. Yi Chen's eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. What was happening in front of him was too unbelievable. He originally had doubts about Yi Ling Tian's identity, but now that he saw the bloodline in his body boiling so much, he had to admit this fact. Grandpa, is it really you? Leaf Dust's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. He never imagined that there would be a day like this, when he would be able to see his grandfather, who had died, in person. Yi Ling Tian smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with love. Child, I am your grandfather, Yi Ling Tian. Yi Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings, and for a moment, he did not know what to say. Yi Chen was also dumbfounded as he looked at Yi Ling Tian, a complex light flickering in his eyes. At this moment, he was finally sure that the man standing in front of him was his grandfather, the man once thought to be dead. Everything now was enough to show that what Yi Ling Tian said was true. Does he hate it? You can say you hate it, or you can say you don't. After all, he had never seen his grandfather since he was born, let alone him or his father. Everything about Yi Ling Tian, they only knew from his grandmother Luo Yi's mouth. To say who hated Yi Ling Tian the most, other than his father, there was only his grandmother left. As for himself, there was no talk of hatred towards Yi Ling Tian. Looking at the stagnant Yi Chen, Yi Ling Tian also did not know what to say. For a while it was as if even the air had frozen. After a long time, Yi Ling Genius opened his mouth to break the weird silence. How did your father and your grandmother die? Earlier, when Yi Chuan had the conversation with the underworld ghost, Yi Ling Tian had not yet appeared, so he did not know that Yi Chuan's father had fallen at the hands of the underworld ghost. He had always thought that Yi Chen and the underworld divine hall were enemies purely because of Daxia. After all, the culprit for the invasion of the Great Xia by the 10,000 races could be said to be the underworld divine hall, although there was also someone behind the underworld divine hall. If the underworld divine hall wasn't in charge of this matter in the mortal realm universe, it was estimated that those 10,000 races would at most listen to the call but not the announcement. However, with an underworld divine hall above them pressing down, where would these 10,000 races dare to be like this? If Yi Ling Tian had known that Yi Chen's father had died at the hands of the underworld ghosts, he was afraid that he would have already slapped everyone in the underworld god's palace to death. Where would he still hold on to the mindset of watching the show? After all, it was his own son. When he thought of his son, Yi Ling Tian's heart just ached. He was a failure as a father. Not only had he never met him, he didn't even know his name. If it wasn't for the fact that he had reached the heavenly emperor realm and returned to earth, he wouldn't even know that he had a son. And what an asshole he was. How could he have chosen to leave Yi behind and walk away in the first place? Father, he died at the hands of the underworld ghost 5,000 years ago to save me. Speaking of this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. As for my grandmother, A few decades after the Earth had just recovered its aura, a huge beast tide erupted in Dacia, and my father only managed to save me and my elder brother, while both my grandmother and my mother died in that beast tide. Hearing this, Yiling Tian's heart could no longer remain calm. She actually died in the beast tide? How desperate should she have been at that time? If he had been by her side, would none of this have happened? Or would it have ended differently? Are you saying that your father died at the hands of a Pantheon ghost? That's the one who was the head of the Pantheon temple? Yes. Leaf Dust nodded slowly. No wonder you traveled to the underworld divine hall just after breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. So it's because you wanted to avenge your father's death. I thought you just wanted justice for the Grand Xia. Had I known, I would have just made a move to exterminate the underworld divine hall. Yiling Tian was enlightened. He said how Yi Chen could be so impulsive. So it was because he was blinded by hatred. It seems that there is no need for this underworld divine hall to exist. Yiling Tian murmured. Grandpa, what are you doing? Leaf Dust froze and looked up in shock. Naturally, it's to destroy the underworld divine hall and avenge your father. My son, by the way, what's your father's name? Yiling Tian suddenly remembered that until now he did not know what his son's name was. This can be enough of a failure. In fact, this could not be blamed on Yiling Tian. For so many years Yiling Tian had been a loner, and for a while it was true that he simply could not adapt to his status as a father, as a grandfather as well as an old ancestor. Father, his name is Yi Si Tian. Grandma took it. After Yi Dust finished speaking, he looked at Yiling Tian to say something. Lo Yi took this name, and anyone who knows what it means. Yes, Tian. At those words, Yiling Tian was once again silent, thinking about the sky, thinking about what he means. Yiling Tian suddenly felt his eyes a little moist. Were they tears? Yiling Tian knew that he was crying, heartbroken and crying. Ever since crossing over to the endless universe, he had long forgotten what crying was and what tears were in these millions of years. But this moment, he experienced it again. But the feeling was killing him. Wait for me. I will make sure you come back to me again. For Yiling Tian, it wasn't difficult to resurrect a dead person. It was just that the previous him felt that since 10,000 years of time had already passed, why should he be obsessed with it? In 10,000 years' time, probably didn't even know how many times she had reincarnated, so why should she bother her anymore? But at this moment, Yiling Tian had already made up his mind in his heart that even if he stepped through the long river of time and fate, he would bring back and let her accompany him for a lifetime until eternity. Let's go. I'll take you to destroy the underworld divine hall, and then return to the Grand Xia with me. Then I will bring your father and your grandmother back. At this moment, Yiling Tian was suddenly enlightened. The previous man had been obsessed with the fact that the people of 10,000 years ago had long since changed, and that there was absolutely no need for him to interfere with other people's destinies. But now, Yiling Tian, who had thought about it, had an instantly transparent state of mind. Chapter 66, Revisiting the Underworld Divine Hall. At that moment, Yiling Tian was about to bring Yi Chen to the Underworld Divine Hall once again. Grandpa. Yi Chuan also had a bit of difficulty accepting the name given to Yiling Tian for a moment. Having a grandpa come out of nowhere is a little unnatural on anyone's part. What's wrong? Yiling Tian slightly froze and looked at Yi Chen. I want to avenge my father myself. Yi Duan said slowly. Are you sure? Words. Yiling Tian was quite surprised, but he could understand Yi Chen's thoughts. It was far more important to him to personally kill his enemies with his own hands than it was for someone else to do it. But he's not just anyone else. It was his son that the Pantheon had killed. I'm sure. Leaf Dust nodded solemnly. There is a sleeping immortal king in the underworld divine hall. Do you think you can deal with it? When Yiling Tian appeared in the underworld divine hall, he had already discovered that there was an immortal king sleeping in the depths of the underworld divine hall. But Yiling Tian didn't care about it just yet. Regardless of whether it was an immortal king or a great Luo Golden Immortal, it made no difference to him. Sleeping immortal king? Hearing Yiling Tian's words, Yi Chen was stunned. He didn't know what realm an immortal king belonged to, but since Yiling Tian said so, it was obvious that this immortal king was above the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Is this the realm above the great Luo Golden Immortals? Yi Duan asked in shock. No. Yiling Tian shook his head slightly and said, above a great Luo Golden Immortal is an immortal monarch, and above an immortal monarch is an immortal king. The reason why Yiling Tian knew so clearly was because the cultivation system and level of this universe was the same as the endless universe he was in before, and there was only a little difference in the mortal realm. What? Hearing this, Yi Chen froze. This sleeping immortal king was actually in existence 2 great realms higher than a great Luo Golden Immortal? How could such a strong person exist in the underworld divine hall? Wasn't it said that the strongest person that could be born in this mortal realm universe was a great Luo Golden Immortal? The only way to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal is to travel to that immortal realm. However, this underworld divine hall would actually possess an immortal king in the world, and for a moment Yi Chen was silent. Although he was a genius, a demon, and was able to cross the ranks, however, his current cultivation realm was too low after all, and the gap between him and an immortal king could be said to be worlds apart. What? That's a shock? Seeing Yi Chen's state, Yi Lingtian laughed dumbly. Grandpa, that's an immortal king. Leaf Dust let out a bitter smile. He had gone through a lot of hardships to reach the current Great Luo Golden Immortal, and he had thought that there was hope for revenge, but as a result, now Yi Lingtian even told him that there was even a sleeping immortal king within the underworld divine hall. Although he didn't know exactly how strong an immortal king was, he could imagine how terrifying an immortal king would be just from the two great realms of the High Dala Golden Immortal. It's not just an immortal king, a mole cricket. To Yi Lingtian, no matter if it was a Great Luo Golden Immortal or an immortal king or an immortal emperor, it was no different from a mole cricket. It was just a mole cricket that was a bit stronger than a mortal. Moreover, in this mortal realm universe, this immortal king will not be able to utilize his true strength, or he will be subject to the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao of the mortal realm universe wasn't strong, it wasn't something that a tiny immortal king could touch, or else this immortal king wouldn't have chosen to fall asleep. Choosing to slumber was solely to avoid the perception of the heavenly Tao, king of the immortals. Griffin? Yi Lingtian's words caused Yi Chen to be a bit incredulous. An immortal king powerhouse was an ant in his grandfather's eyes? Is it big talk, or just real confidence? Grandpa, what realm are you? You really in? Yi Duan asked the doubts in his heart. He knew that his grandfather's realm was definitely above the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Previously, he thought that his grandfather was at most one realm higher than a Great Luo Golden Immortal, the immortal monarch that Yi Lingtian was talking about. But now, even immortal kings were not in Yi Lingtian's eyes. Could it be that his grandfather was already above immortal kings? I'm in a realm that you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Yi Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Let's go. First go and exterminate this underworld divine hall, then follow me back to Grand Xia, the heavenly emperor realm. Even if he told Yi Chuan about it, he would not be able to understand it. After all, the gap between the two was too great, as if it was a chasm. Only when Yi Chen reached the realm of the Chaos Realm would he be able to understand what the Heavenly Emperor Realm was. After saying that, Yi Lingtian didn't give Yi Chen another chance to speak and directly disappeared with him. The Temple of the Underworld. What happened today was definitely a strange shame for the Underworld Divine Hall, especially the spectral ghost. At this moment, he could be said to be incomparably angry inside. He himself had actually lost to a kid at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. If it wasn't for the appearance of the four great supreme elders of the Underworld Divine Hall at the end, he would have been decapitated by Yi Chen in 9 out of 10 cases. Damn Yi Chen! The spectral ghost's face was hideous, and the anger in his heart towards Yi Chen was infinitely amplified. Had he known about today's matter, he would not have let Yi Chen survive to this day no matter what back then. It's just a shame that there are no pills for regrets, and time doesn't go backwards. No matter how angry he was right now, he had to admit that at this moment, he could no longer do anything with Yi Chen. Yi Chen was only at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal now, and he himself was already no match for him. What if he waited until Yi Chen was at the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the late stage, or even the peak? At that time, who in the entire Underworld Divine Hall could withstand Yi Chen's sharpness? With Yi Chen's talent, reaching this realm was merely a matter of time, and this time would definitely not be too long. The more he thought about it, the more scornful the spectral ghost's heart became. Could it be that we can only request the old ancestor to make a move? This is something the specter doesn't want to see, because this was the ultimate bottom card of his pantheon. The 8 divine halls of the ancient times all had an immortal king sleeping in them. Their mission is to guard the temple, and when the temple is in danger of being destroyed, they will show up to save the day. Because their realms were far beyond the limits of the mortal realm universe, but whenever they came out into the world they would be targeted by the heavenly Tao. So even if they were immortal kings, they would only have one chance to strike. After that, either the heavenly Tao will backfire and the soul will be dispersed, either return to the immortal realm before the heavenly Tao can react. Therefore, the underworld ghost naturally did not want to waste this only opportunity on Yi Chen. Just as the specter was rambling, a loud voice resounded through the underworld divine hall. Underworld ghost, I, Yi Chuan, am back again, and today you, as well as the underworld divine hall, will surely be destroyed. As the loud cry fell, 2 figures slowly emerged from outside the underworld god's temple. It was none other than Yi Lingtian and Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you seek death. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, the anger within the underworld ghost instantly rose. He didn't expect that this Yi Chen would still dare to come back. How much was he looking down on his underworld divine hall? Does he really think that the underworld god's palace is made of clay? Swish swish swish. At that instant, the underworld ghost as well as the 4 supreme elders of the underworld divine hall appeared one by one and surrounded the two of them. Yi Chen and Yi Ling Tian. Chapter 67, After today, there will be no more underworld divine hall. Kid, I really didn't expect you to dare to come back. One of the supreme elders of the underworld divine hall looked at Yi Chen eerily and said coldly, this person should be the one who secretly rescued you earlier, right? What? Are you thinking that you can destroy my underworld divine hall by bringing a helper over? The few people from the underworld divine hall looked at Yi Ling Tian beside Yi Chen, but realized that they unexpectedly could not see through this person at all. No wonder you dared to come to my underworld divine hall to wreak havoc. So it turns out you have a strong person behind you. There was only one possibility for someone that even they, who were at the peak of the great Luo golden immortals, could not see through, and that was that this person's realm was far above theirs. However, although they were a bit surprised by Yi Ling Tian's strength, they weren't too scrupulous. After all, this was the territory of his underworld divine hall. Yi Chen was just about to say something, but he saw Yi Ling Tian directly waving his hand to stop Yi Chen. A bunch of mole crickets. It's not worth talking nonsense with them. Yi Ling Tian gently shook his head, then lightly spat out a word to the several people from the underworld divine hall. Perish. One word falls. In an instant, the 4 supreme elders of the underworld divine hall as well as the 5 underworld ghosts suddenly changed in color. They only felt an invisible pressure coming towards them, oppressing them so much that they couldn't move at all. Bang, 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 bang. In just an instant, 5 loud explosions resounded through the void in succession, and the bodies of the 5 people directly turned into nothingness in the void, leaving not a trace behind. Yi Chen looked at this scene in shock, a bit unable to believe it. What did he see? In one word, 5 peak de Luo Jingxian immortals are gone like this? Completely gone? What kind of strength does it take to do that? Immortal? Or the immortal king? Yi Chen looked at Yi Ling Tian with a dull gaze, completely losing his ability to think. How strong was this cheap grandfather of his own? It was the only thought that came to his mind. Everyone in the entire underworld divine hall was startled by the successive explosions, and all of them showed up to look in the direction of Yi Ling Tian and the two of them. Is that really Yi Duan? Where are the hall master and the supreme elder? They had all heard Yi Chen's loud shout earlier, but didn't care. This was because they knew that the hall master as well as the supreme elders would definitely take care of this Yi Chen. Just when they come out. Instead, they found that Yi Chen was still standing there unharmed, while their hall master and the supreme elders were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? And what was that explosion just now? The crowd's minds were in reverie. No matter how much they thought about it, they could not have imagined that their hall master as well as the supreme elder had already died and turned into dust in the void. Not showing up yet? Yi Ling Tian whispered, then made a grab in the void. Instantly, the crowd saw a middle-aged man with a panicked expression appear in front of Yi Ling Tian. Senior, spare your life. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he hurriedly just begged for forgiveness to Yi Ling Tian. At this moment, the middle-aged man's heart could be described as fearful to the extreme. He knew about it when Yi Ling Tian and the two of them first appeared. He just didn't take it seriously. Only, when Yi Ling Tian killed 5 peak de Luo golden immortals with a single word. And now he even made himself an immortal king, defenseless with a casual grab. He knew that this person's strength had definitely reached a terrifying level, and that he, an immortal king, couldn't even be considered a mole cricket in front of him. This middle-aged man was naturally the immortal king powerhouse sleeping in the underworld divine hall. What's all this? How could such a strong person appear in the mortal realm universe? Does the heavenly Tao not care? The middle-aged man's heart was incomparably depressed. He, an immortal king, didn't even dare to mess around in the mortal realm universe for fear of attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao. As a result, an even more terrifying figure had now emerged. Even with such fanfare, he couldn't figure out why this person hadn't been targeted by the heavenly Tao. Tendo? Worthy of meddling in this emperor's affairs as well? The corner of Yi Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly. The heavenly Tao of the district mortal realm was worthy to control him? Not to mention the mortal realm heavenly Tao, even the immortal realm heavenly Tao, or even the cosmic great Tao he didn't put in his eyes. The middle-aged man was shocked. This person could even hear his own heart? It's going to be so scary. Even immortal emperors couldn't do it to listen to the heart of an immortal king powerhouse. Who the hell is this guy? And why was it in this mortal universe? Do you know the spectral immortal king? The reason why Yi Ling Tian did not directly kill this middle-aged man was precisely because he wanted to ask something about the underworld immortal king. The two were both immortal kings, and both were also from the underworld divine hall, so it was impossible not to recognize them. Former, senior, little person is the spectral immortal king. The middle-aged man trembled back. He didn't know why Yi Ling Tian would inquire about himself, but he didn't dare to deceive in the face of Yi Ling Tian's inquiry. Joke, facing a figure so terrifying, but if he said a false word, he would probably die without knowing how. So you are the underworld immortal king. Yi Ling Tian was a bit surprised. He really didn't expect this person in front of him to be the immortal king of the underworld. It was really a step in the right direction. Just in time. Tell us why your underworld divine hall wants to deal with great Sia. Xia? The spectral immortal king was a bit confused, and it was clear that for a moment he didn't even remember what this Xia was. Only soon after, the underworld immortal king reacted. Elder, the Xia you mentioned is a country on galactic Earth? Exactly. The underworld immortal king was silent. He didn't expect a character like Yi Ling Tian to be concerned about a country on a small planet. That Xia was completely no different from a mole cricket in his eyes. And if it wasn't for the Emperor's special command, he wouldn't even know about this what Xia was. It seems that you don't know why. Seeing the expression on the spectral immortal king's face, Yi Ling Tian's heart was already clear. Senior is right. Although the order to deal with the Grand Xia came from my mouth, I was only acting on the Emperor's orders. As for why the Emperor wants to deal with this Grand Xia, I am not sure. If Senior wants to know the reason, I'm afraid the only way is to head to the immortal realm and ask the Emperor personally. The underworld immortal king let out a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Don't worry, the immortal realm this emperor will naturally go there." After saying that, Yi Ling Tian turned around with Yi Chen and disappeared in this place. That's gone? Looking at the departing Yi Ling Tian, the spectral immortal king was a bit confused. I didn't expect Yi Ling Tian to let them off the hook so easily. Did Yi Ling Tian really let the underworld divine hall go? Naturally, it's impossible. Just a few breaths after Yi Ling Tian left, the entire underworld divine hall suddenly shook before it collapsed and turned into a ruin. A rain of fire also suddenly rained down above the sky, but anyone from the underworld divine hall who was touched by the rain of fire was instantly burned to ashes without leaving a trace. Even the spectral immortal king, who was an immortal king, couldn't withstand the erosion of this rain of fire, and in just a few breaths of time, he was reduced to nothingness. At the same time, a majestic voice resounded through the mid-heaven astral domain. After today, there will be no more temple of the underworld. Chapter 68 The River of Time. After today, there will be no more underworld divine hall. As this majestic voice resounded through the middle heavenly planet realm, in an instant, the entire middle heavenly planet realm was abuzz. What does that mean? Could it be that someone had wiped out the underworld divine hall? What kind of power the underworld divine hall was? There was no one who didn't know about it as long as they were from the mid-heaven astral domain. This was one of the 8 divine halls that had been passed down since ancient times, and there was no doubt about its strength. In the entire mortal realm universe, who had this ability to overthrow the underworld divine hall? Could it be that several other divine temples had joined forces? For a time, there were all sorts of voices coming out from within the mid-heaven astral domain, some disbelieving and some questioning, but even more, they still sent people directly to the location of the underworld divine hall, wanting to find out what was going on. And when these scouts arrived at the location of the underworld divine hall, they immediately froze, because where is there still any underworld divine hall? The original underworld divine hall's residence has become a complete ruin, without any living beings existing. When these scouts spread the news back within their own forces, without exception, all were shocked. The underworld divine hall was actually destroyed. The entire compound became a piece of rubble. Who or what forces did it? And who has the strength to be able to do so? The southern part of the mid-heaven astral domain, on top of an endless sea of stars, there was an imposing hall suspended in it, and the entire hall was made up of countless star fragments converging together. This place was precisely one of the 8 divine halls of the ancient times, the Star Divine Hall. The Star Divine Hall, majoring in the power of the stars, even possessed a supreme treasure, the Star Atlas. There was a rumor within the Star Divine Hall that, but whoever was able to decipher the mysteries in the Star Atlas would obtain a supreme inheritance and power, and become the master of the Star Atlas. This was also why the Star Divine Hall only recruited disciples who had cultivated the power of the stars. This was because in order to realize the mysteries in the Star Atlas, one must possess the power of the stars. Otherwise, even if an immortal emperor came, it would not help. However, from ancient times until now, no one had ever fully comprehended the Star Atlas. Just who is it that managed to wipe out the underworld divine hall? In the middle of an imposing hall, a middle-aged man was sitting in the center, his brows furrowed. This person was none other than the hall master of the Star Divine Hall, Star Yen. Besides Staritis, there was also a one-armed old man standing. Hall master, should we report to the old ancestor? The one-armed old man asked in a deep voice. Don't bother his old man for now. It's better for me, Star Divine Hall, not to get involved in the matter of the underworld divine hall. Staritis shook his head and said, being able to destroy the underworld divine hall was enough to show that the other party's strength was terrifying, and he, Star Divine Hall, did not want to get involved. Moreover, The underworld divine hall had an underworld immortal king at its helm, and even the underworld immortal king couldn't stop the destruction of the underworld divine hall, and the person who had struck was definitely from the immortal realm. Perhaps it could have been an enemy of the underworld divine hall in the immortal realm who struck. It was better for him, the star divine hall, not to get involved in such matters. Notify down. Anyone from my star divine hall is not allowed to participate in the investigation of the underworld divine hall, and this matter will be treated as if we don't know about it. Staritis instructed the one-armed old man. Yes, Your Highness. The one-armed old man responded respectfully. He could also figure out what was so great about it. The Star Divine Hall's strength was on par with the Underworld Divine Hall, and since the other party was able to destroy the Underworld Divine Hall, it was naturally no big deal to destroy his Star Divine Hall as well. If the matter of investigating the Underworld Divine Hall caused the other party to be hostile towards his Star Divine Hall, then it would be a loss. At the same time, in addition to the Star Divine Hall, the remaining 6 divine halls and the top forces of the central heavenly planet region had also started a meeting and were discussing a lot because of the matter of the Underworld Divine Hall. All of them were unable to remain calm when such a terrifying person or force suddenly appeared in the mid-heaven astral domain. If the other party could destroy the Underworld Divine Hall, they could naturally destroy them easily as well. So how could they be calm? Yiling Tian was naturally unaware of the movements of the major forces in the central heavenly planet region. Of course, he didn't care even if he knew about it, as these people as well as forces wouldn't even be on his mind. At this moment, Yiling Tian was preparing to return to Grand Xia with Yi Chen. Suddenly, Yiling Tian frowned. Grandpa, what's wrong? Seeing Yiling Tian's frown, Yi Chen asked in doubt. It's fine. A bunch of jumped-up clowns have found the coordinates of Earth. Yiling Tian shook his head and smiled, saying faintly, is it the 10,000 clans? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned. All along, the 10,000 races had attacked Earth by teleporting through the void wormhole, which had all sorts of restrictions. This also resulted in the top powerhouses of the 10,000 races not being able to descend to Earth, and all of Great Xia was able to hold out until now. And now that the 10,000 races had actually found the coordinates of the Earth, it meant that the top powerhouses of the 10,000 races could descend on top of the Earth. Facing the top powerhouses of the 10,000 races, how could the strongest of the Great Xia today, who were no more than saints of the martial Tao, possibly resist the attack of the 10,000 races? Grandpa, let's hurry back. Otherwise, Great Xia might not be able to withstand the attack of the 10,000 races. Yi Duan said anxiously. Although Yi Chuan had not returned to Daxia for so many years, his heart of belonging to Daxia was still very heavy. In the past, he didn't choose to go back to Daxia because he was blinded by hatred and he needed to avenge his father's death. And now that the great revenge had been avenged, he naturally wanted to return to Daxia and his hometown as soon as possible. Yiling Tian nodded his head, then made a stroke towards the starry sky, and a spatial rift instantly appeared. You go back to Daxia first, Yiling Tian said to Yi Chen. Grandpa, what about you? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, not expecting Yiling Tian to not be prepared to go back. Me, I'm going to find your grandmother, and your father, Yiling Tian slowly said. This, grandfather, father and grandmother, they are dead. Leaf Dust looked gloomy. I know, I'll resurrect them. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised his head in shock and looked at Yiling Tian with an unbelievable color in his gaze. Is it true? Can be resurrected? Leaf Dust was a bit incredulous. Does Grandpa really have a way to bring back people who have been dead for years? Naturally, as long as they are still in the cycle of reincarnation, I have a way to resurrect them. Well, you go on back. Those 10,000 races that invaded Great Xia, don't be polite and directly exterminate them. After saying that, Yiling Tian directly sent Yi Chen into the spatial rift. As Yi Chen's figure disappeared, the spatial crack slowly closed. Wait for me, Yiling Tian murmured, and then his figure disappeared. When Yiling Tian appeared again, already in a separate space, there was nothing in this space but a huge river that could not be seen at first glance. The long river of time. That's right, this place is the very same time river that represents time. The only way to resurrect EE is to travel to the river of time to find EE's past life and then bring it to the real world. Chapter 69, The Sea Race Army arrives in the galaxy. In the vastness of the boundless universe, the endless stars flickered with faint light, like a bright and splendid painting. And against this beautiful backdrop, an immense and incomparable warship suddenly appeared in the empty starry sky. It was like a ferocious beast, traversing the starry sky at an astonishing speed, as if it was about to tear through space. This warship was filled with all sorts of strange creatures that were either clad in hard scales, had wings, or were as large as mountain peaks. These were powerful men from different races, called together to prepare for their journey to the galaxy. Although the leaders of this trip to the Milky Way were the Lin clan as well as the Sea clan, there were also some other clans that were summoned by the Sea clan to come along. In the middle of the warship, a special group of characters were gathered. They were representatives of various clans, including the third elder of the Lin clan, the shadow of the Sea clan, and some other powerful existences. At this moment, they were gazing at the starry sky outside the warship, their hearts filled with anticipation. Is this the galaxy? The third elder muttered, excitement flashing in his eyes. Third elder, where are the people from your Lin clan? Shadow suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharply fixed on the third elder, a hint of skepticism in his tone. The reason they were able to learn the coordinates of Daxia was completely dependent on the information provided by the Lin clan's Lin diagram. Therefore, Shadow was extraordinarily concerned about the movements of the Lin clan. The third elder smiled faintly, appearing to have a plan. It should be waiting for us not far ahead. Before arriving at the Milky Way, he had already made contact with Lin 2 and learned the general location. According to Lin 2, he was waiting for the crowd ahead. The warship continued to advance, and after about 10 minutes, the starry sky ahead suddenly became bright. The crowd looked towards the bow of the ship, only to see a figure gradually appear. It was the Lin clan's Lin 2, who was dressed in magnificent golden battle armor and holding a long spear that shone with a cold light, just like a war god descending. Greetings to the third elder. Greetings to the Sea Race seniors. After Lin 2 boarded the warship, he immediately bowed to the third elder and Shadow in a sign of respect. His eyes were firm and confident, revealing a powerful aura. The third elder smiled and nodded, satisfied with Lin 2's performance. Very well, Lin 2, you have done well. Next, let's head to Daxia. I hope everything goes well. Lin 2 responded respectfully. Please rest assured, third elder, I am fully prepared, and I will definitely not fail everyone's expectations. His gaze swept over the crowd as if he was looking for something. Eventually, his eyes rested on a corner of the warship, where a young man sat with a faint pressure emanating from his body. The young man was none other than Zhao Yun, only that he was disguised as a sea race, and none of the people present had noticed it. While Lin 2 looked at Zhao Yun because he felt that the aura of this man was a bit familiar, only that he couldn't recall it for a moment. No need to be polite. Lead the way to Earth, the shadow said faintly. Yes. Afterward, under Lin 2's command, the warship traveled directly towards where Earth was. At this moment, Zhao Yun in the corner slowly retreated and found a few people from Guanyu. Zilong, where have you been? Seeing Zhao Yun, Guanyu directly opened his mouth and asked, Yun Chang, do you know what the Sea clan and their purpose is? Zhao Yun looked at Guanyu's several people with a grave face and said in a deep voice, what is it? They were also curious about the purpose of the Sea clan, but their cultivation was too weak for the Sea clan's top brass to reach their core. Naturally, they couldn't know the purpose of the Sea race and the others this time. Now we are in the middle of the galaxy. Zhao Yun whispered, Galaxy? How is that possible? At those words, the faces of Guanyu's few people changed drastically. How did it end up in the Milky Way? Could it be that the Sea clan and their purpose is Daxia? Thinking of this, several people's hearts were filled with worry. If the Sea clan and their purpose was really Daxia, then how should Daxia survive this calamity? Nowadays, the pinnacle of martial arts in Grand Xia was merely a martial saint, and there wasn't even a single martial saint king, so how could it withstand the armies of the Sea race and the others? During the past few days on the warship, although they weren't sure what level the strongest of the Sea race and the Lin race were at, the martial Dao saint kings as well as martial Dao great emperors among them were nothing more than a bunch of petty soldiers. Based on that alone they could imagine what kind of existence the peak powerhouses of the Sea race were. What now? Zhang Fei's few people asked with anxious expressions. If they really let the Sea race army descend on Daxia, then Daxia would really be in danger this time. One can only take one step at a time, Guanyu said with a grave expression on his face. The situation today is that there is nothing they can do about it. They were only at the realm of martial Dao saints, and at most they could only dealing with martial Dao saint kings. And how would they be the opponents of those few existences above martial Dao great emperors when they couldn't even deal with martial Dao great emperors? If we want Great Xia to pass through this wave of crisis peacefully, it seems that we can only hope that Mother Earth will step in. They were not sure how strong the Mother Earth was, but it was definitely very strong. And if the Mother Earth made a move, these people from the Sea race would definitely be no match. Will Mother Earth make a move? They don't know because no one has ever seen Mother Earth strike since the beginning of time. Even in the ancient times when the 10,000 races invaded, it was they themselves who fought to the death to defend themselves, and Mother Earth had never stepped in. In fact, what none of them knew was that Mother Earth had already struck long ago, only it wasn't against the 10,000 races, but the Void Wormhole. If Mother Earth hadn't suppressed the Void Wormhole, the powerhouses coming from the 10,000 races wouldn't have been restricted. Because of this, the already severely injured Mother Earth fell directly into a deep sleep after suppressing the Void Wormhole. If it wasn't for Yiling Tian's unintentional action that woke up the Mother Earth last time, the Mother Earth would still be in a deep sleep at this moment. Daxia, Since the threat of the 10,000 clans and the foreign beasts had disappeared, the people of the Great Sia had finally welcomed their long-lost freedom. Once upon a time, even though the 10,000 races had failed to break through the Great Sia's defenses, invasions of foreign beasts had occurred from time to time, and fear had gripped the entire country. People live under the shadow of death at all times, and the sharp claws of the Fae could take their lives at any time. At that time, the Sia seemed to be calm, but in reality, it was surging with dark currents, and every moment there were lives dying under the fangs of foreign beasts. However, all of this became a thing of the past when the Great Sia completely overthrew the 10,000 races and the foreign beasts with a thunderous force. Today's Dacia was full of vitality and vigor, and people no longer needed to be constantly on guard against the attacks of foreign beasts, and could enjoy the beauty of life with peace of mind. The streets in the city were bustling with activity, and the fields in the countryside were lush and green, a scene of prosperity. Chapter 70, The Danger of Dacia. Just then, a brilliant light shone throughout the land, and a warship suddenly emerged, suspended above the void. The warship presented a mysterious and ancient aura throughout, its hull glittering with golden runes and strange light, like a divine ship from the ancient times. Its appearance was as dazzling as the sun, making the surrounding space seem to become distorted. For a moment, all the subjects within the Great Sia territory looked up in shock and horror at the floating warship. What's this? A spaceship? Could it be that the 10,000 races have come down again? Panicked voices were resounding all over Dacia, and countless of Dacia's people were in a state of panic, because this warship was really too big. The entire sky was covered by the warship. The oppressive feeling brought by the vision caused everyone to be terrified, and the originally clear sky was instantly turned dark. What is this? Could it be a spacecraft of the 10,000 races? What do we do? People began to flee in panic, trying to find a safe place to hide. The streets of the city were in a state of chaos, with vehicles clogged and crowds of people. Run away! Someone screamed. Everyone, don't panic! A Heavenly King realm martial artist shouted loudly, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the cacophony. At the same time, the military acted quickly. They activated their emergency plans, organized the evacuation of people and prepared for a possible crisis. What the hell is going on here? Is it really true that the 10,000 races have invaded Earth again? How should we respond? People are talking, worried and fearful about the future. At this tense time, everyone expects the state to provide answers and take measures to protect the safety of its people. Dacia, Kyoto, Big Brother, what is this? Several elders from the Elders' Council hurriedly came to where Grand Elder Sun Hongxian was and opened their mouths to ask. You ask me, who do I ask? Sun Hongxian said helplessly with some blank stares. How could they, who had never traveled outside of Earth, have ever seen something like a starship? It was a killing machine of war, and the firepower carried by a single Tier 1 warship was enough to easily wipe out a low-level planet like Earth. The reason why a tertiary warship would be utilized was solely because the speed of a tertiary warship could reach Earth faster. Look, someone's coming out. Just then, one of the elders suddenly shouted. Sun Hongxian and the others hurriedly looked up at the words, only to see that the huge warship suddenly opened a hatch, followed by a large number of figures stepping out from it and just hovering in the void. In just a moment's time, as many as tens of thousands of people had converged in the void. Si clan, Lin clan. When Sun Hongxuan's few people saw this group of people, they were instantly in shock. This was because this group of people, regardless of their size or appearance, were exactly the same as the Si race and the Lin race that had been exterminated by them. Surprisingly, it's the Si clan and the Lin clan. Sun Hongxuan's face was hard to see. He knew what the appearance of these people meant. Their arrival must be for revenge. Thinking of this, Sun Hongxian couldn't help but feel a wave of uneasiness welling up in his heart. Because of the strength of these people, it turned out that all of them were martial Dao saints, and the vast majority of them couldn't even see through their realms, which meant that they were at least as strong as martial Dao saints or above. It's over. It's completely over. How should we resist such a powerful enemy? Whether it was Sun Hongxian, a few other elders, or even the martial arts saints who were in various parts of the Great Sia at the moment, a look of despair appeared on their faces. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that they could not see any hope of victory. If I had known that wiping out those 10,000 races would attract such a terrifying enemy, I should have left them behind in the first place. At this time, Sun Hongxian began to regret his decision, regretting why he insisted on wiping out those 10,000 races in the first place. So what that Lin Shan said was true. My Great Sia's coordinates were actually discovered by the Lin clan. At this time, Sun Hongxian also recalled the words spoken by the Lin clan Lin Shan, which was not taken seriously at that time, but was not expected to be true. He sighed in his heart. If he hadn't been so impulsive in the first place, perhaps the situation would be different today. However, it was too late for regrets. In the face of the powerful enemy in front of them, they had to find a way to deal with it, or else Dacia would face an unprecedented crisis. But can they really cope with it alone? Dacia, has finally arrived. In the void, the Shadow and the Lin clan's third elder looked downward at Daxia, their eyes flickering with a deep chill. Full of fury, this coldness instantly enveloped the entire Grand Sia through the void, causing people to shudder. Humph! This group of mole crickets dared to exterminate the branches of our Sea clan and Lin clan here. So today, we'll let them know what fear is, the third elder of the Lin clan said coldly. His words were filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to turn everyone in Sia into the dead souls under his sword. Daxia, are you ready to die? A soft shout came out from the Shadow's mouth, instantly spreading throughout the entire Daxia. The voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Sun Hongxuan's figure moved and instantly swept towards the void above. Big brother. Seeing this, a group of elders hurriedly shouted in worry. Sea clan, Lin clan, what do you want? Sun Hongxian came to the front of the army and questioned loudly to Shadow and the others. Do what? At that, the Shadow sneered. Did you ever think of today when you Great Sia exterminated my branch of the Sea race? And my Lin clan? When you, Sia, wiped out my branch of the Lin clan, you were already doomed. The third elder of the Lin clan also stood out and said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Sun Hongxuan's face became unsightly, but this situation today he really didn't expect, because this had never happened in 10,000 years. The 10,000 races had not come across the star realm other than descending from the void wormhole. Naturally, Sun Hongxian didn't think that his luck would be so bad that this kind of situation would make him encounter it. It seems that you have not thought about this situation. Then today, let me show you what happens when you offend my Sea clan. The words fell. The Shadow made a steep, casual wave of his hand at a city below. Instantly, a huge palm print emerged above the void, carrying a terrifying might toward the city below to suppress it. No! Sun Hongxian roared loudly. He knew that if this attack fell, then the entire city would be reduced to rubble, and all the people within the city would die. However, the Shadow completely ignored Sun Hongxuan's angry roar. Just as the giant palm was about to fall, boom! A sword light suddenly appeared and directly shattered the giant palm. In the meantime, a cold voice also spread across the void. Want to destroy my Sia? Just you guys. You deserve it? Chapter 71 Yi Chen makes a move. Trying to destroy Daxia? Just you guys. You deserve it? Along with these icy words, the void in front of the crowd suddenly cracked open a huge gap, followed by a man's figure spanning out from it. The man was dressed in a green-colored tunic, holding a dragon sword that shone with a cold light in his hand, his face cold and resolute. This person was Yi Chen. You are the ones who want to overthrow my Grand Sia? After Yi Chen's figure appeared, his eyes coldly scanned the crowd of the Sea race and the Lin race as if they were just a bunch of insignificant ants. What are you? The Shadow's gaze became heavy as he stared tightly at Yi Chen and asked in a low tone. He was greatly shocked by the way Yi Duan made his entrance. Surprisingly, he was able to emerge from a space rift. As a strong person of the heavenly immortal realm, he knew what this meant. To be able to freely travel through spatial cracks, its true strength was by no means something he could contend with. Not to mention him, even the Sea clan's patriarch, or even their old ancestor, couldn't manage to move through the spatial rift with such ease. One must know that his Sea clan's old ancestor was a true immortal powerhouse. That was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Star region's cultivation world. Stomping his foot could make the entire world tremble. But now, this mysterious person had easily done what even the old ancestor was unable to do. Then, just how powerful was this person? Daxia, Yi Duan. When Yi Chen reported his name, a terrifying aura surged like a tsunami, instantly filling the void and enveloping the crowd of the Sea clan and Lin clan tightly. Under the pressure of Yi Chuan's aura that was like a titan pressing down on an egg, the faces of Shadow and the others instantly turned as white as paper, and their eyes were filled with horror. Their hearts were filled with endless fear, as if they were in an endless abyss of darkness. It's too strong. This person made them feel powerless against him simply by virtue of his own aura. This gap was like the difference between heaven and earth, causing their hearts to despair. How can it be so strong? Shadow's heart let out a silent roar. Originally he thought that coming to Daxia this time was just an easy mission. With his strength it was enough to easily solve Daxia's problems. However, it was only at this moment that he realized how naive and ridiculous his thoughts were. At the critical moment, Daxia unexpectedly appeared such a terrifyingly strong person, whose power was beyond imagination. Even if all the strongest of the Sea clan were to attack together, I'm afraid it would be difficult to withstand this person's strike. What to do? Under the pressure of Yi Chen's aura, the third elder of the Lin clan's face turned pale. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down on his forehead. His lips trembled slightly, and even his speech was already a bit sloppy. What to do? You ask me. Who do I ask? Shadow blankly glanced at the third elder of the Lin clan with a bitter expression, helpless inside. If he knew what to do, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Leaf dust? When did my great Sia possess such a strong person? At this moment, Sun Hongxian as well as a group of elders from the Elders Council were all looking at each other. It was because this person, Yi Chen, they simply did not recognize and had never seen before. However, from Yi Chen's words, they at least knew that this person was from their great Sia, and the original worries in their hearts instantly relaxed. Although they didn't know what realm Yi Chen was in and what kind of strength he possessed, they could guess a thing or two just by looking at the expressions of the sea race and the others. Yi Chen's strength was far stronger than these 10,000 races. Yi Duan, surname Yi? When the crowd heard this name, a puzzled look appeared on their faces as they speculated on the identity of this mysterious figure. This can't be some old ancestor of the Yi family, right? At this moment, Wang Ming, the third elder of the Council of Elders, suddenly opened his mouth, his tone tinged with a few moments of surprise and doubt. The Yi family's oldest ancestor? When Sun Hongxian and the others heard this, their faces became a little dull, and a wave of disbelief surged in their hearts. They didn't expect that the Yi family would still be hiding such a powerful old ancestor in existence. But why had I never heard of it before? That's right, Wang Ming nodded and then explained. Big brother, do you remember? Yi Xiaode of the Yi family was only at the cultivation level of the Grand Master realm before, but he suddenly rose to the level of a Zunshi realm powerhouse in a short period of time, without the assistance of a secret powerhouse. Who could have done that? Wang Ming's voice was low and powerful, causing the people present to fall into deep thought. As Wang Ming's words fell, the atmosphere of the scene became more and more gloomy, and the gazes of the crowd gradually converged together. They began to realize that perhaps it was really as Wang Ming had said, there was an unknown power hidden behind the Yi family, and this green-shirted man named Yi Chen was most likely the Yi clan's old ancestor. Thinking about this, Wang Ming himself became more and more convinced of this speculation. After all, how could a martial artist who was originally only at the Grand Master realm be able to make such a huge leap in just a short period of time, even breaking through to the level of a martial saint? There is bound to be an unknown secret and enabler. Moreover, he remembered that the Yi family members had said that Yi Xiaoyu of the Yi family had been taken away by a mysterious strong man. Obviously, it now appeared that the mysterious person was the green-shirted man in front of him, Yi Chen. Regardless of whether or not this person is the Yi clan's oldest ancestor, at least he's a member of my daxia, and that's enough. Sun Hongxian suddenly smiled. What Big Brother said. The rest of the few people saw this and also revealed smiles. Indeed, they didn't really care if Yi Chen was the Yi family's ancestor or not, as long as he was a member of his daxia. That was enough. With such a strong person sitting in Great Xia, they would like to see what else this 10,000 races would take to destroy Great Xia. This senior, this time it is us who have been abrupt. We will take our leave now, and we ask that you please be honorable. The shadow suddenly bowed to Yi Chen, and the words he uttered caused the Xi clan and Lin clan crowd to freeze. However, they soon reacted to the situation at this moment. If they didn't give in, they were afraid that all of them would be buried under Yi Chen's sword. It's just that they were thinking too naively. Having already led a large army to invade into the Grand Xia, did they really think that Yi Chen would let them go? The people of the 10,000 clans are not worthy of death. Yi Chuan spoke coldly, and the sword in his hand slowly fell. There was no fancy sword technique, just a very ordinary sword. However, it was this sword that was swung out, and a terrifying sword she instantly swept through all the 10,000 races. Ah, don't, elder, spare my life. In an instant, tens of thousands of people of the 10,000 races all died miserably under Yi Chuan's sword chi, and no matter how much they screamed and begged for mercy, Yi Chuan didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. As long as one was a member of the Great Xia, there was no one who didn't hate the 10,000 clans, let alone Yi Chen. His parents, as well as his grandmother, had all died tragically under the 10,000 clans. Chapter 72 Big Brother. I'm back, elder, have mercy, one of our own. Just then, several shouts suddenly came from the 10,000 clans. Yi Chen turned his head to look and was stunned. These people were no one else but the 5 people hidden in the Xi clan, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong and Ma Chao. Originally, they were all prepared to show up and join Sun Hongxian and the others to fight against the Xi clan and the Lin clan. Although they knew that they were not rivals, they could by no means stand by and watch the Great Xia perish. However, to everyone's surprise, just as the shadow was about to make a move against daxia, Yi Chen appeared like a divine warrior. What was even more shocking was that the strength Yi Chen displayed was extremely terrifying, using only one person and one sword to beat the armies of the Xi race and the Lin race, killing and injuring countless people in a short period of time. At this moment, Guan Yu and the others could no longer sit still and spoke out to identify themselves. If they didn't speak out again, I'm afraid that they would also be mistaken by Yi Chuan for the Xi race and be brutally killed. And that would really be stealing a chicken. You are human? When Yi Chuan saw Guan Yu and the others, he also instantly saw through their disguises. How could the disguise of a mere martial saint escape the eyes of a great Luo golden immortal? Yi Chen saw through their true identities with a single glance. As a matter of fact, Not only great Luo golden immortals, but even celestial immortals could easily recognize the disguises of Guan Yu's several people if they paid a little attention. However, being in the territory of the Sea clan, who could have expected that there would be people hiding among them? Thus, even the shadows failed to detect their disguise. Elder, we are not only the human race, but also the great Sia people. Guan Yu took a step forward and bowed to Yi Chen with a respectful tone. Great Sia people? Hearing this word, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel very surprised. He had originally thought that these people were merely of the human race, but he had never imagined that they actually came from the great Sia. In this mortal realm universe, the human race did not exist only on Earth. Yi Dust had lived among the stars for thousands of years, and had seen many different human races during that time. However, these people are not as united among themselves as one might think, but rather they go their own way. Some of them belong to ancient clans, while others were loyal to other forces such as the 10,000 ancient imperial dynasty. If the human race could unite as one, where would there be anything left for the 10,000 races? One must know that among the 8 great divine halls of the ancient times, one of them was the human divine hall that belonged to the human race. How did you get mixed up in the Sea Nation's army? Yi Duan frowned and asked with a face full of suspicion. This is a long story. Guan Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head, not knowing where to begin for a moment. In fact, it was purely by coincidence that they had unintentionally trespassed into the territory of the Sea Nation, and had subsequently been summoned into the Sea Nation's army. In that case, don't say anything. Yi Duan waved his hand, not interested in what happened to a few people. After all, it was really difficult to draw his attention to these few martial saints. Hearing this, Guan Yu and the others froze, a blank expression on their faces. Okay, it seems that this senior didn't put them in his eyes at all, but when you think about it, it's no wonder people don't take them seriously. After all, with the other party's strength and position, they did seem insignificant. In today's day and age, everything has changed drastically. Thinking back to that year, although they were not considered to exist at the peak of the martial arts, they were at least considered to be a strong party. But now, they find that they have long been unable to keep pace with the times and have become more and more backward. No, you can't kill us, or else my Wan clan will never let you go. Now that your great Xia's coordinates have been exposed, we are nothing more than pawns. Kill us and there will be a steady stream of 10,000 races coming to destroy your great Xia. At that moment, the Sea clan's shadow and the Lin clan's third elder suddenly roared loudly. It drew the gazes of Yi Duan and the others over. At this moment, the 10,000 races had basically all died out under Yi Chen's sword chi, leaving only a handful of heavenly immortal realms still struggling to hold on. A bunch of mole crickets. Yi Chen's voice was cold and merciless, filled with scorn and disdain. His tall figure stood in the void like an invincible god of war, exuding a powerful aura. Feel free to come, I'll kill as many as come. His eyes were cold, as if he was challenging the entire universe. His words were filled with confidence, allowing people to feel his unrivaled strength and determination. I would like to see if you people of the 10,000 races are truly fearless of death. Yi Chuan's voice resounded through the void like a thunderclap, causing people to be fearful. His gaze swept over the people of the 10,000 races around him, a determined light flashing in his eyes. After saying that, Yi Chen didn't give the several people another chance to speak as he flashed like a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the several heavenly immortal realm powerhouses. His speed was so fast that no one could catch his figure. When Yi Chen appeared in front of them, they didn't even have time to react. With a gentle wave of Yi Chen's palm, a powerful force surged out, instantly enveloping those few heavenly immortal realm powerhouses. A few mournful screams rang out, and the bodies of those several heavenly immortal realm powerhouses instantly shattered under Yi Chen's attack, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Their souls also completely dissipated under Yi Chen's powerful force and ceased to exist. A tertiary warship? That's a good thing, very suitable for the current Daxia. After all the people of the 10,000 races were settled, Yi Chuan then raised his head to look at the tertiary level warship suspended in the sky above. This warship was pitch black and exuded a mysterious aura, as if it came from the ancient times. Yi Duan's heart stirred. He knew that although the level 3 warship was not the top of the line, it was a priceless treasure for the current Daxia. With this warship, the people of Grand Xia would be able to step into the starry sky and explore a wider world. Yi Chen took a step onto the warship and felt its powerful functions and advanced technology. He secretly decided in his heart that he must make good use of this warship to lay a solid foundation for the future development of Grand Xia. After returning to Daxia this time, Yi Chen had decided that he would not leave again, at least not before Daxia was strong. After all, this is where he was born and raised. His home is here. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's gaze also instantly softened as he looked into the distance, where he sensed the power of the same bloodline as his. The Yi family, a descendant of his older brother. Big brother, I'm back. And where are you at this moment? To say that the only person Yi Chen was holding on to right now was his big brother. After all, His older brother was the closest thing he had to a human being these days. Just, after all these years, is Big Brother still alive? He doesn't know, because when he left, his elder brother was just a small Zhongshu martial artist, and after so many years had passed, if his elder brother's strength hadn't increased tremendously, it would be difficult for him to survive until now. It would be a good idea to ask Grandpa about it when he comes back, Yi Duan thought in his heart. Yi Ling Tian's image in his heart at the moment was incomparably high. Even his dead grandmother and father-grandfather said that he could be resurrected, so finding his big brother shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 73 EMO. Former seniors. At this time, Sun Hongxuan's few people also trembled and came to Yi Chen's front. Their bodies trembled with expressions of awe and fear on their faces. It wasn't that they were afraid, but it was because the powerful force Yi Chen had displayed had struck fear into their hearts. With just one person and one sword, they easily disposed of those 10,000 races whose strength far exceeded theirs, and this kind of terrifying strength was beyond their imagination. Even though they knew that Yi Chen was a Daxia native and would surely not pose a threat to them, yet when a person was so powerful that they could not comprehend it, even their own people would tremble with fear. You are the Yi family's old ancestor? Sun Hongxian asked with a trembling voice. The Yi family's old man? Hearing Sun Hongxuan's words, Yi Chen was slightly silent and seemed to be in deep thought. Sort of. After a moment of silence, Yi Duan finally replied. Although the Yi family here was not his direct descendant, it was a descendant of his elder brother, so he could indeed be considered the Yi family's oldest ancestor. Upon hearing Yi Chen's reply, a wave of shock surged in the hearts of Sun Hongxian and the others, even though they had already guessed the answer. Hearing Yi Chen admit it in person still made them feel immensely surprised. The Yi family's old ancestor was surprisingly so powerful. This exceeded their expectations and gave them a deeper understanding of the Yi family's depth. With this old ancestor in the Yi family, who would dare to belittle the Yi family? Even the 10,000 tribes are estimated to be unafraid. This worship is a good thing. You guys have someone go and receive it. It will be of great help to the future development of Daxia, Yi Chen said to Sun Hongxian. Although he didn't recognize Sun Hongxian and was returning to Daxia for the first time in 5,000 years, he also knew that these people in front of him must all be the top echelons of the Daxia kingdom. They were definitely still needed if they wanted Daxia to grow. After saying this, Yi Chen also turned around and disappeared. As for how Sun Hongxian and the others handled the warships and whether they would use them or not, it was not something he should be concerned about. All he wanted to do now was to return to the Yi family and see his elder brother's offspring. Tianhai City. The Yi family. Yi Chen's figure slowly emerged. Surprisingly, a martial saint exists. It seems like the Yi family is doing quite well in Daxia. When Yi Chuan descended into the Yi family, the first thing he sensed was the aura of a martial Dao saint, which was none other than Yi Xiuda. However, the realms of the others are a bit weak. Surprisingly, they only have the cultivation of a grandmaster sovereign. Yi Duan didn't know that the only one martial saint in the Yi family, Yi Xiuda, was still forcibly elevated up by Yi Ling Tian, and that the previous Yi family was nothing more than a second-rate family in Tianhai City, not to mention the whole of Daxia. But now, when the Yi family said that it was the number one top family in Daxia, absolutely no one dared to object. As Yi Chuan entered the Yi family hall, he was quickly spotted by the underlings, and right away, someone went to report Yi Wudao, the head of the Yi family. Your Excellency? Yi Wudao quickly walked into the hall and his sight quickly locked onto the figure that had its back to him. My name is Yi Duan. Yi Chen slowly turned his head, a faint smile on his face as he gazed calmly at Yi Wudao. Leaf dust? This name was somewhat unfamiliar to Yi Wudao, but he did not care. After all, the world was so big that people with the same name were common. However, when he noticed that the other party was also surnamed Yi, he couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity. On this vast continent, there were many people with the same surname, so Yi Wudao did not connect this person with his family. At this time, Yi Chen had already left the family for nearly 10,000 years, and Yi Wudao had no knowledge of this. I don't know what brother Yi came to my Yi family for. Yi Wudao carefully sized up the young man in front of him and realized that his face was unusually young and seemed to be a few years younger than himself. Thus, he addressed him as a brother. Brother Yi? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly as he let out a soft laugh. Ha! Yi Wudao frowned, secretly wondering in his heart, why was this person showing such a weird smile? Could it be that he had said something wrong? But again, he really couldn't find the reason, so he could only continue to observe the other person's reaction. What's wrong? Yi Wudao asked. Do you know Yemo? Yema? Don't recognize it. Yi Wudao shook his head. It seems the times are indeed too long ago, so long that you have even forgotten your own ancestors. Hearing Yi Wudao's words, Yi Chen sighed slightly, because Yemo was none other than his big brother, the Yi family's oldest ancestor. What exactly does your excellency mean? Yi Wudao said in a cold voice. Yi Chen's words made him feel that this person was too rude. How do you know about Yi-mo? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Yi Shioda's figure then appeared in the middle of the hall. A stranger suddenly appeared in the Yi family. As the strongest person in the Yi family, Yi Shioda definitely had to show up to take a look. Yi Shioda stared at Yi Chen, his heart filled with shock, because he knew who Yi-mo was. As the person with the highest status in the Yi family nowadays, just because Yi Wudao and the others didn't know, it didn't mean that he didn't know. Yi-mo was none other than the originator of his Yi family. Without Yi-mo there would be no existence for them. He was very curious as to why this green-shirted man knew about Yi-mo. His own ancestor Yi-mo's era was almost 10,000 years away from today, because Yi-mo was my big brother. Yi Chen looked at Yi Shioda, who appeared, and slowly said, he knew that this person, as the strongest person in the Yi family, must know who Yi-mo was. Your big brother? How could it be? At those words, Yi Shioda instantly glared with his eyes rounded. Yi-mo was the originator of his Yi family, even more so 10,000 years ago. How could he be this person's older brother? If it was true, then wouldn't this person in front of him be his Yi family's old ancestor? An old immortal who has lived for 10,000 years? For the Yi family patriarch, Yi Shioda also only knew the other party's name. As for whether Yi-mo had any siblings or not, it was him who didn't know. After all, the years were too long ago. What? Don't believe it? Yi Duan naturally knew that Yi Shioda was hard to believe. After all, this was indeed a bit too unbelievable for them. At that moment, Yi Chen didn't have any nonsense and directly exerted his bloodline power. At that moment, a huge bloodline power filled the hall of the Yi family. Although the aura was horrible, but the Yi family people did not feel the slightest pressure. They only felt incomparable kindness. This, you really are the younger brother of my Yi family's originator Yi-mo? My Yi family's oldest ancestor? Yi Shioda asked in shock. If he didn't believe it 100 times before, but after feeling Yi Chen's bloodline power so kindly, it was he who had to believe it. Lies could be punctured, but the power of the same bloodline could never be faked. As in fake, Leaf Dust laughed. Yi Shioda, a disciple of the Yi family, greets the old ancestor. At that moment, without any hesitation, Yi Shioda looked excited as he respectfully saluted towards Yi Chen. Yi Wudao, the current head of the Yi family, meet the old ancestor. When Yi Wudao, who was on the side, saw this scene, how could he not know what was going on? And at that moment, he also saluted along with Yi Shioda. He now felt embarrassed beyond words when he thought about how he had addressed Yi Chen before. Surprisingly, he was referring to his own old ancestor as a brother. So it was no wonder that the old ancestor had shown that kind of smile just now. Chapter 74, Hell. Yama? In the meantime, just as Yi Chen returned to the Yi family to recognize Yi Shioda and the others, Yiling Tian was searching for Luo Yi's past life in the River of Time. Here, it's the Earth of 10,000 years ago. After a long time, Yiling stopped his steps and gazed ahead. There, a rushing river of time was displayed in front of him, and this river was exactly where the Earth from 10,000 years ago was located. With just one step, he would be able to cross the long river of time and return to the Earth of 10,000 years ago. Yiling Tian took a step without hesitation and his figure instantly disappeared from the river of time. Earth, Da Xia, September 14, 2124. At this very moment, Da Xia was facing an invasion of foreign beasts. These foreign beasts are fierce and brutal, wreaking havoc on the cities and villages. Humans live in fear and are unable to defend themselves against these powerful enemies. Due to the fact that only 100 years had passed since the aura recovery, Da Xia had yet to cultivate true martial artists, and the strongest martial artists were only at the true martial realm today. The true martial realm, which was only the third realm of martial arts, and there weren't many of them. How could they deal with this huge number of foreign beasts? As a result, fighting against these alien beasts had become an almost impossible task, and one could only rely on some simple hot weapons to barely resist. But this was only a stopgap measure. In the long run, mankind will eventually come to an end. River City. As a small third-tier city in Daxia, Zhangcheng didn't have many defenders, with merely tens of thousands of soldiers stationed here. Originally calm Zhangcheng, at a certain moment but suddenly appeared a large number of beasts attack. Just in an instant Zhangcheng's city gate was disintegrated. A large number of soldiers died tragically in the mouth of the beasts. At this point, a figure slowly appeared in the void and just silently watched what happened to Zhangcheng. This person was naturally Yiling Tian, who had come from the River of Time. As for why Yiling Tian had appeared in Zhangcheng, it was naturally because Luo Yi and her family were currently in this Zhangcheng. Soon, Yiling Tian saw a pale woman with a head full of white hair, and 3 men and a woman followed by her side. The 5 of them ran furiously all the way towards the center of the Zhang city, hoping to escape the attack of the foreign beasts. Nowadays Luo Yi is already more than 100 years old. According to the normal lifespan of human beings naturally cannot live until now. but since the recovery of spiritual chi, even the lifespan of ordinary people have greatly increased. Living to 100 years old is not a problem at all. As for Luo Yi, they all have practiced martial arts, although the realm is not high but also reached the innate realm. So although Luo Yi looks old, but if there are no accidents at least can still live for decades. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling Tian's heart jerked hard, and a heartbreaking pain instantly struck him, because this pale woman with white hair was none other than his first love, Luo Yi. As for the 3 men and 1 woman following Luo Yi, there was no need to say that Yi Ling Tian knew who they were. One of the men whose age appeared to be around 30 years old was none other than his son, Yi Sidian. Don't look at Yi Sitian's young age, but in fact, the current Yi Sidian was almost 100 years old. The other 2 children who were no more than 6 or 7 years old were his grandson, Yi Duan, as well as Yi Duan's elder brother, Yi Mo. Because the young Yi Sidian had been focusing on martial arts, and now his cultivation was in the true martial realm, and he had not been a family man until recently, so the 2 current Yi Duan brothers were still children. The other woman was obviously Yi Sitian's wife, the mother of Yi Chen's 2 brothers, Su Qing'er. Mom, Qing'er. Just then, Yi Sitian suddenly shouted out anxiously, because Luo Yi 2 people because running too fast, and inattention was directly hit by a foreign beast. That is, in this instant of effort, a lion-headed and human body of foreign beasts violently pounced, directly stomped the 2 people under their feet. Without the slightest hesitation, this foreign beast directly slapped Luo Yi's 2 people to death, and then threw them into its mouth and gnawed on them with incomparable cruelty. Mom, Grandma, the 2 of them, Yi Duan, also cried out loudly. Having witnessed this firsthand, one can only imagine the impact and damage done to the hearts of these 2 children, but they are not able to do anything. The foreign beasts are a group of inhuman people. Go! Although Yi Sitian's heart was overwhelmed with grief, he could only choose to take his 2 sons with him to escape once again. A tear suddenly slipped from the corner of Yi Ling Tian's eye. He didn't expect to die such a miserable death. These foreign beasts were really inhumane. Although Yi Ling Tian wanted to step in and stop it, he wasn't able to do so, because he came this time to retrieve Yui's past life, not to change the timeline. Otherwise, if the timeline was altered, the present world would definitely undergo unpredictable changes, which was not the result he wanted. As Yi Sitian fled this place with his 2 sons, Yi Ling Tian's gaze then looked into the void. There, 2 souls drifted. It was the 2 of them, Luo Yi and Su Qing'er. Suddenly, a golden aura flashed by, and 2 figures slowly emerged, appearing in front of the 2 Luo Yi. Black and white? Seeing these 2 figures, Yi Ling Tian was a bit shocked. It was because these 2 people were surprisingly extremely similar to the black and white irregulars of myth and legend. The 2 men were one dressed in white and the other in black. Isn't this the standard hooker, black and white? The black and white impermanent duo appeared, and without saying any nonsense, they directly took Luo Yi and the 2 of them to cross into a portal and disappeared. Just as the portal was about to close, Yi Ling Tian followed right behind. He knew that the other side of the portal was none other than hell. It was just as well that at the moment, he had a lot of unanswered questions, so he could head to hell to ask some questions. Hell, Hades, Yan Wang, the man has been brought. The black and white impermanent duo brought Luo Yi's 2 souls directly to the Yama temple and reported towards the upper head of the Yama king. Aha! King Yama let out a soft looking majestic, only to see King Yama slowly walk down and come to the front of Luo Yi's 2 people, not speaking, only respectfully saluting towards the 2 people. Luo Yi and the 2 of them were made to panic, not understanding what King Yan Luo meant. This is the king of hell, and he's bowing to them? However, seeing that King Yama didn't mean to speak, they didn't dare to ask anything more. They also know what they are going to face next, because the soul of a person after death, there will be an intention that appears in their memory, and this intention is to tell them what they are going to face next. Send it to the afterlife. Afterward, King Yama commanded the black and white irregulars. Yes, at this moment, the black and white impermanent duo were also shocked beyond measure. They didn't understand why Yama would salute these 2 women. Could it be that these 2 people still had some kind of horrible identity? Otherwise, King Yama wouldn't have specifically instructed them to go ahead and guide the 2. However, if the king of hell didn't say anything, the 2 black and white irregulars didn't dare to ask more. Senior, don't you show yourself yet? After the 2 black and white irregulars left, King Yama suddenly spoke into the void. Little King knows that Senior has many doubts, but there isn't much that Little King knows, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Senior. As King Yama's words fell, Yi Ling Tian's figure slowly emerged. Chapter 75, The Mysterious Woman. You knew this emperor was coming? Yi Ling Tian frowned slightly as a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. How could this King Yama know of his arrival in advance? Could it be that he was able to see things before they happened? However, to say that one's traces were detected by King Yama, that was almost impossible. After all, what strength Yi Ling Tian had. Even if it was an existence that transcended immortality like King Yin Luo, it was absolutely impossible to easily detect his movements. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. This king of Yin Luo had long anticipated that he would appear at this moment. But, how is that possible? Little King did know that Senior would come today. King Yama respectfully arched his hand at Yi Ling Tian with a sincere tone. Why? Yi Ling Tian's face was grim. His gaze was like a torch as he stared tightly at King Yama and asked in a deep voice. The doubts in his heart became thicker and thicker. Just a king of Yin Luo. How could he learn about his schedule? What kind of secret was hidden behind this? Why did he feel that the mystery in front of him was getting more and more confusing? Because, someone told Junior King Senior will appear in my Yama palace today. King Yama's reply caused Yi Ling Tian's heart to shake. There was actually someone who could insight his every move in the dark? This was simply unimaginable. Who is it? How dare you know the whereabouts of this emperor? Yi Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. Although Yi Ling Tian didn't feel invincible, he was still confident in this universe that no one within this universe could be stronger than him yet. However, now Yama King was telling him that there were people in the dark who had gained insight into his whereabouts, which caused Yi Ling Tian to be shocked. Who the hell is this guy? And what kind of strength? It was a woman. And as for who the woman was, the young king did not recognize her. King Yama let out a bitter laugh. Just a few days ago, a mysterious woman suddenly appeared in front of him, telling him that on this day Yi Ling Tian would appear in his Yin Luo hall. Facing this mysterious woman, King Yama was inwardly shocked because the other party's realm made him impervious to it in the slightest, and he could not feel a trace of breath. One must know that he was the king of hell's Yama, and although his strength was not the strongest in hell, it was still not a weak existence, and he had already surpassed the level of Xian. Even he couldn't sense the woman's aura. What kind of existence was the other party? Just like the current Yi Ling Tian, it also made him impenetrable in the slightest. Woman? At those words, Yi Ling Tian was even more shocked. This side of the universe, there is still such a strong woman? One must know that he had come from a long time after 10,000 years and did not belong to the people of this time and space. But this mysterious woman even still discovered his existence, and even knew that he would appear in Yama Temple and told the king of Yama in advance? Who the hell is this woman? And for what purpose? Yi Ling Tian did not know that the mystery in his heart was also getting heavier and heavier, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark, but even he was counted. Did the woman say anything else? Or, again, for what purpose? Yi Ling Tian asked. What purpose the other party has? Little King doesn't know, but the other party asked me to bring a message to Senior. What's the word? Yi Ling Tian pursued. You have a message for yourself? Then why didn't you show up to tell yourself in person, but let King Yama convey it? The other party was able to gain insight into his whereabouts and also knew in advance that he would come here. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yi Ling Tian knew that the other party's strength was an existence that was stronger than his. Thinking of this, Yi Ling Tian's face was also gloomy. He had already become a heavenly emperor, and there was even an existence stronger than him in this universe that was at the peak of heavenly emperor, or above the heavenly emperor. Senior doesn't need to think about resurrecting Luo Yi, because she has already reincarnated and become her true self. Become who you really are? What the hell does that mean? That Yi would reincarnate. Yi Ling Tian had long guessed, otherwise he wouldn't have come to the river of time in search of it. Just what does the phrase, becoming your true self, really mean? Yi Ling Tian didn't understand. If she says she doesn't have to be resurrected, she doesn't have to be resurrected? No one has been able to stop the person this emperor wants to resurrect. Yi Ling Tian sneered. It was naturally impossible for him to give up on resurrecting Yi just because of this one sentence. Elder, the other party said that you don't need to go on in vain because it's impossible for the current you to find Luo Yi's latest life. Instead of wasting time on this, why don't you go back and develop Sia properly? The enemy behind Sia is not as simple as you think. All of these words were naturally what that mysterious woman had told King Yama. Yes? Regarding this statement, Yi Ling Tian naturally did not believe it. However, he didn't bother to say much more to King Yama. After all, he was just delivering a message for someone, and even he wasn't clear on the meaning of the words. At that moment, Yi Ling Tian left the Yama temple and went after Luo Yi's soul. Looking at the departing Yi Ling Tian, King Yin Luo smiled slightly bitterly. Sure enough, it was just like what the woman had said. This senior hadn't listened to his words at all. When Luo Yi's soul entered the reincarnation, Yi Ling Tian was the one who realized that he could not really detect Luo Yi's existence. No matter how much he searched, he was unable to find a trace of Luo Yi's scent. How is that possible? Yi Ling Tian was shocked. How could the aura suddenly dissipate altogether? Not a trace left at all? Was it really as the mysterious woman had said, that no matter how much he searched, he would not be able to find it? Yi Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with unwillingness and anger. He didn't believe that he really couldn't find Luo Yi's current life. so he stepped into the long river of time once again. This time, he set his sights on an even more distant future, 2200, 2300, 2400. As time passed, Yiling Tian's footsteps continued to move forward, but he was never able to find a trace of Luo Yi. It wasn't until the time came to 12,000 years later that Yiling Genius finally realized that perhaps what that mysterious woman had said was not true. Could it be that he really couldn't find Luo Yi's current life? If that was true, then how could he resurrect her? Thinking of this, Yiling Tian's mood became heavier and heavier, but he was not discouraged. Instead he gritted his teeth and said into the void, "No matter who you are, how dare you hinder this emperor from resurrecting Yi? This emperor will definitely not let you go." His eyes were ice cold to the extreme, as if they could penetrate through space and time and reach right to where the mysterious woman was. Yiling Tian knew deep down that the reason why he was unable to find Luo Yi's current life must be because that mysterious woman had moved behind the scenes. But now, he knew nothing about the identity of this mysterious woman, and it was difficult to even tell whether she was a human or a ghost. Faced with such a predicament, even as powerful as he was, he couldn't think of a way to deal with it for a moment. However, when Yiling Tian came to this time point of 10,000 years of the Great Summer, he found that the aura of hell had disappeared. At the time point 10,000 years ago, he was able to sense the existence of the Hellmouth. Only 10,000 years later, the atmosphere of the Hellmouth unexpectedly disappeared completely. What is this about again? Chapter 76, The End of the Chaos and the Earth's Destiny. No wonder, in the present world one can't feel the existence of the hell in the slightest. Surprisingly, the hell disappeared in 10,000 years. Yiling Tian muttered. In the beginning, he thought that hell was just a mythological story that people had passed on by word of mouth, and did not believe in its truthfulness. But since he went back in time, he accidentally discovered the existence of hell. At this time he realized that the original hell is not a fictional legend, but really exists in the world of mystery. However, it was puzzling that the hell had strangely disappeared in the 10,000th year of Dasha. Yiling Tian's heart was full of doubts. Why did hell suddenly disappear? What exactly is the reason for this? Could there really be a powerful force manipulating everything behind the scenes? With a deeper understanding of the hell, Yiling Tian couldn't help but associate it with another legend, the Heavenly Court. Now that hell has been established to be real, it is highly likely that the Heavenly Court is also not fictional. He thought to himself, perhaps the Heavenly Court, like the Earth's mansion, had once left its footprints in the long river of history, but nowadays it is hard to find its trace. Perhaps it was that mysterious force that made both the earthly mansion and the Heavenly Court disappear into the torrent of time. Whether it's hell or heaven, they are both ancient myths and legends with a long history in Dasha. All along, Yiling Tian had regarded these legends as fictional stories and did not truly believe in their existence. However, this time, when he went back in time, he witnessed the existence of hell, which gave him a new understanding of those ancient legends. Now he was convinced that the Celestial Court had likewise existed in real life, only to disappear for some unknown reason. The mystery behind this is getting heavier. At this moment, Yiling Tian had a lot of thoughts in his mind. There was no longer that feeling of going with the flow that I had before. All along, Yiling Tian had always held a mindset of indifference, as it seemed to him that those so-called enemies of Dasha were nothing more than a bunch of ants to him. But now, he knew that it wasn't as simple as he thought. The hell, and even the Heavenly Court had probably been destroyed by those dark hands behind the scenes, and those 10,000 clans that are now in the open are just the minions of the person behind that. I'm afraid that they are there to limit the development of the Grand Sia. It's time to go back, Yiling Tian whispered. This trip to the long river of time, although it didn't resurrect Yi, it was still a worthwhile trip, wasn't it? Been to hell and seen Hades, also know some hidden things. It's mostly skeptical, but it's infinitely closer to reality. The only pity is that it didn't resurrect Yui. At that moment, Yiling Tian no longer thought much about it, and here, crossed into the long river of time to return to the real world. In that vast and boundless chaos, as if everything is so unreal and disoriented, like a dream that will never wake up. And right in the middle of this chaos, there exists a mysterious and unpredictable sea of whirlpools, the Chaos Sea. This is the place where many universes intersect and merge with each other, and it can be called the absolute forbidden place for living beings, and it is also the ultimate place for all universes to return to. In this magical place, time has lost its original proper definition and has become elusive, and space has no boundaries or end, only to see countless black huge waves like a furious beast general surging and tossing, in which every drop of seawater contains a complete universe, and every moment there will be thousands of new universes in this chaotic sea is born, and there will be the same number of old universes towards destruction. At this moment, in the void above this chaotic sea, a man and a woman stood silently. They gazed expressionlessly at the bottomless and endlessly mysterious chaos sea below. as if they wanted to see through it. Suddenly, the man spoke up respectfully. Master, mother. Master is looking around for you. The voice was not loud, but it reached the woman's ears clearly. The woman nodded slightly, indicating that she was aware of this, and responded softly, I know. Seeing this, the man hesitated for a moment before he couldn't help but continue. Don't you want to go and meet the master? Hearing this, the woman instantly fell into the middle of silence. She wondered in her mind, did she want to? Naturally, the answer was yes, and she thought about the man who haunted her all the time. However, the current situation forced her to temporarily suppress the strong desire deep inside her heart. After a long time, the woman finally slowly raised her head, her eyes firm but with a slight hint of helplessness, and replied, Now, it's not the time. Before the words fell, her figure gradually dissipated in place like smoke, leaving the man alone to silently look in the direction of her departure for a long time. Looking at the silhouette that gradually disappeared from sight, the man slightly shook his head. The corner of his mouth spread a slightly bitter smile, and his heart couldn't help but well up with a bit of helplessness. He knew the reason for this woman's worry, but he could not change the established situation. After a moment, the man slowly withdrew his thoughts, his gaze gradually turning to the depths of that chaos. There, it was as if endless mysteries and unknowns were hidden and awe-inspiring. Time. There's not much left, the man murmured softly, his tone revealing a hint of urgency and anxiety. Master, just how long will it take for you to transcendence? The man whispered, quietly gazing into the depths of the chaos, as if he wanted to see the path of the future through that heavy fog. Ryoko, chaos is coming to an end, and the earthen calamity is approaching. After saying that, the man took a deep breath and a powerful aura emanated from his body, just like a god of war approaching the world. Grandpa, you're back. Daxia, Tian High City, Yi family. When Yi Ling Tian returned to Daxia, he directly headed to the Yi family. Yi Chen even came to Yi Ling Tian's front at the first time and said with an excited expression, because he knew what his grandfather had done to get there, and at the moment he was back not knowing if he had succeeded. Back, Yi Ling Tian smiled faintly, but his complexion was a little helpless as well as a trace of embarrassment. The big words that were said to Yi Duan when he left, it is still a bit painful to think about it now, Grandpa. At this time, Yi Xiude and Yi Wudao several people also walked out, just in time to hear Yi Chen address Yi Ling Tian, and for a moment their brains directly went down. What's going on here? Yi Duan was the oldest ancestor of his Yi family, the younger brother of the originator of his Yi family, so how could he call this person his grandfather? When Yi Xiude looked towards Yi Ling Tian, Senpai, it's you? Yi Xiude was shocked. The person that Yi Chen called his grandfather was actually the senior? What senior? This is my grandfather, the old ancestor of my Yi family. Hearing Yi Xiude's words, Yi Duan's face flushed and he angrily rebuked. Chapter 77 Changes in the North. This, Yi Xiude as well as Yi Wudao and the others instantly froze. This senior was actually the old ancestor of the Yi family? Leaf Dust's grandfather? Doesn't it mean that this person is also the grandfather of Yi Mo, the originator of their Yi family? For a time, Yi Xiude, Yi Wudao and several other core figures of the Yi family were all staring at each other with jaws agape, faces full of astonishment, and their hearts were as if they had set off shocking waves for a long time, making it difficult for them to calm down. No wonder, they came to a sudden realization, finally understanding the reason why Yi Ling Tian had come to the aid of the Yi family several times over this period of time. So that's what it's all about. Recalling Yi Ling Tian's serious and eager look when he asked them about the matter of 10,000 years ago, at that time they were full of suspicion. How could they not understand the deep meaning of it? But at this moment it was clear. All the doubts were instantly solved. It should be known that their Yi family's originator, Yi Mo, was already 10,000 years old and had gone through the vicissitudes of the long years, and Yi Ling Tian was even more unfathomable. His existence was much older than the originator Yi Mo. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but be in awe of this mysterious and powerful old ancestor. Yi family disciples pay their respects to the old ancestor. Yi Xiude was the first to react and led the crowd to respectfully salute and pay homage towards Yi Ling Tian. One could only see their heads hanging low, their bodies slightly bent, their faces filled with devotion and admiration. However, Yi Ling Tian just casually waved his hand and said with a bland expression, "That's just it, there's no need to care about all this red tape." Immediately afterward, he turned his words around and commanded, "Find me a secluded and quiet place as my residence. I will rest here in the near future. In addition, quickly send someone to recall Xiaoyu and Yijiao, so that they can follow me around from now on. When the two of them have grown to the point where they are strong enough to take charge, I will be able to leave in peace." As he said this, Yi Ling Tian's gaze was deep and distant, as if he had already seen the future. The enemy facing the Grand Xia was by no means as simple as the 10,000 races, and whether it was the 10,000 races or the so-called emperor of the underworld, They were all nothing more than pawns for the black hand behind the curtain. The hell, as well as the heavenly court, were most likely suppressed by that black hand behind the scenes, so Yiling Genius couldn't feel the existence of the hell and the heavenly court. Although Yiling Tian wanted to head over and investigate now, at this moment, the strength of Sia was still too weak to face the 10,000 races. Even if there was a great Luo golden immortal like each and present, it was impossible for just one person to be a match for the entire 10,000 races. Therefore, Yiling Tian decided to wait until Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiu, as well as the rest of the Yi family, had been cultivated before going to investigate. As for Yi, the current Yiling Tian could only put this matter down for now. When he left, he would naturally go and find the mysterious woman in King Yen Luo's mouth to ask for clarification. Yes, old ancestor. I'll have someone go inform Xiaoyu and the others now. Yi Xiaodi respectfully answered. AI, since the 10,000 races and the Fey beasts were wiped out, we've had no place to practice, and it's only after so many days that I've broken through to the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Northern border of Daxia. Yi Xiaoyu walked alone on top of the plains, wanting to see if there were any missing foreign beasts that he could deal with. Only, Yi Xiaoyu didn't come across a single foreign beast for a few days in a row. Disappointing her, she felt that her realm had reached a bottleneck. Wanting to advance by her own cultivation was already as difficult as heaven, and she might not be able to advance an inch in a month. I don't know when old ancestor will return, and he didn't take me with him when he went out. Humph, Yi Xiaoyu murmured with a light hum. She knew deep down that old ancestor had already left Daxia and embarked on a journey to that mysterious starry sky. Whenever she thought of that vast and boundless starry universe, full of unknowns and wonders, an uncontrollable yearning surged within her, and she couldn't wait to follow her old ancestor immediately. There were countless 10,000 races in the starry sky, and if she was able to go there, there would definitely be no lack of opportunities for training, and with her own talent as well as her persistent pursuit of cultivation, her rate of advancement would surely surpass everyone else's. However, the reality was right in front of her. Her current cultivation realm was really too low, with a strength like hers rashly traveling to the stars, let alone seeking a breakthrough. I'm afraid that even self-preservation would be a problem. Yiling Tian naturally wouldn't let it run to the stars at this moment. This kind of action was tantamount to asking for death. Just as she was secretly grieving, suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar in the distance. Only heard a boom sound, like a thunderstorm, shaking the whole earth trembled violently. What happened? Yi Xiaoyu was startled by this sudden change of heart. Could it be that there are powerful foreign beasts out there? With this in mind, she didn't dare to have the slightest delay. Her body flashed, transforming into a stream of light that quickly sped towards the direction where the sound came from. Not long after, Yi Xiaoyu arrived at the source of the vibration. The sight that appeared before her eyes made her jaw drop, only to see that the originally flat ground had suddenly appeared a huge incomparable pit, like a sinkhole that was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom, and the surrounding soil and rocks had collapsed and slid down. What's going on here? Just as Yi Xiaoyu was in a state of disbelief, a majestic and vast aura surged out from the cave entrance, coming head-on like a surging wave. Feeling this extremely dense aura, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, her face full of astonishment, because the concentration of this spiritual qi was more than 100 times higher than that of the current Xia. With such a rich spiritual qi, if one could cultivate here, it wouldn't take long to make an amazing breakthrough. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was filled with shock and jaws dropped, only a sharp and harsh sound of breaking air could be heard. Swish swish swish. Several lightning-fast figures instantly appeared beside Yi Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what's going on? The man at the head of the group looked at Yi Xiaoyu eagerly and opened his mouth to inquire. This person was none other than Ji Tianming, the commander of the Northern Realm Warzone, and following him were the generals of the Northern Realm. It turned out that they had all rushed here because of the deafening noise just now. Wanting to find out what was going on, Yi Xiaoyu shook her head with a blank expression and replied, I don't know either. In fact, she herself was equally startled by the sudden commotion, so she was ignorant of the exact situation. Hearing this, Ji Tianming did not say any more, but instead turned his head and cast his eyes towards the bottomless interior of the cave. One could only see an unusually dense spiritual qi permeating the cave, as if it was tossing and surging like a cloud. Such a strong aura. Does it mean that there is going to be some extremely terrifying existence about to show up again? Ji Tianming's face instantly became incomparably grave, and his heart was even more filled with deep worry and unease. Thinking back to the last time when the 10,000 clans army had raged and suddenly descended, even though they were finally destroyed, a thick layer of haze had been shrouding the hearts of the people of Daxia ever since then, and a look of worry that was hard to hide was spreading across everyone's face. After all, now that the coordinates of the Grand Xia had been exposed, no one could guarantee that the 10,000 races wouldn't make a comeback once again. Chapter 78, Spirit Stone Veins. I'll go in and take a look. You guys wait here first. Ji Tianming finished speaking to the few people behind him and was about to step into the cave. Marshal, look out. Several generals looked at Ji Tianming with worry. Don't worry. Ji Tianming looked at the other party with a grave expression, then nodded solemnly as if this promise weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. He then took a deep breath and carefully walked towards the cave. When he stepped into the cave, the sight in front of him instantly made his jaw drop, and his entire body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning, only to see a bright and colorful inside the cave. What meets the eye is actually a mountain of crystal clear crystals. These crystals are of different sizes. Some are small and delicate, only the size of a thumb, while some were huge, even much larger than an adult. They densely covered the entire cave, and their number was simply incalculable, as if the stars had converged into a galaxy. This is spirit stones? Ji Tianming's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, his voice becoming a little shaky from the extreme shock. He could not have dreamed that such a huge amount of spirit stones were actually hidden within this seemingly ordinary cave. Could this be the legendary spirit stone vein? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. Such a big commotion, could it really be triggered only by the unearthed spirit stone vein? Instead, it was the result of some terrifying monster or mysterious power invasion? Thinking of this, a wave of ecstasy surged through Ji Tianming's heart. It was important to realize that a precious resource such as a spirit stone was extremely rare in the entire Grand Xia. It could even be said that the vast majority of people had never witnessed what a spirit stone looked like in their entire lives. The reason why he was able to know about the existence of spirit stones was entirely due to the fact that he had once heard about them by chance from the mouths of the 10,000 clans, and that Xia had been fortunate enough to obtain a small amount of spirit stones from the 10,000 clans. Therefore, he knew what spirit stones meant to martial artists. It was a priceless treasure to enhance strength and break through bottlenecks. Right in front of Ji Tianming's eyes, a magnificent and awe-inspiring spirit stone vein was presented. If this treasure can be successfully exploited and utilized by Daxia, then there is no doubt that Daxia's comprehensive national strength will realize a qualitative leap in a very short period of time, and like a soaring dragon, it will quickly rise to the top of the world. At this moment, Ji Tianming didn't hesitate to once again advance towards the depths of the cave. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to completely figure out the true size of this spirit stone vein and the amount of spirit stones contained within it. With every step forward, the shock in his heart increased by 1 point. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, Ji Tianming realized that this spirit stone vein was unexpectedly beyond imagination. The entire cavern was like a huge, winding dragon that ran through the vast and boundless northern plains. The interior of the cave, on the other hand, was filled with a wide array of various kinds of spirit stones, which were either crystal clear or colorful, emitting a fascinating light, and their quantity was so large that it was impossible to count, as if they were endless. After some grueling exploration, Ji Tianming finally mapped out the entire cave. Subsequently, without the slightest delay, he returned straight to the ground. Marshal, you are finally back. How is the situation inside? Did you encounter any danger? As soon as the several generals who had been waiting anxiously in place saw Ji Tianming appear, they immediately couldn't wait to greet him and inquire. Even Yi Xiaoyu, who was standing by the side, could not hide her face full of curiosity. Her gaze locked onto Ji Tianming, only to see Ji Tianming first slightly stunned, and then let out a loud laugh immediately afterward. Ha 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 ha. Danger? Where's the danger? A good thing. It's simply a great thing. Ha ha. He laughed so heartily that the crowd around him was left a little baffled as to what was going on. Marshal, what kind of mysterious thing is hidden inside the cave? How could it cause you to be so ecstatic? One of the generals couldn't wait to come forward, his eyes full of curiosity and eagerness, and he was busy opening his mouth to inquire. Only the corner of the mouth of the person called Marshal rose slightly, revealing a smile that was hard to hide, and slowly said, "Spirit stones." These two words seemed to have endless magic power, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. There are spirit stones everywhere inside, and underneath this cave is an extremely large-scale spirit stone vein that runs through the entire northern plains. Ji Tianming's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. Upon hearing these words, several generals were first stunned, and then they were stunned as if they were struck by lightning, and then a look of extreme shock appeared on their faces. It's actually a spirit stone vein? They knew very well in their hearts how significant this spirit stone vein represented. Having been at war with the 10,000 races for years until now, they couldn't understand the importance of spirit stones any better. Marshal, is what you say really true? One of them followed up with a face full of skepticism, as if he was still somewhat in disbelief of this shocking news. The other few people were also flushed and breathing heavily, obviously also excited to the extreme. Ha ha, this marshal will not take this kind of thing to coax you and others? If you don't believe me, you can personally enter the cave to find out. Ji Tianming laughed brightly, his words full of confidence. Before the words fell, those several generals had long since been unable to resist their inner urges, and rushed into the cave like a swarm of bees. Not long after, when they re-entered the cave, everyone's face was overflowing with uncontrollable ecstasy, and anyone who saw that excited look would be moved by it. Bailey, immediately notify the Council of Elders and tell the elders what happened to them here. Ji Tianming looked at one of the generals and commanded, "Yes, Marshal." Bailey respectfully responded. Afterward, Ji Tianming turned his head to Yi Xiaoyu, who was at the side, and said, "Xiaoyu, your grandfather sent a message for the two of you and Yi Jiao to return to the Yi family quickly." Ha! When she heard Ji Tianming's words, Yi Xiaoyu froze. Why did Grandpa suddenly want him to go back with Big Brother? "Uncle Ji, do you know what my grandfather asked us to go back for?" Yi Xiaoyu asked suspiciously. "That's unknown. Your grandfather didn't say." "Alright, come back to the war zone with me. Afterward, I'll have someone send the two of you and Yi Jiao back." After saying that, Ji Tianming took a few people for a few days and returned towards the warzone camp. Returning to the camp, Ji Tianming immediately dispatched an army to station at the entrance of that cave. It was so hard for a spirit stone vein to appear. Ji Tianming didn't want any accidents to occur. Although there was no threat from the 10,000 clans and the Fey beasts in the northern realm now, there was definitely a need to have people stationed there just in case. As for what to do with this spirit stone vein and when to mine it, it was up to the Elder Council to decide. Chapter 79 Hai Wuya's Anger. Eastern Star Region, Magic Scorpion Galaxy. Here, the powerful and mysterious sea people live. Damn it, what the hell happened that even Shadow is dead? A furious shout exploded like thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire Sea Clan territory. The one who issued this roar was none other than the Sea Clan patriarch, Hai Wuya. His voice, filled with anger and resentment, seemed to tear apart everything around him. This sudden roar caused all the Sea Clan members to be shocked, stopping their hands and looking at each other, secretly speculating in their hearts what kind of shocking things had happened that could make the always calm clan chief to become so thunderously angry. As for the Shadow in Hai Wuya's mouth, most of the ordinary sea people knew nothing about it. Only those at the top who were at the core of the Sea Nation and held real power knew exactly who the Shadow was. Shadow is actually dead? An elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "How could it be? The Shadow is a top powerhouse in the late stage of the heavenly immortal stage. How could he die in that unheard of dasha?" The other elder was filled with shock and couldn't stop shaking his head. At this moment, within the Sea Clan's elders' pavilion, several highly respected elders were gathering here. When they heard Hai Wuya's deafening roar, they couldn't help but look at each other with the same shocked and puzzled look on their faces. One must know that the Shadow's position in the Sea Clan was significant, and his cultivation had even reached the awe-inspiring late heavenly immortal realm. It was no exaggeration to say that he was definitely a superpower capable of being ranked in the top 5 amongst the sea race. However, it was such an invincible existence that was killed at the hands of that seemingly ordinary and uninteresting dasha, which was really hard to accept. How could a remote and resource-poor indigenous planet possess such terrifying strength? Could it be that there was an unknown supreme expert hidden there? The elders racked their brains, trying to solve this mystery, but no matter how they thought about it, they were unable to visualize the means by which this tiny dasha had killed the late-stage heavenly immortal Shadow. Incoming! Accompanied by this deafening, rage-filled bellow, it roared out directly from Hai Wuya's wide mouth. The voice was like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire Sea Clan territory for a long time. In an instant, one could only see numerous figures flashing rapidly like a swift wind. These figures were none other than the Sea Clan's group of elders as well as all the high-ranking figures, who arrived at the place where Hai Wuya was at the fastest speed possible and stood respectfully in front of him, each one of them hanging their heads low, not even daring to breathe a breath. They knew very well in their hearts that at this moment, Hai Wuya was in the midst of extreme anger, because just a short while ago, the Shadow who had been following him around and existed as his personal guard had been killed. One must know that someone who could become Hai Wuya's personal guard must be deeply respected and trusted by Hai Wuya. However, now that this highly relied upon personal guard had died tragically in the hands of that previously unknown dasha person, the anger in Hai Wuya's heart could be imagined. "Rest in peace, matriarch," the crowd of Sea Clan elders said in trembling unison, their tones filled with trepidation and uneasiness. Hearing these words, Hai Wuya raised his head violently, his eyes rounded, his gaze was like two burning flames shooting straight at those elders as he shouted angrily, "Rest in peace? How can you let me rest my anger? My personal guards, the Shadows, died in the hands of a small dasha person for no reason. If I don't take this revenge, how can I, Hai Wuya, still have the face to lead the Sea Clan?" Hai Wuya's roar was like a surging giant wave, impacting the hearts of everyone present. The crowd felt his monstrous anger and couldn't help but tremble as they slowly lowered their heads, and no one dared to say another word. Anyone was afraid that they would accidentally say or do the wrong thing, thus completely enraging the patriarch in front of them, who had already been overwhelmed by anger. "Grand Elder, you immediately take someone to make a trip to that dasha to investigate how exactly Shadow died? If it's really the work of Dacia, Then let's destroy it. Hai Wuya looked at the Grand Elder and said coldly, Patriarch, don't be impulsive. When the Grand Elder heard that Patriarch Hai Wuya wanted to immediately go forward to track down the cause of Hai Ying's death, his face instantly turned pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his voice was filled with panic and anxiety. He was busy shouting, the Sea Shadow is a late-stage heavenly immortal powerhouse anyways. Even if someone at the peak heavenly immortal realm were to make a move, they might not be able to successfully kill him, and now that Sea Shadow is dead, it's highly likely that the other party is hiding a powerful existence at the true immortal level. Speaking of this, the Grand Elder's body involuntarily trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Even though he was the Grand Elder of the Sea Clan, his own strength was only at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. If you rashly lead your clan to go and fight with that unknown and possibly extremely terrifying enemy, it would be tantamount to seeking your own death. Matriarch, if we want to thoroughly find out what caused Shadow's death, I'm afraid that the only way to accomplish this is to invite our clan's old ancestor to personally come out. Going forward to investigate this matter with our strength is undoubtedly striking a stone with an egg, and is purely a move to get killed for nothing. The Grand Elder's heart was burning with anxiety, and he continued to persuade with earnest words. He only hoped that he could make Hai Wuya dispel this extremely dangerous thought. After all, he had gone through a lot of hard work to cultivate to this peak heavenly immortal realm now, and seeing that he was only one step away from the true immortal realm, he really wasn't willing to lose his life so easily. When Hai Wuya heard the Grand Elder's words, his body shook slightly and he instantly fell into a deep silence. His gaze became a little dull, as if his thoughts had drifted to a distant place. At this moment, he was as tangled as a messy mess deep inside his heart, because he knew deep down that what the Grand Elder had said was not true. You should know that Sea Shadow was a beloved personal guard who had always followed him around. Regarding the strength that Sea Shadow possessed, I'm afraid that there was no one else in this world who understood it better than him. In order to successfully strike down the Sea Shadow, the person who struck must have a terrifying cultivation above that of a true immortal. Below true immortals, even those powerhouses at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm would never be able to do so. Unless several peak heavenly immortal powerhouses made a joint strike, they would be able to kill the Sea Shadow. However, at that very moment just now, due to his extreme anger and impulsiveness, Hai Wuya had given such a reckless order without even the slightest bit of deep thought. At this moment, after he heard the Grand Elder's patient persuasion, the anger in his mind gradually calmed down, and reason began to take over again, finally being able to clearly realize just how foolish and dangerous his previous decision had been. Whether it was several peak celestial immortal powerhouses joining forces or encountering a true immortal level enemy, once the Grand Elder acted according to his previous instructions and brought someone forward to investigate, he was afraid that his eventual end would be similar to that of the Sea Shadow. Thinking of this, Hai Wuya couldn't help but feel a pang of fear, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, only to see that he slowly raised his right hand and gently stroked his forehead, an extremely ugly look on his face. Chapter 80, The Sea Nation's Movements. You're right, but it was this clan leader who was reckless. Hai Wuya's face was gloomy and his voice was low. His heart was filled with helplessness and unwillingness. His own personal guards had died tragically in the hands of the enemy just like this, and he was unable to do anything to avenge their deaths, which was simply a strange shame for him as the head of a clan. As soon as he thought of this, Hai Wuya felt a suffocating feeling in his chest, as if a nameless fire was burning. However, what could he do in the face of such a powerful enemy? Despite the Grand Elder's offer to bring out the Sea Clan's ancestor to intervene, Hai Wuya did not take this idea to heart. He knew very well that although the Sea Clan's old ancestor was honored as a true immortal powerhouse, he was only in the middle stage of true immortality. With such strength, could it really be able to resist the mysterious and powerful Daxia in front of them? He is not sure, and he does not dare to just rashly let people go to Daxia. This kind of loss Sea Clan really cannot withstand. Right at this moment, the Grand Elder spoke once again. Patriarch, as far as I know, Sea Shadow was traveling to Daxia with the people from the Lin clan at that time. Now that the Sea Shadow is dead, I'm sure that person from the Lin clan will hardly be spared. Therefore, we might as well join forces with the Lin clan to deal with this Daxia. Hearing these words, Hai Wuya raised his head slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the group of executives in the Great Hall, only to see everyone nodding their heads in agreement with the Grand Elder's proposal. One of them even stood out and said in a loud voice, Patriarch, what the Grand Elder said is very reasonable. The Sea Shadow's trip to Daxia was at the invitation of the Lin clan, and now that there's been such a change, the Lin clan will have to give our Sea clan a satisfactory explanation no matter what. For a while, the entire hall was filled with murmurs, and everyone agreed that an alliance with the Lin clan was the wisest choice at the moment. Hai Wuya quietly sat on top of the first place, his eyebrows locked into a deep thought. If it wasn't for the Lin clan suddenly coming to seek cooperation from his Sea clan, Sea Shadow wouldn't have died at all, and everything was because of this Lin clan. The strength of the other party had not yet been thoroughly investigated, so they recklessly launched an invasion operation, ultimately causing the Sea Clan to lose a powerful existence that had reached the late heavenly immortal realm. What you all have said is not unreasonable. However, the overall strength of this Lin clan is not even close to that of my Sea Clan, so even if both of us join forces and cooperate, what kind of practical effect can we produce? Hai Wuya let out a miserable laugh filled with bitterness. Although the suggestions made by the crowd did not look too wrong on the surface, the key problem was precisely that the Lin clan was not that strong. It should be known that the Lin clan did not even possess a true immortal level powerhouse in the true sense of the word, and only had a few experts at the peak of the heavenly immortal level in attendance. How could such a force alone compete with this great summer? After hearing Hai Wuya's words, the Grand Elder and the rest realized the seriousness of the problem as if they were waking up from a dream, followed by a suffocating silence that enveloped the entire scene. After a long time, Hai Wuya finally slowly opened his mouth and said in a grave tone, "At this point in time, the strength displayed by this Sia is far beyond what we can handle. Contact the side of the central heavenly astral domain. This great Sia is no longer something we can deal with. The only way to contain this great Sia is to request the forces over at the central heavenly star domain." When he said this, he only saw that Hai Wuya's face, which was originally quite calm, was actually gradually gloomy as if dark clouds were pressing down on it. His eyes that were as deep as the sea were also flickering with suppressed anger and unwillingness at this moment. One must know that although the Sea Clan under his command was not the absolute hegemon of the Eastern Star region, it also possessed a pivotal and not to be underestimated position in this vast and sprawling star field. For many years, the Sea race had stood in the Eastern Star region by virtue of their powerful strength as well as their deep heritage, and were highly revered by the other ethnic groups. But who would have thought that to this day, they would be forced into such a state by a power from an indigenous planet? To say that there was not the slightest feeling of anger in one's heart would simply be self-deception. That feeling of suffocation and helplessness was like a fishbone stuck in one's throat, making it unbearable. However, despite the fact that at this moment, Hai Wuya had long been seething with rage within his heart, as the head of a clan, he still had to force himself to calm down and face the cruel reality in front of him, because after some deep thought, he clearly realized that in terms of the current strength of the Sea Clan, he was afraid that it was not really a match for the power named Daxia. Just then, a respectful but loud response came. "Yes, matriarch." The person who spoke was none other than the Grand Elder of the Sea Clan, and from his serious expression, it was easy to tell that he also deeply agreed with the words spoken by Hai Wuya. After all, in his opinion, if he wanted to successfully deal with the tricky situation at hand, relying solely on the power of the Sea Clan and the Lin Clan was obviously far from enough. Perhaps the only way to turn the tide is to use the hands of those more powerful forces in the mid-heaven starfield. Immediately afterward, Hai Wuya spoke again, his voice low and powerful. "In addition, immediately send someone to notify all of the clans within the Eastern Star domain, telling them that this clan chief has something of vital importance that needs to be announced, and that they must be invited to come and meet with my Sea Clan." These words are like a thunderbolt, exploding in the ears of the crowd, heralding a storm that is about to sweep through the entire Eastern Star region is quietly brewing. Daxia, Tianhai City, Grandpa, we're back. The Yi family, the two of them, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao, also returned to the Yi family under Ji Tianming's arrangement. "Grandpa, what is it? I can't believe you made me come back with Big Brother." The two came in front of Yi Xiaode. Yi Xiaoyu blinked her big soulful eyes and looked at her grandfather. "What? You guys can't come back if there's nothing wrong?" Yi Xiaode pretended to be angry. "Ayanola, don't be angry, Grandpa." Yi Xiaoyu smiled cheekily. "Well, I'm not the one who's going to make you guys come back this time. It's the old man. Old ancestor is going to stay in the Yi family for a while this time, and has specially ordered for you to come back." Yi Xiaode smiled amiably. "Ha, old ancestor is back?" Hearing her grandfather's words, Yi Xiaoyu was instantly surprised, and Yi Jiao on the side was also filled with excitement, although he hadn't followed the old ancestor before. But look at Yi Xiaoyu, ever since he followed the old ancestor, that breakthrough speed was simply like flying. How long had it been? Now Yi Xiaoyu was already a Nirvana realm powerhouse. And yourself? Still hovering in the sovereign realm. The difference is self-evident. Chapter 81, Returning Home. "Grandpa, where's the old ancestor?" Yi Xiaoyu asked in a hurry. Time rushed by, and more than a month had passed since the last time he was sent to the northern realm by the old ancestor. Speaking of which, during this period of time, Yi Xiaoyu's heart also missed the days with Yi Lingtian. At this moment, only Yi Xiaode's cheerful laughter could be heard from the front. "It's in the backyard. You and Lacquer go over there quickly." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu's face instantly blossomed with joy, and without hesitation, she pulled up Yi Zhou's hand and dashed towards the backyard like a gust of wind. Just after stepping into the backyard, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't wait to yell at the top of her voice. "Old ancestor, where are you?" the clear and loud shout seemed to penetrate the entire backyard. Immediately afterward, a gentle but slightly reproachful voice slowly sounded. It's not polite to yell. Yi Xiaoyu sniffed and rushed to follow the sound, only to see that not far away, in the middle of an exquisite gazebo, the old ancestor of his own family was sitting in it with a peaceful demeanor. Beside him, there was also a man in a green shirt with an elegant demeanor accompanying him. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyu was as excited as a cheerful bird, running straight towards Yi Lingtian. When she ran close, she pulled Yi Lingtian's arm and pouted. Old ancestor, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Yi Yu, who was following behind him, on the other hand, looked a bit formal and nervous as he carefully walked up to Yi Lingtian and respectfully saluted. Yi Yu pays his respects to the old ancestor. This was considered Yi Zhou's first time meeting Yi Lingtian, so a little bit of constraint was inevitable. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly. His gaze fell on Yi Zhou. A trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Not bad. I didn't expect that your awakened heavenly emperor bloodline would be even more majestic and deeper than Xiao Yu's. In time, you will definitely be able to pick up the beam of the Yi family. With Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Zhou's talents today, their future achievements would definitely not be low, and becoming in the heavenly emperor realm would only be a matter of time. How would a kid dare to compare to Xiaoyu? You're really over-raising me, old ancestor. Yi Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head, the trace of bitterness at the corner of his mouth becoming more and more obvious. Recalling Yi Xiaoyu's amazing talent, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. One must know that in just a short period of 1 month, Yi Xiaoyu was able to progress all the way from the hollow-breaking realm, smoothly stepping into the current nirvana realm. This kind of amazing cultivation speed and progress was really beyond the reach of the onlookers. Looking at himself, he was still struggling and wandering in the Zhongshi realm, and compared to Yi Xiaoyu it was simply a world of difference. Such a huge gap between the two made it impossible for Yi Zhou to be compared to them at all. You don't have to be so frustrated. The reason why Xiaoyu was able to break through so quickly was all because she had stayed by my side for a period of time. Moreover, the heavenly emperor bloodline in her body was also awakened far earlier than you were just. Yi Lingtian calmly comforted. Next, the two of you will follow my side together to dive into cultivation. After saying that, a gentle smile appeared on Yi Lingtian's face. In fact, how could he not be clear about Yi Zhou's inner thoughts at this moment? However, he firmly believed that as long as Yi Zhou could settle down and wholeheartedly cultivate hard beside himself in the days to come, then surpassing Yi Xiaoyu was merely a matter of time. However, Yi Xiaoyu had a small mouthful of unhappiness after hearing these words from Yi Lingtian. What did the old ancestor mean by this? Could it be that she was able to make such a rapid breakthrough simply by relying on the experience of being by the old ancestor's side and the early awakening of the heavenly emperor's bloodline? Obviously, it is also her own unremitting efforts to get the results. Okay. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but secretly bellyache. Okay. The reason behind her ability to make a breakthrough so quickly is really more than just relying on her own hard work and talent. The powerful talent contained in the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline undoubtedly provided a solid and incomparable foundation for her cultivation path, and coupled with Yi Lingtian's attentive teaching, it made her even more like a tiger with wings, and she advanced all the way. Without the addition of these two key factors, I'm afraid that at this moment, let alone having stepped into the Nirvana realm, she might not even have stepped into the true martial realm yet. Right at this moment, a gentle smile spread across the face of Yi Duan, who was standing at the side, and said to the Yi Xiaoyu duo, "You too, obediently follow by my grandfather's side in the future. With my grandfather personally cultivating you, the achievements you will be able to achieve in the future will definitely be immeasurable, and your future will be bright." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu and the other person couldn't help but freeze, their faces filled with disbelief. Grandpa? After a while, the two of them came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream and exclaimed in unison. When they learned that the green-shirted man in front of them was actually Yi Lingtian's grandson, the shock in their hearts could not be described in words. Jesus, this person was actually the grandson of an old ancestor? Doesn't that mean that this person is likewise counted as their old ancestor? Even though they were not sure exactly how many years ago Yi Lingtian was a character who lived, what was certain was that it was definitely thousands of long years from now. Since this was the case, then as the grandson of the old ancestor, Yi Chen was undoubtedly also an ancient existence from thousands of years ago. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyu and her duo's gaze toward Yi Chen became more and more awe-inspiring. That's right, he's called Yi Chen, and in terms of generation, he is indeed considered to be in the same generation as your old ancestors. Yi Lingtian laughed. 10,000 years was definitely an incomparably long time for Yi Xiaoyu and the others. For such a long time, the Yi family's ancestors didn't know how many generations of inheritance they had gone through. It was Yi Xiaode who wasn't even sure, let alone Yi Xiaoyu and the others. As for Yi Duan, it could be said that he was the third generation of the Yi family's oldest ancestor, and other than Yi Lingtian and his father, Yi Sidian, as well as GMO, it was Yi Duan who had the highest seniority. Alright, you guys go down first. Starting tomorrow, you two will come to my place to cultivate for 4 hours every day, and you can just make your own arrangements for the rest of the time. Yi Ling Tian waved his hand and said, "Yes, old ancestor." Upon hearing this, the two of them didn't say anything and turned around to leave the place. Grandpa, you seem to value these two Yi family disciples? After Yi Xiaoyu and the two of them left, Yi Chen opened his mouth and asked Yi Ling Tian, "Naturally, these two children have inherited my heavenly emperor bloodline. Their future accomplishments might not even be comparable to yours." Yi Ling Tian laughed. In fact, Yi Ling Tian was also a bit puzzled in his heart. The two Yi Xiaoyu were separated from himself by an unknown number of generations, but they were able to inherit his heavenly emperor bloodline, and as his grandson, Yi Chen hadn't even inherited the heavenly emperor bloodline, which made him depressed. However, although Yi Chen did not have a heavenly emperor bloodline, the ordinary bloodline in his body was indeed incomparably thick, and was many times stronger than the current Yi family crowd. Chapter 82 Yi Xitian's Destination. Heavenly Emperor Bloodline? Hearing Yi Ling Tian utter this term, Yi Chen was at a loss, completely not understanding the deeper meaning. After all, before this, he knew nothing about the so-called Heavenly Emperor bloodline, and was not at all clear about what it actually meant. By the way, Grandpa, Grandma and my father At this moment, Yi Chuan's heart was filled with tension and anticipation, and he finally summoned up the courage to ask this question that had been buried deep in his heart. Ever since Yi Ling Tian had personally promised to bring his grandmother and father back to life when he parted ways with him, now Yi Ling Tian had returned, but the exact progress regarding this matter was unknown. Yi Ling Tian naturally knew what Yi Chen wanted to ask, only to see that he was slightly silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, there is currently no way to successfully revive Yi for the time being. Speaking here, Yi Ling Tian couldn't help but gently sigh, a trace of regret and self-blame that was hard to hide showing in his eyes. Failing to resurrect Yi as he wished, this matter was always like a heavy stone weighing on his heart, making him feel a little hard to let go. However, immediately after Yi Ling Tian's words changed, he continued, "But there is one thing to be thankful for, your father is not actually dead. Back then, he was defeated by a fierce attack from the Underworld God Temple's Hallmaster, the Underworld Ghost, but fortunately, someone came to his rescue at the critical moment and brought him away from the mortal realm universe where we are. As for where he ended up, because the Yi Ling Tian at that time was anxious to look for Yi didn't pay much attention to it, so it was Yi Ling Tian who didn't know where the current Yi Xitian was. However, it was certain that Yi Xitian was definitely in the advanced universe at this moment. For example, the fairy world, or maybe it's a higher realm than the immortal realm. Not dead? Grandpa, are you serious? Hearing Yi Ling Tian's words, Yi Chen's face that was originally as calm as water instantly looked like it had been thrown into a boulder that set off a shocking wave-like fluctuation, and a touch of flushed redness of excitement quickly crept onto his cheeks, making his entire body look like it was trembling slightly. The thrilling battle is still fresh in my mind. His father, Yi Xitian, was like an impregnable mountain, standing in front of the young man, and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the eerie ghosts of the underworld from the Underworld God's Temple. In the end, his father managed to save him from the life-threatening claws of the phantom ghost and lured the enemy away by himself. He, on the other hand, was skillfully hidden by his father from this terrible strife. However, since that separation, the years have flown by, and time has passed, but my father has evaporated as if he were on earth, with no more news coming from him. Yi Chuan had prayed silently in his heart countless times, looking forward to the day when he could see that familiar figure again, but every time he waited, it turned into a bubble. Gradually, he had to accept a cruel reality. Perhaps his father had long since fallen tragically in the fierce battle with the ghosts of the underworld. But now, Yi Ling Tian actually told him personally that his father did not die, but was taken away by someone who came to his rescue. For Yi Chen, this news was tantamount to a rainy day in a long drought, so how could it not make his heart surge with excitement? Naturally, Yi Ling Tian looked at the emotional Yi Chen, smiled faintly and said softly, "Grandfather, then do you know where my father is now? Why has he never come looking for me in all these years?" Yi Chen couldn't hold down his inner urgency and doubt and hurriedly asked after him. "Yes, if my father was still alive, how could he have left him behind for so many years? Is there something else he's hiding?" When he thought of this, Yi Chen's brows tightly furrowed and his gaze was filled with worry. "Because," Yi Ling Tian sighed lightly and slowly explained, "your father is not in this mortal realm universe that we are in today. At this moment, he may be in the immortal realm, or perhaps, he is in the higher level of the holy realm, and is unable to easily descend to the realm due to the binding of certain rules. But no matter what, just know that he is still alive, and one day you father and son will be reunited. In fact, with Yichuan's current realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal already ready to travel to the Immortal Realm. It was just that this cultivation level was not the bottom of the list of existences in the Immortal Realm, but it wasn't strong enough to go anywhere, and in this mortal world, Yi Duan could be said to have stood at the top. Therefore, Yi Chen did not intend to head to the Immortal Realm right now. Only now, upon learning that his father was in the Immortal Realm, that intense longing deep within his heart was instantly ignited. He couldn't wait to leave for the Immortal Realm right away, to seek out that person who had been lost to his closest family for many years. Do you want to travel to the Immortal Realm? Yiling Tian's gaze was like a torch, as if he could penetrate Yi Chen's heart with a single glance. Aha! Yi Chen nodded his head without hesitation. His eyes were firm and unrivaled, revealing a sense of determination. Let's wait, the time is not ripe at the moment. Yiling Tian shook his head slightly and said in a calm but undeniable tone, after all, the mere cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal was simply not worth mentioning in front of the many powerful people in the Immortal Realm, and going to the Immortal Realm rashly at this time was undoubtedly striking a stone with an egg, and was never a wise choice. More importantly, there was still an emperor of the underworld in the Immortal Realm who was deeply hostile to the Grand Xia. If this emperor of the underworld realized that Yi Chen was someone from the Great Xia, he was afraid that he would never let him go easily. At that time, Yi Chen would be in an extremely dangerous situation, and even his life would be in danger. Grandpa, so when is the time right? Leaf Dust asked in frustration. Wait until you achieve the position of Immortal Emperor. The position of Immortal Emperor? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen revealed a hint of doubt. It was clear that he did not know anything about this realm. Immortal Emperor is the last realm of the Immortal World. When you become an Immortal Emperor, you can basically come and go as you please in the Immortal World. With Yi Chen's strength, when he became an Immortal Emperor, even if he was only at the early stage of Immortal Emperor, he would be able to easily defeat a peak Immortal Emperor or even kill him. Isn't this, Grandpa, you think too highly of me? Yi Chen could not help but let out a bitter smile and said, even if I could reach the Immortal Emperor realm, it would be many years from now. In Yi Chuan's opinion, to reach this so-called Immortal Emperor realm, it was estimated that it would take at least tens of thousands of years or even longer. This time was too much for him. Don't worry, it won't take long. Yiling Tian laughed lightly. With him around, is it hard to reach the Immortal Emperor realm? With that, Yiling Tian took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Yi Chen. Grandpa, what is this? Receiving the pills Yiling Tian handed over, Yi Chen asked curiously. Realm-breaking immortal pill. You can take one for each realm. It can unconditionally allow you to raise a realm without any side effects. It's best to take it at the peak of each realm so that you can directly break through a large realm. Yi Chuan looked at the elixir in his hand with an incredulous expression. So unbelievable? Unconditional advancement of a realm? Without any side effects? Chapter 83, the Yi family's strength increases. Such a shocking and heaven-defying elixir. Not to mention seeing it with your own eyes. Even hearing about it is an unprecedented thing. At least Yi Chen could assert that in this mortal world, there would never be such a heaven-defying elixir existing in the world. As for whether the immortal world possessed such pills, Yi Chen did not know. But even if the immortal world really has this Dan, I think it must also belong to the most top, supreme category of miraculous pills. Grandpa, do you think you should leave this precious and incomparable elixir for others? Would it be a bit too wasteful to give it all to me alone at once? Although Yi Chuan's heart was salivating for this elixir, he was after all concerned about the family's overall situation. Yi family still has many children. Their current cultivation is low and unbearable. If you can use the power of these pills to supplement the cultivation, then the Yi family's overall strength will be able to instantly realize a leap in the promotion and breakthrough. However, in the face of Yi Chen's proposal, Yiling Tian waved his hand in a decisive manner. You can just accept the things given to you without fear. As for the others, I will make other proper arrangements. Before the words fell, only to see Yiling Tian flung his hand, and without hesitation, he threw the bottle of rare and unusual pills straight to Yi Chen. His attitude was resolute and decisive. There was no room for discussion to speak of. How could Yiling Tian not know Yi Chen's thoughts? Only that this pill was a realm-breaking immortal pill, which belonged to the immortal grade quality of the very best pills. In terms of the current strength and physique of the rest of the Yi family, they were simply incapable of withstanding the powerful medicinal effects of such pills. Even if the cultivation level is a little higher, Yi Xiude, if he rashly served this pill, I'm afraid that not only can't smoothly absorb the medicinal power, but instead, it is very likely that the energy in the body will run wild and lead to the explosion of the body, and the consequences are simply unimaginable. In order to take a realm-breaking immortal pill, one's cultivation had to reach the earth immortal realm at the very least. However, even in the immortal realm, no one would give this elixir to an earth immortal. How could anyone waste such a precious elixir on a tiny earth immortal? For the next few days, Yiling Tian settled down in the Yi family with peace of mind. During these few days, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao would go to Yi Ling Tian's residence on time every day and respectfully listen to his teachings. Every aphorism and every technique know-how taught by Yi Ling Tian was as precious as a rare treasure to the duo. Meanwhile, Yi Chen as well as the rest of the Yi family had likewise devoted themselves to cultivation during these days. Thanks to those magical pills that Yi Ling Tian had generously rewarded them with, everyone's cultivation level climbed as if they were rocketing. Time passes in a hurry, and in a flash, a whole month of time has passed. Amazingly, Yi Xiaoyu had managed to break through to the peak Nirvana realm, only one step away from the Heavenly King realm. To know, she is now only more than 10 years old, so young will be able to achieve such a realm. In the long history of the Great Summer can be said to be unprecedented, not to mention within the country of Daxia. Even if we look at the entire vast and boundless mortal world, people like her who have this achievement at this age are also rare. Looking at Yi Zhao's side, although he temporarily failed to catch up with Yi Xiaoyu's advancing steps, the increase in his own strength was still not to be underestimated. In just 1 month, he had already jumped from the original Zhongshe realm to the early stage of Nirvana in one fell swoop. As for Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Lak's father, Yi Wudao and the others, even though their talents were not as outstanding as their own children's, yet at this moment, they too had successfully arrived at the peak of the Great Master realm by virtue of their unremitting endeavors and the power of the elixir bestowed by Yi Ling Tian. The next person to talk about was Yi Xiode, who was originally at the early stage of the martial saint cultivation realm, but amazingly, after a period of unremitting efforts and cultivation, he managed to advance all the way to the peak of the martial saint king. One must know that this was an entire span of a large realm. Such an astonishing rate of progress was simply jaw-dropping. Of course, in this process Yi Xiode was able to achieve such a great success. Naturally, it could not be separated from Yi Ling Tian's great help. Without Yi Ling Tian's full support and guidance, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for Yi Xiode to achieve such a leap forward on his own. In looking at Yi Duan, in just a month's time, under Yi Ling Tian's careful assistance, Yi Duan had likewise displayed an extraordinary growth and strength. He was only at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation at first, yet within this short period of time, he shot straight up into the sky like a rocket, smoothly reaching the height of the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was the Immortal Realm, or the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and its difficulty of ascension was naturally not comparable to the mortal realms of Yi Xiode and the others. After Yi Chen had successfully promoted to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he didn't hesitate to take a precious and incomparable realm-breaking immortal pill. It was because he had a more lofty goal in mind to use the power of this heaven-defying elixir to break through to the immortal monarch realm above the Great Luo Golden Immortal in one fell swoop, thus moving to a higher level of cultivation. In the meantime, the entire Yi family was immersed in a rich cultivation atmosphere. Every corner was filled with aura fluctuations, as if a grand cultivation feast was unfolding in full swing. And just as the Yi family's people were devoting themselves to cultivation, the mysterious spirit vein far away in the northern realm had also attracted a great deal of attention from the Council of Elders. After some intensive preparations, the Council of Elders finally decided to carry out a mining operation on it. One must know that this was the first spirit vein to appear within the Great Summer. For such a precious and incomparable resource, the elders of the Elders Council naturally didn't dare to take it lightly, and each one of them had put up a 12% spirit to deal with this matter, because we all know in our hearts that as long as we can fully utilize the spiritual vein, then the overall strength of Grand Xia will definitely be able to scale new heights, and thus stand out amongst the many forces. At this moment, in one of the spacious and bright conference halls of the Elders Council, Sun Hongxian and a group of other highly respected elders were sitting around, discussing important matters related to spirit veins. They were seen to be stony-faced, sometimes exchanging whispered exchanges, and sometimes engaging in heated debates on a certain issue. And across from them, there were 5 imposing men sitting quietly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that these 5 were not members within the Elders Association, but were actually the renowned ancient 5 tiger generals, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao and Huang Zhong. After Sun Hongxian and the others had finished deliberating on the main matter, he slowly raised his head and cast his gaze across the room to the 5 Guan Yu people, then opened his mouth to ask in a sincere and expectant tone, "I wonder if a few seniors would be willing to join our Elders Association and take up the position of elder?" Upon hearing Sun Hongxuan's question, a hint of surprise first appeared on the faces of Guan Yu's few people before they fell into a short silence. After all, the offer came somewhat suddenly, making it difficult for them to respond immediately for a while. Chapter 84, Shadow Clan Elder Peng's Anger. This time they set foot on that starry journey, as if a soul-shaking baptism, let them deeply realize their own smallness and fragility. One must know that with only their cultivation at the realm of a mere martial saint, they were simply struggling to make their way through the vast and endless starry sky. Every step forward seemed to be 1,000 pounds of pressure. so difficult that it was almost impossible to make a difference. In contrast, staying and becoming one of the elders in this prestigious council of elders didn't seem like a bad choice. After all, here they are able to play a role with their abilities and experience, and contribute to the prosperity and stability of the land. That's right, I wonder what a few seniors would like to do. Sun Hongxian wore a smile on his face and gazed eagerly at the crowd in front of him. Sun Hongxian actually knew a little about the origins of Guan Yu and the other five, as the Grand Elder of the Great Sia Elders Association. Although he didn't dare to boast that he knew all of the historical figures of the Great Sia by heart, he still had more or less some knowledge of them. For a while, the atmosphere became grave, and Guan Yu and the others were all in deep contemplation. Time passed by, and the surrounding area was silent, with only the occasional sound of the breeze gently brushing by. After a long time, the silence was finally broken. Only Guan Yu's face was calm as he slowly spoke. Could be. His voice was low and firm, revealing a well-considered decisiveness. Indeed, with their current strength, they might still be considered among the strongest in Xia, but once they were in the vastness of the starry sky, they would be like insignificant ants. Instead of struggling hard in that unknown world, it would be better to stay here and accompany Xia as it steadily moves forward, witnessing its growth and rise. Even though the 10,000 clans were eyeing their Grand Xia and would never stop easily, as long as that senior of the Yi clan was still around, attempting to overthrow the Grand Xia would never be an easy task. Right now, it was a rare moment of respite, and it was necessary to scramble to improve the overall strength of Xia. Only then, when facing the 10,000 races head-on again, would they not fall into a desperate situation where they were powerless? Great! When he heard that Guan Yu and a few others willingly threw themselves into their camp, Sun Hongxian immediately laughed heartily, and that laughter was as loud as a flood bell, shaking the entire hall. The remaining few elders also revealed gratifying smiles, as if they had seen the light of hope shining before their eyes. To know, the strength of this new 5 people is far above them, even as a great elder Sun Hongxian himself, but also have to admit that there is not as good as, especially Guan Yu and Zhao Yun too, is one of the best. These two had already reached the peak of the martial Dao Saint realm, and were only one step away from breaking through to the martial Dao Saint King, which could be said to be within reach. In time, once he succeeds in making a breakthrough, he will surely become the mainstay of the Great Xia against the 10,000 races. Mid-Heaven Starfield. Here, there exists a mysterious and awe-inspiring group, the Shadow Clan. Although the Shadow Clan wasn't the topmost power in the Mid-Heaven astral domain, it wasn't weak either, and belonged to the first-class forces. On this day, the serene Shadow Clan territory suddenly welcomed a person who was no other than the Grand Elder from the Sea Clan. This Grand Elder of the Sea Clan was dressed in a gorgeous robe, its sleeves dancing in the wind, and his majestic face revealed a hint of anxiety and gravity. The purpose of the Great Elder of the Sea Clan's visit actually needed no further explanation, and was clearly related to the Great Summer. Xia showed the powerful strength of the Sea Tribe is deeply afraid of. In the face of such a strong enemy, the Sea Tribe knows that it is difficult to fight with their own strength. They have no choice but to seek help from outside. So why would the Sea Nation turn their attention to the Shadow Nation? The reason is not hard to understand. It turned out that the Sea Clan had always been a subordinate force of the Shadow Clan, and the two were inextricably linked. Moreover, the Sea Shadow who had unfortunately perished not long ago, his instructor happened to be a highly respected elder in the Shadow Clan. At this moment, inside the grand and magnificent hall of the Shadow Clan, the Great Elder of the Sea Clan was standing quietly in the center of the hall, patiently waiting. This grand hall was magnificent, with carved beams and painted buildings, and the surrounding walls were inlaid with countless gemstones that sparkled with strange light, making the entire hall look particularly solemn. Hai Guang, what is so important about coming to me at this time? Just as the Grand Elder of the Sea Clan was deep in thought, suddenly, a calm and powerful voice resounded leisurely in the middle of the hall. Hearing this voice, the Great Elder of the Sea Clan, that is, Hai Guang hurriedly turned his head, only to see a crane-haired old man walking slowly towards him with a steady pace. This old man was hale and hearty, his eyes gleaming, and his body exuded an invisible pressure. Hai Guang recognized the visitor at a glance and hurriedly bowed respectfully towards the old man and said, "Hai Guang meets Elder Pang." In his words, he exuded a deep respect for this old man, not daring to be slack in the slightest. "Spare me, speak, there is something to see me in such a hurry." Elder Pang waved his hand and asked, "Elder Pang, do you still remember Xia?" Kaihiro asked softly. "Xia?" At those words, Elder Pang's face was puzzled. "What Great Xia? It's that order issued by the Underworld Divine Hall 10,000 years ago against Great Xia?" Suddenly, Elder Pang's expression twitched as he finally remembered. "That's right, Elder Pang, it's this Xia," Kaihiro said in a low voice. "What's wrong with this Xia?" Elder Pang's brows furrowed as he questioned with a face full of doubt. His stern gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through all the fog and gain direct insight into the truth of the matter. It's been such a long time. Is it any wonder that you guys haven't properly handled this matter by now? Elder Peng's voice grew lower and lower, containing discontent and anger that was hard to hide. Since the place where Daxia was located was in the eastern astral domain, the 10,000 clans of the central heavenly astral domain didn't personally intervene in this matter, but instead handed it over to the 10,000 clans of the eastern astral domain to take care of it. At that moment, Haiguang took a deep breath and said stiffly, Elder Peng, the situation has changed. I don't know for what reason, but the strength of this Grand Xia has suddenly grown dramatically, powerful beyond imagination, and even the Sea Shadow has unfortunately lost his life in the hands of the Grand Xia. At the mention of this, Haiguang's face instantly became extremely ugly, as if recalling the creepy scene at that time. What did you just say? Elder Peng's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief and, Sea Shadow is dead? Upon hearing this news, he was first slightly stunned, followed by a surge of anger on his face, causing the air around him to seemingly freeze. One must know that Sea Shadow was Elder Peng's most beloved disciple, and there was a deep bond between master and disciple. Because of this, Haiguang had specially rushed here to pay his respects to Elder Peng, instead of going to the other Shadow Clan members to report on this matter. Yes, Elder Peng. In the face of Elder Peng's fierce anger, Haiguang couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear, and bean-sized beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. How the hell did you die? Tell me clearly. Elder Peng gritted his teeth and forced the question. His face that was originally quite calm had now become gloomy to the extreme, as if the sky was as depressing as the sky before a storm. Chapter 85 Elder Peng meets traveling to Daxia. We really don't know too much about how exactly they died, but after all the indications, we can be pretty sure that it was this Daxia who did it, Haiguang said with a grave expression on his face. Immediately afterward, Haiguang took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and began to tell Elder Peng in detail about the series of things that had happened during this period of time. This includes the surprisingly early outbreak of the aura tides. As a result of this sudden change, those powerful existences in their sea race were all rejected by the void wormhole, and were unable to enter it smoothly at all. And all of these shocking circumstances, Haiguang told all of them to Elder Peng without missing a beat. Because of this, when the Lin clan managed to explore the precise coordinates of where this Daxia is located, our clan chief, Haiwei, decisively ordered that the Sea Shadow be dispatched to lead the vast army of the Sea Clan, and aggressively marched towards this Daxia. However, no one expected this trip out of the army is actually a road of no return. Since then, they have not been heard from and never returned. Speaking of this, Haiguang's face couldn't help but show a look of deep remorse. He secretly pondered in his heart, if he could have known earlier that this seemingly insignificant Daxia actually possessed such horrifying strength, then no matter what, they definitely wouldn't have been able to let the Sea Shadow lead the crowd to go there rashly. At this moment, Elder Peng, who was standing on the side, was enraged when he heard this, only to see that his originally fairly calm face instantly became distorted. The veins on his forehead bulged, and it was as if a blazing fire was burning in his eyes. Hai Wuya, in my opinion you're afraid that this Sea Clan patriarch has made it to the top. Elder Peng roared, his voice deafening and resounding throughout the hall. If that damned Hai Wuya was not bent on sending his beloved disciple to attack this extremely dangerous Daxia, how could Hai Ying end up in a miserable state of death? Thinking of this, Elder Peng's resentment towards Hai Wuya grew stronger, itching to immediately rush to him and ruthlessly teach him a lesson. Although the originator of this tragedy is undoubtedly the mysterious and unpredictable Daxia, however, if it is not Hai Wuya gave that order, Hai Ying absolutely will not hastily go to Daxia. Naturally, it will not end up with a miserable end of the body, soul, and disappearance. At this moment, Elder Peng's inner bearish anger was as unstoppable as a volcano eruption, causing Haiguang, who was on the side, to be silent, not even daring to say half a sentence of superfluous words, and could only stand there silently, with his head hanging low, not saying a word, knowing that on one side was the respected elder of the Shadow Clan, and on the other side was the patriarch of his Sea Clan, both of which were existences he couldn't afford to mess with. How could he open his mouth in the face of such a situation? After slightly calming his agitated emotions, Elder Peng stared at Haiguang with a torch-like gaze and asked in a deep voice, have you ever understood what kind of strength this great Xia actually possesses in terms of its underpinnings? Hearing this, Haiguang couldn't help but show a bitter look on his face and helplessly shook his head, his voice low as he replied, I wasn't clear about it. If they had known the true strength of this great Xia, how could they have gotten into such a passive and difficult situation? It was precisely because he knew nothing about it that he had to personally come to the Shadow Clan to visit Elder Peng, full of expectations that this powerful elder would be able to step forward and help them. After all, Elder Peng was one of the elders of the Shadow Clan, and although he could not yet be called a core elder, he was at least a genuine golden immortal level powerhouse. In his thoughts, even if this Daxia was any more powerful, It was absolutely impossible for him to contend with a golden immortal. In today's mortal universe, the Great Luo Golden Immortals are undoubtedly the pinnacle of the pyramid of strength. And while the Great Luo Golden Immortals stayed hidden from the world, the Golden Immortals became the strongest existences in the world. He categorically wouldn't believe that this unheard of dasha could be so strong that it could even deal with a Golden Immortal powerhouse. Such a thing was simply unbelievable. Hai Wuya sent you here to look for Lao Fu. I'm sure you want Lao Fu to personally deal with that Sia, right? Facing Hai Guang's arrival, without the need for many words, Elder Pang already had an insight into the other party's intentions. Only Hai Guang responded with a respectful nod. Yes, yes. The words were filled with awe. Elder Pang couldn't help but let out a cold snort after hearing this. His heart was burning with rage, and he could be said to hate Hai Wuya to the bone. If it wasn't because of that Hai Wuya, how could his beloved disciple have been killed in the Yellow Springs? Every time he thought of this, Elder Pang hated to immediately rush to Hai Wuya and ruthlessly teach him a lesson. However, even though he was furious to the extreme, the blood revenge of his beloved disciple was something he had to avenge no matter what. This audacious dasha had dared to kill his disciple, and there was absolutely no way he would let this culprit off lightly. You go back and tell Hai Wuya that regarding the matter of Hai Ying, sooner or later, Lao Fu will settle the score with him. As for this dasha who doesn't know how to die, I will even more definitely not show any mercy. At this moment, Elder Pang's gaze was as cold as ice, as if he had already seen the scene of Disya being obliterated by his own hands. In his eyes, the dasha who dared to kill his disciple had long since ceased to exist above this world like a dead man. As for that Hai Wuya, after he succeeded in resolving this Disya completely, he would definitely personally find his way to the door to properly settle the score. Yes, what Elder Pang said is very true. I will immediately rush back to the clan to report this matter truthfully to the clan leader. Hai Guang busily nodded his head and responded, his words full of respect and obedience. After saying that, he only saw Hai Guang turn around and wanted to gallop towards the direction of the Sea clan. Wait, don't rush off just yet. Inform me of the exact coordinates of where this dasha is located. Right at this moment, Elder Pang suddenly spoke out and called out to Hai Guang, who was about to leave. Yes, look at my memory. I actually almost forgot such an important matter. Hai Guang was first slightly stunned, then he slapped his head as if waking up from a dream and hurriedly told Elder Pang the exact coordinates of where dasha was in detail. Well, good, you can go back. After learning the coordinates, Elder Pang nodded his head in satisfaction, and then he gave Hai Guang an expulsion order. Yes, Elder Pang, then I will leave first. Hai Guang bowed once again before transforming into a stream of light that quickly disappeared into the sky. Galaxy? After Hai Guang left, Elder Pang then began to analyze where dasha was. According to what Hai Guang said, the location where this dasha was located was extremely remote, and even true immortal powerhouses would need decades to arrive. Calculating like this, even if he was a golden immortal, rushing to this dasha was estimated to take at least a year or so. A year? He didn't have that much time to spend on catching up. Chapter 86 Yi Chen breaks through the immortal monarch realm. The Shadow Clan, this first-rate clan that was renowned in the mid-heaven astral domain, was astonishingly deep in its heritage and strength. On the level of the peak of the golden immortal alone, the Shadow Clan has a full 6. All of them are not respected, powerful existence, and all of them are the Shadow Clan's supreme elder. The number of golden immortal realm elders was even more impressive, as many as dozens of them, shining like bright stars between this vast expanse of heaven and earth. However, the reason why the Shadow Clan was able to stand as a first-rate power in the mid-heaven astral domain didn't just depend on these golden immortal realm elders. The key to truly allowing the Shadow Clan to sit firmly on the throne of a first-class power was that unfathomable and transcendent Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm ancestor. In the mid-heaven astral domain, if one wanted to be among the first-class forces, the minimum condition was to have a powerful person of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm guarding one side. Only in this way can we stabilize our position in the changing situation and deter the herd. When Hai Guang left, Elder Pang turned around and stepped towards the mysterious and solemn Elder's Pavilion, which was magnificent and exuded an ancient and majestic aura. Stepping into the Elder's Pavilion, Elder Pang glanced at an old man with white hair sitting in it. This old man had a kind face, but his gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if he was able to see everything in the world. Elder Pang, how could you have the leisure to visit the Elder's Pavilion today? That old man wore a smile on his face as he softly opened his mouth to inquire. Hearing this, Elder Pang hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings to the third elder. At this moment, Elder Pang was completely missing the overbearing attitude that he had in front of Hai Guang, and was replaced by a face of constraint and awe, because the old man in front of him is not someone else. It is the third elder of the Shadow Clan to which he belongs. Moreover, the cultivation of the third elder is unpredictable and has already reached the realm of the late golden immortal, the strength of which can be said to be horrifying. As for himself, Even though he had also stepped into the realm of the Golden Immortal, he was only at the early stage of the Golden Immortal stage, and could only be considered a member of the ordinary elders. Compared with the strength of this inscrutable, has already reached the late Golden Immortal Third Elder, is simply a difference between the mud. There is absolutely no comparability to speak of. Speak, the Third Elder spoke with a smile on his face. But what's the matter? There was a hint of curiosity and concern in his tone. Only the Third Elder always had an amiable smile on his face, making people feel as warm as the spring breeze. At this moment, Elder Pang hurriedly arched his hand in salute and replied respectfully, back to the Third Elder. Shadow Pang does have a matter that he wants to implore you, Third Elder, to come to his aid. Hearing this, the Third Elder raised his eyebrows slightly and responded with interest. Oh, then he smiled faintly, unimpressed. Speak, just what is it? As long as it's within the old man's power, it's nothing. In his opinion, normally speaking, if they didn't encounter anything particularly significant, ordinary elders of Shadow Pang's level would rarely take the initiative to seek the help of others. To know, the Shadow Pang itself is a golden immortal powerhouse, but also their Shadow Clan elders. According to common sense, there should not be too many things can be difficult to put it right. I only heard Shadow Pang take a deep breath, then slowly said, it's like this Third Elder. One of my favored disciples was unfortunately tragically poisoned in the Eastern Star domain, and fell down as a result. That's why I have the audacity to come and borrow a Class 4 warship from the Elder Pavilion so that I can personally rush to the Eastern Star region to avenge my poor disciple's death. Towards the end, Shadowpaw's voice couldn't help but tremble a little, obviously filled with grief and anger in his heart. Oh, Elder Pang's disciple actually perished in the Eastern Star region? At those words, a hint of surprise appeared on the Third Elder's face as well. One must know that he, the Shadow Clan, was a well-deserved first-rate power in the mid-heaven astral domain. Its mighty reputation, shocking the four directions, yet now someone dared to kill his Shadow Clan elder's disciple, which was simply a naked defiance and provocation to his Shadow Clan. Could it be that this person didn't really care about the Shadow Clan at all? At this moment, only Elder Pang said with a solemn face and arching his hand, reporting back to the Third Elder, that is indeed the case. Moreover, the place where my unfortunate fallen disciple is located is an extremely remote place in the Eastern Star domain. If one wishes to reach that place, without the help of a Class 4 warship, one would need to spend at least a full year of time, according to conservative estimates. After saying that, Elder Pang hung his head respectfully and waited for the Third Elder's response. The Third Elder nodded slightly, indicating that he had already understood the matter, and then said without thinking, just as well, I will promise you. A few simple words, but like a loud bell, they clearly reached Elder Pang's ears. Hearing this, Elder Pang's originally taut heartstrings instantly loosened up, and a flash of excitement was even harder to suppress on his face. To be honest, before he came to meet the Third Elder, he was really apprehensive deep down, fearing that the Third Elder would reject his request. After all, in terms of his current status, a Class 4 warship was not yet something he could use at will, but what he had never expected was that the Third Elder would agree to be so quick and easy, without the slightest hesitation. This unexpected result really surprised and delighted him. Immediately after that, the Third Elder immediately approved Elder Pang's permission related to the use of a Class 4 warship. After receiving the authorization, Elder Pang didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and immediately harnessed the majestic Class 4 warship and sped towards the distant Eastern Star domain like an arrow off the string. Da Xia, Tianhai City, Yi family. Boom! A huge vibration suddenly came from the backyard of the Yi family, and along with this vibration, an extremely terrifying aura also suddenly came out, enveloping the entire Tianhai City in just an instant. However, it was only an instant before the aura disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Yi family's backyard, in a pavilion, Yi Ling Tian was sitting quietly. Not bad. Surprisingly, it only took less than a month to break through to the immortal monarch realm. Yi Ling Tian looked in a certain direction and murmured with a light smile. Swish! Just then, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yi Ling Tian. Grandpa, I made a breakthrough. The person who appeared was naturally Yi Chen, who had broken through to the immortal monarch realm. Well, not bad. Yi Ling Tian nodded his head indifferently, not feeling much excitement over Yi Chen's breakthrough to immortal monarch. But yes, in Yi Ling Tian's eyes, how could a mere immortal monarch be placed in his eyes? Not to mention immortal monarchs, even immortal emperors Yi Ling Tian would not even give a second glance. However, with Yi Chuan's current immortal monarch realm, it was not too much to say that he was invincible in this mortal realm universe, so it was thought that with him around, there should still be no problem sheltering the Yi family as well as Daxia in a short period of time. Chapter 87, Yi Ling Tian's Intentions Starry Sky Training. Grandpa, with my cultivation realm today, wouldn't I still be able to stand firm in that immortal realm? Yi Duan asked with a face full of doubt, his eyes flickering with eagerness and anticipation. At this time, His mind has long flown to the clouds, and he only wants to hurry to the immortal world to find his father who has not seen him for a long time. Ever since he had managed to break through to the immortal monarch realm, he had felt a powerful receiving power from the immortal realm. That power seemed like a passageway to an unknown world, and as long as he was willing, he would be able to embark on a journey to the immortal realm anytime, anywhere. However, this force of attraction came and went quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, and no matter how he perceived it, he could no longer catch the slightest trace of it. Yi Chen understood very well in his heart that it must have been his grandfather who had executed some kind of divine means to shield this power of receiving, and Grandpa's purpose for doing so was obviously because he didn't want him to rush to the immortal realm at this very moment. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan couldn't help but complain a little about his grandfather, but more than that, he was still yearning for the immortal realm and his attachment to his father's whereabouts. Dusty, I've never been to the immortal realm in this universe either, so I know very little about the specifics there. However, as I see it, I'm afraid that with just an immortal monarch's cultivation, you're not really a strong person in the immortal realm. To be on the safe side, it would be better for you to stay in the mortal realm peacefully and continue to dive into your cultivation, Yi Ling Tian said calmly, a faint smile on his face. Hearing these words from his grandfather, Yi Chen, who had just broken through to the immortal monarch realm and was full of joy, was suddenly like a deflated ball of leather. His originally high emotions instantly fell to the bottom, and his entire body became frustrated. Cultivate hard. That voice was like a flood bell, resounding in Yi Chan's ears. Whenever you step into the immortal emperor realm, I will let you travel to the immortal realm. Yi Ling Tian's expression was serious, and his gaze was tightly fixed on Yi Chen. Although with his strength and position, even if he let Yi Chen head to the immortal realm at this moment, he would be able to keep him safe and sound, but there's no way around it. Who made him lazy by nature? One couldn't focus on Yi Chen all the time, could he? After all, he still had many important matters to deal with. Therefore, it would be more appropriate to wait until Yi Chen possessed a strong enough self-protection ability before making any plans. Of course, he actually had another option, and that was to return to the Chaos Realm and summon the best disciples of his sect to guard the safety of the Yi family members. However, after some deep thought, Yi Ling Tian eventually dismissed the idea. He knew very well in his heart that those disciples within his sect were all people with profound cultivation and superior strength. If he really summoned them here, he was afraid that this entire side of the universe would be thrown into chaos. One must know that if any of these disciples showed up here, other than the one at the top level of the realm being able to barely fight against it, the rest of the realms were afraid that it would be difficult to fight against them. In that case, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Moreover, if he did so, the great Tao of this side of the universe would definitely not be able to sit back and watch, and he would still be the one in trouble at that time. He was not afraid of the great Tao of this universe, but that did not mean that the rest of the people within his sect were not afraid as well. Immortal Emperor? Hearing this word, Yi Chen could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Grandfather, you should also understand that the place we are in is nothing more than a mere mortal universe, where not even half a bit of immortal spirit chi can be found. In such a harsh environment, it's simply harder than climbing up to the immortal emperor realm. Yi Chen shook his head, his face filled with helplessness and bitterness. Indeed, for cultivators in the mortal realm, the lack of immortal spirit chi meant the loss of the most crucial cultivation resource. Without the nourishment of immortal spirit chi, the path of cultivation would definitely be filled with endless hardships and dangers, and it had almost become a luxury to want to break through the many hurdles and reach the immortal emperor realm. One must know that in the mortal realm, the vast majority of cultivators who spent their entire lives and did their best to cultivate diligently would only end up reaching the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. It was as if there was an invisible moat stretching across the front, blocking them from continuing on their way. If you want to break through the shackles and further enhance your cultivation strength, the only way is to embark on the difficult and dangerous road to the immortal world, and only then there is a ray of possibility. However, in the face of this situation, Yi Ling Tian wore a smile on his face and comforted in a relaxed tone. For other people, it might be as difficult as heaven to realize such a leap, but for you, it's a breeze. Moreover, don't forget, there is still me by your side. In Yi Ling Tian's eyes, the kind of situation Yi Chen was worried about was purely unfounded and unnecessary, not to mention the fact that with him guarding around all the time, he would certainly not let Yi Chen encounter such a predicament. Simply by saying that Yi Chen had the same bloodline inheritance as him flowing within his body, he was destined to never be subjected to such harsh restrictions. Even if there is an impact, it is minimal at best. At those words, Yi Chen nodded with seeming understanding. He still had faith in his grandfather's strength, so perhaps what he was worried about was nothing in his grandfather's eyes. Alright, since you have now successfully broken through to the immortal monarch realm, you will indeed be able to lead Xiaoyu as well as the two of you, Yi Jiao, to head to the starry sky together for a bit of training. Regarding this decision, Yi Ling Tian had actually considered it a long time ago. He knew clearly in his heart that the moment Yi Chen succeeded in stepping into the immortal monarch realm, it would be the best time for Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao to embark on a journey to the stars. All this time, they had been silently cultivating in the Yi family, but Yi Ling Tian understood that if he wanted to achieve higher achievements, it was obviously not enough to rely on closed-door cultivation alone. Only by bravely going out to see the wider world outside, and experiencing a variety of challenges and sharpening, can we truly lay a solid foundation for our future, and thus realize a greater value of life. Grandpa, you're actually planning to let these two children travel to the stars for training? After hearing these words, Yi Chuan's face could not help but show a look of surprise that was hard to hide. One must know that even though Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiaozhu were considered to be the existence of the greatest geniuses in the land of the great Xia, and had reached the Nirvana realm and the Heavenly King realm respectively at a very young age, Yi Xiaoyu, in particular, had once again made a major breakthrough in just a few days, smoothly advancing from the original peak Nirvana to the early Heavenly King stage. Such an amazing cultivation speed was truly breathtaking. However, even with the cultivation strength of the Heavenly King realm, once they were in the vast and mysterious starry sky, they were still as small and fragile as insignificant ants. Is it really a bit too hasty to let these two children rush to the stars to start practicing at this moment? Chapter 88, Star Technique. So it's up to you to keep them both safe. Yi Ling Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, sketching out an imperceptible sinister smile that seemed to hide countless conspiracies and plots, causing people to feel chills in their hearts, as if everything was under his control. Yi Chen keenly caught the change in Yi Ling Tian's expression, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew this grandfather of his all too well, and when he saw that trace of a treacherous smile, he instantly understood. It turned out that his grandfather had already set his calculations on himself. No wonder he had been blocking himself from traveling to the immortal realm before, claiming that he was worried about his safety, but now it seemed that there was simply an ulterior motive. What Grandpa really wanted was for him to act as a protector of these kids and guard them along the way. Your old man is so powerful and profound. Do you still need me to be their protector? Yi Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, his face full of helplessness. However, in the face of his grandfather's request, he knew very well in his heart that even if he was dissatisfied, he could only obediently agree to it. After all, the person in front of him is his grandfather who he loves and respects. Of course, the most crucial factor that prompted Yi Chen to have to obey was still because he was well aware that his current strength was far from his grandfather's. If he had been powerful enough, he might have been able to argue his case, but with reality in front of him, how could he go against his grandfather's wishes? Early tomorrow morning, you will take the two of them and depart for the central heavenly star region. After arriving, try your best to make sure that they can join a certain sect without any problems. During this period, you only need to ensure that their lives are safe, and you don't need to interfere too much in the rest of the affairs. After Yi Lingxia finished giving the order, he stared at Yi Chen with a torch-like gaze, as if waiting for him to give an affirmative answer. Got it. Leaf Dust responded in frustration. That's right, Grandpa. The time for the Star Divine Hall to recruit disciples will soon arrive. Look at it. Based on the current situation, why don't we let Xiaoyu and the two of them go to the Star Divine Hall's disciple selection? Yi Chuan's heart suddenly stirred as if an aura flashed through his mind, and he fiercely recalled the important moment when the Star Divine Hall was about to open for the recruitment of disciples. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan could not help but ponder secretly, feeling that joining the Star Divine Hall would undoubtedly be much more sensible and beneficial than committing to other sects. You have to know, that Star Divine Hall is not an ordinary existence. It was one of the renowned 8 divine temples of the ancient world, and its depth and strength were by no means something that other ordinary sects could look up to. Whether it was the long history of inheritance, or the profound cultivation method, or the gathering of many top experts, all made the Star Divine Hall a sacred hall that countless cultivators dreamed of entering. Oh, hearing what Yi Chen said, Yi Ling Tian was stunned. A trace of doubt appeared on his face as he softly asked, Star Divine Hall? Obviously, Yi Ling Tian knew very little about this Star Divine Hall, but after a moment's reflection, he slowly nodded his head in approval. Just as well. Since this Star Divine Hall was already famous in the ancient times and has survived for a long time, and is still standing today, I think it must have its superiority. Besides, it is honored as one of the 8 divine halls of the ancient times. If Xiaoyu and the others can join the Star Divine Hall, it would be considered a good start. Yi Ling Tian knew very well in his heart that although he had a limited understanding of the specifics of the Star Divine Hall, but just from the perspective of its long history and its lofty status in the Mid-Heaven Star domain, it was quite a suitable place for the two Xiaoyu's training. In today's Mid-Heaven Star region, all the forces were intricate and the competition was exceptionally fierce. If Xiaoyu and the others could rely on the Star Divine Hall as a solid backer, then in the future cultivation path there would certainly be a lot less unnecessary trouble. And at the same time, there would be no need to worry too much about being subjected to the unwarranted difficulties and harassment of those with evil intentions. However, in order to join the Star Divine Hall, one must comprehend the power of the stars. Otherwise, even if their talent is high, it is estimated that they won't be accepted into the Star Divine Hall. Yi Duan suddenly said in a deep voice. Oh, there's such a thing? At those words, Yi Ling Tian was surprised. How could there be a sect that recruits disciples without looking at talent? To know the reason why any clan to recruit disciples, that the purpose is nothing more than to be able to constantly absorb to the fresh blood, so that, in order to ensure that the clan's legacy can be continued, not to break off in the middle of the process. Because of this, almost all sects would regard talent as a top priority when recruiting disciples. After all, only disciples with outstanding talent would be able to become the pillars of the sect in the future, carrying the heavy responsibility of the sect's development and growth. However, what was unexpected was that this Star Divine Hall had gone out of its way. The disciples they recruited had to be people who had already comprehended the power of the stars. Such a unique requirement really surprised Yi Ling Tian. At this moment, Yi Duan opened his mouth. Grandpa, in my opinion, why don't we switch to another divine hall? With the talent displayed by Xiao Yu and the two of them, it's not difficult to join another divine hall. Although he wasn't clear on what level of talent Yi Xiaoyu and his duo belonged to, just from the amazing speed of their recent breakthroughs, it was enough to judge that their talent was by no means ordinary. Conservative estimates suggest that it should at least be an imperial-level talent. Need to know, the emperor-level talent is extremely rare existence. Even in the vast and boundless Zhongtian starfield, every million years may not be able to give birth to such a one. But now, his Yi family actually possessed two sons with imperial-level talent all of a sudden. If this matter were to be learned by those powerful forces in the central heavenly planet region, I really don't know what kind of near-epileptic state they would fall into. Perhaps, people from all walks of life would flock to these two supreme geniuses and try their best to pull them in. No need. It's not just the power of the stars. With Xiao Yu and the two of them's enlightenment, it naturally wouldn't be too difficult to comprehend the power of the stars. Yi Ling Tian shook his head and vetoed Yi Chen's idea. However, to comprehend the power of the stars requires a medium. And currently in the entire mortal realm only the star bead of the Star Divine Hall can comprehend the power of the stars. Other than that, unless one cultivates a star-like technique, there is simply no possibility of comprehending the power of the stars. Yi Chen said with a bitter smile. Star beads. The Star Divine Hall only released 10 of them every 1,000 years. And now, these 10 star beads must have long since belonged to each other. And it was definitely unrealistic to want to search for them at this time. As for feats like star, it was even harder. In the entire mortal realm, only people from the Star Divine Hall possessed star-type techniques. It's not just star-type techniques, it just so happens that I have a few here. Yi Ling Tian showed a smile on his face and casually waved his hand. At that moment, several feats were instantly suspended in front of Yi Chen. Yi Duan looked up, his face full of surprise. Grandpa even has star-type techniques? This kind of technique is extremely rare, but the Star Divine Hall never spreads this kind of technique out. Star change, star body refining technique. The stars are all powerful. Just by looking at the names of these feats, Yi Chuan could feel the uncomplicated nature of these feats, and they were definitely all star feats that belonged to the top level. Chapter 89, Shadow Rock descends on the galaxy. These feats were all collected by me in the past. It's useless to leave them here with me, so take them and give them to Xiao Yu and the two of them to cultivate. Yi Ling Tian said indifferently. These techniques are all collected by him in the past after a lot of hard work in the Chaos Realm, and they have been left here without much effect on him. So it would be better to hand them over to Xiao Yu and another person to cultivate them. After all, with their outstanding talent qualifications, if they can study this kind of top star technique, it will not take too many days to deeply comprehend the mysterious star power contained in it. At that time, participation in the Star Divine Hall's disciple selection would inevitably be able to pass without the slightest hindrance. Okay, Grandpa. Yi Chuan received the several techniques with a respectful face and replied in response. Well, that's good. Alright, you can leave now. Tomorrow morning, you will lead Xiao Yu and the two of them to depart for the central heavenly planet realm. Yi Ling Tian waved his hand slightly and commanded in a slow voice. Seeing this situation, Yi Chuan knew that his grandfather's mind was made up, so he no longer said anything, and slowly exited the room with light hands and feet. The next morning, the sun poured through the clouds, bringing a vibrant scene to the world. Yi Chuan had long since packed up and stood in high spirits in the middle of the courtyard waiting for the two of them, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao. Not long after, only two people, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao, hurriedly arrived, their faces unable to hide their excitement and nervousness. The two of them, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao, were really surprised by this decision made by Yi Ling Tian. They had never expected that their old ancestor would let them travel to the vast and boundless starry sky to sharpen themselves and increase their knowledge. You know, This kind of thing was something they didn't even dare to think about in the past. For them who had never been out of Daxia, everything in the starry sky was unknown. And what kind of scene was there? Nervousness as well as anticipation filled their hearts. Ancestor Yi Duan, we're ready. Yi Xiaoyu looked at Yi Chen with an excited expression. Since Yi Ling Tian and Yi Chen were both the Yi family's supreme ancestors, in order to avoid confusion, the Yi family's people honored Yi Chen by calling him Yi Chen Ancestor. Well, let's get going then. Yi Chuan nodded with a bland expression, and immediately afterward, he moved his mind, and a majestic and vast divine idea instantly gushed out, like an invisible shield, wrapping the two of them, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao, tightly, and then, only Yi Chen gently waved his sleeve, and with the two people who were being protected by divine thoughts, he turned into a stream of light and rushed straight into the depths of that vast and boundless starry sky. One must know that with Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiujiu's current low cultivation level, if they did not have the powerful divine idea shelter of Yi Duan's old ancestor, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for them to even survive for a few moments in this starry sky filled with endless dangers and unknowns. After all, this vast and deep starry sky was tantamount to a death Jedi for ordinary mortals. For this trip, Yi Ling Tian did not exert his divine ability to open a spatial rift for them as usual, thus teleporting the group directly to the mid-heaven astral domain. Instead, he purposely arranged for Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao to travel to their destination with their own abilities. In this way, not only would it be able to sharpen the two men's heart and will, but more importantly, it would allow them to personally enjoy some of the unique charm of the starry night. It is true that the universe and the stars are like forbidden zones for the vast majority of mortals. However, when in this bright and colorful night, people cannot help but marvel at its exciting beauty. Countless stars glittering with faint light dotted above the dark ink-like sky, as if they were jewels set in black satin, glittering. Occasionally, there are also meteors crossing the sky, leaving a brief but dazzling trajectory that is as fascinating as a dream. Being in such an environment, one can't help but feel a kind of unprecedented tranquility and comfort, as if all the troubles and sorrows have disappeared at this moment. And in such an environment, it was also of great help to Yi Xiaoyu and the two of them in comprehending the power of the stars. By the time they arrived at the Star Divine Hall, perhaps both of them had already comprehended the power of the stars. In the middle of the endless starry sky, a huge warship was traveling forward at extreme speed, and looking at its direction it was clearly the Milky Way. 1 hour later, in the middle of the vast and boundless universe, a huge and mysterious warship slowly moved forward. Within the cabin, an old man dressed in a black robe with white hair was standing in front of the window, his deep and cold eyes staring straight ahead as if they could penetrate the endless darkness and stars. This old man was no other than the Shadow Clan elder who had come from the central heavenly planet region, Shadow Pang. The coldness emanating from its body was like a polar cold wind, causing one to shudder. This time, Shadowpaw only came to avenge the death of his beloved disciple. After obtaining the third elder's approval, he didn't hesitate to personally pilot this incomparably powerful Class 4 warship through the vast sea of stars, heading straight towards the Milky Way. After a long voyage of more than 10 days, he finally arrived at the eastern star domain, the Milky Way. Along the way, the anger and hatred in Shadow Pang's heart grew more and more intense. Sia, how dare you kill my disciples? You will obediently bear my bear's fury, he roared in a low voice, his hands gripping the rudder tightly as he maneuvered the warship to continue speeding towards Earth, the planet where Daxia was located. However, just at this critical moment, a brilliant and eye-catching stream of light suddenly swept past the warship like lightning. Surprisingly, it's a Class 4 warship? At this moment, in the starry sky not far away, a green-shirted man stopped and cast a curious gaze in the direction of the warship's advance. The green-shirted man was naturally Yi Chen, who had just departed from the Yi clan in preparation for his journey to the central heavenly star region. Ancestor Yi Duan, what is that? Beside Yi Duan, the two of them, Yi Xiaoyu, looked at him with puzzled faces and asked, nothing. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head without stopping, taking Yi Xiaoyu and the two of them to continue. It was naturally clear in his mind that this Class 4 warship must have come from the mid-heaven star domain, and as for the purpose, it was needless to say that he knew that it must have come to find trouble with Daxia. But well, he was not worried at all, because his grandfather, Yi Ling Tian, could be in Daxia right now. It came pretty fast. The Yi family. As Shadow Pang appeared in the Milky Way galaxy with his Class 4 warship, Yi Ling Tian was also the first to sense it. At that moment, Yi Ling Tian's figure slightly trembled, and his entire body also directly disappeared. When it reappeared again, it was right in front of this Class 4 warship that Shadow Pang was harnessing. With Yi Ling Tian's sudden appearance, Shadow Pang within the warship was also instantly startled. Seek death. The sudden appearance of Yi Ling Tian caused Shadow Pang to be a bit shocked, but he didn't take it seriously and continued to ride the warship towards Yi Ling Tian in a horizontal charge. Regardless of this person's purpose and why he had appeared here, daring to intercept his path was simply looking for death. Chapter 90, Shadow Pang's Fear. Like a ferocious falcon, Shadowpang drove the warship towards Yiling Tian with a thunderous momentum. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent and confidence, as if in his heart, Yiling Tian had already become a lifeless corpse. With a deafening roar ringing out, the entire space seemed to tremble. However, just when the crowd thought that Yiling Tian was about to be mercilessly crushed by the warship, an unexpected scene occurred. The unstoppable warship, even in the distance from Yiling Tian only 1 meter away, suddenly issued a shocking loud sound, followed by an abrupt end, as if by a mysterious and powerful force dead-bound in general, no longer able to move forward in the slightest. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Shadowpaw couldn't help but stare blankly. Frozen in place with a face full of shock, he hurriedly fixed his eyes towards the outside, only to see the warship so steadily stagnant in front of Yiling Tian less than a meter. Let himself how desperately manipulate. It is like an impregnable mountain, like not moving. How is that possible? A look of disbelief spread across Shadowpaw's face, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. One must know that this warship was not an ordinary thing. It was a genuine Class 4 warship. Its traveling speed and power was fast enough to be comparable to a Dala Golden Immortal level powerhouse. But now, the seemingly ordinary man in front of him was actually able to easily stop the warship. Just how terrifying a strength was needed to do that? Could it be that this person is a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal? Or perhaps a supreme powerhouse that has surpassed the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm? Just as the thoughts in Shadowpang's mind were surging like a tidal wave, before he had the chance to make any reaction, Yiling Tian merely raised his hand slightly, gently releasing a trace, if any, of chi towards the warship. At that moment, the entire warship directly burst apart in the starry sky and turned into nothingness. And right at this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of Yiling Tian like a ghost without any warning, fixing his eyes. Who is it if not Shadowpaw? Only his face was grave, and his eyes revealed fear and awe that was hard to hide. From the mid-heaven starfield, Yiling Tian's gaze was like a torch, staring closely at the Shadowpang in front of him. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he opened his mouth to ask with a smile. Hearing these words, Shadowpaw's body involuntarily trembled, and he hurriedly nodded his head and responded, "Yes, yes, Senior." There was tension and unease in his voice. Recalling the terrifying scene just now, Shadowpaw's heart was still appalled. Just a mere trace of chi outwardly released was able to cause the sturdy and incomparable Class 4 warship to instantly turn into nothingness. Then if this powerful force was directed at himself, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Maybe he himself would be like that warship and go up in smoke in the blink of an eye. At the thought of this, a layer of fine beads of sweat could not help but appear on Shadowpaw's forehead, his heart filled with endless fear. How could this kind of place hide such an unfathomable strength of a supreme powerhouse? Those damnable people of the Sea Tribe actually didn't say a word about this matter. Are they intentionally hiding it, or do they really not know about it? At this moment, Shadowpaw's heart had long cursed all the people up and down the Sea Clan, especially that Hai Wuya. This damned fellow, knowing that such a dangerous character existed here, deliberately did not inform himself in advance. Could it be that he wanted to use a knife to kill people and let himself come and die for nothing? Not only had he killed his own disciple, but now even his own life might be hard to save. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Shadowpang could not wait to rush back to find Hai Wuya to settle the score, and raise the whole Sea Tribe to the ground in order to solve the hatred in his heart. If Hai Wuya knew what was going on in Shadowpang's mind at this moment, I'm afraid he would have opened his voice and cried out for injustice. You know, Hai Wuya really doesn't know anything about this matter. He only learned that Sea Shadow had lost his life here, and then had doubts, thinking that there might be a certain powerful person at the true immortal level hidden here. And based on this consideration, he sent someone to inform Shadowpang of this matter. After all, not only was Shadowpang a Sea Shadow's master, he was also a genuine golden immortal powerhouse. Therefore, Hai Wuya had never expected that such a terrifying existence as a Great Luo Golden Immortal would exist here. Not to mention the kind of superpower whose strength surpassed that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. If he had known earlier that there was such a frighteningly strong person hidden here, not to mention sending people to inform Shadow Rock to come and find trouble with Dasha, he would have been scared out of his wits and fled as far away as possible. But you've come to seek trouble with Dasha? Yiling Tian was as cold as ice and frost, his face expressionless as he faintly opened his mouth and asked, "No, it's not like that. Senior, please listen to little one. Little just happened to pass by." Shadowpang's face was filled with panic, and his speech stumbled. "Yes, just passing through." Shadowpaw responded with a panicked nod as he wiped the cold sweat that kept seeping out of his forehead. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and uneasiness, fearing that if Yiling Tian was slightly displeased, he would be able to slap him into mush with a wave of his hand. In that case, he would have died too suffocatingly, and even the Shadow Clan probably didn't have the guts to avenge his death. Go back and tell the people behind you that from now on no one from any of the 10,000 races shall set foot in the Milky Way, or else I will not blame this emperor for being merciless. Yi Tian coldly said to Shadow Pang. Yes, yes, Junior will definitely bring Senior's words. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Shadow Pang hurriedly responded with excitement. Yi Tian's words undoubtedly did not intend to kill him, as long as he could leave this place alive. Not to mention bring words, bring what he is willing. Get lost. With a light shout, Yi Tian's figure also disappeared and returned to the Yi family. Looking at the departing Yi Tian, Shadow Pang was finally relieved inside. At least, he survived. Only, at the moment, he was faced with another problem. The warship was destroyed by that senior. How should he go back? Relying on himself to catch up. By the time he returned to the clan, it was estimated that it would be a year later. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of punishment he would face when he returned to the clan. After all, because he had caused the Shadow Clan to lose a Class 4 warship. Hai Wuya, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how would I have ended up in such a situation? The Shadow Pang's eyes opened angrily. Veins rippled on his forehead, and the indignation towards Hai Wuya burned in his heart as if it were a blazing fire. As soon as he remembered all the humiliation and injustice he had suffered before, Shadowpaw felt a suffocating feeling in his chest, and it was as if that anger was going to consume his entire being. And the cause of all this is that abominable Hai Wuya. At this moment, Shadow Pang could no longer hold back his inner urges. He gritted his teeth and secretly vowed to make Hai Wuya pay a painful price. Thus, without hesitation, he turned around and sped towards the direction of the Sea Clan, speeding along the way, itching to immediately fly in front of Hai Wuya and have a life and death match with him. It wouldn't be too late to return to the clan after resolving Hai Wuya. Anyway, as long as you leave the realm of the Milky Way, all other galaxies have the existence of interstellar teleportation arrays, and there won't be a long delay above time. Chapter 91 Extreme Spirit Stone Vein? Sun Hongxuan's anxiety. Yi Tian did not have any concern about Shadow Pang's arrival. The reason why he didn't kill the Shadow Rock was very simple. He just wanted to use his mouth to pass a sentence to the 10,000 races. As for whether or not the 10,000 clans would take Shadowpaw's words into consideration, that was out of his mind. After that, if another 10,000 races appeared in the galaxy, Yi Tian would naturally not show any mercy. In this way, it would at least prevent some of the 10,000 races from coming to trouble Great Xia from time to time in the future. After all, the current De Xia, whose strength was relatively too weak, could be said to be completely without the slightest ability to resist in front of the powerful 10,000 races. Therefore, Yi Tian could only use this way to deter the 10,000 races. Otherwise, would he need to personally step in every time? That was obviously something that was not very realistic. As for why he didn't directly annihilate the 10,000 races in one fell swoop, there were two reasons. One, Yi Tian himself was too lazy to do it. The other, out of consideration for the future of the Grand Xia, he hoped to leave this problem to be solved by the Grand Xia itself in the future. In Yi Tian's eyes, the existence of the 10,000 races was not all bad. Instead, it was more like the best stepping stone on the road to the rise of Great Xia. However, according to the current rate of development of the Grand Xia, if it only relies on its own power to move forward slowly, I'm afraid that I don't know how many more long years it will take before it will be possible to have the strength to compete with the 10,000 races. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't help but murmur softly. It does seem very necessary to give them a helping hand, because if he remained on the sidelines and didn't help, even if De Xia could really develop in the end, it would definitely be a long time from now, and he himself would never be able to stay in De Xia as a guardian forever. Thinking of this, Yi Tian no longer hesitated to move his feet to disappear again. In Kyoto, an ancient and prosperous city, stands a mysterious and solemn building, the Elder Pavilion. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Elder's Pavilion was grave, yet it was hard to hide the excitement, only to see the third Elder's face reddened, his hands slightly trembling from overexcitement. He stared at Sun Hongxian, who was sitting in the first place, with a burning gaze, and shouted, "Big brother, good news has come from the Northern Realm. The spirit vein we discovered has already harvested millions of top-grade spirit stones after this period of time of all-out mining, and based on a conservative estimate of the current situation, at least a few more millions of top-grade spirit stones can be dug out. That's a few million top-grade spirit stones." At the thought of this, the third elder's breathing became rapid. One must know that the spiritual chi contained in each top-grade spirit stone that was extremely majestic, and its quantity was simply incalculable. With these spirit stones, it was enough to last the entire Great Summer Kingdom for hundreds of years. As everyone knew, the spiritual chi contained inside just one top-grade spirit stone was enough to allow an ordinary person with no cultivation to smoothly break through to the Nirvana realm. Then several million top-grade spirit stones added together. The extent to which the spiritual chi it contained was so huge that it was truly unimaginable. Thinking back to the past so many years, the Great Summer Kingdom had never possessed such a huge amount of spirit stone resources. Those spirit stones used in the past were basically obtained only through fierce competition with the 10,000 races. Not only that, most of those spirit stones that were grabbed with great difficulty were only lower and middle grade, and high-quality spirit stones like the upper grade were simply an extravagance that one would not even dare to think about. How could there be so many? After listening to the third elder's report, Sun Hongxian was similarly too excited to help himself. He stood up violently, his hands clenching his fists tightly, his voice slightly trembling from excitement. Could it be that this spirit vein is actually really an extremely high-grade spirit stone vein? How is this possible? Sun Hongxian muttered with a face full of shock as he stared at the third elder in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. It was as if he wanted to see the truth from the third elder's face. To know, from the legends and records passed down from the 10,000 clans, Sun Hongxian clearly understood that the extremely high-grade spirit stone vein belonged to the extremely rare and incomparably precious existence in the entire 10,000 clans. This kind of vein contained a spiritual chi that was rich beyond imagination, and was capable of producing extremely high-quality spirit stones, which were simply priceless to cultivators. And usually, only those few clans that were located at the top of the 10,000 clans and were the most powerful could possibly possess such extremely high-quality spirit stone veins. As for the other 10,000 clans, let alone owning an entire vein, even if they could obtain a few pieces of extremely high-grade spirit stones, it would be enough to make them ecstatic. This was because these extremely high-quality spirit stones could not only accelerate the cultivation process, but could also be used to refine rare items such as top-grade magic treasures or pills. Thinking of this, Sun Hongxian couldn't help but have his heartbeat accelerate and his breathing become rapid. If this spirit vein was truly an extreme spirit stone vein, then once it was discovered and mined, what kind of sensation and scramble would it cause? If this were to spread amongst the 10,000 races, I'm afraid that even those top 10,000 races that were usually high and mighty would look sideways. Having a top-grade spirit stone vein was already considered quite lucky for most forces. However, at this moment, this spirit stone vein detected by his great Sia kingdom actually had the potential to be an extremely high-grade spirit stone vein. How could such an amazing discovery not make his heart pound and excite him? Quickly, immediately go and inform Ji Tianming to speed up the mining progress, and make sure to carefully check for the presence of extreme spirit stones. Sun Hongxian eagerly shouted loudly towards the third elder beside him. His gaze was firmly fixed on the yet-to-be fully developed mining area, as if through the layers of rocks and dirt, he could directly see the extremely high-quality spirit stones hidden deep within. Hearing Sun Hongxuan's order, the third elder didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and hurriedly bowed and responded, "Yes." With that, he turned around and hurriedly left, his figure quickly disappearing into the elder's pavilion. Sun Hongxian stood in place, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists as he secretly prayed in his heart. Let's hope that it really is an extreme spirit stone vein. If that's the case, then the pace of my great Xia's rise to power will surely accelerate dramatically. He was well aware of the difficult situation that Daxia was in at the moment. Nowadays, when facing the 10,000 races, the strength of the great Xia was simply like a praying mantis, so fragile that it could not be hit. If not relying on that unfathomable old ancestor of the Yi family to sit in the town, I am afraid that at this time, Daxia has long been reduced to the Sea tribe's bag, no longer exist. Therefore, at this moment, Sun Hongxuan's heart was like being burned by a blazing fire, and he was restless to the extreme. He knew deep down that despite the unfathomable strength of that old ancestor of the Yi family, it was by no means possible for him to guard this land of the Grand Xia forever. After all, life is unpredictable, and sooner or later the other person will have to leave. And once this day really comes, if the Great Xia itself can't be strong, then the ultimate end can only be devoured and annihilated by the 10,000 races, and from then on completely disappear without a trace in the world. Every time he thought of this, Sun Hongxian felt a heavy pressure like a mountain on his heart, making him almost breathless. However, he didn't dare to have the slightest intention of slacking off or retreating, because he understood that he was shouldering the fate and hope of the entire future of Xia. Chapter 92, Yiling Tian's Gift. It was at this critical moment that the mysterious and compelling spirit stone vein came out of nowhere. It was like a bright pearl, illuminating Sun Hongxuan's originally confused path ahead, making him seem to capture a ray of hope in the darkness. One must know what it meant to have such a spirit stone vein. That's an endless source of wealth and power. With the rich resources contained in this vein, the overall strength of the Grand Xia might not soar and skyrocket like a rocket, but there was no doubt that the speed of its development would be greatly enhanced. However, the surprises don't stop there. Now, an even more shocking news brought by the third elder came after further investigation and research. It was discovered that this spirit stone vein was most likely not just as simple as a top grade, but the legendary extreme grade. This news was like a thunderbolt that instantly exploded in Sun Hongxuan's heart, causing him to be so excited that he could hardly contain himself. This was because he was well aware that the value and influence brought about by the extreme spirit stone vein would be far beyond imagination. and it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented and huge opportunity for Sia. At this moment, Sun Hongxian is full of joy, and can't wait to start developing this precious and incomparable spirit stone vein immediately, so that Daxia can move towards a new era of prosperity under his leadership, and he believes that day is not far off. Just when Sun Hongxian was thinking about the future development of Daxia, he didn't realize that he didn't know when there was suddenly one more person in the Elder's Pavilion. Ahem. Just then, a soft cough came. This light cough was like a thunderbolt, instantly breaking through the surrounding silence, and finally waking up Sun Hongxian, who was in a state of ecstasy. He jerked, panicked, and looked up in the direction from which the coughing had come, only to see that at some point, a figure had actually quietly appeared in that direction. The man looked young, but he had an extraordinary aura, as if he was born to be the center of attention. His stance was as straight as a pine, his face was handsome and resolute, and his deep eyes shone with wisdom and confidence. Needless to say, this person was naturally Yiling Tian. Sun Hongxian was secretly shocked in his heart. He had never seen someone with such an extraordinary temperament. Before he could open his mouth to inquire, the other party had already taken the first step towards him. As the distance drew closer, Sun Hongxian felt more and more the powerful aura emanating from the other party. Who are you? Sun Hongxian fixed his mind and gathered his courage to ask. Despite some apprehension in his mind, he tried to keep his composure. Yiling Tian. That young man slowly spat out 3 words, his voice low and magnetic. Yiling Tian? Sun Hongxian subconsciously repeated the name as his mind quickly searched for information about this person, but came up empty-handed, because before that, he really hadn't heard of such a person. You're from the Yi family? Suddenly, Sun Hongxian looked at Yiling Tian with wide eyes as if he had thought of something, a surprised look on his face. One must know that in today's great Sia country, the Yi family was a prestigious and powerful existence, especially that mysterious and unpredictable old ancestor of the Yi family, whose formidable strength was even more out of reach. So much so that figures like Sun Hongxian, who were in the top echelons of Daxia, were both in awe and fear of the Yi family. At this moment, when he heard that the person in front of him was named Yiling Tian, he naturally associated him with the Yi family. Exactly. Yiling Tian nodded slightly and frankly admitted that he came from the Yi family, but deliberately kept key information about his specific identity and status in the Yi family. At this time, the original taut look on Sun Hongxian's face relaxed slightly, and his tone became relatively calm. So it's the son of the Yi family. I don't know what you are doing here in my humble abode? When learning that the person in front of him is actually from the Yi family, Sun Hongxian heart of the previous due to unknown each other's origins and produce apprehension instantly dissipated. After all, today's Yi family was a prestigious and highly respected existence in the entire Grand Xia. Although the strength of Xia nowadays might be slightly weak compared to the Yi family, he firmly believed that the Yi family, which was also a citizen of Xia, would never harbor ill will towards them. Furthermore, even if the Yi family really had any ill intentions, the unfathomable strength of the Yi family's old ancestor alone would be enough to leave them powerless. Therefore, Sun Hongxian secretly speculated that Yiling Tian must have been ordered by the Yi family's old ancestor to come here, and must have something important to tell him. Obviously, Sun Hongxian had preconceived ideas about Yiling Tian as Yi Chen's junior. However, what Sun Hongxian never expected was that Yiling Tian standing in front of him was not just a mere descendant of the Yi family's oldest ancestor, Yi Chen, as he thought, but Yi Chen's own grandfather. If one day Sun Hongxian learns the truth, I don't know how many jaws will be dropped, and what kind of waves will be set off in his heart. Want to make Daxia strong? Yiling Tian said with a smirk. Think, of course I do. Sun Hongxian froze, completely unaware of what Yiling Tian meant by this, but he still said offhandedly that he wanted to. After all, that's his biggest wish right now. As long as Great Xia could be strong and not fear the 10,000 races, he wouldn't frown even if he was told to die now. Just think about it. Yiling Tian nodded his head indifferently, then threw Sun Hongxian a storage ring. This contains a vast amount of cultivation resources and various types of magical techniques, so be sure to make good use of them and fully utilize them to cultivate Daxia. Exactly how to distribute them, that's all up to your discretion. When he spoke, he only saw Yiling Tian waving his sleeves, and his figure instantly transformed into a stream of light, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. He really does not want to have too much to do with Sun Hongxian's stream, only because he knows that he will one day wave goodbye to this place. The reason why Sun Hongxian these treasures is not willing to watch the Xia this decline and sink. Looking at the figure of Yiling Tian that had already faded away, Sun Hongxian was actually a bit bewildered for a moment. He slowly lowered his head and gazed at the storage ring held tightly in his palm, and with a slight concentration, he began to mentally sense what was hidden in it. However, just as his divine thoughts explored inside the ring, Sun Hongxian's entire body froze on the spot as if he was struck by lightning, with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, his face filled with disbelief. The scene in front of him was simply jaw-dropping piles of spirit stones, densely packed and countless, and the vast majority of them were extremely high-quality spirit stones. Not only that, there is also a part of the spirit stone emitting wisps and wisps of immortal spirit chi. Its radiance is brilliant and dazzling, far from those ordinary top-grade spirit stone cannot be compared. Although Sun Hongxian does not know anything about this kind of spirit stone, but with his intuition, he can conclude that these spirit stones emitting immortal spirit gas must be more rare and high-grade existence than the best spirit stone. Immortal stones? Sun Hongxian muttered, his voice trembling from excessive surprise. In addition to these shocking immortal stones, the ring is also stored in a large number of secret books. Casually flipping through a book will be able to feel the powerful atmosphere contained on it. Obviously the grade of these skills are extraordinary. Chapter 93, The Underworld Divine Hall of the Immortal Realm. Immortal world. That is a mysterious and desirable world. It is high above the mortal world, like a remote dream world, with its rich aura and subtle laws. This place was the ultimate destination that all mortal realm cultivators could only dream of. The underworld domain. This vast and boundless territory was where the top power of the immortal world, the underworld divine hall, was entrenched. That's right, it was the mighty underworld divine hall that was destroyed by Yi Ling Tian in the mortal realm. However, the so-called Pantheon God's Palace that was destroyed by Yi Ling Tian was actually just an insignificant sub-palace of the immortal world's Pantheon God's Palace. One must know that none of the 8 legendary ancient divine halls in the mortal world originated from the inheritance of the 8 divine halls in the immortal world. If not, how could they have reigned supreme in the mortal realm for countless years? Precisely because these temples have the powerful backing of the immortal world behind them, and each has sent a terrifyingly strong immortal king to sit in the town. So even if the other forces in the mortal world use all their strength, it is still difficult to shake the rock-like dominance of these 8 great temples. At this very moment, inside the imposing main hall of the underworld divine hall, a middle-aged man with a serious, unruffled face was seated on top of a glorious throne. His gaze was like 2 cold bolts of electricity, sweeping across the entire hall, emitting an intimidating pressure that one did not dare to look directly at. At his side, an old man with white hair was bowing respectfully, carefully reporting an important piece of news to the middle-aged man. Hall Master, my subordinate has just received precise information that our branch hall, located in the mortal realm, has been tragically destroyed. The old man's voice trembled, and his face was terrified as he said, in this mortal realm, there would still be someone or any force that could destroy the branch of my underworld divine hall? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in black robes with a majestic face, that is, the hall master of the underworld divine hall, could not help but slightly furrow his brows, and a flash of surprise instantly flashed through his eyes that were as deep as an abyss. One must know that this branch temple located in the mortal realm was naturally nothing to that lofty immortal realm's underworld divine hall. Whether it is from the overall scale or the strength of the comparison, there is a world of difference between the two. It can be said that the mortal world of the branch of the temple and the immortal world of the underworld temple is completely dispensable existence. However, this was just a conclusion drawn by comparing it to the immortal world's pantheon. If one were to place this mortal realm's underworld divine hall branch in the middle of the mortal realm and look at it, the situation would be very different. With its powerful heritage and deep roots, the strength of this branch temple was undoubtedly at the peak of the entire mortal realm. Even for the other equally renowned divine halls, if they wanted to attempt to destroy it, it would be almost impossible to do so. But unbelievably, the fact before their eyes today was that their branch hall had been completely destroyed. What in the world is going on here? Could it be that some major changes have quietly occurred in this mortal world that even they have not yet realized? Or was there a mysterious and unheard of force that was rising and launching a well-planned and devastating strike against their branch temple? Countless questions came to his mind, causing the underworld god temple's hall master to fall into deep contemplation. Ryoko, any idea what forces are responsible? The underworld hall master asked in a deep voice. It's not clear. The white-haired old man gently shook his head, a hint of doubt showing on his face as he opened his mouth and asked, Hall master, according to you, is it necessary to dispatch manpower to the lower realms to conduct some careful exploration? Check. It is natural that this must undoubtedly be checked. The underworld hall master nodded his head in agreement, while extending his right hand to gently stroke his forehead, as if he was pondering over some dilemma. However, who exactly should be assigned to go? He frowned slightly, a little hesitant in his mind. It was necessary to know that among the branch halls of the mortal realm, there was a powerful immortal king personally in attendance. But even so, this branch temple was still tragically destroyed. If one wanted to send someone down to the realm to investigate this matter, then the strength of the person sent would have to be at least beyond an immortal king, or else I'm afraid it would be difficult to find out the reason for this. It was only that once a powerhouse at the level of immortal king or above showed up in the mortal realm, it would inevitably attract the close attention of the heavenly Tao of the mortal realm. At that time, they would have a hard time. not to mention launching an investigation. It would already be a blessing to be able to ensure that they were not mercilessly wiped out by the heavenly Tao. Thinking of this, the underworld hall master let out a helpless sigh, then waved his hand at the white-haired old man and said, "You should step back first. This matter will be handled by this hall master personally, so you don't need to worry about it anymore." "Yes, Your Highness," the white-haired old man responded respectfully, then turned around and slowly exited the hall with a steady pace. After the white-haired old man left, the spectral hallmaster's figure flickered and instantly disappeared without a trace from this grand hall, leaving behind only an empty and silent space. "Emperor, our branch temple in the mortal realm has been destroyed." Within a mysterious and deep forbidden land, the lord of the underworld palace hurriedly arrived at this place, only to see his face full of gravity. He carefully and respectfully reported the shocking news to the depths of the forbidden land. Buzz! Right at this moment, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently, as if the entire world was trembling for it. Immediately afterward, a powerful and suffocating shadowy aura instantly gushed out from within the forbidden land like a surging tide. This terrifying aura swept towards the underworld hall master as if it was a titan pressing down on an egg, causing his body to tremble violently and his entire body to freeze on the spot, not even daring to move a single finger easily. "Come in and detail the situation." Accompanying this sudden burst of might, a voice filled with majesty and unquestioning, like a loud bell, clearly entered the ears of the underworld hall master. "Yes, Emperor." The underworld hall master hurriedly responded in fear and trepidation, then took a slightly heavy step and slowly walked towards the interior of the forbidden land step by step. After the underworld hall master finally walked into the forbidden land, that majestic voice resounded once again. "What the hell is going on? Give me a clear explanation." Looking along with the voice, one could only see a figure sitting quietly not far in front of the underworld hall master. This person's entire body was shrouded in a layer of thick darkness, making it impossible for people to see his true face, but just the faint outline already exuded an incomparable sense of pressure and mystery. Back to the Emperor. "This incident is just too strange. I don't know why, but our branch temple was tragically wiped out overnight." The underworld hall master replied with trepidation while lowering his voice, as if he was afraid that his words would offend the towering emperor in front of him. "I can't imagine that in this world nowadays, there is actually someone who dares to make a move against my underworld divine hall." Upon hearing the report from the underworld hall master, not only did that man known as the emperor not show the slightest hint of panic, he instead laughed softly. However, even though his laughter sounded rather relaxed, the eyes hidden in the darkness revealed a hint of bone-chilling coldness, as if they were capable of freezing everything in the world into ice. Chapter 94, The Underworld Emperor Descends to the Realm of the Heavenly Creatures. Regarding the destruction of the branch hall, the man known as the Emperor's face was as calm as water, and didn't seem to be angered by it. One must know that to him, such a modestly sized branch hall was really insignificant, as small as a drop in the ocean. However, even so, this branch hall was ultimately affiliated with his mighty underworld divine hall. The person who dared to lay hands on the subtemple of the underworld divine hall was obviously not putting the entire underworld divine hall in his eyes, and such behavior was tantamount to openly provoking the majesty of the underworld divine hall. "Where is the underworld immortal king?" The emperor's gaze was like a torch as he asked in a calm tone. "Back to Emperor. The soul jade slip of the spectral immortal king has shattered, and I think, should have fallen." The spectral hallmaster's voice trembled slightly, and he didn't dare to raise his head, as if he was afraid of offending the emperor. After learning of the attack on the branch hall, he went to check the soul jade slip of the immortal king of the underworld at the first opportunity, only to find that it was already shattered. Once the soul jade slip is shattered, it doesn't take much thought to guess that the underworld immortal king must have met an untimely end. Surprisingly, even the underworld immortal king was killed? When the emperor heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly, secretly pondering in his heart, can it be that the heavenly Tao has personally intervened in this matter? In this mortal realm, besides the supreme and all-controlling heavenly Tao, who else could fight against the powerful underworld immortal king and put him to death? At this time, the underworld hall master on the side cautiously opened his mouth and inquired, "Emperor, in my humble opinion, is it necessary to dispatch manpower to the lower realms to thoroughly investigate the truth of this matter? This matter is too strange. It's likely that the heavenly Tao has taken action," the emperor said in a stony voice with a grave expression on his face. "It seems that this emperor will have to make a personal journey to the lower realms this time. Sending other people down to the lower realm to deal with this matter is simply meaningless to speak of, for no other reason than the fact that in addition to his own fear of the so-called heavenly rules of the lower realm, the rest of the people are difficult to contend with it. The only way to thoroughly investigate this matter is for him to do it himself. Originally, it was just a branch temple of the mortal realm, and it really wouldn't receive too much attention or importance from the emperor, even if this branch temple unfortunately suffered a catastrophe of destruction. To the emperor, it would be nothing more than an insignificant matter. However, the fall of the spectral immortal king caused the emperor's heart to be filled with many doubts and rage. After all, the underworld immortal king was an important figure personally dispatched by himself to the lower realm to be in charge of suppressing a party, most crucially to deal with that so-called great Sia. What? Hearing what the emperor said, the spectral hall master on the side was filled with astonishment and couldn't help but shout out in disbelief. Emperor, you're actually going to go down to the realm yourself? After the lord of the underworld palace heard these words, his heart was like a shocking wave, and his shock was overflowing. Just because of such a seemingly trivial matter, the emperor actually had to personally rush to the lower realms? Doesn't this seem a bit too trivial? Even though the underworld hall master thought so in his heart, he knew that the emperor's majesty could not be questioned or disobeyed in the slightest. So even though he had doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to say half a word of nonsense again. After the lord of the underworld palace respectfully retreated, the man who was honored as the emperor also flashed his body and instantly disappeared into this mysterious and solemn forbidden land. In the meantime, mortal realm, in that vast middle heavenly star field, the originally calm sky dome above actually tore open a huge and incomparable mouth without warning, as if it was torn open by an invisible giant hand. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly stepped out from that rift. Only see this person tall and straight, the whole body is a layer of dense to extreme darkness shrouded, so that it is difficult to see his real face, can only vaguely feel a cold and powerful breath is constantly emanating from its body. This person was none other than the underworld emperor who had come from the immortal world's underworld divine hall, accompanied by the appearance of the underworld emperor. In an instant, a terrifying aura as if it was a mountainous one suddenly swept across the entire mid-heaven astral domain like a storm. That terrifying pressure was as if it was able to crush all living beings, causing everything in this starfield to tremble. Not only that, even the several neighboring starfields were not spared, and were affected by the waves and impact of this aura. For a time, countless people living in these starfields felt this suffocatingly terrifying pressure. Some of them were as pale as paper, their bodies involuntarily shivering, while some of them were directly paralyzed on the ground, not even having the strength to stand up. There were still some bold people who were barely supporting themselves, but they were also filled with panic and did not dare to make the slightest move. What the hell is going on here? Someone stammered and opened his mouth to ask, fear and doubt in his voice. What a terrifying aura! Who exactly is this mysterious person? Why did he appear here? The other man's voice trembled so much that he had obviously been terrified. It's too terrifying. This person's strength is definitely far beyond that of a great Luo golden immortal, perhaps a strong person descending from the legendary immortal realm. Another person let out an exclamation, his eyes filled with awe. Countless pairs of eyes all lifted up in unison at this moment, looking towards the underworld emperor who was like a demon god descending into the void. From the astonishing aura emitted by the other party, they clearly felt that the mysterious figure in front of them was by no means a good person. The crowd couldn't help but speculate in their hearts, would this person suddenly go on a killing spree against them? A deep chill surged through everyone's hearts at the thought of this. Right at this moment, the originally calm and wave-free dome of the sky suddenly looked like it had been ripped open, and from the depths of that endless darkness slowly emerged a human face so huge that it was jaw-dropping. This human face was simply as lofty as a mountain, occupying half of the sky. The contours of its face were clearly visible, and every line seemed to contain endless power and majesty. It was so quietly suspended in mid-air, a pair of eyes as big as copper bells tightly locked below the emperor of the underworld. The gaze was like substance, cold and piercing, so that people just look at a glance will involuntarily have a chill in the heart, trembling all over the body. Emperor Underworld, you dare to act beyond your boundaries. The human face opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. This sound was like thunder rolling from the 9 heavens, instantly spreading throughout the entire mid-heaven astral domain, with space trembling wherever it passed. Upon hearing these words, the underworld emperor nevertheless let out a cold snort as he raised his head and stared undauntedly straight at the huge human face above him, anger and skepticism flickering in his eyes. Crossing the border? Humph! Heavenly Tao, did you kill the underworld immortal king? If you don't give this emperor a satisfactory explanation today, don't blame me for disregarding past friendships and fighting you to the death. After saying that, an extremely powerful aura violently erupted from the underworld emperor's body, like a raging and surging black torrent sweeping in all directions, and the surrounding void began to twist and distort due to not being able to withstand this terrifying pressure. It turns out that this huge and incomparable human face is not another person. It is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao that controls the rules of heaven and earth and dominates the life and death of all things. Leave this realm quickly. The heavenly Tao didn't answer the words of the underworld emperor, but instead coldly drank. Humph! Tell this emperor why the spectral immortal king fell, and this emperor will naturally leave. The underworld emperor coldly grunted. As the heavenly Tao of the mortal realm, he was incredibly clear about anything that happened in the mortal realm, and he knew that the heavenly Tao must know the reason for it. Chapter 95. Are you looking for this emperor? Hearing the words of the emperor of the underworld that were filled with majesty and questioning, the heavenly Tao incarnation actually frowned slightly above its originally calm and way-free face. A trace of imperceptible scorn flashed through his eyes that were as deep as an abyss. With regards to the underworld immortal king, he naturally knew it by heart, and he also understood clearly about the cause of his fall. However, at this moment, in the face of the emperor of the underworld's forced questioning, he was hesitant in his heart, not knowing whether he should tell the truth or not. One must know that the terror of the person who caused the fall of the spectral immortal king was simply beyond his imagination. Just the thought of that person's methods and strength made him feel a bone-chilling chill rise up his spine. If he had angered that being because of his momentary carelessness and too many words, then I'm afraid it would be unknown whether he, the so-called heavenly Tao, would be able to continue to exist in the world. Just as the heavenly Tao incarnation was lost in contemplation, the cold voice of the emperor of the underworld resounded once again. Why don't you say anything? Can it be that it was really you, the heavenly Tao, who secretly took action and killed the spectral immortal king? Seeing that the heavenly Tao incarnation remained silent, Emperor Underworld snorted coldly, a cold smile appearing on his face. Humph, it seems that this emperor guessed correctly. You, the heavenly Tao, do have a ghost. Immediately afterward, the aura on Emperor Underworld's body violently erupted out, an incomparably powerful pressure instantly enveloping the entire heaven and earth. He stared sternly at the heavenly Tao incarnation and said in a cold voice, Heavenly Tao, if you can't give this emperor a satisfactory and reasonable explanation today, then I will not blame this emperor for going on a killing spree in this mortal realm. Let this multitude of beings all suffer extinction due to your fault. Although the underworld emperor was not afraid of the heavenly Tao of the mortal realm in front of him, he also knew in his heart that both sides had reached the peak of the immortal emperor realm, and that their strengths were comparable to each other, and that neither of them would be able to easily defeat or wipe out the other. Because of this situation, the emperor of the underworld could only resort to this despicable tactic, using those innocent living beings in the mortal realm as a threatening bargaining chip as a means of forcing the heavenly Tao to give him a reply that would satisfy his heart. In reality, the underworld emperor didn't care at all about whether the underworld immortal king was alive or dead. The reason that he was truly enraged was simply because the other party's behavior was a blatant provocation of his supreme underworld divine hall. Furthermore, when he had arranged for the spectral immortal king to be stationed here, it was not a random act, but rather an important task had been delivered to him. But now, the spectral immortal king had inexplicably fallen. How could he not be angry? And unfortunately, this wrath can only be borne by this mortal heaven. Are you really sure you want to know? The heavenly Tao incarnate's brows furrowed tightly as a very ugly expression appeared on his face. Even though he was extremely unwilling to mention too much about that person in his heart, he also knew very well in his heart that if he didn't manage to make the emperor of the underworld happy today, with this emperor's character and strength, he was afraid that he would really go on a killing spree and slaughter the entire living beings of the mortal realm. In the meantime, Earth, Da Xia, immortal emperor? A voice of astonishment came out from a certain place in Xia, only to see a man dressed in a black robe with a straight posture looking up into the depths of the endless universe, his sword brows and starry eyes, his eyes as deep as the sea. This person was none other than Yiling Tian. At this moment, a hint of curiosity that was hard to hide showed in his eyes. What exactly was the reason that caused a certain immortal emperor of the immortal realm to come down to the realm at great expense? It must be known that there existed heavy restrictions and rules binding the immortal and mortal realms, and unless they encountered extremely important matters, immortal emperors would never easily set foot on the mortal world. With this thought in his mind, Yiling Tian's figure slightly swayed and instantly disappeared into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed countless stars and instantly arrived at the mid-heaven astral domain. Mid-heaven starfield. A thrilling standoff is unfolding. The underworld emperor's black clothes hunted as he exuded a palpitatingly terrifying aura around him. He stood with his arms folded, coldly gazing at the heavenly Tao incarnation before him. In the face of the heavenly Tao's questioning, the emperor of the underworld nodded his head with a bland expression, indicating his acquiescence. The underworld emperor did not pay too much attention to the strange look that the heavenly Tao was displaying at the moment. All he cared about was the question that had been lingering in his mind and the answer he would finally get. Whether the answer would be more than he could bear, he had not even considered. After all, with his strength and status, not to mention the fact that this is only the mortal realm, even in the immortal realm, who would dare to make him fearful? So, he had no fear. Well, I hope you don't regret it. Seeing this, the heavenly Tao could only choose to tell the underworld emperor. Although Yiling Tian was terrifying, but he was just telling the truth. So he thought that person wouldn't do anything to him, right? Otherwise, the living beings in this mortal world would suffer. Just as Tendo was about to open his mouth to speak, in an instant, a ghostly figure flashed between the two without warning, like a sudden meteor across the night sky. instantly yanking the two's thoughts from beyond the clouds back to reality. It's him. When the heavenly Tao's gaze touched the figure, the expression on his face instantly froze, followed by a wave of unspeakable shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the person in front of him, secretly pondering in his heart, how could this person show up here so abruptly, and also at such a critical moment? The Underworld Emperor, on the other hand, turned his gaze towards the figure that had suddenly appeared, Yiling Tian. An imperceptible look of curiosity passed through his eyes. However, behind this curiosity, there was an equally hidden hint of shock. To know his own momentum, how majestic, ordinary people just close to will feel breathing difficulties, fear, but in front of this person can actually in his powerful momentum under the pressure of calm. Not only that, but also the hall is directly in front of him, and hair undamaged. The Underworld Emperor gazed tightly at Yiling Tian, trying to detect even the slightest fluctuation in his aura from him, but to his dismay, no matter how hard he tried to perceive, he was unable to capture any aura. Standing there, Yiling Tian was just like an ordinary mortal without the slightest bit of specialness. But was it really possible? How could a plain, ordinary person have the ability to reach this place, and how could he ignore his pressure? For a time, all sorts of thoughts surged like a tidal wave in the Underworld Emperor's mind, causing him to fall into deep contemplation and doubt. Are you looking for this emperor? At this moment, Yiling Tian wore a smile on his face, his gaze as calm as water as he looked towards Emperor of the Underworld and slowly opened his mouth to ask. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to contain endless majesty and power, echoing lazily in the starry sky. Chapter 96, The Suffocating Emperor of the Underworld. Who are you? The Emperor of the Underworld's face was as gloomy as water, his eyes staring tightly at Yiling Tian in front of him, and the expression on his face was incomparably grave. Even though he was unable to detect even the slightest fluctuation in his aura from Yiling Tian's body, with his many years of experience and readings, he would never be naive enough to think that Yiling Tian was just an ordinary mortal. After all, this is not a place where ordinary people can get involved. How could a plain and ordinary guy show up here for no reason? Thus, the Underworld Emperor secretly pondered the possibilities in his mind. For one thing, this Yiling Tian body cultivated some kind of extremely profound and unpredictable concealment breath technique, so much so that even someone as powerful as himself would have trouble recognizing it. The second is that the other party's cultivation realm has been far above their own, so that they have no way to perceive their true strength. However, the second possibility was quickly dismissed by the Underworld Emperor. One must know that this place was only a mere mortal realm, so how could such a powerful character exist? Not to mention in this mortal world, even in the immortal world, I am afraid that it would be difficult to find such a strong person who is far beyond oneself. Just as the Underworld Emperor was in deep thought, he saw that Yiling Tian on the opposite side of the room was still smiling and calm, seeming to have no fear of the Underworld Emperor, and even not putting him in his eyes at all. Only Yiling Tian slowly spoke. Haven't you been searching for this emperor? How is it that now that you have seen it, you are asking who this emperor is instead? Between his words, he was full of banter and mockery. Seeing that Yiling Tian was able to act so calm and collected while facing himself, Emperor Underworld was a bit puzzled for a moment, and secretly pondered in his heart. However, despite the fact that Emperor Underworld was confused about Yiling Tian's state at the moment, he was still able to understand the deep meaning contained in Yiling Tian's words clearly. Could it be that you killed the spectral immortal king? The Underworld Emperor stared at Yiling Tian with wide eyes, staring at him with a deadly stare as he questioned word by word. Immediately afterward, he continued to pursue. Also, is it not true that the subtemple that my Underworld Divine Hall set up here was also destroyed by you? At this moment, the Underworld Emperor was already burning with rage. His eyes were like two cold lights, shooting straight towards Yiling Tian. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Yiling Tian, on the other hand, replied with a relaxed smile on his face. Not bad, it is exactly what this emperor did. Why, do you want to avenge their deaths? After hearing these light words from Yiling Tian, the already furious emperor of the underworld was no longer able to suppress the surging rage within his heart as he shouted angrily, "Seek death!" Before the words fell, the entire person of the underworld emperor was like an arrow that had left the strings and charged straight towards Yiling Tian, only to see his hands waving and oscillating non-stop. Along with every movement of the emperor of the underworld, a large number of dark, ink-like shadows sprung up around his body in droves at an extremely fast speed, almost in the blink of an eye. These densely packed black shadows actually converged and condensed in front of the emperor of the underworld to become a black-white tiger of unparalleled size. This black-white tiger stood tall and majestic, emitting a chillingly terrifying aura from its body. One could only hear it open its bloody mouth and let out a deafening, resounding roar of fury. "Go!" the underworld emperor shouted, commanding that black-white tiger to pounce towards Yiling Tian. Looking at that stance, it seemed as if he couldn't give up until he immediately tore Yiling Tian into countless pieces. However, facing this pouncing black-white tiger, Yiling Tian did not make any movements. Humph, that's pretty arrogant. Seeing Yiling Tian standing in place, like a sculpture without the slightest movement, a cold smile of disdain suddenly surfaced on the originally majestic and cold face of the Emperor of the Underworld. Humph, pretending. Let's see how this Emperor will beat you to death. However, just a moment later, the cold smile on Emperor Underworld's face froze like frost, only to see that the imposing, majestic black-white tiger in the moment it was about to touch Yiling Tian's body, it was as if it had encountered a hot piece of iron, instantly turning into a wisp of black smoke, evaporated without a trace, and dispersed between heaven and earth. How is this possible? The Underworld Emperor stared at Yiling Tian with wide eyes, full of incredulity. He clearly didn't see Yiling Tian make any movements just now, but the attack that he had so carefully executed had actually disappeared into thin air so inexplicably? One must know that although the strike he had just made was not at full strength, it was by no means an ordinary move. Even if an ordinary immortal Emperor powerhouse were to face this move, it would never be possible for him to so easily defuse it, or even show such a cloudy demeanor. The Underworld Emperor's heart set off shocking waves, and for a moment, he was actually a bit at a loss for words. And right at this moment, the heavenly Tao incarnation that had been standing by the side and watching with cold eyes suddenly spoke up. It's just a matter of being self-absorbed and asking for death. After saying that, the heavenly Tao incarnation gently shook its head before its figure gradually became blurry and eventually slowly disappeared at the end of the sky. For Yiling Tian's existence, the heavenly Tao could be said to be extremely fearful. Anything related to Yiling Tian or characters, it was avoided for fear of getting into trouble. This time, if the Emperor of the Underworld hadn't forced his way down to the realm to cause trouble, the heavenly Tao would never have easily shown up to intervene. Yiling Tian did not care about the departure of the heavenly Tao, and the Underworld Emperor's heart sank to the bottom when he heard what the heavenly Tao said. Obviously, the heavenly Tao was talking about him with these words. Who the hell are you? How could a strong person like you appear in the mortal realm? Emperor of the Underworld's pair of deep and cold eyes stared dead on at Yiling Tian in front of him. That gaze was like two cold ons that seemed to penetrate through Yiling Tian's face and go straight to the depths of his soul in a vain attempt to pry out some clues. However, no matter how he gazed, he was never able to see even the slightest hint of abnormality from Yiling Tian's unperturbed face. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you have to answer a few questions for this emperor. Otherwise, I'm afraid this place will be your burial ground today. The corners of Yiling Tian's mouth rose slightly, outlining a contemptuous smile. Originally, he was planning to leave for the immortal realm to look for this emperor of the underworld, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to come to his door before he could do so, which saved him a lot of trouble. Humph, arrogant person, doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. The Underworld Emperor let out a cold snort. Even though he had already realized that the Yiling Tian in front of him was by no means idle, he was still convinced that the other party couldn't do anything about it. After all, he was a peak immortal emperor powerhouse, an existence that stood at the top of the immortal realm. So would he put a mere Yiling Tian in his eyes? Before the words fell, only to see the Emperor of the Underworld's body violently erupted a heaven-shattering and powerful aura. That majestic aura was like a raging and surging sea tide spreading out across the sky, sweeping across the entire firmament in an instant. At the same time, a suffocatingly terrifying pressure like a Tarzan crushing eggs crushed straight towards Yiling Tian, and wherever it passed, the space was twisted and distorted, as if it would collapse and break at any time. Chapter 97, The Void Clan. Why do you resist? Don't you know it's just a pointless struggle? Yiling Tian looked at the actions of the Emperor of the Underworld. A faint trace of disdain appeared on his face as he gently shook his head. Just then, only a loud boom was heard. In an instant, an incomparably powerful and suffocating aura instantly swept across the entire starry sky like a surging giant wave. The majesty of that aura was simply countless times more terrifying than the Underworld Emperor. As this aura erupted, the entire mortal realm space began to tremble slightly, as if it couldn't withstand this tremendous pressure and might completely collapse at any time. In front of this astonishing aura, the originally still incredibly strong aura of the Emperor of the Underworld was instantly like a candle in the wind, easily crushed to smithereens and dissipated without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Underworld Emperor himself was even more defenseless under the impact of this aura and was directly suppressed to the ground. His whole body was like being pressed by a huge mountain of 10,000 pounds. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to move the slightest bit, and he could only prostrate himself on the ground like a humble mole cricket, unable to move at all. How is that possible? The Underworld Emperor lifted his head with difficulty, his face filled with horror, not daring to look towards Yiling Tian with disbelief. His eyes were wide open, his heart filled with fear and shock. He really couldn't figure out why the seemingly ordinary Yiling Tian in front of him possessed such a terrifying and overwhelming strength. Just the aura that was emitted could make himself, who was a peak immortal emperor, completely lose his power to resist, and he couldn't even move a finger. The underworld emperor's heart was like waves of terror at this moment. What exactly was this person's origin? What kind of terrifying existence is he? Why did he suddenly appear in this small mortal world? A series of questions surged to his mind, but at this moment, he already had no time to think about them, because just resisting Yi Ling Tian's terrifying aura had already caused him to put up his best effort. Do you know the gap between you and me now? Accompanied by these words, Yi Ling Tian walked towards the underworld emperor slowly and unhurriedly as if he were walking idly. Every step seemed to step on top of the emperor of the underworld's heartstrings that had long been broken beyond repair. When he came closer, a seemingly shallow smile hung on Yi Ling Tian's cold and indifferent face. He just gazed at the emperor of the underworld silently like that, but the pressure contained therein was as heavy as a Tarzan pressing down on an egg. At this moment, the emperor of the underworld's face was twisted beyond recognition due to extreme anger and fear, and looked exceptionally hideous and horrifying. He stared with wide eyes, staring dead on at the man in front of him who was like a demon god descending into the world, hissing and questioning, "You, who the hell are you?" One must know that he was the emperor of the hallowed underworld divine hall. Not only that, he was also a superpower standing at the top of the immortal realm and possessing the peak cultivation of an immortal emperor. It had always been he who looked down on all beings and controlled the destinies of others. But what about today? How could he be forced into such a desperate situation by a guy who came out of nowhere? How could he accept such a cruel reality? However, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, the truth was right in front of him. The difference in strength between him and Yi Ling Tian was like a heavenly chasm. One is above the 9 heavens, while the other is deep below the 9 ghosts. This huge sense of disparity caused him to feel incomparably desperate, and it was difficult for him to even raise the thought of resistance. 10,000 years ago, it was you who ordered the invasion of Great Xia? Yi Ling Tian asked in a cold voice. Da Xia? What Da Xia? After hearing Yi Ling Tian's words, Emperor of the Underworld's entire body seemed to be instantly petrified, frozen on the spot, and for a moment, he had completely lost the ability to think and react. However, just a moment later, Emperor of the Underworld's originally chaotic and confused thoughts quickly drew back together like a tidal wave, and his eyes suddenly lit up, finally realizing what the Great Summer mentioned in Yi Ling Tian's mouth actually meant. You actually went so far as to exterminate a branch of my underworld divine hall as well as the underworld immortal king for the sake of that insignificant and weak human kingdom? The spectral emperor's voice involuntarily trembled slightly as an unspeakable horror surged within him. He really couldn't imagine what kind of powerful force or mysterious background was hidden behind that seemingly small and fragile human kingdom, so much so that it was able to attract an extremely terrifying existence like Yi Ling Tian to come to his aid. It was precisely because of this that the underworld emperor came to a sudden realization at this moment. No wonder even the Void Clan, which had always been known for its mysterious and unfathomable strength, would be wary of this human kingdom. Even though this human kingdom has now declined to a low point, the Void Clan has never moved to wipe it out easily. Tell me, who are the people behind you, and why are they targeting Grand Xia? Yi Ling Tian's gaze was cold, staring tightly at the emperor of the underworld, his tone chilling as he asked in a chilling tone. In fact, in the bottom of his heart, he had already made a guess. I'm afraid that the reason why this emperor of the underworld would lay his hands on the Grand Xia was most likely because he was instructed to do so, rather than out of his own will. Otherwise, just by looking at the reaction of the emperor of the underworld, this matter did not make sense no matter what. Ha! The underworld emperor let out a bitter laugh. Looks like it's going to be a disappointment. I won't tell you even if you kill me. He knew that he could not escape death in the end whether he said it or not. If he said it, then the person behind it would definitely not let him go, and even his underworld divine hall would suffer destruction. Therefore, even in the face of this incomparably terrifying person in front of him, he still didn't dare to easily reveal the person behind him. In his opinion, Yi Ling Tian was strong, even terrifyingly strong, but he didn't think Yi Ling Tian would be a match for that Void Clan. You think that if you don't say anything, this emperor won't know? Yi Ling Tian sneered. At least you have cultivated to the peak immortal emperor realm. How could you be so naive? What do you want? Hearing Yi Ling Tian's words, a trace of scorn appeared on the face of the underworld emperor, as if he knew what Yi Ling Tian was going to do next. To be able to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm, I don't think you should be stupid, right? Speak honestly and maybe you'll feel better. Do you have to have this emperor do it himself? It's actually quite simple to find out everything that goes on in a person's head. Just search their soul. To Yi Ling Tian's strength, want to soul search a person don't too simple. Only this means is indeed a little cruel. So less than necessary is Yi Ling Tian also don't want to use this means. But if the underworld emperor didn't cooperate, then it was not his fault. You. Seeing Yi Ling Tian walking towards him, the underworld emperor instantly became alarmed. He knew what he would face next if he didn't say anything. Wait, I said, it's The Void One. In the face of Yi Ling Tian's pressure, the inner defenses of the Underworld Emperor were finally broken. Chapter 98. The Underworld Emperor submits. The Void One? Hearing this, Yi Ling Tian couldn't help but furrow his brows, secretly pondering in his heart, how did a Void One clan appear again? And why would this Void clan target the Grand Xia? With a heart full of doubts, Yi Ling Tian opened his mouth and asked, what kind of race is this Void clan? Could it be that they are very strong? After all, the Underworld Emperor has already reached the cultivation realm of the peak of the Immortal Emperor, so the strength can be said to stand at the top of the immortal world, but still have to listen to the orders of this so-called Void clan. It is really mind-boggling. The Underworld Emperor shook his head slightly, indicating that he knew very little about the Void clan and had only heard it call itself. However, when the strength of the Void clan was mentioned, Emperor Underworld's face instantly became grave to the extreme, as if he had recalled certain scenes that deeply frightened him. Very strong, very strong. The Underworld Emperor's tone was unusually heavy, and just 2 words were enough to highlight the immense pressure and shock brought about by the Void clan. Obviously, the power of this mysterious group had been deeply imprinted in his heart, becoming an indelible memory. Hearing this, Yi Ling Tian let out a light laugh thoughtfully and speculated, according to this situation, this so-called Void clan must have originated from the sacred realm, perhaps even from that supreme realm. From the words of the Emperor of the Underworld, Yi Ling Tian keenly sensed that this Void clan definitely did not belong to the immortal realms category, but rather came from that holy realm, or the supreme realm, which was above the immortal realm. The supreme realm? Hearing Yi Ling Tian's words about the supreme realm, the Underworld Emperor immediately revealed a puzzled expression. The sacred realm, he knew. After all, the current him could travel to the sacred realm as long as he crossed the sacred tribulation one step further. The sacred realm was also the goal that all people in the immortal realm strived for. With regards to the supreme realm, he had never heard of it or seen it before. For a long time, both he and the other immortal emperors of the immortal realm had been certain in their hearts that the sacred realm was the topmost realm in the universe. No one had ever thought that another realm actually existed above the holy realm. Just today, when he was shocked to learn this shocking secret from Yi Ling Tian's mouth, his entire body froze. The original firm and incomparable cognition was instantly and completely overturned, as if the entire world had become strange. Looking at the stunned expression of the Emperor of the Underworld, Yi Ling Tian naturally knew exactly what was going through the other party's mind at this moment. In fact, it was no wonder that the Underworld Emperor would be so shocked. After all, how could something like this about the Supreme Realm be known casually? Even for people in the Holy Realm, if their own strength and status did not reach a certain height, there was likewise no way to understand the true existence of this Supreme Realm. In most people's concept, the Holy World already represents the pinnacle of the universe. Who would have thought that in the unattainable clouds, there is still a layer of mystery waiting to be unveiled? However, the truth was cruel, and this Supreme Realm was by no means a place that could be easily stepped on. For those in the lower realms, to successfully arrive at this realm of the highest, it was simply countless times more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Even among the trillions and trillions of people, it is feared that one lucky person may not be born to enter it. Moreover, even if someone did finally arrive at the Supreme Realm after a great deal of hardship, what awaited them was often not a warm welcome and acceptance. On the contrary, most of the residents there were aborigines, and they would usually show extreme rejection towards these intruders from the lower realms, and try their best to suppress and bully them in various ways. Of course, all of these conditions that Yi Ling Tian had learned about, without exception, originated from the true portrayal of the endless universe chaos realm. One must know that he had relied on his extraordinary strength and perseverance to make his way through all the obstacles and thorns, killing his way from the lower realm into the mysterious and powerful realm of the chaos realm. However, as to whether this side of the universe in front of him was also like this, Yi Ling Tian was actually not fully certain in his heart. Nonetheless, he secretly speculated, thinking that the situation here shouldn't be too far from the chaos realm. After all, no matter what universe one is in, things like human nature always seem to have similarities, regardless of whether it is the vast and boundless endless universe, or this side of the universe in which we are now living. It is difficult to escape the ugliness and dark side of human nature. Greed, selfishness, cunning, all kinds of evil thoughts are like gangrene, deeply rooted in the depths of people's souls. It seems that you have come from that legendary supreme realm? After hearing Yi Ling Tian gushingly recounting so many secret stories about all walks of life in the universe, if Emperor Underworld couldn't come to a sudden realization at this point, then he would truly be a fool. Whether it was the unfathomably powerful strength Yi Ling Tian displayed or his profound knowledge of the various cosmic dimensions beyond the ordinary, it was enough to convince the Underworld Emperor. Yi Ling Tian must have come from that supreme world that was above everything. Well, you're right to interpret it that way. In the face of the spectral emperor's speculation, a faint smile faintly surfaced on Yi Ling Tian's cold face. As a matter of fact, it wasn't baseless for the Underworld Emperor to have this thought. Although Yi Ling Tian did not originate directly from the supreme realm of this universe, he had indeed descended here from the highest level of the endless universe, the Chaos Realm. In a way, there isn't too much of a significant difference between the two. Can you contact the Void Ones? Yi Ling Tian asked. He was also curious about this Void One clan. He wanted to see why this Void One clan was targeting Great Sia. I can't, they've always been the ones to reach out to me, the Underworld Emperor said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Yi Ling Tian was not surprised. After all, the Underworld Emperor was presumably just an ant, a pawn, to this Void Clan's people. Never mind, for being so cooperative. Go away. After saying that, Yi Ling Tian turned around and was about to leave. Senior, you, want to kill me? Hearing Yi Ling Tian's words, the Underworld Emperor was slightly stunned. To kill or not to kill has no meaning to this emperor. A mere immortal emperor was just an ant to Yi Ling Tian. What difference did it make if he killed or not? Could it be that the Underworld Emperor would still be able to turn the tide? Thank you, Elder. It's just that even if Senior doesn't kill me, I guess the Void Clan won't let me go. The Underworld Emperor smiled bitterly. Today, he had spoken out about the Void Clan. The Void Clan would definitely know about it, and he probably wouldn't be able to escape the clutches of the Void Clan even if he went back. Oh, in that case, then this emperor gives you a choice. Yi Ling Tian suddenly said, Elder, please, submit to this emperor and this emperor can save your life. P.S. I'm taking the day off, so don't wait up brothers. Chapter 99, The Underworld Emperor sitting in the Yi clan. Taking in the Underworld Emperor. This was purely a decision made by Yi Ling Tian in a flash of light and out of the blue. After all, at this moment, he was too short of capable hands around him. If he had to do everything himself, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid it would be difficult to cope. Moreover, once the Underworld Emperor submitted to him, the benefits would be obvious. He could have arranged for the Emperor of the Underworld to stand guard in Daxia, in which case Daxia would have a strong guarantee. He himself, on the other hand, would be able to embark on the path to the immortal realm with peace of mind. On the one hand, one can be reunited with his son whom he has not seen for a long time. On the other hand, it would also be an opportunity to search for Yi's whereabouts and find out the true identity of that mysterious woman. Speaking of this mysterious woman, Yi Ling Tian really knew nothing. However, from all indications, she must have come from that legendary supreme realm. Otherwise, how could she easily escape his keen and incomparable senses? What was even more amazing was that this woman seemed to know his every move. Yi Ling Tian had to be suspicious, and even began to suspect that the strength of this mysterious woman might be far above him. After all, nowadays, he had already stepped into the Heavenly Emperor realm and stood at the peak of the entire universe, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the Lord of the Universe. If there really was a person whose strength surpassed his, then what kind of terrifying power should that person possess? Yi Ling Tian felt shivering just thinking about it, and didn't dare to continue thinking deeper at all. Hearing that Yi Ling Tian wanted to take himself in, the Underworld Emperor didn't know what to choose for a moment. Although he knew that Yi Ling Tian was from that mysterious and unpredictable supreme realm, but what kind of strength Yi Ling Tian had and how it compared to the Void Clan, he was not even sure. Regarding the true strength of the Void Clan, even though he hadn't witnessed the full picture with his own eyes, he had already felt a creepy, almost suffocating, horrifying pressure just from the few Void Clan people he had come into contact with. That kind of power seemed to come from an endless abyss, deep and dark, intimidating. This feeling was very different from the feeling brought to him by Yi Ling Tian who was standing in front of him at the moment. Therefore, in terms of who was actually stronger between Yi Ling Tian and the Void Clan, for a time, even someone as well-read as him had difficulty accurately judging. Just as he was struggling with the entanglement in his heart, he only heard Yi Ling Tian slowly open his mouth. If you are unwilling, it's just as well. This emperor has always not forced others to act. At this moment, a look of indecision appeared on the face of the Underworld Emperor, clearly weighing the pros and cons fiercely within his heart. Yi Ling Tian, on the other hand, acted in a cloudy manner, seemingly not caring much about whether or not the Underworld Emperor was willing to submit, because for Yi Ling Tian, if the Underworld Emperor was able to submit to himself with a happy heart, it would certainly bring him a certain amount of help. However, if the other party insisted on refusing to comply, he would not feel the slightest bit sorry for him. After all, in Yi Ling Tian's eyes, a mere immortal emperor was really nothing. With his current abilities and status, he could easily cross the boundaries of time and space and travel to the Chaos Realm with just a thought, summoning those disciples who had been following him around. And each of these disciples had superb strength, all of them far from being comparable to ordinary immortal emperors. They were as bright as stars, shining with an eye-catching light and possessing a power that was powerful enough to shake heaven and earth. However, Yi Ling Tian did not intend to gather those disciples here immediately. After all, if a large number of powerful people suddenly swarmed into this realm, it would inevitably attract the attention and scrutiny of the Great Tao. Even though Yi Ling Tian was not afraid of this happening, it would undoubtedly bring him many unnecessary troubles. Thus, after much deliberation, Yi Ling Tian decided to wait until he traveled to the Supreme Realm in the future before summoning the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace. Right at this moment, the spectral emperor who had been silent all this time finally broke the silence and spoke. I am willing to submit to Senior. He knew deep down that he had no other better choice, even if he refused to bow his head and submit to Yi Ling Tian. With the acting style of the Void Clan, there was absolutely no way that they would let him off easily. Since it was a dead end either way, it would be better to let go and gamble that Yi Ling Tian really had the ability to fight against the dreaded Void Clan. Or perhaps the Void Clan would let Yi Ling Tian go because they were afraid of him. Well, in that case, you'll follow me from now on, Yi Ling Tian said indifferently. Afterwards, he brought the Underworld Emperor directly back to the Yi clan. When he was about to leave, Yi Ling Tian glanced towards a certain place in the starry sky, and a hint of a smile, if any, appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Yi Ling Tian and the two of them disappeared, fluctuations once again came from the originally calm starry sky, and then they saw the heavenly Tao incarnation appear once again. I didn't realize that this person is actually from the Hongmeng realm. I haven't heard of any big shots coming down from the Hongmeng realm either. The heavenly Tao incarnate revealed a bitter smile. No wonder this person was so terrifying. He was actually from the Hongmeng realm. The supreme realm in Yi Ling Tian's mouth was actually the Hongmeng realm, which was equivalent to the Chaos realm, only with a different name. How could the Great Tao allow such a character to come down to the realm? Isn't this disturbing the order of the universe? Hey! The heavenly Tao incarnation let out a faint sigh, then slowly dissipated. The Great Tao is the highest Tao of the universe, and all of these heavenly Tao are just a branch of the Great Tao that manages all walks of life. The Great Tao Honored One, on the other hand, was basically only responsible for the order of the Hongmeng realm. Therefore, for Yi Ling Tian to appear in this mortal realm, the heavenly Tao couldn't understand how to think about it. The Yi family mansion was serene and dignified. Yi Ling Tian brought the Underworld Emperor here. His face was as calm as water. His gaze was bland but with a hint of majesty as he slowly spoke. In the future, you will stay here. The Underworld Emperor bowed slightly in respect and responded obediently. Yes, Your Holiness. Ever since choosing to submit to Yi Ling Tian, the Underworld Emperor quickly adjusted his mindset and adapted to his new identity today as fast as he could. Yi Ling Tian put his hands behind his back and continued. In the future, your task will be to guard the Yi family and this vast land of Grand Xia. If anyone who dares to have ill intentions towards Grand Xia sets foot on this land, there is no need to say anything. You should know how to deal with it. The Underworld Emperor's expression was austere as he solemnly nodded his head and responded. Yes. Yi Ling Tian seemed to have seen through the concerns that still existed in the heart of the Emperor of the Underworld, and then said in relief, as for the Void Clan that you are so afraid of, you can rest assured. In this region, no one will be able to shake you in the slightest. After saying that, only Yi Ling Tian's figure gradually became blurred, as if it had merged into the surrounding void, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, the entire Yi family seemed to be calm, but in reality, it had already been carefully arranged by Yi Ling Tian to set up a supreme killing formation that could be called absolutely unparalleled. This killing array was incredibly powerful. Once a strong person beyond the immortal emperor level intruded into the Yi family territory with malicious intentions, the killing array would instantly activate, releasing endless killing power to mercilessly annihilate them, causing them to fly into ashes and die horizontally on the spot in an instant. Chapter 100 Endless Star Sea Star God Temple. Yi Ling Tian, on the other hand, was preparing to head to the immortal realm after leaving the Yi family. At this time, the Yi family, there is already an unfathomable strength of the Emperor of the Underworld personally sit in the town, coupled with the whole of Daxia is also under its shelter. Yi Ling Tian's heart hanging in the big stone finally able to peacefully land, and no longer worry about it. After all, the culprit who had given orders to the 10,000 races to invade the Grand Xia in the first place was originally this mighty Emperor of the Underworld. Only, Yi Ling Tian did not ask the Emperor of the Underworld to immediately withdraw his order and cancel the 10,000 races invasion plan against the Grand Xia. It was not a matter of luck or recklessness on his part, but a well-considered decision, because in his opinion, appropriate external pressure can precisely become a powerful force to promote the rapid development of Daxia. As the saying goes, only with pressure will there be motivation. Only when encountering enemies whose strength far exceeds that of the Grand Xia itself, will the Emperor of the Underworld come to the aid of the Emperor at the right time. In this way, the fighting spirit and potential of the people of Daxia could be stimulated, while ensuring that Daxia would continue to rise and grow in the face of adversity. As for whether or not the Underworld Emperor would betray himself, Yi Ling Tian appeared to have a good idea and was not the least bit concerned. One must know that if the Underworld Emperor wanted to avoid the pervasive pursuit and attack from the Void Clan, his only hope could only be pinned on Yiling Tian. Moreover, the meticulous Yiling Tian had quietly planted an extremely powerful restriction in the body of the Emperor of the Underworld long before the Emperor of the Underworld was unaware of it. This prohibition is incredibly powerful. Once the Emperor of the Underworld has even the slightest thought of betrayal in his heart, he will be annihilated and evaporated in an instant. Ancestor Yi Duan, where are we going now? In the middle of the starry sky, three figures flashed by as if they were meteors, and their speed was so fast that they could not be captured by the naked eye at all. These three people were naturally the duo of Yi Chen and Yi Xiaoyu who had left from Daxia. Yi thus led the two of them after several days to finally arrive at the center of the northern star region, the Scorpion star system. It was at this moment that a huge planet that shone brightly slowly emerged into their field of vision. The star sphere had a mysterious and deep purple color throughout, as if it was inlaid with countless jewels, emitting a dazzling light. It is the Scorpion, the main star of the Herculean Scorpion system. Here, not only was the core of the Scorpion star system, but it was also the place where the East Victory Holy Land was stationed. Its importance and influence is self-evident, attracting powerful people and seekers from all directions to gather here. We're traveling to the Midheaven Starfield. Yi Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and said. His voice was calm and firm, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. The Midheaven Astral Domain? Hearing this unfamiliar place name, both Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiu beside her couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. The two of them had been living in Daxia and had a very limited understanding of the outside world, and had no idea where exactly the Midheaven Astral Domain was and what kind of special features it had. Seeing their bewildered faces, Yi Chen smiled faintly and patiently explained. The Midheaven Star region is located in the very center of the Mortal Realm universe, and can be considered the core region of the entire Mortal Realm universe. It is home to countless powerful forces and top experts, rich in resources and opportunities, but at the same time, the competition is exceptionally fierce, and the clan that you will be worshipping this time is the Star Divine Hall, the deservedly dominating force of the central heavenly star region. As Yi Chuan narrated, the two of them, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiu, had a clearer understanding of the geographical division of the Mortal Realm universe. They were mesmerized by what they heard, and their hearts were filled with curiosity and longing for the unknown. However, after learning that the Star Divine Hall was so powerful, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but start to worry. She timidly asked, since this Star Divine Hall is so powerful, will they not accept me and Big Brother? From Yi Chuan's description just now, she had fully realized the lofty status of the Star Divine Hall in the Midheaven Astral Domain, and because of this, she became more and more worried about whether or not she and her elder brother would be able to meet the harsh conditions of the Star Divine Hall's disciple recruitment. Don't worry, you two don't underestimate your talent. As long as you cultivate the power of the stars during this time, you won't have any problems joining the Star Divine Hall. Leaf Dust laughed. Joke, with Yi Xiaoyu's two talents if they couldn't join the Star Divine Hall, then who else in this Mortal Realm universe could join the Star Divine Hall? Afterward, Yi Chen led the two of them to step into the Scorpion Star. As the interstellar teleportation array to the Midheaven Star Domain was located in the Scorpion Star. As Yi Chen's trio stepped into the interstellar teleportation array, the screen turned and it was only a few breaths of time. By the time they reappeared, the three of them had already arrived at the Midheaven Astral Domain. The Midheaven Astral Domain was vast, that is, the four domains of the southeast, northwest, and northwestern regions combined were not as large as the Midheaven Astral Domain. In the northern part of the Midheaven Star Domain, there was an endless sea of stars that was formed by the convergence of countless star fragments. The Star Divine Hall, on the other hand, was suspended above the endless sea of stars. Below the endless sea of stars was a vast continent. At this moment, this continent had already gathered countless living beings, all of which came from the major ethnic groups of the central heavenly planet area as well as scattered cultivation beings. These beings naturally came for the Star Divine Hall to recruit disciples. Now that the date for the Star Divine Hall to recruit disciples was less than 3 months away, many of the communities that were quite far away were already arriving early. Their purpose of coming here was not with the idea of joining the Star Divine Hall, and they also knew that the Star Divine Hall's requirements for recruiting disciples were extremely harsh, simply to witness this grand occasion. I also don't know who will be able to join the Star Divine Hall this time. The Star Divine Hall only recruits disciples once every 1,000 years, and each time, it only recruits 10 talented disciples who have comprehended the power of the stars. This requirement is just too harsh. It can't be helped. Who made them one of the 8 divine halls of the ancient times? We don't have the fate to join it anyway. The crowd was filled with all sorts of chatter. I heard that Zhang Qi of the Zhang clan obtained a star pearl hundreds of years ago, and I don't know if he or she has comprehended the power of the stars. The Zhang family was a first-class family in the Midheaven Astral Domain, and it was still a human race. Are you talking about Zhang Qi? the Zhang clan's Zhang Qi who stepped into the martial Dao Emperor 100 years ago? Someone asked. Yes, that's him. This person's talent must be said to be quite demonic indeed. In just a few hundred years, he has reached the martial Dao Great Emperor realm. The man who spoke earlier lamented. Even in the mid-heaven astral domain, those who reached the martial Dao Great Emperor realm in a few hundred years would be considered demonic geniuses. Normally, to reach the martial Dao Great Emperor realm, those with average talent would basically need thousands of years to be able to do so. As for this Zhang Qi, he had entered the martial Dao Great Emperor realm after only a few hundred years, and the demonic nature of his talent did not need to be mentioned at all. He had even comprehended the power of the stars, and he would definitely have a share of the Star Divine Hall disciple quota this time. Chapter 101, Fire Dance reappears. One must know that the Star Divine Hall only opens its doors every 1,000 years to recruit disciples for the world. Moreover, each time only 10 disciples will be recruited. To be able to have the honor of becoming one of these 10, that person's talent is definitely considered to be at a heaven-defying level, and there is simply no need to say more. It was no exaggeration to say that even if one could not be considered the topmost supreme demon in the entire mortal realm universe, they were not far off. I've heard that there is a stunningly talented and gifted disciple in the Shadow Clan who just managed to break through to the martial Dao Great Emperor realm not too long ago. Someone said. Everyone speculated whether this genius had already comprehended the power of the stars. After all, as one of the top forces in the mid-heaven astral domain, the Shadow Clan's strength and heritage could not be underestimated. Trying to get their hands on an incomparably precious star bead might not be a difficult task for them. Although the Shadow Clan is not the most outstanding among the many top forces, the peak of the one, but the strength is still quite strong. The clan even has a great Luo golden immortal level of powerful people sitting on the side. Because of this, the Shadow Clan has always occupied a place in this vast and boundless heaven and earth. At this moment, the murmurs of the surrounding crowd rose and fell like a continuous tide. They each enumerated the talented disciples they knew, and speculated with great interest about which of the proud sons of heaven could finally stand out this time and successfully become one of the 10 disciples of the Star Divine Hall. What's more, some even opened a gambling game on the spot. In just a few days, the amount of money wagered on this game had already climbed to a jaw-dropping, unimaginable astronomical figure. Time passes. Soon, a month's time passed in this way, and the number of people who came to visit the Star Divine Hall's disciple recruitment ceremony was also increasing, and the entire continent was filled with densely packed figures everywhere. One day, a young girl in the prime of her life slowly landed on this vast and mysterious continent like a fairy descending from the earth. This woman's figure was graceful and elegant, and she was wearing a brightly colored long dress that looked like fire, and the fiery red color seemed like a burning flame, setting off her entire person more and more brightly, radiating a charm that was hard to resist. However, with her hot dress in sharp contrast, her beautiful face is like 1,000 years of ice as cold as frost. Without the slightest expression, the eyes are revealing a refusal of people outside the cold air, so that people only dare to look at the distance and dare not easily come forward to approach. If Yi Ling Tian was also here at this time, he would definitely recognize this woman with a unique temperament at a glance. That's right, she was the fire dance that had been frantically hunted down by the 4 powerhouses of the underworld Divine Hall whose strength had reached the peak of the golden immortal realm a few months ago. In the beginning, if Yi Ling Tian didn't happen to pass by here and help, I'm afraid that the fire dance at this moment would have already perished and died in the Yellow Springs, becoming another dead soul under the underworld god's temple. After experiencing that frightening life and death catastrophe, Fire Dance knew the inadequacy of her own strength, so in the past few months, she had been burying her head in hard training without any distractions, just to be able to comprehend the power of the stars as soon as possible, so as to be able to successfully join the Star Divine Hall, and to obtain a strong power to avenge the destruction of her own tribe. One had to admit that Fire Dance truly possessed a supreme talent that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In just a few short months' time, she had managed to break through from the mid-Jinxian realm to the current late Jinxian stage in one fell swoop. Such an astonishing cultivation speed really caused countless people to look sideways in amazement. One must know that for most immortal cultivators, even if they wanted to break through a small layer in the realm of Golden Immortal, it was estimated that they would need to spend at least dozens or even hundreds of years of long time to painstakingly study and accumulate their cultivation before they could do so. When Fire Dance appeared above this continent, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. What a beautiful woman! It's just too cold. Otherwise this woman would definitely become the goddess in the hearts of countless people. It was really too stunning. So stunning that they were completely at a loss as to how to describe Fire Dance's beauty, and could only use the word fairy descending to the earth to set it off. Is she? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment came without warning, only to see a person's face filled with astonishment. His eyes glazed over and his mouth slightly open, as if he had seen some unbelievable sight. It was clear that this man knew Fire Dance, and that knowledge seemed to have given him quite a shock. Another person standing next to him heard this exclamation of surprise, and instantly became interested, and hurriedly came over to ask eagerly, "Buddy, listening to your tone, could it be that you know this woman? Quickly tell me about it." The man fixed his mind and calmed down a little before answering, "Well, actually can't be considered a real sense of knowing, just once had the honor of meeting her in person." As he spoke, a faint hint of sighing appeared on his face, as if he had recalled those lamentable experiences in the past. Immediately afterward, as if he had thought of something important, he looked at the person beside him with a grave gaze and slowly opened his mouth. "You've heard of that Inferno Spirit clan, haven't you? The Yen-Ling clan? Oh, you can't be talking about the Yen-Ling clan that was tragically exterminated by the ancient immortal clan a few thousand years ago?" The other party had a dazed look on his face, while his eyes revealed a sense of awe for that period of history. "It is precisely that Inferno Spirit clan, and this woman in front of me is the princess of the Inferno Spirit clan back then." Fire dance. Speaking here, that person couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. "What? It's actually her. What an unexpected surprise. Since that's the case, is it possible that she showed up here this time with the intention of joining the Star Divine Hall as well?" At this moment, the hearts of all the people could not help but have such a question. After all, this time, even the ancient immortal clan had sent powerful experts to come. If the fire dance wasn't meant to join the Star Divine Hall but chose to appear here at this time, wouldn't that be asking for death? Probably. What else would she be doing here? Although no one dared to make a move in this Star Divine Hall's territory, leaving this place would not be protected by the Star Divine Hall. If the people of the ancient immortal clan were to see the fire dance, they would definitely not let her off easily. Listening to the surrounding murmurings about herself, Fire Dance's face did not have any expression on it, and it still had an ice-cold look. She didn't care about the gazes of the crowd, but slowly walked towards the front and soon came to a restaurant. Before the Star Divine Hall started recruiting disciples, she was prepared to stay here during this period of time. For this continent where people come and go, Fire Dance's arrival did not cause much of a stir, and only a few individuals were surprised by Fire Dance's appearance. Chapter 102 Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall Chufeng. Time rushes by, and in the blink of an eye, another month or so has passed. For a while it was as if the whole world was waiting for some important moment to come. Now, there were only 7 short days left before the opening day of the Star Divine Hall's disciples, which had caused countless people to eagerly await. Uncountable, trillions of living beings of all kinds are all looking forward to the quick arrival of that moment with great anticipation. Whether it was a powerful cultivator or a mundane mortal, whether it was an ancient family or an emerging power, everyone's heart was tightly tugged. At this moment, located in the mid-heaven astral domain, all the living beings who were able to rush here had basically arrived at this place. Those who had not yet shown up were mostly those who had no interest in the matter. After all, for them, since they had no intention of choosing to join the Star Divine Hall, why would they bother to spend their precious time traveling all the way here? Just like the rest of the 7 great divine halls that were on par with the Star Divine Hall. However, there were only 6 great divine halls that still existed today. It was only because the once mighty underworld divine hall had already been destroyed by Yiling Tian, and had since become a passing memory in the long river of history. Just as the crowd was either talking or waiting quietly, suddenly, a shocking sound of vibration came violently from above the dome of the sky. In an instant, everyone present couldn't help but raise their heads and look upwards, only to see that a bright and colorful stargate was slowly emerging from the originally blue as blue sky. Along with the gradual appearance of the stargate, a slightly old but imposing figure stepped out from it. That's the Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall. I don't know who in the crowd was the first to recognize the identity of this old man and couldn't help but shout loudly. Surprisingly, it's the Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall. In the past, every time it was just an ordinary elder who came to receive the guide. I didn't expect that this time it would be the Grand Elder himself. The crowd was stunned by this scene. It seemed like the Star Divine Hall was paying a lot of attention to this disciple recruitment. How else would it be the Grand Elder himself? One must know that the Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall was a powerful and intimidating figure. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, he had already reached the peak of the golden immortal realm, and his name resonated throughout the entire central heavenly planet region. So it could be said that no one knew about him. Time passes, the years go by like a shuttle. Although to this day the Great Elder has not yet been able to break through the shackles, stepping into the ranks of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, from the powerful aura that was faintly emanating from his surroundings, it could be deduced that the gap between him and the Great Luo Golden Immortals was already negligible, and perhaps he only needed to take that small step forward to successfully ascend to the impressive Great Luo Golden Immortals. The Great Luo Golden Immortal. The significance of this title was not trivial. It was definitely a supreme existence that stood at the top of the mortal realm. looking at the mortal realm universe, but anyone who could achieve a great Luo Golden Immortal was either an old and respected ancestor-level figure in the major top powers, either it is a high-powered Taishang elder with unfathomable strength. In short, no one is a generalized person. When the Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall appeared, everyone present was in an uproar, and for a while, the crowd was buzzing, with people exchanging pleasantries and talking incessantly. The gazes they looked at the Grand Elder were filled with reverence, as if they had seen the Supreme God in their hearts. However, just at this moment, one could only hear a thunderous and furious cry suddenly ringing out. Quiet! It turned out to be the Grand Elder who looked down at the noisy and cacophonous scene below and finally couldn't hold back his anger and rebuked in a loud voice. This broken shout was like a thunderbolt breaking through the sky, shocking the crowd's eardrums with a buzzing sound. In an instant, the originally noisy and incomparable crowd was as if a spell had been cast on it, instantly becoming so silent that even a pin falling on the ground could be clearly audible. After the surroundings became completely quiet, the Grand Elder, that is, the old man named Chu Feng, smiled slightly and slowly said, "Old man Chu Feng is the Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall. I think all of you here should recognize me. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Greetings, Great Elder." For a moment, everyone was bowing respectfully towards Chu Feng. Among the people present, although most of them were leading figures from the major powers, when they stood in front of the Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall, the gap was like a difference between mud and clouds. Whether these people were in terms of their status or their own strength, compared to Chu Feng, they were simply the difference between heaven and earth. Because of this, they naturally sprouted deep respect from the bottom of their hearts for this highly respected and unfathomably powerful Chu Feng. Only seeing Chu Feng with a smile on his face, he gently waved his hand before continuing. "There is no need for you all to be courteous. There are still 7 days left before my Star Divine Hall's disciple recruitment period. However, due to some special reasons, this time, the Hall Master has specially sent me to personally come and guide you all." He paused, then said aloud, "All disciples holding star beads, please take a step forward and follow me to my Star Divine Hall. As for the rest of you, you can stay here and wait a bit for the relevant news." After these words from Chu Feng fell, the scene was plunged into a brief silence before a slight commotion resounded. All the people present all had stunned looks on their faces, obviously being somewhat overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events. One must know that in the past, when the Star Divine Hall recruited disciples, the selection ceremony was held on top of this continent without exception. However, this time around, it was actually unprecedentedly changed to take place inside the Star Divine Hall. Moreover, all along, the Star Divine Hall strictly guarded its forbidden land, the endless Star Sea, toad outside world, never allowing any outsiders to step into it without authorization. But this time, why did it suddenly break the routine? The crowd could not help but be filled with doubts and curiosity. Of course, curiosity was curiosity, but no one dared to ask. After all, this was an internal decision of the Star Divine Hall itself, and it had nothing to do with any of them. As Chu Feng's words fell, several figures walked out one by one and came to Chu Feng's front. No more, no less, exactly 10 people, of which men occupied 7, women 3, and Fire Dance was clearly among them. And they are, in fact, the owners of the Star Pearl. Late Golden Immortal? When Chu Feng saw Fire Dance, unsurprisingly he was naturally shocked. Surprisingly, there would be a late-stage Golden Immortal in existence? The remaining 9 were all normal, basically at the cultivation level of a martial Dao Emperor, and one of them had even reached the Earth Immortal realm. However, this cultivation level was still extremely normal in Chu Feng's opinion. The only thing that shocked him was the Fire Dance. Who are you kidding? Their Star Divine Hall is recruiting disciples, not elders. How could a late Golden Immortal appear? Although the Star Divine Hall, recruited disciples mainly based on whether or not they had comprehended the power of the stars, but there was also a bone age limit, a late-stage Golden Immortal. I'm afraid this is an old monster who's lived for an unknown number of years, right? Chapter 103, Fire Dance's talent, astonishing, late Golden Immortal. In the entire history of the mortal realm, there was not a single one that was less than 10,000 years old, not to mention that late Golden Immortal realm. Even if one could reach the early Golden Immortal stage at the age of 10,000 years, one could still be called a supreme genius among geniuses. However, the woman named Fire Dance in front of her, looking at her appearance seems to be young, but Chu Feng can't believe that her real age is not yet full of 10,000 years, only to see Chu Feng looking at Fire Dance with a smile on his face. He opened his mouth and said, "Miss, my Star Divine Hall is recruiting disciples this time, not elders. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for a character like you to appear here, right? To know." Although he himself has reached the peak of the realm of the Golden Immortal, but also as the Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall, but the face of a late-stage Golden Immortal, Chu Feng also do not want to make enemies for no reason, so the tone of voice is also extremely polite. When Fire Dance heard this, she replied with a firm expression, "Great Elder, I have indeed come to join the Star Divine Hall." Chu Feng couldn't help but be stunned, and then he showed a difficult face and politely explained, "This, but you are already at the late golden immortal cultivation level, which is really beyond the scope of our disciple recruitment now." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding crowd was stunned, and they all turned their gazes to Fire Dance, muttering under their breath, "What? Surprisingly, it's a late-stage golden immortal?" Incredulity was written all over everyone's face, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. For a time, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. This woman looked so young, but she was already a late-stage golden immortal powerhouse. Wasn't this too unbelievable? In the crowd, an old man stared tightly at Fire Dance, the killing intent in his eyes clearly visible. Late golden immortal. The talent of this Inferno Spirit Clan's princess is truly terrifying, reaching the late golden immortal stage in just a few thousand years. At this rate, won't it be a great Luo golden immortal before long? Thinking of this, the killing intent in the old man's eyes erupted as if it were substance, as if it was going to freeze the surrounding air into ice. His already wrinkled face was now even more distorted by anger, making people shudder at the sight. "No, this woman must die, or else my ancient immortal clan will definitely have one more terrifying enemy," the old man said through gritted teeth, his voice low and hoarse, permeated with endless hatred and determination. That's right, this old man is a core elder of the ancient immortal clan. His status is unparalleled, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. He had weathered countless storms and witnessed too much bloodshed and killing, but there weren't many people like Fire Dance who made his heart fearful. Moreover, this elder had personally participated in the overthrow of the Yanling clan, so he could be said to know the Yanling clan well. Therefore, when he first saw Fire Dance, he immediately recognized her. At that moment, memories of the past flooded his mind like a tidal wave, and a scene from the past flashed continuously in his mind. "I was thinking of waiting for the matter of the Star Divine Hall to end, and then finding an appropriate time to quietly resolve this woman, so as to avoid any complications." However, what he had never expected was that this woman had come to this place in order to join the Star Divine Hall. Others might not be clear about Fire Dance's true age, but the ancient immortal clan, who were the Yanling clan's archrivals, would not be ignorant. They clearly knew that Fire Dance wasn't actually very old, and was only a few thousand years old at full count, or even less than 5,000 years old. To be able to reach the late golden immortal stage at such a young age was truly terrifying. What was even more crucial was that the Star Divine Hall had a clear stipulation for recruiting disciples, as long as the bone age did not exceed 5,000 years old, and those who were able to comprehend the power of the stars, they could all become a member of the Star Divine Hall. Undoubtedly, Fire Dance's conditions were completely in line with these requirements. Of course, the premise was that at this moment, she had already comprehended the power of the stars, and if she really succeeded in joining the Star Divine Hall, she would definitely become a great danger in the future. Therefore, no matter what, she must be nipped in the bud before then, and must not be given any chance to grow. "Girl, you should be clear about my Star Divine Hall's requirements for recruiting disciples, right? We only recruit talented disciples who are under 5,000 years old and have comprehended the power of the stars. Although your cultivation is strong, if you are over 5,000 years old, we at the Star Divine Hall will not accept you," Chu Feng said patiently. "Grand Elder, I'm aware of all of this. I'm only over 3,000 years old this year, and I'm perfectly in line with your Star Divine Hall standards," Fire Dance said eagerly. She knew that if she was unable to worship the Star Divine Hall today, what awaited her would undoubtedly be death. It was because she had sensed a killing intent, if any, that was staring at her closely. That was none other than the old man from the ancient immortal race. She could imagine that if she hadn't worshipped under the Star Divine Hall, what she would have to face next would definitely be the relentless pursuit of the ancient immortal race. One must know that the ancient immortal race was an extremely powerful and arrogant existence, and would not be merciless in eradicating any person or force that might threaten their status and interests. And a woman like her who possessed amazing potential was the mortal enemy of the ancient immortal race, undoubtedly becoming a time bomb in the eyes of the ancient immortal race. Therefore, the ancient immortal race would definitely not easily let go of her as a potentially huge threat. Is that true? Hearing this, Chu Feng's originally relaxed expression instantly disappeared and was replaced by a look of gravity. His brows furrowed and his eyes locked on Fire Dance, trying to judge the truth of the statement from the other's eyes and expression. To reach the late golden immortal stage at over 3,000 years old? This is really too unbelievable. Chu Feng secretly pondered in his heart. If this matter was true, then just how terrifying and demonic should this woman's talent be? He simply couldn't imagine it and didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention that Chu Feng was incredulous. At this moment, everyone present was stunned after hearing Fire Dance say these words. Fake, right? How is this possible? Reaching the late golden immortal stage at the age of 3000 is simply a fantasy. Someone couldn't help but question it out loud. Yeah, I also think it's unlikely, even for those supreme geniuses. Wanting to break through to the late golden immortal stage at such a young age is as difficult as climbing into the sky. Another person chimed in. However, there are others who hold a different opinion. Looking at her, she doesn't look like she's lying, so maybe this whole thing is true. If what this woman is saying is true, then she will undoubtedly become the first person ever to live in the central heavenly planet region. After all, in the long history of the entire central heavenly planet region, there has never been a strong person who was able to arrive at the late golden immortal stage at the age of 3,000 years old, let alone the late golden immortal stage. Even the early golden immortal stage has never existed before. The crowd murmured, their faces filled with shock and incredulity. Chapter 104, Xu Feng's shocked 10 stars. Great Elder, how would my daughter dare to deceive you with this matter? If the Great Elder has doubts, I am willing to accept your Hall's bone age test, Fire Dance said with a determined gaze and a resolute tone. She had a graceful figure, and her red dress was like fire, hunting in the wind, as if it was a burning flame that was hard to ignore. Hearing these words, Xu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he scrutinized the Fire Dance in front of him. After a few moments of silence, he slowly spoke. Good, since you are so confident, then you all should return to the Divine Hall with Old Man first. Now that it had come to this, Xu Feng thought that it would be better to bring them back to the Divine Hall first. After all, whether or not one could ultimately pass the bone age test was the key. If any of these people's bone age exceeded the prescribed range, even if she was at the late golden immortal stage or even at the peak of the golden immortal cultivation, he, the Star Divine Hall, would never take her in. One must know that although a late golden immortal was already considered a top-notch powerhouse in this mid-heaven astral domain, such a figure was not indispensable to the Star Divine Hall, which had a deep heritage and many experts. The words are gone. Xu Feng turned around and took a step, signaling Fire Dance and the others to follow him, ready to return to the Stargate together. However, just as they were about to move, all of a sudden, a clear voice came from the distance, as if it was a yellow bell that resounded throughout the entire space, interrupting Xu Feng's movements in a vivid manner. Fellow Daoist, please stay. I still have 2 disciples here who wish to join the Star Divine Hall. Accompanied by the sound of words, the crowd followed the sound and saw that a man in a green shirt was coming with the wind. His figure was ethereal, just like an immortal's presence in the world, and he exuded a transcendent temperament between his fluttering clothes. Behind his magnificent figure, 2 young men followed closely, one of the man's sword eyebrow and starry eyes, valiant, between the hands and feet to show the suave attitude, while the woman next to the face is pretty, beautiful and elegant, just like that do not eat the earth's smoke and fire of the nymphs floating down to the mortal world in general. There was no need to say much. The visitors were naturally Yi Chen with Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiu. Originally, with Yi Chuan's cultivation, it was simply easy to arrive at the place where the Star Divine Hall was located, and it would not take much time. During this period of time, as Yi Xiaoyu and the 2 of them cultivated the power of the stars while leisurely enjoying the magnificent scenery of the vast universe along the way, it was precisely for this reason that the 3 of them had dragged their feet until this moment before they hurriedly arrived here. Luckily, the weather was favorable, and although we were delayed along the way, we were fortunate enough to arrive in time. If he had been that much later, I'm afraid that he would have had to watch the Star Divine Hall's recruiting event pass him by. It was especially worth mentioning that after these months-long unremitting efforts, the 2 of them, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiujiu, eventually succeeded in cultivating the power of the stars, and their progress was quite rapid, and not inferior to others at all. In Yi Duan's eyes, the cultivation achievements of the 2 of them had already surpassed the many disciples who had come to the scene to take the test. Therefore, as to whether Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiujiu could successfully step into the gate of the Star God Temple as they wished, Yi Chuan's heart could be said to be free of worries and full of confidence. This friend, my Star Divine Hall only recruits 10 disciples at a time, and now that the quota has been filled, it would be better for my friend to return. Xu Feng frowned slightly and spoke slowly to Yi Chen. If it wasn't for realizing that he couldn't see through Yi Chen, Xu Feng wouldn't even bother to say much to Yi Chen. The rules of his Star Divine Hall had never been broken before, so how could they change just because of Yi Chen's sudden appearance? Fellow Daoist, rules or dead people are alive. These 2 juniors of mine can have extraordinary talent, and the Star Force comprehension is definitely higher than all the disciples present. Are you really not going to think about it? Leaf Dust laughed lightly. He wasn't worried that Xu Feng would reject him for no other reason than he knew that the Star Divine Hall valued those disciples who were able to comprehend the power of the stars beyond imagination, especially someone like Yi Xiaoyu, who had already comprehended the power of the stars extremely thoroughly, was a talent that the Divine Hall couldn't wait for. Oh, Xu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Is this true? He followed up with a question. a few hints of eagerness and anticipation evident in his voice. As expected, after hearing what Ji Chen had said, Chu Feng instantly came into the spirit, and his original slightly lethargic demeanor instantly became focused. One must know that although the Star Divine Hall limited the quota to only 10 disciples each time it recruited disciples, it didn't mean that only those 10 lucky ones who held the star bead were qualified to be selected. In reality, the star bead was nothing more than a relatively convenient way for these potential disciples to comprehend the power of the stars. If there were others whose comprehension of the power of the stars was more profound and mysterious than those who possessed the star beads, then even if the original candidates were to be replaced, Chu Feng would never have the slightest hesitation. Of course, if it is eventually found that all those who meet the requirements have outstanding talent and strength, even if the original number is exceeded, all of them can be admitted to the school. Only then, it would be necessary to report the situation truthfully to that hall master of the Star Divine Hall. Little you, let this grand elder see your star power. Yi Chen smiled and looked at Yi Xiaoyu. Yes, ancestor Yi Duan. Yi Xiaoyu nodded, then gathered the power of his entire body together, releasing the power of the stars completely. In an instant, a large amount of star power surged out, wrapping Yi Xiaoyu's entire body in it, dazzling beyond compare. Seeing this scene, whether it was Chu Feng or the rest of them, they were all shocked beyond measure. No one had expected that this young little girl who was only at the Heavenly King realm cultivation level would have comprehended the power of the stars so thoroughly. It was simply unimaginable. I wonder how many stars this woman will condense, Chu Feng murmured as his gaze tightened on Yi Xiaoyu. As the star power converged, a star suddenly emerged behind Yi Xiaoyu's back. Although it was not big, it was like substance, just like a real star. 1, 2, 3. Slowly, there were more and more stars behind it, and in just a moment's work, 7 had already appeared. And that's not all. The stars are still coalescing. 8 now. How did this woman do it? To have comprehended 8 stars? Chu Feng looked at Yi Xiaoyu with a shocked gaze, and for a moment he unexpectedly did not know what to say. Not only Chu Feng, everyone present was looking at Yi Xiaoyu in shock, including Fire Dance as well. She thought that her talent was not weak. In just 3,000 years she had reached the late stage of Golden Immortal, and her power of comprehension was extraordinary. In the last time she had gotten the star bead until now it had only been a few months. Not only had she comprehended the power of the stars, she was able to condense 6 stars. She had thought that no one among all the disciples could surpass her, but she didn't expect that a disciple who comprehended 8 stars would appear now. And looking at her state, it was clear that this was not her limit. Half an hour later, Yi Xiaoyu was finally putting away the power of the stars, and behind her, 10 stars hung high and dazzling. 10. How is that possible? Chapter 105, The Beginning of Fame. Chu Feng, as well as everyone present, were all staring intently at Yi Xiaoyu with jaws agape, disbelief and extreme shock written all over their faces. 10 whole stars. How is this possible? It is simply unimaginable, as if it were a mirage. It should be known that even among the profound and powerful Star Divine Hall, no one has ever been able to possess so many stars nowadays. The most powerful of them is their Lord Temple Master. But even so, the Temple Master of that year was only 9 stars. However, at this moment, the young woman in front of them, whose cultivation level was only at the Heavenly King realm, was actually in possession of a staggering 10 stars. This kind of shocking sight undoubtedly completely subverted the inherent cognition that they had formed for a long time. Fellow Daoist, I wonder what you think. Yi Chuan smiled, his gaze looking with interest towards Chu Feng, who was filled with astonishment, and asked softly, "Phew." Chu Feng first took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves of emotions that were churning inside. He once again turned his gaze to Yi Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with complex emotions of both marvel and doubt. Only after a long time did he slowly retract his gaze and turn to stare at Ji Chen, speaking solemnly, "My friend, truth be told, this junior disciple of yours has truly shocked me deeply. 10 stars, this is something that has only appeared in just one person in the long history of our Star Divine Hall, and that was in the ancient times of the Long Ages. That senior was none other than the founding ancestor of our Star Divine Hall. It is said that he had long since successfully ascended to the immortal realm with his own earth-shattering strength, becoming a legendary figure of a generation. And today, to be able to witness your disciples reappear in this overwhelming style is truly an eye-opening experience for me. Then I wonder if you think my junior is qualified to join the Star Divine Hall?" Leaf Dust laughed. "Of course there is. If even this little girl isn't qualified, then I'm afraid it would be really hard to find a few people in this world who could fulfill the conditions." Chu Feng gazed at the little girl in front of him and said slowly with an extremely complicated gaze, "You know, that's 10 whole stars. Not to mention joining his Star Divine Hall is such a simple thing. Even if it is allowed to directly become a divine maiden of the Star Divine Hall, it is definitely more than enough. Because in the Star Divine Hall, divine sons and divine daughters had always been existences that were carefully cultivated as the future successors of the Hall Master. Since that's the case, then let this girl child return to the temple with the old man. Chu Feng turned his sight to Yi Xiaoyu, yet the shock in his eyes was like a tidal wave that could not dissipate for a long time. Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Fellow Daoist, wait, there is still this junior of mine. To be honest, the star power that the two of them have comprehended is almost similar to each other, so I'd also like to please ask fellow Daoist to be able to take the two of them away together. Saying that, Yi Chen reached out and pointed at Yi Jiao, who was standing on the side. Chu Feng couldn't help but stare at what he said and asked with some disbelief. Are you saying that he even possesses 10 stars as well? For a moment, Chu Feng only felt as if his brain had stopped functioning instantly and was completely down. He first looked blankly at Yi Jiao, then turned his head to look at Yi Xiaoyu. His mouth opened, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. Nice. Leaf Dust nodded his head indifferently. Do I need to show it to you, Taoist friend? Again? No. No need. Chu Feng shook his head repeatedly like a rattledrum, and some beads of sweat even seeped out from his forehead. One must know that after experiencing that incident with Yi Xiaoyu, he was now convinced of every word Yi Chen said. When he thought of if he let Yi Jiao toss him around like that one more time, he felt that his fragile heart was afraid that it would just go on strike and quit. After all, what had just happened was just too thrilling and beyond imagination. Besides, there are numerous bystanders around at this very moment. There are some things naturally the fewer people know the better. Otherwise once the rumor spreads out, it is likely to produce unexpected negative impacts and make things worse. It was important to realize that the relationship between these great pantheons was far from being as amicable as it seemed. If the other divine halls were to learn that the Star Divine Hall had unexpectedly seen such exceptionally gifted demonic figures as Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao at the same time, heaven knows what kind of tactics and plots they would use against the Star Divine Hall. Then please, fellow Daoist. After Yi Chen spoke, he gently arched his hand towards Chu Feng, then turned his gaze towards the two of them. Yi Xiaoyu and slowly said, from now on, the two of you will stay peacefully in the Star Divine Hall to cultivate. When you successfully break through the immortal realm, I, the old ancestor, will come to guide you. As soon as the words fell, only Yi Chen's figure gradually became blurred, and eventually dissipated without a trace like a puff of light smoke. Chu Feng gazed at the direction where Yi Chen had disappeared, and a deep sense of gravity involuntarily swept through his eyes. He was able to clearly feel that the strength displayed by the man named Yi Chen in front of him was unfathomable and far beyond his reach. Not only that, even their Star Divine Hall's mighty lord, who possessed the peak cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, might find it difficult to contend with it. One must know that their Hall Master stood at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and could be called a giant-like existence on one side. However, now that such a mysterious and unpredictable powerhouse had appeared, whose strength was actually above that of the Hall Master, just what kind of terrifying level would this be? Could it be that he had already surpassed the great Luo Golden Immortals and stepped into a higher and deeper realm of cultivation? When was such a powerful character born in the mid-heaven astral domain? And incredibly, with the Star Divine Hall's position and intelligence network in this star domain, it actually knew nothing about this person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cast his gaze to the two people on the side, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao. These two people were so terrifyingly talented, and there was also Yi Duan, an old ancestor with unfathomable strength. It seemed that the forces behind them were extremely uncomplicated. It was also unknown why they chose to join his Star Divine Hall, with Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiaojiu gradually revealing themselves. It was feared that the low-profile and calm situation of the Star Divine Hall in the past would never return. Alright, due to some special circumstances that have occurred, this time our Star Divine Hall has decided to make an exception to recruit 12 disciples. Now, you will all follow the old man. Chu Feng temporarily put away his chaotic thoughts and said aloud to the 12 people in front of him who were about to join the Star Divine Hall. Yes, the crowd answered in unison, their voices neat and loud. Immediately afterward, under Chu Feng's lead, the group of people entered in a line and stepped into the stargate that was flickering with a strange light. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into thin air. After Chu Feng and the newly accepted disciples left, the crowd that had originally gathered here to spectate also began to slowly disperse. People mingled and talked, and the topic naturally could not be separated from the shocking change that had just occurred. Chapter 106, Master of the Star Divine Hall Cinnabar Sword. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu's name was known to no one above this continent. 10 stars was simply breaking all the records of the Star Divine Hall, unrivaled except for the founding ancestor of the Star Divine Hall. Although it was still only the beginning of fame on this continent, it was thought that it wouldn't take long for Yi Xiaoyu's name to spread throughout the entire mid-heaven astral domain. After all, the living beings on top of this continent were all from all over the mid-heaven astral domain, and they had witnessed this historic moment with their own eyes. Here, this is where the headquarters of my Star Divine Hall is located. Chu Feng brought Yi Xiaoyu and the other 12 people to appear in front of a huge and solemn palace. A mysterious glow surrounded the palace, giving it a sense of sanctity and inviolability. Chu Feng smiled and said to Yi Xiaoyu and the others, "Welcome to the Star Divine Hall. From today onwards, you will be receiving more advanced cultivation and training here." Excitement and anticipation shone in the eyes of the crowd, and they knew that this was an opportunity for them to grow and a starting point for them to pursue a higher realm. Of course, this definitely did not include the duo of Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiu. It should be known that the reason why the two of them came to the Star God's temple was very pure in its purpose, simply wanting to practice themselves through this rare opportunity, and taking this opportunity to broaden their horizons and increase their knowledge. All along, the two of them had been living in the territory of Xia, and the things they had come into contact with were relatively limited, and both their vision and experience were far less than those of the 10,000 races who traveled in the vastness of the starry sky all year round. And Yiling Tian had a clear and definite plan for these two juniors. His plan was to first let Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiaojiu wander around and hone their skills for a period of time in the mid-heaven astral domain. When they succeeded in breaking through to above the immortal realm one day, he would personally send these two back to the Nine Heavens Palace within the Chaos Realm, because it is only in that place that they can get more quality and comprehensive training resources. After all, the Nine Heavenly Palace was owned by Yiling Tian himself. As his descendants and children, it was only natural that they would be able to enjoy the full support and careful cultivation from the Nine Heavens Palace. In this way, I think that in time, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiu will be able to grow up to be uniquely strong. As for the danger aspect, with Yi Duan silently guarding their path forward in the dark, Yiling Tian naturally wouldn't feel the slightest bit worried about it. Moreover, Yiling Tian had also left a prohibition within the bodies of these two people. Once these two people encountered a great threat of life and death, this prohibition would be triggered instantly, automatically protecting the owner's integrity. Yiling Tian was also able to sense all the situations that happened here in the first instance. Under Chu Feng's leadership, Yi Xiaoyu and the rest of the group slowly stepped inside that grand and magnificent palace. The interior of this palace could be described as skillfully and beautifully arranged, with a powerful and incomparable aura of star fluctuations permeating everywhere. It had to be said that this place was worthy of being the Star Divine Hall that was famous for cultivating the power of the stars, and even the energy flowing in the air was actually all clear of the extremely dense power of the stars. In such a unique environment, for those who specialize in the cultivation of star power practitioners, is undoubtedly like a fish in water, twice the effort. It is simply an excellent cultivation mecca that one can only dream of. You guys can wait here at ease for now. I need to go forward now to report the relevant matters to the Hall Master. Chu Feng turned around and with a serious expression, after barking such a sentence to the few people behind him, he turned around and hurriedly walked towards the hall where the Hall Master was located. Yes, Grand Elder. It didn't take long before Chu Feng arrived in front of the door of the hall where the Hall Master was located. He first respectfully straightened his coat before carefully stepping inside, only to see a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament sitting at the top of the main hall. This person was the Hall Master of the Star Divine Hall, Tetsuken. Chu Feng walked quickly to Qin Jian and bowed before him before saying in an extremely respectful tone, "Hall Master, the task of going out to receive new disciples has been successfully completed. All of the selected disciples have safely arrived at the Divine Hall at this moment, but there was still a little bit of a minor unforeseen situation on the way out to receive them." "Oh, what accident?" A trace of surprise appeared on Tetsuken's face. There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble when he was recruiting disciples for the Star Divine Hall? Could it be the rest of the Pantheons? Chen Jian secretly thought in his heart, in this mortal world, besides those few divine halls, who would dare to easily provoke my Star Divine Hall? Although the Star Divine Hall had long held a low-profile style, the strength of its power was something that no one dared to underestimate. At this moment, Chu Feng was lowering his head and said in a soft voice, "My subordinate has taken in 2 more disciples without asking for permission. I asked the palace master to descend and chastise him." Chen Jian's face sank as he slowly spoke. "In the matter of recruiting disciples, my Star Divine Hall has always strictly followed the rules of the hall, and the number of new disciples to be recruited each time will never exceed 10. Great Elder, you should be clear about this rule, right?" Chu Feng hurriedly bowed and respectfully replied, "The subordinate naturally knows, but this time the situation is really special. That the other 2 disciples on the star power of the ability to perceive simply can be described as heaven-defying. The subordinate really can't bear to let the Divine Hall miss such a shocking demonic talent. A moment of impulsiveness to make this kind of self-inflicted action. If it wasn't for Yi Xiaoyu displaying 10 stars, he would never have taken the 2 of them in so impulsively. However, he believed that when the Hall Master learned of the talents of the 2 Yi Xiaoyu, he should not blame him and might even reward him greatly. After all, these 2 were truly incomparably demonic. Then tell me, what kind of a demonic degree has made you dare to break the rules of the temple? Great Elder, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." "Genius, he's seen a lot. but that's not a reason to use it to break the temple rules. If Chu Feng couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, then he didn't need to be this grand elder anymore. Hall Master, one of those two disciples coalesced 10 stars, while the other didn't show it, but the other said that the two had comparable talents and could also coalesce 10 stars. That's why my subordinate brought these two back with him. Hall Master, 10 stars. In the history of my star divine hall, but only the founding ancestor has reached it. This kind of demon subordinate really doesn't want to miss it. Chu Feng spoke excitedly towards Dusty Sword. What did you say? 10 stars? How can that be? As expected, when he heard what Chu Feng said, Chen Jian's entire body whooshed to its feet, his gaze tightly fixed on Chu Feng, as if he wanted to see the truth from his face. Chapter 107, Divine Sons and Daughters. Your Highness, how would my subordinate dare to deceive you about this kind of thing? This is something that my subordinate really saw with his own eyes. Nah, Chu Feng said with a bitter smile on his face. He knew how strong the master's reaction would be after hearing this news. After all, even he himself had not witnessed it. It would be absolutely difficult to believe that such an unthinkable thing could have happened in the world. A whole 10 stars. One must know that in this vast and boundless mortal realm universe, other than their lofty old ancestor, no one had ever possessed such a number of stars. Yet now, two such supreme demons had appeared all of a sudden. How could this not make people feel shocked and incredulous? Bring them here immediately. At this moment, Chen Jian could no longer hold back his inner eagerness and curiosity, itching to meet the two world-shattering demonic figures that Chu Feng had spoken of right away. Yes, Hall Master. Chu Feng responded respectfully, then turned around and left to carry out the order. Not long after, only 12 young and energetic figures could be seen slowly walking into the magnificent hall where Tatsuken was located under the guidance of Chu Feng. Hall Master. These 12 are the new disciples that our Star Divine Hall has recruited this time, so please take a look at them yourself. Hall Master, Chu Feng respectfully reported to Chen Jian. He then looked at Yi Xiaoyu and the other 12 people behind him and said, "This is the Palace Master of my Star Divine Hall. You guys haven't met the Palace Master yet. Disciple has met the Palace Master. Disciple has met the Palace Master." The crowd didn't dare to be slow, and they hurriedly saluted towards Tatsuken. "Be excused." Tatsuken gently waved his hand, and a faint smile that was, if anything, as warm as the spring breeze slowly surfaced on that handsome face. His deep pool-like eyes swept over the crowd in front of him, and he said in a gentle and curious tone, "I heard that among the people who have come this time, there is actually someone who carries the power of 10 whole stars. I wonder which one of the proud sons of heaven it is." Along with the gradual fall of Chen Jian's words, the gazes of the remaining few people present were as if they were attracted by a magnet, focusing in unison on Yi Xiaoyu's slightly thin figure. Chen Jian followed their line of sight and instantly realized in his heart that it looked like the lucky one with 10 stars was the little girl in front of him who looked a bit shy and timid, only to see the corners of Chen Jian's mouth slightly raised, showing Yi Xiaoyu a trace of amiable smile full of affinity and goodwill, at the same time softening his voice, as if he were an elder caring for his juniors. He softly inquired, "My child, could it be that you are so amazingly gifted, possessing a full 10 stars? When Yi Xiaoyu heard this, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned and subconsciously nodded her head, but then hurriedly lowered her head like a frightened deer and replied in a thin, mosquito fly yet clearly audible voice, "Yes, yes, Lord Temple Master." One must know that at this time, Yi Xiaoyu was only a young girl who had not yet reached the age of 20, alone in this completely unfamiliar environment. This place is even farther away from the Xia that she is familiar with. It would be a lie to say that you don't feel any fear or trepidation in your heart. Nevertheless, stubbornly, she tried to appear calm, forcing herself to put on a strong face to deal with the situation at hand. But in reality, at this moment, Yi Xiaoyu's heart, which was originally thumping due to nervousness, had already been as uncontrollable as a wild horse. "Yeah, that's great." Tatsuken first let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration, and then couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. His laughter was bright and bold, as if he wanted to fill up the entire hall. "Ha ha ha, it's really unexpected that in the year of our lifetimes, our Star Divine Hall will actually be able to usher in such a supreme demon who is carrying 10 stars. Even though Yi Xiaoyu had not been asked to show his abilities again, Chen Jian had not been the least bit skeptical. In his opinion, Chu Feng would never have the guts to dare to deceive him on this matter. Not only that, when he carefully probed the inside of Yi Xiaoyu's body, the surging and vast star power convinced him beyond doubt this must be the power contained in the entire 10 stars. At this moment, Tatsuken's line of sight slowly moved towards the others, and under his breath, he softly inquired, "So, who exactly is that remaining heaven's pride?" As he spoke, the gazes of the crowd were cast over, yet they were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Only Chu Feng's eyes were slightly uneasy as he quietly turned his gaze to Yijio, who stood by the side in silence. Because, The reason why Chu Feng had previously informed Chen Jian that 2 of the new disciples this time had the qualification of 10 stars was because he had heard it from Yi Chen's mouth, but in reality, he himself had never witnessed Yi Jiu's amazing talent of executing 10 stars. Because of this, a trace of apprehension couldn't help but rise in his heart at this moment, lest Yi Jiu didn't actually possess 10 stars, thus causing the palace master to be greatly disappointed. Your Highness, it's my big brother. At this time, Yi Xiaoyu pulled Yi Jiu to stand out and timidly returned. Oh, your big brother? Hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words, Chen Jian was shocked. The other demon with 10 stars was actually this woman's elder brother? 2 such demonic prides of heaven were from the same family? It was the rest of the disciples who were shocked beyond belief. They all knew that these 2 were together, but how could they not expect that this man was also in possession of 10 stars? A family that produced 2 such demons. What kind of family was it that could produce such a disciple out? Yi Jiu has met your highness. At this time, the silent Yi Jiu finally spoke. He gave a slight salute to Chen Jian and said, Disciple does indeed possess 10 stars, but disciple's talent is still weak compared to my sister. Ha ha, a demon who can possess 10 stars. How can his talent be weak? You don't have to be modest. Upon hearing this, Tatsuken burst out laughing. Indeed, how could the talent of someone with 10 stars be weak? If that was considered weak, how would you let others live? Take Fire Dance on the side for example. Is her talent weak? To be able to cultivate to the golden immortal realm in just a few thousand years, how could she be weak? But even with a talent like hers, she had only comprehended 6 stars, although the time she had comprehended the power of the stars was very short. But how could the 2 of them, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiu, not be the same? It had only been a few months since they had cultivated the star technique to its fullest. Grand Elder, notify down the line that from now on these 2 disciples are the divine sons and daughters of my Star Divine Hall and can use all the resources of my Star Divine Hall. At that moment, everyone's gazes were horrified. Even Chu Feng was no exception. The son and daughter of God? This status was second only to the Hall Master and the Supreme Elder in his Star Divine Hall. Even the status of an elder was inferior to that of a divine son or daughter. Yes, your highness. However, Chu Feng still responded respectfully. Because of this scene, he had pretty much guessed it before he arrived. Chapter 108 True Disciple Nandong Jian. Great Elder, this time we really have to rely on you. If it wasn't for your unique insight, how could our Star Divine Hall have the honor of welcoming these 2 proud sons of heaven? Ha 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 ha. Quickly tell me, what kind of reward do you want? As long as this palace is able to do so, it will surely fulfill you. Tatsuken gazed at Chu Feng, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he sketched out a faint smile. Although Chu Feng's actions had indeed broken the stereotypical rules that the Star Divine Hall had followed for a long time, those rules were ultimately nothing more than rigid dogma. Simply by breaking a rigid rule, he was able to harvest 2 astounding demonic talents, a deal that was extremely cost-effective no matter how you calculated it. Hearing Chen Jian's words, Chu Feng hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed, saying with fear and trepidation, Your Highness is overstating the case. This is my subordinate's duty, and I really don't dare to ask for a reward. It is a great honor for my subordinate to be able to make a small contribution to the Star Divine Hall. However, Chen Jian waved his hand and said aloud, Great Elder doesn't need to be so humble. This hall has seen all of your merits in its eyes. How about this? This hall grants you access to the treasure pavilion, from which you can select a medium-grade immortal weapon as a reward for your merits this time. As soon as the words fell, Chu Feng's originally respectful and humble face was instantly taken over by uncontrollable excitement and elation. His eyes widened and his lips trembled slightly, as if in some disbelief. One must know that there were only a handful of mid-grade immortal weapons in the entire Star Divine Hall, and the only people who were qualified to possess them were several highly respected Supreme Elders and Tatsuken, who was the head of a hall. The magic treasure he himself was currently using was only a lower-grade immortal weapon. Unexpectedly, just because of this seemingly risky decision, it actually gave him the opportunity to obtain a coveted medium-grade immortal weapon. He really had to thank the Yi Chen. If it wasn't for Yi Chen sending these 2 demons to his Star Divine Hall, how would she have received such a great reward from the Hall Master? Thank you, Your Highness. At that moment, Chu Feng hurriedly bowed respectfully to Chen Jian. Alright, take these new disciples down. Arrange them properly. These are the future of my Star Divine Hall, Tatsuken said with a smirk. Yes. The next morning, the sunlight shed dappled light through the layers of leaves, and the breeze gently ruffled the ancient buildings, bringing a bit of tranquility and mystery to the entire Star Temple. However, on such a seemingly calm day, a stone-cold news exploded like a thunderbolt within the Star Divine Hall. The new disciples who entered the hall, Yi Jiu and Yi Xiaoyu, surprisingly both possessed the power of 10 whole stars. One must know that in the history of the Star Divine Hall, disciples who could possess such a powerful talent could be considered rare. and the palace master even made an immediate and astonishing decision to break the rules and promote the two of them to Divine Son and Divine Daughter of the Star Divine Hall respectively. This news was like a storm that quickly swept through every corner of the Star Divine Hall. For a while, the crowd murmured, with various emotions such as surprise, envy, and jealousy intertwined. Some people marveled at Yi Yu and Yi Xiaoyu's exceptional talent, believing that they would surely become the future pillars of the Star Divine Hall, while others secretly speculated whether there was another deep meaning behind the Hall Master's move. In a secluded attic of the Star Divine Hall, there were two men standing quietly by the windowsill. One of them was stout, with a strong face, and he gazed into the distance as if he was contemplating something. The other was slightly slimmer, but his eyes were as deep as the sea, making it difficult to grasp what was really going on inside him. Suddenly, the slightly slimmer man broke the silence, turning his head to look at the man beside him who was called Eldest Senior Brother, and asked in a deep voice, "Eldest Senior Brother, what exactly do you think about this matter?" Eldest Senior Brother frowned slightly and slowly spoke after a moment of contemplation. "How else can we look at it? This matter was decided by the master personally, and as disciples, what can we do besides obediently listening?" After saying that, a cold aura flashed imperceptibly in his eyes, like a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. However, this momentary aberration did not escape the keen observation of the senior brothers around him. These two were the true disciples of the Star Divine Hall and the personal disciples of Tatsuken. The Star Divine Hall possessed a total of 10 true legends, all of which were disciples of Tatsuken, and it could be said that these 10 people were cultivated by Tatsuken as the future of the Star Divine Hall, and each one of them belonged to the demons of the world. Eldest brother's name is Nangong Jian, now less than 1,000 years old, but has already reached the peak of the realm of heavenly immortal, as if at any time and any place can break through the shackles, stepping into the ranks of the true immortal. What was even more remarkable was that the star power under its control was as many as 9, and with such strength, it could be called the leader among the many disciples of the Star Divine Hall. It was their second senior sister, Chu Shinran, who possessed 8 stars of existence ye couldn't compare to Nangong Jian. Eldest senior brother, could it be that you're just willing to do that? Third senior brother couldn't help but ask, only to see him say with an indignant face, "For a long time, in the minds of our master brothers, this Divine Son position is undoubtedly none other than you. But now, the master has even bestowed this honor to a new disciple who is new to the world. This move of the master is really some." Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Nangong Jian's stern voice. "Third senior brother, shut up." Nangong Jian's face sank as he rebuked, "How the master acts has its own deeper meaning and considerations, and as disciples, we are not qualified to talk about it." Although Nangong Jian was quite dissatisfied with his master's decision in his heart, he knew that he was nothing more than a mere disciple, and had absolutely no guts or right to question his master's decision. But eldest senior brother, third senior brother still wanted to argue, yet Nangong Jian didn't hesitate to directly wave his hand, signaling that he didn't need to say anything more. "Enough, third senior brother, do not mention this matter again." At the end of his words, Nangong Jian resolutely turned around and left, leaving only the third senior brother to look at his faraway back and secretly sigh in dismay. Nangong Jian, who had left the attic, did not return to his residence, but instead came to the newly promoted disciple area. He wanted to see what kind of person was this one who had been mentioned as a divine son by his master. Was his talent really even more demonic than his? "This senior, may I ask if senior brother Yi Jiu is here?" Casually stopping a disciple, Nangong Jian asked. "You're looking for senior brother Yi Jiu. He seems to have gone to the cultivation room to train." Ever since Yi Jiu and Yi Xiaoyu had been ordained as divine sons and daughters, a large number of disciples had already come to pay their respects during this period of time. So this disciple was not surprised by Nangong Jian's arrival. "A practice room? Thanks a lot." Nangong Jian said thank you, then walked towards where the cultivation room had to be. In the Star Divine Hall, there were cultivation rooms that specialized in cultivating the power of the stars, and cultivating within a cultivation room could be twice as effective with half the effort, only that it would cost a large amount of spirit stones to provide. However, as newly promoted disciples, they all had free cultivation times, not to mention a heavenly pride like Yi Jiao, who directly had 1 year of free usage. Chapter 109, The Nangong Sword Who Was Shamefully Incompetent. Nangong Jian traveled all the way to where the cultivation room was located, raised his eyes and looked around. The surrounding area was empty, even half of the silhouettes were missing, not to mention finding the traces of Yi Jiu. He secretly pondered in his heart, it seems that at this time, Yi Jiu should already be in the cultivation room to dive into cultivation. Thinking of this, Nangong Jian couldn't help but helplessly shake his head, only to turn around and prepare to leave. After all, it was impossible for him to search through one cultivation room after another. To know Interrupting other people's cultivation for no reason is a major taboo of cultivation. Even if he is the chief disciple of the Star Divine Hall, he can't afford such a serious consequence. However, just as Nangong Jian was about to take a step to leave, he suddenly heard a shout coming from him. "Senior brother Yijio, are you done practicing?" Upon hearing the sound, Nangong Jian slowly turned around, but saw a youthful-faced teenager striding out from one of the cultivation rooms. Could this son be that Yijio? Nangong Jian stared at the green teenager in front of him. His mind rapidly flashed through the words he had heard just now, and combined with the current scenario, there was no doubt that this green teenager who had just appeared must be the Yijio that the crowd had mentioned. Actually so young. Looking at the nearby Yijio, even for someone as knowledgeable as Nangong Jian, he could not help but feel a wave of shock the moment he witnessed Yijio's true face, because he could clearly see that this Yijio was just too young. Looking at his bone age, it was definitely no more than 100 years old. In Nangong Jian's eyes, Yijio's cultivation could only be considered poor, but it was just a mere nirvana realm. To be able to step into such a realm at Yijiao's age, although it could not be called astonishing, it was still not bad. However, what made Nangong Jian's heart doubtful was whether or not the rumor that Yijio really possessed 10 stars? Nangong Jian was truly incredulous. After all, Yijio looked so young. How on earth was such a young person able to comprehend the power of the stars to as many as 10? It must be known that even he himself, from the initial step on the path of cultivating the power of the stars until now, has already experienced a long time, more than 100 years of time. When he cultivated to 9 stars, he clearly realized that he had reached his peak state, and no matter how hard he cultivated afterwards, he could no longer make an inch of progress. But on the contrary, what about Yi Xiao? According to Nangong Jian's estimation, I'm afraid that the length of time that Yi Yu cultivated the power of the stars was not even a fraction of his, and he was actually able to sit on 10 stars. If this was true, then wouldn't Yi Xiao's talent for comprehending the power of the stars be considered heaven-defying? At this moment, Nangong Jian finally somewhat understood why his own master had enthroned Yijio as a divine son. Obviously, the difference in talent between the two of them was like the difference between clouds and mud. If Nangong Jian learns that Yi Xiao is only in his 20s, and that he has only been cultivating the power of the stars for a few short months, I really don't know what kind of waves will be created in his heart, and what kind of complex feelings will be created. At this moment, Nangong Jian couldn't help but smile bitterly and gently shook his head, as if he wanted to get rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and then slowly and steadily walked step by step towards the direction where Yijio was. When he walked close to Yijio, Nangong Jian had a friendly and gentle smile on his face as he spoke softly. "Senior brother Yijio, how are you?" Yijio, who was concentrating on thinking about the problem, was interrupted by this sudden greeting. He turned his head slightly confused. His gaze fell on the strange man in front of him, and he asked suspiciously, "You are?" These days, there were countless people who took the initiative to come to his door to get acquainted with him, so for this person whom he had never met before, Yi Xiao did not show too much surprise or curiosity, but only secretly speculated that the other party might also be a certain disciple in the Star Divine Hall. Hearing Yijio's inquiry, Nangong Jian still maintained his smile and replied nonchalantly, "Senior brother Yijio, my name is Nangong Jian, and I am the chief true great disciple of this hall." Chief true great disciple? When Yijio heard this, his body shook violently, and his entire body instantly froze in place. He was naturally very clear about the significance and weight that this identity represented. Ever since he stepped into the Star Divine Hall, through the crowds of people who had come to visit him in an endless stream during this period of time, he had roughly understood that the disciples within the Star Divine Hall were divided into a total of 4 categories. They were outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples and true disciples. Among them, the chief true great disciple was undoubtedly in the most honorable position, possessing talents and strengths that were hard to reach by others. As the chief true great disciple of the Nangong sword, its status and position of respect, I'm afraid that even those ordinary elders compared to it, it is difficult to look at its back. Yijio stared blankly at Nangong Jian, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at this chief true great disciple Nangong Jian in front of him. He really couldn't figure out why a towering figure like Nangong Jian would condescend to personally come to see him. A little-known person, he was merely a new disciple who had newly joined the Star Divine Hall, and logically speaking, a true chief great disciple like Nangong Jian shouldn't have placed him in his eyes. It should be known that before this, although there had been quite a few people who took the initiative to come to the door to greet him, but that was only some outer or inner disciples. Even the core disciples had not appeared one. And now, unexpectedly, even that esteemed and superbly powerful chief true great disciple was personally driving here, which really caused Yijio to be a bit caught off guard, and even feel a bit at a loss for words, only to see Yijio first froze for a moment, then quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed to the imposing Nangong Jian in front of him and politely opened his mouth to inquire, "So it's senior brother Nangong's great presence. It really flatters senior brother. I wonder what senior brother Nangong specially came to find senior brother for today. Hearing Yijio's question, Nangong Jian faintly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's not really anything particularly important. It's just that I recently heard that Lord Hallmaster personally enthroned a divine son, causing quite a stir. I was so curious in my heart that I wanted to come and see who this person who could be honored with this award really is, and what kind of amazing skills and abilities he has. I didn't expect that when I saw you today, senior brother Yijio. You really are as famous as you look. You really live up to your name na. Even senior brother, I am ashamed of myself. I am far behind you." Saying this, Nangong Jian couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. As a matter of fact, right from the very first moment he saw Yijio, Nangong Jian had already clearly realized that his own talent was a world of difference compared to the young and promising senior brother in front of him, and there was not the slightest bit of comparability at all. One must know that at this time, Yijio was only just at the Nirvana realm, but for him to achieve such an accomplishment at such an age was truly amazing. Thinking back to when he was at Yi Zhao's age, I'm afraid that he was nowhere near as good and outstanding as him. Of course, the most crucial factor lay in Yijio's profound comprehension and subtle control of the power of the stars. A whole 10-star power. This kind of realm and attainment, Nangong Jian knew that he might not be able to reach it in his entire life. On this point alone, the difference between him and Yijio could be described as a cloud of mud, with no comparison to speak of. Chapter 110, The Temple of Darkness. After only 7 short days, the news of Yijio and Yi Xiaoyu's honorary ascension to the position of Divine Son and Divine Daughter of the Star Divine Hall swept through all the large and small forces within the entire mid-heaven astral domain like a gale. Whether it was the major divine halls that were high up and in control of one side, or the second-rate and third-rate forces that were in the middle and lower reaches of the status, none of them knew this matter by heart. This was all because the Star Divine Hall's Hall Master, Tatsuken, did not cover up this matter. After all, after a long period of time, the Star Divine Hall that he was in charge of had finally ushered in 2 such astonishingly exceptional geniuses, so how could such a heavenly joy not make the other divine halls red with envy? As for the various crises that might be lurking in the shadows, Tatsuken was undaunted. One must know that even though the Star Divine Hall had always maintained a low-profile style for a long time, the powerful strength it truly possessed could never be underestimated by anyone. When I think of the ancient period, the 8 great divine halls stand side by side in the world. The Star Divine Hall, even if I dare not claim to dominate, that is also firmly in the top 3 ranks, not to mention the fact that Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Xiaoju have already been named divine sons and daughters. Chen Jian even made a prompt decision and quickly arranged for 2 super powerhouses whose cultivation had reached the peak of the golden immortal realm to hide in the shadows to protect their paths. Under such tight protection, if someone were to attempt to harm Yi Xiaoyu and Yijio, I'm afraid that it would take a supreme expert at the level of a great Luo golden immortal to personally step in to have that slightest chance of success. However, looking at the entire mid-heaven astral domain, how many Downlord golden immortals could there be who were willing to easily mess with the Star Divine Hall, which was in the middle of the sky? And, is that even possible? The great Luo golden immortals, each one of which was the backbone of the major powers, would not come out easily unless their own powers suffered some kind of extinction. Not to mention that it was still to 2 juniors. Mid-heaven Starfield. In the southern part of the region, there exists a daunting area, which is covered by endless darkness throughout the day, as if it is a place where light can never reach, and has become an absolute forbidden area that all the living beings in the Zhongtian astronomical domain avoid, and no one dares to rashly step into it. It was only because this was the location of the prestigious Dark Divine Hall. The Dark Divine Hall, as one of the 8 super divine halls inherited from the ancient times to the present day, possessed an incomparably powerful heritage and terrifying strength, causing the world to be in awe. Just then, within this forbidden area shrouded in darkness, a grand and magnificent hall stood in its midst. This great hall was solemn and dignified, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. At this moment, all the senior figures of the Dark Divine Hall were gathered here. Above that first place, there sat a man in a black robe. His figure was hidden in the darkness, making it difficult to see his true face, but he exuded an unrivaled majestic aura that inspired fear. And below him, the esteemed elders of the Dark Divine Hall were arranged in order. These elders were similarly under the cover of darkness, their faces blurred, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Hall Master, according to the latest intelligence, the Star Divine Hall has actually given birth to a divine son and divine daughter. Suddenly, a hoarse and low voice broke the silence in the hall, and the person who spoke was precisely the one who stood in the foremost position at the bottom. This person's figure is tall and straight, surrounded by black mist, looks extremely mysterious. This person was the head of the intelligence department of the Dark Divine Hall, and it was he who was the first to obtain the important news about the Star Divine Hall and urgently summoned all the top echelons of the Dark Divine Hall to come and discuss countermeasures. Oh, is it Nangong Jian and Shu Shinran? At those words, A hint of surprise appeared on the black-robed man's face. One must know that the divine sons and daughters of the divine hall were never just casually enthroned. This was because once a divine son or daughter appeared in a particular temple, it meant that they would be carefully nurtured as the future of the temple master as well as the entire temple. Not to mention the destroyed underworld divine hall. Let's just look at the 7 great divine halls that existed in the world. Only the temple that represented the human race had a divine son in it. As for the other 6 divine halls, no divine sons or daughters had yet been born. However, who would have thought at this moment, this star divine hall that had always kept a low profile had actually sprung up a divine son and divine daughter all of a sudden. Even if he was the temple master of the dark divine hall, he couldn't help but be astonished after hearing about this. Lord Hall Master, it's actually not what you think. This time, the divine son and divine daughter are not those two, but the new disciples who just joined the star divine hall this time, the subordinate hurriedly explained. What? The newest disciple? When the black-robed man heard this, he was first stunned, and then a cold smile appeared on his face, as he secretly pondered in his heart, is this Tetsuken out of his mind? How could he so rashly directly enthrone 2 new disciples who were new to the divine hall as divine sons and divine daughters? It's really absurd to the extreme. In his opinion, this Tetsuken was really getting more and more confused as he lived. 2 new disciples could also become divine sons and daughters. This star divine hall seems to be going downhill. If it were the 2 people, Nangang Jian and Chu Shinran, the black-robed man would feel that it was a bit hasty, but it could still be justified. After all, although the talent of these 2 people is not enough to reach the standard of divine sons and daughters, but it is not bad. And then in the middle heavenly astronomical domain it is also considered to be the pride of the heavens. However, how the 2 new disciples became the divine son and divine daughter felt awkward. Yes, Lord Temple, the subordinate continued. According to the news obtained by my subordinate, these 2 newly joined disciples are both comprehending the existence of 10 stars, and both of them are only 20 years old or so. Truly demonic beyond compare. 20-something? 10 stars? The subordinate's words caused the black-robed man to freeze, only feeling absurd. How was it possible to comprehend 10 stars at the age of 20 or so, even if one had started cultivating in one's mother's womb? It was impossible, right? Although he hadn't cultivated the power of the stars, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate this power of the stars, and how it was possible for a mere 20 years to comprehend 10 stars. Obviously, the black-robed man didn't believe it. Not to mention the black-robed man. Everyone present was a bit unable to believe it. How is it possible that a mere 20-something years old dreams of comprehending 10 stars? Is it really possible for this kind of demon to exist in this mortal realm universe? Wrongly, are you sure your information is not wrong? For a while, everyone was looking at Wrongly, the intelligence chief, and questioning him in various ways. Hall Master, elders, my subordinates are also having a bit of trouble believing it, but it's all true. In order to confirm the authenticity of this news, my subordinates have all personally traveled to the Star Divine Hall to investigate. Wrongly laughed bitterly. At first when he learned of this news he was also incredulous, but when he personally went to investigate, the results he got turned out to be true, making him have to accept this reality. Chapter 111, The Dark Divine Halls moves. The Dark Guards move out. No wonder this Chen Jian is acting so decisively and resolutely. It turns out that he has received such a demonic disciple. As soon as Ron Li's words fell, the black-robed man's face still had a few moments of disbelief, but in his heart, he had begun to believe that this was indeed an indisputable fact. For a while, the black-robed man only felt that his heart was as if he had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors, with all kinds of tastes intertwined together. One must know that their Dark Divine Hall and Star Divine Hall had always been on the same page and incompatible with each other. Although a large-scale fierce war had not yet erupted between the 2 pantheons, neither of them could see the other well. This time, the Star Divine Hall had actually recruited 2 such amazingly talented and gifted disciples at once. If he, the Dark Divine Hall, didn't take any action to curb it, then it wouldn't be long before the Star Divine Hall would surely grow to be far more powerful than himself. At that time, I'm afraid that this Star Divine Hall will be riding on their Dark Divine Hall's head. As soon as he thought of these possible scenarios, a gut-wrenchingly cold light violently flashed through the black-robed man's eyes as he grimaced and said coldly, "Pass on my order to quickly instruct the Dark Guards to immediately launch a secret assassination campaign against the divine sons and daughters of the Star Divine Hall. Make sure to snuff them out in the cradle." However, when the group of elders from the Dark Divine Hall heard this command given by the black-robed man, all of them suddenly changed their faces and looked shocked. After all, such a decision was too risky and radical, and the slightest mishap could trigger an all-out war between the 2 pantheons. But the black-robed man's mind was made up, and he didn't seem to care at all about the serious consequences that might come with it. "Your Highness, isn't it wrong to act like this? If we really assassinate the divine son and divine daughter of the Star Divine Hall, I'm afraid that both of our divine halls will immediately fall into a dreadful situation where there will be no end and no peace." An elder with a worried face walked out from the crowd, his brows furrowed as he said in a heavy tone. This elder was obviously full of worries about this plan. After all, the Star Divine Hall was not a character to be messed with. If they really did so, the great war between the two divine halls would definitely back to break out immediately. Immortal or not? That's really laughable to the extreme. Could it be that my hallowed Dark Divine Hall would still be afraid of his mere Star Divine Hall? The black-robed man shouted angrily with a gloomy face, his voice echoing within the empty hall with endless majesty and coldness. You fools, have you ever used your brains to think about it? If we allow these two demons to continue to grow, there will still be no place for our Dark Divine Hall in the future. The black-robed man's eyes widened roundly as he glared fiercely at the silenced group of elders in front of him, his anger overflowing. Right at this moment, the black-robed man violently waved his sleeve and let out a cold snort, mercilessly cutting off the words that the group of elders were about to open their mouths with a hard cut. For a time, the entire hall fell into a dead silence, with only the heavy breathing of the black-robed man clearly audible. Facing the black-robed man in such a rage, a group of elders are all looking at each other, although there are different views in their hearts, but no one dares to say more. They were well aware of this Lord Hall Master's temperament. Once he decided on something, he would never change it easily. However, even though everyone understood that the Temple Master's worries were not unreasonable, but that was after all only the distant future. As to how it would actually develop, who could really predict it? However, right now, if they rashly made an assassination attempt on the divine son and daughter of the Star Divine Hall, then there was no doubt that the Star Divine Hall would inevitably start a life and death duel with their Dark Divine Hall without hesitation. At that point, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. There's no need for more words. This matter is settled. These two people must die. Great Elder, you immediately go forward to inform the Dark Guards and tell them to make their move as soon as possible without fail. After the black-robed man decisively gave the order, he simply did not give the crowd time to react, only to see his figure flashing, instantly disappearing without a trace from the Great Hall, leaving behind a group of elders who stayed in place, with different expressions. AI, it looks like the Great Age is coming. Along with this heavy sigh, time seemed to freeze. It was only after a long time that a second sentence slowly came out. Since this is the case, then we have no choice but to act in accordance with the Temple Lord's commands. At this moment, in that mysterious and majestic Dark Divine Hall, the atmosphere was particularly grave and depressing. Although the black-robed man had already left, his figure seemed to be like an untouchable mountain, and his position was so honorable and powerful that even when the supreme elders of the Dark Divine Hall saw him, they had to respectfully lower their heads to show absolute obedience and respect. For no other reason than the black-robed man was the direct grandson of the immortal king ancestor who had been in a state of slumber in their Dark Divine Hall. With such a noble and distinguished background, who would dare to go against his will? Not long after, the crowd that had originally gathered in the Great Hall began to gradually disperse. Everyone's pace seemed a little hurried and heavy, as if they were carrying 1,000 pounds. The Grand Elder didn't dare to have the slightest delay. He hurried towards the place where the Dark Guards were located, keeping in mind that he had to accurately convey the orders of the Hall Master to those Dark Guards hidden in the shadows. In the meantime, in the vast and boundless middle heavenly planet, news spread as fast as lightning. Not only was the Dark Divine Hall informed of the matter of the Star Divine Hall's establishment of divine sons and divine daughters, even numerous other divine halls had gotten wind of it. However, the reactions of these divine halls varied. Compared to the intense and impulsive moves of the Dark Divine Hall, the rest of the divine halls appeared relatively much calmer. This was not because they were indifferent to the changes that had taken place in the Star Divine Hall, but due to the fact that the relationship between them and the Star Divine Hall was far less tense and hostile than that of the Dark Divine Hall. While there may be some competition between each other, it is not to the point of life and death enemies. However, even so, the sudden emergence of the Star Divine Hall's divine sons and daughters still brought them no small amount of pressure and worry. It was amazing to know that the high talent of these two chosen characters was simply at the level of a demon. In the face of such juniors with extraordinary potential, no one could predict exactly what actions the Star Divine Hall would take when they truly rose to prominence. This unknown was like a thick dark cloud, weighing heavily on top of the hearts of the great sects. For a moment, the situation within the entire mid-heaven starfield, which was originally quite calm, instantly became stormy. Various forces have begun to make secret calculations and plans to cope with the situation. In the hope of standing firm in the upcoming wave of change and seeking greater benefits, an invisible battle has quietly begun. Chapter 112, The Temple of the Human Race. Have you guys ever heard? That Star Divine Hall has recently produced two world-shattering supreme demons. They just joined the Star Divine Hall and were directly enthroned as divine sons and divine daughters by the Hall Master of the Star Divine Hall. A man dressed in fancy clothes and full of excitement yelled. The diner at the other table next to him heard this and immediately said, "Aren't you talking about that Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu? How could I not know about such an important matter? I'm afraid that at this moment, this explosive news has already spread throughout the entire Zhongtian astral domain. He said this while not forgetting to make exaggerated gestures with his hands. That's right. Who would have thought that this Star Divine Hall would actually be able to recruit such a demonic level character this time? TSK is really enviable. Another person interjected, his tone filled with marvel and envy. By the way, it's said that the Star Divine Hall will be holding a grand enthronement ceremony 7 days from now. At that time, I'm sure that the 8 divine halls that have been passed down since the ancient times will all send important figures to observe the ceremony. This scene, just thinking about it makes one's heart pound. The man in fancy dress from earlier spoke again, an expectant light flickering in his eyes. At this moment, in this majestic giant city located at the center of the Midheaven Star Domain, Central City, in a bustling restaurant called Tianji Pavilion, numerous diners were hotly debating around the topic of the Star Divine Hall. However, right at this moment, an abrupt voice rang out. What 8 great divine halls? Wasn't the famous underworld divine hall tragically destroyed some time ago? Now there are only 7 great divine halls left. The moment these words came out, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The originally noisy restaurant instantly became silent. What? The underworld divine hall has been destroyed? How is this possible? After a short period of silence, someone immediately exclaimed in disbelief. It can't be? The underworld divine hall is an ancient existence with a long history and great strength. How could it be destroyed all of a sudden? The others chimed in, expressing that they were incredibly shocked by this matter. The underworld divine hall. That was one of the 8 super divine halls that were renowned and powerful in the ancient times. It carries the splendor and glory of countless years, and its depth and strength are unimaginable. However, who could have expected that such an immortal divine temple would have been tragically destroyed today? It was truly mind-boggling. What was even more shocking was that the outside world seemed to know very little about the destruction of the underworld divine hall, and even those who were well-informed had no knowledge of it. Until now, the news about the destruction of the underworld god's temple was basically only heard within the major top forces, like the general public had no access to such confidential information. How could this earth-shattering event reach their ears? Had it not been for the fact that I happened to overhear bystanders talking about it at this very moment, I am afraid that these ordinary people would still be kept in the dark about this shocking event. I really didn't expect that the commotion caused by these 2 boys would actually spread throughout the entire Midheaven astral domain so quickly. In a corner of the bustling restaurant, a handsome man in a green shirt was sitting there leisurely, quietly savoring the cup of mellow and fragrant wine in his hand. When he heard the people around him enthusiastically discussing the topic of the destruction of the underworld divine hall, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing an undetectable smile. This green-shirt man was none other than Yichen. Ever since he had left the Star Divine Hall last time, he had embarked on a journey alone, bouncing all the way to this bustling city located in the central region. Central City. Here he had stayed for several days, never leaving. After all, this was the core hinterland of the human race and the seat of the human race's divine temple, which could be described as a place of great talent and crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Among those 8 divine halls, the human divine hall, despite failing to ascend to the top of the list, was undoubtedly sitting firmly in the second chair. Even the renowned and superbly powerful Star Divine Hall would find it difficult to match the human Divine Hall in terms of comprehensive strength. The fundamental reason why the human pantheon was able to hold such an exalted position was because of the human race's massive numerical advantage. The human race flourished and prospered, and their numbers were staggeringly huge, so much so that the total population of the remaining several great divine temples combined was even less than half of the human race. With the support of such a massive population base, the human race had continuously produced numerous strong people with extraordinary talent and strength. These powerful people were as bright as stars, and together they constructed the indestructible cornerstone of the human race's power. Because of this, the overall strength of the human race divine hall was unfathomable, and could not be easily shaken by other divine halls. At this moment, Yi Chen frowned slightly and secretly pondered. How could the Star Divine Hall, which has always been known for its low profile, go against the norm and act so high profile this time? A trace of doubt and worry could not help but well up in his heart. After all, with such fanfare, it would often cause a chain reaction. For example, the Dark Divine Hall, which had always had a tense and tit-for-tat relationship with the Star Divine Hall. He could foresee that he feared that the Star Divine Hall's enthronement ceremony this time would hardly be accomplished without a hitch, and that it might lead to a thrilling and intense conflict. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan murmured with a grave expression, "It seems that I must personally make a trip to the Star God Temple." The two of them, Xiao Yu and Yi Xiao, were the jewels in his grandfather's eyes and were highly valued. If anything were to happen to them in the meantime, the consequences would be unimaginable. At least his grandfather would certainly not forgive him lightly, and might even punish him severely. However, there was one more thing he needed to do before going to the Star Divine Hall. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan glanced in the direction of the human divine hall. Then his figure slowly disappeared into the restaurant without causing anyone to notice. The temple of the human race towered majestically, sitting like a giant in the heart of the central city. It towers over the clouds as if to pierce the dome of the sky, and its height is as huge as tens of thousands of meters. This magnificent tower has 99 floors, each of which carries a different mission and story. The first 50 floors of the tower were inhabited by mostly peripheral members of the human divine hall. Although they are in the temple, compared to the core staff at the top, the responsibilities they bear are relatively light, and they are more responsible for day-to-day affairs and basic work. However, even so, these peripheral personnel are by no means idle, all through the layers of screening to be able to enter this sacred place. As the floors gradually rose, starting from the 50th floor upwards, was where the true core of the human divine hall was located. The figures living here all have a weighty position in the human race's divine temple, and they control the key decisions of the temple, influencing the destiny of the entire human race. At this moment, Yi Chen's figure quietly appeared in the 69th floor of the human god temple. At the entrance of this layer, there was a dying old man sitting quietly on his knees. His face was vicissitudes, wrinkles like furrows crisscrossed, but his eyes were as deep as the sea, penetrating the wise light after years of baptism. Although his body was slightly stooped, the temperament that was as calm as a mountain was still impossible to ignore. Yi Chen walked slowly towards this dying old man with a light but firm step. When the distance closed to a few steps away, he stopped, bowed slightly, and softly shouted in a tone full of respect, "Elder Pang." The sound was not loud, but clearly audible in this quiet space. Chapter 113, Yi Chen's Past. "You are Yi Duan?" That cry seemed to have traveled through the long years, and leisurely entered the ears of the dying old man. The old man, who had originally closed his eyes tightly and seemed to be immersed in memories of the past, opened his eyes violently the moment he heard the name, as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. When his gaze touched the person in front of him, his originally cloudy eyes instantly glared round, filled with disbelief. "Elder Pang, it is precisely the disciple." Yi Chuan smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and responded softly, "It's really you? You're actually still alive?" Elder Pang's voice became a little trembling due to excessive surprise. He stood up with a sudden huff and walked towards Yi Chen with staggering yet eager steps, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Yi Chen. At this moment, his eyes were filled with love and relief, a feeling of joy after a long time of reunion. "Where have you been all these years? We all thought that you had." As the words came to this point, Elder Pang suddenly paused, as if he couldn't bear to say that cruel word out loud. Yi Chen naturally understood what Elder Pang's unfinished words meant, and he smiled as he explained, "All these years, my disciple has been cultivating in seclusion, seeking the way to break through, until recently when I broke out of seclusion. This is why, as soon as I came out of seclusion, I couldn't wait to come and pay my respects to you, Elder." He knew in his heart that his disappearance for such a long time was undoubtedly a long wait and speculation for the people of the human divine hall. Back then, he was only a mere district martial Daolord, and in this world of the weak and the strong and the changing winds and clouds, disappearing for so many years, anyone would think that he had long since met an untimely and unfortunate demise. However, only he himself knew how this time had been spent in grueling cultivation, and how he had broken through step by step to get to this point. 5,000 years ago, he was caught in the heavy siege of the underworld god's temple, but miraculously escaped from it by virtue of his amazing perseverance and extraordinary strength. After going through a lot of hardships, Yi Chen finally made a major decision to join the human divine hall. The moment Yi Chuan stepped into the human divine hall, he was as dazzling as the brightest star in the night sky. Its unparalleled talent was like a raging torrent that quickly set off shocking waves on the road of martial arts. In just a few short decades, he had advanced all the way, breaking through from the realm of the same king of the martial Dao like a crack to the peak realm of the great emperor of the martial Dao, and was only a stone's throw away from becoming an immortal. Such a stunning and incomparable performance not only shocked the entire human divine hall, but also caused him to successfully worship under the human divine hall's hall master and become his personal disciple. This hall master doted on Yi Chen and taught him with great care, while the other senior members of the human divine hall also appreciated Yi Chen and treated him like a treasure. However, fate always liked to play tricks on people. During a perilous adventure mission, Yi Chuan was unfortunate enough to be attacked by an incomparably powerful true immortal realm demonic beast. Although he tried his best to fight against it, he was ultimately unable to defeat the other party's terrifying strength. After that fierce battle, although Yi Chuan was lucky to save his life, he was also seriously injured, hovering on the edge of life and death, and could be said to have walked in front of the ghost gate. Since then, Yi Chuan knew that his strength was still far from enough, so he resolutely chose to go into seclusion and cultivate. Time passes like a shuttle, and this cultivation is as long as thousands of years. During these long years, Yi Chuan had no distractions and was immersed in the exploration and comprehension of the martial Dao. Finally, the effort was not enough, and just recently, he managed to break through the bottleneck, stepping into the supreme realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and breaking through the barrier. Yi Chen, who had just emerged from the customs, only had one thought in his mind: to find the Underworld Divine Hall to settle the score. He ran non-stop to the Underworld Divine Hall with a full of anger and hatred. Perhaps it was the favor of the heavens, or perhaps it was the fate of the underworld. At the critical moment, Yi Chuan met his grandfather, Yi Ling Tian. It was because Yi Ling Tian had stepped in that Yi Chen was able to escape. Otherwise, given his situation at that time, I'm afraid that he would have already lost his life to the Yellow Springs and fallen under the poisonous hands of the Underworld Divine Hall. Well, it's good that you're not dead. That's great. Elder Peng was so excited that his hands were trembling. His face was filled with relief. The deep wrinkles seemed to be stretching out. His gaze tightly fixed on Yi Chen in front of him. Even though Yi Chen was not his official disciple, deep down in Elder Peng's heart, he had long regarded Yi Chen as his own personal disciple to be carefully cared for and taught. Similarly, in Yi Chen's mind, this Elder Peng was as worthy of respect and reliance as a close elder. Thinking about that year, after Yi Chuan had escaped the demonic grasp of the Underworld Divine Hall, Yi Chuan was already heavily injured and dying. When his life was hanging by a thread, it was Elder Peng who came to his rescue and did not hesitate to take him into the temple of the human race. From that moment on, Yi Chen's destiny had changed drastically. If not for Elder Peng's kindness at the beginning, perhaps the world would have long since been devoid of the present-day Yi Chen's existence. Child, what exactly is your current cultivation level? How come even I can't see through it? Right at this moment, Elder Peng suddenly detected a trace of abnormality. He was surprised to find that he had difficulty in gaining insight into the fluctuation of Yi Chen's breath. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen's opening of his mouth just now caught his attention, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have even noticed that Yi Chen had already quietly come to his side. It was necessary to know that although Elder Peng's own realm was not considered to be a top expert in this human god's temple, he was at least a strong person who had stepped into the early Golden Immortal stage. And even if he was faced with a late Golden Immortal powerhouse, he would not be senseless. But right now, Yi Chen standing in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling. How could this not make Elder Peng feel shocked and curious? Could it be that Yi Chen at this moment had already succeeded in breaking through to the peak Golden Immortal realm? Elder Peng's heart was filled with disbelief and astonishment. Right at this moment, only Yi Chen's slightly low and calm voice could be heard slowly coming out. Nowadays, I should be considered a great Luo Golden Immortal. Although his words were soft, they were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Elder Peng's ears. For Elder Peng, an existence like the great Luo Golden Immortal was already beyond imagination and out of reach. After all, amongst this mortal realm, a great Luo Golden Immortal was already an existence that stood at the top, and no one had ever been able to break through to a level above a great Luo Golden Immortal. Even for a character as gifted as Yi Chen, if Yi Ling Tian did not help him out, he was afraid that it would be difficult to break through to the Immortal Monarch realm. Therefore, Yi Chen did not tell Elder Peng that he had reached Immortal Monarch, but rather Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, even though it was a Great Luo Golden Immortal, it still shocked Elder Peng. Chapter 114, The Deep Love of Master and Disciple. This is the Great Luo Golden Immortal. That is the existence of the peak of cultivation. In the entire vast and boundless mortal world, how many can there be a Great Luo Golden Immortal? There are only a handful. These Great Luo Golden Immortals were all old monsters that had survived for countless years after being baptized by the River of Long Years. Not only were they old, but they were also the backbone of the powerful forces behind them, possessing earth-shattering magical abilities and unfathomable strength. Then look at Yi Chen. According to Elder Peng's knowledge, I'm afraid that the Yi Chen of today has not yet reached 10,000 years even if he's full of counting, right? But it was such a staggeringly young character that had already achieved the position of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, which was really too unbelievable and shocking. Although Elder Peng had always known that Yi Chen was exceptionally gifted and could be called a demonic level of existence, he had never expected that he could be demonic to such an extent. In just a few thousand years, Yi Chen had completed the amazing leap from Martial Dao Emperor to Great Luo Golden Immortal, a speed of progress that was simply jaw-dropping and appalling. I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for only a few thousand years, you have already climbed to such an unattainable height. Elder Peng gazed at Yi Chen in front of him and couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. In the face of Elder Peng's praise, Yi Chen responded with a solemn expression and a sincere tone. No matter what achievements I make or what heights I reach, you, Elder Peng, are always my beloved elder. In the past, if I hadn't been indebted to your care and promotion, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be where I am today. This favor is something that Yi Chen will remember for eternity. Hearing Yi Chuan's words, Elder Peng's weathered face was instantly filled with relief as he slowly raised his hand and gently patted Yi Chuan's broad and sturdy shoulder, saying in a heartfelt tone, "My child, quickly go and pay your respects to the palace lord. If the palace master knows that you have returned safely, he will definitely be ecstatic and overjoyed. Alright, Elder Pang. Then disciple will take his leave first. Yi Chen nodded his head with a solemn expression, then straightened his spine and bowed deeply to Elder Pang. This bow was filled with his deep gratitude to Elder Pang for his years of dedicated teaching and care. After the salute, Yi Chen resolutely turned around and gradually walked away with firm and powerful steps. In the depths of Yi Chuan's sincere heart, only two people occupied the most important and irreplaceable position in the entire human divine hall. One of them was Elder Pang, who was currently standing behind him with a kind smile on his face. In Yi Chen's case, Elder Pang was the one who had given him a second life. It was not an exaggeration to say that without Elder Pang's casual action back then, there would not be the accomplished Yi Chen of today. As for the other person, it was none other than the towering yet incomparably gracious and amiable temple master God Wuyin of the human divine hall. Ever since he had the honor of worshipping under God Wuyin and becoming his personal disciple, God Wuyin had always treated Yi Chen as if he were his own and cared for him. Even in the beginning, if not for Yi Chen's sudden and strange disappearance, God Wuyin had already planned to formally enthrone him as the divine son of the human race divine hall, allowing him to shoulder more significant responsibilities and missions. However, with Yi Chen disappearing without warning, this matter could only be shelved helplessly. This time, after going through a lot of trouble to return to the human race divine hall, the most urgent thing that Yi Chuan wanted to do deep down in his heart was to be able to see Elder Pang again, who was like his own parents, and that teacher who had high hopes for him and loved him dearly, God Wuyin. It wasn't long before Yi Chen arrived at the 90th floor as quickly as a gust of wind. This place was the resting place of his highly respected and unfathomably powerful master, God without words. When Yi Chuan's figure had just appeared on this floor, a picture came into his eyes, only to see a middle-aged man in plain robes sitting quietly cross-legged in the center of the hall. This middle-aged man had a stalwart face and revealed a majestic aura between his eyebrows. But at the moment, his attention was completely captivated by the various types of books that he was flipping through in his hands, as if he was eagerly searching for certain vital information or answers. Due to being too focused on the work at hand, the middle-aged man did not realize that Yi Chen had quietly appeared here. And what about Yeden? Seeing his master teacher so concentrated, he couldn't bear to interrupt with his words, but just stood still and silently watched. Time passed by, and the whole space was immersed in a quiet and solemn atmosphere. Finally, after a long wait, that middle-aged man slowly put down the book in his hand. However, at this time, the look on his face was unusually grave, and he even sighed softly, as if his heart was bearing some kind of 1,000-pound weight. Master! At that exact moment, Yi Duan, who had remained silent, suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. His voice was not loud, but it was loud and clear in the silence. Before the words left his mouth, he only saw that God Wuyin, who was originally still immersed in thought, was violently stunned, and his body involuntarily trembled for a moment. At the same time, the heavy book he was holding in his hand also slid down uncontrollably due to the sudden shock, making a pop sound. Dusty. God Wuyin raised his head with a stunned expression, and his gaze happened to land on top of Yi Chen's knife-like handsome face. One could only see Yi Chen dressed in a white suit, with a straight posture, just like an immortal descending from the earth. His eyebrows revealed a sense of perseverance and self-confidence that made people fall for him. Disciple Yi Chen, meet master. Yi Chen respectfully knelt on both knees, then heavily kowtowed 3 times to God Wuyin. Each ringing of the head was like a heavy hammer that struck at the heart of God Wuyin. Come on, get up. God Wuyin took 3 steps and quickly came to Yi Chen's front, holding his arms tightly with both hands and slowly lifting him up. At this moment, God Wuyin was so excited that he was trembling, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Dusty, it's really you. I thought I'd never see you again in this life. You're not dead? That's great. God speechless was so excited that he was incoherent, tears of joy glistening in his eyes. Over the years, he had been worrying about Yi Chen's safety all the time, and now that he saw Yi Chen appear in front of him unharmed, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. With Yi Chen's sudden appearance, the originally grave look on God Wuyin's face instantly dissipated, as if all of his worries and concerns had been thrown to the skies. Master, I'm sorry for making you worry for so many years. Yi Duan's eyes were slightly reddened as tears welled up in his eyes. He knew how much pain and suffering his disappearance over the years had caused his master's father, and his heart was filled with feelings of guilt. Chapter 115, Little Sister? Special Physique. It's okay, as long as you're okay, God without words said with a pleased smile. That smile seemed like the warmest sunshine in spring, dispelling the haze that had been lingering in his heart for days. Ever since Yi Chen's disappearance, he had fallen into a deep state of worry. At first it was only a vague concern, but as time went on, this concern gradually transformed into despair. Every day and night, he would think of Yi Chen's face that was full of vigor and perseverance, and secretly prayed for a miracle in his heart. And now, Yi Chen had finally reappeared in front of his eyes, which had undoubtedly injected a brand new force of hope into his nearly broken heart. Master, disciple saw that you were distracted just now, but what happened? Leaf Dust asked with concern. In fact, as early as when he stepped into this place just now, he was keenly aware of God Wuin's abnormality, with his brows locked tightly and his face grave, not at all like his usual calm and collected self. If it wasn't for Yi Chen asking out loud, I'm afraid that God Wuin would still be immersed in his thoughts and unable to extricate himself. One had to know that although Yi Chen had now reached the immortal monarch realm, God Wuyan was after all a powerful peak Dala golden immortal powerhouse. According to common sense, with his cultivation and perception ability, he should be able to easily detect the surrounding movements. But the truth was, even when Yi Chen came close, God Wuin had not realized it, which showed that he was definitely troubled by an extremely important matter deep inside his heart. AI. Hearing Yi Chuan's question, God without words couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, and a look of grief that was hard to hide spread across his face. It's your senior sister. God without words spoke in a deep voice. Senior sister? Senior, you've taken on another disciple? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen hurriedly asked with a smile. One must know that before this, his revered master had never accepted any of his personal disciples. All this time, he had been God's speechless only, open mountain great disciple. However, what he had never expected was that just in the middle of all these years that he had gone into hiding, his master had actually recruited another disciple in. However, on second thought, this was not a heavenly good thing. At least during the long years of his absence, there would be someone to accompany his master, so that he wouldn't be left alone all day long and seem too lonely and forlorn. One needs to know that God Wuin is not an ordinary person. He is the lord of the Hall of Human Gods Temple. Because of this, other than those few people who were extremely close to him, the rest of the crowd were all respectful, or one could even say trembling, when they met God Wuin face to face. Perhaps it was precisely because of this lofty position that made God Speechless feel a deep sense of loneliness coming to him like a tidal wave from time to time. Not a new disciple, but my daughter. At this moment, only a trace of pain that was hard to hide suddenly flashed across God's speechless eyes, along with so many hints of hopelessness. What? You already have a daughter, master? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked, and a look of disbelief was instantly written all over his face. Thinking back then, when he hadn't yet disappeared, this master of his was still all alone. Who had expected that now that he had returned with great difficulty, the master had already possessed his bloodline's closest relative, a lovely daughter? Oh, Tinger, she croaked into this world a whole 1,000 years after you disappeared. Speaking of which, the two of you have yet to meet. A bitter smile spread across the corners of God's speechless mouth as he said with a helpless light sigh. Hearing these words, Yi Chuan hurriedly arched his hand and bowed, and with a face full of joy, he congratulated God Wuyan. Congratulations to Master for being blessed with a beloved daughter. I think that senior sister must be as gentle and lovely as her name suggests. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen showed concern and carefully inquired. Senior, I wonder what happened to senior sister. Why could it cause you to be so worried and frowning? Could it be that something big has happened? Godless sighed deeply and slowly explained. AI, truth be told, this little sister of yours was born with a physique that is different from the norm, and every 100 years she will have an attack of a strange change. At that time, her delicate body will be tightly wrapped and entangled by a bone-chilling icy coldness, and her entire body will be instantly frozen, unable to move. Over the years, in order to find a way to save her, my master has almost traveled throughout the entire Zhongtian star region, visiting countless famous doctors and masters, but has always come up empty-handed. Speaking here, God Wuin's voice trembled slightly, his face filled with pain and self-reproach. No, just recently, the mutation in Tinger's her body erupted once again. Every time I think of the unbearable pain and suffering that she is enduring at this moment, this heart of the master it's like there are millions of steel needles piercing into the general at the same time. The pain is so painful that it is almost impossible for people to take a breath. Before the words were finished, God without words was already choking on his sobs, his eyes reddening as tears welled up in them. There's such a thing? Hearing God's speechless words, Yi Chen also frowned slightly. Senior, could you please take me to see little sister? Leaf Dust asked. Although he had never met this little sister of his, but for his master's daughter, Yi Duan was certainly very loving and concerned. Okay, you're coming with me. God without words nodded his head and led Yi Chen towards one of the bedrooms on the side. As the two of them arrived inside the bedroom, Yi Chuan immediately felt an incomparably cold chill come over him. Even though he was an immortal monarch cultivator, he felt a piercing chill. That strong? Yi Chen's face was filled with disbelief, and his heart was even more shocked. This terrifyingly extreme coldness, even he who was an immortal monarch felt as if there were countless ice needles piercing deep into his bone marrow, stinging and icy cold. It was hard to imagine what brutal torture and suffering that little sister, whom he had never met before, was going through. "That's your little sister." God without words stretched out his finger towards the front with a grave expression and said to Yi Chen in a deep voice. Yi Chuan hurriedly looked in the direction that God speechless was pointing, and his breath caught in his throat, only to see that not far away, there was a beautiful and pitiful young girl lying quietly. However, the young girl at this moment was heartbreaking. She was tightly wrapped in a thick layer of cold ice all over her body, like an exquisite ice sculpture, not moving. The whole person was completely in a deep sleep, with no perception of anything outside. "This, elder master, just how long will this condition of hers last, little sister?" Yi Chuan's brows tightened as he inquired to God without words with a worried face. Seeing his little sister in such a miserable state, his heart ached slightly as if it had been severely gripped by a large invisible hand. God without words sighed softly and shook his head. "Every time this special physique of Tinger's of hers flares up, it lasts a bit longer than the last time. As for exactly how long it will last this time, even I, as master, cannot predict." This, when Yi Chen heard this, he was like a fish in his throat for a moment, not knowing how to respond. He stared blankly at his frozen little sister, his mood so heavy that it was as if a 1,000-pound boulder had been pressed down on him, making him almost breathless. Chapter 116, God's speechless shock. "Master, is there really not a single thing to think of?" Yi Chen looked at God Wuyan in front of him with a face full of anxiety. Even though he had already stepped into the realm of the immortal monarch now, he still felt powerless in front of such a tricky situation at this moment. God without words frowned and slowly shook his head. "Dust child, Master has traveled throughout the entire mid-heaven astral domain and searched every corner, but he still has not been able to find any way to resolve this crisis." His voice was heavy and helpless. Hearing this, Yi Chen's originally hopeful expression instantly dimmed, and his entire body appeared disoriented. "Today is already the 26th day. The last outbreak lasted only 20 days before stopping, but just how long will it last this time?" God Wuyin murmured worriedly, his face filled with sadness. Right at this moment, as if Yi Chuan had a sudden flash of light, he hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted to Shun Wuyin, "Senior, maybe disciple has a way to cure little senior sister." What? God Wuin's eyes widened in shock at the sudden words, looking at Yi Chen incredulously. "Dusty, are you serious about what you said?" However, after just a moment of excitement, a bitter smile appeared on God Wuin's face again, knowing full well that this matter was by no means easy, and what could he, his disciple, do about it? For so many years he had searched all the capable people in the central heavenly planet region, and no one had been able to solve this problem of Tinger's physique. "Duster, you don't have to comfort me." God Wuyin smiled with a face full of bitterness, and that smile was filled with helplessness and despair. "Senior, disciple really isn't comforting you. My grandfather might have the ability to cure little sister," Yi Chen said with a serious face, his gaze firm and confident. "That's right, the method that Yi Duan was talking about was none other than his divine grandfather, Yi Ling Tian." In Yi Chuan's mind, his grandfather was simply an omnipotent being, and healing a special physique like little sister's would definitely be a piece of cake for his grandfather. "Your grandfather?" When he heard Yi Chen mention his grandfather, a trace of doubt immediately appeared on God Wuin's face. One must know that he had never heard Yi Chen mention that he had a grandfather before. And wasn't Yi Chuan an orphan when he joined the human divine hall back then? "That's right, it's my grandfather. This time I was able to return safely, all thanks to my grandfather's help. Otherwise at this moment, I'm afraid that I would have already lost my life in the Yellow Springs and died miserably in the hands of those villains from the underworld divine hall." Yi Chuan could not help but recall the thrilling scene at that time and lamented with a palpitating heart. "What the hell is going on here?" God Wuin's eyes widened as he eagerly pursued. "Wasn't the underworld divine hall completely destroyed by the mysterious forces a long time ago? And how did you almost die at their hands?" At this moment, the doubts in God Wuin's heart intensified, as if a fog was enveloping him, making him puzzled. The destruction of the underworld divine hall was rumored among the major divine halls. Some said that it was destroyed by a mysterious force, while others said that it was the result of offending a certain big shot in the immortal world that led to the destruction. But what exactly is the reason for this is unknown. "Senior, the underworld divine hall was precisely destroyed by my grandfather." Leaf Dust laughed. Upon hearing these words, God Wuyan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as an unspeakable shock surged within him. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. How could Dusty's grandfather be so powerful? He was actually able to destroy the renowned and powerful underworld divine hall in one fell swoop. One must know that underworld divine hall was not an ordinary force. There was a genuine immortal king sitting in it. An immortal king, even in the immortal realm, was an awe-inspiring existence. However, even so, the underworld divine hall was still unable to escape the fate of being destroyed, which was truly unimaginable. Could it be that Dusty's grandfather was not from the mortal realm, but some great power in the immortal realm? Thinking of this, God Wuyin could no longer hold back the curiosity and shock in his heart, and asked Yi Duan with a trembling voice, "Dusty, is it hard for your grandfather to be a big shot in the immortal world?" Facing his master's inquiry, Yi Chen hesitated slightly, then shook his head and said, "This shouldn't be it. Ever since I recognized Grandpa, he has been operating in the mortal realm universe, and as far as I know, Grandpa doesn't seem to be particularly knowledgeable about the immortal realm. In fact, even Yi Chen himself was ignorant of Yi Ling Tian's true identity. He only knew that his grandfather's strength was unfathomable, so powerful that he was in awe. In Yi Chen's eyes, Yi Ling Tian is like an unattainable mountain, towering, no one can shake, regardless of whether he was facing a human powerhouse, an immortal world immortal, or a deity or demon. Yi Ling Tian always looked as if he had a cloudy and unconcerned demeanor, as if everything in the world didn't enter his eyes. At this time, God Wuyan looked towards Tinger, who was lying unconscious on the bed, with a worried face and said heartily, "Then, Dusty child, can you ask your grandfather to come over and help Tinger take a look? Seeing Tinger suffer like this, my master's heart really doesn't feel good." "All right, master. Disciple will now return to the Eastern Star region to inform my grandfather." Yi Duan immediately responded. He was unaware that at this moment, Yi Ling Tian had long since left the mortal realm. "There is no hurry in this matter, Dusty child. You've come back at the right time. This time the Star Divine Hall has produced a divine son and a divine daughter, so it's just right for you to accompany your master on a trip to the Star Divine Hall." Godless laughed. He also wanted to be able to get his daughter well and back to normal as soon as possible, but after all these years, there was no hurry in a little while. Moreover, that Star Divine Hall's divine son and divine daughter enshrinement ceremony was already imminent, and it was obviously too late in time to rush to the Eastern Star Domain at this moment. "Senior, could it be that you are also planning to head to the Star Divine Hall?" Hearing what God Wuyan said, Yi Chen's face couldn't help but move slightly. Then he spread a smile and opened his mouth to ask. God without words nodded and responded, "For such an important matter, it is only right for Master to go. Moreover, the Star Divine Hall has long since delivered the invitation, so there is no reason to refuse it." After she said that, her gaze turned to Yi Chen, and with a puzzled look on her face, she followed up with, "What, Duster, could it be that you also have this plan?" Yi Chen smiled and nodded. "Exactly then, Master. On my return this time, I originally wanted to come and visit your old man first before departing for the Star Divine Hall. However, I never expected that Master Teacher would coincide with me and also be heading to the Star Divine Hall. This is truly coincidental. Since that's the case, then Disciple will travel with Master Teacher. At that time, Master Teacher can travel with Disciple to the Eastern Star region if it's convenient." Chapter 117, Yi Sidian. Is this the immortal world of this universe? The power of rules is surprisingly one level higher than the immortal realm of the endless universe. Immortal world. Above that vast, boundless, cloudy dome of the sky, a shockingly huge crack suddenly opened up without warning, as if the heavens had been torn open. Right in the middle of this palpitating crack, a mysterious and majestic figure was slowly stepping out from it. This person was no one else, naturally Yi Ling Tian, who came from the mortal world. His stance was as upright as a pine, and he exuded an incomparably powerful aura around him, just like a god of war descending to the earth. Yi Ling Tian, who had just appeared in the immortal realm, instantly noticed the remarkable difference between this place and the endless universe. The rules of heaven and earth here were actually a whole level higher than the endless universe. In the immortal realm in that distant endless universe, the strongest person that could be born would only be at the immortal emperor realm. However, this immortal realm in front of him was very different, and according to Yi Ling Tian's speculation, this place could at least spawn supreme powerhouses of the saint realm. Even, Yi Ling Tian keenly sensed that amongst certain mysterious corners of this immortal realm, there were already saint-level existences. It was only that all of these saints seemed to be in a deep state of sleep at the moment and had yet to awaken. Boom boom boom, a deafening roar suddenly rang out, resonating throughout the immortal realm. Following the sound, one could see that in some remote place in the immortal realm, a shocking, earth-shattering and intense battle was being staged. One of them was a young man dressed in a white snow-like long shirt, only to see his sword eyebrows and starry eyes, his face like a crown of jade, holding a long sword with a cold light shining. Every time he swung his sword, he brought up a stern and incomparable sword chi, whistling and cutting through the void. On the other hand, on the other side of the confrontation was a mysterious figure whose entire body was shrouded under a pitch-black, ink-like robe, and whose face was completely obscured by shadows, making it difficult for people to get a glimpse of his true appearance. However, judging from the terrifying aura emanating from its hands and feet, it was obviously also an existence of unfathomable strength. Yi Sidian, how dare you come alone to my soul clan to cause trouble? Just who gave you such great courage? The black-robed man angrily rebuked, his voice as if the bells and louds, majestic and low, which seems to contain the vicissitudes of endless years and sharpening. I'll listen to know that this person must be an old man who has experienced 1,000 sails. Humph. Immortal Emperor of the Spectral Soul, quickly hand over my son, Yi Mo, or else today will be the day you lose your life. In the face of the black-robed old man's questioning, Yi Sidian was not the least bit moved, and only grunted coldly before questioning in a stern tone. If Yi Duan was here at this moment, he would definitely be so excited that he could hardly hold himself. After all, he had never thought that his big brother had actually come to the immortal realm, so it was no wonder that he had never heard anything about GMO in the mortal realm for so many years. Moreover, judging from the situation in front of him, the true identity of this man was already calling out. He was undoubtedly Yi Ling Tian's son and Yi Duan's father. Yi Sidian. Jia. Only heard that black-robed old man let out a burst of eerie and horrible strange laughter. Your son killed my Soul Clan's imperial envoy, committing such a heinous crime, and yet you still presume to think that I will obediently hand him over to you? Simply a fool's dream. Before the words fell, he only saw the black-robed old man's figure flashing, just like a lightning bolt that cut through the night sky, swooping towards Yi Sidian with lightning speed. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and heaven and earth trembled. In the middle of that endless void, a black shadow came rushing in like a ghost. Yi Sidian's eyes were slightly condensed as he stared at the figure that was getting closer and closer, his face gradually becoming grave. The black-robed old man exuded a palpitatingly terrifying aura around him, as if he was a demonic god from the Nine Sepulchral Abyss. Yi Sidian's right hand gripped the immortal sword in his hand, which was flashing with a cold light, and there was a hidden overflowing of harsh sword chi. He was well aware of the power of the black-robed old man in front of him. This person was a top powerhouse in the Soul Clan, and his strength was able to securely rank among the top 5 in the entire Soul Clan. Moreover, this black-robed old man's cultivation was at the peak of the Immortal Emperor's realm, only one step away from the legendary Saint realm. In comparison, although Yi Sidian had also stepped into the realm of Immortal Emperors, he was only at the early stage of Immortal Emperors, and the gap between him and the black-robed old man could be described as the difference between clouds and mud. However, even so, Yi Sidian still did not have the slightest intention to retreat in his heart. He straightened his spine, his body's immortal energy was running wildly, and the immortal sword in his hand was emitting an endless coldness. His own son is still in the clutches of the other side. Life and death is uncertain, the future is unknown. No matter how critical the situation is, no matter how difficult and dangerous the road ahead, he can never have the slightest intention to retreat. Ice and snow, accompanied by Yi Sidian's cold cry that was full of anger and determination. The immortal sword in his hand that shone with a cold light was only seen to be swung out violently like a dragon coming out of the sea. In an instant, an aura of utmost een and cold erupted from the sword, quickly sweeping across the entire heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, this originally windy and sunny space was completely shrouded by an icy cold, in which people feel like falling into the abyss of 9 ghosts, piercing coldness straight through the bone marrow. Creepy. And right at this moment, the black-robed old man named Immortal Emperor of the Spectral Soul was already approaching, only to see his hands dancing rapidly, like willow branches swaying in the wind, while he shouted under his breath, 10,000 souls chain. With this cry of his, in an instant, countless huge chains as black as ink actually emerged out of thin air. These chains were like a hideous black dragon, carrying an endless evil aura and overpowering killing intent, speeding towards Yi Sidian with a thunderous momentum. Immediately afterward, there was a series of earth-shattering explosions that boomed and resounded beyond the clouds. The terrifying and extreme power was so shocking that the heavenly dome trembled, as if the end was coming. Countless living beings living in the vicinity were all startled by this sudden change, and they raised their heads one after another, looking toward the intense exchange in the sky, with deep horror in their eyes. Bang! Only a deafening roar came. The countless black chains were like a hideous python, sweeping towards Yi Sidian with a thunderous momentum. However, at this moment, Yi Sidian was unable to detect the attack trajectory of these black chains in time due to a momentary oversight, and in an instant, he was struck hard by one of them. With a huge impact, Yi Sidian's entire body instantly flew backwards like a cannonball. Pust! A mouthful of crimson blood spurted out wildly from Yi Sidian's mouth like a blooming blood flower. His face became as pale as paper, and his breath shriveled up. Obviously, that strike just now had traumatized him greatly. Just by virtue of you being at the early stage of Immortal Emperor wanting to fight against Lao Fu, you are simply being ungrateful and seeking your own death. Seeing this, the Immortal Emperor of Pixie Soul revealed a disdainful sneer on his face. With his hands behind his back, he slowly approached towards Yi Sidian, each step exuding a powerful pressure, as if he wanted to crush the entire space. Star Soul Chop! Right at this moment, Immortal Emperor Spectre suddenly shouted, only to see his right hand swing violently, turning his palm into a sword. A bright and dazzling sword light instantly shot out from his hand, slashing straight down towards Yi Sidian. That sword light was like lightning cutting through the night sky, carrying the might of destroying the sky and the earth, and wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting gusts of sharp whistling sounds. It could be imagined that if Yisidian was really struck by this blow, I'm afraid that even if he possessed 9 lives, it would be difficult for him to survive. At this moment, Yisidian has fallen into a desperate situation of life and death. Chapter 118, Father and Son Meet. Just in the nick of time, a matter of life and death. In an instant, the entire vast and infinite space seemed like time had stopped, becoming silent and still. Whether it was the brave and fearless Yisidian, or the eerie and terrifying immortal emperor of the specter, or all the living beings hidden in this void, without exception, all of them were instantly fixed in place, as if they had been enchanted and were unable to move. What the hell? What's going on? The spectral immortal emperor was horrified in his heart, and even though his body was completely out of control, his intelligent and agile mind was still racing. Such a bizarre situation was unheard of for him, and he had never even heard of it before. At this moment, even the always calm and collected immortal Emperor Spectre couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and confusion. And just as both immortal Emperor Spectre and Yisidian were stunned by the unimaginable scene in front of them, they only saw a mysterious and unpredictable figure slowly appearing in front of them. This person was no other than Yiling Tian, who had come from the mortal world. Ever since the moment Yiling Tian stepped into the immortal realm, he was keenly aware of an unusually strong bloodline resonance. There was no doubt that this extremely familiar bloodline sensation came from his own son, Yisidian. That kind of blood is thicker than water, the close connection of a single lineage. No one could possibly be mistaken. Who are you? The spectral immortal emperor's eyes widened as he stared tightly at Yiling Tian and asked in a low, hoarse and majestic voice. With Yiling Tian's appearance, the strange power that had previously fixed everyone in place receded as quickly as a tidal wave, and everything returned to normal. Yiling Tian acted as if he didn't even hear the furious shouts of the immortal emperor of the spectral soul, completely ignoring them, only slowly turning his head, his gaze landing on the bruised Yisidian not far away. His face, which was originally as cold as an iceberg, quietly melted away like a spring breeze over a lake at the moment of meeting Yisidian's line of sight, and was replaced by a smile as warm and gentle as sunshine. Looking at this scaly and shaky figure in front of him, Yiling Tian's heart violently ignited a blazing fire, which grew more and more intense, almost bursting through his chest and spewing out, only to see him turn around in a flash, facing the immortal emperor of the spectral soul, his right hand raised high, and then he slapped a palm through the air towards the other party with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. Only a loud bang could be heard, like thunder from the 9 heavens crashing down to the mortal world. Boom! The entire space trembled violently for it, and the surrounding air seemed to be set ablaze as if it had been set on fire, causing a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. The spectral immortal emperor didn't even have time to make any reaction before he felt an irresistible, heaven-destroying, terrifying aura sweeping towards him like a mountain. In the next moment, his entire body was like a kite with broken strings, flying straight backwards, smashing countless rocks and trees along the way, and finally smashing heavily into the ground, setting off a sky full of dust. After resolving the spectral soul immortal emperor, Yiling Tian did not even look at him again, but once again focused his attention on Yisidian. He slightly raised his left hand and gently waved it towards Yisidian. A bright and dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from his hand, like a spirited golden dragon, instantly wrapping Yisidian tightly in it. In an instant, Yisidian only felt an ineffable warmth coming in like a tidal wave, rapidly penetrating into every corner of his body. Those hideous and gruesome wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed under the nourishment of this warm power. Broken tendons and bones were reconnected, and damaged meridians were repaired in the blink of an eye. After a short moment, the golden light gradually dissipated into nothingness. At this time, Yisidian was surprised to find that not only all the injuries on his body had been completely healed, but also his body was filled with unprecedentedly strong strength and abundant energy. Even his mental state was much better than ever. That kind of refreshing feeling made him unable to hold back his exclamation of surprise. "Thank you, Senpai." Yisidian hurriedly came to Yiling Tian's front and said respectfully. He didn't know who Yiling Tian was and had never seen this person before. However, Yiling Tian was giving him an extremely affectionate feeling, as if he was his relative. Moreover, the bloodline in his body also boiled up when Yiling Tian appeared, which made Yisidian both shocked and puzzled, not knowing why. "I didn't expect that Yiling Tian, would also have a son." Yiling Tian gently stroked Yisidian's shoulder and smiled gently. However, Yiling Tian's words fell on Yisidian's ears, but caused him to instantly widen his eyes. "Former seniors, what did you say? What did he hear? This senior is called Yiling Tian? Or his father? How is that possible? But if it was fake, how did this senior know that his father was named Yiling Tian?" Although Yisidian hadn't seen his father since he was born, he still knew clearly about his father's name. because his mother hadn't mentioned his father's name in front of him much. But how could one's father suddenly appear in the immortal realm when he had been dead for an unknown number of years? I am your father, Yi Ling Tian. Yi Ling Tian looked at Yi Sidian and said word for word, How is that possible? Elder, my father has been dead for I don't know how many years, how could it be you? Yi Sidian was completely unable to accept that his father, who had been dead for many years, would suddenly appear in front of him. Wasn't your mother's name Elo? Yi Ling Tian knew that Yi Sidian couldn't accept it for a while and said patiently, Yes. Yi Sidian murmured and nodded. Then Yui should have told you my name. Yi Ling Tian asked again. Said that. See Tian, I didn't die. There was a little accident back then. That's why I didn't come back until now. Before this I actually didn't know that EE gave birth to you for me. It's Dad who's sorry for all these years. Saying that, Yi Ling Tian's face also revealed a trace of apology. Are you really my father? In fact, Yi Tian's heart had already believed Yi Ling Tian's words because the feeling given to him by the bloodline in his body could not be faked. Moreover, this person knew his mother's name, and it was simply impossible for anyone in this immortal realm to know his mother's name other than his son. Yi Mo. Chapter 119, The End of the Soul Race. As good as fake. Yi Ling Tian was full of smiles as he patted Yi Tian's broad shoulders and said affectionately and surely. At this moment, his eyes revealed a kind of relief and emotion after a long goodbye. The two stood looking at each other. Each other need not say more words to explain, because the mysterious power originating from the depths of the bloodline is constantly pulling each other, as if it is a kind of innate, cannot be cut off the bond, has long clearly illustrated the relationship between them to the closest and most close to each other. Father, where have you been all these years? We all thought you had. Yi Tian's voice trembled slightly, and his originally resolute eyes were actually instantly blurred by tears at this moment. Years of worry and thoughts about his father's whereabouts had turned into rolling hot tears that slid down his cheeks at this moment. His heart was like a churning ocean wave, with countless questions that needed to be answered, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. Yi Ling Tian sighed softly, his gaze became distant and deep, as if he was caught in memories. It's a long story. Back then, due to some unexpected and unforeseen circumstances, I went to a distant other universe. It was full of unknowns and dangers, and I went through thousands of hardships, constantly exploring and struggling just to be able to find my way back home. It wasn't until recently, after a long search, that I finally discovered where Earth was, which allowed me to rejoin you. Yi Ling Tian slowly recounted all the experiences in the endless universe over the years. Those strange planets, mysterious races, and thrilling adventures were like a colorful picture scroll that unfolded in front of Yi Tian's eyes. Even though Yi Tian had been intelligent since childhood, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard such an unbelievable thing. Another universe? Yi Tian muttered as he tried to digest this unheard-of concept, all sorts of marvelous imaginations surfacing in his mind. However, no matter how one tries to conceptualize that distant world, I'm afraid it's hard to really depict what it really looks like. All along, Yi Tian firmly believed that the universe he was in was a unique, one-of-a-kind existence. However, the fact that was shown in front of him at this moment was like a bolt from the blue, completely shattering his past cognition. It turned out that outside of this universe, there was actually another completely different universe world hidden. So does that mean that there may be more unknown universes lurking beyond these two known universes? At the thought of this, Yi Tian only felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and his heart was filled with unspeakable shock and consternation. Cough cough. Just as Yi Tian was immersed in shock and unable to extricate himself, a coughing sound rang out abruptly, pulling him back to reality. Who exactly are you? How dare you strike against my soul clan? No matter who comes today, they won't be able to save you. The spectral soul immortal emperor, who had been severely injured by Yi Ling Tian earlier, went and returned, and was now glaring viciously at Yi Ling Tian, an angry roar coming out of his mouth, accompanied by the roar of the spectral soul immortal emperor. Several extremely terrifying auras suddenly surged like a tidal wave from the distance, almost in the blink of an eye. For black shadows suddenly appeared in front of the immortal emperor of the spectral soul like ghosts. Pixie soul, are you seriously hurt? The one standing in the first place among the four gazed eagerly at immortal emperor Pixie soul and inquired with concern. I'm fine, but this person's stance is exceptionally powerful. You guys mustn't take it lightly. The spectral immortal emperor gently shook his head while reminding the crowd with a grave expression on his face. Originally, when Yi Ling Tian and Yi Tian were having a heated conversation, the immortal emperor of soul secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. He knew that with his own strength, he was by no means Yi Ling Tian's enemy, so he rushed to secretly send out a distress signal to the Soul Clan, summoning a group of strong men to come and support him. Not long after, four figures descended here like ghosts. They were none other than the Soul Clan's four renowned supreme elders, all of them at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. and their strength was even more powerful than that of the immortal emperor of the Ghost Soul. It was no exaggeration to say that this time, the Soul Clan could be said to have come out in full force, dispatching all the top powerhouses within the clan here. Humph, it's just a mere human race. Do you still presume to be a rival of my soul race? It's simply a fool's dream. The old man at the head of the group showed a disdainful look, full of contempt for Yi Ling Tian, as if the person in front of him was just an insignificant mole cricket. After the words, the old man's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared like an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared less than 100 meters away from Yi Ling Tian. Immediately afterward, he could only hear him shout angrily, "Die!" Along with this roar, a creepy and terrifying aura instantly swept over the two of them, firmly enveloping Yi Ling Tian. At the same time, a huge, toothy and clawed vicious tiger suddenly appeared in the void. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and pounced directly on Yi Ling Tian with a harsh and powerful wind. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Yi Ling Tian was not the least bit panicked, only to see his eyes go cold and a flash of cold light appear. In an instant, that cold aura was like lightning cutting through the night sky and slammed straight into the evil tiger. Only a loud bang was heard, and the evil tiger was instantly crushed, turning into bits of starlight that dissipated into nothingness. Boom! Only an earth-shattering roar could be heard that violently exploded, just like a thunderstorm in the flat earth, shaking the entire space. The strong impact brought about by that loud sound caused the surrounding air to be instantly torn apart, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye that spread out rapidly in all directions. As this violent sound of vibration came, the originally turbulent void suddenly seemed to be smoothed out by a large invisible hand, quickly restoring calm. However, just underneath the seemingly serene surface lies a frightening crisis. What? Seeing this scene in front of him, the person who had just struck out could not help but widen his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. How could he not have thought that the strength of this guy named Yi Ling Tian would be so terrifying as this? Just by sweeping an icy cold eye, he had easily and completely crushed the attack that he had sent out with all his might. For a moment, this person instantly froze as if he were a wooden chicken, his mind going blank, completely unable to understand why such a situation had occurred. At this moment, Yi Ling Tian, on the other hand, looked at these unsuspecting opponents in front of him with a cold face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile of disdain. A bunch of jumped-up clowns, still annoying. Yi Ling Tian coldly snorted. His voice was not loud, but the chill and majesty contained within it was chilling. Before the words left his mouth, he was seen casually raising his right hand and flicking it towards those few people from the soul race. In an instant, an unparalleled terrifying aura was like a raging torrent, sweeping toward the soul race crowd with a mountainous momentum. This aura was powerful to the extreme, as if it was capable of destroying everything in the world, causing one to feel a deep sense of despair and powerlessness. In the face of this sudden and terrifying attack, those few people from the soul race couldn't even raise a single thought of resistance before they felt an enormous pressure coming over them. In the next moment, it was as if their bodies were thrown into a bottomless black hole, instantly disappearing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Chapter 120 Soul Clan Ancestors Anger Soul Tian Lin's Unease. How is this possible? Looking at the Soul Clan's crowd that was rapidly falling like a meteor and eventually disappearing into thin air, Yi Tian's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, and for a moment, he actually stood frozen on the spot, not reacting at all. The scene that was happening in front of him brought him too much of a shock. One must know that these 5 people were the most top-notch powerhouses among the Soul Clan. Each one of them had attained the peak of immortal emperor strength, and could be considered to be standing on top of the pyramid of cultivators in the world. However, just now, these existences that usually stood high above the rest and caused countless people to be in awe of them were now like humble ants, being easily wiped out by his father. Even though before this, Yi Ling Tian had already explained to him in detail many things about his own realm as well as his strength, and even informed him of what the level he was currently at actually meant. But those are just words on the level of words. For Yi Tian, who has never really seen such a powerful force, how can he deeply understand it just by hearing about it? However, at this moment, when he witnessed his father lightly waving his hand, the terrifying power it triggered was able to kill 5 peak immortal emperors in an instant. Yi's genius finally woke up as if from a dream, and completely understood the terrifying nature of his father. Such strength was simply astonishing and unimaginable. Even the legendary Sage Realm powerhouses, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to compare to it. Right? Go! In the face of the deaths of several powerful people from the soul race, Yi Ling Tian acted unusually calm, as if all of this was nothing more than an insignificant and trivial matter. In his eyes these few people were nothing more than mole crickets. It was fine if they didn't mess with him, but if they did, then naturally the end would be needless to say. Father, my son Yi Mo is still in the hands of the Soul Clan. Yi Tian, who had returned to his senses, said in a hurry. Yi Mo. Hearing this, Yi Ling Tian nodded slightly. Yi Mo. This person couldn't be more familiar to Yi Ling Tian, as Yi Chen had already mentioned it to him for I don't know how many times, and he himself actually clearly knew that Yi Mo was in the middle of this immortal realm at this time. Only, what he never expected was that Yi Mo would actually fall into the hands of the Soul Clan. One must know that the Soul race was no good. They likewise held a rather important position in the immortal realm. Although its overall strength might not be comparable to the mighty 8 divine temples, it was by no means idle. After all, the Soul Clan was a powerful clan with a sage realm ancestor personally in attendance. In this vast and boundless land of the immortal realm, where powerful people were like clouds, as long as a force had a saint realm ancestor as its backing, none of them were in existence standing above the peak, and their status was only slightly inferior to the awe-inspiring 8 divine temples. Therefore, such a force was definitely not an object that could be easily messed with. Of course, this was for those ordinary forces in the immortal world. For Yi Ling Tian, there was no difference between what soul race or what 8 divine temples. At this point, located within the Soul Clan's heavily guarded, forbidden land that was difficult for ordinary people to step into, a deafening roar suddenly came out. Who? Immediately followed by a questioning sentence filled with anger and majesty. Who is it that dares to kill a strong member of my Soul Clan? This roar was like a thunderbolt piercing through the sky, quickly spreading to every corner of the Soul Clan at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the originally calm and peaceful territory of the Soul Clan became stormy, and all the clansmen were startled by this sudden change. For a while, the crowd looked tense, speculating as to what kind of god dared to be so bold as to openly provoke the authority of the Soul Clan. This is Old Ancestor's voice. What has happened? The Soul Clan. Inside that grand and solemn patriarchal hall, the Soul Clan's clan chief, Soul Tianlin, was sitting on top of his throne, handling the affairs of the clan. However, right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came out, like rolling thunder, resounding throughout the entire Soul Clan territory. When Soul Tianlin heard the sound, his heart trembled violently, and his face instantly became grave. Incoming! Soul Tianlin shouted loudly. Matriarch, accompanied by a violent distortion in space, a ghost-like black shadow instantly flashed out. Kneeling on one knee and respectfully waiting for Soul Tianlin's instructions, quickly go forward to investigate and see which one of my Soul Clan's powerhouses has unfortunately fallen, to the point of causing the old ancestor to be so enraged. Soul Tianlin's brows furrowed as he commanded the black shadow in a low and serious tone. Yes, Matriarch. The black shadow didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and hurriedly got up to receive the order, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Time passed by, and after only a few moments of effort, the black shadow appeared in the hall once again. Only, unlike before, the black shadow that appeared this time, its body was actually trembling slightly involuntarily, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. What's going on? Soul Tianlin keenly sensed the black shadow's abnormality, and a strong feeling of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. Clan chief, something big has happened. The black shadow trembled and stammered as he spoke. What the hell happened? Tell me. As if he had been electrocuted, Soul Tianlin bounced up from his seat in a huff, his body trembling slightly from shock. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets as he stared deathly hard at the mysterious black shadow in front of him, as if he was going to penetrate it with his gaze in order to obtain more information and the truth. At this moment, his heartbeat accelerated rapidly, like a frantically beating war drum, each beat bringing a strong sense of unease. That ominous foreboding was like a thick dark cloud, weighing heavily on his heart and making him almost breathless. 2. Supreme Elders have all fallen. The black shadow's words were like an earth-shattering thunderclap that boomed in Soul Tianlin's ears. What did you say? Soul Tianlin let out an incredulous roar, so loud that it even shook the air around him, causing a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. His face was filled with shock, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper, with cold sweat beating down on his forehead. He couldn't accept this fact no matter what. Their Soul Clan's Supreme Elder was a peak immortal emperor-level existence. Such a powerful strength was enough to walk horizontally in the entire immortal world. So how could it possibly fall? And it wasn't just one or two. Surprisingly, all of the Supreme Elders had all fallen. To Soul Tianlin, this was tantamount to a thunderbolt from a clear sky, striking him dizzily. Patriarch, it's true. The soul jade slips of the 5 Supreme Elders have all shattered. The old ancestor is also incomparably enraged precisely because of this matter. The dark shadow emphasized again, his tone heavy and serious. Chapter 121, Descending to the Soul Clan. Abominable to the extreme. Exactly which life-threatening fellow dares to lay such a cruel hand on my soul race? Could it be one of those 8 divine halls? Soul Tianlin's face was full of anger at the moment. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and his heart was even more full of doubts and incomprehension. He really could not imagine how the 5 supreme elders of his clan, who had reached the peak of the immortal emperor realm with extraordinary strength, could have suddenly fallen without any warning. One must know that with the 5 of them being so powerful, they could be considered among the top strongest in the entire immortal world. Just what kind of god or what kind of huge power could possess such a terrifying ability to wipe them out in one fell swoop? In Sol Tianlin's cognition, unless that mysterious and powerful 8 great divine temples had personally taken action, and had also sent out those unfathomable old ancestor-level figures that had already stepped into the saint realm, it would never be possible for the 5 supreme elders to quietly perish without realizing it. However, what puzzled him was that his own soul clan hadn't sinned against any of the divine temples in recent times, so why would the other side want to kill them? Just as Sol Tianlin was lost in contemplation, a low and majestic shout suddenly rang in his ears. Tianlin! Along with the fall of this voice, only to see a slightly stooped but still permeated with endless pressure of the old figure slowly emerged, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Tianlin, see old ancestor. Seeing this, Sol Tianlin hurriedly brought the black shadow beside him along with him to quickly step forward and respectfully salute towards the old man. The 2 men's movements were neatly organized, and their attitude was even more humble, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Quickly command down. Immediately give me a strict investigation into who exactly dares to target my soul clan so boldly, regardless of who the forces are. Even if it's one of the towering and unrivaled 8 divine temples, this old ancestor will definitely make them pay a painful price this time, and pay in blood. The old man's face was hideous and ghastly, full of rage as he hissed angrily at Sol Tianlin. His voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the entire space slightly. When Sol Tianlin heard these words from the old man, his heart and mind trembled violently, and a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He knew deep down that the old ancestor had moved on this time, and he couldn't help but secretly cry out in his heart, "Yes, old ancestor, disciple understands." Sol Tianlin hurriedly responded respectfully, his tone filled with trepidation and awe. He knew in his heart that with the old ancestor's usual temperament, even if he faced a behemoth as powerful as the 8 divine temples, as long as the other party dared to provoke the majesty of the Soul Clan, the old ancestor would definitely not let up. What's more, the ones who had fallen this time were the Soul Clan's 5 highly respected supreme elders, and each of them was a supreme powerhouse standing at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Soul Clan. It is simply the rhythm of driving the Soul Clan to extinction. Thinking of this, Sol Tianlin didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and immediately turned towards the black shadow beside him and quickly commanded, only to see his lips lightly opening. His speech was extremely fast, but every word was spoken clearly, obviously using a special method of transmitting sound to pass on information. At that moment, only a muffled sound of buzz was heard, and the originally calm space was suddenly flooded with a violent fluctuation and distortion. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of Sol Tianlin's trio, 2 figures appeared in front of them as abruptly as ghosts. There was no need to say more. The visitors were none other than Yiling Tian's father and son duo. At this moment, Yiling Tian was dressed in a black robe that hunted in the wind, exuding a palpitatingly terrifying aura around him. Yi Sidian, on the other hand, was quietly following behind him, his expression cold, his eyes revealing a slight chill. How dare you trespass here? The Soul Clan's old ancestor's heart shook violently. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted in a stern voice. His originally calm, water-like state of mind was instantly shattered, and an inexplicable feeling of tension surged through his heart. However, what responded to him was a flat and indifferent voice. There's no need to check. The ones from your Soul Clan were all killed by this emperor. As the words fell, a figure slowly stepped out of the darkness, and it was none other than Yiling Tian. What? It's you! Upon seeing the face of the visitor clearly, the Soul Clan ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared. His gaze was filled with anger and shock, as if he wanted to eat Yiling Tian alive. Hearing these words, the Soul Clan's old ancestor could no longer suppress the anger in his heart as he trembled and gritted his teeth. What a bold brat! Killing my Soul Clan's people even dares to show up in a dignified manner. It's simply asking for death. Today, I will definitely break you into pieces to vent my heart's hatred. Along with his roar, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted, spreading rapidly in the hall like a raging torrent, filling the entire space in the blink of an eye. That powerful aura even caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly, only to see the old ancestor of the Soul Clan waving his hands. He was about to pounce towards Yiling Tian, vowing to put this fellow who dared to provoke the majesty of the Soul Clan to death. But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An aura several times more terrifying than that of the Soul Race's old ancestor instantly descended like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, firmly enveloping it. In an instant, the Soul Clan's old ancestor only felt as if his body was being pressed down by a 10,000-foot mountain, and he was unable to move in the slightest. His face became extremely pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with panic. How? How could this happen? How could there be such terrifying strength? The Soul Clan's old ancestor raised his head with difficulty, looking at Yi Ling Tian with an incredulous face, his heart raising shocking waves. He is a strong Saint realm in this immortal world is also considered to be one of the top experts. Usually only his power to suppress people share. How has it ever like today this is so easy to be restrained? At this moment, in addition to fear in his heart, more than anything else was a deep scorn for Yi Ling Tian's strength. Hand over this emperor's grandson, and this emperor can spare your Soul Clan once. Yi Ling Tian said coldly. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain endless majesty and power, like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the Soul Race crowd. Otherwise, your Soul Clan wouldn't have to exist. Yi Ling Tian's tone was still as calm as water, yet the killing intent revealed in it made everyone present shudder. At this moment, the Soul Clan's old ancestor looked at Yi Ling Tian with a stunned expression, and after hearing what the other party said, a trace of doubt even instantly surfaced on his originally wrinkled face. Your grandson? The Soul Clan ancestor stared with wide eyes, asking back incredulously. He really couldn't figure out when his Soul Clan had captured the grandson of the man in front of him. After all, with the level of control he had over the Soul Clan, it was impossible for him to know nothing about it if something like this had really happened. Could it be that the people below had done this without their knowledge? Thinking of this, a nameless fire could not help but well up in the heart of the Soul Clan's old ancestor. These bold fellows had actually acted rashly without knowing the other party's background, and now they had provoked such a terrifyingly strong enemy. If he had known that there would be such consequences, he would never have allowed this to happen. When he thought that the Soul Clan had lost 5 peak immortal Emperor Taishang elders because of the nonsense of those below, the Soul Clan old ancestor's heart gritted his teeth with hatred. At this moment, he even hated to immediately break those clansmen who had caused great trouble into pieces and cut them into 1,000 pieces in order to solve the hatred in his heart. Chapter 122 Disturbance of the Soul Race. Former, Senior, are you mistaken? When did my Soul Clan capture your grandson? The Soul Clan's old ancestor asked with a trembling voice, his heart filled with apprehension. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Soul Clan completely lost his previous arrogance. One must know that he was a hallowed Saint Realm powerhouse, who could make a sight of heaven and earth tremble with a stomp of his foot on a normal day. But now, just facing the powerful aura emanating from the person in front of him, he felt as if he was being pressed by an incomparably heavy mountain, and it was difficult to move even a single finger. Humph, how dare you argue? Yi Ling Tian let out a cold smile. His eyes were as cold as frost, and the coldness contained in them made people shiver. Only to see him gently waving his sleeve into the void. The movement seemed casual, but it carried an unspeakable majesty. In an instant, a light flashed, and a huge mirror image appeared out of nowhere in the air. The image was clear and incomparable, as if it was a real scene displayed in front of the crowd. In the picture, a young man with a haggard and depressed face was trapped within a forbidden land of the Soul Clan. Countless soul chains emitting a strange black light surrounded his body, and those chains tightly bound his body, making it impossible for him to break free. And this young man was none other than Yi Sitian's son Emo. Merle, Yi Sitian, who had been silent at the side, could no longer control his inner grief and anger as he shouted out from his mouth after seeing this image. He stared wide-eyed and deadpan at his son in the picture, his eyes instantly turning red, and he couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his face. It's his own flesh and blood. Watching his son suffer such torture, Yi Sitian only felt his heart like a knife, and a wave of anger rushed straight to his head from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he couldn't wait to immediately rush into the forbidden land of the Soul Clan and shatter those who had harmed his son into pieces. It's actually him. This cry of alarm seemed like a thunderbolt piercing through the sky, and Soul Tianlin, who was on the side, was filled with horror as his body involuntarily trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at that grandson known as the mouth of the terrifying powerhouse Emo, with shocking waves rising in his heart. He could not have imagined in any way that this person who made him gnash his teeth and wanted to kill him had such a shocking background. One must know that it was he who had personally ordered the arrest operation against Emo in the first place. Just because Emo had beheaded his Soul Clan's imperial envoy, this was undoubtedly a naked provocation to the Soul Clan's majesty. As the Soul Clan's clan chief, how could Soul Tianlin tolerate such a thing? Therefore, he didn't hesitate to give the order to kill, vowing to break Emo into pieces. However, before that, he had also done a detailed investigation into Emo's identity and background. The results showed that this person had no other strong backers other than a father with an early immortal emperor cultivation. Because of this, he dared to strike with impunity, feeling that a mere Emo was nothing more than fish meat on a chopping board. But now, reality has slapped him in the face. Who would have thought that such a seemingly ordinary young man was hiding such a terrifying existence behind him? What exactly was this mysterious grandfather? His cultivation was unfathomable, and his strength was so strong that even their Soul Clan Saint Realm ancestor would have trouble withstanding one of his strikes. Soul Tianlin was remorseful. If he had known that Yemo had such a deep background, he wouldn't have dared to easily touch a hair on the other party if he had been given 100 guts. After all, it wasn't a small thing to have a grudge against a powerful force, especially an unfathomable and terrifying existence like this one. But it was already too late to say anything. Because of an imperial envoy, he had not only caused the Soul Clan to lose 5 highly respected Taishang elders, but he had also completely enraged the great god in front of him that he couldn't afford to piss off. At this moment, Sol Tianlin's intestines were green with remorse. He knew deep down that the trouble this time was just too big, and he was afraid that the entire Soul Clan would be plunged into an unprecedented crisis as a result. Upon hearing Sol Tianlin's alarmed cry, the Soul Clan's old ancestor turned around with an open heart and stared tightly at Sol Tianlin. Tianlin, could it even be that you did this? Looking at Soul Heavenly Pro's weak appearance, the Soul Clan's old ancestor's heart already knew that what was happening in front of him must have nothing to do with him. Old ancestor, disciple really didn't know that this guy named GMO actually has such a powerful grandfather behind him. When he heard the old ancestor's angry roar, Sol Tianlin only felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his entire body involuntarily trembled as he responded in a stuttering, terrified manner. You can be a real asshole, simply pushing our Soul Clan into the fire pit. The old ancestor of the Soul Clan was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. He glared viciously at Sol Tianlin, as if fire could be spewed out of his eyes, and if his eyes were capable of killing, I'm afraid that at this moment, Sol Tianlin would have already been broken into pieces. If it wasn't for this fellow's recklessness, how could he have incurred such a terrifyingly strong enemy like Yi Lingtian? How could he have caused the Soul Clan to suffer heavy losses, with even 5 highly respected Supreme Elders unfortunately falling? In the face of the old ancestor's furious rebuke, Sol Heavenly Lin was silenced, shivering and shivering as he stood aside, his head so low that it was about to stick to the ground, not daring to raise his head to meet the old ancestor's gaze at all. Senior, regarding this matter, I really knew nothing about it beforehand. I will immediately order my men to release them. Please rest your anger, Senior. Don't ever implicate and blame my Soul Clan. The old ancestor of the Soul Clan hurriedly turned around and apologized to Yi Lingtian with a flattering face. The humility of his attitude and the earnestness of his tone contrasted sharply with the harshness with which he had treated Sol Tianlin before. He then looked at Sol Tianlin again and droned. Don't go and release this person yet. Yes, old ancestor. Disciple will go and bring Emo here. Sol Tianlin hurriedly responded, then turned around and quickly left. Soon, Sol Tianlin hurriedly arrived, followed by the weakened Emo. Merle. When he saw Emo, Yi Sidian could no longer control his emotions and hurriedly ran to Yemo and hugged him in his arms. Father! Hearing Yi Sidian's voice, Yemo's cloudy eyes cleared instantly. Sol Tianlin, if there's anything you guys want to do, come at me and let my father go. Yemo immediately roared at Sol Tianlin and the others. He had thought that his father had been captured by the Soul Clan as well. Hearing Yemo's words, several of the people from Sol Tianlin bowed their heads slightly, not knowing what to say. Merle, don't worry, I wasn't captured by them. I'm here to take you away. Yi Sidian patted Yemo's shoulder and said with a smile, take me away? At those words, Yemo was instantly shocked. How could the Soul Clan let him go? His own father was only at the early stage of Immortal Emperor, so how could he possibly make the Soul Clan compromise? Chapter 123, The Soul Race's Compromise. Just then, Yemo saw the one beside him, Yi Lingtian, who was as immovable as a mountain. Yi Sidian immediately came over and explained to him that this was his grandfather, and Yemo suddenly realized that it was no wonder that those Soul Clan people who had imprisoned him had suddenly released him. It turned out to be his own, incredibly powerful grandfather who had stepped in. Just how could he not expect that his grandfather would be so powerful that even the Soul Clan would have to treat him with caution? Yemo arrived in front of Yi Lingtian and knelt respectfully towards the latter. If it wasn't for Yi Lingtian's intervention, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even survive until tomorrow. Those Soul Race fellows could drain his strength, squeeze his bone marrow, and even churn his soul into pieces. He had made plans to fall in this way, and his only regret was that he hadn't done his filial duty properly. Once Grandpa stepped in, not only did he bring himself out of the small dark room, but those people of the Soul Clan who had been disrespectful to him were all silenced and didn't dare to make a sound. Yi Lingtian supported the kneeling Emo with a hand. The next time you go out to wander, measure the strength gap between the two sides. This time Grandpa doesn't blame you. After that, improving your strength is the most important thing. Can you do it? Upon hearing this, Emo nodded solemnly. Well, I will. The Soul Clan's old ancestor saw Yi Lingtian's grandson, and also put back, and now the atmosphere wasn't as saber-rattling as it was before, and he tentatively asked, This lord, you see, your grandson has also gone back safely. Is this matter to stop here? No, Yi Lingtian voiced out, arresting someone, then abusing them and releasing them at will. or releasing them because I stepped in. That's a situation that I definitely can't agree to. The soul race ancestor clenched his fists. Damn it, this situation, he had expected it. He didn't expect it to come so soon. Soul Tianlin's approach, many times, was to not think, and he turned a blind eye. I didn't expect this time to run into a piece of iron plate. The lives of those two senior elders is destined to not recover. Even their own can't in front of this Yiling Tian, to retrieve an old life, are still unknown it. As soon as he thought of this, he whispered to Soul Tianlin beside him. Tianlin, go and talk to that great power. Explain and apologize. Do me all the courtesy, and send the other party some resources by the way. When the trembling Soul Tianlin heard this, how could he dare to be slow, and hurriedly, ran over to Yiling Tian, crying and shouting. This lord, Soul Heavenly Lin, had eyes that didn't recognize Tai before, and accidentally offended your grandson, and I know that this great sin cannot be spared. We have some cultivation resources over here, pills, techniques, and weapons, so you can look over them all. You can't see these. You can take them back and give them to your own children and grandchildren. There was a sigh of relief from the people present. Soul Tianlin was their Soul Clan's hall master, and now that he had fallen to this level, it was too humble. However, when they thought that even the old ancestor could not resist that figure, the shock and unwillingness in their hearts hardened into ashes. Yiling Tian looked at that kneeling Soul Tianlin, laughed, and gave the right to decide to his grandson, Yi Mo. Yi Mo looked at this lowly figure. The heart is still a little dazed. Thought that he will die in the hands of the latter. Did not expect this time the danger turned out to be a good thing. Grandfather and father personally came to save him. Lowering his head in contemplation for a moment, Yi Mo shook his head. Grandpa couldn't keep stepping in, and he couldn't just rely on others the next time he was in danger. He took a deep breath. Soul Tianlin, make a list of those resources of your Soul Clan and show it to me. If I'm satisfied, this matter can end here. Hearing this, Soul Tianlin immediately became happy and hurriedly greeted those men who were in charge of resources, writing down the resources that could be mobilized on paper. A few minutes later, Yi Mo looked at those resources on the paper and was very satisfied. This time the Soul Clan had really taken out their sincerity. The resources in here were enough for him and the Yi family juniors to cultivate for more than 10 years. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Mo glanced at his grandfather and father behind him and gave each other a satisfied look. Yiling Tian nodded his head and smiled. This time, under my grandson's great generosity, this matter will end here. But you Soul Clan, listen up. Something like this, coming once is enough. One more time, just like that hill. As soon as Yiling Tian's words fell, he waved his big hand, and an incomparably strong aura pressed towards that mountain, reaching it in an instant. Bang! The entire mountain turned into powder, and all the people of the Soul Clan, including that old ancestor, were all shocked, looking at that mountain. They knew better than anyone else that that hill was made of demonic cloud rock, with defensive properties that even if a supreme elder came to attack, it wouldn't necessarily have that effect. Even if it was an old ancestor, he might just blast away a small piece of the mountain. Something like Yiling Tian, who could eliminate an entire mountain with a wave of his hand. That was simply too powerful for words. At that moment, Soul Tianlin immediately cowed out as if he were pounding on his head, apologizing nonstop to Yiling Tian and Yi Mo. As the old ancestor watched from the sidelines with no embarrassment or displeasure on his face, he didn't even dare to have it in his heart. He was afraid that after Yiling Tian saw it, he would once again casually wave his hand and destroy him as a Soul Clan. Well, keep that kind of sycophancy to yourselves. After Yiling Tian finished saying these words, an invisible spatial fluctuation took shape from behind, and the three of them, Yiling Tian, Yi Mo, and Yi Sidian, entered this space together and immediately disappeared over this square. Seeing this scene, Soul Tianlin could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, drenched in a cold sweat that had already dampened his body. The old ancestor slowly walked over, glanced at the fellow, and faintly said, "When you strike in the future, go and investigate the other party's background first. This time, if it wasn't for that kid named GMO still being alive, if it wasn't for my Soul Clan, who took out those resources, I'm afraid that you'd already be gone, and the Soul Clan would have been dealt a blow because of your foolish behavior." Soul Tianlin nodded his head in agreement. This time he, indeed, was too reckless. In the future, he must do things to see the identity of the other party before going for it. He didn't want to experience anything like that today. On the other side, Yiling Tian brought Yimo and Yi Sidian to the edge of a lake. Looking at this fairy-like lake, Yimo was a bit at a loss for words. "Grandpa, what did you bring us here for?" Yiling Tian's gaze crossed the surface of this lake and saw the rocks at the bottom. This lake absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. It's a rare and wonderful place. You two, father and son, soak here for a few days. for your physique and future enhancement. There is an unrivaled benefit, and the water in here can cleanse the residual poison out of the body. Chapter 124, Attack of the Secret Guards. Hearing Yi Ling Tian say this, the father and son duo were overjoyed. They could clearly feel how pure the energy in this was. Yi Sidian is also considered to be a knowledgeable person. When he saw this lake, he also froze for a moment. He never knew that there is such a wonderful place in the immortal world. If he soaks in it for a few days, I'm afraid that when he comes out, he will be able to reach the cultivation of the middle stage of the immortal emperor. As for his son, Yi Mo, it was even more beneficial, not only washing the bones and marrow, but also increasing his strength. Thank you, father. Thank you, grandpa. The two Yi family descendants, towards Yi Ling Tian. After respectfully thanking him, both jumped into this lake. Yi Ling Tian faintly smiled and turned around to leave. This place was marked by him, and from now on, this lake would be a warming pool for the Yi family members in this immortal world. Mortal Realm, Star Temple. After 10 days of familiarization and cultivation, Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu already knew this place like the back of their hands. Moreover, the hallmaster spared no effort in piling all those feats, heavenly materials, and treasures onto them. If they weren't able to break through and grow, then in addition to being sorry to Yichen, they would also be sorry to Tatsuken. Considering that tomorrow was the important moment of enthronement of the divine sons and daughters of the gods, Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao both relaxed. Yi Xiaoyu, being a girl, chose to be in the scripture cabinet, reading about the Gongfu, and some of the previous people's understanding of the power of the stars. Yi Xiao was different. After he familiarized himself with it, he planned to go outside to take a look. It just so happened that there was an elder who wanted to go to an auction to trade, and under Yi Xiao's softening, this elder agreed. Although it was against the rules of the Star Divine Hall to take the Divine Son out privately, but the thought of the Divine Son's thirsty eyes towards himself, the thought that after this matter succeeded, he would be the elder with the best relationship with the Divine Son, the best elder. In the future, when the Son of God rises up, he will also rise up in the world, and he won't care about those rules and regulations. At the beginning, the atmosphere was cordial. Yi Jiao looked at the various items in the auction. His eyes were wide open. Those dazzling array of feats, weapons, formations and pills. It surprised him, a young man, who had come up from the territory of Daxia. Elder Wei was at the side, thoughtfully giving Yi Xiao, explaining the effects of those items, just like a kind old grandfather. When he went back, Yi Jiao was full of joy. This outing had brought him a very pleasant experience. When the two of them walked to a bamboo forest, Elder Wei suddenly stopped, and Yi Jiao was not paying attention and crashed heavily into it. Aya, Elder Wei, you stopped without any signs, Yi Jiao muttered as he covered his nose and walked up from behind Elder Wei. Elder Wei looked at Yi Jiao's innocent appearance and smiled bitterly, a touch of despair welling up in the depths of his eyes. Little one, this time, we're going to suffer. Yi Jiao was still puzzled as to why Elder Wei spoke in such a manner when an unusually sharp laugh sounded. Ha ha, Elder Wei, it's thanks to you this time, otherwise, I really don't know how to attract the Divine Son out. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiao perked up, and Elder Wei, at the same time, looked towards the depths of the bamboo forest, where several silhouettes, all wrapped in black robes, slowly appeared. As soon as the black shadows appeared, the surrounding grass and leaves lost their original colors, as if those figures, which came with a devouring function, people from the dark divine hall. Yi Lak exclaimed. He wasn't burying his head in cultivation day and night in the Star Divine Hall, and he was aware of the distribution of the major forces. These guys pretending to be gods were none other than the Star Divine Hall's nemesis, the Dark Divine Hall's people, and judging by their attitude, it was possible that they were going to do something to themselves. Snap! A palm landed on Yi Jiao's shoulder, and he turned around to see that it was Elder Wei, patting his shoulder with a sad face. Godson Yi, this time, I'm afraid we're in for a rough ride. Those guys are secret guards. Their strength is a few points higher than mine. Later on, if things don't go right, Divine Son, I'll choose to blow myself up and stall them. You take the opportunity to escape. This place isn't far from the Star Divine Hall. The dark guards on the opposite side seemed to have heard these words from Elder Wei, and the one in the lead waved his hand at the few people behind him, and a strong and incomparable aura erupted from within them. Scrambling, they came at Elder Wei as well as Yi Jiao. The current Yi Jiao was only at the Nirvana realm. Those secret guards, but they were all at the heavenly immortal realm, and the one at the head had even reached the true immortal realm. If Elder Wei was also a true immortal, then this crisis today could still be resolved. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He was only a late-stage heavenly immortal. Son of God, take your life. The dark guard at the head of the group, who was already very close to Yi Jiao and Elder Wei, waved his big hand, and the endless darkness aura converged in his palm, and finally condensed into a scythe, slashing at the two figures, one old and one young. If this is cut, then the mission of them, the secret guards, is half done. Elder Wei looked at the scythe that was getting closer and closer. His hands pinched. A strand of star power flowed around his body, after which it transformed into a giant hammer, and the scythe of the dark guards heavily collided together. Bang! A violent explosion rang out at the point of contact between the giant hammer and the scythe. Elder Wei retreated a dozen steps in a row before stabilizing the disordered chi and blood in his body. On the other hand, the dark guard, who only retreated 3 steps back, stood steadily on the spot. The eyes that looked at Elder Wei and Yijio could not hide their arrogance. With that test just now, he already knew that Elder Wei's strength and details were far inferior to his. Today, then, eating this old man and 2 young men was not a big problem at all, and that hall master had even made a fuss about the divine son and divine daughter being their biggest threat. He, today, crushed those threats with his own hands. Elder Wei, are you alright? Yijio hurriedly assisted Elder Wei after seeing him coughing after receiving that move. Elder Wei waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed. Only today. If they wanted to leave, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. Brush up. Just in the moment when Elder Wei lost his concentration, those dark guards had already surrounded him and Yijio. Yijio looked at the several dark figures around him, and the whole person also began to be afraid of this coming. This was a crushing of strength that resulted from the fact that although he was gifted, although he was 10 stars, the current him was too weak. Perhaps he shouldn't have left the Star Divine Hall in a hurry. He also told the elder who was secretly protecting him that he didn't like the feeling of being watched, and that elder also had a temper. And when he heard Yijio say this, he really let Yijio follow Elder Wei out. Seeing that he couldn't defeat these people, Elder Wei chose to verbally disintegrate these people. You are all dark guards. You should be clear about the weight of a divine son to a divine temple. If anything happens to this divine son beside me, you, then, will face the Star Divine Hall, an endless pursuit, and the Star Divine Hall and the Dark Divine Hall don't want to maintain their current relationship. A great war is inevitable. Chapter 125, Desperate Self-Destruction. As soon as Elder Wei's words fell, that dark guard who was in the lead laughed up to the sky, the dark black breath in his hand, gulped and spat, ready to give Yijio a blow. Elder Wei, we are just executors under the hands of the hall master, not decision makers. Will the 2 halls be at war or negotiating when the time comes? I don't care. All I know is that today, I'll take the life of this divine son. After the words, this dark guard leader, without speaking too much with Elder Wei, his dark aura coalesced once again, transforming into a dark giant hammer. He intentionally used the weapon that Elder Wei had displayed earlier, to return fire. The purpose was simple, to make it clear to this old man that he, an elder of the Star Divine Hall, was not worth mentioning in front of the Dark Divine Hall. Seeing this, Elder Wei immediately drove the star power around him, and countless bright purple stars began to rotate and finally enveloped beside Elder Wei and Yijio. Condensation. As Elder Wei's low voice fell, these brilliant star power stopped flowing and finally transformed into a giant clock, protecting this old man and young man. Bang! In the blink of an eye when the giant bell coalesced, the Dark Guard leader's giant hammer also arrived as promised, and heavily smashed on the giant bell, emitting a crisp sound that could be heard clearly for dozens of miles around. The leader of the Dark Guards was startled, and a viciousness erupted in his eyes. No wonder this old man, instead of dueling with him with an offensive weapon, used this bulky giant clock. It seems now, this guy was going to use the unusual sound, and the range that spread greatly, to attract the attention of the people nearby. In that case, the corner of the Dark Guard's mouth curved up. Elder Wei, since you're playing like this, I'll have to make this quick. As the words fell, this chief waved his hand at a few other Dark Guards, and those Dark Guards, receiving the chief's message, exploded their respective auras to the extreme. A strand of dark power that lingered around them, as long as the chief gave the order, they immediately followed at the same time. That true Immortal Realm's Dark Guard leader also did not intend to collect and hide, directly put their own aura, played to the extreme, countless dark breath, in the top of the head above the condensed into a scythe. Looking at the texture and color that was so thick that it was extreme, this knife went down, and it was feared that an earthy mortal powerhouse could be killed in a single blow. Cloudbreaker chop, the leader of the Dark Guards shouted, and the scythe above him immediately slashed at that giant bell. At the same time, the surrounding heavenly Immortal Realm Dark Guards also drove the surrounding breath, transformed into weapons of different styles, and blasted at the giant bell. Elder Wei, who was in the center of the storm, was horrified. These guys, with the mindset of cutting down the roots, were casting attacks. Looking at the still relatively weak divine Sun Yishao beside him, Elder Wei took a deep breath, took out a forbidden pill from his bosom, and swallowed it in one gulp. In just a few short breaths, Elder Wei's aura broke through the heavenly immortal and faintly reached the true immortal realm. He clenched his teeth, and the star power within his body was continuously infused into the giant clock, and the colors on the surface of the giant clock became brighter and more piercing. Correspondingly, the defense performance, too, will be higher. Knock! A sound that was several times brighter than before resounded on the surface of the giant bell, and countless shockwaves spread out, destroying the nearby turf, as well as the bamboo forest, leaving only a bare yellow surface. Pust! Without warning, Elder Wei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire breath, too, withered to the extreme, and the despair in his eyes had expanded to his entire face. Never did he expect that even after taking the forbidden medicine, it would only be able to support him and resist this attack. Yi Jiu saw Elder Wei suddenly fall to the ground. Alarmed, he hurriedly squatted down and used his insignificant breath to check Elder Wei's condition, smoothing out the other party's chi and blood in the process. If it wasn't for the mess in Elder Wei's body, I'm afraid he would have wanted to forcefully instill a portion of the star power in his own body into the latter. What a moving scene! On the void, the leader of the Dark Guards looked at Yi Jiu's careful actions and sneered. However, Elder Wei, the fact that you were able to resist that one hit from us should be the limit, so how are you going to deal with this second hit? After saying that, the Dark Guard leader once again condensed the scythe. This time the scythe, compared to the previous, only stronger than weak. The darkness of the aura, in the surface of the ebb and flow, as if it is going to drag people's souls are dragged into it. And wait, Elder Wei stretched out his hand and said sharply. The leader of the Dark Guards raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted. Elder Wei, there are still forbidden medicines, yes? Elder Wei slowly got up with Yi Jiu's assistance. I'm willing to go with you, and I'm also willing to give you all of my treasures. All of them. Today's matter, if you guys go too far, I've said that the two halls will have a great battle, and it will be a bloody battle where you die and I live. Ahem. After Elder Wei finished speaking, he coughed again. This time, he directly coughed out blood. Looking at the side of Yi Jiu, he was heartbroken and helpless. It was only at this time that he realized how ridiculous it was to not have strength in this world where strength was the most respected thing. Elder Wei, as I said, I'm just following orders. The Hall Master has given the word, so how would we errant boys dare to go against it? Originally I was thinking, to capture you all alive, but on second thought, I'd rather forget it. The Hall Master would prefer the head of the God's son, and as for you, Elder Wei, go to hell. The leader of the Dark Guards let out a low gulp, and the scythe in his hand swung down heavily, finally landing on the giant bell that Elder Wei, with all his strength, had condensed, accompanied by a rumbling sound. This giant clock could no longer withstand it and completely burst apart. Countless star power, drifting in the sky and finally disappearing between this heaven and earth. Once the defense is broken, the person under the defense, that's not good. Elder Wei looked at the scythe that had only weakened half of its aura, and hurriedly drove his body, with the few remaining star power, pulling Yi Jiu, and dodging to the side. Those other Dark Guards who had long been ringing at the side, upon seeing this, stuck out their tongues and licked their own lips. This kind of decapitation of the Star Divine Hall Elder, and the Divine Son's credit, it was about to fall into their hands, and each of these people was excited beyond belief. The large sword condensed by the dark aura danced in the air with several whirring sounds before slashing at the old and young man who were getting closer and closer. If this is cut, then their status in the Dark Divine Hall will skyrocket, and the Hall Master will even give countless spirit stones, as well as immortal techniques, and an increase in strength is just around the corner. Elder Wei looked at those, like wolves and tigers, rushing at the Dark Guards, and then felt the scythe's close pursuit at his back. He shouted, and his entire body began to expand violently. Seeing this scene, all the Dark Guards froze. I didn't expect that this Elder Wei had quite a backbone. Chapter 126, The Old Ancestor Comes. At this moment of life and death, Elder Wei knew how to self-detonate to counter the attack. And by the way, in utilizing the shockwave generated by the self-detonation, he pushed the godchild into the distance. If Elder Wei blew himself up at the beginning, then the few of them could do nothing about it. After Elder Wei took the forbidden medicine, he was completely a bad old man, and then he blew himself up again, without any threatening power. The Dark Guard leader's heart crossed, and the breath in his body, once again infused into that scythe, and quickly swept towards Elder Wei, as well as the two of them, Yi Jiu. As soon as the sweep is made, then he can, with supreme credit, reaping the appreciation and rewards of the Hall Master, making it to the seat of an elder, or even an elder of the inner hall, was entirely possible. Just as this scythe was no more than a few feet away from Yi Jiu, and that Elder Wei who had risen like a balloon, a clear sound of a sword chime rang out. Next moment, a sword light flashed by, and the scythe, which was made by a true immortal realm powerhouse who had condensed all his strength, was blown to smithereens by this sudden sword light. This was not the end. the remaining power of the sword light had not been reduced, and cut down all those dark guards that surrounded Yijio. Their means of attack, in front of the sword light, could not play a role at all. The sword light's withering attack was directly wiping them out with their weapons. Who is it? When the leader of the dark guards saw this, he looked up to the sky and bellowed. Originally a great form, by that one inexplicable sword light, destroyed all the way to the ground. Furious, he looked around, to find out the owner of that sword light. Old ancestor? You're here. As this dark guard leader, anxiously looked around, Yijio looked at Yi Chen, who had appeared beside him at some point, and said in surprise. Yi Chuan, holding the long yin sword, first smiled kindly at Yijio, and then put his hand on that elder Wei, who was swollen like a leather ball. The opponent was less than a few seconds away from self-destructing, and was no longer able to eliminate the act of self-destructing on its own, requiring external assistance. Under the suppression of Yi Chen's aura, Elder Wei's bulging body gradually eased, and finally, transformed into his usual form. Ahem! Elder Wei just lifted the self-detonation. The whole person, once again coughed out a mouthful of blood, his breath withered to the extreme, and his face was as pale as paper. When Yi Xiao saw it, he hurriedly went over to support him. This time, if it wasn't for him being bent on having his way, I'm afraid that Elder Wei wouldn't have encountered this kind of danger. Hey, I blame myself. Yi Lak condemned himself in his heart. After looking around, the leader of the dark guards noticed the one, Yi Chuan, standing beside Elder Wei, and as soon as he saw the dragon sword in the other party's hand, the entire person exclaimed in shock. You're Yi Chen who, before, fought with the underworld divine hall master? It's not that the chief was yelling, but the fight, it was amazing. With the realm of an early Great Luo Golden Immortal, Yi Chuan had stiffly beaten that late Great Luo Golden Immortal Hall Master to the point of defeat, and in the end, 4-peak Great Luo Golden Immortal Taishang Elders had been mobilized. Even so, in the end, did not leave Yi Chuan behind, but instead, a few days later, the Underworld Divine Hall was completely eradicated by a mysterious person or a mysterious force. The original magnificent and solemn hall, only some broken walls, telling the past. The dragon sword, in Yi Chuan's hand was also widely rumored throughout the entire mid-heaven astral domain, and once you saw this sword, you were like a human being. That's why this dark guard leader was that horrified and disturbed. Yi Chuan didn't expect that this tiny secret guard also recognized himself. In just now, if he didn't make a timely move, I'm afraid that Yi Cho would be dead without a burial place, because he was clear that the old ancestor, Yi Ling Tian, couldn't possibly ignore Yi Jiao. When that sword light appeared, he also appeared close by and clearly saw it. Inside Yi Jiao's body, there was something that was going to break out and protect its owner. These secret guards, the reason why they couldn't feel it was because Yi Chuan belonged to the same lineage as Yi Xiao, and that protection restriction laid down by Yi Ling Tian could only be felt by him when it was about to break out of his body. Yi Duan held the dragon sword with interest, looking at the dark guard leader who was on the verge of crying out, and said indifferently, "This operation, was it arranged by your hall master himself? Or was it arranged by your old ancestor?" The leader of the dark guards swallowed a mouthful of saliva and trembled. "Yes, it's your highness." Leaf Dust nodded slowly. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared directly in front of the dark guard leader, who, caught off guard, instinctively, mobilized his strength to counterattack. But what he was facing was not the peak Nirvana Yijio, or the heavenly immortal realm Elder Wei, but the immortal monarch realm Yi Chen. With a wave of Yi Chen's hand, a ray of light came out of his hand, first destroying the dark guard leader's worthless attack with a devastating force. Then, the remainder of this light rushed into the center of the dark guard leader's brow. After the latter covered his eyebrows and screamed in pain, he suddenly closed both eyes as if he had lost consciousness and smashed against the ground, the dark aura on his body dissipating as much as it could with his master's slumber. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth lifted up an arc. This fellow, if Yi Chuan wanted to slaughter, he would have died under that sword light long ago. He was going to capture this guy alive and offer him to the Star God's temple so that the temple could confront this guy. "Apprentice brother, you're still so fast. Master can't even catch up with you." A man's voice rang out. Yi Chen turned around and smiled faintly. On the void, stepping on a silhouette, it was none other than God Wuyin who had come with himself. "Disciple Yi Dust sensed that over here. There was a violent fluctuation of breath, which had my Yi family's bloodline in it, so I accelerated my pace, and I asked for the master's chastisement." Yi Chuan apologized after making a respectful bow to God without words. God Wuyin laughed out loud and took the initiative to come over, helping Yi Chen up, his gaze, gazing at the Yi Jiao who was warming up Elder Wei's breath. "This little fellow, is the divine son of the Star Divine Hall? Your Yi family's heavenly genius." "Yi Yu?" "Exactly." Hearing his master's father mention Yi Lak, Yi Chen couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. "I, a descendant of the Yi family, cultivate the power of the stars, and in just a few months' time, I was able to reach the greatness of 10 stars, which is quite a bit higher than those who were gifted before the Star Divine Hall. At those words, the human Divine Hall's Hall Master, God speechless, abruptly opened his mouth wide. He knew that Yijio, as a divine son, was able to drive the power of the stars and summon 10 stars, and the news was almost spreading throughout the entire mid-heaven astral domain. Even some remote sect powers knew about divine son Yi Xiaochu and divine daughter Yi Xiaoyu, but no one ever knew that this Yijio actually didn't cultivate the power of the stars right from the start, but only spent a few months. How could he be told to believe that? At first, he thought that it was his disciple, whom he hadn't seen in years, who was joking. When he came down from the void and rested on Yijio's wrist and personally sensed it, only then did he believe that Yi Chen's words were true. Chapter 127, The Fear of the Secret Guards. God without words couldn't help but laugh up in the air as he looked at this young man with a childish face. Ha ha, there are talented people in the rivers and mountains. Yi Chuan, this offspring of yours has the qualifications to ascend to the immortal realm. Ye lacked by this strange middle-aged man, holding the wrist, already confused. See this man, regardless of the back, the sky laughing, even more at a loss. Yi Duan, who was on the side, could see Yi Lack's thoughts and smiled faintly. Little Lack, this is the temple master of the human divine hall, God Wuyin, who is also my master. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiao immediately became clear about the weight of the figure in front of him, and hurriedly turned to God without words and respectfully said, Junior son Yi Yu, I didn't know the great name of the divine hall master before, please forgive me. God without words slightly waved his hand, and a soft force straightened Yi Xiao's slightly bent waist. Once again, the more he looked at Yi Jiao, the more he liked him. The latter was just as polite as Yi Chen, and his talent was also so heaven-defying. Even the little guy's talent was even better than that of his disciples. Seeing that there were no more major events on this side, Yi Chuan glanced at that Elder Wei, whose breath was fluttering, and took the initiative to walk over, handing the other party an elixir to regulate his breath, and waiting for the latter to take it. With a wave of Yi Chuan's big hand, Yi Jiao, Elder Wei, and the unconscious leader of the Dark Guards were all lifted up by a soft force. Under Yi Duan's leadership, he walked in the direction of the Star Divine Hall. What Leaf Dust didn't know was this. A few minutes after they left, a strange-looking figure appeared here. This person had deer horns, bull's eyes, and a face full of whiskers. It looked as if it was a strange combination. If anyone else had come along, they'd have hit the yell of no good. It was because this person was the third elder of the Harmonious Divine Hall, Bitter Truth. The Harmonious Divine Hall was different from other divine halls. Other divine halls, which more often than not, utilized the power inherited from the past, to cultivate and build on that foundation, as was the case with the Star Divine Hall, and as was the case with the Dark Divine Hall. The only exception was this Harmony Fusion Shrine, which was a special case that liked to engage in messy fusions, and they also had a set of rituals that had been passed down since ancient times. You can intercept the bloodline, or body parts, of human, beast, or alien races, and transfer them to them, thus obtaining unprecedentedly powerful power. Of course, this kind of grafting-like ceremony didn't have a very high success rate, but once it was successful, the increase in strength was very obvious and could often be raised by a large realm. For example, this current Bitter Truth Elder was an early Dala Golden Immortal. A year ago, he was still only in the early stages of the Golden Immortal stage. After grafting the antlers of a 9 Spectre's divine deer, as well as the bull's eye of a sky-charging berserk bull, onto his body, this third elder, immediately elevated by one great realm to be among the ranks of the great Luo Golden Immortals. At this time, he was wearing a black robe, so it was impossible to see the condition of his body below the neck. The divine son of the Star Divine Hall? Interesting, this bloodline power. I haven't smelled it in a long time. Elder Bitter Truth no longer hesitated and chased after Yi Chen in the direction he was heading before. His target, not elsewhere, was also the Star Divine Hall. Within the endless sea of stars, a huge palace that stood in the middle of it was clearly the solemn and majestic Star Divine Hall. But at this moment, the atmosphere inside the temple was extraordinarily gloomy. Hallmaster Chen Jian, looking at Elder Wei who was kneeling on the ground as well as Yi Jiao, the anger in his eyes was almost capable of spewing out. After Yi Chuan several people came to the Star Divine Hall, Yi Jiao immediately put the things that happened along the way, and told the Hall Master, although he knew that this would suffer the Hall Master's anger and condemnation. However, one person does everything for one person. The faults that he, Yi Xiao, had committed could not be left to Elder Wei alone, to bear alone. Chen Jian looked at the trembling Elder Wei and faintly said, Elder Wei, my Star Divine Hall, for you elders, opening the right to freely enter and exit is not for you to use it like this. Luckily this time, there is fellow Taoist Yi Duan to help. If not, what will you take to compensate? Towards the end of his words, Chen Jian's words became more and more urgent, and hearing Yi Chen, who was standing guard at the side, did not feel good in his heart either. He took the initiative to round up. Hall Master Tatsuken, Elder Wei is to blame for this time, and so is Little Lack. I'm afraid that this child wouldn't have caused this situation if he hadn't been greedy to go out. I also ask the Hall Master that you can give the two of them a chance. Yes, the human divine Hall Master God speechless, also joined the army of exhortation. Hall Master Tatsuken, this time, both people are at fault, but Elder Wei, in the end, was willing to blow himself up to resolve the crisis. This sincerity, even in my human race, is not too common. Before, Yi Jiu also explained that in the future, if there are no major events for him, he will guard in the Star Divine Hall until he has the strength to defend himself before going out to practice. So I hope that the Tatsu Sword Hall Master can be lenient and deal with it charitably. Seeing that Yi Chen, as well as God without words, had spoken, the Qinjian Hall Master associated it with the fact that tomorrow would be the auspicious day for the enthronement of the divine sons and daughters of the gods. He was reluctant to punish the bold old man and young man at this critical moment. All of you get up. This time, with your saviors in the human god temple's Hall Master personally pleading for leniency, this matter will be overlooked for now. If there is a next time, I will never be lenient. Elder Wei and Yi Jiu hurriedly thanked the Hall Master for his pardon, and Yi Chen, seeing that this matter had a good outcome, pointed to a figure on the ground. Hall Master Tatsuken, shall we, from this fellow's mouth, knock something out? Upon hearing this, Chen Jian looked at the figure of the Dark Guard leader and smiled faintly. Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Yi Chen. Yi Chuan laughed, and with a wave of his hand, a beam of light immediately shot out from the Dark Guard leader's brow, and finally converged into Yi Chuan's body. After the light left his body, that Dark Guard leader also turned awake. He opened his eyes in a daze. After seeing everything around him, the whole person froze in place. Yi Jiu and Elder Wei, who were to be beheaded, were not far away, but these two people were not at all the same eyes that were afraid of him before. Instead, he looked at him with a teasing look. The leader of the secret guards gulped and surveyed his surroundings, and after seeing the faces of the people around him, his entire body sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Duan, God without words, and Tatsuken, these three people, each and every one of them, was a dominant level figure of the mid-heaven astral domain, and it was simply not something that he, a tiny true immortal, could touch. Subconsciously, he was about to get up and escape from this hall. As long as he escaped, he would have a chance of survival, and if he couldn't escape, then he could really only collect his own life for himself. Just as this chief had just stood up, an extreme oppression, descending from the sky, pressed this dark guard hard to the ground. The whole person came into close contact with the ground and couldn't even raise his head if he wanted to. As he looked at the stars that flashed by around him, it was clear that this was Tatsuken, the Hall Master of the Star Divine Hall, making a move against him. Chapter 128 Unwelcome Visitors. How dare you be reckless in my Star Divine Hall? If I let a tiny true immortal like you escape, I'm afraid that the face of my Star Divine Hall will be disgraced. Tatsuken stood up from the first place in the Great Hall, and as he spoke, he walked down the steps, and by the time he finished the last word, his entire person was already standing in front of the Dark Guard leader. Honestly, was this assassination operation directed by your Hall Master? And besides you, is there any other assassination team? What is the overall strength? Where exactly are they operating? When Tatsuken didn't open his mouth, he opened his mouth with a series of questions, and the leader of the Dark Guard still wanted to resist. Bang! Tatsuken increased the compression. The legs of the Dark Guard leader were directly crushed by that great mountain-like compression. Blood and water mixed with the meat foam, spinning in place, still could not run out of the compression range circle. The leader of the Dark Guards couldn't eat this pain and hurriedly said, I'll say, this secret assassination operation was authorized by our temple master, personally, with a large portion of his secret guards. Currently it's appearing on the roads around the Star Divine Hall, as well as trading places, and the overall strength is similar to my previous team, a true immortal with a few celestial immortals. There are no golden immortals or great Luo golden immortals? Tatsuken asked uneasily after hearing the words of this secret guard. No, the strength of our dark guards, which is not high, is mainly for secret assassinations, and a bright and honorable kill would require the elders to step in, and those elders will not show up until tomorrow. Chen Jian nodded slightly. This was true. Tomorrow was the day that his Star Divine Hall enthroned the Divine Son and Divine Daughter. If these Dark Divine Hall fellows didn't make a move, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have a chance. He took a deep breath and glanced at the faceless Dark Guard. I could have let you live, but unfortunately, you were making a move against the Divine Son of my Star Divine Hall, so there's no way out. Ha! Your Highness don't. Me! Bang! Before this dark guard could finish his sentence, Tatsukin directly drove the surrounding chi and blasted this true immortal realm fellow to smithereens. As for the blood and water, under the grinding of the star power, it gradually dissipated and finally returned to nothingness. Chen Jian turned around and bowed slightly to Yi Chen. This time, the divine son is in distress, thanks to fellow Taoist Yi Chuan's help. Seeing this, Yi Chuan laughed and waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. It would have been a small matter, and he was sure that he would spare no effort in rescuing his own descendants. Only these few people knew about what was going on in the Great Hall. Even the Star Divine Hall's Grand Elder, Xu Feng, was unaware of it, and nowadays, he was in the midst of organizing the enthronement ceremony. For this ceremony, not only would the people from the Star Divine Hall watch, but the other major powers in the mid-heaven astral domain would also come. The invitations had been sent out a long time ago, and the news was also in the mid-heaven astral domain, spreading to everyone. Even a bare-bottomed little brat knew that a place called the Star Divine Hall was going to enthrone some divine son or daughter. The following day at noon, today's Star Divine Hall was full of joy, with red lanterns and banners everywhere, and everyone's faces were filled with joy. For the first time in so many years, the endless star sea had opened up to the outside world, allowing other forces to visit the star sea to congratulate them. After those guests came in, they were immediately stunned by the scene in the Sea of Stars, where the star power was so dense that it could barely dissolve. No wonder the endless star sea was not liberalized. It turned out to be afraid that the star power here would be absorbed by outsiders. Xu Feng went from one to another with those who came to congratulate the leaders of the forces, greeted them and let them take their seats on the side. The enthronement ceremony, which took place on the Star Square, the place where these forces took their seats, was the seats on this square. There is a high platform in the center of the square. At this moment, the elevated platform was half purple and half red, and any individual would be able to tell that the next enthronement ceremony of the Star Divine Hall would take place on this elevated platform. The Temple of Man has arrived. A low voice rang out and Xu Feng immediately looked up. As the announcer's words fell, God Wuyin walked slowly with a few of his own elders. Although Tatsukin had met with God Wuyin, Xu Feng hadn't, and he immediately respectfully stepped forward. God Wuyin was the first to open his mouth. Ha ha, today, the Star Divine Hall, enthroned Divine Son and Divine Daughter. My human Divine Hall has nothing good to give. A top-grade immortal artifact, the ancient heroic sword. Please accept it with a smile. After saying that, the elder beside God Wuyin took out a brocade box, removed the lid, and a sword with a golden body lay in it. As soon as the precious sword appeared, the crowd in the square immediately cried out in shock. Oh my god, this is an ancient hero sword. Is this immortal weapon very powerful? Can you give me a little bit of science? You mallet, the ancient heroic sword. It's the upper grade of immortal weapons, and it's the upper grade of the upper grade, infinitely close to the very best kind. A golden immortal holding this kind of immortal weapon is enough to fight against a great Luo golden immortal, and if the difference in strength isn't too big, it can even manage to decimate. Hiss. Hearing this, the crowd in the audience sucked in a breath of cool air, not expecting the human Divine Hall to be so generous and directly give such a treasure. One must know that the congratulatory gifts they gave to the Star Divine Hall were just some unusual spirit stones, techniques, and pills, all of which were still of a relatively low grade. Looking at Grand Elder Chu Feng's ancient and unperturbed eyes, one could tell that these things, for the Star Divine Hall, were completely dispensable gifts. Now look at that great Elder Chu Feng. The elation and happiness on his face was almost overflowing. Thank you for the generous gift from the Temple Lord. Come, this way please, because this gift was too expensive. Grand Elder Chu Feng directly acted as a guide and personally led God Wu Yan and these people to take their seats, and only after every human elder was seated, did Chu Feng leave with a smile on his face. The subsequent forces of congratulatory gifts, it is far less than the ancient hero sword that, take out. Chu Feng is also clear. People come on the line. The gift is light and heavy. The Dark Temple has arrived. Just as Chu Feng took in the congratulatory gift from a first-class power and arranged for people to guide the seating, the announcer's words rang out again, and Chu Feng looked up, his eyes narrowing falsely. The Dark Divine Hall. This time came 4 people. Each of them was a black robe that wrapped the whole body, intentionally letting the outsiders unable to see their bottom. Around those black robes, there was still quite a bit of darkness lingering around, and even if there was star power counteracting around them, the surprisingly thick darkness power still dominated. As these guys walk around, those dark forces, they bring up a burst of dark trailing flames. Many forces didn't dare to approach. If they were stained by those dark tail flames, their cultivation would be lowered and their strength reduced, or they would vomit blood and die, turning into white bones. It was because these 4 figures, all of them were elders of the Dark Divine Hall, and each of them was at the peak of golden immortal strength, and the elder at the front could even break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal at any time. Chapter 129, The Jade Pendant with a Story. Chu Feng looked at the several figures that were getting closer and closer, and laughed coldly. Several people from the Dark Divine Hall, my Star Divine Hall. It seems like I didn't invite you guys. Uninvited. And why? Dylan, the head elder of the Dark Divine Hall, took out a brocade box and smiled faintly. Everyone in the mid-heaven astral domain knows that the Star Divine Hall will, today, enthrone the Divine Son and Divine Daughter, and my Hall Master is concerned about the development of your hall. Although we did not receive an invitation, but we prepared a big gift to come. Is today's host going to expel us? The four guests, out, Dylan's voice, although dry and hairy, but the volume was not low, and the people on the wide heard it clearly. Everyone didn't expect that this Dark Divine Hall, even if it came uninvited, would still say such a lot of entrained words. The most important thing is that people also brought gifts. Although the Star Divine Hall and the Dark Divine Hall, since ancient times, have not dealt with each other, large and small battles, continuous, look at each other who are not good, but this is the situation at the moment, so it's a good idea to consider it carefully. Chu Feng took a deep breath and met Di Lin's sinister gaze as he said in a low voice, the visitor is a guest, and since the Dark Divine Hall has this intention, then my Star Divine Hall welcomes your arrival as well. It's just that you should be clear about one thing, this is my Star Divine Hall's territory, and wildness is forbidden. The last sentence, Grand Elder Chu Feng, was said with coldness, and when Di Lin heard it, he wasn't annoyed in the slightest and handed the brocade box to Chu Feng, gesture for the latter to open it up a bit. Chu Feng received this gift box. The gift box was relatively light, not too heavy, just in case. Chu Feng drove the star power in his body in advance, to avoid the box, to emerge any dangerous killing weapon, waiting for everything, all ready. Chu Feng Grand Elder waved his big hand, a forceful air, lifted the box, and what was inside, in a grand manner, was exposed in the sight of everyone. The crowd and the audience, who had risen to their feet, looked at what was inside and were greatly confused. Inside the brocade box, there were 3 jade pendants lying peacefully and quietly. The jade pendants were flat, a trace of the power of the stars, or the darkness of the breath was not there, as if it was an ordinary jade in general. But after Grand Elder Chu Feng saw these 3 jade pendants, his entire body became so angry that he directly unfolded his peak golden immortal aura to the fullest. His face was sinister, and the words that came out of his mouth were not polite at all. Di Lin, you few, what do you mean by offering this as a congratulatory gift? To use this opportunity to humiliate my Star Divine Hall? The crowd in the square, seeing that Grand Elder Chu Feng was so agitated, as if he was going to make a move to teach those Dark Divine Hall people a lesson, were puzzled. According to reason, Chu Feng Great Elder is not the kind of material people other forces send some ordinary congratulatory gifts. He has not made this kind of expression and action. A knowledgeable old man, after seeing that jade pendant, exclaimed, this Dark Divine Hall, it's too humiliating. Some of the young cultivators next to him immediately encouraged this old man to tell what he knew about these 3 jade pendants. In desperation, the old man pontificated. Thousands of years ago, the Dark Divine Hall and the Star Divine Hall, a large-scale war broke out, and in that war, both sides suffered heavy losses. Just then, the Dark Divine Hall suddenly announced that it was going to surrender and prepare to negotiate with the Star Divine Hall, at an appointed location, and on the Star Divine Hall's side, there are only 3 of their own brothers, who still maintain full-body combat power, and these 3 blood brothers, they are all peak golden immortals, the kind that can reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal in a few decades. The 3 brothers arrived at the negotiation site, and as a result, the Dark Divine Hall, in conjunction with other first-class forces, launched a sneak attack on the 3 brothers, who immediately broke out. Right at this moment, the Hall Master of the Star Divine Hall suddenly appeared and told the 3 brothers to come over to his side, and those 3 brothers didn't even think twice when they saw the Hall Master coming. Straight away, they went over. Looking closer, it was the Supreme Elder of the Dark Divine Hall in disguise, using a high imitation of the human skin of the Harmony Divine Hall, and by the time the 3 brothers realized that it was a trap, it was already too late. In front of us is the Supreme Elder of the Dark Divine Hall, and behind us is the Dark Divine Hall, an uncountable number of pursuers. The end result, predictably, was that the 3 brothers didn't even have a chance to blow themselves up and died at that negotiation site. The Dark Divine Hall, from their bodies, scavenged 3 jade pendants. These jade pendants, which happened to be connected to the Soul Jade Cylinder, these of the Dark Divine Hall intentionally let the wind out. It says that the 3 brothers agreed, and now they need more elders, to negotiate the details, and the 3 of them can't make the call. The people from the Star Divine Hall, seeing that the Soul Jade Cylinder was safe and sound, immediately sent people over, but as a result, Several waves of people went there and nothing happened. The hall master was alerted, and with the last bit of elders with high combat power, he headed to the negotiation point and found out that it was the guys from the Dark Divine Hall, using the Jade Pendant as bait to lure the people from their Star Divine Hall to their deaths. The people from the Star Divine Hall, enraged, directly in the same place, with the people from the Dark Divine Hall, bloodshed, and in the end, the people from the Dark Divine Hall, fled, and took those 3 Jade Pendants away as well. The Temple of the Star God's Temple is going to chase after him, but his own injuries are too severe, and the elders that he brought with him are all breathless and shriveled, and he, who is harboring a fire, is going to do away with it for the time being, and transport the bodies of the 3 brothers, as well as the other elders of the Temple of the Star God, back to their homes, and give them a good burial. I didn't expect that the Dark Divine Hall actually dared to take out this Jade Pendant that represents the humiliation of the Star Divine Hall during the Star Divine Hall's enthronement ceremony. This is hitting the Star Divine Hall people in the face. As soon as this old man finished speaking, the entire room erupted in an uproar. People didn't realize that these 3 tiny Jade Pendants actually carried so many stories. Everyone then looked down at Grand Elder Chu Feng's exasperated face and instantly understood the latter. People of the Dark Divine Hall, you are not welcome in my Star Divine Hall. Take these things and get out. Stay a little longer and don't blame me, Chu Feng, for killing you. Ha ha ha, Great Elder Chu Feng. 3 ordinary Jade Pendants. How did they make you so anxious? Di Lin looked at Chu Feng, whose aura was rising, and his face remained in a cloudy manner, as if this Grand Elder of the Star Divine Hall on the opposite side of the room was nothing more than that in his eyes. Chu Feng looked at Di Lin's teasing eyes and suddenly laughed up in the air. Well, I should have expected that you people from the Dark Divine Hall, appearing here, couldn't possibly be here to congratulate us, so I won't blame old me today. When the words fell, Great Elder Chu Feng will be their own power, catalyzed to the extreme, endless star power, in the top of the head above, forming a big purple long sword. The surface of the long sword flowed and shimmered. The people of the Dark Divine Hall, give the old man death, accompanying Grand Elder Chu Feng. With these angry words, the long sword, against those 4 black-robed men of the Dark Divine Hall, heavily blasted away. Chapter 130, Star Sword. Seeing the long sword on top of Grand Elder Chu Feng's head, some of the leaders of the forces in the audience cried out in shock. This is the Star Sword? But doesn't this require a great Luo Golden Immortal before it can be driven into play? In fact, the Star Sword didn't have to be a great Luo Golden Immortal to be able to do it. A peak Golden Immortal could do it as well. It was just that the requirements were relatively high. For one thing, this person was not far from the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and for another, the surrounding star power was extremely dense. With the combination of the two, those who were not great Luo Golden Immortals could make this move. And at this moment, Great Elder Chu Feng was perfectly in line. With a sinister face, he looked at Dylan and the others. His aura, at this moment, reached its peak. The Star Sword does not behead nobodies, because those who die under the Star Sword are true immortals at the very least. Even Di Lin, who was at the peak of the Golden Immortal, would have difficulty defending against this move. However, just as the Star Sword immediately landed on the heads of the Di Lin's several people, Dylan, who was in the lead, suddenly grinned. I didn't expect my Dark Divine Hall, good intentions to come to congratulate. Star Divine Hall actually did this to us. That's good. Let me get some lessons today. As the words fell, Di Lin released his breath, unreservedly, peak Golden Immortal, unexpected strength, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become an elder of the Dark Divine Hall. Next moment, Di Lin's strength, once again, rose, actually breaking through the peak of the Golden Immortal and reaching the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and stabilized at this level. Not at all just stepped into the feeling of floating uncertainty. Chu Feng could see it clearly, and his cloudy old eyes violently erupted into a stream of essence. Since this Di Lin dared to be in front of him, pretending to be a pig eating a tiger, then he would let this arrogant fellow taste the power of the Star Sword. But, as the familiar saying goes, blessings come in 2s and 3s. Di Lin, alone, exploded into a great Luo Golden Immortal. Even so, a black-robed man beside him also put his own aura, exploded out, also an early great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouse. The two raised their heads together, looking up at the Star Sword above them that was close at hand, and smiled faintly. Shatter! As soon as the words of these two great Luo Golden Immortals fell, a monstrous dark aura surged out from the two of them, finally transforming into 2 intertwined black dragons. The black dragons roared up to the sky, entangled with each other, and charged towards the Star Sword. Bang! The mighty and renowned Star Sword was immediately destroyed by the black dragon's fierce aura, and in just a few short breaths of effort, the Star Sword, which had a gorgeous body, completely disappeared and was transformed into a sky full of star points. Pust. The star sword was destroyed by an external force, and the great elder Chu Feng, with whom the mind was connected, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground, and the elders of the Star Divine Hall on the side hurried over to assist him. After Chu Feng got up, he casually wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and stared dead at Di Lin, and the black-robed man beside him. The two of you, one of you is the supreme elder of the Dark Divine Hall, and one of you has long since made a breakthrough but is deliberately suppressing your strength. Today's act will be remembered forever by my Star Divine Hall. Ha ha ha, great elder Chu Feng. I've already said that I'm just a guest. You're the one who suddenly went crazy and tried to make a move on us. We're the victims, right everyone? After Di Lin finished speaking, he ignored Chu Feng, as well as the other Star Divine Hall people, and swept over the audience with his ruthless gaze. These people who were being watched winced at what a terrible look that was. It's full of death, violence, cold blood and cruelty. Everyone who was swept into the room had their heads hanging down, not daring to look at it again. So a very strange scene appeared. A large part of the audience had their heads hanging down, leaving only a small part of the strongest people continuing to hold their heads high. Most of the people in here still didn't dare to be too arrogant. Their necks were always ready to retract immediately when they needed to. Grand Elder Chu Feng, looking at Di Lin's arrogant to the core attitude, sneered. Di Lin, don't think that just because you've entered a great Luo Golden Immortal, you're marvelous. Pay attention. This is my Star Divine Hall's territory. Ha ha, I'm really arrogant today. What's wrong? Then leave your head behind. A majestic and incomparable word rang out. Next moment, a Pique de Luo Golden Immortal's aura suddenly descended onto the Dark Divine Hall. The figures of the four black-robed men. The tremendous force directly collapsed the ground under the bodies of the four, and these four elders of the Dark Divine Hall were stuck in the center in an unbiased manner. As soon as Chu Feng raised his head, he was delighted to see that the palace master, Chen Jian, had brought Yi Jiao and also Yi Xiaoyu over, already several tens of thousands of years old. He couldn't help but cry, kneeling and bowing to Tatsuken. Elder Chu Feng, failing to stop the humiliation of the Dark Divine Hall has brought reputational repercussions to the Star Divine Hall. Chu Feng is willing to accept the chastisement. Seeing this, some of the elders beside Chu Feng also knelt down and bowed. The words willing to accept chastisement resounded endlessly in the endless sea of stars. The other forces in the audience all froze. They had long heard that there were strict hierarchies and clear rules within the Star Divine Hall, and now it seemed to be really good. God Wuyin looked at the appearance of the Qin Jian. Will be in the heart of the gulp of energy? Su Su retracted. If Di Lin them, if they dare to make a move on Chu Feng, then he, the human god temple's temple master, will not sit back and do nothing. Chen Jian came in front of Chu Feng and the others. A soft force took these people and held them up as much as he could, and then he protected Yi Jiao, Yi Xiaoyu, who was beside him, behind him, looking at those four, the Dark Divine Hall elders who were oppressed by his aura and couldn't move at all. Tatsuken snorted, relying on elixirs to forcefully increase his strength. While the outside looked fine, the inside was empty. These guys, just when they dealt with the Star Sword, they were the most powerful, and when they subsequently cast it again, there was absolutely no way they could have that power. You few, bring these 3 jade pendants and come to my Star Divine Hall. If it's to humiliate my Star Divine Hall, then you can be on your way. If it's to start a war, tell me honestly, is it your Hall Master's intention? Di Lin didn't expect that he, an early Dala Golden Immortal, would be suppressed so much by Tatsuken, who was a peak Dala Golden Immortal, although he was relying on pills, but he, of all people, did step into this realm. We have to blame these people of the Dark Divine Hall. Too stupid. Here is the star power of the most dense endless sea of stars. This person is the Stargong method. Comprehension to the extreme Star Divine Hall Master. When he made his move here, his strength was already infinitely close to that of an immortal monarch. Where were these medicinal pots? Comparable. Not talking. Ha, no talking. Then one at a time. When Tatsuken saw the people from the Dark Divine Hall, pretending to be deep in front of him, he waved his big hand, and a star power, condensed into a huge fist, quickly blasted onto the body of a black-robed man. Chapter 131. Next moment, that peak golden immortal powerhouse didn't even let out a wail before he was blasted into dregs by the Star Divine Hall's Hallmaster. This thunder single-handedly. This wasn't considered finished. Tatsuken once again waved his hand, ready to send, at any time, the second Dark Divine Hall's black-robed man on his way. Di Lin was anxious, and hurriedly said, Tatsuken Hallmaster, calm down, calm down. In fact, we came with a good gift. That jade pendant was a small test. Dylan was clear that just moving his mouth didn't do half the job. He took out a gift box, opened it, and there was a round, green-colored elixir lying inside. As soon as the elixir appeared, a strong fragrance of the elixir spread out in all directions, intoxicating those who smelled it and mesmerizing those who looked at it. This elixir was an immortal elixir, the soul-mending pill. As the name suggests, no matter what kind of trauma a person's soul has suffered, by taking this elixir, it can be restored to normal and build on the original foundation. Soul power in the mortal universe is also extremely important. The physical body is destroyed, the soul is still immortal. If the soul power is strong enough, it can completely parasitize in another person's body, or be more brutal and just take over. The kind of situation where one recultivates another physical body on their own is very rare, and too slow to compare to this kind of rapid seizure. Soul power, unfortunately, was difficult to enhance, so this soul-replenishing pill in Dylan's hand was, in no uncertain terms, comparable to the value of the ancient heroic sword. If it was an ordinary person, then he would just greedily accept it. But unfortunately for Tatsuken, he wasn't an ordinary person. The Dark Divine Hall was his mortal enemy, and he even took out those 3 jade pendants to humiliate the 3 brothers who had died fighting for the Star Divine Hall. There was no way that he, a Hall Master, could easily take this bad anger. D. Lin, do you think that this Hall Master has never seen the world? That if you take a soul-mending pill, this Palace Master will let the few of you go? No way. As the words fell, a hint of ruthlessness crossed Tatsuken's eyes, and above his head, 2 near-substantial giant fists of stars took shape. In the end, with a wave, and unrelenting momentum, it smashed against the 2 black-robed men beside Dylan. Seeing this, the 2 black-robed people who were shrouded by the aura of death, violently resisted, but there was no half-use. Under the aura of oppression, everything was futile. At this time, the Chen Jian, infinitely close to the immortal monarch, a mere early stage of a great Luo golden immortal, was no longer enough for him. Bang! Bang! 2 low muffled sounds rang out, and the 2 black-robed men beside Dylan were blasted to the point where not even crumbs remained. By the star giant fist, their soul power, which was powerless in front of the strict star power, was also torn to pieces. Dylan's group of people came in 4, and this time, he was the only one left. This kind of frustration made him gnash his teeth. Those assholes in the temple who were in charge of intelligence said that the Hall Master of the Star Temple would not show up before the ceremony started, and that the opening of the ceremony would be at least an hour later. How come Tatsuken showed up so soon? The problem now no longer allowed him to think about it, because above Tatsuken's head, another star giant fist coalesced and completed. Despite being a member of the Dark Divine Hall himself, at this point, the fear of death had caused him to lose his elder's demeanor. He cried and shouted, "Hall Master Tatsuken, I'm just following orders. If you do this, it will only cause friction between our 2 divine halls to grow more and more. Now that it's so hard to reach the peace period, if you let me go today, I'll definitely put in a good word with the Hall Master when I return." Upon hearing this, Tatsuken closed his eyes in contemplation, and a moment later, the giant fist of stars above his head slowly dissipated. Dylan's face, pale with shock, gradually recovered a trace of security. "It's good to be alive," Dylan mentally muttered. He looked up at Tatsuken. The latter's figure, in his eyes, had been extraordinarily tall, only that he would go back in a while, and would add to today's events by telling the Temple Master. He, the Dark Divine Hall, had lost 2 peak golden immortals and an early Dalit golden immortal for no reason, so he couldn't just let this anger go. Chen Jian swept back a glance at Di Lin as he brought Yi Jiao and also Yi Xiaoyu, stepping into the void and arriving on the high platform. In the audience below, immediately erupted a burst of enthusiastic applause. He pressed down slowly. Everyone doesn't need to applaud yet. According to the time, the enthronement ceremony of the Divine Son and Divine Daughter won't be opened until an hour later. I appeared on the high stage with another important matter to explain to you. As soon as Chen Jian's words fell, everyone immediately came to be interested. What was it that could make the Hall Master of the Star Divine Hall rush to say it before the ceremony? Could it be that there was going to be a temporary change? The identity of the Divine Son and Daughter? Shouldn't be. Look at the Tatsuken Hall Master beside a man and a woman. Are wearing, painted with the star graphic holy clothes. Head also wears a top. By the star power cohesion of the crown hat. To say who in here was most looking forward to Tatsuken's words? Undoubtedly, it was Di Lin, who was still pressed to the ground, who thought that it was Tatsuken who had forgotten to lift the pressure on him, and had secretly sent messages several times, which Tatsuken had ignored. Unable to do so, he had no choice but to obediently concede. The current him was the fish and meat, and the other Tatsuken Hall Master was the knife and chopper. Everyone saw clearly what the Dark Divine Hall provoked today. The Tatsuken Hall Master snapped, "My Star Divine Hall, I didn't invite these inhuman and ghostly things at all, but as a result, they came uninvited, and even took things and humiliated my Star Divine Hall. Everyone doesn't know that yesterday, because of my Star Divine Hall, some accidents happened, and Divine Son Yi Xiao left the endless star sea, and when he came back, he encountered the Dark Divine Hall's dark guards, almost got killed by these people, but fortunately, someone helped later, and the Divine Son returned unharmed. Therefore, today, I, Tatsuken, am here, as the identity of the Middle Heavenly Planet Region's Star Divine Hall's Hall Master, to formally end all those petty frictions with the Dark Divine Hall, and I, the Star Divine Hall, am going to go to war with this nemesis. Silence, deadly silence. The entire Star Ocean Plaza was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly, but unfortunately, there was no appearance of that untimely embroidery needle. Everyone was confused. The Star Divine Hall and the Dark Divine Hall. It had been almost 1,000 years since there had been a major conflict. It was basically a small friction, even one that wouldn't kill anyone, the kind of insignificant small friction. Now that the Tatsuken Hall Master directly said that he wanted to formally start a war with the Dark Divine Hall, that meant one thing. Next, it wasn't going to be a small fight, it was going to be a fight to the death. Lin was the most scared. He was still full of joy that he had taken out the soul-mending pill and this Tatsuken Hall Master would let him off the hook, but now it seemed that it was absolutely impossible. No wonder the Tatsuken Hall Master didn't lift the oppression on his body. He didn't forget, he was simply not thinking about it. Chapter 132 End of Enshrinement. Damn thing, Lin couldn't help it, spitting in a low voice, but it was those words that caused his death. As Tatsuken turned his head in a Hugh manner and looked into his kind of old face, for a moment, the moment the four eyes met, Lin panicked, and was just about to start explaining something, when a star sword quickly coalesced above Tatsuken's head. Looking at the size and texture, it was more than one level more powerful than the star sword that Grand Elder Chufeng had summoned before. With a wave of his hand, the star sword slashed fiercely at Lin, that aura that decimated everything. Even if a strong person of the great Luo Golden Immortals came, they would be scared to death. And Lin did his best to push against the endless oppression on his back, not have to no avail. That great mountain, not an ordinary man like him, could be toppled, and as he neared death, he bellowed, "The Star Divine Hall will surely die." After saying that, driving the darkness breath in his hand, he took that soul-mending pill, destroyed and eroded it, and waited until this immortal elixir turned into nothingness. The star sword also arrived in front of him. The crowd only saw a flash in front of their eyes. This Elder Dylan of the Dark Divine Hall was chopped into two halves by the star sword, and in the end, even these two halves failed to remain intact, and completely disappeared into the endless sea of stars after being eroded by the power of the stars. After resolving this annoying Dylan, Tatsuken exhaled a breath. The story in the Jade Pendant was far from over. What he was going to do next was to wipe out the Dark Divine Hall completely. Seeing that, the soul-mending pill just disappeared into the endless sea of stars. The crowd let out a slight sigh before gathering their emotions and devoting themselves to the next enthronement ceremony of the Star Divine Hall. Grand Elder Chufeng, after taking an elixir, was no longer in any serious trouble, and continued to stand at the entrance of the square to greet those guests who had arrived subsequently as well as the large and small forces. An hour later, the official start of this enthronement ceremony was actually a notice, informing the Middle Heavenly Planet domain, all the forces as well as large and small sects that he, Star Divine Hall, not only had a divine son, but also a divine daughter. After the ceremony ended, the large and small clans left the field, and Tatsuken's chief true great disciple, Nangong Jian, was still looking at Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu on the high stage, not knowing what he was thinking. Third senior brother Yuan Fong, watching his eldest senior brother's constant thoughts, couldn't help but let out a sigh. AI, eldest senior brother, I asked you to clarify this with the Hall Master before, but you didn't listen. Now it's fine. The enthronement ceremony is over, and you're here in a gloomy state, which is of no use at all. The entire Middle Heavenly Planet realm, and even other star realms, will know of Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu, and your Nangong Jian's name is destined to spread. Nangong Jian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I'm not gloomy. I'm happy for the Star Goddess Temple. Happy? Happy for what? The Palace Master has said that it's going to be a showdown with the Dark Divine Hall, and it's likely that us Immortal Realm disciples will have to go into battle. Third senior disciple, Yuan Fong, said in disbelief. Nangong Jian smiled faintly when he heard his third senior brother's question. My Star Divine Hall, with these two exceptionally gifted juniors, why would I worry about not being able to ascend to the top of the 8 divine halls? I didn't become a divine son. It's because I don't have enough talent, and I can't, because of that, be dissatisfied or critical of the Star Divine Hall. But, the third senior brother still wanted to discuss on this issue. Enough, Yuan Fong, you remember, we were brought up by the Star Divine Hall. It was the Star Divine Hall that gave us a second life. Otherwise, you and I would have long since died under those men of the Dark Divine Hall. That's it, I'm going back to rest. After saying that, Nangong Jian directly left without looking back. Yuan Fong looked at his eldest senior brother's back and let out a despondent sigh in his heart. He and Nangong Jian, both from a young age, were taken away from their families by the dog gate of the Dark Divine Temple, and that scene of blood and light, that scene of fire, he remembered it in his heart. Later, the outgoing elders of the Star Divine Hall found him and Nangong Jian, kindly took them in, and taught them the power of the stars. When Yuan Fong and Nangong Jian had strength, they went to inquire again, only to realize that their family, other than them, had no one else surviving, which meant that the two of them were orphans. From then on, they fought even harder, and in the end, Nangong Jian became the chief true great disciple, and Yuan Fong became the third senior disciple, and in the Star Divine Hall, they received unlimited respect from those disciples as well as the elders. As the saying goes, an elder brother is not like a father. Yuan Fong slowly, treating Nangong Jian as an elder brother. He knew that Nangong Jian had always wanted to become a divine son, and with more effort in recent years, he could completely succeed. Now that a Yizhou had popped up and taken away the divine son position that belonged to Nangong Jian, how could he not feel sorry for his older brother? Now, there's no use lamenting, it's over. Once he thought of this, Yuan Fong let out a long sigh and also left the square. Not far away, a peculiar man whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe licked his lips as he watched the departing figures of Nangong Jian and Yuan Fong. Eldest brother? Third senior brother? Not bad, this is a good opportunity to get close to the godson. After saying that, this black-robed man also left the square, but his direction was not the exit of the endless star sea, but Yuan Fong's residence. Yuan Fong, who had returned to his residence, still hadn't slowed down, although the hall master had made the attack on the Dark Divine Hall public, but the ones who were on the front line were definitely them, the top 10 disciples. The divine sons and daughters of the gods would be in the Star Divine Hall, receiving the most perfect inheritance, not having to personally run to the front lines, and rest assured that they would be able to raise their cultivation in the back. Hey, what a loser! Yuan Fong got up, picked up the teapot at the side and poured himself a cup of tea, drinking it while dissolving the bitterness in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Knocking on the door suddenly sounded. Yuan Fong was stunned. His character, not really good to talk to the kind. Few people come to the residence to find him. Who? Yuan Fong asked alertly. Senior brother. It's me. Nangong Jian's voice came in. As soon as he heard that it was the voice of his eldest senior brother, Yuan Fong immediately got up. Not caring that the tea juice spilled onto his robes, he took big steps forward and pulled open the door of the room. And sure enough, he saw that it was Nangong Jian, and he smiled faintly. Eldest brother is here. Rare guest please come in and advance. Nangong Jian immediately walked in, first surveyed the environment, and found that Yuan Fong, as a person, did not like luxury. The room's decorations are going to the simple style. After he saw that teapot on the table, his mind moved and he took out a tea bag from his bosom and handed it to Yuan Fong, who had been following him. In this tea bag, it contains the immortal tea given to me by the palace master himself. Drinking it refreshes the mind and helps to improve my cultivation. Hurry up and make a pot. You've worked a lot over the years. You need something good to make up for it. Yuan Fong didn't expect that his eldest senior brother would be so kind to himself that he would be willing to take out the immortal tea and share it. Chapter 133, Bitter Truth. In the Zhongtian astronomical domain, as long as the word with the immortal stained with the relationship are not ordinary things, immortal weapons or immortal medicine, are those cultivators, tend to rush to the treasure. Even the immortal tea that Nangong Jian was now taking out, that was a great treasure, enough to change one's physique and cleanse one's bone marrow. Moreover, this was given to him by his eldest senior brother. Yuan Fong had no reason to refuse, so after some tossing and turning, 2 bowls of steaming immortal tea appeared on the table. Eldest brother, come, I'll toast you. Yuan Fong picked up a cup of immortal tea and wanted to clink glasses with Nangong Jian, but Nangong Jian waved his hand and refused. No, senior brother, you drink first. Although Yuan Fong pushed back several times, Nangong Jian still didn't drink, and even in the end, lost his temper. I worked hard to visit you and give you immortal tea, not for me to enjoy my happiness. Good senior brother, drink it seriously. Senior brother, I still have quite a lot there. Hearing this, Yuan Fong's eyes surged a touching. Big senior brother is too good to him, so Yuan Fong is not polite at all. The 2 cups of immortal tea, a drink. It wasn't enjoyable. He drank several more cups. Didn't eldest brother like him? Then he would let the eldest brother fulfill this wish. But drinking, Yuan Fong found something wrong. The star power in his body, the flow is getting slower and slower. The whole person's consciousness is also getting heavier and heavier, as if in the next moment, he is going to fall asleep. He shot up and once again drank 2 cups of immortal tea in an attempt to refresh his mind. which in turn accelerated the progress of the coma. He looked at Nangong Jian and frowned. Eldest senior brother, what you gave me, it wouldn't be expired immortal tea, would it? Ha ha ha. Nangong Jian suddenly laughed up to the sky. The hallowed third senior brother of the Star Divine Hall is actually such a stupid pig. What you have taken is not some immortal tea, but the body-shattering tea that our hall master personally ground. Hall master? Yuan Fong murmured in a low voice. In the next moment, it dawned on him that Nangong Jian had not come to his residence to look for him for decades, and between the two of them, there was nothing important, much less a special trip for the sake of delivering an immortal tea. He fiercely stood up, but as a result, he exerted too much force, coupled with his body, as if there were ants biting it. Yuan Fong, who was in the late stage of true immortal, fell to the ground, completely unable to move. Who the hell are you? Yuan Fong endured the pain and issued a question. Nangong Jian didn't hide it and directly tore off his disguise. A strange figure with antlers and bull's eyes and a face full of hair appeared in front of Yuan Fong. You're the third elder bitter truth of the harmonious divine hall? Yuan Fong said in shock after seeing the face clearly. Ha ha, smart, doesn't seem to be stupid enough. Why are you doing this? My Star Divine Hall has no beef with you, and I haven't messed with you. Bitter Truth smiled sinisterly when he heard that. I always do things without reasons. Don't worry, the effects of the body-shattering tea are very powerful. After an hour, you will be reduced to a puddle of blood, unless you are a great Luo Golden Immortal. Otherwise, don't think about living. Ha ha ha. The bitter and genuine laughter that fell on Yuan Fong's ears was so harsh. He looked at this strange person and suddenly thought of something. Bitter really wanted to impersonate him and trick the divine son and divine daughter into trusting him, thus depriving the other party of their bloodline and, if possible, being able to lay a deadly hand on eldest senior brother. What a vicious tactic. As soon as he thought of this, Yuan Fong immediately screamed at the top of his voice. Quickly come someone, here, bang. Before the third disciple of the Star Divine Hall, Yuan Fong could even get his words out, his throat was shattered by Bitter Truth's palm, and he could no longer make a single sound. It's been 5 days since that enthronement ceremony ended. On the Star Divine Hall's side, it gathered back all the elders and disciples from the outer sects, and issued a mobilization for them to declare war, ready, at any time, to launch an attack on the Dark Divine Hall. On the side of the Dark Divine Hall, it was also ready. Anyway, it had already torn its face, so it was better not to act. The same as the Star Divine Hall, summoning all the elders and disciples back. A showdown between the divine halls was about to take place, and under this premise of wind and rain, a cultivation ground in the endless star sea was peaceful. In the cultivation field, Yi Jiao and also Yi Xiaoyu had been cultivating here for 5 whole days, with very few breaks in between. And old ancestor Yi Duan went to the Eastern Star region with the human divine hall's hall master, Shan Wuyin. It was necessary to go there and find old ancestor Yi Ling Tian to see if he had a way to undo Tinger's special physique problem. Just because there were no strong people around Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu didn't mean there were none in the shadows. Not far away, there were 2 peak golden immortal strongmen, staring at Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu with a deadly stare. Their next task, the 2 elders, was not to go into battle and kill the enemy or comprehend the power of the stars, but to do what they could to protect the divine son and daughter of God. Little lack, little rain, tired? A man's voice rang out, and the 2 elders who were hiding in the shadows fixed their eyes on the fact that it was the third senior brother of their Star Divine Hall's top 10 disciples, Yuan Fong. They let their guard down, and these days, this guy, from time to time, comes around and makes nice with the divine sons and daughters. They've been used to it for a long time. Yi Xiao saw Yuan Fong coming and immediately ran over happily. Every time they rested, they could see Yuan Fong. This senior brother was already their spiritual example. Yuan Fong smiled faintly. Ha ha, you 2 little gluttons. You want to eat my immortal grass again, don't you? Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu lowered their heads. Their eyes glittered with light. The temptation of the immortal herb brought to them by Yuan Fong was too great. Not only could it enhance their strength, it was also particularly delicious. It's the best in the immortal world. 100 times better than those snacks and stuff. Yuan Fong followed the usual practice and took out a few immortal herbs for them. Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu were overjoyed when they saw them and immediately picked them up and ate them. Yuan Fong smiled faintly. Actually, these immortal herbs, I found them in a place, and it's right here in our endless star sea. How about I, third senior brother, take the 2 of you to have a look? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu was the first to agree. It's in the endless star sea? Great, I must go. Yi Lak also couldn't stop nodding his head. Not going out of the endless star sea, that meant that it was safe enough. Third senior brother, please take us there. When we reach your realm in the future, we'll give you immortal grass to eat every day. Yuan Fong stroked his non-existent beard and laughed up at the sky. Fine, then we're ready to go out. but I'm going to go say hi to two people. Ah, hello? Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu froze at the same time. Without responding, Yuan Fong got up and went to the edge of a cliff not far away, bending his head low. The two Lord Protector Elders, disciple Yuan Fong, seeing the Divine Son and Divine Daughter, have been immersed in cultivation in recent days, and I've just heard that the two have a desire to relax. Disciple wishes to carry the Divine Son and Divine Daughter to visit a treasure mirror within my endless star sea. I beg you two elders to agree. Chapter 134, the original revealed. Silence, deadly silence. Yuan Fong wasn't in a hurry either. These two old men had heard the conversation he had just had with the Divine Son and Divine Daughter. A few moments later, a low voice rang out, "Can you tell me the exact address?" Nebula Lake. Yuan Fong said faintly, "There isn't any immortal grass here. Are you teasing the Divine Son and Daughter?" A voice said with some anger. Yuan Fong waved his hand slightly. Immortal grass is naturally in the hands of disciples. When the time comes to make up a reason, casually placed in the lake can be relaxation. Why bother to talk so much? After hesitating, the two elders opened their mouths and agreed. Yes, the two of us will follow along. Yuan Fong bowed once more and turned his head to leave. It was just that as he left, you could clearly see that there was a sinister look in his eyes. In the next moment, the viciousness dissipated, leaving only a vain show of compassion. Little lack, little rain, let's go. After Yuan Fong finished speaking to the Divine Son and Goddess, he took the initiative to fly towards the far side. Yi Xiaoyu and Yi Jiao followed closely behind. They could all step into the air. It was just that their speed would be slower. Nowadays, Yi Jiao had successfully broken through the Nirvana realm and reached the Heavenly King realm. Yi Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had reached the Emperor realm, and the next step would be the Zunshi realm, a realm that was the highest realm in the Great Xia Kingdom when she was a child. Whether it was a high-powered council of elders or the leader of the dragon team, they were all in this realm. If it wasn't for the later tidal wave of spirit veins coming early, I'm afraid that the Great Xia's venerable masters would still be the highest realm, not the martial saints that came after them. 1 hour later, Yuan Fong and the Divine Son and Divine Daughter managed to stop by the Nebula Lake. The so-called Nebula Lake is, by the power of the stars, condensed lake, because the lake water from time to time lifted up like a cloud, so named. After Yuan Fong came down, he made up a random excuse that there was immortal grass at the bottom of the lake and he needed to go down into the lake. Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu, on the one hand, thought that this was the endless star sea, and there were two protector elders, inspecting from the shadows, so no major problems would occur. On the one hand, thinking that this senior brother Yuan Fong, towards the two of them, was really friendly, they directly followed Yuan Fong and jumped into the lake. When those two Lord Protector Elders saw it, although they wanted to stop them, it was too late. The trio's figures had already disappeared, so they simply relaxed. The bottom of the lake they have been to, ordinary, nothing special. The Divine Son and Daughter of the gods and goddesses to seriously cultivate, have broken through a large realm. It is normal to let them relax and have some fun. The star power in the lake was not a thing at all for Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu, and even had a warm and pleasant feeling. The Yuan Fong in front of him, it would be difficult. From time to time, he had to dispel the power of the stars beside him, very afraid of the entry of those things into the body. Third senior brother, why are you so scared? This star power is exceptionally pure. Absorbing it has many benefits. Why are you so resistant? There are so many benefits. I almost revealed myself because of these things. Yuan Fong cursed in his heart. The real Yuan Fong, who had died 5 days ago, and the Yuan Fong who appeared in front of Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu now, was a disguise by bitter truth using the divine skill of diversion. This kind of divine power could not only replicate the original owner's face and breath, even the gong method, voice and memories could be copied partially. The disadvantage was that it consumed too much immortal energy and would cause some damage to the foundation. If it wasn't for bitter truth, who had set up a formation at the bottom of this nebula lake in advance, which could be 100% captured, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to disguise himself with the divine skill of shifting. Right now, facing Yi Xiaoyu's question, bitter truth snorted and explained, I've been cultivating lately, and I'm a bit distracted, and the star power here, which is too pure, has a certain effect on me. Oh, Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu answered at the same time, not suspecting this third senior brother's head. Soon, the three people reached the bottom of the lake, and Yuan Fong led the two Yi family descendants to the center of a lake, where they simply sat down, and then, like a magic trick, they touched a few immortal grasses from the side of a rock at the bottom of the lake. Seeing this scene, Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu immediately applauded in celebration. Yuan Fong faintly smiled and threw it to the two of them. Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu didn't think much about it and took it and put it on their mouths, chewing profusely, looking hungry. In fact, it was not their fault. Immortal herbs were already rare. eating them could strengthen their energy, and these days, the immortal herbs given to them by Yuan Fang were all coated with secret medicines. Otherwise, how could they be so delicious? After Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu finished eating these immortal herbs, Yuan Fang slightly closed his eyes, and Yi Xiaoyu took the lead in speaking. Third senior brother, are you going to let us cultivate here? I see that the star power here is extraordinarily pure. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fang smiled but did not answer. His mouth kept muttering. At the end of the day, he bellowed, "Up!" As the words fell, at the center of the lake, a formation suddenly surfaced, and on the formation, all sorts of runes, crisscrossing across, outlined a complex pattern. In the next moment, the three of them were simultaneously covered by the powerful force of the formation, and under the suppression of this force, the breath in Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu's bodies began to be uncontrollably disordered. Trying to drive the power to suppress it instead increased the disorder. The duo, with horrified faces, looked at the third senior brother who still had his eyes closed. What was the latter doing driving this formation for no reason? Ha ha ha, Yuan Fang had opened his eyes. Thanks to the two of you, you are the divine sons and daughters that Tetsukan personally named. But I didn't expect your brains to be so stupid. Yi Xiaoyu was immediately alert and chirped. You're not third senior brother. Who the hell are you? Ha ha ha, I'm certainly not the even more stupid Yufeng. It's just a matter of letting you all have an impression of me before you die. It's a good thing I did. After speaking, Yuan Fang covered his face, and a moment later, what reappeared was not that familiar face, but an ugly face with long hair, and antlers and bull's eyes. Extra creepy. You're the third elder bitter truth of the harmonious divine hall? Yilak lost his voice. Previously, when they were admitted into the Star Divine Hall, Grand Elder Chu Feng had introduced them to the current powers of the several divine halls as well as the elders. Yi Jiao was interested in these and took note of them. Unexpectedly, he happened to encounter one today, and this time, his heart sank to the bottom, because Grand Elder Chu Feng, when introducing this bitter true, commented so. This person is ruthless and likes to take other people's bloodlines, as well as valuable artifacts. Even though he is at the early Dala Golden Immortal stage of cultivation, when he bursts out at full strength, he is comparable to the late Dala Golden Immortal stage, and even the Grand Elder of the Harmonious Divine Hall is quite scornful of him. Yi Xiaoyu saw the gloom and despair on Yi Jiao's face. She wanted to drive the power of the stars and leave the bottom of the lake, and realized that she, herself, couldn't even get up. Chapter 135, Seizing the Power of the Bloodline. Two honorable divine sons and daughters. This formation is our Harmonious Divine Hall, a siege formation specialized in trapping those prey, not to mention the two of you. Even if a great Luo Golden Immortal came, you wouldn't be able to escape, not to mention buggering off in front of me. A great Luo Golden Immortal, do you have that chance? After hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu made an immediate decision, took out a purple jade cylinder, snapped it, and crushed it, and after the jade cylinder was crushed, it immediately sent out a burst of spatial fluctuations. However, under the suppression of the formation, the fluctuations only traveled out a few meters and disappeared without a trace. Now, the two Yi family juniors were really scared. When they were in the Great Xia, they had never been so scared even when they faced the 10,000 clans, even when they faced ferocious foreign beasts, because at that time, they could still fight. At this moment at the bottom of the Nebula Lake, not only were they suppressed by the formation, but their opponents were also top-tier powerhouses from the mid-heaven astral domain. This feeling of powerlessness made them very desperate. Knowing people, perhaps they should have realized long ago that this third senior brother, who frequently delivered earnestness, was not a good person. Well, you don't have to despair too much, just avoid me when you reincarnate. After Bitter Truth had finished mocking Yi Yu and Yi Xiaoyu, he stopped talking and put the chi in his body, mobilized it. This formation would not work for him. It could be well shielded from the fights as well as the fluctuations within the Chen Fa. Although he wanted to tease the descendants of the Yi family, once he thought about this place, or the endless sea of stars, he planned to make it quick. Get over here for the old man. Bitter Truth raised his hand towards Yi Jiao. A suction force immediately erupted from his hand. Yi Jiao's entire body uncontrollably moved towards Bitter Truth's side. No matter how he resisted, it didn't work half the time. He once again drove the power in his body, but it was still useless. The strength of the Heavenly King realm was just a mole cricket here. Snap! Yi Jiao's neck was thus pinched by Bitter Truth, who looked at Yi Jiao, whose face was constantly reddening, and laughed. Divine Son, don't blame me. Your bloodline power is too delicious. I can't help but do it. Let go of my big brother. Yi Xiaoyu's petulant voice came out, and in the next moment, unable to drive the power in her body, she simply relied on the strength of her physical body, picked up the stones on the ground, and threw them at Bitter Truth. As a result, the stone fell without even being thrown in front of Bitter Truth. Bitter Truth didn't like this insulting action. With a move of his other hand, the same suction force was released and Yi Xiaoyu was also choked by Bitter Truth. Looking at the left and right hands, Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu who kept struggling against it, Bitter Truth laughed up at the sky and slowly came to the center of the formation. This formation not only could suppress the enemy's aura, but it could also complete the grafting ceremony. And this time, the ones to be grafted were the bloodlines of 2 Yi family members. Bitter Truth closed his eyes and began to mutter a set of ancient incantations that were used to take over bloodlines. Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu were strangled. They couldn't say anything at all, and judging from their increasingly purple faces, death was not far away from them. At the same time, at the dantian of the two people, a strange red mass began to bulge. That was their bloodline power, which was intent on breaking out of their bodies under the blessing of Bitter Truth's incantation, transferred to the Bitter Truth that summoned them. Bitter Truth opened his eyes, the incantation still being chanted, and as he looked at the 2 clusters of bloodline power, in his eyes, a hint of excitement and greed flashed. This bloodline power was more powerful than any bloodline he had ever seen in the mid-heaven astral domain. If one's transplantation was successful, then breaking through to the peak of a great Luo golden immortal, or even an immortal monarch, was entirely possible. At that time, it would only be a few years before he took a step further and broke through to immortal king, directly becoming the strongest person in the central heavenly planet region. At the thought, Bitter Truth leaned back and laughed. The incantation was interrupted by this laughter, but the ritual had already begun and could be performed automatically without the incantation being added. Just then, Bitter Truth detected a hint of danger, and when the faces of the divine sons and daughters turned purple, a destructive aura began to appear within their bodies. If this aura descended, I'm afraid that no one in the middle heavenly planet realm would be able to withstand it. Bitter Truth immediately put Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu through aside, that the breath of destruction only gradually dissipated. Bitter Truth at this time the back has been wet with cold sweat. He had just been facing that aura straight on, and it was so terrifying when it was inside the Yi family. If it really erupted, he didn't even need to suspect that the entire nebula lake would be destroyed by that breath, and even the entire endless star sea would cease to exist. Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu, when they were thrown by Bitter Truth like this, the suffocating sensation that arose from being strangled grew stronger and stronger. Finally, both men passed out at the same time. The prohibition in the body gradually subsided. The probability was that it would automatically subside after thinking that the host was safe. Bitter Truth took a deep breath and took out a set of specialized formation flags and puppets. Next, he would slowly, step by step, transfer the bloodline power from the duo to the puppets, and then to himself. This would not count as directly endangering the divine son and divine daughter, and that terrifying prohibition would not befall him. Just as he was holding the formation flag, intending to drive the puppet in doing so, he realized that the formation flag actually couldn't move. He craned his head to see that on the flagpole, at some point, there was an extra hand. Looking up, a young man wearing a green shirt with long flowing hair appeared in front of Bitter Truth, and his pupils contracted violently as he quickly let go of the formation flag and retreated dozens of paces away. This person's appearance was unmoved, and with the formation still functioning, it was impossible not to detect this person's appearance. There were only 2 explanations. One was that this person was a ghost, and the other was that this person was so powerful that he couldn't even be detected by the formation. Who are you? Bitter Truth colorfully said. Yi Ling Tian looked at Bitter Truth's incomparably ugly face and said indifferently, daring to take the bloodline of this emperor's descendant, you are also the first person in this 10,000 universes. Bitter Truth froze for a moment. This emperor? This person claimed to be the honored emperor? Could it be that he is an immortal emperor? But in the immortal realm, aren't there many restrictions? Don't they allow people from the immortal realm to come down to the mortal realm? Damn the heavens, why don't they care about that? On the surface, Yi Ling Tian was ancient and unperturbed, but in reality, he was infuriated beyond measure. For the first time, when the forbidden system in Yi Jiao's body rioted, he had sensed it in the immortal realm. Now there was another riot, and it was Yi Jiao, Yi Xiaoyu, rioting together. Then where could Yi Ling Tian tolerate it? He quickly came to the sensing point and discovered that it was an ugly monster that wanted to extract the bloodline power of his descendants. Which power are you from? Yi Ling Tian opened his mouth to inquire. Bitter Truth gulped as he was certain that this handsome fellow was not a ghost, but an actual individual. Chapter 136. The result was already clear. This green-shirted man was most likely an immortal emperor, therefore his shifting formation could not be detected, and the 2 protector elders on the lake could not be detected either. This lord, Bitter Truth suddenly knelt down. I had eyes that did not recognize Tai, and accidentally offended your juniors. I am incomparably remorseful in my heart. and I will definitely not do this again in the future. Here, I have 2 soul-mending pills. Give them to the Divine Son and Divine Daughter to eliminate the secret medicine in the immortal grass. After saying that, Bitter Truth respectfully took out 2 soul-mending pills and placed them in front of himself, waiting for Yi Ling Tian to come and take them. Yi Ling Tian was, however, not even looking at this kind of thing. With a wave of his big hand, Bitter Truth's whole person, by a terrifying force, was pressed underneath his body, completely unable to move. His 2 antlers, which had been cut to the point of being, well, completely invisible. Blood was in the wound, gurgling out. Ah, my antlers! When the antlers were completely cut off, Bitter Truth let out a mournful scream. The antlers of the 9 Pantheon Divine Deer had already fused with him and was a part of his body. Anyone would cry out in pain and eat pain. I asked you which power you belong to. What are you doing with 2 broken pills? Yi Ling Tian's non-angry voice came out. Bitter Truth was too frightened to raise his voice and shivered. My lord, I'm sorry. I deserve to die. I'm the 3rd elder of the Shadow Clan, and this time I've been ordered by the Patriarch of the Shadow Clan to come and dig up the bloodline power of the Divine Son and Divine Daughter. Yi Ling Tian shook his head, a trace of viciousness crossing his eyes. Aren't you the 3rd elder of the Harmony Divine Hall? How did you become the 3rd elder of the Shadow Clan? Bitter Truth was inwardly shocked. This fellow clearly saw his identity. Why did he ask more than necessary? Could it be that this guy is trying to trick me? Yi Ling Tian could see his mind. Walking up to Bitter Truth, he said indifferently, of course I'm not fooling you, but after asking you, my heart will be a little more solid when I go to exterminate the harmonious Divine Hall. Not so much that it feels like it's killing people indiscriminately. Hearing this, Bitter Truth was completely convinced that this person in front of him was the strength of an immortal emperor. Damn heaven's way, so relaxed about dimensional control, right? My lord, I am indeed a member of the Harmony Divine Hall, but the people within the Divine Hall do not allow me to, and Feng said that I am a member of the Shadow Clan. Yi Ling Tian laughed. A mere great Luo golden immortal, still pretending to be deaf and dumb in front of me, right? This shifting formation, and this soul-invoking flag, do you think that this emperor doesn't know what it's for? Bitter really didn't expect that this strong person, even his own formation, and the soul-invoking flag, would be able to correctly say it. This, who the hell is this? Just now, he said that the Divine Son and Divine Daughter were his descendants. Could it be that this person was not the Yi family's immortal realm ancestor? At the thought of this, the Bitter Truth feel that they today is more evil than good. Directly from the waist of the Qin Kuan bag, the treasures they searched for all contribute as the harmonized Divine Hall. The infamous 3rd elder, Bitter Truly's collection was, not to say, not rich. Immortal artifacts, immortal dawn, and even immortal tea were all available. The immortal tea here, of course, was not the body-shattering tea that was given to you and Feng before, but was a genuine immortal tea, the kind that could nourish the spirit and strengthen the essence after drinking it. My lord, these are all the things that the villain, over the years, has searched for, and they are definitely insignificant to you, my lord, but these, for the Divine Son and Daughter of God, or the other descendants of your Yi family, are definitely a great help. Yi Ling Tian swept his gaze over those items and felt that this Bitter Truth was not wrong. There were many things that even a great Luo golden immortal would be moved by. Unfortunately, this foolish fellow didn't know that the one standing in front of him wasn't any immortal emperor, but the 9 heavenly emperors of the chaotic realm of the endless universe. A single wineglass in his 9 heavenly palaces is worth more than these bits and pieces on the ground. These things, in his eyes, are not worth mentioning. The heart of wanting to live is very strong. Yi Ling Tian snorted. However, you won't have a chance in this life. Wait for your next life. Have a good reincarnation, and don't run into me or the descendants of my Yi family. That's one more good thing I've done. Hearing these familiar words, Bitter Truth froze slightly. Wasn't this what he, himself, had said to the Divine Son and Divine Daughter earlier? At that time, he was full of confidence, feeling that this was bound to succeed, and the power of the bloodline would, inevitably, be transferred to him. It was only then that Feng would say that kind of words to Yizhou. Yi Xiaoyu. Unexpectedly, the time has come. The previous cat became the current mouse. Bitter Truth looked at Yi Ling Tian's right hand that was slowly lifting up. Couldn't help but say, my lord, I'm wrong. Once again I won't dare anymore. Please. Bang. Yi Ling Tian didn't wait for this ugly fellow to finish. His right hand clenched and an invisible fluctuation spread out. This famous Bitter Truth elder, his whole body exploded in blood and died. The blood in the original place was absorbed by the rich star power around him, and in a few blinks of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. Yi Ling Tian suddenly looked towards the edge of the formation and let out a faint smile. The suction power of his right hand skyrocketed, and a soul body, which was extremely weak, was held in Yi Ling Tian's hand. You don't really think that, with this emperor's strength, you can't pinch your soul body, do you? Previously, only destroying your physical body was to see if your soul body would come back to you. Now it seems to be very disappointing to me. You actually dare to try to escape. As the words fell, Bitter Truth wanted to cry. Whatever he did, he would be recognized by this man. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel that this person, was he not in the immortal world, also the strongest of the bunch? Suddenly, Yiling Tian's big hand fiercely pressed on Bitter Truth's soul, and Bitter Truth immediately let out a burst of wailing as he felt that there was an iron pincer that ruthlessly clamped down on his head. 1 minute later, Yiling Tian threw the soul body in his hand, the bitter true intentions, and the remnants of his soul, all of them were expelled by him, leaving only this incomparably pure soul sphere. Stabbing, he split the soul sphere in two, holding one in each of his left and right hands. He came in front of Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu, and pressed the soul orbs, slowly, into their heavenly soul covers. Halftime, Yi Xiaoyu was the first to wake up, and after opening his eyes, reflexively, he went to look at his big brother Yi Jiao, and realized that the other party was still beside him, and sleeping soundly, with no injuries, no blood, and no limbs mutilated. She exhaled softly and looked up to survey her surroundings, unexpectedly found that not far away, there was a figure in a green shirt. The figure's back was turned to him. She couldn't see the details, but she was 100% sure that this person was definitely not Bitter Truth. The latter's evil aura was out of place with the power of the stars here. Senior, I, Yi Xiaoyu, goddess of the Star Divine Hall, thank you for saving my life. Oh, the figure didn't turn around and was surprised. Why do you know that I was the one who saved the two of you? The figure's voice, which was relatively low, was not as clear as the old ancestors. Chapter 137, Harmonization Divine Hall. A trace of gloom flashed in Yi Xiaoyu's eyes. She had thought that it was the old ancestor who had stepped in and rescued her and her big brother. Now it seems likely that it is not. Back to Senior. Xiaoyu observed the surroundings and did not find Elder Bitter Truth's aura, and the formation above his head, too, disappeared out of thin air. Senior appeared here again in a calm manner. If Xiaoyu is still unable to guess, I'm afraid she'll fail to live up to her name as a goddess. Since you know it's the goddess, still trusting others so rashly. This sentence, the green-shirt figure spoke in an extraordinarily low voice, turning around in a huff, a bit of anger hanging on his face. After seeing the figure's face, Yi Xiaoyu let out a loud cry. Elder Ancestor? At that moment, she immediately got up, to go and hug the old ancestor, to tell about her experience with her big brother, being bullied by the Bitter Truth. She had just gotten up, when she suddenly remembered that the old ancestor had criticized her. Criticizing her? Why did she trust others so rashly? If it wasn't for the old ancestor stepping in, I'm afraid that she and big brother would really be in dire straits. Although she felt a protective restraint within her body at the last moment, she could not guarantee that this restraint would not protect her and her big brother's well-being. In case he couldn't protect it, then he, the descendant of the Yi family, was purely a joke. The Yi family members of Dasha could all be looking forward to her and Yi Jiao's return as kings. After all, the two of them had their old ancestor's pure heavenly emperor bloodline. It was the old ancestor who had admired the most talented junior of the Yi family. Tic-tac-toe. The more Yi Xiaoyu thought about it, the more ashamed she became, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. It landed on the bottom of the lake and made a crisp sound before being stirred into nothingness by the power of the stars. This cry will be completely unable to collect. Large tears, like a broken line of pearls, keep falling. Yi Xiaoyu's entire delicate body is also followed along with the trembling. It looks as if a tender flower in the storm. Sister, don't cry, I'm actually to blame this time. A big hand suddenly pressed on Yi Xiaoyu's cheek, gently wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes. Yi, you might have just woken up, or might have woken up a long time ago. Otherwise, he would have inevitably cheered the arrival of the old ancestor just like Yi Xiaoyu. Since he didn't, it was likely that, when Yi Xiaoyu woke up, he also woke up and just kept pretending to be asleep. The purpose was to spy on that green-shirt figure, whether it was a foe or a friend. If it was a friend, everything was fine. If it was a foe, then wait for him to get close, and then give him, by himself, a surprise move. Whether it works or not, that courage, he, the big brother, must have. Yi Xiaoyu saw that Yi Jiao woke up, and took her hand, wiping her tears, and took the initiative to throw herself into her big brother's arms and let out a loud cry. Yiling Tian saw the scene of siblings embracing each other and said helplessly, the two of you are the Yi family juniors who possess my heavenly emperor bloodline, and this time, it's obvious that you were too hasty. As the words fell, Yiling Tian's figure flickered and arrived in front of the duo's deep body, faintly saying, you guys sense your bodies. The two saw the old ancestor's face. There was no longer that sneer of blame, and immediately packed up the lost emotions in their hearts. No longer self-condemnation. After sensing the inside of their bodies for a few moments, the two men spoke out at the same time. Our soul power? Yi Ling Tian slowly nodded his head. Yes, your cultivation levels, even though you haven't even reached the exalted realm. I've already taken Bitter Truth's soul power and extracted it. After culling it clean, it was split in two and implanted in your bodies, and your soul power is now at the lower immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the two juniors immediately bowed to Yi Ling Tian and thanked the old ancestor. Yi Ling Tian slightly waved his hand. It's nothing, it's just a matter of me waving my hand. But you two, you'll have to fight for me. I don't want to see anything like this in the future. Good. Yi Lak and Yi Xiaoyu nodded at the same time. Learning from their mistakes, they will definitely learn from their experience this time and will not make the same mistake again. Yi Ling Tian also took some of the immortal products that Bitter Truth had taken out earlier, and brought them over, handing them to the two Yi family descendants. These are all Bitter True treasures. You can just accept them directly. If your hall master asks, just answer truthfully. He knows Yi Chen's strength, so naturally he will be able to project my strength as well. Then, old ancestor, where are you going? Yi Xiaoyu had stopped crying and said with concern. Yi Ling Tian laughed. Where to? The people from the Harmonious Divine Hall want to take the bloodline power of my Yi family's descendants, so I definitely have to go and break it off with them. You two are too weak. Otherwise, I'd let you two go on. After speaking, Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu simultaneously lowered their heads. The old ancestor's words were not wrong in the slightest. Although they were highly talented, they were still too weak. Alright, cultivate at ease. Improve your strength as much as possible. And if there's anything, promptly explain it to those two Lord Protector elders. And don't feel that you don't feel free just because people are watching you. Both of you, even if you are Earth Immortals, I can make you have the ability to fight over two ranks, but unfortunately you are not yet. Never mind, that's too much to say. I'll go first. Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu, still wanting to say some more words of retention, saw the old ancestor's gradually blurring figure, and then combined it with the fact that, next, the old ancestor was going to avenge the two of them. The two knelt down in unison, kneeling to thank old ancestor Yi Ling Tian who had helped them out of their life and death predicament. Inside a deep forest, all sorts of strange creatures running around. Here and there were magic sharks with long legs. There were also humans with 8 arms, and there were also giant elephants with wings from Genshin. Once the wings unfolded, it was thousands of feet away, truly achieving a small part of the world to cover the sky and the sun. The strength of these strange creatures was also extremely terrifying. They were actually all at the true immortal realm. That giant elephant was already at the peak of the true immortal realm, and was on the verge of reaching the golden immortal realm. But none of them dared to approach the towering hall in the center, because this hall was clearly the middle heavenly planet domain, the harmonious divine hall of the 8 divine halls. Right now, the atmosphere in the hall was a bit heavy, and the hall master, Joe Blade, looking at Bitter Truth's shattered soul jade cylinder, couldn't help but frown as he chided the several figures on the hall. Go and investigate. Give me a good investigation. Who on earth is so bold? Dare to make a move against my harmony divine hall? An old man with hair and beard, all of which were already white, respectfully said in the main hall. Hall master, a few of us know the strength of Bitter True very well. Although he is at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, he can reach the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage with a full outburst. And he transplanted but the antlers of the 9 spectral deer and the bull's eyes of the charging mad bull. It adds even more to his fight. Temple Master Joe Blade said unhappily. Grand Elder, what do you mean by all this? Is it to sit back and watch the others massacre the elders of my Harmony Fusion Divine Hall? Chapter 138, The Great Change. The Grand Elder smiled as he stroked his beard and shook his head. Of course not. The purpose of me saying this is to tell the Palace Master that the one who struck out against Bitter Truth was probably not someone from the central heavenly planet realm, but someone from the immortal realm. What? When these words came out, not only the Hall Master, but several other elders who were still on the hall, spoke out. People from the immortal realm. Are you kidding me? The immortal realm and the mortal realm have restrictions. Someone who comes down from the immortal realm will be bound by the heavenly Tao of the mortal realm, forcing him to return to his own realm. Are you senile, Grand Elder? Don't want to help avenge your own elders? The Grand Elder knew exactly what these people were thinking and slowly said, Bitter True this person. I have dealt with him the most. 4 people is ruthless a little, but he does things. More stable insurance. If it was someone from my central heavenly planet region that laid a deadly hand on him, then he would definitely send the image of that person, with the help of soul fluctuations, back to the soul jade cylinder, so that we can see clearly who actually laid a hand on him. But this time, the soul jade cylinder, there is no image at all. indicating that the person who struck out was far too strong for Bitter Truth to intercept the latter's silent soul fluctuations. Someone who can resolve a great Luo Golden Immortal like this is not yet available in my Midheaven astral domain, although there are Immortal King powerhouses in the Divine Hall and in some of the hidden clans, but once they make a move, it has to be this power, facing life and death, before they will make a move, and they will not expose themselves for the sake of a great Luo Golden Immortal Elder at all. After the Grand Elder's flurry of analysis, everyone was nodding in agreement. It was right. If anyone else, even the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it would be impossible to strangle Bitter Truth. Silently, it seems that the people of the Harmony Divine Hall, despite their ugly appearance and disgusting gestures, are still quite smart. A thunderous voice suddenly sounded outside the hall and rumbled into the great hall. Temple Master Joe Blade, and a few other elders, were startled at the same time. There was a spatial boundary around the 20 miles of their Harmony Divine Hall. Who was this person who spoke? Why didn't the space boundary warn us when we came in? As soon as he thought of this, Hallmaster Joe Blade took the lead and took the initiative to leave the hall, coming outside the hall to see the person who had made the ungracious noise. That person, stepping above the void, with an ancient green shirt and long flowing hair, just stood there. Although in volume, it was insignificant, but it gave people the feeling that this person could completely cover the mountains and rivers with one finger, and overturn the Qiankuan with one hand. Joe Blade knew that this person, being able to silently appear here, meant that his strength was definitely above that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Even if it was a peak great Luo Golden Immortal who wanted to come in, the spatial boundary would fluctuate. Earlier, one of the human Divine Hall's supreme elders, wanting to avenge his disciple who had been killed by the harmonized Divine Hall, came in, alone, secretly. Still, he was discovered by that spatial boundary, and ended up dying from the siege of the Joe Blade Hallmaster, as well as several elders. I'm the Temple Master Joe Blade of the Harmonious Fusion Divine Hall. I don't know what this friend has come for. Yiling Tian smiled faintly and said, for the sake of, it's the matter that you guys discussed in the hall earlier. As the words fell, Joe Blade, as well as several Divine Hall elders, their pupils shrunk violently. Here it came. This culprit who had killed Elder Bitter Truth had come. Moreover, he came alone without any other helpers. But how strong this person was, even Joe Blade, who was at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, couldn't catch it. When he took the initiative to detect, he only felt that the space where the other party was, had no fluctuations, as if Yiling Tian did not exist. Yiling Tian looked at these few, who still looked like human beings, and laughed out loud. There's no need to guess. This emperor is indeed not from the mortal realm. However, he's not from the immortal realm either, and this time he's come to your Harmonious Divine Hall for a very simple purpose. You have learned about the Pantheon before, haven't you? This time, you will end up like them. As soon as Yiling Tian's words were finished, several of Joe Blade's faces changed drastically. The news that the Underworld Divine Hall had been overthrown by a mysterious force, the entire Midheaven astral domain was aware of it. Listening to the words of this green-shirted man, he was the one who had destroyed the Underworld Divine Hall. Now, Joe Blade, the Temple Master of the Hirong Divine Hall, no longer dared to be arrogant and greeted the void, bowing and saying, this senior, the third elder of my harmonized Divine Hall, Bitter Truth, is ruthless, and we also see him as unpleasant, and we wish to expel the rise within this year, by killing Bitter Truth. Senior was completely seeking peace for the cultivators of the Middle Heavenly Planet Realm. For the sake of the cultivators of the Middle Heavenly Planet Realm, we, the Harmonious Divine Hall, will not pursue this in any way. I have quite a few immortal pills as well as weapons on my side. If Senior doesn't mind, feel free to take them. Leave it to your own descendants, or any other power. Yiling Tian stroked his chin and smiled faintly. He had to say that this Joe Blade and Bitter True are all one and the same. After thinking about not being able to beat him, directly softening, with a mouthful of seniors, he was also willing to give away the immortal-type treasures he had accumulated over the years. Quite sensible, but unfortunately, Bitter Truly's goal was to seize the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline, which he had no way of forgiving. And when he was inside the Great Hall, he personally heard the conversation between the Joe Blade Hall Master and those elders. Now you want to back out? Oh, I Yiling Tian is the Emperor of the Nine Heavens. If I am fooled by you stinking fish and shrimp, the news will be sent back, and I will not be laughed to death by those disciples of mine. Yiling Tian stopped babbling, and with a wave of his hand, a torrent of seven-colored energy immediately swept out from the surroundings, and finally rushed towards Joe Blade. Several people as well as the Harmony Fusion Divine Hall. Feeling the energy in the seven-colored torrent, Joe Blade despaired. The energy in there was not at all something that he, a Peak de Luo Golden Immortal, could resist. It was estimated that if he merged the Divine Hall, that sleeping Immortal King Ancestor woke up, he wouldn't be able to fight against it, because he had felt it. The feeling that the old ancestor gave him was powerful, while the feeling of this seven-colored torrent was despair, a despair that comes from deep within. Right at the moment when the torrent was about to hit these people, in the mind of Yi Ling Tian, who was stepping on the void, he suddenly received a piece of information, and that information was, the Underworld Emperor is dead. However, wasn't the Underworld Emperor, arranged by himself in Daxia, protecting the Yi family on Earth? How can you die suddenly? Yi Ling Tian's face sank as he withdrew the seven-colored torrent, and his entire body trembled as he directly disappeared between this heaven and earth. Zhou Blade's Few, trembling, looked at the disappearing torrent, and then looked at the direction where Yi Ling had stood before. Only after confirming that the mysterious person had left, did the party exhale a breath of air. Several elders were still trying to drive the power within their bodies as the torrent approached, only to be shocked to find that the power was suppressed by the seven-colored torrent, not being able to mobilize at all. It dawned on them that, not to mention bitter truth, even if it was their sleeping old ancestor, when he met that green-shirted man, he would still be powerless. It was an absolute crushing that spanned several great realms. Chapter 139, Huge Poem. On Earth, Yi Duan looked at the scene in front of him and was a bit at a loss for words. A few minutes ago, a man in a black robe suddenly approached the Emperor of the Underworld and asked him why he was here guarding the Earthlings, with the Emperor of the Underworld sitting in the pavilion drinking tea. Each one thought that the other party was a friend, and took the initiative to hand the other party a cup of freshly brewed tea. He was at the Star Divine Hall, and after the ceremony of enthronement of the Divine Son and Divine Daughter was over, he took the initiative to come to the Earth and the East Star Domain Galaxy to look for someone. But, old ancestor Yi Ling Tian was not here. There was only one Underworld Emperor wearing a purple and black robe, and each one felt it for a moment and realized that he was actually unable to perceive the strength of this emperor. Considering that it was so hard to come back for a trip, Yi Chen chatted with the Underworld Emperor. Yi family head, Yi Wudao, was entertained with good wine and meat every day, and the one who came with Yi Chen, the human divine temple master, Shan Wuyin, saw that here, there were so many fellow human beings. He went directly to Kyoto and talked to the Council of Elders as well as the Dragon Group and the 10 Great Clans. But just a few minutes ago, a black-robed man, without any warning, appeared in the pavilion, and when the Spectral Emperor saw this, he directly pushed Yi Chen away with a palm. And then, the Spectral Emperor was just about to unleash his immortal power to deal with this black-robed man. The black-robed man waved his big hand, and a long spear condensed by dark energy ran through the body of the Underworld Emperor. Explode! With a low drink from the black-robed man, Yi Chuan clearly saw that the Emperor of the Underworld, who possessed the strength of an immortal emperor, directly exploded and turned into nothingness. That black-robed man, from the beginning to the end, hadn't moved his feet, just waved his hand to attack. Who the hell is this black-robed man? Yi Chuan stood up. When the Underworld Emperor pushed him before, he used a dexterous force, and did not cause bodily harm to him, physically. After the black-robed man finished resolving the Underworld Emperor, he twisted his head to look at Yi Chen, and a touch of bloom flashed across his dark cheeks. Who are you from the Yi family? Yi Chen said indifferently. Grandson of Yi family's old ancestor Yi Ling Tian. Yi Chen. Yi Duan? Yi Ling Tian? The black-robed man whispered, murmured a few words, then shook his head. No matter what his name was, since it was surnamed Yi, since it was a person of the great Sia, then it would be destroyed. After thinking, the black-robed man waved his hand once again, and an embroidered needle, condensed by darkness, appeared in front of Yi Chen. It was probably because this fellow felt that immortal monarch Yi Chuan's strength was not worth mentioning in front of him, so he didn't use the lance that he used to deal with the Emperor of the Underworld, but instead, he used a tiny embroidery needle. Even so, in Yi Chuan's heart, there were shocking waves, and he was completely unable to guess the details of that embroidery needle. A probe, as if entering a sea of dark energy, gathered. Die, the black-robed man spat out faintly. When the words fell, the embroidered needle flew towards Yi Chuan, who quickly mobilized his immortal power and gathered a wall of energy in front of him in an attempt to resist the black-robed man's attack. But the Underworld Emperor couldn't even resist the black-robed man's strike, let alone Yi Chen, who only had the strength of an immortal monarch. Those dozen or so walls of energy, in front of that embroidery needle, could not play a role in the slightest, and the latter's speed was not affected at all. Passing through the energy walls would only leave a small hole in them, as a testament to how weak they were, as well as how unbeatable they were. Yi Chuan was horrified in his heart, knowing that those energy walls, but he had mobilized all his immortal power and condensed them. In other words, it was considered his highest defense at the moment. It was too late to think about it. Yi Chuan wanted to get up and escape, only to realize that he couldn't move and looked up to see again. The black-robed man snorted at him. If I let you, a mole, run away from under my nose, then there would be no need for me to mix with the Void Clan. The Void Clan? Leaf Dust muttered. He had never heard of this race, whether it was the 4 major star domains of the East, West, South, North, or the Middle Heaven star domain. He didn't know the name of the Void Clan. Could it be that it came down from the immortal realm? Just as Yi Chuan pondered for such a moment, the dark aura, condensed embroidery needle, had already arrived in front of him. Yi Dust did not dare to breathe. Now he, escape and cannot escape, defense and cannot prevent, attack that is even more nonsense. Even immortal emperors a few realms above him had fallen. So what could he, a little immortal monarch, attack with? After the black-robed man saw the embroidery needle approaching Yi Duan, he no longer looked at it any longer, and directly got up and came onto the void, looking around from left to right, as if he was sizing up something. This place has a nice view, but unfortunately, I don't like it, ruin it. Muttering to himself, the black-robed man waved his big hand, and a huge palm condensed by darkness aura appeared out of thin air. The palm covered dozens of kilometers, and the moment it appeared, Tianhai City, it was as if it was plunged into darkness. The whole city was in a panic. On the news, there was no talk of a solar eclipse or a megastorm. This dark palm for no reason. That's what was going on. Yi Wudao, the head of the Yi family, noticed the vision outside it the first time and immediately came out to check it out. And when he saw the huge palm that covered the sky, his entire body froze. He clearly perceived that the palm was condensed with energy, but such a huge palm, what kind of terrifying energy would that be? Xinhua envoy Lu Zhonghua, looking at the dark palm above his head, his heart was also horrified. Unusual means of attack. He was not afraid in the slightest. With the help of the spiritual vein tides as well as the spirit stones, his progress skyrocketed and he had already reached the peak of the Heavenly King realm, and was just days away from the Emperor realm. Those ferocious foreign beasts, the strongest of them were only in this realm, but right now, this huge palm gave him a strong sense of suffocation, as if it was too late for anything. The black-robed man took in the fear on the faces of Yi Wudao, Lu Zhonghua, and the majority of the population and smiled grimly. The huge dark palm, steeply accelerating, pressed against the Tianhai city below. Looking at that speed, in less than 10 breaths of time, the beautiful Tianhai city could be turned into a ruin, and a flat ruin of the kind of a big cake. Bang! The tallest building in Tianhai city, the top of Tianhai building, had been pressed down by a giant hand, and the lightning rod at the top was directly crushed. The force and hardness of the giant hand directly pressed this lightning rod constructed of the strongest steel into violent deformation. Panic continues to spread, and on the streets, everyone is running to do their best to gain hope of survival before the end arrives. In one nook, a woman held her 5-year-old son in her arms, crouching in place, afraid to run around like everyone else. Even if she had to die, it would be with her own flesh and blood. "Mommy, are we going to see Daddy?" The young boy's tender voice rang out. The woman's husband, who died in a car accident a year ago. Chapter 140, Soul Searching. The fact that the little boy asks this means that he already knows what death means. Hearing her son's words, the woman cried out directly, "Good son, you're right, we're going to see Dad, and we'll be reunited, the three of us, as a family, in another place." As the words fell, she covered her son in her arms, not allowing him to see a scene of despair before he died. The large hand was still pressing down, but just as the dark palm pressed into the building's office tower, it suddenly stood still. At this time, the top of the building has been destroyed beyond recognition, but the top there is a lightning rod and drying clothes did not cause casualties. The cleaning lady ran down immediately after seeing that black hand. "Ha, what's going on?" The black-robed man sensed. He did not give up the attack. "Why the palm? Do not continue to press down?" After thinking, he waved his hand once again to the dark palm, instill into the energy, but the result, not the slightest change. The dark palm does not move, as if fixed. Next moment, the dark palm suddenly burst open, turning into a sky full of dark fragments, accompanied by a clear wind. The dark fragments disappeared into thin air. The sunlight once again penetrated down. Yi Wudao as well as Lu Zhonghua were both stunned, as they were cultivating martial arts. They knew very well that that palm just now was pressed down with an unrelenting momentum, now out of thin air, broken and disappeared. It shows that there are high people to help. The black-robed man scanned left and right, not seeing the person who had stepped in to relieve his predicament, and was just about to coalesce a giant palm of energy once again. A faint voice sounded behind him, "Destroying my Yi family's guardians, bullying this emperor's descendants, and now driving out my great Sia's cities. Are all the people of the Void Clan so bold?" As the words fell, the black-robed man turned around with a huff and saw a man dressed in a green shirt with flowing hair. Beside him, there stood a man as well. This man was none other than Yi Chuan, who was supposed to die under his embroidery needle earlier. The black-robed man's pupils shrunk violently, and he backed up extremely fast, pulling away and narrowing his eyes falsely. Yi Chuan's strength was still that of an immortal monarch, and the fact that the latter was unharmed at this moment meant that his embroidery needle had not caused any damage to him. The reason for this is definitely next to him. The man in the green shirt. When the black-robed man tried to detect it, he realized that the other party's aura was 0, which meant none. This information gave the black-robed man a blow to the head. He was at the Saint Master realm, a level higher than the highest saints in the immortal realm. As a result, even this person from the mortal realm could not see through it. This person, what kind of strength was he? Get over here for the emperor. Yi Ling Tian waved his hand at the black-robed man, and the latter immediately realized that he had lost control of himself, just as if he had exerted restraints on Yi Chen before. Now he, too, received restraints from a stronger person. Bang! Yi Ling Tian's right hand had already pinched the black-robed man's neck, and with a tremor from Yi Ling Tian, the black robe of the black-robed man was directly shattered, revealing the true face inside. Upon seeing it, Yi Ling Tian frowned while Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. The man only wore a pair of coarse linen pants, and the upper body, which was directly naked, was covered with all sorts of patterns as well as lines, and between the crisscrosses, it was like a skeleton. The man's face was still the same as before, dark in color and haunted by a deadly aura. What position do you hold? In the Void Clan? In what holy realm is your clan? Yi Ling Tian asked 2 key questions. As long as the man answered correctly, he was going to go to that holy realm and find trouble with the Void Clan. Obviously so powerful, but still want to come to find trouble in this small place of Daxia. Ha! Unless the Void Clan are all stupid pigs. Otherwise, it's impossible to do so. The man was pinched by Yi Ling Tian's neck. The power in his body could not be mobilized in the slightest. The previous aura of looking down on the world was no longer there. There was only non-stop struggle and resistance. Yi Ling Tian smiled sinisterly when he saw this guy being so tough-talking and hard to tell clues. You made me do it. As the words fell, Yi Ling Tian loosened his right hand. Then with a swift gesture, he clasped it on the man's heavenly aura, and muttered a few incantations in his mouth. Yi Chen was shocked when he saw it. He naturally knew that what the old ancestor was doing, it was searching his soul. The man from the Void Clan, who also knew Yi Ling Tian's thoughts, immediately resisted, wanting to escape from this place, but the dark aura on his body had just appeared. The next moment, it was forced into his body by an even stronger force. Meanwhile, the soul search begins. Ah! The man let out a miserable scream. Soul searching, is the exploration of the soul of the weak by the strong? During this period, the more the weak resisted, the stronger, the more intense the pain of the person who was searched. For example, at the moment, this man from the Void Clan, he was obviously not cooperating, so Yi Ling Tian directly and forcefully dominated his soul, which was why the man let out that painful wail. The sound was so loud that everyone in Tianhai City below heard it, and Tianhai City's town guard ambassador, Lu Zhenghua, looked at the scene in the sky and immediately mobilized his power to step into the air and fly, to see what had happened. Just as he left the ground, a mere 10 meters away, an invisible fluctuation pressed him down. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Zhenghua Lu, what's wrong? Yi Wudao, the head of the Yi family, flew to Lu Zhenghua's side and softly inquired. The one who was going to poison my Tianhai City before was subdued by another strong man. I wanted to go up and take a look, but by that strong man, a restriction was placed on me, so I couldn't go up. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudao gently tapped the air above him, and sure enough, he found a layer of fluctuation, and as he looked up, his eyes erupted with a wonderful light. The 2 graceful men up there were both his Yi family's old ancestors. One was old ancestor Yi Ling Tian and the other was old ancestor Yi Duan. Town guard Lu, we don't need to go up, go down, Yi Wudao gently said. Ah, why? Because we are already safe. Yi Wudao finished the sentence and flew down with a happy face. Seeing this, Lu Zhenghua also followed down. Although he didn't know what Yi Wudao meant by what he said, at least he understood that the other party, as a top family head of the great Sia country, wouldn't be able to believe what he said. In the sky, Yi Chen watched the departure of those 2 people, exhaled a breath, withdrew his fluctuations, and looked at old ancestor Yi Ling Tian next to him. Yi Ling Tian's eyes were forbidden to close. Immersed in the experience of soul searching, the man of the Void Clan was still wailing. The expression on his face was extremely painful. A few moments later, Yi Ling Tian opened his eyes. He already knew all the secrets in this man's head. Chapter 141, The Holy Realm, the Emptiness Domain. Sacred Realm Void Domain? Yi Ling Tian murmured in a low voice. The Void Clan that the man belonged to was in the sacred realm of this universe. Having obtained the desired news, Yi Ling Tian no longer spoke much, and with a press of his right hand, the man from the Void Clan was immediately pinched into smithereens by a huge force that surfaced out of thin air. Even the soul was pinched to pieces and finally disappeared powerlessly in midair. Mom, that strong man is so powerful. The little boy left his mother's arms of his own accord since the dark hand disappeared, his eyes wide and unblinking as he stared overhead. After seeing Yi Ling Tian crushing that black-robed man with a palm, he happily screamed at his mother. The women also saw that amazing scene, such a powerful person, but as a result, he couldn't even escape from the hand of that green-shirted man. So this person, how strong must he be? Yi Duan. Yi Ling Tian suddenly snapped. The disciple grandson is present. Yi Dust replied respectfully from the side. Next you will continue to stay here and look after my Yi family as well as Daxia. This is a teleportation jade cylinder. If you meet someone you can't deal with, crush the cylinder and I'll come right away. Yes. Yi Chuan continued to respond. In fact, he still wanted the old ancestor to help him look at his senior sister Tinger, the senior sister's special cold ice physique. Even he was not sure about it. This time, I came to the Eastern Star Domain to look for the old ancestor, but I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Forget it, when the old ancestor comes back afterward, I'll go and explain it to the old ancestor again. For now, let the old ancestor first poke around the void one. Afterward, Yi Ling Tian disappeared into the void. Yi Duan also dropped to the ground and explained the specifics to Yi Wudao, who had come with fire. When the latter heard this, his eyes widened. He thought that the black-robed man was powerful, but he never thought that it was so powerful that he actually used only an embroidery needle to force Yi Duan's old ancestor to be unable to move. Luckily, the even stronger Yi Ling Tian ancestor had stepped in and eliminated the embroidery needle and that giant palm of darkness, or else, their great Sia would have been in dire straits. Command down. Live normally next. Tell the town guardian envoy and the citizens of Tianhai City, just live normally, no need to be anxious about the previous scene. Someone is protecting Daxia, let them relax. Alright, old ancestor. Yi Wudao respectfully accepted this order and then retreated. Soon after, the human divine temple master god Wuyin, and the elder council grand elder Sun Hongxian were all here. Sun Hongxian was already at the peak of the martial Dao Saint, and within this month, he would be able to enter the martial Dao Saint King. When the dark giant palm appeared, the two of them, sensing something, hoofed it over and asked Yi Chen about the specifics. Yi Duan didn't hide it, and told the two of them the real situation. The two heard, are a long sigh. This time, is really too dangerous. If the Yi family's Yi Ling Tian ancestor lay for a while, I'm afraid that the entire Tianhai city really turned into a big cake. If that person from the Void Clan was a little more perverted, and took a few other cities, and went on to destroy them like that, then he, Daxia, would have suffered a heavy loss. Even the immortal monarch Sichuan was unable to resist. The two of them that was even more of an egg hitting a stone, and they didn't care about their own strength. God without words pulled Yi Chen, and after walking to a corner, he faintly said, Dusty, have you explained Tinger's situation to your old ancestor? Yet? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, Master, after the old ancestor finished his soul search, he casually explained a few words and left, most likely to find trouble with the Void One people. And I didn't mention this when I saw his anxious face, but don't worry, Master, when my old ancestor finishes solving the troubles of the Void Clan, he will definitely make a trip back. Hearing Yi Chen's assurance, God Wu Yan nodded solemnly. This kind of thing, the other party's desire to help was good. After all, he only had this one daughter. It was really out of necessity that he looked for Yi Chen, and thus placed his hopes on Yi Ling Tian. And at this time, Yi Ling Tian had long since left the Eastern Star Domain. He ran towards the sacred realm, the mortal realm and the immortal realm. He didn't even want to look at them, so he went straight to the sacred realm. That man who was crushed by his palm was a small elder of the Void Clan of the sacred realm, who usually just went out to bully some of the forces of the immortal realm, or the mortal realm. This time, bullying to Yi Ling Tian's old family, it was also considered his bloody bad luck. But when searching his soul, Yi Ling Tian was clear that this elder was there with a mission, because it was him who conveyed the message with the emperor of the underworld. Sacred realm, void domain, everything here is in a state of nothingness, specifically manifested as everything presents a distorted state, completely not the world of a normal cultivator. The buildings, the crowds, the attics, the floors and the spaces are all tinged with a strong sense of distortion. For one thing, it helps to defend against foreign invasions, and for another, it adds to the mystery and ensures that the community thrives properly. Right now, inside a subtemple, several elders of the Void Clan were gathered around and seemed to be discussing something. Ba Fong has been gone for so long, how come he didn't even send back a message? In the past, He used to pass back every time he completed a mission. An elder with a face that had a scar engraved on it slowly said, "It's not clear. Maybe Ba Fong discovered other secrets and went to check and explore again. He's a person who, sometimes, just likes to meddle in other people's business, and likes to be in front of the lower realms, showing off and showing off." One of the elders next to him didn't think too highly of Ba Fong. "Forget it, no matter what. It's still a member of my Void clan, not an outsider. All pay attention." In recent months, Lord Vice Clan Chief made another prediction that there might be a rising generation in the mortal realm. "Humph, rise and let's rise. Let's destroy them when they rise and see how they rise." It was still the same elder who looked at Ba Fong unfavorably who answered. From these words, it can be heard that he looks down on those in the lower realm in the slightest. After all, these elders of theirs, the worst of them, are saints in the realm, not to mention a small mortal realm, inside the immortal realm, that is also invincible. "What is this deputy patriarch you speak of?" Suddenly, in the main hall, a man's voice came from the hall, and several elders were immediately alerted. Who? The voice was very unfamiliar, and they were 100% certain that it was not someone from their Void clan. "I'm here," the voice resounded once again, and the several elders looked for the sound and were so angry that they almost cursed, because Yi Ling Tian actually sat on the throne of nothingness in the main hall. That was something that only the clan chief or vice clan chief could sit on. This green-shirted man, which place did he pop up from? How dare he? If the patriarch or vice patriarch knew about it, not only would this green-shirted man suffer, but several of their elders would also be chastised or even expelled. Chapter 142, Second Soul Search. "It's fine if you guys don't know my identity." After saying that, Yi Ling Tian stood up. "It's just that what you guys are talking about, that Ba Fong, fell at my hands." "What?" A few great elders simultaneously stared with wide eyes. They hadn't even gone looking for the culprits of the murder yet, and the culprits, as it turned out, came straight to them. A grumpy elder, who should have a good relationship with Ba Fong, didn't even consider the difference in strength between Yi Ling Tian and him. With a lift of his right hand, a splendid ring of energy attacked at Yi Ling Tian. The other few elders saw it. They were all shocked. This elder, how did he do it himself? And even utilized the immortal weapon Mobi Ring? In the sacred realm, it wasn't necessarily the case that everyone had a sacred weapon, and that kind of weapon, at the very least, required the realm of a great sacred master or higher to possess. Otherwise, you can't control it even if it's offered to you. So immortal weapons, in the sacred realm, were considered popular. Right now, this Mobi Ring is the very best of the immortal weapons, and when it is cast, it moves mountains and reclaims the sea, kills immortal emperors, and heavily injures saints. No problem at all. Unfortunately, this colorful Mobi Ring no longer moved when it was only one step away from Yi Ling Tian. It was as if it was fixed. Yi Ling Tian reached out and took it, and with a thought, that elder who had cast the Mobi Ring spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out backwards. He and Mobi Ring, his mind was connected, and in Mobi Ring, there was also the imprint of his soul. But just now, the soul imprint was forcibly dispelled. He was just about to establish a connection. A huge force suddenly bombarded on him. The whole person could not control and flew out backwards. Several other elders saw, rushed to assist, to the elders, help up, only to find that the elders of the Dantian, as well as the spiritual sea, have been destroyed clean. This elder, not only did his strength begin to drop drastically, falling to an immortal emperor in just a few breaths, the drop in his spiritual power caused his eyes to lose focus. If the soul power was attacked by Yi Ling Tian once, it was estimated that this fourth elder in the Cloud Palace was going to turn into a poor little cutie in the holy world. "It's, Your Excellency is not being too presumptuous?" The one from earlier, the elder with a scar on his face said. He was the Grand Elder of the Cloud Palace, responsible for the rituals and presiding work of the Cloud Palace, and Yi Ling Tian was sitting on the throne. Even so, after seizing the Mobi Ring, he struck and injured him, an elder of the Cloud Palace. These moves are totally stepping on their heads and ting on them. Yi Ling Tian took the Mobi Ring, which had already been expelled from his soul imprint, and took it back within his space. People like him no longer needed a Qiankuan bag, or a storage ring, and had a mobile storage space beside him at all times. "Your Excellency has been silent. What is the meaning of this?" The Grand Elder was about to be unable to hold back. If it wasn't for the fact that he was completely unable to guess Yi Ling Tian's strength, I'm afraid that he would have long ago rushed up to him without a second thought. "You are the Grand Elder here, right?" Yi Ling Tian slowly said. "Tell this emperor why your elder Bafon has gone against Earth, this insignificant little planet." At those words, the Grand Elder was slightly stunned. What planet? Could it be that this strong man was a strong man who came out of this planet, or that star field? Look at this. You wanted this emperor to speak quickly, and when this emperor didn't speak, you were in a hurry, and now that this emperor wants you to speak, you're slow again. Forget it, searching 1 is searching, 2 is searching, so let's do both together. After saying that, Yiling Tian made a distant move towards the Great Elder, and the Great Elder's entire body, unable to control it, flew towards Yiling Tian. During this period, he desperately released his holy power to resist, to obstruct, without any half effect. In the end, he was still held by Yiling Tian, fiercely gripping his heavenly soul cover. That Elder Bafong you're talking about has already had his soul searched by this emperor. You care about him so much, so come and taste this too. As the words fell, Yiling Tian whispered a few incantations, and the soul-searching ceremony was officially opened. The Grand Elder's mournful screams, within the Great Hall, kept echoing, the same as the screams that Bafong had emitted when his soul was searched. A few other elders, seeing that even the Great Elder of the Great Sage Masters was unable to get an advantage in front of this man, hurriedly left this Great Hall. They had to go to the main hall. They had to report to the Vice-Clan Chief. The clan chief was not in the clan. The Vice-Clan Chief was the strongest person. They believed that the Vice-Clan Chief, who possessed the strength of a sacred zone, would be able to shatter this green-shirted man. Yiling Tian did not stop those elders from leaving. He had come to this Void Clan, on one hand, to seek answers, and on the other, to bloodwash the Void Clan, since even a junior elder could be deployed. Then later on, if some great elders were to be deployed, how would Great Sia cope? Anyone from the immortal realm could slaughter Great Sia, let alone someone from the sacred realm. As soon as he thought of this, Yiling Tian's soul-searching became even more intense, and a moment later, bang, that Cloud Palace Grand Elder with a scar on his face, like Ba Feng, was transformed into a roiling burst of points, and inside the temple, not the slightest hint that he had survived could be found. Although the soul search was over, Yiling Tian's face, however, still did not look good. He didn't search for any useful information. This Great Elder had absolutely no idea why Ba Feng was attacking Dasha. It was all about the clan chief issuing orders, and these lower levels, going to carry out the orders. They dared not ask or say more, because the Great Elder of the other Windy Sky Palace was the one who asked a few more questions and was directly pinched by the Patriarch to explode his head, ending up in a miserable end. It seems that in order to know the secret, one has to travel to the main hall. What a hassle. Yiling Tian's figure shifted and directly disappeared inside this Cloud Palace. Next moment, the entire Cloud Palace directly collapsed. That was not internal corrosion, resulting in the collapse, but there was a strong external force, resulting in the collapse. The Cloud Palace in the Void Clan was also considered quite a famous hall, and the loud noise caused by the collapse made many elders, as well as disciples, run out to check it out. It was reasonable to say that the building materials of the Cloud Palace, as well as the Guardian Boundary, were all top-notch, and it was impossible for a collapse to occur. Some of the elders who have a lively mind immediately understand what is happening. This is a great enemy invasion and is extremely powerful enemy. They immediately pulled the alarm. The sound of a whimpering sound, resounding throughout the Void domain, was exceptionally piercing and alarming, and those Void 1 people who were still in a state of cultivation immediately lifted their cultivation forms. Step out and check out what's going on outside. Inside the main hall, those few elders of the Cloud Palace had just run to the entrance of the hall. When they heard that sharp alarm, a few of them did not expect that Yiling Tian had searched his soul so quickly, and listening to this alarm, they guessed that it was that green-shirted man who had destroyed the Cloud Palace, and those elders who had raised the alarm. As soon as they thought of this, these people, immediately towards the hall, quickly ran away. Having seen Yiling Tian's strength, they didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the Grand Elder. Chapter 143 Void Melting Formation. Buzz. A faint voice rang out. Immediately, a spatial wall appeared in the hall. Those elders of the Cloud Palace, in a state of frenzy, did not notice this spatial wall that appeared out of thin air, and one by one, they crashed into it. In the end, they were bounced back by the spatial wall, and in their bodies, they had some more spatial power, but this was not a good thing. Because of this spatial wall, which was set up by Yiling Tian, those spatial forces left in the bodies of these elders would destroy their bodies, causing them to die in a painful position. Yiling Tian casually waved his hand and the space wall immediately disappeared, while he replaced those Cloud Palace elders and walked towards the palace alone. When he reached the deepest part of the Great Hall, he frowned. The Great Hall throne was empty, which meant that the Deputy Patriarch was also absent. Strange, Yiling Tian muttered. When this emperor searched his soul, that Grand Elder's consciousness, their clan's vice-clan chief, was clearly inside the main hall. Just as Yiling Tian was scanning left and right, the main hall suddenly changed drastically, and everything around him began to distort. Twisting was originally the norm of the Void Clan, This was nothing to be ashamed of. But the twisting at this moment was extremely out of the ordinary. The entire pillars of the main hall, the roof of the hall, and the surrounding walls of the hall were all twisting to the end. Several cracks appeared in the space, and the buildings in the main hall just entered into these spatial cracks. In a few short breaths, 9 out of 10 of the large main halls had merged into the spatial rift, with only a few of the pillar bases not merging in. Without the blockage of the roof of the temple, the light immediately brightened up. Within the void domain, the sunlight would have been sufficient. Because of that twisted mood, the light was not even as clear as the ordinary mortal world. However, this was the base camp of the Void Clan, so they were used to it, and the only thing they weren't used to was Yi Ling Tian in the main hall. He looked at the sea of people outside the temple and smiled. Outside the hall, countless figures, listed in the void, counted in detail, thousands of people to the most. Now it seems that the entire Void Clan's people, in addition to those old undead, basically all went out. Who is the visitor and why did he come to my void domain? An angry voice rang out. Yi Ling Tian looked up as a black-robed man with a white beard raged at him, looking at his standing position at the top of everyone's list. This person, most likely, was the Grand Elder of the main hall, and might be a Taishan Elder. The Emperor came here to find answers. Answer? The bearded Elder, aghast. His Void Clan, in the Sacred Realm, although not considered the most powerful clan, at least it is also considered a first-class force. This green-shirted man, unheard of, directly came over to kill his clan's elders, destroying his clan's great hall, and now there's a cloudy look of searching for answers. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so brutal. Cloth void melting formation. Yes, the white-bearded elder seeker didn't say anything more, but instead waved his big hand, directly allowing the people below to set up the big formation. He couldn't see Yi Ling Tian's strength either, but the dignity of his Void Clan would not allow others to trample on it. Moreover, this person, claiming to be this emperor, in the Holy Realm, there was no emperor in this segment of the realm. In the Immortal Realm, on the contrary, there was an immortal emperor's realm, but it was obvious that this guy wasn't an immortal emperor, so it was probably some title he had self-appointed. Many people in the Sacred Realm would boast of being so-and-so emperor, or so-and-so great emperor. He took it for granted that the green-shirted man was the same. Yi Ling Tian was interested, looking at those Void One people who were busy with their work. His eyebrows raised and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. To play with formations in front of this emperor. Ha, good. Let this emperor see what strength this formation of yours can exert. Yi Ling Tian did not resist, but held his bladder and looked at the elders as well as disciples who were busy. Each of them, wearing black robes, some were dark in color and some were light in color, and the shades in color determined the differences in their strength and status. The darker the color, the higher the status. These people were often elders, residing in the central position of the big formation, while the other disciples, residing at the edges, were responsible for helping the formation take shape. There was one thing to say, the efficiency of this Void One clan was still good. Yi Ling Tian hadn't felt how fast the time was going. The big array had already been set up. He himself was already in a large formation, and at the eye of the formation, was that Elder Seeker, who was indeed a supreme elder as Yi Ling Tian had expected, possessing the Sacred Zone realm. Unfortunately, it was only the early stage. The power advancement in the Holy Realm was more brutal than the Mortal Realm as well as the Immortal Realm. The gap between the early stage and the late stage was the same as the gap between a Golden Immortal and an Immortal Monarch in the Immortal Realm. The difference was a whole realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Your Excellency, I know you're very strong, but here, this is my void domain. If you, today, don't give a reason, don't blame my clan for being impolite. Seeking the words of the elders, many elders, as well as disciples face, have surfaced displeasure. In their impression, seeking elders, is not such a hesitant person. Thunderous and direct and decisive had been Elder Seeker's label. Why are you still chattering here? Could it be that this green-shirted man is really strong enough to compete with the Patriarch? Their Patriarch, who was at the peak of Saint Zone, had been attempting to impact Saint Zune for the last 10 years or so, and as long as they succeeded in their breakthrough, then their Void Clan would be able to rank amongst the first-class forces within the Saint Realm, although it was said that they had a sleeping Saint ancestor. Unfortunately, the ancestor was not in their void domain, but rather in a nebulous space that they could not find at all. Just the Patriarch, and this old ancestor. There is a soul imprint on the connection. The other people of the Void Clan, press simply never seen this old ancestor, usually just listen to it. Since you've spoken like this, Yi Ling Tian lifted the bladder he was holding, then this emperor will give you the opportunity. Within your clan, there is an elder named Ba Feng, who previously had dealings with the Immortal Realm's emperor of the underworld, and asked him to exterminate a planet in the Mortal Realm's eastern star domain. There is only one country on the planet, and its name is Daxia. This Daxia, weak as even dust. This emperor came here to learn. Why would he go so far as to deal with a small planet? Earlier, your Cloud Palace elder. What did he say about your Vice Clan Chief's prediction? And what did it mean? At those words, Elder Seeker frowned and shook his head. I don't know what Sia you're talking about. And the Eastern Star Domain. We do have some elders that go down to the mortal and immortal realms to do missions. But these missions? They are appointed by the matriarch himself. We are not sure. Yi Ling Tian's brows tightened. Besides scanning this Elder Seeker, he also swept a circle. Those others on the formation. They were all in a bewildered state as well. Looks like nothing about Daxia. And Earth. For that matter. Chapter 144, Holy Ancestor? Where is your clan chief? Yi Ling Tian was too lazy to waste time here. Unringing the bell. Since it was their clan chief who issued the quest, it would be better to go directly to the line with their clan chief. Some of the newborn Void Clan disciples, who were not afraid of tigers, directly mocked Yi Ling Tian when they heard him, mouthing off about going to their great patriarch. Ha ha ha, our patriarch is a god and a dragon, and you still want to see our patriarch? You're also too unself-conscious, right? Our clan chief, he's a powerful person at the peak of Saint Zone. You think you can defeat him? The one in the green shirt. Hurry up and cut off your own head. It'll be over if you wait for us to do it. Elder Seeker also didn't expect this guy to directly say that he wanted to find their patriarch. What a bold and daring guy. Drive the great formation, Elder Seeker shouted. Next moment, the large formation immediately started, and countless dark auras began to coalesce, surrounding the circular large formation, running non-stop, and finally pouring into Elder Seeker's body in a steady stream. Elder Seeker folded his hands together, and above his head, a lance condensed by darkness immediately surfaced. The surface of the lance, gloomy and low, releasing a faint suction. Even light could be swallowed by this suction. With the darkness on the lance getting thicker and thicker, that might, too, rose, and in a few breaths, the might of this lance had already pushed right up against the full force of their patriarch's strike. Seeing, Elder Seeker coldly laughed when Yi Ling Tian did not make any defensive movements. Go! Along with his words falling, the long spear went straight, blasting towards Yi Ling Tian. The already distorted space along the way, under the drive of the lance, the distortion became even more pronounced, as if it was a fold. The long spear wrapped in an unrelenting momentum, attacked towards Yi Ling Tian, who did not make the slightest defensive gesture. Looking straight at the lance, on the large formation, those elder disciples who were the eyes of the formation, channeling the energy, laughed out loud when they saw Yi Ling Tian, who seemed to be trying to resist with his eyes. Is this guy here to die? Probably scared by our big formation, and Elder Seeker's long spear. That's a good point. This grand formation, it hasn't been used for decades, and last time, it resolved a power that possessed a late-stage Saint clan. This time, using it on this guy always felt petty to me. Come on, this green-shirted man, his strength should not be low, otherwise, the elders of the Cloud Palace would have already stepped in to solve it. Step by step, the surrounding chatter did not let Yi Ling Tian's state of mind change in any way. In the long gun distance from him, but only a few steps away, he struck out, his right hand faintly lifted. Set. As soon as the words fell, the long spear that carried incomparable might was directly fixed, and at that moment, the tip of the spear was just against Yi Ling Tian's index finger. If you look closely, you will see that there is still a slight nuance. This was deliberate on Yi Ling Tian's part, to let the people of the Void Clan know that what you thought was a close call, in the eyes of this emperor, is something that can be controlled at will. Yi Ling Tian's hand directly took the people on the big formation and shocked them. They couldn't believe no matter what, that their clan protection formation couldn't even get close to Yi Ling Tian's body. In here, Elder Seeker's experience was the deepest, because he couldn't guess Yi Ling Tian's strength, so he struck out, at full strength, without the slightest reservation. Unexpectedly, Yi Ling Tian lifted his hand and toppled the lance outside. Could it be that this man who called himself this emperor was a holy father? But he had seen the saint exalted himself, giving off an aura that was powerful. But this green-shirted man gave off a feeling of ordinariness, of nothingness. There was no sense of the man's exact strength at all. It was as if he and his surroundings were one. Again, Elder Seeker let out a low shout, and in the sky above his head, a long dark snatch coalesced once again. And those elders as well as disciples of the Grand Formation also came to their senses from Elder Seeker's low shout. Directly driving the dark energy in his body, he poured it all in. Looking at this situation, the Void Clan was planning to launch the strongest strike. Yi Ling Tian laughed. It was a kind of high-ranking person, to a low-ranking person, a kind of silent mockery. When Elder Seeker saw the smile, the injustice and indignation in his heart increased, and under the energy infusion of thousands of elder disciples, the lance above his head became more and more gloomy and low. It was even more powerful than the previous lance. And as for the previous lance, it contained quite a bit of dark energy. So why didn't Elder Seeker recycle it? It's simple. It can't be recycled. The lance, which had been fixed there by Yi Ling Tian, Elder Seeker could not summon it back at all, and it was only with no other choice that he mobilized all the energy in his body to launch an attack on Yi Ling Tian. Go! After the lance had reached a saturated state, Elder Seeker let out a low gulp, and the lance shot out directly. Looking at the spatial fluctuations along the way, this strongest strike, I'm afraid it's even more powerful than their Patriarch's attack. When this lance was shot out, Elder Seeker immediately shriveled up. As the eye of the formation, he was again controlling the distribution of dark energy and the specific means of attack, just now also put in his body. All the holy power, mobilized out. At this time, he reached his lowest point in hundreds of years. At this moment, I'm afraid that a small great sage master would be able to finish him off. Elder Seeker was like this, and so were the other elders and disciples on the large formation, all of them with miserable, pale faces, in marked contrast to the black robes they were wearing. Yi Ling Tian took in the surrounding situation in his eyes and let out a cold smile as he looked at the pole, which was several times stronger than before. The dark lance, left hand raised, and so, the scene that made the clansmen of the Void Clan shocked, was once again staged. The second lance that had gathered the strength of their near entire clan stopped in front of the index finger of Yi Ling Tian's left hand, no longer able to advance by half an inch. This terrifying scene caused a sense of powerlessness to arise within the hearts of these people of the Void Clan. This is 100% Holy Father. How could there be someone so powerful? On the index fingers of his left and right hands, he simultaneously held up the strongest attack of their void melting formation. However, their Void Clan, although they acted cruelly and did a lot of hooks, they were all chopped up or eliminated, without letting anyone find out a bit of handle. This Saint Sovereign, exactly which power is the strongest of the forces? The elders and disciples on the Grand Formation had arbitrarily placed Yi Ling Tian's strength at the level of a Saint Exalt, and that was because their eyesight was only so high. Elder Seeker, who was at the eye of the formation, didn't think the same way. As he looked at Yi Ling Tian, a terrifying thought rose up. This guy who had resisted the two spears of darkness could possibly be a Saint Ancestor, that existence that stood at the highest peak of strength in the Holy Realm. Chapter 145, Destruction of the Clan. When the Holy Ancestor came out, the Holy Realm trembled. One must know that in the entire Sacred Realm, there were only a few Saint Ancestors, and those Saint Ancestors, none of them were the inherited ancestors of those supreme powers. For these old ancestors, the competition between forces was already meaningless, and with a wave of their hands, they could make a powerful force go up in smoke. Thousands of years ago, there was a power called the Stone Dao sect that had produced a Saint Zun, so it thought that it was invincible and went around provoking and killing people, and was finally seen by a Saint Ancestor who had come out of seclusion. In less than a minute, the entire Shi Dao sect cleaned clean. The next day, when people went to check again, they were only able to see a field of ruins, and as for traces of life, they could not be found at all. Right now, Elder Seeker thought about the end of that Stone Dao clan power, and then associated it with the fact that the clan chief was absent and the vice clan chief was nowhere to be found. He hurriedly propped himself up and turned to Yi Ling Tian, bowing and saying, "Senior, my Void Clan, I have eyes but do not recognize MT. Tai, I offended Senior before. Here I solemnly apologize to you. Senior." Beep. The whole room was in an uproar. All of the Void One clan, looking at their Grand Elder, were puzzled. The Grand Elder, usually a person who said nothing, why today, in front of this green-shirted man, uttered these words of compliments? Some of the elders, having guessed the reason, hurriedly followed Elder Seeker's example and bowed to Yi Ling Tian. The words that came out of his mouth, just like Elder Seeker, were saying that he, not knowing that this lord was here before, mistook him for an enemy, and only then did he take offense, requesting that their Void Clan be spared. Now, only those juniors and disciples were surprised. The last one to let these elders talk like this was still a strong person at the peak of Saint Zun thousands of years ago. Moreover, that peak Saint Zun powerhouse was not far from breaking through to Saint Ancestor, which was why these elders appeared to have that kind of respectful attitude. Otherwise, how could outsiders possibly enjoy the respectful attitude of their elders toward the Patriarch? Yi Ling Tian looked at these elders of the Void One clan who were bending and bowing. He laughed, and with a force from both hands, those two dark lances that had condensed the power of many powerful people, directly shattered and turned into roiling dark bursts. This emperor came here, originally looking for answers, but it turns out that you and the others directly attacked this emperor. This was the case with the Cloud Palace before, and now with the Void Fusion formation. This emperor is not that kind. Tell this emperor where your Patriarch is going, and he may yet spare your lives. On Elder Seeker's face, A look of pain appeared. Elder, we are truly unclear as to where the Lord Patriarch is going. His whereabouts have always been mysterious. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The crowd looked up to see. Looking for the head of the elders, directly separated from the body, the head just flew up into the sky. Crimson blood, point spread down, as if under a colorful and unusual blood rain. You say it, Yi Ling Tian said to another elder. Just now, when Yi Ling Tian heard that Elder Seeker didn't know the whereabouts of the Patriarch, he directly struck out to settle the matter and didn't want to listen to his ramblings later on. The elder who was questioned by Yi Ling Tian, was also confused and muttered for half a day, not uttering a single word. Bang! There was another dull sound, and this elder, like the previous Elder Seeker, suffered a head and body separation, looking extraordinarily miserable. Although it was said that when it came to saints above, the destruction of the physical body did not matter, and the soul could be left unharmed. But the one who had struck out was the Nine Heavens Emperor Yi Ling Tian. The souls of those elders, too, were shattered and disappeared into this twisted void domain. Next, to you speak. Yi Ling Tian turned his head again and said to an elder with a red spot on his face. This elder was not ambiguous, but directly knelt down to Yi Ling Tian. My lord, we, the elders, really don't know the whereabouts of the Patriarch. Even if you kill all of us from the Void Clan, it would still be the same result. Yi Ling Tian frowned as 3 elders in a row all said the same thing. It was obvious, then, that their Patriarch really didn't like revealing his whereabouts to his subordinates. And where is your Vice Patriarch? What did you mean by the prediction you said before? Yi Ling Tian pressed this red-spotted elder. Report my lord. Our Vice Clan Chief was in the branch hall before? Just that for some reason. After the Great Hall merged into the void space, he didn't know where he went either. As for predictions, our Void Clan has a void mirror that can predict some of the beginnings of the mortal realm, as well as the immortal realm, and a few months before that, the Vice Clan Chief viewed that there would be a junior rising in the mortal realm. Aha! Yi Ling Tian slowly nodded his head. This elder, on the contrary, is quite sensible and knows to get to the point. Where is that void mirror? Yi Ling Tian continued to ask. The void mirror has been in the hands of the Vice Clan Chief. It's okay, Yi Ling Tian said indifferently. Upon hearing that red-spotted elder immediately let out a long breath, just when he thought that Yi Ling Tian would let their Void Clan go because of this good attitude of delivery from him. Yi Ling Tian suddenly ascended into the air, and after reaching a certain height, he looked at the Great Hall of Nothingness below, as well as the Great Formation of Nothingness, and let out a cold smile. A 7-colored torrent emerged from Yi Ling Tian's circumference, and in the end, swept towards the bottom. That red-spotted elder froze. Senior, what are you doing? The latter word of intention had not yet been spoken. This elder was engulfed by that torrent, and in an instant, lost his life, and in a few blinks of an eye, disappeared into the torrent. The other elders, as well as the disciples, could not escape as well. They were already much weaker because of their participation in the void fusion formation, and the speed of this 7-colored torrent was so swift, and so, within the void domain, only a burst of cries could be heard. No sounds of attack or defense could be heard. Help! I don't want to die. My lord, I am willing to serve you, and I beg your lordship to spare my life. Elder, I know the whereabouts of the Patriarch. The Patriarch is here. That last voice, even though he said that he was clear about the whereabouts of the Patriarch, Yi Ling Tian still didn't show any mercy. He swept a glance at the person who spoke, an ordinary disciple of the Void Clan, the color of the black robe, but also extremely indifferent. A look as those status underground people. Think carefully, just that sentence. Is there dying time? Made up off the cuff. The torrent came swiftly, and in a few minutes' time, the void domain was lifeless, and those of the Void Clan disappeared without a trace as soon as they came into contact with the 7-colored torrent. This is not enough, Yi Ling Tian said indifferently. He waved his big hand fiercely. The 7-colored torrent, toward those sub-palaces, as well as the pillar bases of the Great Hall, as well as the base, attacked, not far away from some underground chambers, also did not escape the atmosphere of his attack. Rumble. This was the collapse of countless buildings, making a loud sound, and the entire void domain was filled with 7-colored energy torrents, in addition to the distorted space and twisted buildings. Chapter 146 The Guardian. These 7-colored energy torrents were as if they were alive, and under the writhing, all the buildings within the Void One clan turned into ashes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures, finally from the distant chamber, escaped. All of them were dressed in black robes, while the expressions on their faces were horrified. They were the supreme elders of the Void Clan, all at the peak level of Saint Zong, and the 3 were triplets. If one broke through successfully, the other 2, with the help of that unique bloodline sensation, could also reach the Saint Exalted level. Only, they didn't know why the Void Clan would provoke such a powerful opponent like Yi Ling Tian. The three of them could not sense, at all, Yi Ling Tian's aura, but that seven-colored torrent, again, was summoned by him, and this forest made the three Supreme Elders' scalps explode. Three of you, is the seclusion comfortable? Yi Ling Tian said with a faint smile. One of the elders in the center stepped forward and respectfully said to Yi Ling Tian, "This lord, the Void Clan, have offended something before. I am really sorry, but my void domain has become a ruin. I wonder if your excellency can stop." At those words, Yi Ling Tian raised his eyebrows once again. "And you want me to stop? Looks like you three, you don't know what's good for you either." Ha! After saying that, Yi Ling Tian made a move with his hand, and the seven-colored torrent, as if it possessed consciousness, angrily impacted towards those three Supreme Elders. Three people see, scared face, to escape has been too late. The speed of the torrent is considered the fastest they have seen. Then attack. Having made up their minds, the three elders immediately erupted with the peak aura of a saint zone, and three channels of dense dark energy surrounded their bodies, finally converging into an incomparably huge dark python. The python was unusually large, thousands of feet long and tens of feet thick. If it was in the immortal realm, even the strongest immortal emperor, seeing this giant snake condensed by this dense energy, I'm afraid that in his heart, he would not even have the consciousness to fight, and would allow this giant snake to devour or crush it. But these, the elders who had just been broken out of their seclusion, were still not clear that this green-shirted man was not some holy father, nor so holy ancestor, but the heavenly emperor Yi Ling Tian. Bang! A low voice rang out, and Yi Ling Tian looked up to see the giant snake, which had already collided with his own seven-colored torrent. The result was obvious. The giant snake was directly swallowed by the torrent, and in a few breaths, it was swallowed up, thus showing the speed of the torrent. I'm afraid. The giant snake was swallowed, and those three, the Supreme Elders who shared their minds with it, simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. Next moment, the torrent immediately caught up and swallowed these three guys, devouring them to nothing, not even the bones of their bodies. After resolving these three people, Yi Ling Tian looked at the void domain that had been destroyed. Beyond recognition, there was no rush to leave, and he began to flick at the void. A spatial crack appeared in front of Yi Ling Tian. In here, was the void space within the void domain. The Great Hall from before was integrated into this. Yi Ling Tian didn't hurry to go in, but instead, he made a casual remark about the space within. "Don't you come out yet. If this Emperor's seven-colored torrent goes in, then you'll never want to live." When the words fell, in the void space, there was a fluctuation, and a person wearing a black robe immediately ran out, and after seeing Yi Ling Tian, he immediately knelt down with both legs and respectfully said, "My name is Void Alone. Meet Senior." Yi Ling Tian laughed. "You, the Vice Clan Chief, are also a wimp enough to not come out when the whole clan suffered this kind of calamity before, and had to come out only when I took the initiative to pull away the space. I deserve to die, and I request that Senior give me a chance." Voidless Along was very open-minded, kowtowing and kneeling again. Earlier, when he had taken the Great Hall and integrated it into the void space, what he had thought was that, to take advantage of Yi Ling Tian's inattention, he would launch a surprise attack on him and catch the other party off guard. But he never thought that Yi Ling Tian was actually so powerful. A designated lance, 2 fingers, and then certain. One must know that those 2 lances were the product of their clan protection formation, the Void Fusion formation. Not even a Saint Exalt could easily receive them. When Yi Ling Tian, in the back, summoned the torrent and killed his Void Clan members, as well as those 3 Supreme Elders, he also wanted to step in, but when he felt the energy within the 7-colored torrent, he backed off. The energy inside the torrent was 100 times stronger than even their patriarch's strongest strike. He, no longer, had the need to strike. The Void Clan, who had incurred this great man, was his clan's misfortune and could only endure, unable to take revenge. An ant, trampled to death by an elephant, its accomplice, only able to retreat in time. As for fantasizing about taking on an elephant, meh, that's what stupid people do. I'll ask one last time, is it true that the patriarch of your Void Clan issues tasks to the elders alone? Yi Ling Tian said seriously. The is but so. Void explained along. Even if I am the Vice Clan leader, in reality, many things about the clan leader, still unclear. The clan leader is too mysterious. A lot of things are personally ordered. There will not be a third person to know. As Voidless Along spoke, Yi Ling Tian kept staring at the other party, confirming that the other party was not lying before he withdrew his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, show me the void mirror. Immediately, Voidless Along respectfully, from his own Qian Kuan bag, he took out a yellow round mirror and handed it to Yi Ling Tian. The latter took a look at it, and sure enough, he found a line of writing on it. The mortal world rises, the juniors rise, the situation changes, and the strong are born. The short 12 words let Yi Ling Tian know that the mortal realm was destined to be extraordinary, and the juniors in here, without even having to think about it, would definitely include Yi Jiao as well as Yi Xiaoyu, these two descendants of the Yi family, but they had inherited his heavenly emperor bloodline. As for Yi Xiaohai, who was still in Daxia, he was insufficient in this regard. However, after he handed over the heavenly emperor's reincarnation decree to Yi Xiaode, the Yi family was going to rise up and even become the #1 strongest family in the Great Xia. It's totally a matter of time. Don't worry about the rest. By the way, need to worry. Yi Ling Tian suddenly remembered that last time it was the Starry Sky 10,000 races, last time it was the Shadow race, and this time it was the Void race. It seems that one must need someone, even stronger than the Underworld Emperor, to guard the Great Summer. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Ling Tian looked at the void along in front of him and slowly said, "If you want this emperor, it's fine to leave you alive. Drive away the memories of the Void clan on your own and help this emperor guard a place." Yi Ling Tian wanted to take the Void along and guard Daxia. For one thing, Void along was at the late stage of Saint Sec strength, as long as it wasn't the kind that was particularly powerful. Even if it was someone from the Saint realm that went to trouble Daxia, it would be fine. The immortal realm and the mortal realm, that was even more stable and didn't have to care about anything. Void along, who was still maintaining his kneeling position, nodded in agreement after some careful thought. P.S. Everyone greatly results are too bad. Cannot point every day for the love of power generation to see the ads. Every 500 people click 3 for the love of power generation plus one more chapter. Chapter 147 Ice Physique. Then to die unknown. The vice patriarch of the Void clan, Void along, chose to listen to Yi Ling Tian's words. In case he behaved better, his position in the future would be quite a bit higher than today. At that thought, he sat down cross-legged, reciting a string of incantations from his mouth, his hand gestures constantly changing, and finally this vice patriarch of the Void clan bellowed, "Accept." Next moment, in his mind, a strange light erupted, while his entire body clenched its teeth, waiting for the pain to end. About 10 breaths later, Void along opened his eyes and looked at everything around him with a bewildered expression. "Senior, where are we?" Yi Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction as Void along deleted all the memories about the Void clan before he met himself. All of them self-deleted. At this point, he naturally didn't know what this place was called and why he was here. There's no need for you to know about this place. All you need to know is that next, you'll be the guardian of the Great Summer Kingdom of Earth. After Yi Ling Tian finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared behind him, and he and Voidless along fell into the spatial rift at the same time. This space, linked to the mortal realm's eastern star domain galaxy. As for the Void space, when the Void along entered the self-destructive memory, Yi Ling Tian had already driven the 7-colored torrent, destroying the inside. Nothing was left. Daxia, Yi family, Yi Wudao was playing Go with Yi Chen, while God Wuyin, the temple master of the human divine hall, was holding a stone pier and sitting on the side, responsible for spectating. At this point in the game, it was in a state of anxiety, and for a moment, it was impossible to see who was winning. Right at this moment, Yi Chuan took the black disc in his hand and suddenly landed in a place without any warning, which just happened to be a brilliant move. Next, you can attack and retreat, without worrying at all, and get hijacked by the siege, and you can even swallow several white pieces. Although it was a brilliant move, Yi Chen's face was gloomy as he looked around. The black piece, pinched in his hand, would never have been possible if it wasn't for someone whose strength was far superior to his, to help him place the piece without him realizing it. "Oh, Dusty, it's me." A familiar voice fell, and Yi Ling Tian's figure appeared in the small pavilion surrounding the game of chess, followed by a man in a black robe. "Elder Ancestor, Grandpa, Yi Duan and Yi Wudao," simultaneously exclaimed out in shock. On both of their faces, an expression of joy surfaced, and Chess didn't stop, stood up, and towards Yi Ling Tian, made a respectful bending motion. When God Wuyan, who was on the side, saw it, it was clear that this green-shirted man, who appeared for no reason, was the divine ancestor Yi Ling Tian. As Yi Chuan had said, he also took the initiative to get up, and towards Yi Ling Tian, he made a respectful bending motion. Yi Ling Tian was surprised to see a stranger treating himself with such respect, and expected that this stranger, who was living peacefully with the Yi family, must not be an enemy, or a strong person who was not good for Daxia. With a slight smile, he raised his palm, and with a wave of dexterity, he lifted up Yi Chen, Yi Wudao, and Shen Wuyin. "There's no need to be polite. This time I've recruited a new guardian for the Yi family, Void along." As soon as Yi Ling Tian's words fell, Void Wuxian took the initiative to step forward and made a salute. Several Yi family descendants, I, Void Wuxian, a subordinate beside Lord Yi Ling Tian, have come to Daxia this time to serve as the Yi family's guardian. Yi Dust and Yi Wudao's faces were both a little odd. This Void along with the guy who summoned the giant palm of darkness before, all in one outfit. Is this person reliable? Yi Ling Tian knew the thoughts of his juniors, so he let Void Wuxian go and familiarize himself with the structure of the Yi family. After Void Wuxian received his orders, he immediately walked out. Yi Ling Tian also took advantage of this moment, and the three people in the pavilion, to explain his situation in the sacred realm. Even though Yi Ling Tian was already speaking as gently as possible, the expressions of those three people were still dumbfounded. They didn't know the levels of the sacred realm, how they were divided, nor did they know what sacred zone, sacred zone, and sacred ancestor meant, but they knew that saint masters of much lower realms than these could easily kill immortal emperor, spectral emperor. Hiss. Yi Wudao and also Shin Wuyin sucked in a mouthful of cool air. They didn't expect Yi Ling Tian to be so powerful. The only one who didn't make a sound was Yi Duan. The old ancestor's power was something he knew, and he understood that this wasn't the old ancestor's highest peak. What was the specific strength of the old ancestor? It wasn't for weaklings like them to imagine. Alright, Void along the body, I planted a prohibition. If he dares to have second thoughts about the Yi family, or betray the Yi family or harm them, the prohibition will activate immediately. And he also has no more memories of the Void clan. So don't worry, he communicates with the Void clan's patriarch. After Yi Ling Tian had finished explaining all this, he was about to leave once again to check out the sacred realm to see where that patriarch had actually gone. Grandpa, please wait, Yi Duan snapped. Yi Ling Tian turned around to see that it was his grandson Yi Duan calling out to him. What's wrong? Yi Chen pulled God without words and walked over to Yi Ling Tian. Grandfather, this one beside the apprentice grandson is the temple master of the human divine hall. Divine speechless, and also the apprentice grandson's master, who taught the apprentice grandson a lot. Now that master has a beloved daughter who is wrapped in a thick layer of cold ice due to her physique, and has yet to awaken, I'd like to ask old ancestor to take a look. When God Wuyan heard Yi Chen mention this matter, he became even more agitated and directly knelt down towards Yi Ling Tian, requesting this Yi family senior to save my daughter, as long as it succeeds. In the future, anything that senior says, as long as God without words can do it, will be done without hesitation. Yi Ling Tian understood all and smiled faintly. Since this is the matter, then there's no need to be polite. On the side of Disya, there's nothing else, so let's set off now. I also want to take a look at it. The life physique out of the mortal realm. There's actually not a single person from the mortal realm who can fix it. Yi Chuan and Yi Wudao, after explaining something, left with the old ancestor. Yi Ling Tian was too slow to fly directly, pulled open a space crack, and brought Yi Chuan as well as God Wuyin to drill into the crack. Half a day later, the crack closed slowly, and God Wuyin and Yi Chen, for the first time, traveled through the spatial crack, surrounded by the roiling stars as well as the silvery white spatial power. It was an eye-opener for both of them, worthy of being an elder ancestor. A random tactic makes me unable to guess or see, Yi Dust muttered in his heart. Next moment, the light flickered violently, and the three of them had already arrived at the human divine hall, and God without words immediately led these two to the 70th floor of the hall master's residence. When Yi Ling Tian saw that figure wrapped in cold ice, he couldn't help but let out a shock deep as well. His startled giggle, though, wasn't a fuss, but a slight sense of surprise. This Tinger that Yi Chen and Shin Wuyin spoke of was not an ordinary physique, but a rare ice spirit physique, a physique that would normally only appear in the sacred realm or the supreme realm. Chapter 148, God's Speechless Past. The holder of the ice vitality physique, in the future, their achievements would not be low. In any case, they were also a dominator realm. Of course, the premise is, this holder can survive every cold metamorphosis. Only after surviving it can they become that kind of strong. If they don't survive it, then everything is exempted. God Wuyin gave a shock deep when he saw even Yi Ling Tian. The color of blood on his face instantly faded, trembling as he asked, Yi family senior, Tinger, is she still saved? Will it be on this? The words that followed were not something God Speechless had the courage to say. He was worried that this physique of Tinger's, even Yi Ling Tian didn't have a way to fix it. In that case, he would end up completely alone. Yi Ling Tian looked at God Wuyan, that panicked look, and smiled faintly. Your daughter's physique, which is rather special, belongs to the type of gifted physique. Unfortunately, when she crosses the threshold, she will also encounter extraordinary pain. Grandpa, is there any salvation then? Leaf Dust couldn't help but interject. Yi Ling Tian gently nodded his head. If it were anyone else in the mortal realm, even if someone from the immortal realm came down, they wouldn't have the means to fix it. But this kind of physique wouldn't be able to turn much of a storm in front of your grandfather. When the words fell, Yi Ling Tian waved his big hand. A torrent of 7 colors emerged out of thin air, and finally wrapped the piece of cold ice on the bed, and Tinger in the cold ice still did not wake up. The 7-colored torrent, wrapped around the cold ice, began to slowly warm up and invade under Yi Ling Tian's mind drive. After seeing this, God without words didn't say anything as he tried, feeling the majesty of the 7-colored torrent, as well as the degree of the energy's highlands. As a result, no matter how it was detected, it couldn't be detected, and his own breath, once he went in, it was just like entering the ocean. What realm does the sea belong to that he, a small stream, doesn't know? Anyway, one thing that was clear was that Dahai was definitely not teasing him when he said that he could help his daughter. As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Yi Ling Tian and Yi Chen. Looking sideways, these two, the grandfather and grandson, really did have a few resemblances. In his heart, he let out a long sigh. Fortunately he had accepted Yi Chen as his disciple. Fortunately Yi Chen had this incredibly powerful old ancestor. Otherwise, I'm afraid Tinger would really have to sleep for a long time. After about a few minutes, the cold ice that wrapped Tinger had been completely melted by the 7-colored torrent, and the beautiful person inside, her face was also much more rosy, which naturally had the reason of the elimination of the cold ice. And more than that, Yi Ling Tian had controlled the force, letting the 7-colored torrent slowly enter and melt. This nymphette already had some 7-colored torrent in her body, which could help her crack the calamity when the next cold ice metamorphosis came. Yi Ling Tian took back the 7-colored torrent, glanced at God Wuyan, and said indifferently, "That's enough. This little girl, in the next 2 days, will be able to wake up, and without any surprises. When you wake up, you should be at the cultivation level of an earthy mortal." Upon hearing this, God Wuyan's face was ecstatic. Disregarding his identity as the human divine Ho Master, he kneeled down and kowtowed to Yi Ling Tian. "Thank you, Yi family ancestor." When Yi Ling Tian saw this, his palm rested on his hand, and with a wave of dexterous force, he lifted up God Wuyan. "Don't be in a hurry to kneel down. I still have a question here. Your daughter's physique, called the Ice Spirit physique, the realm that she can reach in the future will be even higher than those in the sacred realm. Although inside the mortal realm, there will be a part of the bloodline mutation, but I see your bloodline. It's really ordinary. Is it that your lover is more special?" God speechless bowed his head slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he slowly said, "What Senior said is exactly. Tinger's mother is not from the mortal realm, but the second princess of a power in the immortal realm." Leaf Dust raised his eyebrows, not realizing that Master Teacher still had this kind of past. "At that time, I was in a secret realm, searching for herbs to enhance my strength, when I came across a woman covered in injuries, and I saved her out of the goodness of my heart. She was hurt so badly that she almost had no breath left. It was only when I put all the healing herbs that I had collected and put them all on her, in addition to warming her breath daily, that she got better. Slowly, she recovered, and the two of us, as our relationship deepened, both fell in love, though she was thousands of years old, like me, but she is much younger than me, and her strength is unfathomable after her recovery. I've already guessed that she's most likely not from the mortal realm, and I'm still too caught up in love to get out of it. By the time she got pregnant later on, the moment Tinger was born began to make me feel that this temple master of the human god's temple wasn't that important. But when I carried Tinger and came to the cave of the past, I saw only a letter. I picked it up and read it. It was written by Tinger's mother. She is the second princess of the Jade Cloud sect of the immortal realm, and the sect has been looking for her lately. If she sees herself and gives birth to a child from the mortal realm, it will definitely kill me and Tinger, and even the entire human divine hall will disappear into the mortal realm. She had no choice but to leave, and it was only at this time that I realized that Tinger's mother, who had been so scarred before because she had rebelled against her family's bondage marriage, had ended up being captured and brutally beaten. In the end, she chose to use a piece of broken immortal jade and reduce her own strength before she descended to the mortal realm, which led to that situation where she was covered in wounds. Listening to the whole thing, Yi Ling Tian's face remained ancient. This kind of love story, in front of him, the 9 heavens emperor of the heavens, was really not worth mentioning, but his grandson, Yi Duan, was not so sure. Having been moved by this story of his master's, Yi Chuan turned to Shun Wuyan and bowed. "Master, in the future, when I step into the immortal realm, I will definitely find my master's wife and help you reunite with your master's wife and Tinger." God without words hurriedly supported Yi Chen. "Good disciple, you have this heart. Master is already beyond touched. Tinger's mother, whether or not she can be found, I already have no hope. I just hope that Tinger, in the future, if she has the chance, will travel to the immortal world and see her mother. There is a chance." Yi Ling Tian spoke, Tinger's physique is very good. As long as you cultivate it well, you will definitely ascend to the immortal realm. Hearing Yi Ling Tian, these almost guaranteed words, God Wawin was even more ecstatic. Originally thought Tinger would fall in this way, did not expect. Yi Ling Tian made a move. Not only did he help Tinger, lifting that chilling predicament, but he also discerned Tinger's precious physique. This kind of strong person, to be able to appear by his side, was truly a great blessing for him. God Wawin. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the door to the room suddenly knocked, and God Wawin immediately blurted out, "What is it?" The boy outside the door said softly, "Reporting to Temple Master, the Elder of the Dark Divine Hall seeks an audience to discuss matters of cooperation with you." Cooperation? God Wawin was slightly stunned, then immediately figured out that the Star Divine Hall and the Dark Divine Hall went to war. The strength of the two divine halls were not comparable. If they were able to pull in other divine halls to help, then the chances of winning would definitely be a lot greater. Chapter 149, Cooperation? Yi Chen looked at Xin Wuyan and softly said, "Master, why don't we go out and meet them?" God Wawin nodded his head in agreement, and then he looked at Yi Ling Tian on the side, wondering what this Yi clan ancestor was thinking. Yi Ling Tian hesitated for a while, and followed out. Tinger's physique problem had been solved. Now it was just a matter of going to see the attitude of the Dark Divine Hall. The three people went out together, and the boy outside the door was taken aback. He thought that, inside, the situation was the same as in the previous centuries, only the hall master was alone. The boy guided these three powerful men to a conference hall, where there were already three figures. One was Elder Pang of the Human Gods Temple, who was also much more refreshed when he knew that Yi Chen had not fallen, and took the initiative to begin to take on some business. Take for example the hospitality of the moment. The other two figures, on the other hand, appeared somewhat darker, with black dominating both their faces and their clothing. Some of the artifacts beside them had lost a lot of their luster under this black influence of theirs. These two figures were the Grand Elder of the Dark Divine Hall, as well as the Third Elder. To send out two elders at once, and they were the Senior Elder and the Third Elder who had a very high seniority, thus showing that the Dark Divine Hall, for this cooperation, was holding an extremely important attitude. Elder Pang, it's been 10 minutes, why hasn't the Divine Hall Lord come yet? The Dark Divine Hall's Grand Elder spat as he rubbed his teacup. Elder Pang didn't want to offend this, the Great Elder who had already stepped into the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and slowly said, soon, there is already a little boy who went to inform. It won't be long before he can come, as soon as possible. The Grand Elder left a sentence and continued to drink tea. Ha, your guests are here. I, God Wawin, am sorry for my poor hospitality. A cheerful laugh rang out, and then, the three of them, God without words, immediately walked in. When Elder Pang of the conference hall, and the two elders of the Dark Divine Hall saw this, they simultaneously rose and made a respectful gesture of request to God Wuyan. God Wuyan simply waved his hand, then sat on the first seat of the conference hall, while Yi Ling Tian, as well as Yi Chen, found a seat at random. The two of them, they didn't care about this kind of rank. In a world where strength was honored, being higher in the realm was the capital of a person who was powerful. The Dark Divine Hall's Grand Elder didn't recognize Yi Ling Tian, and neither did Yi Chuan, because Yi Chuan had simply changed his face, so these Dark Divine Hall people couldn't see it. The Dragon's Bane sword, too, was put away by him. When the Grand Elder saw God Wuyin sitting down, he first patted some ass, saying how God Wuyin was spirited, how strong and loving, how he took care of everyone in the human divine hall. These words, God without words or smiling aside, explaining himself, just an ordinary person, served as a temple master one, should do a good job of corresponding work, take the corresponding responsibility, wait until the conversation has been going on for 10 minutes. Mo Ping, the Grand Elder of the Dark Divine Hall, felt that the time was almost right to get straight to the point. Thus, he took the initiative to rise and respectfully saluted God Wuyan, Divine Hall Master. A few days ago, the Star Divine Hall unilaterally declared that it would engage in war with my Dark Divine Hall. This move, a completely unwarranted attack, and my Dark Divine Hall, for which I have lost 4 elders. The other party's division is unknown. I believe that we, the Dark Divine Hall, will inevitably be victorious, but at the moment, we don't have enough powerful people, and this time, we came to your hall, in the hope that we can cooperate with the Human Divine Hall, defeat the Star Divine Hall together, and in the final settlement of the results, the human race can take the big head, and I, the Dark Divine Hall, will take the small head. God Wuyin picked up a cup of immortal tea that the mate had just brewed and took a few slight sips as he looked at the earnest Mo Ping and inwardly laughed coldly. The divine sons and daughters of the Star Divine Hall, But his disciple Yi Chen's descendants are also the descendants of that godly Yi Ling Tian's predecessor. If I were to cooperate with your Dark Divine Hall, unless I, God Wu Yen, really have water in my brain, we appreciate your hall's good intentions, but my human Divine Hall has always maintained a neutral attitude. In this regard, you can go and negotiate with other Divine Halls. My human Divine Hall is not going to intervene in the disputes between your two Divine Halls. Perhaps the Grand Elder had already guessed that God Wu Yen would have this attitude, and directly from inside his Qiankuan bag, he took out 3 items. They were the Immortal Weapon Demon Beheading Whip, the Immortal Weapon Wind Melting Furnace and the Immortal Elixir Immortal Breaking Pill. The Immortal Breaking Pill here was not literally destroying an immortal level powerhouse, but could help a late golden immortal powerhouse enter the Great Luo Golden Immortal without any hindrance. A powerhouse at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal had a half chance of reaching Immortal Monarch. Without any hesitation, this Immortal Breaking Pill, which was even more expensive than the previous Soul Repair Pill, was at the forefront of the immortal pills. Elder Peng sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing these 3 items, not to mention the world-shattering Immortal Breaking Pill, the Demon Beheading Whip, as well as the Wind Melting Furnace. They were also extraordinary existences. A golden immortal powerhouse holding this kind of upper middle grade immortal weapon would be enough to engage in battle with some Dala golden immortal powerhouses if they were at their peak level. If he was lucky, it wasn't impossible to decapitate him on the spot. It seemed that the Dark Divine Hall had come with sincerity. However, Elder Pang was puzzled again, because he was the only one among these people who sucked in a breath of cool air. The Divine Hall Master, as well as the 2 green-shirted men he brought with him, didn't say a single word, a single superfluous expression, didn't do anything, as if those things, for them, were plain and unsurprising. When God Wu Yen saw those 3 things, in his heart, he was indeed shocked for a moment, but these things, good as they were not as good as a strong man. Once he thought of Yi Ling Tian, watching from the side, he collected his mind and said seriously, Elder Mo Ping, what do you mean by this? When my human Divine Hall said that it would remain neutral, it would not change at will. These things, you hurry up and put them away. Mo Ping did not expect, take out these 3 things, God Wu Yen or this attitude. The human Divine Temple is strong, but not so. See these 3 treasures, not move, right? Divine Hall Lord. In this engagement with the Star Divine Hall, it is our Dark Divine Hall that acts as the main force, and the strongest members of your hall only need to maintain the rear from collapsing. Elder Mo Ping, I've already clearly expressed my attitude. If you insist, I can only send you away. Seeing that Mo Ping was still chattering away, God's speechless face was already not looking too good. After all, Yi Ling Tian and Yi Chen were watching from the side. He had to act tough. Mo Ping took a deep breath. Good, worthy of being a Divine Hall Master. It's just that today's you, speaking these words and making this decision, don't regret it in the future is all. After saying that, Mo Ping was about to take the initiative to retrieve these items, only to realize that his body suddenly froze in place, unable to move. Chapter 150, Ruthless Killing. When the 3rd Elder of the Dark Divine Hall saw this, he immediately got up and went to check, but as a result, he was unable to move even when he himself just got up. The eyes of the 2 elders kept turning, while inwardly, they were horrified. Both of them were at the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Even if it was an immortal monarch, I am afraid that it would not be so easy to immobilize them. They didn't feel, at all, that there was any strong aura, or powerful figure, in this conference hall. The 2 guys that followed God Wu Yen in, they had detected that they were both at the cultivation level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal and had not reached the Immortal Monarch, or a higher level. Duster, go and collect those things, Yi Ling Tian slowly said to Yi Duan who was at the side. When Yi Chuan heard this, he nodded and got up, walked over to Mo Ping and put those 3 items, as much as he could, in his Qiankuan bag. Mo Ping and the 3rd Elder of the Dark Divine Hall saw it. Words could not be spoken, movements could not be performed, and they could only watch the green-shirted man in front of them take away their items. When Elder Pang saw this, he was about to open his mouth when God Wu Yen made a silent gesture to him, signaling not to speak. Elder Pang probably understood what was going on and obediently remained silent. After gathering everything, Yi Duan came to Yi Ling Tian and stated that he had finished. Yi Ling Tian faintly smiled, took the initiative to get up, and seeing the conference hall, without those little children present, directly opened his mouth. People from the Dark Divine Hall are worthy of appearing here? The dark guards that you sent out earlier nearly killed this emperor's descendants. This emperor has yet to settle it with you. With a wave of his hand, Yi Ling Tian lifted the restrictions on Mo Ping and also that 3rd elder. The 2 people lifted their restraints, still not daring to breathe. The 2 people leaned together and stared at Yi Ling Tian as well as Yi Chen in death. Before, these 2 people, both of them, or at the cultivation level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. How to sense now, are stronger than the great Luo Golden Immortal, completely detected. What kind of level? Especially this person who spoke, that is to detect the starry sky in general. It's so endless that you can't even sense the boundaries. This is 100% an existence stronger than an immortal monarch. The Emperor is talking to you. When Yiling Tian saw these two people from the Dark Divine Hall, just making expressions and not speaking, a touch of displeasure immediately surfaced on his face, and an invisible oppression landed on Mo Ping as well as the third elder. Bang! The two old guys were immediately pressed to the ground. The force was so great that even the ground made of basalt stone knocked out gravel for these two de Luo Jinxian. This shows how powerful this oppression is. Mo Ping was a person with a lively mind. Their clan, out of the Dark Guards, only to the divine sons and daughters of the Star Divine Hall. Would they do that? Could it be that this strong person was the old ancestor of the Star Divine Hall? It shouldn't be. An immortal king ancestor of the Star Divine Hall would be targeted by the Heavenly Tao as soon as he stepped out. Upon further thought, he understood that the divine son and daughter were brought there by Yi Chen, who had previously fought with the Pantheon Temple's Hall Master, which meant that this strong man was not someone from the Star Divine Hall, but rather was the Yi clan's oldest ancestor. At the thought of this, he immediately made a look of aggrieved doing something wrong, regardless of the wrinkles on his old face. Complaining, he said, "This lord, I'm really sorry, we're not sure. The divine son and goddess is your descendant. We've offended much before. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. But then we understand that the divine son and daughter of the gods were not harmed, safe and sound. This time we, the Dark Divine Hall, can give you all the Dark Guards, and all the immortal weapons handed over. Leave it to you, my lord." As soon as Mo Ping's words fell, the third elder and also the Pang elder of the human divine hall opened their mouths wide. This was Mo Ping? The Mo Ping from before was not this attitude. Why are you so humble all of a sudden? Is that oppression? Is it really oppression that leaves them defenseless? Elder Pang slightly moved his head. Fong saw a few pieces of Xuanwu stones that were popped out, and it dawned on him that these two Dark Divine Hall guys were not having a big change in character, but were being pressed by the strongest, and were completely helpless. Yiling Tian heard Mo Ping's words, but he was unmoved. If not for Yi Chuan's timely arrival earlier, I'm afraid that Yi Jiao and Elder Wei would really have been killed by the Dark Divine Hall's Dark Guards, the Harmonious Divine Hall. Yiling Tian, would go and liquidate it, and the Dark Divine Hall would not be spared either. He raised his head slowly at Moppin for a moment, then quickly swung it down. Bang, bang, two low voices rang out, and Mo Ping as well as the third elder, the two great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouses, were directly crushed into meat cakes by that aura, and finally exploded, leaving only a trail of bloodstains. The soul power of both of them was also completely crushed the moment the oppression increased, and they were powerless. When God Wu Yan saw it, he just let out a surprised cry without much change in his expression. Not to mention the elders of the Dark Divine Hall. Even if it was the Hall Master of the Dark Divine Hall, who was killed by Yiling Tian, he wouldn't have any major mental fluctuations. Why? Just because of Yiling Tian's performance in the Holy Realm, as well as solving that black-robed man who had cast a huge palm of darkness against Tianhai City. He had already thoroughly believed that Yiling Tian's strength was completely not something that they, the mortals of the mortal realm, could imagine, and people, with good intentions, helped him solve his daughter's crisis. He thought so. The Pang elder on the side is not so think. He saw two great Luo Golden Immortals died in front of him. Shocked him did not dare to blink his eyes. To know that is a great Luo Golden Immortal, not a Golden Immortal, much less a true Immortal, just die so quickly and definitively. When Yi Chen saw that reaction of Elder Pang, he laughed and casually wiped it on his face, and his original appearance immediately appeared in Elder Pang's eyes. The latter immediately got up with a delighted look on his face. Yi Chuan? Elder Pang immediately walked down and gave Yi Chen a look over, confirming that the other party didn't have any major problems before spitting out, "It's good that you're fine." Yi Chen did not expect that Elder Pang was so concerned about himself, even though he was already advanced in age. The other party immediately walked over the moment he saw his true face. He was incomparably touched in his heart. In the conference hall at this moment, one was his master, God without words, one was Elder Pang who had saved his life, and the other was his Yi Chuan's own grandfather, Elder Ancestor Yiling Tian. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Chen felt a warm current surging in his heart. This feeling of being cared for, when he was being chased by the people of the underworld god's temple thousands of years ago, he didn't dare to think about it at all. Duster, who is this? Elder Pang looked at Yiling Tian and squeezed Yi Duan beside him. The latter looked up to the sky and laughed. This is the Yi clan's old ancestor that I mentioned to you, and my own grandfather. Yi Chuan, after thousands of years, our grandparents and grandchildren have managed to reunite. That's a good thing. Elder Pang was also happy for Yi Chen. Chapter 151 Red Flame Divine Hall. Yiling Tian's heart was also touched after seeing Elder Pang and Yi Chen's faces. He hadn't protected Yi, so he would protect the Yi family's bloodline as well as his descendants. If the descendants have some benefactors, those benefactors help out a little bit too, within their means anyway. Just then, a small child suddenly walked in. After he saw the blood stains on the ground, the whole person froze for a moment, but he was able to become a child who greeted the temple master. The quality of his heart, naturally, was not comparable to an ordinary child. He bypassed the bloodstain and said respectfully to God Wuyan, "Reporting to your highness, someone from the Red Flame Divine Hall seeks an audience." People from the Red Flame Divine Hall? God speechless froze for a moment after hearing that. The Red Flame Divine Hall's interactions with other human divine halls weren't too deep. And this divine hall, what was it doing here looking for them? Subsequently, God Wuyan figured out that a few hundred years ago, a large amount of immortal stones were found in a mountain stream in the west, a place that was under the jurisdiction of the Red Flame Divine Hall. However, the Dark Divine Hall, relying on its strong means, hardened itself and robbed the Red Flame Divine Hall of quite a few immortal stones. Most likely, the other side is here to avenge this hatred. As soon as he thought of this, the corners of God's speechless mouth lifted into a smile. Invite them in. When the boy heard the hall master's promise, he immediately withdrew respectfully and prepared to invite the people from the Red Flame Divine Hall to enter. Yiling Tian, on the other hand, waved his big hand, and the blood stains on the ground disappeared cleanly, and even the damaged Xuanwu stone floor was restored as before. Seeing this scene, God Wuyin and Elder Pang both sighed, worthy of being a strong person that even Yi Chen could hardly reach. Squeak! The door to the conference room opened again. Walked into a man and a woman. Two figures, both of them were wearing red power suits. The most crucial thing was that the hair color of the two, not a single some kind, but a mixture of multiple colors, especially that middle-aged man. At the tip of his hair, there were hidden flames burning, looking strangely strange. When God Wuyin saw the man, he immediately got up and respectfully said, "Hallmaster Gutting coming to my human divine hall. Rare guest, come, please sit down." This man with gorgeous hair was none other than the Red Flame Divine Hall's hallmaster, Gu Tong, while the woman beside him was one of their divine hall's supreme elders. Simply in terms of the lineup that came, the Red Flame Divine Hall, much more sincere than the Dark Divine Hall. The hall master personally came, in addition to matching the supreme elders, the ancient Tong Hall master, and God without words, after some slight courtesies, looked for a corner and sat down. Coincidentally, it just happened to sit beside Yiling Tian and Yi Chen. Out of curiosity, Gu Teng secretly detected the strength of these two and found that neither could be detected. But those who were able to appear in this conference hall couldn't be people without any force at all. That could only end in another way. These two people were both stronger than him. A peaked Luo Jingxian temple master. These two, if you are free, you can get acquainted. Juten muttered to himself in his heart afterward. Turning to God Wuyan in the conference hall, he respectfully said, "Divine Hall Master, I, God Eng, won't say anything polite." Previously, Elder Mo Ping of the Dark Divine Hall, and the third elder also came in. "This time, my Red Flame Divine Hall is wanting to cooperate with your hall. Make a concerted effort to help the Star Divine Hall and deal with the tumor that is the Dark Divine Hall together." "Oh," God speechless murmured lowly, "the hatred between the Star Divine Hall and the Dark Divine Hall has been going on for a long time. And you, the Red Flame Divine Hall, want to trip over this wave of muddy water as well?" Buten shook his head. The Divine Hall Master is unaware that the Dark Divine Hall, not only did it seize my hall's immortal stones a few hundred years ago, but in recent decades, it has also been smuggling them behind our backs. They are in cahoots with the Harmonious Divine Hall, using clever disguises to take on the appearance of elders from my Red Flame Divine Hall, carrying out the immortal artifacts, immortal pills, as well as the feats and immortal techniques in my temple in one fell swoop. And by the time I noticed it, a large portion of it had already been lost. On the side of the people of the Dark Divine Hall, they didn't reveal themselves, and even if we were to look for trouble, it's unlikely that they were disguised as my clan's elders. We can't possibly find elders who haven't done these kinds of deeds to speak to, and have things just drag on. My temple ate such a big dark loss, and I was thinking of repaying it later, but I didn't expect that they would actually make a move on the enthralled divine maiden prepared by my clan, wanting to defile her innocence. If it wasn't for Elder Nalen beside me, who fought to the death, I'm afraid a tragedy would have ensued. After listening to all of this, God without words bowed his head in contemplation. So it seemed, the Red Flame Divine Hall, in addition to having friction with the Dark Divine Hall, also had conflicts with the Harmony Divine Hall. In this way, It was crossing paths with 2 divine halls, but it was still fine for the human divine halls to deal with 1, but if they dealt with 2, it would be a bit embarrassing. Gutang saw God Wuin's lowered look, and it was clear that the other party, weighing the pros and cons, he, like Elder Mo Ping before him, took out a few items from his Jinkuan bag. The total is 4. Immortal Elixir Breaking Pill, Immortal Elixir Soul Mending Pill, Immortal Artifact Coiling Dragon Cloud Stirring Lance, Immortal Technique Nirvana Seal. As soon as the 4 items were laid out, Elder Peng's mouth immediately opened wide. This was even more expensive than Mo Ping's gift. 2 top-grade immortal pills, immortal weapons and immortal skills, which also resided in the top grade. If all 4 of these belonged to the same person, then that person, safely, could break through from peak Golden Immortal to early Dala Golden Immortal in a short period of time with the help of the Immortal Breaking Pill, taking the Soul Mending Pill to enhance soul power and perception, and with the help of immortal weapons and immortal techniques to increase battle power. When stacked together, one could battle with a strong person in the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the late Great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouses, even if they couldn't defeat them in battle, they could still be delayed, as long as the other party didn't have any absolute cards. By relying on these few things, it was possible to delay, and the premise of these, is that this person, just the peak of the Golden Immortal, is not yet a Dala Golden Immortal. The peak of the Golden Immortal, the mortal world at least hundreds of thousands, but the Dala Golden Immortal is not the same. It's only a couple dozen at full capacity. As strength progressed, even fewer reached the later stages, and as for the pinnacle, that was basically only possible for the Hall Masters of the 8 Divine Temples, and the old patriarchs of some hidden sects. God Wuyan looked at the 4 items. His heart was equally shocked. He didn't expect that the Red Flame Divine Hall didn't come empty-handed, but like the Dark Divine Hall, came with something, and bring it on, much richer and more powerful than the Dark Pantheon. As soon as he thought of this, the trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared for the most part, though not all of it had been eliminated yet, for this time was unusual. Since it is going to be a war, it will be a complete and utter war. You and I will go to war to the death, and it will not be like the old days. The human god's temple, although the overall strength is good, but the scope is too large, need to allocate a lot of strong people, to stabilize different regions, the number of strong people who can be freely mobilized. In fact, not much, and this time, it was against 2 divine halls, so to say the least, it would be a bit tricky and troublesome. Chapter 152 shocked Gyutin. Gutong frowned when he saw that God Wuyin remained silent. Could it be that none of these things could impress God Wuyin? He made a salute with both hands and said, Divine Hall Lord, Human Divine Hall, there is no need for you to personally go to the frontline battlefield. Keep a good large rear, and make sure that the Dark Divine Hall as well as the Harmonious Divine Hall don't sneak up on you. I've already negotiated with the Hall Master of the Star Divine Hall for cooperation, and at the forefront, it will be my 2 halls who will be charging. God Wuyin smiled bitterly. Hall Master Gyutin, it's not that God someone is cold and heartless, but as the Hall Master of the Human God Temple, I will need to consider more things. Please forgive me. I'm thinking for a while. I'll give an answer later. Reporting to the Hall Master, emissaries from the Dark Divine Hall have come to cause trouble. At the doorway of the conference hall, the boy from earlier said sharply. What? God speechless immediately got up, wanting to walk out and suppress those troublemakers by force. When the little boy saw this, he hastened to add, Your Highness doesn't need to go personally. The other elders have already subdued him. It's just that this messenger said that my Human Divine Hall struck down 2 of their elders. A blood feud has been made, and it is imperative to avenge their elders. At those words, God Wuyan froze for a moment. In fact, Mo Ping and that 3rd elder were not killed by the other race Divine Hall, but by Senior Yi Ling Tian. But it's the kind of thing that can't be said outright. Alright, I know, you have those elders. Lock up this messenger of the Dark Divine Hall. Don't let him run out yet. Yes, the little boy led the order to leave. After Gyutin saw this little episode, he took the opportunity to encourage it. Divine Hall Master, now that you, the Human Divine Hall, have made a feud with the Dark Divine Hall, do you still have to hesitate in this cooperation? 2 elders of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, you dared to kill them, so what is there to fear from the Dark Divine Hall? God Wuin's mouth was full of bitterness, thinking, where do I have that ability? I am also a Great Luo Golden Immortal, but I can't do what Senior Yi Ling Tian did, silently, killing the 2 elders. This emperor can do you guys a favor. Yi Ling Tian suddenly snapped. God Wuyin looked at Yi Ling Tian with eagerness, while Gutang had a confused look on his face. This green-shirted man, calling himself this emperor, could it be that he was a martial Dao emperor? Impossible, that strength is too weak. Could it be an immortal monarch, but not up to a higher immortal emperor? So arrogant to call it that? Never mind, let's see what he says next. Yiling Tian looked at the hall masters of the two major divine halls and slowly said, "You only need to deal with one dark divine hall, and for the harmonious divine hall, this emperor will go and help you clean it up." "Ha!" The gutting hall master let out a cry of surprise. "Senior, do you mean that you want to be alone? Single-handedly dealing with the harmony divine hall?" Yiling Tian nodded his head indifferently and considered it a tacit acceptance of this request. "Senior, or was it the ancient Tang hall master who spoke up? Since I, the Red Inferno divine hall, said that I would make a move, I'm not taking it on faith. And the strength of the harmonious divine hall isn't exactly weak either. If our three divine halls join forces, it is possible to fight one of them. There is no need for you, senior, to risk your life alone." Yiling Tian laughed. "I didn't expect you to be quite concerned about this emperor." As the words left his mouth, he looked toward Godless, Divine Hall Master. "This time, you'll cooperate with the Red Flame Divine Hall, and the Star Divine Hall, and on the side of the Harmonious Divine Hall, there's no need for you to worry about it. Tomorrow, it doesn't need to be tomorrow, by the afternoon, you should have received the news that the Harmony Divine Hall has been destroyed." Gutting frowned. "Unclear. Why did this senior say that?" The female Supreme Elder he brought with him carefully sized up Yiling Tian and realized that this person, besides his dashing looks, his strength was also unfathomable. Did he really have the ability to fight against a divine hall all by himself? She took the initiative to get up and bowed to Yiling Tian. "This senior, inside the Harmonization Divine Hall, there is a spatial realm that once one forcibly intrudes into it, they will be sensed by the hall masters inside, as well as the elders. I have a piece here, from the hands of the third elder of their divine hall, Bitter Truth, a spatial key, which can easily enter the divine hall's confines, but after entering exactly, it will depend on senior's skill." After saying that, Elder Nalen took out a shiny spatial key. After Yiling Tian saw it, he just swept a glance and stopped looking at it. "You sense this key?" Elder Nalen froze, not knowing what Yiling Tian meant by this, and after slightly sensing it, the spatial key fluctuated, and finally disappeared into thin air, never to be found again. A good space key, sensing a moment is gone, their own even breath, did not mobilize too much. This time, even with the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, she also began to panic. Gu Tong, who was on the side, as well as Xin Wuyin were also confused after seeing this, not knowing what the reason for this was. Could it be that this green-shirted senior knew more about spatial keys than the elders of the Harmony Fusion Divine Hall? Or perhaps, this green-shirted man was one of the elders of the Harmonious Divine Hall, in disguise? As soon as they thought of this, Gu Tang and Elder Nalen glanced at each other, and the red flame power in their bodies began to surge. As long as they found this green-shirted man, with any movement, then, they would immediately give the most vicious blow. Not only did they hate the people of the Dark Divine Hall, but they also hated the people of the Harmonious Divine Hall. And if the Harmonious Divine Hall hadn't gone for the disguise time and time again, I'm afraid that they, the Red Inferno Divine Hall, wouldn't have lost so much. Yiling Tian sensed the movement of Gutting, and that Nalen Elder, and laughed. "You guys don't need to be nervous. This spatial key is linked to the master. His master was slaughtered by this emperor, so the space key is naturally gone." What? This time, it was three people who spoke out at the same time. God without words, Gu Tong, and that Nalen Elder. To be precise, it was four. Elder Pang, who was not far away, had also heard it. It was just that when he saw Yiling Tian's godly manlike means, the sound he made was not loud enough. Guteng was unbelievable. Looking at Yiling Tian, the Bitter Truth as the third elder of the Harmonious Fusion Divine Hall, was at the cultivation of the early Dala Golden Immortal stage, and with a full outburst, he could reach the late Dala Golden Immortal stage. Although people, ruthless a little, but the strength of this aspect, is really no say. Such a strong man, just like that, dying in the hands of this green-shirt ex-senior. Gu Tong thought carefully, and recalling the expression of God's speechlessness just now, he suddenly came to a lurid conclusion. The Dark Divine Hall's Grand Elder Mo Ping, as well as the Third Elder. Odds are, it was also this green-shirt powerhouse who killed them. Phew, Gutting slowly exhaled a breath. Incredulous, looking at Yiling Tian, the strength of the other party, at this moment, no longer mattered, because he knew that he would never be able to catch up in his life. Even the sleeping immortal king ancestor in his temple couldn't catch up with this kind of powerhouse, able to ignore the existence of the heavenly Tao. Most likely, not inside the same world as any of them. Chapter 153, Overthrow of the Harmonious Divine Hall. At this point, Gu Tang had guessed correctly. He, Yiling Tian, was the Nine Heavens heavenly emperor of the Chaos Realm, and really wasn't a person from the mortal realm of this Hongmeng universe. Put away your expressions. Anyways, you are also strong in this world. Yiling Tian looked at the three people in front of him and casually said. As the words fell out, the three men hastened to laugh. snapping at themselves for such unseemly behavior. Subsequently, God Wuyan formally announced that he was joining forces with the Red Flame Divine Hall, as well as the Star Divine Hall, to exterminate the Dark Divine Hall together. After the meeting, Yi Chen went to the Star Divine Hall to visit Yi Jiu and Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Lingtian had already explained to him what had happened at the bottom of the Nebula Lake that day. A figure, towards the Star Divine Hall in the north, hurriedly rushed away, bringing a huge wind pressure along the way, causing many strengths to glance sideways. Who is this? So strong? It has to be at least a late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. I don't think so. It's most likely the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Forget it. What are we, the few earthy mortals, discussing this for? Keep practicing. Meanwhile, while Yi Chen was still rushing towards the Star Divine Hall, Yi Lingtian had already arrived at the Harmonious Fusion Divine Hall. The second time he came to this place, Yi Lingtian was a bit nostalgic. The last time was because, after receiving the news of the death of the Emperor of the Underworld, he left in a hurry. Will things be different this time around? Yi Lingtian did not release his breath when he appeared, but those sentries, who had already seen Yi Lingtian standing in the void, immediately pulled the alarm. Zhou Blade, the Hall Master of the Hirong Divine Hall, as well as several of the great elders immediately appeared, and upon seeing that familiar figure, a few of them wanted to cry. After Yi Lingtian left last time, they thought that this strong man did not care about this matter, and that Elder Bitter Truth had done something they did not know. If Bitter Truth harmed this senior's offspring, then they, the Harmonious Divine Hall, would give away all the treasures they had over the years. That's right, it's all of them. They don't want to hide anymore. They are afraid that after pushing Yi Lingtian to the brink, Yi Lingtian will once again sweep across his Harmonious Fusion Divine Hall. Senior, the Bitter Truth Elder of the Harmonious Divine Hall, was evil before, and caused an impact on Senior's offspring. Here, I apologize. My Hirong Divine Hall has a treasure pavilion, which nets all of my Hirong Divine Hall's treasures, immortal pills, immortal artifacts, immortal skills, and so forth. I only beg you, Senior, to give us, the Hirong Divine Hall, a break. The Hall Master took the initiative to speak, and the several elders at the back also bent over and did their courtesies. Yi Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw it. This emperor isn't going to wantonly slaughter your entire divine hall just for the sake of an elder. Unfortunately, this emperor has learned quite a bit about what you've done. Slaughtering weak forces for no reason, deceiving those of great power, using this to steal people's treasures, seeing powerful bloodlines or treasures, acquiring them by any means necessary, and then grafting them onto themselves, causing the deaths of countless living beings. You guys, despite your human looks, if you explode, what's inside you? It's not even your own, is it? Yi Lingtian's words directly dumbfounded the Hall Master of the Harmonious Divine Hall, as well as the several great elders. This is the style of action of their Harmony Divine Hall. No matter what, snatch it. Which of them, these great Luo Golden Immortals, didn't have a snatched bloodline in their bodies? Which one didn't have a part of a powerful foreign beast? All of them were forcibly snatched. At the thought of this, Zhou Blade, the Hall Master of the Hirong Divine Hall, knelt down in front of the void. This lord, we know we're wrong. Please, give us a chance. We definitely wouldn't dare to do that. From now on, we, the Harmony Divine Hall, change our name to the Innovation Divine Hall. Definitely don't do that kind of looting in the future. Several other elders, see Zhou Blade Hallmaster, made this gesture, that they cannot lag behind, one by one kneeling on the void to beg for mercy, even to the end, crying. Completely no strong man should have the demeanor. Yi Lingtian was not impressed by these people's false feelings. He himself had crawled all the way through countless blank stares, taunts, abuse as well as accusations before he finally certified as a heavenly emperor. These little minions of the Harmonious Divine Hall, acting out this kind of fake love in front of him, was really sickening. With a wave of his hand, a seven-colored torrent swiftly and rapidly surfaced around him, finally blasting away at those, kneeling on the void, several great Luo Golden Immortals. Zhou Blade Hall Master, seeing Yi Lingtian, being so unsympathetic, and considering that he and a few elders were bound to die, he used all of his strength to swing an extremely strong airwave attack towards the treasure pavilion. This attack, not the destruction of the treasure pavilion, after all, the defensive properties of this pavilion, incomparably powerful, after tens of thousands of years of inheritance, are standing. This airwave attack from Zhou Blade was meant to strike the self-destruct device of the treasure pavilion, so that the treasure pavilion, along with his death, would disappear into this world as well. The corners of Yi Lingtian's mouth rose when he saw it. Engaging in all this flowery boxing in front of this emperor, he pointed at the hidden treasure cabinet. Buzz off. On the surface of the treasure pavilion, a layer of fluctuations immediately surfaced, and upon closer inspection, they were countless spatial ripples. Yiling Tian directly gave this treasure pavilion and overlaid a layer of spatial film. Not to mention the great Luo golden immortals. Even if an immortal emperor came, he wouldn't be able to shake this treasure pavilion in the slightest. When Zhou Blade saw that his chi wave attack, blasting on the treasure pavilion, did not react at all, he spat out a mouthful of blood under his anger. He raised his head and with those reddened eyes, he stared at Yiling Tian in death. Next moment, his entire person, engulfed by the seven-colored torrent, completely lost his breath, and the other few elders couldn't escape either. After doing so, the seven-colored torrent did not end, but rather swept towards the countless buildings below in the same manner as the void domain in the Holy Realm. Countless buildings, as well as the people of the harmonious divine hall, were swept away by the torrent, and in the end, they were swallowed up as much as possible. They may not know who the killer is, but they knew why they had died, because every single one of the Harmony Shrine had done the brutal grafting ritual, and not only to Fae, magical beasts, but also to humans. And the main reason there are a lot of people, is that the rejection will be smaller, so none of the people from the harmonious divine hall who died under the seven-colored torrent were innocent, and the seven-colored torrent continued to maintain its efficiency and speed. About a few minutes later, the large harmonious divine hall, as well as the nearby buildings, all turned into ruins. The seven-colored torrent, not everything is swallowed, some swallowed in, will be spat out. Right now, the only thing left here was that treasure pavilion, which was still intact. Yiling Tian looked at that treasure pavilion and smiled faintly. Chapter 154 Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Immortal King Ancestor of the Harmonious Divine Hall, this emperor knows that you've woken up. Hurry up and come out, otherwise, this emperor will just pull you out. Yiling Tian's words did not fall for long. On the top floor attic of the treasure pavilion, a green light flickered, and then a strange creature with a cow's head and body appeared in front of Yiling Tian. Senior, my harmonious divine hall, although I've done things a little bit more cruelly, but now, after being cleaned up like this by you, are you still unwilling to let go? Yiling Tian looked at this strange creature and snorted, taking the Big Dipper Berserker Bull and transplanting it onto himself. I didn't expect that the immortal king ancestor of the harmonious divine hall would actually be such an unorthodox thing. You have seen what this emperor has done, and within you, this emperor has also sensed a trace of human bloodline that does not belong to yourself. Behave yourself. As the words fell, Yiling Tian's hand made a move, and a seven-colored torrent swept towards that immortal king. How could the immortal king ancestor of the harmonious divine hall not sense what was happening around him? Not only was the aura of Temple Master Zhou Blade gone, but the auras of several other elders also disappeared, and even the many tall buildings of his harmonious fusion divine hall had disappeared into thin air. Even if there were still some remnants, they were still broken wall-like furnishings. As soon as he thought of this, the immortal king looked at the seven-colored torrent that was getting closer and closer, and turned around with a huff, understanding that the green-shirted man in front of him was not something he could deal with. He now had to do his best to rush to the self-destruct device of the treasure pavilion, absolutely unable to let this, the guy who had slaughtered his Harmony Fusion Divine Hall, still be able to enjoy the collection of their treasure pavilion for many years. Set. A low voice spat out from Yiling Tian's mouth. That immortal king who flew down at full speed. His body was violently fixed, completely unable to move. His bull's eyes were wide open and his entire body violently resisted. It didn't work. After that voice fell, he felt the space around him. It suddenly turned into substance, trapping him within a very short range of just 2 or 3 meters from the self-destruct device. Then, the seven-colored torrent came over without even making a sound, and this immortal king, who was considered to be a sealing powerhouse in the mid-heaven astral domain, was mercilessly strangled. On Yiling Tian's face, there wasn't the slightest change as he came inside the attic of the treasure pavilion and looked at the many treasures within. There wasn't the slightest change on his face. There was the immortal breaking pill that boosted his strength, the soul mending pill that enhanced his soul power, and the compound pill that healed his body quickly. As for immortal weapons and immortal techniques, they were even more numerous. All sorts of weapons, placed on the shelves, releasing a light that was uniquely their own. Immortal techniques, on the other hand, are stowed away in scrolls, waiting to be opened by those who are destined to do so. After Yiling Tian swept a glance, he directly walked out. His big hand waved once again, and the entire treasure pavilion was directly put into his own hidden storage space, and stayed with Moby Ring and the Void Mirror. Moby Ring forgot to give it to Dusty. Yiling Tian suddenly remembered this matter. Forget it, he's strong enough to be able to solve difficulties without that thing. After Yiling Tian finished talking to himself, his figure slightly swayed and directly disappeared into this realm. Soon after, the people of the central heavenly planet region would notice the strange movements in this place, and finally spread the explosive news to everyone's ears. One of the 8 divine halls, the Harmony Divine Hall, was reduced to a ruin just like the Underworld Divine Hall before it. The whole realm of the earth, where not a single life can be found, is extraordinarily bleak and depressed. Immortal realm, on a lake bleached with a light mist. Yiling Tian looked at the two figures inside and slowly nodded his head. The strength of these two, in the lake he had taken the trouble to search for, had improved quite a bit. Yi Sidian had already reached the middle stage of Immortal Emperor, while Emo had come to the stage of Immortal Empress, and as long as he worked harder, reaching the peak of Immortal Emperor, and finally breaking through to Immortal Exalt, was not impossible. Just as Yiling Tian was planning to leave, a strong wind coalesced over the lake. Yiling Tian looked down and saw that these energy winds, which quickly surrounded and, finally, converged into a small tornado, and the eye of the tornado was none other than Emo. At this moment, the latter's small face was taut, and the expression on his face, unprecedentedly serious. At the energy astral wind, a steady stream of energy, through the eye of the wind, was transferred to the surface of Yemo's body, which was then absorbed by his body and turned into a stream of pure immortal energy. Yiling Tian also did not leave. He wanted to see his grandson. Could he make another breakthrough with the help of this energy tornado? The sound of the wind whistling was still going on, and it was fortunate that the place Yiling Tian had found was relatively hidden. Otherwise, it would definitely be targeted by other forces, thus taking advantage of Yiling Tian's departure to dominate this fairyland. The minutes ticked by. After about an hour, the speed of the energy tornado, which was already not as fast as it was at the beginning, entered a period of decline, and in just a few minutes, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yiling Tian frowned. Had Emo failed? Phew! A dull sound rang out. Then, a rushing water column appeared within Yiling Tian's line of sight. After one appeared, followed by the second and the third. When the fifth channel appeared, Emo opened his eyes and let out a loud shout as his entire body shot up into the sky and appeared above the sixth water column. At this moment, his body was as powerful as a rainbow, an aura of a peak immortal emperor. Spreading out, his entire body was spirited. Yiling Tian couldn't help but murmur when he saw it. It has the elegance of my years. Emo saw Yiling Tian not far away, and immediately collected his breath and saluted earnestly at Yiling Tian. Emo has met Grandpa. Brush. The seventh water pillar rose up to the sky, and the figure on the water pillar was none other than Yiling Tian's son, Yi Sidian, who was also seeing, the one waiting for them as father and son. Respectfully, he said, "Greetings, father. The two of you have my heavenly emperor bloodline in your bodies. Just before, not properly utilized. The lake in here has the effect of activating the bloodline. That's why you guys are improving so fast." Yiling Tian first told them that there was no need to be so polite, and then explained to them the reason for the increase in strength. Yi Sidian and Emo came to a realization when they heard it, and the two of them also felt that the energy of a lake, no matter how dense it was, it couldn't be for them to make such a big breakthrough. Yi Sidian directly broke through one minor realm, while Emo was even more perverted, breaking through two minor realms and directly coming from the middle stage of the first immortal emperor to the peak of the immortal emperor. The energy tornado earlier was caused by him. I left in a hurry last time. You too. Which force do you belong to now? Yiling Tian took the initiative to speak. Emo slowly said, "Grandpa, my father and I are currently holding positions in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion." Chapter 155, Second Princess Yulan. Wind and Cloud Pavilion? Yiling Tian muttered. This power, he hadn't heard much about it. That soul plan, having been taught a lesson by my hand, will not look for trouble from you in the following. Next, just pay attention. After saying that, Yiling Tian didn't intend to stay here. He still had to go to the Holy Realm, and take out the patriarch of the Void Clan, as well as their old ancestor, and torture them. Father, seeing Yiling Tian about to leave, Yi Sidian thought for a while before gritting his teeth. Yiling Tian had just cut through a spatial crack when he heard his son's shout. He turned back to Yi Sidian and realized that the other party seemed to have some bitterness. Yiling Tian was immediately clear that his junior had encountered difficulties again. Tell me, as your elder, I will help you with any problems or dilemmas. At those words, Yi Sidian and Emo knelt down at the same time. The former turned to Yiling Tian and respectfully said, "Father, in fact, the Wind Cloud Pavilion has recently encountered big trouble. The Harmonized Divine Hall, in conjunction with the Dark Divine Hall, is going to deal with my Wind Cloud Pavilion, and as the Pavilion Master of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, I've been looking for help lately." Imor was also worried about this matter, and was previously pestered by the Soul Clan's Imperial Envoy to keep him from leaving. In a fit of rage, Mare's son struck out and decapitated the Soul Clan's Imperial Envoy. Fortunately, behind him, there is Father Yu who came to his rescue. but our wind and cloud pavilion is currently still in a difficult situation. I didn't say anything at the lake before, also because I was afraid that you would be too worried, and we didn't want to trouble you, but just now, in my mind, I received a message. My Wind Cloud Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master is dead, and so are the 3 Supreme Elders. They, and I, were the ones who had the 1,000-mile propagation ceremony, and I was able to feel their deaths the first time. As the words fell, the despondency and hatred in Yi Xitian's eyes, Yi Ling Tian, who was his father, felt it clearly. He nodded solemnly, not realizing that the Immortal Realm's Harmonious Divine Hall, as well as the Dark Divine Hall, had colluded together, and that the 2 great halls of the mortal realm were dealing with the Star Divine Hall. The 2 great halls of the immortal world were to deal with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion where his children and grandchildren were located. Then this time, whatever is said, these 2 great halls must be uprooted, lest they, following the example of the Emperor of the Underworld, run into the mortal realm to disrupt order. Let's go. Take me to your Wind Cloud Pavilion. This time, I'll help your Wind Cloud Pavilion build up its reputation. Hearing his father's words, Yi Xitian was incomparably happy and immediately greeted Yi Mo and introduced the location of Wind and Cloud Pavilion with Yi Ling Tian, as well as the distribution of strength in the pavilion, and the number of powerful people in the other 2 halls. During this period, Yi Ling Tian just listened and didn't say anything. These power struggles in the immortal world were jokes in the eyes of those in the sacred world, and in front of him, the 9 heavenly emperors. It was nonsense. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was situated on top of a famous mountain, with beautiful scenery and rich immortal energy. It was very suitable for cultivators in the immortal realm to improve, as well as for sparring. Coupled with Pavilion Master Yi Xitian's recruitment, many of the elders, as well as disciples, who had joined the Wind and Cloud Pavilion were proud to be Wind and Cloud Pavilion people. The young Pavilion Master, Yi Mo, was even more humble and courteous, and would take the initiative to share some insights into the cultivation process, where many cultivators encountered bottlenecks. Yi Mo can, according to this person's specific situation, give appropriate advice. Often this cultivator adopted more than 10 years, short half a year, will certainly break through a small realm. Large realm breakthroughs, there is no shortage of people. Unfortunately, such good times ended a month ago. Wang Chang, the temple master of the Harmonious Divine Hall, had spied on an important piece of news through the spies planted in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, as well as the young Pavilion Master, had the power of the bloodline in their bodies, which was very special, and could ensure that they, with a small amount of cultivation time, would be able to achieve a very high cultivation effect. It just so happened that the Temple Master of the Harmonious Divine Hall was in dire need of replacing his bloodline, and he had always been snatching other people's bloodlines to renew his life and enhance his strength. This time is no exception. Then, the Hall Master of the Hirong Divine Hall, disguised as an elder, entered the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, and was finally detected by the delicate-minded Yi Mo, who managed to be blown away by several elders. When Wang Chang fought with these elders, he realized that the bloodlines in these elders' bodies were not unusual either, and if they were seized by the elders of his Harmonious Divine Hall, the strength of his Harmonious Divine Hall would be raised by a large margin. After returning, Wang Chang immediately declared that he was at war with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If they were to purely compete for the size of their power, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, compared to the Harmonization Divine Hall, which was one of the 8 divine halls that had been inherited through the ancient times, but Wind and Cloud Pavilion had an advantage. There were more allies. Once the number came up, the Harmonious Divine Hall couldn't afford to eat it, and then, he called on the Hall Master of the Dark Divine Hall. After reaching some unknown agreement with the other party, the 2 major divine halls, officially united, attacked the Wind and Cloud Pavilion in a big way. Now, the other allies of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion were dumbfounded. If a divine hall was okay, these 2 divine halls, united together, then they could not do anything about it. Thus, the Wind Cloud Pavilion turned into a loner, with allies leaving in droves, and only 2 or 3 forces, still guarding their side. When the Pavilion Master, Yi Xitian, as well as the young Pavilion Master saw this, they immediately went to pull in other allies, only to run into the Soul Race's obstruction. People of Wind Cloud Pavilion, if you still want to continue resisting, you'll end up like your Vice Pavilion Master. Wind and Cloud Pavilion's a huge square, countless black-robed people standing on it. The first one black-robed man, looking at the crowd below, coldly smiled, and uttered those words. When the crowd heard this, they immediately erupted into a flurry of commotion, and many of them, even more so, were weak in the legs and feet. In just now, they saw Wang Chang, the Hall Master of the Harmonious Divine Hall, and Chu Maniac, the Hall Master of the Dark Divine Hall, make a move together, and decapitate the late Immortal Emperor's Vice Pavilion Master. Directly, The other 3 Taishang elders were also besieged by 10 elders from the 2 divine halls and ended up dying. They, the disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, not to mention the opposite hall master, even the opposite elder, were able to let them die without a burial place. Everyone, don't be afraid of them, the big deal is death. As the crowd stirred, a woman suddenly stepped forward. The crowd twisted their heads to look at the woman. Not one of them from the Wind Cloud Pavilion, but the second princess of the Jade Cloud sect, Yulan, who was not satisfied with her family's forced bondage marriage a few hundred years ago. She wasted her own immortal power, went to the mortal world, and finally managed to retrieve it. And her parents no longer dared to mess around, because when she was in exile in the mortal realm, Yulan's brother, who was in danger in his secret realm, has not returned yet, and the probability is, he was strangled by the traps in the secret realm. Jade Cloud Sect Patriarch, just Yulan a daughter, naturally follow her. This time the Wind and Cloud Pavilion encountered a crisis. She stepped forward, with the Jade Cloud Sect a lot of people, to help the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Although in terms of strength, the group of them, they were only at the Immortal Emperor realm, and immortal dignity was only attained by 2 elders, but they were not responsible for the front line, they were only in charge of the rear, to avoid the rear of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion from being overrun by the enemy. The results achieved are not bad. Chapter 156, The Soul Ray Strikes. Unfortunately, when the Harmonious Divine Hall, as well as the Dark Divine Hall, moved for real, any initiative was useless. Wang Chang looked at the one, Yulan, who was openly clamoring in the crowd, and couldn't help but snicker. You're Jade Cloud Sect's old patriarch. You're the only one left with a daughter. If you don't live well and honor his old man, you won't see your chance. Seeing Wang Chang's ugly face, Yulan held back her nausea and said in a low voice, I, Jade Cloud Sect, am not powerful, but when I see you ancient forces, relying on your inheritance advantage to oppress the weaker forces, I am not used to seeing this. Ha ha ha, and stop being stubborn. Wang Chang laughed out loud. You, all of you, ants who haven't even reached Immortal Emperor, are completely farting when you say this in front of this palace master. Since you are, of all people, bent on pursuing fairness, may I, then old man, send you to the Yellow Springs world to realize your fairness. As the words fell, Wang Chang waved his hand, and a giant palm condensed by darkness aura appeared in the sky above the square, the kind of volume that covered the sky, making the crowd in the square unable to breathe. Is this the strength of a late immortal emperor? Too strong. I don't want to die. Pavilion Master and young Pavilion Master, where the hell did they go? Now are not yet not come back. In the past, every time they encountered a crisis, they would rush in the front. AI, the Pavilion Master and the young Pavilion Master, went to look for other allies and are not back now. Odds are that something bad has happened. Hey, don't talk nonsense. The Pavilion Master and the young Pavilion Master are people with great fortune. The surrounding chatter fell on Yulan's ears without bringing up the slightest change as she looked at the giant palm of energy that was getting closer and closer, thinking of her in the mortal world, the kind man she met, Shan Wuyin, and the daughter she gave birth to, Ting. She knew from that moment on that she had to make a confrontation against everything that was unfair. Wind and Cloud Pavilion, many times in the Immortal Stones as well as auction transactions, gave her Jade Cloud Sect benefits. Then as the second princess, in fact, also considered the future heir to the Patriarch, she must come to help her ally. It was just that he never expected that the Harmonious Divine Hall would actually hook up with the Dark Divine Hall, together. Right now, on their side, there weren't even any elders with the strength of immortal emperors, and the ones with that strength were all from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, who had been besieged to death by the strongest members of the 2 divine halls, earlier on. Moreover, the strongest of the 2 divine halls did not even spare each other's bloodline power, and opened the bloodline grafting ceremony on the spot, transferring the bloodline of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's elders to them. The methods used are cruel and the attitude is bad. The people of the biased Wind and Cloud Pavilion, as well as the crowd in the square, could do nothing about it. Wang Chang looked at the slowly descending palm, then looked at the panic of the crowd in the square, and let out a sardonic laugh. Useless trash, go to hell. As the words fell, the giant palm descended violently, and in a few breaths, it arrived above the heads of the crowd. Seeing this, there were still immortal Zoom powerhouses in the crowd, immediately urging their immortal power to resist this attack as much as possible, but their means of attack landed on the giant palm, to no avail, and the speed of the giant palm did not decrease in the slightest. Open mountain palm, purple prana sword, spinning yuan seal, out of fear of death. All of them, not just the immortal exalted powerhouses, began to fight back in their death throes. All sorts of immortal techniques kept appearing and attacking at that giant palm of darkness. The results are still unsatisfactory. The giant palm was already a few steps away from them, Almost the next moment, it was about to descend on their heads. After Yulan saw this scene, the whole person, like a dandelion in the wind, a pretty face, surfaced helplessly. She had thought, this time, after helping the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to solve the crisis, she would go to the mortal world, to see her daughter. Although there would be heavenly restrictions, she would just take a look and leave without disturbing the order of the mortal realm. If the heavenly Tao insisted on blocking it, she would find another way. Now in this situation, I guess she doesn't have to think about it. Farewell, my husband, farewell, my daughter, everyone in the Jade Cloud sect. I'm sorry, father, mother, brother, my daughter is sorry. Just as Yulan closed her eyes to the moment of death, a clear voice rang out. Next moment, the sunlight recovered Yulan's body. She opened her eyes and unexpectedly realized that the giant palm of darkness that Wang Chang had cast earlier had disappeared. Looking around, the others in the square, too, were still alive. She covered her mouth incredulously. Could it be that Pavilion Master Yi Sidian had returned with a strong man? This future heir of the Jade Cloud sect raised his eyes and several black-robed figures appeared in the sky above the plaza. Although they were dressed in black robes just like the people from the two divine halls, from the way they stood, it was clear that the men were on their side. On the plaza, some sharp-eyed elders, who could see these, who helped them get away from the giant palm, exclaimed, These are the Soul Clan. The moment this elder's words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. People didn't expect that the Soul Clan, whose ferocity was not too far off from that of the harmonious divine hall, would actually help them in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. In fact, the most unexpected person was the Hall Master Wang Chang of the Harmonious Divine Hall, and the Hall Master Chu Maniac of the Dark Divine Hall beside him. The two men, being late-stage immortal emperors, could see clearly that the giant palm of energy from before had been cracked by these few people from the Soul Clan joining forces. Otherwise, those losers in the square would have already died under his means. Wang Chang looked at one of the Soul Race figures, and after examining it for a moment, he said in a low voice, Soul Heavenly Lin, I didn't expect you to come here as well? Soul Tianlin lifted the robe on top of his head, eyed Wang Chang, and said flatly, I'm afraid you can't move the Wind and Cloud Pavilion today. Ha ha ha, Soul Heavenly Lin, did I hear you right? Wang Chang laughed up to the sky. Do you think that the people of the immortal realm don't know what your Soul Clan has done? Some of your behaviors are considered excessive compared to my harmonious divine hall. Wind and Cloud Pavilion is just a small force. It's hard to believe that you're also interested in Yi Sidian, and Yi Mo's bloodline, too. Soul Tianlin sighed in his heart. In fact, he didn't want to come, but the old ancestor kept telling him to bring a few great elders over, and for this, the old ancestor even lost his temper. If he, Soul Tianlin, does not bring people to rescue Wind Cloud Pavilion, then he will be stripped of his clan head position and sent to the Nine Specters' Soul Prison. At the thought of this, Soul Tianlin had a shiver and immediately came over. Unexpectedly, it was actually the Harmonious Divine Hall, and the Dark Divine Hall, joining forces to deal with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. This greatly exceeded his surprise. Soul Tianlin, the Dark Divine Hall's Hall Master Chu Maniac snapped. We're all considered old acquaintances. The Pavilion Master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, as well as that, the young Pavilion Master, who is beautifully described as humble and well-mannered, are nowhere to be seen. If you guys turn a blind eye and close your eyes, we can still cooperate subsequently. If you want to block it today, then you also have to consider whether you can receive the wrath of my two great divine halls. Chapter 157. Soul Tianlin frowned. No matter how he said it, he was still a peak immortal emperor powerhouse, and the Soul Clan, in the immortal world, was considered a top power. Now by the two of you, so to say, really think that I Soul Tianlin is your mud pinch knot? As I said, Wind Cloud Pavilion, you can't move today. The reason for this, I'm not at liberty to tell you. Anyway, you just need to know that although Yi Sidian is only at the early stage of the immortal emperor, however, he has a very powerful old ancestor. Put, Wang Chang, as well as Chu Maniac, directly laughed out loud. They were riding on Feng Yin Pavilion's head and ting on it. Yi Sidian didn't even show up, and that powerful old ancestor didn't show up either. Soul Heavenly Lin is afraid that it is not. The more he lives, the more he regresses. As soon as he hears that people, there is some kind of powerful old ancestor, he is afraid. Soul Heavenly Lin, today, my two great divine halls have come here with the aim of destroying the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If you stand on the same line as us, we can continue to cooperate, and later, we can also exchange immortal weapons with each other. If, however, you insist on protecting these mole crickets, don't blame us for being impolite. As soon as the words fell, Wang Chang and Chu Maniac, the auras of late immortal emperors, were abruptly released, both of them, just one step away from reaching the peak of immortal emperors. This kind of aura, when it was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color, and space began to tremble. The crowd on the square, looking at the aura that rippled out, twisted their heads and ran. Even these, the aura that was released with them, was enough for those of them to drink a pot. Buzz. Several people, Seoul Tianlin, also erupted with a chi that belonged to them. Seoul Tianlin was a peak immortal emperor. His chi was the strongest, directly in the square, forming an inverted protective bowl membrane. When Wang Chang and Chu Maniac's chi arrived, other than on the surface of the protective film, which brought up ripples, it couldn't harm the people inside at all. Wang Chang cracked. Seoul Heavenly Lin, today, do you really want to go against us? Seoul Heavenly Pro was also a peak immortal emperor in any case, and a superpower in the immortal realm, and when he was rebuked by Wang Chang in this manner, he was not happy in his heart, and he directly disliked him back. I still say that, today's Wind Cloud Pavilion, you two halls, can't move. Although Seoul Tianlin didn't know the reason why the old ancestor insisted on asking him to bring someone to help the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, but from the old ancestor's serious and earnest old face, Seoul Tianlin saw a hint of caution and dedication. Perhaps, the old ancestor was thinking that the green-shirted man who had come to his clan that day and rescued Yemo was someone who was a few points stronger than even a powerful person from the sacred realm. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm would have already stepped in to stop it. Wang Chang and Chu Maniac, seeing that Seoul Heavenly progeny really did go against their two great divine halls and wanted to protect these molecules of Wind Cloud Pavilion, the two men laughed up to the sky and waved their hands towards the several elders behind them. Subsequently, a dozen or so figures, with Wang Chang and Chu Maniac taking the lead, rushed towards the Seoul Heavenly Prosperity. Several people, since they had said that they would not listen, they would take the other party and beat them until they were convinced. In Wang Chang's heart, there was another plan. The collection of the Seoul clan has always been quite abundant. If he could capture the Seoul Heavenly Lin, then the countless treasures of the Seoul clan will be all of his harmonious divine hall. As soon as he thought of this, he laughed up to the sky and pushed the immortal power in his body to the extreme, and with a wave of his big hand, a dark lance appeared in his hand, which was their Hopelink Divine Hall's upper middle grade immortal weapon. It could greatly enhance the combat power, and even if he faced Seoul Heavenly Pro, who was one realm higher, he would not be afraid in the slightest. When Chu Maniac saw that Wang Chang had summoned an immortal weapon, he didn't dare to slow down and directly summoned his own immortal weapon, the 9 Underworld Ghost Blade, which was also an upper middle grade immortal weapon. After holding an immortal weapon, Chu Maniac's entire combat power also soared in a straight line, and basically, it was almost on par with the peak of immortal emperors. The several elders behind the two hall masters also burst out their auras. Some were early immortal emperors, some were late immortal Zuns, and a line of people rushed towards Seoul Tianlin. It's like a shooting star that goes on forever. When Seoul Tianlin saw this scene, he took a deep breath. These two actually came for real, but Yi Sidian, as well as GMO, is not at all in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. These two guys, still entangled, is not the brain into the water? But thinking about this was already useless. If Seoul Tianlin didn't deal with it, I'm afraid that he would be decapitated by the people from the two divine halls. Soul Race Elders at your service. Deal with all your might, the harmonious divine hall as well as the dark divine halls people. There's no need to hold back. Yes. Hearing the order of the Seoul Heavenly Lin Patriarch, the Seoul Clan elders, one by one, nodded their heads in agreement, exploding their own aura to the extreme. Immortal weapons, immortal techniques and even immortal pills were all taken out and taken in advance. They understood that today was going to be vicious. Seoul Tianlin didn't summon immortal weapons, and what he was most skilled at were immortal techniques. Bang! The people from the two great divine halls and the people from the soul race finally collided together, and between each other, all sorts of splendid moves, as well as immortal techniques, came out in an endless stream. In the sky above the square, every now and then, explosions would ring out, telling the people around them how fierce the battle here was. Yulan looked at the protective film, the ripples that continued to rise. Her heart was a little apprehensive, and one of the elders at the side came to her side. Yulan Patriarch, this Soul Clan, and my Wind Cloud Pavilion, has always been incompatible with water and fire, today suddenly came to help. Is your Jade Cloud sect, have you made an application for assistance? This elder directly shouted Yulan Patriarch. Anyway, Jade Cloud sect's future patriarch heir, was also her, shouting earlier, might also be able to win people's favor. Yulan gently shook her head after hearing the elder's words. Elder Ming, my Jade Cloud sect, has not applied for assistance from the Soul Clan. Elder Ming was slightly stunned. The Jade Cloud sect hadn't applied, so how could the Soul Clan, possibly, come to help them for no reason? and in such a timely and efficient manner? Now it was even more so, directly tearing his face off with the two major divine halls and going directly to war. Bang, bang, bang. The battle in the sky above the plaza had been going on forever, with the few elders that Sol Tianlin had brought with him, battling the elders of the two divine halls, and Sol Tianlin alone, battling Wang Chang and Chu Maniac. Although Sol Tianlin was a peak immortal emperor, Wang Chang and Chu Maniac, who were holding immortal weapons, pulled out individually, and their overall strength was already no weaker than Sol Tianlin. It's a bit of a 2-against-1 situation right now. Wang Chang looked at Sol Tianlin, who was getting more and more caught up in passivity, and laughed up to the sky. Sol Tianlin, as I said, even your Soul clan can't hold back the combined attack of our two divine temples. Sol Tianlin, with the help of the dark aura surrounding him, was already at a disadvantage as he circled around and fought against the two great hall masters. He looked at the smug Wang Chang and snorted, "My Soul clan does things, and I need you to instruct me?" Upon hearing this, a hint of viciousness flashed in Wang Chang's eyes. "Then you can go to hell." As the words fell, Wang Chang urged the darkness lance and stabbed toward Sol Tianlin's vitals around his body. The breath stained on the lance would greatly trouble even an early immortal emperor powerhouse when he came across it. Chapter 158, Pressure Seal of Montenegro. Chu Maniac saw Wang Chang started to move for real. He also did not dare to be slow. The 9 underworld ghost blade in his hand waved up, between the big open and close. The darkness that was almost the same as the soul race's breath, telescoped and showed where the power of it was. Seeing the duo's attack, Sol Tianlin's mind moved and pretended to be physically exhausted to escape. Now, the two great hall masters were excited. What a bull ******* Soul Clan Chief. What a bull ****** peak immortal emperor. Now it seemed that they were all just flowery. The two people finished cursing in their hearts, not too much, and directly chased after them. They today, not to mention killing Sol Tianlin, at least to give the other party, inflicting heavy injuries. Let the other party understand what a foolish decision it was to anger their Harmony Divine Hall, as well as the Dark Divine Hall. Yulan and the others below, seeing Sol Tianlin suddenly escaping, began to panic. If Sol Tianlin today had any accidents, or really fell here, they had to carry some responsibility with them. After all, these strong people of the Soul Clan had suffered this end for the sake of them, the people of the square. Elder Ming, later on, if the situation is not right, I will choose to explode myself. You must take some disciples out. They are all innocent. Yulan spoke. Elder Ming was shocked when he heard this. Patriarch Yulan, you mustn't. If you blow yourself up, the Jade Cloud sect, as a sect, will be completely despondent. Yulan took a deep breath and looked up at the not too far away, already half destroyed, Wind Cloud Pavilion, and bitterly said, Wind Cloud Pavilion has given a lot of support to the Jade Cloud sect. This time, let's consider it as a return. May, Elder Ming of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, was still trying to speak, when Yulan directly reached out his hand, interrupting his subsequent words. This elder sighed in his heart, and like Yulan, he looked up at the battle circle above the square. He was also hoping that the Soul Clan could defeat the two Divine Halls, but on second thought, it was unlikely. The Harmony Divine Hall, as well as the Dark Divine Hall, were 2 of the 8 Divine Halls, not those unusual small halls. With this kind of power, when combined, there was almost no power in the immortal world that could resist. Right now, the Pavilion Master and the young Pavilion Master don't know where to go. This elderly elder only hope that the two don't come back again. In the future, when they rise again, come over to help them to take revenge can be. Soul Heavenly Lin, don't run away. Shrinking the head turtle for a long time can really be a shrinking turtle. Ha ha, the Soul Clan Chief is actually such a greedy and fearful of death generation. Really let me Wang Chang, eye-opening. Ha ha, Chu Maniac and Wang Chang, looking at Soul Heavenly Pro who kept searching for a new route to escape. The two of them laughed out loud, and words of mockery came out with one sentence, and one sentence without another. Suddenly, Sol Tianlin didn't find his route well, and charged at a tall rock wall. Wang Chang and Chu Maniac, who were chasing after him, were clear that this was an opportunity, and immediately activated the immortal energy in their bodies. Gripping their immortal weapons, the two of them formed an encircling stance, and attacked Soul Heavenly Pro. Just as these two's attacks were about to land on Sol Tianlin's body, the Soul Tianlin in front of them, who had been escaping for several minutes, suddenly turned around with a mountainous black seal in his hand. With his eerie gaze, he swept over Wang Chang and Chu Maniac and grinned. Dare to mock this clan leader? Go to hell. The words fell. Sol Tianlin will hand the Black Mountain Pressure Seal to the two quickly bombarded. Black Mountain Pressure Seal a hand immediately changed into a small mountain. The oppressive feeling, so that the two great hall masters' breathing are beginning to intensify. The Dark Divine Hall's Hall Master Chumaniac, who had seen a lot, could see at a glance what this was, and he exclaimed, "This is a superior immortal technique, the Black Mountain Pressure Seal." In the immortal world, there weren't many superior immortal techniques, but this Black Mountain Pressure Seal was one of them, and the power, in the hands of the Soul Clansman, could only be utilized to the extreme, because this is an ancient ancestor of the Soul Clan, comprehending the self-created, powerful and incomparable, if it is the same realm, can completely rely on this immortal skill, crushing the opponent. Previously, Soul Tianlin had wanted to use this trick to deal with Yi Ling Tian, who had appeared in the Soul Clan, never expecting that the latter could even suppress their old ancestor. Then this immortal technique, would not come out and offer it to the public, but right now, it was two people who were not as strong as him, and had to openly taunt in front of him. Then he must, no matter what, release this, the Black Mountain Pressure Seal, which consumed a great deal of immortal power, as well as spiritual power. Otherwise, everyone would think that his Soul Clan was easy to bully. Wang Chang hadn't heard of this Black Mountain Pressure Seal, and thought it was an ordinary immortal technique. When he saw Chu Maniac, that shocked and fearful face, then he realized that this immortal technique might not be simple. As a result, he held a dark lance and charged quickly towards that Black Mountain Pressure Seal, seemingly to try his hand at it. When Chu Mania saw it, he exclaimed that he was stupid, considering that he and Wang Chang had been bound together, a glory and a loss. He was helpless, holding the 9 underworld ghost blade, rushing towards the Black Mountain Pressure Seal. Soul Tianlin saw that these two guys actually dared to receive the immortal technique that he had gone through so much effort to make. He sneered, "Press." As soon as the words fell, the Black Mountain Pressure Seal erupted, an extreme aura of oppression, pressing towards Wang Chang and Chu Maniac. A rumbling sound echoed ceaselessly in this rock wall. That was the attack of the two Hall Masters, which landed on the Black Mountain Pressure Seal and issued it. But the Black Mountain Pressure Seal's volume or its aura was not affected, straight down to the bottom. By this time, the two Hall Masters finally began to panic. No wonder it was an immortal technique that had made a name for itself. This power, it was much stronger than their immortal weapons and immortal techniques. The two people quickly fled. As a result, the dark aura on the surface of the Black Mountain embossment dragged the two people's figures, not allowing them to leave. Just as these two Hall Masters frantically lifted these dark auras, there was a loud bang. The Black Mountain Pressure Seal managed to reach the bottom, and the mountain range shook, and countless birds of prey flew out of the forest. Quite a few magical beasts, also in the mountain range, let out a wail, seemingly begging, "Imo, a mysterious person, don't do anything to them." Cough cough. Soul Tianlin coughed, and his entire body was so unsteady that he almost fell off the void. This time, the immortal technique, which he had taken the opportunity to condense while escaping, had cost him a large portion of his immortal power and spiritual power, and now he was already a bit overwhelmed. But the effect is still good. It's time to go back, Soul Tianlin muttered. He urged his body, with what little immortal energy he had left, towards the square of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. When he reached his destination, Soul Tianlin looked at the retreating Soul Race Elders and frowned. "Listen up, people from the Harmonious Divine Hall, and the Dark Divine Hall. Your two Hall Masters have already been suppressed by my Black Mountain Pressure Seal. If you want to live, you should honestly disperse. Otherwise, if I come back with another Black Mountain Pressure Seal, you and the others will not even have a chance to live." The elders of the two great divine temples sniffed and immediately stepped back, having just heard the thunderous roar. Chapter 159, the situation is not good. It was just that they mistakenly thought that it was caused by the Hall Masters defeating Soul Tianlin, but they didn't realize that it was, in turn, Soul Tianlin, who used the superior immortal technique Black Mountain Pressure Seal to suppress their two Hall Masters. Some of the elders had heard of the name and prowess of this immortal technique and hurriedly backed away, while the other elders saw it and followed suit. After the elders of the two great divine halls retreated, they did not linger here, as they headed to where the loud noise came from, to check how their Hall Master was doing. Those wounded elders of the Soul Clan, on the other hand, came before Soul Tianlin and waited for their clan leader's next command. Soul Tianlin looked at the several elders around him whose breath was wilted and their faces were pale, and bitterly said, "It's been hard on the several elders. This time, the crisis of Wind Cloud Pavilion should be lifted here." Afterward, he led these elders and came to the square. Yulan, Elder Ming, and quite a few people from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion flocked to offer great thanks to the Soul Clan for their snowy welcome. Soul Tianlin waved his hand slightly. "There's no harm in it. I'm not here for your face, but the face of your pavilion master's old ancestor." Elder Ming was a senior elder of Wind Cloud Pavilion, and after hearing Soul Tianlin's words, he hurriedly said, "Soul Patriarch, Do you know where the pavilion master is right now? I don't know. Sol Tianlin shook his head. But all you need to know is that if the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is truly gone, the Dark Divine Hall, as well as the Harmonized Divine Hall, will also disappear with it. What you have to do is save your little lives as much as possible. Right at this moment, Sol Tianlin trembled slightly as his Black Mountain pressure seal was disintegrated. At the same time, a voice of shock and anger rang out. Sol Tianlin, actually dare to do this kind of suppression to this palace master. Prepare to go to hell. Now, the crowd in the square, who had just emerged from the calamity and joy had just surfaced on their faces, fell back into the abyss of despair. Is today's Wind and Cloud Pavilion destined not to escape this calamity? A few moments later, two enormous and incomparable great formations appeared in front of Sol Tianlin. The eyes of the grand formation were Wang Chang and Shumaniac, and at this moment, the two of them were not as downcast as Sol Tianlin had imagined them to be. On the contrary, the aura was overpowering, and there was no trace of being injured, or being unwell after a serious injury. Sol Tianlin frowned, and after taking a good look at the formation of the grand array, as well as the other figures on the array, he came to a sudden realization. These two Divine Hall's Hall Masters had used their own clan protection formations. Once the formation was formed, the Palace Master at the eye of the formation could constantly absorb the immortal power stored in the formation itself, as well as the immortal power of the other elders on the formation. The equivalent is having a constant supply. Both Hall Masters were like this, and the elders they brought with them took the initiative to contribute their immortal power to the Hall Master of the formation eye. That's why they were the ones with shriveled breath and pale faces. It was presumably these elders, in conjunction with Wang Chang and Shu Maniac, who had catalyzed the grand formation to lift his Black Mountain pressure seal. As soon as he thought of this, Sol Tianlin clenched his fists. His Soul Clan also had a clan protection formation, but there was a drawback. It couldn't be used in the outside world. Moreover, right now, a few of them from the Soul Clan, in terms of strength, had been greatly reduced, and those elders no longer had much fighting power. Himself was also because, by unleashing that terrifying immortal technique, he had consumed a lot of immortal power and spiritual power. Now, how should one go about counteracting these two divine halls? There, Sol Tianlin came up with a method. He urged the little power left in his body and deliberately put on an imposing state, looking at Wang Chang and also Chu Maniac on the large formation. What? You too? After eating a strike from this clan leader, it's not enough to eat another strike? After speaking, Sol Tianlin's hands hitched out a stream of strange gestures. Wang Chang and Chu Maniac saw it, and reflexively took a step back. Earlier, Soul Heavenly Pro was the one who made this gesture and released that, the Black Mountain pressure seal that made the two of them suffer so much, that they already had a fearful mentality. Temple Master, there is no need to be afraid. One of the elders of the Harmony Fusion Divine Hall spoke. After each release of this Black Mountain pressure seal, the party will enter a period of emptiness, especially this time. The Black Mountain pressure seal, with that much power, must have consumed Soul Heavenly Progenitor, a large amount of immortal power as well as spiritual power. Oh, Wang Chang gave a low weep. That Soul Heavenly Lin, why is he so imposing? Looking at him, casting immortal skills doesn't seem to have any effect on him? That elder laughed. Hall Master, this is Soul Heavenly Lin tricking you. He deliberately put on this form to make you mistakenly think that he's not at the end of his strength. Mistakenly think that he still has a very strong strength. If your highness doesn't believe me, you can fight him in a real battle and you'll be able to tell if it's true or not. What this elder said is not wrong. Chu Maniac also interjected. I've read in some ancient books that with this kind of immortal technique, the longer one drags it out, the more it consumes one's energy. This Soul Heavenly Prodigy, who was chased by you and I for so long before, this immortal skill, grinds for a long time. He is now, surely, dying of breath, forcing this gesture. The words spoken by the elder of this hall had already convinced Wang Chang, and with the words of the Dark Divine Hall's Hall Master Chu Maniac, he was even more incomparably trusting. He looked at Sol Tianlin in the square below and smiled contemptuously. Sol Tianlin, surrender honestly. This Hall Master already knows that you are incapable of. Once again, casting the Black Mountain pressure seal, Sol Tianlin heard the conversation from the previous big formation. He was shocked. He didn't expect these guys to touch this immortal technique of his so thoroughly. But right now, the only one who could fight against the two divine halls was him, the Soul Clan Patriarch. He took a deep breath and braced himself, rising up into the void step by step, arriving at the same level as Wang Chang and the others, before slowly saying, the immortal technique of this clan, if it's so easy to be guessed by you and the others, then I, the Soul Clan, don't have to stay here anymore. As the words fell, Sol Tianlin forcefully drove the immortal power within his body to create a fake appearance of Black Mountain's imprint. When Wang Chang and Chu Maniac saw it, they drove the large formation and retreated rapidly. How did this still have the strength to redrive it? Hall Master, don't be afraid. That Black Mountain pressure seal is an empty box that is devoid of any power. It was still that elder who spoke. At this time, Sol Tianlin wanted to strangle the other party to death. Engage in battle. Engage in battle. You dead old man. What's the point of interjecting? Coincidentally, this trace of anger from Sol Tianlin was seen by Chu Maniac, who laughed up in the air. Ha ha ha, it seems that this elder is right. Hall Master Wang Chang, you wait here first, I'll go and meet this colorful fellow. When the words fell, Chu Maniac took the initiative to leave the eye of the formation, took the 9 underworld ghost blade, and rushed towards Sol Heavenly Lin. Under the nourishment of the grand formation and the elders, his strength had been restored, and he had also eaten a lot of compound pills. Chapter 160, The End of the Line. Chu Maniac's injuries from being suppressed by the Black Mountain pressure seal earlier had already recovered quite a bit as he looked at Sol Heavenly Lin, who was wearing a black robe just like him, shouting, Ghost Sword Slash. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful blade aura detached from the blade of the 9 underworld ghost blade and attacked towards Sol Tianlin with a heaven-destroying aura. The Soul Race elders below tried to get up, but they ended up spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Before, they fought with the 2 Divine Hall elders, and the other party had been releasing poison into their bodies, releasing darkness. The dark aura here, mixed with poisons, anesthetics as well as lethal dispersions, was enough for these immortal emperor's elders to drink a pot of water. If not dealt with cleanly, more than a year, less than a month, these elders will have to return to the west to see Hades. Sol Tianlin looked at the stern blade awnings, and sighed in his heart. This solution he thought of, he still can't figure it out. Swindling doesn't pass. At the thought of this, Sol Tianlin was first discouraged for a while, and then, his blood boiled. The Soul Clan. Why should he be afraid of these 2 divine halls? It's not like he's strong enough to not see the gap. He's just utilizing some underhanded tactics to force himself. As soon as he thought of this, Sol Tianlin didn't care about the situation inside his body. He urged the power inside his body and swung out a palm at that blade on. This palm almost used up all of his immortal energy, if not for the fact that standing in the void, which did not require much immortal energy in the first place, I'm afraid that he would have collapsed directly. Bang! The blade aura and the palm force quickly collided, accompanied by a violent sound. The 2 dissolved in this void. Sol Tianlin also lightly exhaled a breath of air. Luckily for this attack, he stopped it in time. Just then, a change of heart occurred. In that disappearing void, a blade aura erupted once again. Only this blade aura, compared to the one Chu Maniac had wielded before, was more than several times smaller, but its power did not diminish. Sol Tianlin didn't expect that there would be this unexpected situation, but the immortal power in his body wasn't enough to support him in launching any attacks. Under duress, Sol Tianlin had no choice but to activate a piece of immortal great armor that covered his entire body. Ding! After the armor covered his entire body, the blade arrived as expected, striking Sol Tianlin's body and bringing about a burst of crisp rattles. A few moments later, the armor cracked open a mouth. Sol Tianlin whole person is also a mouthful of blood spit out. The whole person no longer wore standing unsteady, from the void, fell down heavily. The Soul Clan elders in the square saw this and rushed over, catching their clan leader. After landing on the ground, Sol Tianlin spat out another mouthful of blood, and his entire aura shriveled to the extreme. The few elders of the Soul Clan, for the first time, saw the patriarch this week. Ha ha, Sol Tianlin, do you really think that this Hall Master's 9 underworld ghost blade is so easy to receive? Chu Maniac's arrogant words rang out over the void. Elder Ming looked at Chu Maniac's ghost blade and pondered for a moment before calling out. Not good. The blade aura of Chu Maniac just now wasn't a random strike. It was an immortal technique, a superimposed fusion technique of a 2-stage blade aura. When the first segment of the blade aura disappears, the second segment of the blade aura, which will take advantage of the opportunity to be sent out, is smaller in size and not weaker in power at all, and will strike the enemy at an extremely fast speed. The several elders of the Soul Clan immediately changed color, not expecting that Chu Maniac would strike so viciously, actually attacking directly with immortal techniques. Ahem! Sol Tianlin coughed, and as a result, he directly coughed out a mouthful of blood, and when the several Soul Clan elders saw this, they immediately took the pulse of those who took a pulse, and those who infused their breath. Something could happen to a few of their elders, but not to the patriarch. Chu Maniac saw the scene of Sol Tianlin that vomited blood. The smugness in his eyes was even greater. Before he and Wang Chang were suppressed by the Black Mountain pressure seal, and could not move at all. This time, he was considered to get back the scene. Wang Chang approached Chu Maniac and slowly said, Hall Master Chu, can you leave it to me next? I want to take it step by step and watch these scum die. Shu Maniac knew Wang Chang's tactics, and this time, the cooperation was also his initiative, and he was done with his own bad breath. Shu Maniac nodded seriously and took a few steps back. Sol Tianlin, and the others in the square, Wang Chang, gave you guys a chance, and since you didn't listen, there's nothing I can do about it. As the words fell, Wang Chang waved his hand, and a long spear condensed with darkness aura appeared above his head. At the tip of the gun, it was pointed at Sol Heavenly Progeny. Sol Tianlin let out a cold laugh. Dog scum, I just realized now that this dark aura of yours is actually from one of my clan's supreme elders. Ha ha ha, Wang Chang laughed up to the sky. That's right, this dark immortal power of mine was taken from an elder of your clan called Sol Yui hundreds of years ago. It took me a lot of effort to seize his bloodline, as well as this immortal power. Asshole, when my Sol clan's elder comes, you, the harmonized divine hall, are bound to die without a corpse. An elder of the Sol clan cursed in a broken voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's eyes narrowed vainly as he squinted at the crowd in the square below. Also, old ancestor? The only one of you here that can enter the eyes of this palace master is no longer able to do so. So which one of you is able to tell me the news of Yi Sidian, or Yi Mo, and I can spare his life, or else? Suddenly, with a wave of Wang Chang's hand, a Fengyan pavilion elder whose strength was comparable to only the immortal emperor realm was lifted up in the air by Wang Chang, and in the blink of an eye, this elder burst into flames. Many of the people nearby were covered in this elder's bloodstains, bringing up a burst of bright red. Otherwise, as in the case of this man, where to go from here? I'll only give you a minute to think about it. After saying that, Wang Chang clasped his arms to his chest and began to relax. The dark lance that had coalesced above his head never dissipated. Just in case, the crowd in the square completely exploded, and now they were back to the situation before the Sol clan struck. Wang Chang was right. Out of all of them, the one who took it was Sol Tianlin. As a result, the latter was injured by the immortal technique, and his armor cracked open, and the other Sol race elders, although they were also at immortal emperor cultivation, were all heavily injured, and were infested with poisonous mist by the elders of the two divine temples. Now, they are unable to mobilize their immortal power normally, and when they do, their bodies ache and suffer from the pain of ants biting them. Yulan looked at the sky, at Wang Chang and Shu Maniac, who resided in the eye of the Grand Formation, and a touch of bitterness surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Even if a first-class strength Sol clan came to the rescue, would it be difficult to escape the predicament? Now it seemed that self-destruction was the step that had to be taken. Using her immortal power, she condensed a letter, her heart filled with thoughts of God Wuyin as well as Tinger, missing her parents and the Jade Cloud sect. She took the letter and brought it to Elder Ming next to her, telling this elder of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion that later on, she would take some pills to increase the power of the self-detonation. Chapter 161, Who are you? During this time, Elder Ming seized the opportunity and hurriedly escaped. Before that, Pavilion Master Yi Sidian had told her that Wind Cloud Pavilion had a secret passage to escape. Elder Ming held the letter, a pair of old eyes, full of reluctance. He looked at Yulan's firm eyes. The words that came to his mouth still did not spit out. In fact, their Wind and Cloud Pavilion's secret passage had already been discovered and destroyed by the elders of the two great divine halls, and nowadays, they had absolutely no possibility of escape. It was just that he didn't want to let this future patriarch of the Jade Cloud sect continue to despair at this moment of certain death. 1 minute is up. How's your thinking? Wang Chang's lazy words came out. It's absolutely impossible for me, a member of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, to betray the Pavilion Master, Harmony Divine Hall and the Black Pigs of the Dark Divine Hall. If you want to kill or die, just come over. Your grandfather me. If I make half a sound, count yourselves as powerful. Bunch of pretentious assholes. Come down if you can. Out of Wang Chang's and Shu Maniac's expectation, the people in the plaza, one after another, cursed angrily at them, the words in them, as unpleasant as they could be. When Sol Tianlin and a few Sol race elders heard this, they were also intimidated by these elders, and disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, who could muddle through even if they made up a reason, or a place, and said that their pavilion master was wherever and wherever he was. However, they didn't, and directly fought the two temple masters, knowing that they couldn't fight, so they accepted death openly. At this point, Sol Tianlin felt that the people of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion were all bloodthirsty men, but bloodiness, it cannot be eaten as a meal, nor can it be eaten as a life-preserving elixir. At this critical moment of survival, their words would only anger Wang Chang and Shu Maniac, and the dark lance above the former's head had long been hungry and thirsty. Hearing the words of these Wind and Cloud Pavilion people, Wang Chang laughed up to the sky and raised his hands, and on his left and right hands, a dark lance emerged, and that wasn't all. Underneath his feet, dark lances also emerged. By now, by Wang Chang's limbs, as well as on top of his head. There was a dark lance on each side. Looking at the lance's aura, as well as the fluctuations on the surface, the power is not small. At least it is a killing move that can kill an immortal emperor and seriously injure an early immortal emperor. Since the people of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion are also ballsy, then let this palace master see if it is your bodies that are hard or this palace master's means that are hard. As the words fell, 5 long spears attacked the square, and the Soul Clan elders were enraged when they saw it, because one of the spears was directed at their clan chief. Elder Ming looked at one of the dark lances, and a miserable look appeared on his face as it was aimed at him. The other 3 lances were directed at the people in the square, who had previously spoken out against Wang Chang's few people. Hoo. The sound of the lance cutting through space, in this square, piercingly resounded. Many people have closed their eyes. In the face of absolute death, they do not want to resist. Accepting it calmly and dying quietly was considered the last decent thing they, the Wind Cloud Pavilion people, could do. After seeing this scene, Yulan no longer hesitated and directly blocked in front of Elder Ming. Looking at that one, the dark lance that shot towards Elder Ming, her eyes were slightly chilled as the immortal energy in her body began to boil and her body began to expand. When Sol Tianlin saw this, it was clear that this pretty woman was going to blow herself up. But the dark lance, however, was capable of cutting down immortal exalts. Her self-detonation of an early-stage immortal exalted couldn't stop Wang Chang's attack, and as Sol Tianlin looked at the dark lance coming towards him, the jade cylinder in his hand immediately crushed. A spatial force that spread out, just as Sol Tianlin and a few elders intended to utilize this spatial force and return to the Soul Clan. The spatial force quickly dissipated again. Seeing this scene, the expression on Sol Tianlin's face changed drastically. What was going on? The space jade cylinder was obviously crushed. Why was the space fluctuation not transmitted? He snapped his head up and looked at Wang Chang and Chu Maniac on the void. The two were looking at him with a cat and mouse look. Sol Tianlin suddenly realized that these two people secretly cast a space blockade and blocked the space near the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. No wonder when he, himself, came to support the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, there wasn't a single person in the vicinity who was watching, so it was for this reason. Sol Tianlin looked at the dark lance that was getting closer and closer. A hint of sinisterness surfaced in his heart. Yulan's self-detonation could not be resisted. Then his own self-detonation of a peak immortal emperor could certainly be resisted. The big deal was that the Soul Clan had lost a clan chief. As soon as he thought of this, Sol Tianlin stood up, and the immortal energy in his body gradually boiled, and his body, just like the magnolia, began to expand. The several Soul Clan elders beside them, who could see what Sol Tianlin was thinking, were all pale. Patriarch, never. Once the self-detonation is created, your soul, matriarch, will be heavily damaged. Old ancestor can still expect you to lead the Soul Clan and become number 1 in the immortal world. Sol Tianlin didn't care about the reaction of the elders behind him, and continued to speed up the process of self-detonation, as the dark lance was already only a few steps away from him. Magnolia, on the side, was in the same situation. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a low voice rang out. In the next moment, those 5 dark lances, all of them were fixed. Yulan and Sol Heavenly Lin's self-detonation was also immobilized, and the dark lance that was locking onto the two of them was already only an arm's length away. Even if they blew themselves up, it would be too late to block the attack of this dark lance. The crowd on the square, still with their eyes open, with confused faces, looked at the ones fixed on the void, the 3 dark lances, a bit at a loss. The most confused in this is the big array formation eye at the Wang Chang. He was originally a face of joy. Look at the situation below. Did not expect, do not know where to come a voice. His 5 dark lances, really fixed. Who is it? Wang Chang said angrily into the space around him. No matter who it was today, he was going to settle the score with the other party. Daring to yell at this emperor. It seems that these 2 divine halls aren't very good in the head. As the voice fell, at the void in the square, an opening suddenly cracked open, and 3 figures stepped out from within. It was certainly Yi Ling Tian, Yi Sidian, and Yi Mo's grandparents and grandchildren. Yi Ling Tian waved at the square, the 5 dark lances, directly annihilated, and the immortal power within Yulan and Sol Heavenly Progeny, automated into flatness, defeating the process of self-detonation. Elder Ming looked at those 3 people and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and the next moment, he knelt down with old tears in his eyes. Welcome Pavilion Master. Young Pavilion Master returned, together with Elder Ming's voice. The Wind Cloud Pavilion elders at the back, as well as the disciples, knelt down one after another. Welcome Pavilion Master. Young Pavilion Master returns. When Yi Sidian and Yi Mo saw this, they immediately went down and helped the crowd, understanding what was happening over here in the meantime. Who are you? Wang Chang looked at Yi Ling Tian and asked impatiently. Chapter 162. Previously, Yi Ling Tian claimed that he was the present emperor, but after he sensed the strength of the other party, he realized that where Yi Ling Tian was, there was no breath, as if that person did not exist. This kind of situation, Wang Chang, a late immortal emperor, had never encountered before. Poor attitude, weak strength, and can't see the situation. I don't know how someone like you can become a hall master. Yi Ling Tian frowned as he looked at Wang Chang. Forget it, this emperor will do it for heaven for once. Perish. Accompanied by Yi Ling Tian's words, Wang Chang, as well as the elders of the harmonized divine hall, directly exploded before they had time to react. The blood from the explosion was promptly swallowed by the suction in the spatial rift, and in a few blinks of an eye, the King Strong Hall Master of the harmonious divine hall, as well as the elders, directly disappeared into this heaven and earth. Chu Maniac, who was on the side, saw clearly that Yi Ling Tian's ally, with one gentle word, was directly annihilated. This rapid death caused Chu Maniac to sweat coldly. He made an immediate decision, kneeled down towards Yi Ling Tian and kowtowed. Chu Maniac didn't know that the Lord had descended. Please forgive me, I, Dark Divine Hall, am willing to follow the Lord. Everything within the hall is at the Lord's disposal. Yi Ling Tian looked at Chu Maniac, who was kowtowing like garlic. Before looking at those behind him, the elders whose breath was wilting because they were channeling their immortal energy to the grand formation, gently shaking his head. This emperor is not interested in your things. Next, the same explosion as earlier happened again without any resistance, and the same bloodstains were absorbed by the spatial rift. The two clan protection formations that were still left at the scene also slowly dissipated due to the loss of their eyes, as well as the support of the elders. The Wind Cloud Pavilion people under the stage were dumbfounded when they saw it. They couldn't believe that the Soul Clan Patriarch as well as a few great elders were unable to face the two great divine halls that were dealing with them. To be actually wiped out so easily by a man in a green shirt? Even a strong person of the Saint Realm couldn't do it. What the hell is going on here? Yi Sidian and also Yi Mo, seeing the doubts of these Windy Cloud Pavilion elders, patiently explained to them, and only then did these elders understand that this unfathomable man was actually the Pavilion Master's father, the grandfather of the young Pavilion Master. Soul Patriarch, thank you for coming to support my Wind Cloud Pavilion this time. Please bear with me for the inconvenience caused to your clan before. Yi Sidian, after making a thank you to Yulan, came to Soul Tianlin and clasped his hands together. Soul Tianlin hurriedly waved his hand. It's not a problem. My Soul Clan did something wrong before. Surely I have to make up for it well. I thought of helping out, but unfortunately, in the end, it's still your old ancestor who stepped in to solve the problem. In Soul Tianlin's heart, he was also afraid of the aftermath. If Yi Ling Tian came a little bit late, I'm afraid that he really had to be shot through by Wang Chang's dark lance. When Yi Sidian heard Soul Tianlin's words, he saluted the latter once again, and began the aftermath. The first step, first find a not yet destroyed place to sit down. With these to help him Wind Cloud Pavilion forces, sit down to talk. Future Wind Cloud Pavilion. Certainly with these forces, to establish friendly relations. The second step is to clean up the battlefield of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and clean up some broken walls. Anyhow, the third step was to consolidate his strength and strike back at the Harmonious Divine Hall as well as the Dark Divine Hall. Even if the other party, which was the 8 Divine Halls, was attacking in such a big way, wanting to massacre his Wind Cloud Pavilion as well as his Wind Cloud Pavilion's allies, Yi Sidian absolutely did not agree. However, the third step, Yi Sidian didn't have to do it, because Yi Ling Tian, after learning what the two great divine halls had done, not to be trifled with, went to the main part of the two great divine halls. Yi Sidian knew his father's character and only nodded his head in acceptance, and on second thought, this was also a good opportunity for publicity. The headquarters of the Temple of Unity and Harmony. Senior, what did I do wrong in my Harmony Fusion Divine Hall? I'd like to ask Senior to tell me. This kind of slaughter is too cruel. Yi Ling Tian raised his head and looked at the Saint Ancestor of the Yirong Divine Hall and smiled faintly. What was done wrong? You will learn about it when you are on the path of the Yellow Springs. As the words fell, Yi Ling Tian waved his hand, and this old ancestor of the Yirong Divine Hall, who possessed the peak of a saint, was directly turned into ashes. The other people of the Yirong Divine Hall, as well as the buildings, did the same. The same scene, in the Dark Divine Hall, was also being staged, as the sage ancestors of the Dark Divine Hall, like their Hallmaster Chu Maniac, knelt long and hard towards Yi Ling Tian. Attempts to lower his stance to seek this lord's forgiveness still resulted in no change. When he left, Yi Ling Tian didn't even look back. All the forces of the immortal world were just a snap of the fingers in front of him. Pavilion Master Yi. Yi Sidian turned around, and the one who called out to him was Yulan, the second princess of the Jade Cloud sect. Pavilion Master Yi. I just heard that your father was in the mortal realm's Zhongtian star region for a while, and I have some friends in the Zhongtian star region, and I want to find out about their recent situation. If I go down there myself, the heavenly Tao will be blocked against me. I wonder if I could trouble you to ask your father if he knows a man called God without words, as well as a girl called Tinger? Yi Sidian was just about to speak, when the space next to him fluctuated, and Yi Ling Tian's figure directly appeared in this hall. Seeing Yi Ling Tian appear, Yi Sidian as well as Yulan hurriedly saluted. Yi Ling Tian smiled faintly. Be free, Miss Yulan's words, this emperor just heard them as well. What a coincidence. The god Wuyin in your mouth is the master of this emperor's own grandson. Yi Duan, that Tinger, she should be the daughter of you and god Wuyin. Her physique is very good. Ice phenomenon physique. Unfortunately, cold ice metamorphosis is a bit difficult for her. Upon hearing this, Yulan's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly asked, Elder, then my daughter her, how is she now? Is she wrapped in cold ice? Yi Ling Tian shook his head. Your daughter is lucky to have met this emperor. Ice physique, although it's a bit troublesome, but under this emperor's treatment, it's no longer a big problem. Moreover, there are some residual energies of this emperor left in her body, so in the future, as long as she cultivates carefully, the cold ice metamorphosis won't be a roadblock for her, but instead it will help her to go to the next level. Hearing this, Yulan understood that it was after Yi Chen met with God Wuyin. God Wuyin mentioned this matter and pleaded with Yi Ling Tian to step in. It was only at last that her daughter's problems were solved. As soon as she thought of this, the huge stone in Yulan's heart was completely put down, and she arched her hand at Yi Ling Tian. Yulan thanks Senior Yi Ling Tian. Yi Ling Tian waved his hand. No harm. This emperor casually matters. This time you are willing to bring people to help Windcloud Pavilion. It's not in vain of my outburst in the mortal world. The Harmonization Divine Hall as well as the Dark Divine Hall were dealt with by this emperor. See Tian, prepare yourself. Some of the treasure pavilions as well as treasure caves of the two divine halls, I have retained them, and you will see to it that the specific distribution is done. I'll go check on Merle. Dropping these words, Yi Ling Tian's figure flashed and disappeared within this hall. Chapter 163, Helping Your Soul Clan. In one of the pavilions of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, Yi Mo was giving the elders of the soul race, rummaging through some of the pills in the pavilion, which had been eroded by the elders of the two major divine halls, using black mist. The condition of the body was very bad. If it was not dispelled in time, these elders would probably fall as a result. This was not something Yi Mo wanted to see. People's Soul Clan, although they had arrested him, and subsequently, after Yi Ling Tian's grandfather came, their attitude of confessing their sins, as well as their attitude of begging for forgiveness, were all very good. This time, the Wind Cloud Pavilion suffered a great difficulty, but also unprecedented, came to help their Wind Cloud Pavilion, just because of this favor. He, Yi Mo, absolutely must find a way to treat them. Young Pavilion Master, the bodies of several of our old guys were already suffering from major ailments, so I won't bother you to keep searching. Let's go back to the clan and ask the clan's physicians to exorcise it. Upon hearing this, on Yi Mo's face, a touch of gloom surfaced. People came to help them, and as a result, on his own side, he was unable to help them. A few elders of the Soul Clan, there's no need to go back to heal their wounds. A soft word fell, and the crowd looked up to see that in the corner, there was suddenly an additional figure in a green shirt, and it was none other than Yi Ling Tian. Yi Mo was elated when he saw it and hurriedly ran to Yi Ling Tian's side to greet him. Although he wasn't too young, a few thousand years old, this age, for someone in the immortal realm, wasn't considered high and was just at his peak. Yi Ling Tian was satisfied with Yi Mo's etiquette, and after helping his grandson up, Yi Ling Tian looked at those soul race elders, who intended to kneel down towards him, and slowly said, no need to curtsy. Where did your clan chief go? A soul clan elder at the head of the group explained. Reporting to Elder Yi, the leader of my clan, went back to the soul clan to get the resources. Resources? Yi Ling Tian froze for a moment. Yi Mo promptly added in his ear, Grandpa, you forgot that when you stepped up in the soul clan before, Soul Tianlin said that he would provide us with resources. It turned out to be this. Yi Ling Tian suddenly realized, these small fights, he really didn't put it on his mind, so he forgot all about them, and forgot all about them. Now that I heard my grandson mention it, I realized it was so. How long has your clan leader been gone? Yi Ling Tian asked. It's only been half an hour since the clan chief left, that soul clan elder said respectfully. Half an hour? Yi Ling Tian muttered. Then he closed his eyes as if entering meditation. Yi Mo, as well as the soul clan elders, didn't dare to make a sound to disturb them, and a moment later, Yi Ling Tian opened his eyes and pointed his right hand at a space. Space rapidly fluctuated. Space cracks. Su emerged. A figure. is from the cracks, flew out. After flying out, he was dragged by a dexterous force, and finally landed steadily on the attic, and then looked at that spatial crack, which had already closed slowly. Matriarch? Several Soul Clan elders, stunned, looked at the figure, a bit unable to believe their eyes that their clan leader had been gone for so long. Unexpectedly, Yiling Tian directly waved his hand and pulled back their patriarch. The means, although simple, but searching through the immortal world, absolutely cannot find the second person can do so. After hearing his own elder's words, Soul Tianlin turned his head to survey his surroundings and realized that Yiling Tian and Yimo were also there. He immediately said in a respectful voice, Soul Tianlin has met Senior Yiling Tian and young Pavilion Master Yimo. Ha ha, this emperor didn't force you back to settle scores with you. He did it to help your Soul Clan. Yiling Tian saw the worry on Soul Tianlin's face and laughed. Upon hearing this, Soul Tianlin, as well as the Soul Clan elders, simultaneously raised their heads and looked at Yiling Tian, unclear as to what was meant by help here. If compared to the number of strong people, he, the Soul Clan, was too much stronger than the Wind Cloud Pavilion. If compared to the collection of immortal weapons, immortal dawn, and immortal techniques, he, the Soul Clan, was also too much stronger than the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. I don't know what kind of reason this Yi family senior said those words. Yiling Tian waved his big hand. Several streams of light quickly appeared, rushing towards the bodies of several people of the Soul Clan. The speed of the streams of light was extremely fast. These people of the Soul Clan only felt a flash in front of their eyes. The streams of light had already entered their bodies. In the next moment, a stream of pure energy flowed through these Soul Clansmen's bodies, and at the same time, a trace of black gas, from the top of their heads, slowly rose up and finally disappeared. A few minutes later, Soul Heavenly Lin, as well as the elders of the Soul Clan, were pleasantly surprised to send down that their bodies, which had been broken, or weakened, because of their fights with the harmonious Divine Hall as well as the Dark Divine Hall, had been restored to normal, and the power in his body, mobilized, was more at ease, as if breaking through a small realm was a matter of hand. In here, Soul Tianlin was the one who felt it the most deeply. He originally thought that in his lifetime, he would be at the peak of the immortal emperor, unable to advance to the sage realm like his Soul Clan ancestor. But now, after the point of light wielded by Yiling Tian entered his body, the injuries in his body healed in an instant. Chu Maniac's blade aura contained darkness, which had previously broken through his armor. These aura invaded his body. Now that I'm sensing it again, it's vanished without a trace. The immortal energy in his body, vast and rushing, Soul Tianlin was pleasantly surprised to find that it was as if he had already seen the layer of the divide between the peak of the immortal emperor and the sage realm. In the next few years, as long as he cultivated step by step, without any major accidents, breaking through to sainthood would be no problem at all. At the thought of this, the joy on Soul Tianlin's face couldn't be suppressed at all, and he led the way to kowtow to Yiling Tian. All of your bodies have been washed by this emperor's 7-colored streams of light, and without any accidents, you will have a great breakthrough within a few years. Although it is said that this emperor can directly help you to skip that step, but that kind of strength, which is not something that you ascend on your feet, will easily cause you to develop a pampered mentality. In addition, the Harmony Divine Hall as well as the Dark Divine Hall have been cleared by this emperor. There are still some treasure pavilions or treasure caves within their halls. You soul race can come over to get a piece of the pie, and you don't have to pay for the resources that you were asked to pay for before. Hearing this, Soul Tianlin and several Soul Clan elders directly choked. This gift is too valuable. Not only did he not want his Soul Clan to give resources, but in turn, gave them Soul Clan resources. In Soul Tianlin's heart, there was only one thought. Yiling Tian was too strong. His Soul Clan ancestor's vision, too good. If he didn't bring someone over to help the Wind Cloud Pavilion, this kind of situation, in his lifetime, the Soul Clan would never want to encounter. Thank you, Senior Yi family. A few people from Soul Tianlin, although they knew Yiling Tian's name, out of respect, they didn't dare to call out their full names. And when the people from the Soul Clan left, Yiling Tian looked at Yimo and took out a gong method from his bosom, handing it to Yimo. The latter took it over to have a look, and there were only 5 large, dragon-like characters on it. Heavenly Emperor's Reincarnation Decree. Grandpa, take it, Yiling Tian slowly said. You and your father's impurities have already been cleansed, and you will achieve twice the result with half the effort if you cultivate my gong method at this time. Chapter 164, Entering the River of Time Again. No, it should be 100 times more effective. This gong method of mine is customized for the Yi family. Yiling Tian changed his words. Yimo took it with gratitude. Just now with your father said something, you go to help deal with it. Heavenly Emperor Reincarnation Decree. I also gave him a copy. You do not need to be in front of him to say this matter. Remember, the Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation skill is the greatest secret on you. Do not pass it on to a second person. Aha! Yi Meru nodded her head. Yi Ling Tian thought for a moment and waved his hand again, and a large scroll appeared in Yi Mo's field of vision. On the scroll was a mysterious middle-aged man and a cute girl. Yi Mo wasn't sure what this scroll meant and quickly asked, "Grandpa, the person in this scroll is so unfamiliar." Yi Ling Tian laughed. "You definitely don't recognize them. These two are both from the mortal realm. One is called God Wuyin, the head of the mortal realm's human god's temple, and the other one is called Tinger, the daughter of God Wuyin and the Jade Cloud sect's second princess, Yulan." Yi Mo's eyes were wide open. He had heard before that Yulan had abolished her own immortal power and went to the mortal world. He didn't expect the latter to go directly to the mortal world and give birth to a daughter. "I told Yulan before that God Wuyin, as well as Tinger, are safe and sound, but I expect she'll still miss it, and the scrolls you send to her. In that case, you and your father, who have both crossed paths with her, will have a better impression of the Wind Cloud Pavilion." "I see." Yi Mo immediately nodded his head in agreement. However, he sensed that something was wrong. Yi Ling Tian was disposable and said so many words, it was obvious that he wanted to leave. "Grandpa, are you leaving the immortal world?" Yi Mo asked reluctantly. Yi Ling Tian smiled bitterly and touched Yi Mo's head. "Good grandson, Grandpa can't be your umbrella all the time. Most of the time, you have to improve your strength by yourselves. When you are strong by yourselves, it is the biggest base for solving problems." Seeing this, Yi Mo could only be aggrieved and put his head down, even though he hadn't seen several times with this grandfather. But this exchange down, the heart of the feelings, has been very high. This blood is thicker than water feelings. As long as a touch, will explode, not to mention this many times to help. Well, Grandpa has gone to other places. The Soul Clan side should arrange for some manpower to come over to help, and the Wind and Cloud Pavilion has also been grandfathered, and put down a pavilion protection array. Anyone else who comes to the Wind Cloud Pavilion to cause trouble will definitely be met with a strong counterattack. Next, go and communicate with your father on how to obtain the resources of those two great divine halls. As soon as the words fell, Yi Ling Tian's figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared into this attic. Yi Mo held the Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation skill and looked blankly in the direction Yi Ling Tian was heading before, and in his eyes, a flash of determination suddenly surfaced. "Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely strengthen myself and catch up with you." Sacred Realm, Void Domain. Yi Ling Tian looked at the sluggish and desolate complex and felt it once again. Finding no news of the Void One clan chief or any other clansman, this mysterious race is really secretive in what they do. However, Yi Ling Tian smiled faintly. The strength of this emperor is not something that you ants can understand. Buzz. A spatial crack surfaced in front of Yi Ling Tian. He stepped in with one foot, looked at the long river of time not far away, smiled faintly, and his entire body entered the space. Along with the repair of the spatial cracks, this usual, twisted and popular void domain once again returned to dead silence. The last time Yi Ling Tian, in order to resurrect EE, spent a lot of time in the long river of time, and in the end, although he found EE from 10,000 years ago, but when he went to the Hell, and looked for the King of Hell, the latter told him that a mysterious and powerful person had intervened, reminding Yi Ling Tian that he didn't have to resurrect EE. Yi Ling Tian, who did not believe in evil, insisted on going that way and in the end did not succeed in resurrection. This time, Yi Ling Tian didn't look for EE, he just looked for the people of the Void Clan, not believing that all of them couldn't be dealt with. Looking at this long river flowing with some starlight, Yi Ling Tian's eyes were slightly closed, and his entire figure sank into the long river of time. The history of the Void Clan quickly appeared in his mind, from the emergence of the first Void powerhouse, to the founding of the clan, and finally the step-by-step ascension until a transcendent power in the sacred realm. The Void Clan was so powerful that it was kinda like becoming a king against all odds, but Yi Ling Tian's spirit was attracted by a strange figure. That figure had exchanged words with the newest patriarch of the Void Clan. The figure could not be seen in its entirety. Even if Yi Ling Tian stood in that world under time, he still could not see clearly the true appearance of this figure. This figure was talking to the leader of the Void Clan about Lord Evil Demon, awakening, and complete control. Yi Ling Tian could not hear clearly at all. If he amplified this information, he could indeed hear it clearly, but then, he would have intervened in the long river of time, and the subsequent development would have an unprecedented impact. After the strange figure finished speaking, he left. Only from then on, the patriarch of the Void Clan, every time he issued a mission, he would approach the elders individually, instead of sending it down through the layers. That Bafong elder who died in Yi Ling Tian's hands was the one who received a mission from the patriarch. The content was very simple. Let some of the forces in the mortal world to deal with the earth, but don't exterminate them all at once. Don't go directly down to the world to strike. Yi Ling Tian felt that, in here, there might be some huge conspiracy, and he subconsciously felt that what's his name evil demon shouldn't be any simple goods. Looks like it's time to head to a higher level, or somewhere else, to check it out. Yi Ling Tian tilted his head inside. A moment later, his entire body disappeared into the river of time. Next, he was going to follow his own train of thought. The clan leader of the Void Clan, that strange figure. He had to find out all of them, thoroughly. 1 week later, in the southern part of the Midheaven Star Domain, on a vast and boundless grassland, multiple teams were confronting each other. Looking at the staffing, this is destined to be a grueling, you-know-what battle. On one side were the 3 Divine Halls, the Star Divine Hall, the Human Divine Hall, and the Red Flame Divine Hall. On one side were the Dark Divine Hall, the Tongping Clan, and multiple first-class races. The forces on both sides had mobilized their own battle forces. Not only were there the clan leaders of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, the Supreme Elders, and the clan leaders, but there were also honorary elders of the Golden Immortals, true immortals, other elders, and some of the disciples as well. The Hall Master of the Star Divine Hall, Chen Jian, looked at the opposite Hall Master of the Dark Divine Hall, Lu Feng, and snorted. Lu Feng, think that by shouting out a few more races, you can avoid the fate of annihilation? Lu Feng sat on a beast cart that was stalled on the void, looking at Tatsuken who was not far away, and said grimly, Tatsuken, it's already come to this, so don't bother with more words, just go to war. I, the Dark Divine Hall, am not afraid of you in the slightest. Chapter 165, The Great War is coming. In fact, Lu Feng's heart is still a bit weak, but the opposite side is the 3 major Divine Halls. The Divine Hall's heritage is not in the least comparable to the ordinary forces, although the Tongping clan, which he had invited, also had a great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouse. Their strength was not considered top tier, and as for the other forces, they were even weaker by a notch. If there had been an addition to the Harmonious Divine Hall, then he wouldn't have been afraid at all. But who could have thought that the Harmonious Divine Hall had actually turned into a field of ruins? Just thinking about this, Lu Feng was furious. His Dark Divine Hall had already lost 4 elders at the Star Divine Hall, and another 2 elders at the Human Divine Hall, the Harmonious Divine Hall, and it was also destroyed by the mysterious man. If he didn't have a killer weapon, I'm afraid that today, he wouldn't even dare to appear on this plane. Tatsuken did not expect that Lu Feng would speak so dryly, and after being stunned for a moment, a cold smile appeared on his face. Well, since you said so, let's go straight to war. With a wave of Chen Jian's hand, the elders of the Star Divine Hall behind him immediately geared up, and the Human Divine Halls on the left and right sides, as well as the Red Flame Divine Hall, were also eager to try. In the next moment, within Tatsuken's body, a wave of star power erupted, and in the sky above the grassland, it was like a star that was so bright that it was extremely bright. He took the brunt of the charge, rushing towards Lu Feng in the distance, and the elders of the 3 great divine temples, too, followed suit, with the chi in their bodies exploding out. They cultivated different techniques, so their breath flowed differently, and some of their body surfaces were red, which was from the Red Flame Divine Hall. Some of the body surfaces were yellow, which was from the Human Pantheon, and if they were purple, the odds were that they were from the Star Pantheon, or possibly the Human Pantheon. After all, the Human Divine Temple, with its large number of people, did not have a unified cultivation technique, and the main thing was that it varied from person to person. The 3 great divine temples began their attack, and the dark divine temples weren't willing to show any weakness. Lu Feng followed Tatsuken's example, and with a big wave of his hand, he took the initiative to stand up from the beast cart and rushed in Tatsuken's direction. Behind them, the elders of the Dark Divine Hall, as well as the forces of the other races, followed, and their auras erupted out, and actually, on the whole, were not inferior to the 3 divine halls. The reason for this, of course, was not that they were strong enough, but that they had taken, in advance, strength-boosting pills, and some of the ruthless ones had taken forbidden medicines with great side effects. It was because they were clear that this battle would change the pattern of the Midheaven astral domain, and whoever gained victory would be able to get the last laugh, and in turn gain the title of Overlord of the Midheaven astral domain. Tatsuken looked at the grimacing Lu Feng and laughed. The power of the stars coalesced above his head, and the star sword emerged, attacking towards Lu Feng with the swiftness of thunder and lightning. Lu Feng smiled coldly when he saw it. Tatsuken was a peak great Luo Golden Immortal, and he was also a peak great Luo Golden Immortal, so he wasn't afraid of Tatsuken at all. Snap! Lu Feng put his hands together. A shadow emerged behind Lu Feng, although the shadow was not substantial enough. The aura that emanated from it was almost the same as a peak Dala golden immortal powerhouse, and even pushed the immortal monarch. This is the immortal technique mixed ghost shadow? Tetsuken muttered when he saw it. This immortal technique was a mid-grade immortal technique, and although Lu Feng couldn't utilize his full strength, this kind of immortal technique, when it appeared, was at the crushing level. Go! Lu Feng let out a low shout, and the silhouette immediately clenched its fist and slammed it angrily towards Tetsuken, who immediately placed the star sword on top of his head, across the void, in an attempt to block the furious blow. Bang! The huge fist of the shadow had smashed on the huge sword body of the star sword. Just when Tetsuken thought that the star sword could withstand this attack, on the surface of the star sword, countless cracks suddenly appeared. The cracks were as if they were spider webs. Once the first one appeared, it quickly spread out, and finally the entire star sword was covered with large and small cracks. Bounce! In Tetsuken's horrified gaze, the star sword transformed into a sky full of exploding dots and disappeared without a trace. But the huge fist of the shadow was still descending, and when the star sword exploded, Tetsuken himself also received an impact. It was simply too late to gather enough star power to resist, and just as the giant fist was about to fall, a fiery red lotus flower appeared in front of the star. Bang! The giant fist of the shadow, smashing into this lotus flower, once again brought up a roar. Hall Master Tetsuken, is everything alright? The Red Flame Divine Hall's Hall Master, Gu Tong, came to Tetsuken's side and said softly. Tetsuken waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. After Lu Feng saw that lotus flower, he already understood that this was one of Gu Tang's immortal techniques, the Red Flame Fire Lotus. This immortal technique is also considered a long-established immortal technique. 10,000 years ago, a Supreme Elder of the Red Flame Divine Hall utilized this immortal technique to directly destroy a first-class power. Everything in that power was destroyed by the explosion of the Fire Lotus as well as the flames, which burned at the scene for a year before dissipating. Then, of course, that Supreme Elder, who was actually the current immortal king ancestor of the Red Flame Divine Hall, was sleeping peacefully and quietly. You too, are you going to go 2-on-1? Lu Feng looked at Tetsuken and Gyuton, who were standing shoulder to shoulder, and said unhappily. Tetsuken snorted. You, the Dark Divine Hall, are originally a tumor. As long as we can drive you out, any means we can use. At those words, Lu Feng laughed up in the air. Really? Then let me see whether my void shadow is powerful, or then you two's wasteful immortal technique is powerful. As Lu Feng's words fell, the giant fist of the silhouette boomed with force, and the fire lotus was directly crushed by the huge force that was mixed with the darkness. Tetsuken had already taken advantage of this time to once again condense out a star sword and swung it at the giant fist. And Gu Tang was also urging the red flame power in his body, as quickly as possible, to urge the second fire lotus. Just like this, the three great divine hall's hall masters were caught in a melee, a shadow, facing a star sword and a fire lotus, not the slightest bit afraid. Every time they swung their fists or slapped their palms, they would make these two immortal techniques tremble. Obviously, Lu Feng had been practicing this immortal technique for a long time, and before their immortal king ancestor fell asleep, this immortal king had already told Lu Feng, without any reservation, about his insights as well as his experiences regarding this immortal technique. Lu Feng had absorbed it quickly to get this current power. Bang! After God Woin blasted one of the Tongping clan's elders, with a palm away, he looked at the several people of Qinjian who were not far away. Currently, the three of them were caught in a scorched earth, with no one being able to do anything about it, and God Speechless was clear that in this kind of great battle, in addition to the competition in strength, there was also a comparison in morale. Their three major pantheons, although their divisions were well known, war was something that everyone was more resistant to. It's not like an everyday cut or confrontation. War is a large-scale engagement, massive personnel engagement, large-scale losses, and a large degree of effort. So many wars, the reason you don't like to drag it out and have to do it all at once, is that you don't want that big word to drag down the morale of your own family. Chapter 166 Yi Chen comes to the rescue. Right now, God without words looked at the several people of Tatsuken, and after briefly thinking for a moment, he urged his power and rushed over. Capture the thief first. They this time, if they solved Lu Feng, or captured him alive, their three great divine temples were not far from victory. Bang! The hybrid ghost shadows summoned by Lu Feng swung left and right, each swinging a punch, striking the star sword and the red flame fire lotus. The power of the fists and the power of the two great immortal techniques were instantly cancelled out. The two of them, Chen Jian and Gu Tang, retreated rapidly. The two of them didn't expect that this immortal technique of Lu Feng was actually so powerful. Even if the two of them joined hands, they couldn't shake the shadow of Lu Feng. Bang! There was another loud bang. The two of them hurriedly looked up. and a golden yellow giant hammer, while the virtual shadow swung out, hurriedly bombarded on its body. The silhouette immediately shook a little, having just finished fighting against the Star Sword and the red flame fire lotus. It was still a little weak, not to mention, the power of this giant hammer was not weak in the slightest. Lu Feng was also turned upside down by this giant hammer. He looked at the void not far away and let out a cold laugh. The bright and honorable God's speechless Hall Master has to use such despicable means as well? God without words said indifferently. When dealing with you people, it doesn't matter whether the means are honorable or not anymore. Destroying you is the most important thing. Ha ha ha, then let me see what you, God without words, are capable of. As the words fell, Lu Feng continued to keep his hands in the posture of folding his arms, and his aura skyrocketed once again at this moment, and he was already infinitely approaching the immortal monarch realm. Shin Wuyin turned to Tatsukin as well as Gu Tang, who were below, and greeted them, signaling for everyone to come together. The two nodded their heads in agreement, and just like that, the three great hall masters of the Star Divine Hall, the Red Flame Divine Hall, and the Human Divine Hall were, for the first time in history, united together. There was only one enemy, and that was the Dark Divine Hall's Hall Master Lu Feng. Star Sword, Red Flame Fire Lotus, Light Reflecting Hammer, three immortal techniques, sent out at almost the same time, blasted towards Lu Feng, who, upon seeing them, smiled instead of being angry and shouted, "Up!" The words had just fallen, and the silhouette behind him immediately changed into 3 heads and 6 arms. This was an advanced skill of the mixed ghost shadow, and generally speaking, only immortal monarch-level powerhouses could use it. Lu Feng was enraged by the 3 hall masters, and after activating his dark energy and detonating the 3 forbidden pills in his body, the constant stream of power allowed this hall master of the Dark Divine Hall to completely sit at the immortal monarch's realm. At this moment, he, cloaked in hair, looked at the 3 great immortal techniques and urged the 3 heads and 6 arms behind him to meet him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 violent sounds, on the void, rang out shrilly, and the astral wind caused by the explosions scraped away some of the nearby elders as well as disciples, and quite a few of them were injured as a result. Everyone was only able to see that several clusters of distinctly colored immortal techniques were entangled together, and it was simply indistinguishable which one had the upper hand and which one was in the lower hand. Phew! Lu Feng took a long breath as he looked at the 3 people across from him and laughed out loud. Over the top. Continue. The 3 immortal techniques from the opposite side just now, his mixed ghost shadow, received all of them, and although it caused some shock to him, the effect of the forbidden medicine was also stimulated because of this shock. Lu Feng began to take the initiative to attack, maneuvering the gigantic shadow behind him and blasting it towards the Tatsukin few. Bounce. A splendid move, surfaced on the void. The more Qinjian several people fought, the more trouble they felt. This Lu Feng, what kind of forbidden medicine did he take? How come he is so powerful? The 3 of them, who didn't carry that kind of thing with them? In their opinion, taking forbidden medicines was a kind of self-seeking death, and a lifespan-reducing behavior, which was not enough to support them in breaking through the realm. What Lu Feng had taken this time, most likely, was an immortal-grade forbidden pill. The power boost was remarkable, and the side effects were also very obvious. At least in Lu Feng's life, he would not be able to break through to immortal monarch, and for the rest of his life, he would not be able to have an intact body. Crash! Suddenly, Lu Feng, who was in the upper position, bellowed. The silhouette in its 3-headed, 6-armed state steeply grew larger by one figure and blasted down towards the several people of Tatsukin. The 3 great hall masters were caught off guard, and were smashed, one by one falling down towards the grassland. The immortal power on their bodies, flowing continuously, protecting their masters as much as possible. Hiss! The other golden immortals in the void, as well as the true immortal powerhouses, sucked in a breath of cool air upon seeing this. I didn't expect Lu Feng to be so fierce, fighting against the 3 great hall masters on his own, and winning hard. For a time, the morale of the 3 major divine halls dropped quite a bit. On the contrary, on the Dark Divine Hall side, many people cheered, the joy on their faces visible to the naked eye. Once their morale came up, their confrontation with the 3 great divine temples became even more intense, and they already believed that their side would achieve the ultimate victory. What 3 major shrines, but just 3 paper tigers? Lu Feng looked at the 3 falling hall masters, grinned, and continued to run towards those 3. The 3-headed, 6-armed hybrid ghost shadow, once again made an attacking stance, his strength already stored up and his fist ready. After seeing this, the several people from Tatsukin forcefully pushed the immortal power in their bodies, forcing themselves to stabilize, but they were ultimately injured, and in terms of speed, they were a step slower than Lu Feng. When they finally stabilized their forms, the silhouettes above their heads had already arrived, huge several fists, against their physical bodies. If it hit, Then they, the three hall masters, were doomed to suffer a great loss of energy. Ha ha, Chen Jian, Gu Tong, and Shin Wuyin, you few, if you don't listen to the words of this hall master, then there's no need for this hall master to tolerate you. Go to hell. As the words fell, the aura of the silhouette, once again, strengthened, and Lu Feng was already contributing his greatest strength. Several people, Tatsuken, quickly on the surface of their bodies, condensed protective armor, hoping that this could mitigate the damage. Lu Feng was too crazy today, completely different from his usual self. But just as those giant fists were about to smash down, a clear sound of a sword chime rang out. In the next moment, an immense and incomparable green lightsaber appeared in front of several hall masters. Bang! The giant fist smashed on the lightsaber, bringing up a burst of buzzing, and many people looked up to discover that below the lightsaber, a green-shirted man stood. The man was elegant in appearance, and the breeze blew, bringing up his long hair in a dashing manner. Many elders exclaimed out in shock. Yi Chen, a few people, Chen Jian, also discovered the figure, and a flash of excitement appeared in their eyes. Yi Chen was a real immortal monarch realm, very different from Lu Feng's immortal monarch realm that had risen up by relying on forbidden pills. Yi Chuan turned to the several people of Tatsuken and slowly nodded his head, then looked at the lightsaber with cracks appearing above his head and frowned slightly. At this time, Lu Feng had indeed reached the immortal monarch realm. Even the lightsaber he had condensed could be destroyed to this extent. Chapter 167, Taking the Forbidden Medicine. Bounce. Yi Chuan had just finished thinking, when the lightsaber exploded and turned into a sky full of points of light, but the fist momentum of the shadowy figure was also blocked, and there was no longer any energy left to descend. Lu Feng saw the green-shirt figure below and was stunned. Yi Chen? He then had a scowl on his face. The other party had arrived at this time with a clear purpose, to help the three great divine halls and deal with his dark divine hall. Lu Feng, Yi Chuan spoke. Today, if you waste your own immortal power, we can still leave you alive. If not, I, Lu Feng, will hang you instead of the people from the underworld divine hall. Lu Feng didn't wait for Yi Chuan to finish his sentence. He directly urged his immortal power and attacked. When Yi Chuan saw this, he smiled faintly, and the dragon sword at his waist was immediately sheathed and attacked at the shadow. For a while, the green sword light and the huge shadow entangled together. Yi Chuan did not hold back, but put his best foot forward to deal with a madman who had taken a forbidden drug. His own strength, which wasn't as powerful as his grandfather Yi Ling Tian's, definitely had to go all out. Chen Jian looked at the battle above, his eyes filled with emotion. When he set out from the endless star sea, he had said to Yi Chen that the latter was at the Star Divine Hall, guarding the Divine Son and Divine Daughter as long as he could. After all, Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu out of the Nebula Lake that file. Hiewen the Hall Master, extremely guilty, if not Yi Ling Tian timely intervention. I am afraid that the Divine Son and Daughter of the Gods, in their Star Divine Hall fell. If this matter were to spread out, it would be his Star Divine Hall, a permanent disgrace. Afterwards, he arranged for scouts to settle the score with the Harmony Divine Hall, as it was the third elder bitter truth of this Divine Hall who wanted to seize the bloodline power of the Divine Son and Divine Daughter. As a result, the scouts came to report that the Harmony Divine Hall had been turned into a pile of ruins, and not a single trace of life could be found. Tetsuken didn't believe it and personally went there to realize that the Harmony Divine Hall was truly destroyed, completely and utterly destroyed. The same end as the Underworld Divine Hall. God without words and Gitten, looking at Tetsuken, who was lost in thought, bitterly shook their heads. The two of them did know the reason for this. It was Yi Chuan's grandfather, Yi Ling Tian, who had made a move to destroy the harmonious Divine Hall. Moreover, the Dark Divine Hall's Grand Elder Mo Ping, as well as the Third Elder, had also died at the hands of Yi Ling Tian, and this kind of powerhouse was no longer something they could imagine or come into contact with. Bang! On the void, a violent sound erupted once again, and the few people from God Speechless looked up to see that it was Yi Chen's Dragon's Bane sword and Lu Feng's silhouette, ruthlessly clashing against each other once. No one on either side gained anything. Yi Chen, this immortal monarch of yours is nothing more than that. Lu Feng looked at Yi Chen, who was holding a long sword, and mocked. Yi Chen was just about to counterattack when God's speechless words came over. A piece of trash who relies on forbidden medicines in order to reach my disciple's realm dares to speak out like this? Yi Chuan looked at the several people beside him, Shan Wuyin, and immediately became clear about the other party's meaning, which was to unite with him to make a move to kill Lu Feng as soon as possible. Chen Jian took the opportunity to come beside Yi Chuan and whispered, Senior Yi Chuan, you've come out. The safety of the Divine Son and Divine Daughter? Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, Yi Jiao and Xiao Yu's safety is guaranteed to the fullest. Chen Jian froze, not understanding what Yi Chen meant. In his impression, Yi Chen was the biggest guarantee. Yi Chen noticed the doubt on Chen Jian's face and smiled lightly. Little lack and little rain. The two of them went to the highest level of the divine hall. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Tetsuken's face. Others didn't know, but as the hall master of the Star Divine Hall, he knew very well. The highest level, where the old ancestor slept, he had only been there once, and the fact that Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu were able to go there meant that the two of them had reached a level of astral talent that even the old ancestor was willing to tolerate. The slumber of the major divine hall's ancestors was not a slumber of complete unconsciousness, but a slumber with a hint of perception, which was why they were able to allow Yi Jiao, Yi Xiaoyu's entry. Now that he thought about it, Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu would probably be even more powerful than the founding ancestor of their Star Divine Hall. A few more people will be able to strike this hall master? Lu Feng snorted when he saw the three hall masters beside Yi Chen. God Wuyin took a step forward. It's impossible to talk about striking, but it's possible to annihilate. You, the Dark Divine Hall, in conjunction with the Harmonious Divine Hall, have repeatedly decimated innocent forces in the mid-heaven astral domain, brutally seizing another person's bloodline, or immortal artifacts, a heinous crime. I, the three great divine temples, have teamed up with Yi Chen to completely obliterate you today. God's speechless words were powerful, and many people from the three great divine temples became agitated after hearing them. Destroy the Dark Temple, remove this tumor and restore clarity to the mid-heaven star region. I can't wait to see the ruins of the Dark Temple. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng laughed up to the sky. They're all arrogant fools. Ah, come on, let this palace master see. After that, Lu Feng took out a small jade bottle from his bosom, a trace of sinister in his eyes, and devoured all the pills in the jade bottle. God Wuyin was alarmed when he saw it. No good. In that bottle, it's all immortal forbidden medicines. Let's quickly stop him. The three hall masters, at the same time, erupted the aura of a Pic de Luo golden immortal, and Yi Chuan also erupted his immortal monarch's aura out, killing towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng at this time has finished eating the pills inside the jade bottle, his eyes red, his face bulging, his mouth and white aerosol gulping. The aura of his body had already reached the level of a mid-immortal monarch. Looking at the four incoming figures, he poured his chi, as much as he could, into the virtual shadow behind him, pointed his toes into the void, and led the three heads and six arms, charging up. The situation immediately became scorched. Because of taking the forbidden medicine, Lu Feng fought 1 against 4 and didn't fall into a disadvantage, which made the hall masters of the three divine halls more and more anxious. Only Yi Chuan was calm and relaxed. He had a more poisonous vision than the divine wordless few, and he could see that Lu Feng's forbidden medicine would support him for another 3 minutes at the most. After 3 minutes, Lu Feng would inevitably fall into a state of weakness. He quietly took this news and secretly transmitted it to the three great hall masters. When the few people from God's Speechless knew about it, they immediately changed their strategy, adjusting from the previous wide-open attack to a slow infestation plan for a protracted war. Lu Feng didn't notice at first, and waited until the effect of the forbidden drug immediately cut off, before he realized that he had been tricked. Exasperated beyond belief, he struck the lone blow from the fluctuating space around the shadow. It was clear that this strike would be incomparably powerful. The four of Yi Dust's stances, which just happened to be southeast, northwest, and north, saw Lu Feng's move, and they offered their strongest immortal techniques one after another. Star Sword, Red Flame Fire Lotus, Light Reflects the Hammer, Dragon Dash Chop. The four powerful immortal techniques had just been sent out, and Lu Feng drove the shadows to attack up. The others on the void could only see 4 clusters of bright attacks of different colors, and a huge dark shadow, clashing heavily together. Chapter 168 Dark Divine Hall Ancestor. A moment's effort. A sound loud enough to explode the eardrums. The whirlwind caused by the explosion rippled out. There were actually no other silhouettes on the void. They were swept onto the grassland. Bang! A violent sound rang out, and the crowd fixed their eyes on it. It was from the shadow, falling helplessly onto the grassland. The shadow lasted for a long time, and finally disappeared. Seeing this scene, the people of the three great divine temples immediately cheered. Victory! They were victorious. Lu Feng, who had taken the forbidden medicine, were defeated. Then the rest of the Dark Temple, as well as the other races that the Dark Temple had pulled together, were bound to fail as well. This time, their success will go down in history. Some of the races that originally belonged to the Dark Divine Hall faltered, and they began to retreat on their own accord, not daring to tangle with the three major divine halls. There were also some races that were even more direct, running to the elders of the three major divine temples. They wanted to surrender and asked for favorable treatment. Yi Chen looked at Lu Feng, who was lying motionless on the grassland with blood bubbling out of his body, and smiled contemptuously. The side effects of the forbidden medicine came and the effects cut off just as he launched his attack, which is why our attack achieved this effect. God without words several people suddenly realized. No wonder, they thought that their attacks had become stronger. It turned out that Lu Feng had become weaker and changed back to his original appearance up. Yi Chen took a step forward and drank at the people on the grassland. People of the Dark Divine Hall, listen. Your hall master has already lost. Don't put up a fight anymore. Hearing this, a small group of elders and disciples on the grassland, who were still fighting with the three divine halls, immediately retreated and came to Lu Feng's side. Looking at the Lu Feng whose breath was shriveled in one's heart, all of them did not feel good. Unexpectedly, they still lost. Cough cough. Lu Feng coughed and got up with the help of the elders. His breath was extremely shriveled because of the side effects of the forbidden medicine. He looked at the Yichuan several people not far away. A trace of viciousness crossed his eyes, and without moving, he crushed a jade cylinder in his bosom, and a wave of spatial fluctuation was immediately transmitted. God without words several people, all of them did not notice. Yichuan, who had a delicate mind, noticed this. Spatial jade cylinders were very common. Immortal level powerhouses would be able to make simple jade cylinders, whose main function was to convey information. Right now, Lu Feng was clearly doing this, but he still wanted to do it. So the result was obvious that the person summoned by the jade cylinder would be even stronger than him. Yi Chen. If there was someone stronger than immortal monarch Yi Chen in the central heavenly planet region, it would only be those sleeping old ancestors, especially the old ancestors of each divine hall. Each of them was at the strength of an immortal king. As soon as he thought of this, a bad feeling rose in Yichuan's heart. This grassland was not far away from the Dark Divine Hall. In case the Dark Divine Hall's ancestor really arrived, even he would have trouble resisting. God without words saw the look of gravity on Yi Chen's face and smiled faintly. Good disciple, what's with the sad face? We're winning big on our side. Yeah, Tetsuk and Yi joined in. The way that Lu Feng has that chi deficiency, it's estimated that a single golden immortal could have cleaned him up. I've just looked at it, and we haven't lost too many of the strongest members of our three divine halls. So far, it's within a manageable range. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. I'm worried that Lu Feng will call out his old ancestor. Upon hearing this, the three great divine halls hall masters were all stunned. They had not thought of it. It can't be. Once the immortal king ancestor steps in, the heavenly Tao will immediately stop it. God without words slowly said. Yi Chen looked at the Lu Feng whose breath was shriveled but whose eyes still remained ruthless and said in a deep voice, this is not necessarily true. I heard my grandfather say that the heavenly Tao will have a period of time when it is slow to react, although this time is very short, only a few minutes, but it is enough for those sealing powerhouses to make a move. Ha ha ha, worthy of being an immortal monarch, having this sense of perception. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, an old man's voice resounded in the sky above the grassland, echoing throughout the region. Yi Dust's few people immediately looked up, their faces gloomy to the extreme. On the void, an old man with white hair floated in front of them. The old man was a black robe, black and white contrast. For this old man added some mystery. Yi Chuan took the opportunity to sense it, and the latter really couldn't detect it. This old man was most likely the sleeping immortal king ancestor of the Dark Divine Hall. Lu Feng saw his old ancestor step forward and hurriedly said respectfully, my disciple grandson has met my old ancestor. When the other elders of the Dark Divine Hall heard this, they followed suit and turned to their old ancestor, respectfully asking for instructions. Yi Chuan raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Lu Feng actually called their old ancestor an apprentice grandson, so it seemed that the two of them were still related by blood. I had heard before that the Dark Divine Hall Master was the direct grandson of that immortal king elder ancestor, that their Dark Divine Hall had been in a state of slumber. We're in trouble today. Yi Chen clenched his fists, and the Dark Divine Hall ancestor, instead of looking at the others, looked straight at Yi Chen. Your bloodline power is very special. The old man likes it very much. How about if you take the initiative to contribute yourself? You can spare the others from dying? Tetsuken didn't expect that the development of things would be out of his expectation, and he didn't care about any old ancestor or not. He rebuked at that Dark Divine Hall old ancestor. Our three great divine halls, we also have old ancestors to protect us. Noisy. The Dark Divine Hall ancestor's face was displeased as he waved his large hand. An immortal king's oppression descended from the heavens, pressing everyone else outside of Yi Chen down from the void, which, naturally, included the three great divine temples hall masters. Bang, 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 a sound rang out, all from these figures, landing on the grassland. The immortal king had not collected his power, so below each of them was a deep pit. This deep pit, which was hard pressed out by the pressure, showed the huge gap between the strength of an immortal king and a great Luo golden immortal. Yi Chuan had a calm face, looking at the old man opposite him. As soon as the other party had just made a move, he understood that today, he would not be able to escape from the other party's hands even if he burned himself. However, the old ancestor had gone to the immortal realm, and on the side of the Grand Sia, he had finished dealing with it, so it was unlikely that he would return to the mortal realm. So what to do with the old man? Come over here for the old man. The immortal king ancestor beckoned at Yi Chen, and Yi Chen's entire body, uncontrollably, rushed towards the dark divine hall ancestor. During this period, Yi Chuan mobilized his immortal power, as well as the dragon sword to resist, to no avail. The gap in strength made him feel despair. It was only at this time that he realized why Yi Ling Tian wanted him to break through to Immortal Emperor before going to the immortal realm. Because the gap between the realms above Great Luo Golden Immortal would be even more pronounced than the ones below Great Luo Golden Immortal. The fact that he, an immortal monarch, was powerless in front of an immortal king was the best evidence of this. The immortal king ancestor choked Yi Chen's neck and looked at the latter's defiant expression with a faint smile. Chapter 169 Two Great Ancestors. Dark Sung, the old ancestor of the Dark Divine Hall, closed his eyes slightly, and a dark aura, which spread out from his body, traveled along his arm, and drilled into Yi Chen's body. He made up his mind to seize the power of the bloodline before striking out and taking care of the grassland ants. The reason for such an order was that he was afraid that after he made his move to resolve the three great divine halls griffins, Yi Chen would violently resist and affect his ability to seize the power of the bloodline. The dark aura that had invaded Yi Chen's body, and when Lu Feng below saw it, joy surfaced on his face. This Yi Chuan, wasn't he quite divine before? When he met his own old ancestor, he was still obedient, although after this time, the old ancestor would have to ascend to the immortal realm or never intervene in the affairs of the mortal realm again. It didn't matter, at least the purpose had been achieved. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's bloodline power, which was relatively rare and powerful, I'm afraid that the old ancestor would have directly struck out and beheaded the people from the three great divine temples. Yi Chuan's feelings at this moment were only one, powerlessness. He was strangled by the dark divine hall ancestor and felt an unprecedented powerlessness, a feeling that he hadn't experienced in a long time. The last time, it had happened when he was heavily injured and being chased by the people of the underworld divine hall. Never expecting that he would encounter the same situation now, he felt the dark aura that was pushing step by step towards his dantian, where the power of his bloodline was housed. Your name is Yi Chuan, right? Your bloodline power is very powerful. Old me is very interested. I will leave the person underneath a whole body later. After finishing his words, the dark divine hall ancestor lashed out, his dark aura expanding steeply. Yi Chen's face, too, grew more and more agonized. Prairie Downs. The several people who were lying down in the deep pit, unable to move, although they could not see Yi Chen's expression. But this kind of thing of seizing the power of the bloodline was something that the harmonious divine hall, as well as the dark divine hall, had done quite a few times. They had also heard of the painful and bloody aspects of it, and if the person was already dead, then seizing the power of the bloodline would be very easy. If this person was still alive, then he would have to suffer the pain of the bloodline power stripping his body. The difference between here and there lies in the living, who have to suffer like never before. The few of them were very touched that Yi Chen had come to want to help, but they were unable to give aid when Yi Chen was hit by a crisis. Even as the hall masters of the three major divine halls, they could only lie on the ground, like a pug, unable to move. The other people on the grassland, not to mention, were basically ashen, each looking at the sky in despair, unable to help at all. The situation at hand is at a crisis point. Right at this moment, a flame suddenly appeared in the sky, and as soon as the flame appeared, it immediately attacked Yi Chen, as well as the Dark Divine Hall's old ancestor. Dark Sung. Bullying a junior is not much of a skill. A majestic word fell. At the same time, the flames managed to sweep in front of the Dark Divine Hall elder ancestor, who let out a cold snort, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, a wave of darkness, coalesced in front of him as a black mirror, blocking the flaming breath. He looked at the fiery red silhouette that appeared not far away and sneered. Red Dawn? I didn't expect you to come out as well? The fiery red silhouette was clad in red robes, and his hair was as colorful as that of Red Flame Divine Hall Master Gyutin, and upon closer inspection, it was the uncountable flames that were burning on it. When many elders of the Red Flame Divine Hall saw this, they knelt down, chanting words such as "Meet the Old Ancestor," naturally adding their respective names in front of them, so that when they read it out, it would mean that so-and-so had met the old ancestor. When the people from the other two major divine halls saw this, they instantly comprehended that, good lord, the Red Flame Divine Hall's old ancestor had also stepped forward. Then today's situation can be turned around. The Dark Divine Hall's old ancestor, Dark Chang, still pinched Yi Chen and did not let go. This is his good resource. After ascending to the immortal realm, he can rely on the power of his bloodline to help him improve his battle power. When Red Dawn saw Dark Chang, still carrying Yi Chen, a trace of viciousness flashed in his heart. He had actually awakened a year ago. This year, in a state of false sleep, after sensing the intention of the three great divine halls to go out together, he secretly followed them, hiding his breath and hiding in the shadows. I didn't realize that it was really time for him to take the field. Put down that Yi Duan cultivator. Red Dawn stared at Dark Chang after breaking through that wall of darkness. Ha ha, you old undead. You don't slumber properly and come to me to make trouble. When I finish absorbing the power of my bloodline, the first thing I'll do is clean you up. Dark Chang shook his head. You're not the only one who has detected the secret of the heavenly Tao. I and a few others have also detected it. Chi Tian continued. Oh, Dark Sung was startled in his heart. The others that Red Dawn was talking about must be the old ancestors of the other several great divine halls. Old ancestor, be careful. Lu Feng suddenly pointed at the sky and sent out a reminder. Dark Sung immediately turned his head, and a long sword condensed by the power of the stars floated out of thin air beside Dark Sung's body, and against the latter's wrist. He slashed it fiercely. The wrist was immediately sliced, and it just so happened to be this wrist, the one that was pinched, and once the wrist was unloaded, Yi Chuan's restraints were immediately lifted. He hurriedly mobilized the immortal energy in his body to run back, to be as far as possible away from the dark divine hall ancestor. But Dark Sung, how could he let his lamb go? He quickly chased after Yi Chan's falling form. The star longsword suddenly morphed and transformed into a giant net of stars, wrapping Dark Sung in a ball, blocking his pursuit speed. What is this? Dark Sung cracked. He, old friends don't recognize each other anymore? A low manly voice came from within the star network. Dark's eyes shuddered. Star Tzu? You, aren't you seriously injured? Undergoing healing in the Star Divine Hall? At one end of the giant net of stars, a human head suddenly coalesced, long hair flowing, the color neither the multicolored of the red dawn nor the pitch black of most people, but a mass of purple-black, half purple, half black. This human head was none other than Star Sia, the old ancestor of the Star Divine Hall. Tatsukin meets the old ancestor. Below, Tatsukin and the other people from the Star Divine Hall immediately spoke respectfully to Star Sia. The oppression that Dark Sung had put on them had been lifted by Akatsuki. The first thing they saw when they regained their freedom was the huge purple-black net that surrounded Dark Sung. When Xing Si's head appeared, they each had a sincere attitude and kowtowed and bowed to Xing Si. You two are going to tear yourselves apart from me? Dark Chang looked at Yi Duan, who had already reached the grassland, and turned his head to look at Star Si. Something like that. Akane leaned in. Dark Chang, the three of us had some unsettled grudges before, and since we've come across them this time, let's settle them all together. As the words fell, in Red Dawn's hand, an exquisite seven-colored fire lotus emerged. Externally, it was nothing like the one that Gu Tang had condensed, and only a truly strong person would know it. The fire lotus in the hands of the Red Cannon ancestor. That was the fire lotus that was truly astounding and enough to destroy a power. Chapter 170, The Merits of the Forbidden Pill. Darksai saw Akane pull out an offensive weapon without saying a word. He laughed up to the sky, his dark aura skyrocketed, and he hardened himself to break free from Star C's giant net of stars, and after escaping, his severed wrist automatically returned to the broken arm. Like Lu Feng, he put his hands together and a shadow emerged from behind him and appeared. This hybrid ghost shadow, compared to the one summoned by Lu Feng, was larger and brought with it a sense of oppression that was also stronger. Star Ci also adjusted his form, and the giant net of stars quickly coalesced, finally transforming into an old man wearing a purple and black robe, and in his palm, a small star sword was suspended. Dark Sun looked at the two old acquaintances and grinned. Nearly 10,000 years ago, the old ancestors of their 8 divine halls, in order to compete for the resources of a secret realm, fought among themselves, although in the end, it was a basket of water, because that secret realm suddenly disappeared out of thin air. But these old ancestors, and therefore feud, behind one after another fell asleep. Grudges seem to put down, but actually stay in the bottom of the heart. This time, the reasoning that when enemies meet, they meet in different ways comes out. Without saying much, Dark Cheng directly urged his shadow and attacked towards Red Dawn as well as Star Ci and the two of them. Looking at the situation, he was actually going to fight one against two, knowing that these old ancestors, basically all of them are in the middle stage of the Immortal King's strength. No one is higher than anyone else. One more person is one more chance to win. The Dark Divine Hall's old ancestor made this move. Undoubtedly an unwise move in the eyes of the people of the prairie. After Yi Chen landed on the grassland, he was examined by a few people from God's Speechless, and within Yi Chen's body, there was still quite a bit of darkness left. Several of their hall masters, in conjunction with some of the supreme elders, rationally channeled their immortal power, hoping that this immortal power would block the rapid spread of the dark aura and not harm Yi Chen's life. There was no idle time on the grasslands, and the void was even more intense. The attacks of the Void Shadow and the Star Sword, as well as the Red Flame Fire Lotus, were once again staged, the same as before when Lu Feng faced off against the Star Sword as well as Gu Tang. Not only was there no difference in the power of the divine temple represented behind them, the immortal skill means were also exactly the same. Only the realm was elevated. Bang! A violent explosion sound rang out, and the three people on the void backed up sharply. Red Dawn and also Star Cia, just a few dozen meters back. Dark Chang, on the other hand, retreated hundreds of meters hard. In just now, when he fought with the Star Divine Hall and the Red Flame Divine Hall's old ancestor, they all fought with all their strength and did not hold back. The more they did, the shorter the gap between them became. And at that thought, Dark Sung took a deep breath and gave a sardonic grin at his two enemies. From his arms, he took out some forbidden medicines and took them in one mouthful, and at the same time, on his face, quite a few lines began to emerge, looking extremely terrifying. When Chi Tian saw it, he frowned, and after a moment, was glowing with realization. This fellow, he learned the bloodline fusion technique from the people of the Harmonious Fusion Divine Hall, and those lines, they're all the blood splendor of someone with an uncommon bloodline. The forbidden medicine was also refined by this old thing. Dark Sung, personally, Star Ci, who was on the side, frowned when she heard these introductory words from Red Dawn. I didn't realize that this Dark Sung had done so many things in private. Ha ha ha, it's too late to know now. Dark Sung laughed out loud. Snap. After he loosened his hands, he closed them once again, and this time, his aura had already come to the late Immortal King stage, and even the peak was somewhat touched. The silhouette behind him became more and more substantial, almost half substantial and half silhouette. If one were to look at it from the front, one would really think that it would be a huge silhouette behind Dark Sung. At this time, the silhouette did not have 3 heads and 6 arms appearing out of thin air as Lu Feng had summoned before, but instead, it was pitch black and covered with lines, and it was even better in terms of its aura. Red Dawn and Star Ci looked at each other. There was no delaying. If the Heavenly Tao reacted, they wouldn't have a chance. Star Sword, Red Flame Fire Lotus. After the two immortal techniques, the Star Divine Hall as well as the Red Flame Divine Hall's old ancestor attacked again. Dark Sung snorted. Good timing. He urged his immortal power and drove the silhouette behind him to charge up as well. Bang, bang, bang. A low ministry voice resounded in the void, and many people in the crowd below whispered, "Is this a confrontation between immortal kings? I've reached my limit when I reach golden immortal in my life, and I'm beyond satisfied to have the honor of seeing a confrontation between immortal kings today. Will we lose?" The one who said this was someone from the 3 great divine temples. What nonsense! On our side, there are 2 great ancestors who have stepped forward, and only one on the opposite side. Don't be an alarmist. But, the man was about to say something else. Enough, you a disciple, just watch obediently. Just because the talk in this circle ended on an unpleasant note, it didn't mean that the rest of the world was as well, and the people from the 3 major pantheons. The discussions were all cheerful and lively. On the side of the Dark Divine Hall, their faces were low and they didn't say a word, and Lu Feng looked at the battle in the void. His eyes narrowed vainly, not knowing what he was thinking. A Dark Divine Hall elder next to him slowly said, "Hall Master, will Old Ancestor be able to win this time?" "Definitely," Lu Feng said without hesitation. "The strength of the Old Ancestor is not understood by the general public at all, and neither do those immortal kings. Do you have any more pain-curbing pills? Get me some." Inside Lu Feng's body, another sharp pain came, and he smoothly stuffed the pain-curbing pill that the elder took out into his mouth. The side effects in his body are getting more and more intense. If not for the efficacy of the immortal Dan curbing pain Dan, I am afraid that he would have rolled on the ground. Why wait until this step? Bang! Right at this moment, another violent sound rang out in the void, and the crowd on the grassland took a look, and the people from the 3 major divine halls were horrified. Old Ancestor Red Dawn and also Old Ancestor Star Ci were actually injured. On the other hand, Old Ancestor Darkshang is full of energy. His aura has already reached the peak of the Immortal King, and all over his body, his sleeves and robes are bulging, with an aura like a monarch in the world. Seeing the pale face of Chidian and also Star Ci, Dark Sung laughed. He did not pursue these 2 people, but ran towards the grassland below. His purpose was clear. Leaf dust. Only Yi Chen's bloodline power here could attract his idea as long as he took the latter's bloodline power for himself. Then he wouldn't have to be afraid of the Heavenly Tao's chastisement, and just follow up by obediently promising not to strike. When Red Dawn and also Star Ci saw it, they immediately went down to stop it, but with their 2 injured bodies, it was impossible for them to be faster than Dark Sung. Ha ha, bloodline strength. You won't be able to run away. Dark Sung was only a few dozen meters away from Yichuan, and just as he was about to grab Yichuan's heavenly cap in the next moment, a golden shield appeared in front of him. Seeing that another block appeared, this Dark Divine Hall's old ancestor was also enraged, driving his shadow and slamming down with a hammer. There was a crunch of a ding. The shield trembled slightly and cracks began to appear, but it still didn't break. Dark Sung froze for a moment. He was now at the peak of the immortal king's strength. This broken shield, which resisted his own heavy punch, actually didn't shatter? Chapter 171, Urged by Heaven. After seeing that golden shield, Red Dawn pondered for a moment, and after a few moments, a smile appeared on her face. Juga Bai is here. When Star Cia heard this, she was first stunned, and after a moment, she suddenly realized, nodding her head and saying, that fellow is here. Then today, there is a real possibility for us to win. As soon as Star C's words ended, the shield almost erupted with a blinding golden light. Even Dark Sung couldn't withstand it. Covering his eyes and backing away rapidly, the shield changed drastically, finally becoming a small golden hammer, and a figure, also coming over sharply from afar, appeared on this void in a few blinks of an eye. This person was dressed in plain linen clothes, with a plain appearance and a body that was neither fat nor thin, and looked featureless, but it was such a person that made the many people from the human god's temple kneel down, even God without words, who was channeling immortal power to Yi Chen to curb the darkness in his body, adjusted his channeling posture and kneeled down with both knees. There was no other reason. This plain and unimpressive man was Juga Bai, the Hall Master of the Human Divine Hall, a late-stage immortal king powerhouse. After thousands of years of slumber and cultivation, only he himself knew whether he was now a late immortal king or a peak immortal king. Dark Chang looked at Juga Bai and said coldly, "Are you going to get involved as well?" Juga Bai closed his eyes slightly, and after briefly feeling the situation on the grassland, he slowly said, "This time when I come out of seclusion, I won't close my eyes again. I'll go straight up to the immortal world. And before that, some troubles that definitely need to be resolved." "Ha ha, that depends on whether or not you have the skills." Dark Chang manipulated the shadow and attacked Juga Bai. The shadow had already coalesced into a giant fist with darkness lingering on it. One strike was enough to blow up an early immortal king powerhouse. When Red Dawn and also Star Ci saw this, they immediately raised their voices to remind them. "Look out!" Juga Bai waved his hand at the two of them, looked up at the shadow, and the golden hammer beside him immediately grew larger, finally turning into a fierce hammer of enormous size, and smashed towards the shadow's huge fist. A loud bang, the giant hammer retreated a distance, and so did the silhouette. Dark Chang's face, changing uncertainly, he stared dead at Juga Bai. In just now, his shadow giant fist didn't curry half an advantage. He had already put his own means into play. Immediately, he thought of something and looked at Juga Bai, his eyes widening abruptly. You've broken through to the peak of Immortal King?" Juga Bai nodded and smiled at Dark Sung. "Yes." Next moment, he then brought his own giant hammer and started the first round of exchanges with Dark Sang, while on the side, Chidian and also Star Ci, who had the injuries in his body, slightly adjusted, also rushed up. "Originally, I thought that I would face failure today, but I didn't expect Juga Bai to make a direct breakthrough." Then they were bound to take down Dark Sung in one fell swoop, not allowing this fellow to wreak havoc on the mid-heaven astral domain. Thus, the battle in the void began again with the scene from earlier, where it was the three great hall masters from the Star Divine Hall, the Red Flame Divine Hall, and the Human Divine Hall that dealt with the Hall Master of the Dark Divine Hall. Right now, it was the old ancestors of the three great divine halls, dealing with the old ancestor of the Dark Divine Hall. This kind of confrontation let many people below cry and laugh. This is simply the highest combat power on the repetition of the competition. They are these weak elders and disciples. Pressure is not the possibility of participating in the battle. Maybe a single bolt of energy could kill them. A few minutes later, a violent sound rang out in the void, and the crowd looked up and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The silhouette of Old Man Dark Sang's shadow was already in pieces and looked like it was going to disappear soon. Bang! A huge golden hammer that smashed on the shadow. The shadow that soon needed to disappear, disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Dark Chang, who had been struck, spat out a mouthful of blood and frantically retreated backward. That level of attack was something that even he could not accept. He never dreamed that Juga Bai was actually a peak immortal king. Even if the latter was a late immortal king, he had many ways, but the other party was a peak powerhouse. Then he, Dark Sung, was truly powerless today. Juga Bai looked at Dark Sung, whose breath had withered and had already fallen into the period of side effects of the forbidden medicine, and gave a cold smile as he was just about to drive the golden giant hammer. A majestic voice rang out. "Several immortal kings, this outburst is against the rules of the mortal realm." As the words fell, a huge face appeared in the sky, and many people were horrified when they saw it, because the giant face was just too big, creating a fearful heart. Juga Bai looked at the huge face above him and let out a long sigh. "It seems that there is no way to hide today. The heavenly Tao has still come out. A few of you, don't say anything about following up a closed door and not making a move next. This time, I've let you guys drill a hole. You must ascend to the immortal realm. Otherwise, I will forcefully interfere with the rules. God Wuin's few faces changed drastically. Their old ancestor, who had just appeared not long ago, this was about to leave the mortal realm? Zhuge Bai. This performance is relatively calm. With the sight of the red cannon and star CI, chat a few words, agreed with the heavenly Tao this approach. If they continue to stay in the mortal world, the heavenly Tao is also afraid that they once again, disturbing the order. Where are the people from the human divine hall? Zhuge Bai looked down and said. As the words fell, God without words led the way, and all the people of the ethnic divine hall on the grasslands stood up. Where are the people from the star divine hall? Star Ci also looked down below and said. When Tatsukan heard this, he got up, and all the people of the star divine hall on the grassland got up. Where are the people from the red flame divine hall? It was Red Dawn who finally said towards the bottom. Gutang rose respectfully and stood with the elders of the red flame divine hall, as well as the disciples. The hall masters, elders, and disciples of the three great divine halls all rose, respectfully, and looked at the three great old ancestors in the void. On each of their faces, pride and satisfaction was written all over. Their old ancestor, defeating that pill-popping despicable old ancestor of the dark divine hall. This made them incomparably excited. Zhuge Bai looked at the crowds below. As a representative, slowly said, Today, the three of us will be flying to the immortal realm. There is no more overly fond things in the divine hall. You and others as people of the divine hall. The follow-up must not dishonor the name of the divine hall. I'm honored to follow the teachings of the old ancestor. All of the people from the three great divine temples dropped to one knee. Zhuge Bai wanted to say something else, but after scanning the impatient expression of the heavenly Tao, he was ready to pull open the immortal realm's door and leave. Having just struck out, he seemed to have thought of something and glanced down at Yi Chen, who still had some black air on his face. With a wave of his large hand, a golden aura covered Yi Chen's entire body. In the next moment, a strand of black gas, from within the latter's body, continuously rose out and finally disappeared. In just a few short breaths, the darkness planted in Yi Chuan's body by the old ancestor of the dark divine hall was dispelled as much as possible. After doing so, Zhuge Bai pulled open the spatial crack in front of him. Inside was a stone staircase. Stepping up on it, they could reach the immortal realm without any problems. Chapter 172, The Great Breakthrough. Zhuge Bai and the few of them, in fact, had long been able to sense this immortal realm gate, as well as the immortal realm steps, but they had just been sleeping. Zhuge Bai glanced at the three great divine halls below, and without the slightest bit of fondness in his eyes, he stepped inside. On the side, Red Dawn and also Star Ci, on the other hand, glanced back at the bottom and followed closely behind. Tendo saw these three people go in, and cast his gaze on Dark Sung, who was sneaking towards Yi Duan's subdirection. He said seriously, if this heavenly Tao does it himself, you will lose face in front of your juniors. Upon hearing this, Dark Cheng could only abandon his own pace, looking at the immortal realm gate that had not yet disappeared, and letting out a sigh of lamentation. He didn't even greet Lu Feng behind him, as well as the elders of the dark divine hall, and directly stepped into the void, walking into the immortal realm gate. It wasn't that he didn't want to communicate with his own juniors, but the limitations of the heavenly Tao were already there in plain sight, and it was impossible for him to take action against the people of the three divine halls. As for how the dark divine hall would end up next, he no longer dared to think about it. Dragging a body that was in pain from the forbidden medicine into the immortal realm, he didn't even know if he would be able to survive in the immortal realm without any problems. Those things in the latter generation don't matter anymore. When Dark Sun entered the immortal realm gate, that space fluctuated slightly and returned to calm in the blink of an eye. Neither the naked eye nor spiritual perception could detect that this space was, in fact, the place where the immortal realm gate had descended from before. The four great old ancestors, all of them had already set foot on the path to the immortal realm. How the subsequent journey to the immortal realm would be, the people on the grassland didn't know, and the heavenly Tao in charge of the mortal realm didn't know either. Anyway, right now, there was no one who could influence the mortal realm to appear, so he didn't think too much about it. Although Yi Chen was at the immortal monarch realm, but he was only at the early stage of the immortal monarch. If he reached the later stage, then he would definitely make a move to stop him. If Yi Chen honestly ascended to the immortal realm, then it would be fine. If he didn't, as the heavenly Tao, he had the means to deal with an immortal monarch. The elders of the dark divine hall, looking at the giant face that was slowly dissipating, it was clear that the heavenly Tao was beginning to fade, but the heavenly Tao had retreated. Their precarious situation hasn't receded. Their previous lifesaver was gone. They now didn't have the ability to fight back. Hall Master, let's go. This elder of the dark divine hall said worriedly to Lu Feng. Lu Feng was watching his old ancestor leaving the mortal realm. He clenched his fists. The great situation, time and time again, was destroyed. He's really annoyed right now. Well, withdraw first. Lu Feng's words were simple. A military horn that looked like a charge but was actually a retreat sounded within the Dark Divine Hall's army. When many people heard it, the emotions in their hearts were instantly low, and they understood this voice and what it meant. Thus, on the side of the Dark Divine Hall, it began to flee in panic. Those chariots and also the banners, all of them were discarded on the grassland, and the breeze blew and whistled. The people from the three great divine halls who were still maintaining their standing positions stared at the fleeing figures and looked at their hall masters. God without words, Tatsuken, and Gu-Tang felt a gaze coming from behind them. This is thirsty for a fight each. This is to beat the eyes of the dog. God Wuyin smiled faintly, took an immortal elixir that restored his injuries, swallowed it into his belly, and raised the golden hammer in his hand high. Charge! Charge! One word fell, and 10,000 words followed. This time, the people from the three major divine halls, all of them united as one piece, rushed towards the dark divine hall. Yi Chuan didn't make a move. Not that he was physically ill, but if he was required to make a move in this kind of situation, then the three divine halls would lose a lot of face. He stood on the void, and the darkness within his body was successfully dispelled by that golden aura of the human divine hall's old ancestor Do. Along with the injuries in his body, he had also recovered quite a bit. His eyes narrowed vainly as he stared at a void, where, earlier, the immortal realm gate had appeared. In fact, he had already sensed a strange movement at his dantian when Dark Sang's dark aura approached his dantian. There seemed to be something that was going to break through and protect the bullied owner. Yi Chuan's eyes were slightly red. This thing, he knew very well that it must be the prohibition that his grandfather, Yi Ling Tian, had planted in his body. At the moment of crisis, it helped him to turn the situation around. Exactly the same as Yi Jiao and the prohibition in Yi Xiaoyu's body. Elder ancestor, originally I thought that the great Luo Golden Immortal was already my limit, and since you're taking care of our juniors like this, then I can't fail your expectations anymore. Yi Chen, who murmured a sentence, slightly closed his eyes and felt some of the wonders of the Heavenly Emperor reincarnation technique. A few moments later, a small voice rang out, a voice that was muffled by the sounds of the three great divine halls charging below, as well as the shouts of the dark divine hall. It was unreal to hear for a moment. Only Yi Chen, who stood in the void, knew that, as he opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose, the voice, which came from within him, was no longer at the early stage of Immortal Monarch. Instead, it was a late Immortal Monarch powerhouse. The grassland fight this time had given him a lot of insights. The battle with Lu Feng, the chokehold by the Dark Divine Hall ancestor, and feeling the atmosphere of the battles between the several Divine Hall ancestors. All of these had made him gain a lot, coupled with his Heavenly Emperor bloodline, as well as a heaven-defying technique like the Heavenly Emperor reincarnation technique. He, Yi Chen, broke through without God realizing it. Rather, it's a leap from the early stages to the late stages. The current Yi Chen was, without any hesitation, the only one who could move flexibly without being restricted by the heavenly Tao in the mid-heaven astral domain. Bang! On the grassland, a violent explosion rang out, and Yi Chuan looked down to see that it was the three great hall masters who had united to perform an immortal skill, striking Lu Feng and quite a few of the elders of the Dark Divine Hall into serious injuries. Here, the God without words few people were withdrawing their strength. If they didn't, the Dark Divine Hall people in the wind would have long since become the dead souls under the three great immortal techniques. Thus, the curtain fell on this great battle that had affected the central heavenly planet realm, the ups and downs of which were destined to be widely rumored in the central heavenly planet realm, and even throughout the other several great star realms. There was no other way. The confrontation between the four great divine hall masters, Immortal Monarch Yi Duan strikes, the appearances and engagements of the four great divine hall ancestors and their ascension to the immortal realm. Either way, it would tickle the ears of the mortal world, and the stories of these powerful men were fascinating and enjoyed by young and old alike. And after listening to it, one would be impressed by the union of the three major pantheons, because there were too many things to consider when pantheons wanted to ally with each other. The distribution of personnel, the size of their contribution, and the logistics, all needed to be taken into consideration, and as a result, in just a week's time, the three major divine halls had finished this feat that had not been realized since the mid-heaven astral domain had its 8 divine halls. They must be excited that such stories are worth passing on by word of mouth, and worth telling them to the younger generation. As for the Dark Divine Hall, and those first-rate races he brought with him, needless to say, they would definitely be eliminated by the wind. Chapter 173, Departure Daxia. Many people in the mid-heaven astral domain hated the Harmonious Divine Hall and the Dark Divine Hall. These two divine halls did things without any bottom line, without any humanity, and for the sake of profit. They didn't care about anything. If these two divine halls had immortal monarch powerhouses, I'm afraid that the mid-heaven astral domain would have been turned into a ruin, with an unknown number of people falling in a pool of blood. Phew! Yi Chuan exhaled a deep breath. This side of things, A successful conclusion. The next, as long as to urge Yi Xiao and Yi Xiaoyu as soon as possible to cultivate, in addition to strengthening their own cultivation is good. However, Yi Chen raised his head, and what his gaze swept towards was the east, where was the eastern star domain, and in this star domain, there was a planet named Earth, and on the planet, there was a country named Xia. Hey, I don't know how Wu Dao, Xiu De and the others are doing. Yi Dust Gaze first worried, then turned into relief. Guarding Daxia, that is Yi Lingtian grandfather, personally brought the void along. Before the Bafong, he is elusive. This void smoke would only be more powerful than Elder Bafong. Even more powerful. Forget it, let's not think about this for now. Yi Chen said to himself. Unfortunately, Yi Chuan didn't know that in the eastern star domain, another planet was plotting to attack Earth and plotting to slaughter the Great Xia. Magic Scorpion Galaxy, Magic Scorpion Star. This place is one of the Starry Sky 10,000 races, the base camp of the Sea race. Since the last time, after being destroyed a meal by the Shadow race's Peng Elder, the morale of the Sea race's side has been low. The Sea Clan Patriarch clearly remembered that day when the Shadow Clan's Elder Peng rushed into their Sea Clan in a furious manner. Without saying a word, he first destroyed several important Sea Clan buildings, and then killed several of the Sea Clan's guards. That angry look, as if with the Sea Clan, a deep hatred, the Sea Clan Patriarch immediately came out to inquire. The result was directly killed by Elder Peng. Now, the Sea Clan is angry. It is not true that the Shadow Clan is a first-class strength, but my Sea Clan is not a soft target. The Sea Clan's ancestor, too, went out because of this. Finally, he learned that Elder Peng was sailing a Class 4 warship to Daxia to avenge the death of his disciple, Sea Shadow. As a result, the warship was easily destroyed by a mysterious person. If it wasn't for Elder Peng observing his words and groveling to the mysterious person in time to beg for forgiveness, I'm afraid that in the mortal world, there is no such person as him. Hearing this, the Sea Clan's old ancestor came to a sudden realization that this was the case. He didn't expect that a mere Daxia would actually be guarded by that kind of powerhouse. However, Elder Peng killed so many people of his Sea tribe today, should also collect the gas, and then indiscriminately kill on. I'm afraid that his Sea tribe really want to lift the whole tribe's strength against this old man who cannot take revenge. Elder Peng was also clear that he had gone a little too far, and after a cold snort, he turned around and left the Sea Clan. As of this moment, his relationship with the Sea Nation was completely broken. The old ancestor of the Sea Clan looked at his disappearing back and sighed helplessly. Arranging for the Sea Clan to build the destroyed buildings, the Patriarch died, and there was no good candidate for the time being, so he would serve as the Patriarch of the Sea Clan. I don't know if this Sea Clan's old ancestor, if he stepped on luck, the Sea Clan died a few deaths and was destroyed a few buildings, and he instantly became enlightened. The strength grew by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the early Golden Immortal stage all of a sudden. And yesterday, it even broke through to the middle Golden Immortal stage. He said that he was stimulated by Elder Peng, and his mind suddenly comprehended how to cultivate. The Sea Clan was definitely happy to see their old ancestor, whose strength had skyrocketed. The Sea Clan's old ancestor, whose name was Haijintian, felt that after he reached the middle stage of the Golden Immortal, he would stabilize for a period of time, and would not continue to break through. Then he gathered a number of sea people, intending to travel to Earth and properly liquidate that great summer nation that had killed countless sea people. A number of people, as a result, raised objections. Old ancestor Haifeng Tian must not. Yes, even Elder Peng can't help that mysterious person, let alone us? Old ancestor Haifeng Tian, let's just wait for now. I'm all for it. Looking at those sea people who raised objections, Haijintian waved his hand and directly put them in jail. And if they were the type that had the strength, then he would force them to do his will. As the oldest ancestor of the Sea Clan, he was now also the Patriarch of the Sea Clan. So if he couldn't do one thing, what was the point? In this way, many sensible sea people shut up and didn't dare to talk anymore. By the end of the day, Haijintian stood on the bow of a 3-stage warship, looking at the crowds below, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, everyone, these people of ours, we're going to the Earth, pretending to spy on the news. If the mysterious man is indeed powerful, then we can explain that we got lost and accidentally came to Daxia. If the mystic is not here, then you people of Daxia are ready to sacrifice those dead sea people. Support the sea formation heavenly ancestor." Agreed. Stomp on those ants of Daxia. Hearing the shouts from below, Haijintian nodded in satisfaction and turned toward the captain beside him, signaling. This captain immediately went back and turned on the warship, locking its bearings, and drove swiftly in the direction of Daxia, with several hundred strong sea race members assembled on the ship, including martial Dao emperors, earth immortals, and quite a few celestial immortals as well. However, these realms were not enough to look at. If they really wanted to clash with Daxia, Haijintian, who had the strength of a mid-golden immortal, would be the key to deciding the victory or defeat. Of course, if that mysterious person who had destroyed the Shadow Clan's warships and frightened Elder Pang was not there, then it would be fine without the need for Elder Sea Formation Sky to make a move. The strongest of the Great Xia's powerhouses were martial Dao Saints, and even if they were lucky enough to have a vein of spirit stones, they would at most produce a martial Dao Saint King. As for a martial Dao Emperor? They didn't think De Xia could do it. Buzz. The warship emitted a low humming sound, signaling that it had departed, and amidst the warm send-off of countless sea people, the warship, which had sailed out of the Devil Scorpion planet, raced towards Da Xia. Because it was a third-class warship, even if it piled up its fuel to full capacity, it would still take a long time to reach Da Xia, at least 4 months. During this period, Hai Jintian retreated to the ship for closed-door cultivation, and he didn't tell the other Starry Sky 10,000 races about his plan. It's not that he doesn't trust, but he feels that this approach is too childish. He is already a strong person in the middle stage of the Golden Immortal, and he still has to inform those who are originally inferior to their other races of the Sea race, such as the Lin race and the Feather race. This was absolutely impossible in the eyes of Hai Jintian. During the 4 months, he basically didn't come out of his room much. The other sea people, unlike Hai Jintian who held back so much, sometimes came out on the deck to chat. Sometimes they would be in 2s and 3s, looking at the Milky Way around them. The star field was wide, and every now and then a shooting star would pass by, giving these sea people a hint of comfort in their hearts. P.S. Big people, move your little finger pointing down for love power generation. For the love of power. For the love of power. Ha ha. Chapter 174, Meteorite Attack. Hey, on deck, one of the sea people said. This time, if we venture to Earth, will something bad happen to us? Don't talk nonsense. Our sea clan's old ancestor is a mid-stage golden immortal powerhouse. His companion immediately retorted. But that Elder Pang said that the 4th level warships that are comparable to the Great Luo Golden Immortals were all destroyed by that mysterious person. That mysterious person is most likely even stronger than the Great Luo Golden Immortals yet. Afraid of what? Soldiers come and go, and I have a feeling that this time around, we're going to win. Why? The companion wondered. Isn't it God rewarding our sea clan for the opportunity that our sea clan's old ancestor has been on such a smooth path of cultivation all this time? It's obvious that the heavens don't like what Da Xia is doing, but it's not good enough to take direct action, which is why our old group is rapidly improving their strength. When you say God, I think it's the heavenly Tao, right? The Sea Clan explained. Although I also believe in our old ancestor. In my heart, I still don't have a clue. Cut the demoralizing talk. His companion got angry and rebuked him angrily. This time, the conversation between the two ended on an unpleasant note. In fact, this kind of conversation came up every day on this tertiary warship, and among the sea people, there were optimists, and naturally, there were pessimists as well. Fortunately, Hai Jintian had been in seclusion. If he had heard those demoralizing words, he would have directly thrown these people into the vast and boundless starry sky. Time passes slowly. It was 5 months later when the sea peoples finally arrived, and they were already in the solar system, not far from Earth. Ta! A subtle voice rang out, and the rest of the Sea Clan, who had looked over, immediately knelt down. Welcome, old ancestor. The sound just now was the sound of the Sea Clan's old ancestor, Hai Jintian, stepping on the deck after he had emerged from the gate, and as he looked at the Sea Clan members around him, you were inwardly incomparably satisfied. This feeling of being highly respected, he liked it very much. Although he was an old ancestor of the Sea Clan, the long years of seclusion had made many people forget the appearance of him as an old ancestor, and forget his voice. Some of the sea people, still forgetting his existence. Now this is a situation that he is very happy and enjoying. Just then, an urgent voice rang out. Sea formation heavenly ancestor. Meteorite, there's a meteorite. Upon hearing this, Hai Jintian turned his head to take a look, and sure enough, he found a huge meteorite, hundreds of times larger than their warship. In front of this huge meteorite, this warship of theirs was nothing but insignificant. Many sea people have been horrified, just to the solar system, encountered such a large meteorite, which if hit, then their lives can be accounted for in this solar system. Are the people of Earth going to be buried here before they even see it? The meteorite was so fast that even if their warships accelerated away, they wouldn't necessarily be able to escape. Hai Jintian looked at the heart-stricken sea people around him, and with a cold smile, he mobilized the immortal power within his body, and above the warship, he formed a huge palm. It was 10 times the size of a warship, and although it was not as large as the meteorite, at least in this starry sky, it was an existence that could not be ignored. The sea people did not expect that their old ancestor actually wanted to fight hard. In fact, their warships, if driven at full level, had a slight chance to escape. That was the captain's thought, but he immediately understood when he saw Haijintian's actions. Their headstrong C-formation heavenly ancestor intended to harden this huge meteorite. I wonder where the old ancestor got the courage, the captain muttered inwardly. In their opinion, even if the old ancestor was at the middle stage of the golden immortal, it would be impossible to destroy the meteorite, whose power was directly proportional to its speed as well as its size. This meteorite, so big rushing down, even a great Luo golden immortal couldn't stop it, let alone their old ancestor. There were quite a few people on the deck, holding the same thought, that their old ancestor was too reckless, completely swept away by revenge and also the sudden increase in strength. But the next moment, each of these sea people who reserved their skepticism grew their mouths and their eyes bulged dramatically, because they saw that when the sea formation heavenly ancestor's huge palm touched the meteorite was actually directly pushed away and rushed in another direction. There, it's the outer reaches of the solar system. These sea people, dumbfounded, looked at the giant palm on the starry sky, and the huge meteorite that had already adjusted its direction and moved away from the warship. They rubbed their eyes vigorously. How could they not believe that their golden immortal realm sea formation heavenly ancestor had actually blown away a meteorite whose power was comparable to that of a great Luo golden immortal? They believed that there are only two endings. For one thing, this meteorite, with a furious momentum, destroyed the giant palm, as well as this tertiary warship, and they, the hundreds of sea people, perished in the solar system. The second ending, on the other hand, was the giant palm of their old ancestor, which blasted the meteorite to pieces, and those broken meteorite blocks, partially smashed on the warship, and after losing some of their personnel, and the hull of the warship, they managed to escape. They never expected such a result. Some of the optimistic sea people immediately shouted out, "Old ancestor is mighty, not bad for an old ancestor. With this strength, old ancestor can even go to the middle heavenly planet region to dominate. Our sea clan has an old ancestor. This is going to be a rise. Ha ha." Haijintian also didn't expect that his palm could actually hold the meteorite away, and he felt that the strike he just made couldn't reach the point where he could blast away a meteorite that was 100 times the size of a warship. But the real thing, that's what happened. Listening to the words of the sea people around him again, he also felt in his heart that the meteorite just now was blasted away by himself, successfully dissolving. The danger of them, the outgoing sea people. He turned around and looked at the prostrate sea clan members and slowly said, "Get up, all of you. This old ancestor has already said that this time, he came to Daxia with the purpose of revenge, and no one can stop him. Whoever stands in the way, destroy him. This meteorite is not life, and the party was driven away by me." Bang, bang, bang. The sea clansmen below kept kowtowing, and at this moment, the sea clansmen's personal worship of Haijintian reached the extreme. Even those sea people of the pessimistic school were shocked by this amazing maneuver of the sea formation sky patriarch. Previously, what they were concerned about was the strength of the patriarch, and now it seemed that this old ancestor who was also the patriarch of their sea clan had unfathomable strength. Maybe, it was really the heavenly Tao that was on their side, to help them, the sea race, to destroy the earth and the great Sia. Alright, all up, Captain continue to sail the ship, with a bang, to the edge of the earth. I want to see how strong the mysterious person who can scare Elder Pang is. Yes, the captain received the order and immediately gathered himself together and drove the warship, heading in the direction of Earth. Chapter 175, Inside the Solar System. Inside the solar system, next to a beautiful planet, there was a tall and majestic warship parked, and on the deck of the warship stood an uncountable number of sea people. One by one, they looked at the Earth with serious eyes. They, the Sea Clan, had spent 5 months and finally arrived next to the planet. A few hours ago, they were nearly wiped out by a meteorite regiment. So, at this time, they looked at this beautiful planet with nothing but seriousness and anger in their eyes, as well as a darkness hidden deep inside. They wanted to go down to Earth themselves and kill everyone on this planet, as many as they could, to avenge their sea brothers and sisters. Haijintian, who resided at the bow of the ship, was very satisfied when he saw the sea people's expression. What he wanted was this emotional reaction. He then slowly turned his head, looked at the beautiful planet close by, and began to release his aura, a kind of probing, detecting the surrounding area, the presence of any mysterious people. Even Elder Pang, in front of the mysterious man, was powerless to fight back, and even the 4th level warships with a battle power comparable to that of a great Luo Golden Immortal were destroyed to the bone. Although he, Haijintian, was already in the middle stage of Golden Immortal, he still didn't dare to be arrogant. Time passes by. On the deck of the Sea Clan, none of the Sea Clan members uttered a single complaint, and just stood there quietly, waiting for the old ancestor's command. Half a day later, Haijintian retracted his aura. He had already detected that the several nearby planets didn't have any existences that exceeded a martial Dao Emperor. The strongest in the Grand Xia was the martial Dao Saint King, and there were only a handful of them, and at the thought of this, Haijintian couldn't help but let out a sardonic laugh. This is heavenly help. Sail the warships into Earth, into Daxia, and show these mole crickets that I, the sea race, am so not to be messed with. Yes, the sea people said neatly. In Tianhai City, Yi Wudao was reading a volume of martial arts. Now that he had absorbed a lot of spirit stone resources, plus the miraculous effects of the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, strength has already come to the peak of the heavenly king realm. Only one step short, can go to the emperor realm. His father, Yi Xiude, is even more powerful, has already come to the late stage of the Saint King of the martial way. Only then Guan Yu and the other five, a small realm weaker. The five Guan Yu, who were the peaks of the Saint Kings of martial Dao, were also grasping at the opportunity to cultivate, as quickly as possible, to break through to the great emperors of martial Dao. Dad, come look, something big is happening outside. An urgent voice broke the silence of this place. Yi Wudao looked up. It was his good son Yi Xiaohai. Yi Xiaoyu was taken to the mid-heaven astral domain, by Yi Duan's old ancestor, to a place that, he didn't even dare to think about, with opportunities and risks. However, the risk was big or not, depending on who the handler was. In front of Yi Duan's old ancestor, Yi Wudao felt that the people from the central heavenly planet domain couldn't harm Xiaoyu. Although Yi Xiaohai stayed in Daxia, the martial arts university he entered was the best Kyushu academy in Daxia. Moreover, he was still in the heavenly character class 1 in the academy. There were only 2 people in this class, and it was only possible to enter if you had a talent of 10 stars or more. It just so happens that Yi Xiaohai has this qualification. Right now it is on vacation, so he came back to visit his family. Did not expect to encounter such a situation. What's wrong? Yi Wudao walked to the open space of the compound and inquired. Yi Xiaohai didn't speak, but pointed at the sky. Seeing this, Yi Wudao looked up and indeed, he realized that something was wrong. On the void, there was a warship with a bluish body, slowly driving, and after arriving at the sky above their Tianhai city, it stopped moving. Yi Wudao was clear that this thing, which wasn't from their great summer country, was most likely coming from a bad place. At that thought, Yi Wudao immediately went to find Void Wujian, hoping that Mr. Void Wujian would come to his aid. Is this Daxia? Hai Jintian had already left the warship and stepped on the void, gazing at everything below, the bustling crowds, the streets of traffic, the children playing and playing. It was all so silent and beautiful, and there was a look of calm and joy on the faces of all these people. This was the pride of being a Daxia person. Not only did they repel the starry sky 10,000 races, but they also exterminated countless foreign beasts. And the current Daxia, the happiness index, was undoubtedly the highest in these tens of thousands of years. Each of them is conscientious and law-abiding, lives an active life, and has the opportunity to receive spiritual stones issued by the state as a reward. How do you keep them from being happy? It was just that their happiness fell in the eyes of the sea people, and the sea formation sky, and was extraordinarily harsh and impatient. Hoo. A violent wind-breaking sound rang out, and Haijintian raised his eyes to see that 5 Hans of different heights and appearances, standing in a row, stood not far away, staring at him dead on. Big brother, this person seems to be very strong. I can't sense his aura, Guan Yu said seriously to Liu Bei, who was in the center. Liu Bei nodded his head. This current situation was indeed out of his expectation. This warship, barging in for no reason at all. If it wasn't for a few of them, who happened to be in Tianhai City, I'm afraid that they would have really missed this uninvited guest. You few, you're the strongest people of Great Xia, right? Haijintian looked at the 5 people not far away and slowly said. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's heart was startled. This man spoke in such a manner. It was obvious that it was with aggression. Just as Liu Bei hesitated to say anything, Haijintian was already impatient, and he also felt that it was redundant for him to utter that sentence. They, the Sea clan, had come here to slaughter, and, with all the warships coming in, the mysterious man hadn't appeared yet. That meant one thing, Elder Pawn was lying to them, or the mysterious man wasn't there. No matter which situation it was, there was no stopping him from killing the Daxia people. This Sea clan ancestor waved his big hand, and the Sea clansmen on the deck jumped out and stood on the void. Liu Bei and the others, after a little bit of sensing, their pupils contracted violently. The weakest person here was at the same level as them, peak martial Dao Saint King, and such people, there were only 2 or 3, the other hundreds, he couldn't sense, which indicated that these people who appeared out of thin air at the moment, their strength was higher than that of the Daxia people, by multiple orders of magnitude. Mr. Liu Bei, these people are from the sea race, a low voice rang out, and Yi Wudao, at some point, appeared beside Liu Bei. Liu Bei was slightly stunned. A few of them had traveled to the stars before and reached the Sea Nation. Observing the appearance, It was not the same as these people at the moment. Mr. Liu Bei. These people purposely changed their looks, and although I don't know why, I can say with great certainty, based on my intuition, that these people are the sea people. The reason why Yishioda was so sure was that it was still the Heavenly Emperor bloodline as well as the Heaven and Earth reincarnation skill that brought him benefits that could not only improve his strength but also his perception. This time, it's a good example. Haijintian looked at Yishioda and snorted. It seems that in Disya, there are still smart people. Not bad. We are the sea race of the starry sky 10,000 races, and we have come here this time to avenge the hatred of our previous sea race brothers. Chapter 176, Fixed. Yishioda sneered. The strength of my Grand Sia, although it's not as strong as yours as a whole, but don't forget that my Grand Sia has the presence of guardians. Guardian? Why didn't I see that? Haijintian snorted. Without further ado, he waved his hand towards the sea people behind him, and those hundreds of sea people immediately rushed down. Their goal was simple. Whichever Dasha person had the happiest and most contented expression on their face, they would strike down whichever Dasha person. When Liu Bei's 5 men and Yishioda saw this, they immediately moved, only to realize that they couldn't move at all, as if they had been immobilized. Haijintian looked at the 6 people who couldn't move, and sneered, I want you to personally watch, as your great Sia people die. These words were the true thoughts of Haijintian. If he were to kill a few of Yishioda's people, it would be very simple. A wave of his hand would be all it would take. But he didn't want to do that. He wanted these Dasha powerhouses to watch the Dasha people die. That's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it fun. A little boy, holding the transformer he had just bought, looked at the sky at the several menacing figures running towards him. There was no fear in the big, wide eyes. Last time, he hid in his mother's arms, thinking that he, himself, would be wiped out by the giant palm of darkness that covered Tianhai City. The end result was no. There was a strong man in Tianhai City who stepped in and managed to help them eliminate the harm. This time, he ran out on his own accord. His mom was still in the supermarket, talking to acquaintances, and he was not scared at all for a man-child. Instead, he made a face at one of the sea people. When that Martial Dao Emperor's sea clan member saw it, he smiled eerily. A ball of power surged in his hand, transforming into a hand blade. Next, he was going to dismantle this little boy who wasn't afraid of his sea clan. In a big way. Let's see if he still dares to be like this in front of himself. Pa! The sound of women screaming rang out. The little boy turned his head to see that it was his mother screaming at him with a worried look on her face, and as the voice fell, the woman hurried toward him. A smile appeared on the little boy's face when he saw it, but the woman's anxiety, which did not dissolve at all, only saw that the sea people, who were getting closer and closer to her precious son, even if she ran as hard as she couldn't save her son, but she was still running, and as a mother, she had to rush forward regardless of whether she could save her child or not. The Sea Clan member had gotten close to the child, and with a large wave of his hand blade swung at the little boy's body with lightning speed. No! The women shouted. When the Yishioda several people above saw it, they were also in a rage. These sea people, they were so despicable that they actually resorted to such dirty tactics. Aren't they afraid of God? The few of them, on the contrary, couldn't break free from the boundaries of the sea formation sky. The little boy looked at the hand blades that were getting closer and closer, and on his little face, panic finally appeared, and he also began to worry if there wouldn't be a guardian to watch over them. Just as the hand blade, which was only a finger's distance away from the little boy's face, the hand blade could no longer move forward, and the sea people who had laid their hands on him were directly fixed on the void, unable to move at all. His eyes rolled around incredulously, not noticing anyone around him striking out. The little boy, looking at the blade of the hand, a finger's distance away, stopped, and the sea people, too, stopped. The panic in his little face immediately dissipated, replaced by pride and pride. At this moment, he was proud of himself, being a Daxia person, and that there were still strong people in Daxia, silently guarding. Xiao Bao, the woman had come to the little boy, hugging him with concern, and in her words, she was full of favor. Haijintian frowned as he watched that Sea Clan member not moving, and went to look at the other Sea Clan members, realizing that they couldn't move either. He immediately released his breath to feel it, and found that all of the sea people were immobilized, and all of them were immobilized when they were about to give the people of Tianhai City a fatal blow. In other words, not a single person is dead or injured in Tianhai City right now. Damn thing! Haijintian cracked a curse, and with a wave of his hand, he was about to unleash his immortal power and destroy Daxia, but he had forgotten one thing. Since these sea people were able to be immobilized, why couldn't he? When Haijintian raised his hand to end it, he was shocked to find that the immortal power in his body suddenly stopped moving, and his entire body was just like the hundreds of sea people below him, stuck in the void with no movement. After the opposite Yi Xiude several people noticed, they immediately moved their bodies, and sure enough, they realized that the oppression of the C formation sky had disappeared, and they regained the right to move. At the same time, Yi Wudao, who was below, couldn't find Voidless Along's figure after checking the entire Yi family compound, and looked up at the sky in despair. Just a few people against Yi Xiude, restored free body, the person of Hai Jin Tian, turned into a fixed bit. A breeze blew, a black-robed man appeared on the void, positioned just in front of Hai Jin Tian, and when Yi Xiude's few people as well as Yi Wudao saw it, they breathed a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Mr. Void Along had stepped in, so they didn't have to be afraid. Next, Hai Jin Tian looked at the black-robed man in front of him and felt very unfamiliar. This man, with a dark face and a large black robe on his body, gave off an eerie and mysterious feeling. Trying to detect this person's strength himself, he found that the immortal power within his body still could not be mobilized. I gave you a chance, Void Along spoke up. Hai Jin Tian didn't know this black-robed man. What was the meaning of this statement? Still able to speak, he loudly chided. Trapping people is nothing. If you have the ability to release the bindings, the two of us will have a great battle. Next moment, Hai Jin Tian realized that his bondage was really lifted, and the immortal power in his body began to flow, as he looked unbelievably at the Void Along. As soon as he finished those words, the bindings were lifted, and no matter how stupid he was, he knew that it was this black-robed man who had fixed him, as well as the hundreds of C-race powerhouses below him. Perhaps this black-robed man was the mysterious person that Elder Pang was talking about. Damn it, if you don't show up early, you don't show up late, you show up at this time of the day. With a single glance, Voidless Along could tell what the C clan's old ancestor was thinking and snorted. That meteorite before has already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you don't know how to grasp it. At those words, Hai Jin Tian's pupils contracted violently. Meteorite? Could it be that the huge meteorite from before was not pushed away by one's own ability, but by this black-robed man's secret hand? At the thought of this, Hai Jin Tian couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. If that was the case, then they would be in deep trouble. Even if he was in the middle stage of Golden Immortal, he would not necessarily be a match for this black-robed man. Chapter 177, Killing the Invaders. Voidless Along looked at the cloudy Hai Jin Tian and indifferently said, "Think you understand now?" Hearing Voidless Along's words, Hai Jin Tian completely awakened to the fact that it was this mysterious black-robed man who had driven away that meteorite. It's just that the latter didn't step up to the plate. Earlier, the moment his giant palm collided with the meteorite, he felt that his giant palm of immortal power trembled and was about to dissipate almost instantly. But just then, the meteorite, suddenly losing compression, flew toward the outer solar system. It was as if he had been pushed away by his own giant palm. Although he had a lot of doubts in his heart, he naturally couldn't give up when the people had arrived at the solar system, and the sea people around him were also beside him, cheering him on. That one sentence, the words of the old ancestors might. The current him would feel wonderful when he thought about it. After he came out of seclusion, not only had his strength soared, his reputation was also climbing rapidly, making him the most prestigious patriarch of the Sea Clan almost as long as it had existed. Throughout the history of the Sea Clan, there had only been such a Sea Clan member who, after being an elder ancestor, had turned his head to become a clan chief. This obsessive desire in his heart made him not to think about the truth of that meteorite being pushed away, but to tell the sea people, in a grand manner, that the meteorite was pushed away by his own strength. Boomerang at this moment hit back, scared. He was directly on the void, kneeling towards the Void Along. "My lord, Hai Jin Tian has eyes that don't recognize Tai, and didn't know that you, my lord, were guarding the great Sia. Please be magnanimous and let us go. I swear in the name of the Sea Clan Patriarch as well as the Sea Clan ancestors that from now on, the Sea Clan will not set foot in the Grand Sia or the solar system again." Voidless Along looked at the Soul Sia Ray sky coldly and indifferently. Under Yi Ling Tian's warning, he erased all of his memories from the Void Clan. Right now, he was equivalent to having a powerful strength, but he didn't know where the strength was cultivated, and this place, Da Xia, was surrounded by people who were countless times weaker than him, and there was simply no desire to challenge or to improve. Even if the Great Summer, all of its resources, were used on him, his strength would not be able to improve even a little bit. When he wanted to leave Da Xia, he remembered again in his mind that he had to abide by Yi Ling Tian's stipulation to guard Da Xia properly. He had no choice but to stay at Ye's house and keep watch day and night. He had sensed it a few hours ago, when the Sea Race's warships came to the solar system. After making sure that on Earth, there was no sudden danger, he came to the warship not far away and concealed himself, watching every move of this warship. It didn't take long to figure out what the warship had come to the solar system for. However, instead of being in a hurry to destroy the warship, he was thinking of teasing them. which was why, when that meteorite landed, he secretly made an effort to push it away. Therefore, when the warship sailed into Tianhai City, he still did not make a move, as long as the Sea Nation did not cause substantial harm to the Yi family. To Da Xia, that was fine. It was within the scope of Yi Ling Tian's instructions, but right now, it couldn't be teased anymore, because the Sea people, for real, were trying to slaughter the Da Xia people. Mr. Void Along, one cannot listen to the words of the Sea people. They have always been two-faced. Maybe when they go back, they will find other first-class forces to come to my Grand Xia. When Yi Shouda saw that Void Wuxian didn't make a move immediately, he really thought that Void Wuxian had been moved by Hai Jintian's words and hurriedly came out to dissuade him. Seeing Yi Shouda demolish himself, Hai Jintian pushed down the anger in his heart and said in a peaceful manner, "This old gentleman, you're being polite. I'm serious. We, the Sea clan, have had conflicts and friction with you before, but as long as we go back smoothly this time, we definitely won't come looking for trouble with Great Xia in the aftermath." With these words, Hai Jintian spoke with conviction. Unfortunately, he was facing Void Along. How could this powerhouse from the Holy Realm not be aware of Hai Jintian's true thoughts? Definitely go back, find someone to analyze their strength, and subsequently find a portion of the strongest people to deal with Da Xia, or simply, send out the coordinates of Da Xia. Tell the people of the other star realms that there is a treasure of resources here, and everyone will come quickly to fight for it. When the powerful arrived and realized that this was not a resource treasure, they would surely pour out their anger on Da Xia. Voidless Along raised his right hand, stared at the sea formation sky, and slowly said, "Originally, I thought that you guys would come here and dawdle a few more times to add some fun to my boring guardian life, but I didn't expect that you guys would be in such a hurry." As the words fell, a circle of invisible fluctuations spread out from the void along the foot, and the sea formation sky sensed the movement and pleaded, "My lord, I am sincere, my Sea clan will never in the future." Bang! Hai Jintian's words, before he could finish, were involved by the fluctuation, and turned into a pile of black powder, accompanied by a light wind floating. This pile of powder disappeared without a trace. The fluctuation continued, and the hundreds of sea people below were also turned into a pile of black powder. If there was a wind blowing, then it floated away in the wind, and if there was no wind blowing, then it floated down to the ground under the effect of gravity. The gate knife that was originally pressed on the heads of the people of Tianhai City just disappeared silently. That tertiary warship, which did not move along the void, was a warship that could be used as a reference for the Da Xia people. In the future, Da Xia, out of the strong, can completely imitate this warship, although the material is almost, at least there is a thought that can be provided. Afterwards, Voidless Along seemed to have thought of something, and kneeled down on one knee towards Yi Shouda beside him, apologizing, "Mr. Yi Shouda, I detected an invasion of the sea people earlier, but out of selfishness, I didn't destroy it in time, so I'd like to ask Mr. Yasha to chastise him." So this was the case. Yi Shouda immediately lifted the Void Along. "There is no harm, Mr. Void Along. It is indeed a big deal for you to guard Da Xia, and I also know that you are rather boring on weekdays. This time, it doesn't matter. There are no casualties in my Da Xia, and this will be fine." Void Along accepts it seriously. Ha ha ha, the strength of Lord Void Along. Even Senior Yi Duan can't guess it. It's impossible for those sea clansmen to get their way. Otherwise, how could those sea clansmen have been immobilized in such a timely manner? Liu Bei spoke with a big smile. The crisis of Da Xia had been removed. He was extremely relaxed in his heart. This was also the root of him and his brother. They naturally did not want anything to happen to Da Xia. Shoo shoo shoo. Several wind-breaking sounds rang out, and the Void Along few people looked up to see that it was the Elder Council's people who had come. However, they were too late. On this side, the problem has been taken care of. Based on the principle that the visitor is a guest, Yi Shouda invited the several elders of the Elders Council, as well as Liu Bei's 5 people and Void Along, all of them down. Tonight, the Yi family is hosting a feast to celebrate this victory. At the banquet, Void Along didn't put on the wine, and as he walked out of the hall, he glanced at the moon. Chapter 178, Another Breakthrough. After Void Along closed his eyes and thought for a while, he rubbed his hands together and a spatial jade cylinder appeared on his palm. Go! With a faint cry along the void, this space jade cylinder, according to its owner's mind, flew out of the earth, out of the solar system, and headed for its destination. After that, Voidless Along returned to the hall under Yi Shouda's warm invitation. In the mid-heaven astral domain, inside the Star Divine Hall, Yi Chen looked at Yi Jiu and also Yi Xiaoyu, who were making rapid progress, and smiled in relief. After that prairie battle, Yi Xiaojiu and also Yi Xiaoyu were extraordinarily diligent in their cultivation, and right now, Yi Xiaoyu had already come to the Zunshi realm, and Yi Xiaojiu had come to the Emperor realm. the breakthrough of the two people was remarkable, and at the same time, the two of them, their control over the power of the stars was also remarkable. Yi Xiaoyu could even automatically generate a star sword. Moreover, it was a star sword that came with uncommon power. Alright, you guys can relax, Yi Chen said softly. As the words fell, the two Yi family descendants who were in a state of light cultivation, exhaled deeply and opened their eyes, and a hint of a star would cross the pupils of both of them. Ancestor Yi Duan, I feel that I can still cultivate for a while longer. The one who spoke was Yi Xiaoyu, who had just broken through the exalted realm and still wanted to refine again. Yi Chen smiled faintly. No need. You guys have been working very hard these past few months. Take a break. Hall Master Tatsuken, there are pastries prepared for you. After that, the three of them sat cross-legged at the temple floor of the Star Divine Hall and began to eat pastries. The old ancestor of the Star Divine Hall had already stepped into the immortal realm, so this temple building could be entered by anyone from the Star Divine Hall who was talented enough. Yi Chen was able to be in this not because of his talent, but because his strength at the late immortal monarch stage did not need to be so troublesome. Suddenly, Yi Duan sensed that there was something that was flying this way, and he quickly got up. When Yi Jiao, who was beside him, saw this, he hurriedly spoke out. What's wrong, old ancestor? Yi Chen didn't rush to respond to his juniors, but instead, his gaze was deep, staring at a place. A moment later, a spatial jade cylinder appeared within Yi Chen's sight. In a few blinks of an eye, it appeared in front of Yi Duan. He fixed his eyes on it, and the nervousness in his heart dissipated. This spatial jade cylinder was sent by Void Along. When he was in Daxia, he talked to Void Along. Briefly, the main consideration was that old man Yi Ling Tian wasn't in the mortal realm much, so if something important happened, or an urgent notice was given, Void Along could go through the senses planted by both sides to contact each other. Old ancestor, what is this? Yi Xiaoyu looked at the spatial jade cylinder, and in her big eyes, she was full of doubts. This is called a spatial jade cylinder. It can transmit messages, and it can also build a spatial portal, but this latter, it requires a very strong strength. At least I can't, Yi Chen slowly said. Then can old ancestor Yi Ling Tian? Yi Xiaoyu pursued. Old ancestor Yi Ling Tian, Yi Chuan muttered. There is nothing under the sky that he can't do. Hearing this comment from Yi Duan, Yi Xiao and also Yi Xiaoyu immediately applauded. They didn't expect that even elder ancestor Yi Duan, who was at the late stage of the immortal monarch stage, would have this kind of admiration for elder ancestor Yi Ling Tian. At this moment, the pride of being a member of the Yi family reached its peak in both of their hearts. Yi Chen didn't care about the presence of the Yi family's descendants and directly opened the spatial jade cylinder. A line of text immediately surfaced in front of the three. The content of the text was very simple. It was describing this time, Daxia was invaded by the sea people. Seeing the end, Yi Chuan wondered, this Void Along, didn't it destroy all the sea people? Why did he still send the space jade cylinder? It was only when his gaze swept to the bottom that he saw the true intent of Void Along. The starry sky 10,000 races thieves' hearts will not die. Mr. Yi Chuan, I am difficult to go away because I am guarding Daxia. If it's convenient on your side, you can wipe out all of these races, in order to protect the permanent balance of Daxia's subsequent. Yi Jiao, as well as Yi Xiaoyu, also saw the last line, but they didn't speak. Instead they looked down in contemplation, and Yi Duan pointed to Yi Xiaoyu to take the initiative to express her opinion. After Yi Xiaoyu thought for a while, he slowly said, I think that this Mr. Void Along is not entirely right. If we want you, old ancestor, to settle the starry sky 10,000 races, that must have been fast, basically less than a day. However, old ancestor Yi Ling Tian said that the starry sky 10,000 clan isn't very strong for other forces, but for the Great Summer Sound, it's a very strong opponent. Great Sia needs to have such an opponent to stay alert and vigilant. The starry sky 10,000 races will definitely be exterminated, but it shouldn't be you, old ancestor. Who should do it? It should be me, my brother, and some of the people of Great Sia to do it. Well said. Yi Duan couldn't help but exclaim in praise. He also thought the same as Yi Xiaoyu. The starry sky 10,000 races. There aren't many strong people, although this time, the sea formation sky is a golden immortal. That's the luck of the draw. The other starry sky 10,000 races, such as the Lin race and the Feather race, were not that powerful, and having a true immortal would be good. This kind of power, in the middle heavenly planet domain, could not even be ranked, and it was only there in the eastern planet domain that it could be horizontal for a moment or two. Yi Xiao also held the same idea as his sister, and Yi Duan nodded his head in satisfaction. On the spatial jade cylinder, after replying to his thoughts, he sent the spatial jade cylinder, following the original route. The spatial jade cylinder sent by Void Along still had a lot of residual power, so Yi Chuan wasn't worried that anything would go wrong. After eating the pastries, Yi Jiao and Yi Xiaoyu went back to their place and went to sleep. Yi Chen stood alone on the upper floor of the hall, looking at the white moon in the sky. In his heart, he was thinking about his grandfather, Yi Ling Tian, who had told Yi Chen that his brother, Yi Mo, and his father, Yi Sidian, were not dead and were in the immortal realm. If Yi Chen reached the immortal emperor, he could go to the immortal world and reunite father and son. At the thought of this immortal monarch powerhouse in the mid-heaven star region clenched his fists and began to close his eyes. Strength. Boosting strength is the key, and with strength you can not only protect yourself, but also see your loved ones. In this quiet moment when the moonlight was spreading over the earth, within the star divine hall of the endless star sea, he felt that his understanding of the heavenly emperor's reincarnation technique had deepened by another layer. The minutes ticked by. Day 2, when the sun rises, Yi Chuan, who had been standing all night, opened his eyes and looked at the round sun not far away, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and in his eyes, a brilliant aura flashed through, and his body's breath was released to its fullest within the small area of the roof of the temple. It finally dissipated. He was deliberately restraining this range. If he didn't, then the matter of him, Yi Chuan, having a one-night epiphany and breaking through from the late immortal monarch stage to the peak of the immortal monarch stage was about to circulate within the star divine hall. This descendant who was held in the highest esteem by the elder Pang of the human divine hall, as well as the hall master, divine speechless. It wasn't much farther from the immortal king realm of the 8 divine hall ancestors. P.S. Supreme realm, life and death realm, imperishable realm, immortal realm, reincarnation realm 9 revolutions, and mastery realm 9 revolutions. After the 9 turns of dominance, the great dominance realm, heavenly great dominance realm, immortal great dominance realm, divine great dominance realm, holy great dominance realm, limitless dominance realm, immortal dominance realm, and reincarnation dominance realm. Controller realm, 1st to 9th great controller, heavenly controller, immortal controller, divine controller, holy controller, infinite controller, immortal controller, reincarnation controller, heavenly emperor realm, the realm of the protagonist,